Everyone longs to awaken an SSS level talent. Yet after my awakening, I chose to give up immediately. Instead, I opted for the worst S-level talent. All the teachers and students at school mocked me as a fool. Even my girlfriend, Lou Ruoyan, demanded to break off our engagement that very night. But what they don't know is that when I first crossed over, I was forced to awaken a family bloodline ability trap. As long as I sacrifice my organs and lifespan, I could significantly enhance my combat power within 10 minutes. However, this ability, which harms 100 enemies but costs me 10,000, is essentially a curse. Fortunately, after years of research by my family, as long as one awakens the SSS level eternal life at the age of 18, the S level divine skill of recovery or the S level infinite replication, or a level 1 regeneration ability can perfectly solve this problem. But I just happened to awaken the SSS level enhancement talent. Fortunately, everyone has the chance to awaken twice, so I unhesitatingly reached for the awakening pillar again. Seeing this scene, the school leaders shouted for me to stop. However, it was too late. The next second, a flash of white light erupted from the awakening pillar. Above the altar, several large characters appeared, clearly stating Awakener's Solidification. Introduction to the awakening ability F and Solidification. The Awakener activates the ability, which can solidify the current physical state and remain unchanged. This ability can only be activated once. Upon seeing this, everyone was stunned, fully aware that this ability did not enhance combat power at all, nor could it strengthen the body in any way. Its only function is to maintain the body without change and prevent illness, nothing more. I was also taken aback, since it wasn't any of the 4 abilities. If solidification keeps the body unchanged, then sacrificing, however many internal organs, wouldn't matter. Great! This is the ability that best fits sacrificial offerings. Realizing this, I laughed heartily. At that moment, Principal Nyo charged towards the awakening altar angrily. "You little brat, after using an SSS level ability, you switch to an S level ability? I'm going to skin you alive today." Yet someone was faster than him. A graceful figure stepped onto the altar. "Guqian, for doing something so ridiculous, our engagement is null and void. I, Lou Ruoyan, will not marry a waste." I glanced at Lou Ruoyan nonchalantly and replied. Then I summoned my magical beast mount, the white rock azure eagle, and hurriedly left. That old principal is not someone to be trifled with. Once I was far away, I finally breathed a sigh of relief and shouted to the principal, "Grandpa Nyo, don't worry. This time, I will definitely help our school get first place in the college entrance exam." Hearing this, Principal Nyo was furious. He couldn't believe I could get first place with these talents. Soon, the news of me abandoning the SSS level ability for an S level 1 spread throughout the new Shadow City. After returning home, I rushed straight to my training hall. Standing in front of the combat power testing device, I prepared to test the effects of these 2 abilities. The first one is the ability Solidification. At the moment of activation, I could distinctly feel a peculiar energy coursing through my body, seemingly waiting for the next command. I quickly focused my mind and used my mental power to control it, directing it towards my internal organs. Then I said, "Select internal organs." Finally, this peculiar energy dispersed into several parts, directly entering my heart, liver, spleen, stomach, kidneys, and gallbladder. Then it disappeared, and I felt no change in my body. At this moment, my expression grew serious. The next crucial moment was to see if I could restore the glandular organs. I had to choose carefully. If I misunderstood, sacrificing an organ would not be a joke. After much hesitation, I finally thought of a useless organ and decided to experiment on it. After thinking for a long time, I made my decision. I decisively activated the glandular energy and initiated the sacrificial ability. An unknown energy surged from somewhere within me, roaming throughout my body. I quickly utilized my mental power to control this restless energy and then said, "Sacrifice the appendix." The moment I issued the command, the energy surged towards the appendix under my mental control. The next moment, I felt a sharp pain at the location of my appendix. At the same time, that energy suddenly exploded, filling my body, and I instantly felt empowered. However, I wasn't concerned about that right now. I just wanted to know if the appendix could be restored. Enduring the excruciating pain, I focused on the sensations at the appendix's location. In less than a second, as the sacrificial ability activated, the appendix vanished instantly, and a strange sensation emanated from within me, as if something was about to grow. In an instant, that strange feeling vanished. I was a bit dazed, but I could confirm that the appendix had regrown. I just didn't expect it to be so simple and so fast. I looked at the location of my appendix in disbelief, then erupted in a huge cheer. It really grew back. I no longer have to worry about dying. It's been 18 years. Do you know how I've lived these 18 years? I excitedly ran around the training hall, knowing that from now on, I wouldn't have to worry about dying painfully due to this sacrificial ability. and I had gained immense power. After a long while, I slowly calmed my emotions and returned to the combat power testing device, my face beaming with a smile. Now that the side effects of the sacrifice have been resolved, the next step is to test how each organ enhances the body. Thinking about the description of this sacrificial ability, I felt extremely excited. The passive ability of sacrifice strengthens each time it activates weapons, spells, or other attack methods, sacrificing bodily organs or lifespan to enhance various physical attributes. The more important the sacrificed organ and the longer the lifespan, the stronger the enhancement. This effect can stack. This is simply a divine talent. Although I don't know the exact contributions of each organ to the physical attributes, the effects can stack. Even if one organ provides a small increase, sacrificing several can at least surpass the S level. Next, let's see how much the appendix increases. I gently tapped the combat power tester. It quickly displayed my attribute values. Name, Guqian, ability, trap solidification, combat power, 97, speed, 73, strength, 92, defense, 86, mental power, 84. These values are the results of the most recent test and are the normal values for a non-level 1 ability user. Only after cultivating vital energy within and reaching level 1 will the values surpass 100, and they will continue to increase with the growth of vital energy. At level 2, all attribute values are between 1000 and 10,000, with each level increasing by tenfold. Now, let's test how much my combat power has increased. I then punched the testing device. The numbers on the machine began to fluctuate wildly, and soon the reading stabilized, finally settling at 970. I looked in disbelief at the numbers in front of me. A tenfold increase is truly remarkable. An appendix can boost by 10 times. If this were applied to other organs, wouldn't it be dozens of times? It's even greater than the S-rank ability boost. I quickly tested the other attributes, and unsurprisingly, they all showed a tenfold increase. I tested the other organs one by one and finally got the specific values: appendix 10 times, skin 15 times, liver and gallbladder each 50 times, and both heart and brain 100 times. Cumulatively, that's a 475-fold increase. All the stats skyrocketed. Name, Guqian, power level, 46,075, speed, 34,675, strength, 43,700, defense, 40,850, mental strength, 39,900. All of them reached the range of a level 3 ability user, and this is without any weapons. With weapons, my power could more than double, making me quite formidable even among level 3 abilities. I would be a very strong contender. Just as I was feeling pleased with myself, a panicked voice came from outside the door. "Young master, it's bad. All the elders of the family are in the assembly room, pressuring the head of the family to force you to step down." Hearing this, I raised an eyebrow, knowing these old geezers wouldn't let this chance slip by. But now, I have the means to silence them. With that, I turned and walked towards the bathroom, completely unperturbed. Meanwhile, the key figures of the Gu family, having received the news, quickly gathered in the bathroom hall. They had been waiting for this opportunity for a long time. Previously, due to my direct lineage, they couldn't find any leverage, so they endured. Now that I've walked right into it, the heir to the family head must be replaced today. At that moment, a hearty laugh was heard as the head of the Gu family walked in. "What's the matter? Speak quickly, I have a celebration to attend, so don't waste time." Hearing this, the bald old man sitting in the first position on the left scoffed. "Boss, let's skip the pleasantries. Just relinquish your grandson's position as heir. He's unworthy of it. My grandson is the most suitable candidate." The young man behind the bald man, Gu Chang, looked frustrated upon hearing this. Among all the younger generation of the Gu family, he was the only one who had awakened an S-rank ability. Moreover, he had become a level 2 dancer in just 1 year. The head of the Gu family didn't waste words and said, "That's fine, but we have to wait 3 days. They'll have a match, and whoever wins will be the heir." No objections? Everyone began to discuss, saying that having them fight was no different from admitting defeat. The bald man stared excitedly at the head of the Gu family and said, "Are you serious?" The head of the Gu family sneered disdainfully, just about to speak when a voice came from the doorway. "No need to wait 3 days, we can do it now." Everyone turned to look at the doorway, then back at the head of the Gu family, waiting for his decision. The head of the Gu family merely glanced at me and said, "As you wish." Gu Cheng gritted his teeth and said, "Let's go to the training hall right now." Before Gu Cheng could finish, I interrupted, "Training hall? I can handle you right here." Gu Cheng, gritting his teeth and turning red, said, "Since you're in such a hurry, don't blame me. Get ready." With that, he moved swiftly, launching a punch directly at me, closing the distance to less than a meter from my chest in an instant. At that moment, something unexpected happened. I threw a punch, and my speed surpassed that of Gu Cheng, a level 2 dancer. Before Gu Cheng could react, he was sent flying by my punch, crashing to the ground and spitting out blood. Everyone present stood up in shock, staring at the scene in disbelief. How is this possible? How could he break through a level 2 dancer's defense with a single punch? Such power could only be wielded by a level 3 dancer. Thinking about this, everyone swallowed hard in shock. What they didn't know was that as Gu Qing made his move, he sacrificed his liver, gallbladder, stomach, 2 kidneys, and brain, boosting his power by 350 times. This allowed him to surpass a level 2 warrior and reach the power level of a level 3 warrior. He then made a very smug expression and looked at the second elder of the Gu family, saying, "Do I still need to give up my position as heir?" The second elder of the Gu family glared at me in fury, gritting his teeth and said, "If you win, then there's no need to relinquish anything. Ha ha, my grandson truly is more impressive than others. Let's go eat, come on." With that, the head of the Gu family stood up and walked towards the door, leaving everyone else in the room to exchange bewildered glances. The second elder of the Gu family stared at the doorway, his eyes red with anger, saying, "Who dares to hurt my grandson like this? This isn't over." The next morning, I went to the Lou family with my people. Since he called off the engagement, I was definitely going to get the betrothal gifts back. Just as I was about to push the door open, a security guard at the entrance reached out to stop me. No outsiders are allowed to enter the Lou family without permission. I frowned in surprise, wondering why the Lou family hadn't acknowledged me, saying, "I'm here to collect what's owed today. Quickly report it. I don't have time to waste here." With that, I stood still, waiting to see what tricks the Lou family would pull. The 2 security guards showed no sign of going in to report, stating directly, "The head of the family said that anyone coming to demand money is not allowed in. The Lou family does not owe anyone, especially not the Gu family." Before the guard could finish, there was a loud crash. The 2 figures crashed through the door and flew inside. I walked in with a dark expression. Following behind me was a stern-faced elder with a black complexion. I originally didn't want to make things too difficult, but you Lou family forced my hand. "Get out here, Lou family." With such a commotion, all the Lou family members rushed over in a horde. When they saw the guard lying on the ground and the shattered door, their expressions immediately turned sour. A middle-aged fat man shouted at me, "Gu Qian, this is the Lou family, not a place for you to act wildly." Gu Qian said with a look of disdain, "Today, I'm going to run wild in the Lou family. No more nonsense, hurry up and return the betrothal gifts, or don't blame me for being rude." The middle-aged fat Lou family head showed a hint of panic at his words, but quickly regained his composure. Gu Qian was no longer the heir of the Gu family, he didn't need to be afraid of him. "Return the betrothal gifts? On what grounds? If it weren't for your initial mistake, how could my daughter Lu Ruoyan have called off the engagement?" "Oh, I made a mistake first? Why don't you tell me what mistake I made?" The Lu family head looked down on Gu Qian as he said, "Exchanging an SSS level ability for a worthless F level ability, isn't that a mistake? At first, it was because of your status as the heir of the Gu family that I allowed my daughter to get engaged to you. Now that you are no longer the heir of the Gu family, you are simply unworthy of my daughter Lu Ruoyan. Besides, she awakened her S-level ability yesterday and is so beautiful, she is destined to be the matriarch of a top-tier power. You wasted 3 years of your time on her, consider this betrothal gift as compensation from your Gu family. Leave here quickly, I don't want to see you again." With that, he no longer looked at Gu Qian. He was utterly self-righteous, as if his daughter being engaged to Gu Qian was some kind of grievance. He completely disregarded the difference in their statuses. Seeing the Lu family head's expression made Gu Qian laugh in anger. "I've seen thick-skinned people, but I've never seen anyone this thick-skinned. If it doesn't work out, just stick your face on the city wall, I guarantee even the magical beasts won't be able to break through," Gu Qian said sarcastically. "Whatever I do, my old man never questions me. What are you to point fingers at me? And what do you mean by compensation? The betrothal gifts from my Gu family are worth over 3 billion, we gave you 1 billion in cash alone. Do you really think Lu Ruoyan is worth that much? Don't act like it was our Gu family that insisted on the engagement. If your daughter hadn't shamelessly pursued me, would I have looked at your family? And think back to 3 years ago, what was the status of the Lu family? Not even a third-tier power. Forget about marrying into our Gu family, you couldn't even meet us. If it weren't for our Gu family's support, could the Lu family have become a second-tier family? Originally, I was going to let it slide because Lu Ruoyan and I were engaged for 3 years, but since you are so ungrateful, let's settle this properly. Old Master Chiu, notify the people from the Gu group to cancel all cooperation with the Lu family from now on. I want to see if the Lu family can still be so prosperous without my Gu family." "Yes, young master." The old man behind Gu Qian nodded respectfully and then picked up his phone to make a call. Upon hearing Gu Qian's words, the Lu family members immediately changed their expressions. All of the Lu family's businesses relied on the Gu family. If they severed ties with the Gu family, they didn't know how much they would lose. Even more terrifying was that the Gu family's business spread throughout the entire Star Hidden City. Once this news got out, no one in Star Hidden City would dare to cooperate with the Lou family. The Lou family head anxiously said to Gu Qian, what do you mean by this? If you want to break off the engagement, just break it off. Why drag business matters into this? Aren't you pushing my Lou family to a dead end? Gu Qian's expression was quite interesting upon hearing this. His gaze was as if he were looking at a fool. With your brain, how did you become the head of the Lou family? If it weren't for this engagement, would our Gu family cooperate with you? You don't really think that after breaking off the engagement, our Gu family would still take care of the Lou family's business, do you? What are you thinking? His tone was filled with mockery. The Lou family head's face turned from green to red, a sight to behold. He didn't know how much he regretted it. Offending the Gu family, let alone maintaining their current status, he was afraid he wouldn't even be able to stay in Star Hidden City. What should he do? Apologize? Yes, apologize. As long as he didn't break off the engagement, everything could be discussed. Just as the head of the Lou family was about to plead for mercy, Lu Ruyan raised her chin and said, Dad, what are you afraid of? He's no longer the heir of the Gu family, how could he have the final say in this matter? I think he's just trying to scare us. With that, she shot a disdainful glance at Gu Qian, wearing an expression that suggested she had seen through everything long ago. Besides, I've already awakened my S-level ability. Even without the Gu family, there will be other top families wanting to propose. By then, the Lou family will definitely be better off than now, so what's there to be afraid of? Upon hearing this, the head of the Lou family immediately brightened up. Right. How could I have forgotten? He's no longer the heir of the Gu family. But before he could finish his sentence, a phone call came in. The head of the Lou family glanced at his phone, and an ominous premonition rose in his heart. Why would someone from the company call at this time? Could something have happened? No, it must be a coincidence. With a nervous heart, he pressed the answer button, and before he could speak, the voice on the other end shouted anxiously, Not good, Chairman. I don't know what happened, but the Gu family has cancelled all our collaborations. The goods we prepared are all stuck in the warehouse. What should we do? Hearing this, the head of the Lou family turned pale, devoid of any color. His legs went weak, and if it weren't for someone beside him catching him in time, he would have collapsed to the ground. How could this happen? Didn't you say Gu Qian would definitely be rendered useless? Why has the Gu family still severed ties with us? Tell me. The head of the Lou family pressed his hands on Lu Ruyan's shoulders, his face twisted in rage as he shook her vigorously. Lu Ruyan was equally bewildered. With Gu Qian doing such things, how could the Gu family still allow him to be the heir? What on earth had happened? Before the Lou family could figure it out, another phone call rang. The head of the Lou family trembled as he answered the phone, not daring to speak. But the voice on the other end didn't care, shouting in panic, Chairman, it's bad. Our raw material suppliers have all severed their cooperation with us and are demanding immediate repayment of debts. We don't have that much money on the books, what should we do? The head of the Lou family hung up the phone in a daze, his eyes vacant. Yes, all the money on the books had been used to prepare goods, just waiting to be delivered to the Gu family for payment. But now that the Gu family had cut off cooperation with the Lou family, how could they possibly get that money back? What to do? What to do? Ding-a-ling, ding-a-ling. The phone rang again, and this time the head of the Lou family directly threw the phone away, not daring to answer. It was still the second son of the Lou family who nervously picked up the phone and put it on speaker. Not good, Chairman. The manufacturers who sold us the equipment and the landlord who rented us the factory are both here to collect debts. They said if we don't pay, they'll take the equipment away and kick us out. Also, upon hearing this, the head of the Lou family sat down on the ground, his face ashen. In just 3 years, the Lou family had jumped from a fourth or fifth-rate small power to a second-rate power, entirely relying on the Gu family. If it weren't for the Gu family, how could so many manufacturers extend credit? Now, just after severing ties with the Gu family, they all came to collect debts. What should they do? It's over, it's all over. It's all your fault. If it weren't for you breaking off the engagement with young Master Gu, how could this have happened? You're truly a jinx. With that, the head of the Lou family got up from the ground and slapped Lu Ruyan across the face. Smack! The crisp sound of the slap echoed, so hard that it knocked Lu Ruyan to the ground. The head of the Lou family wanted to rush over to hit her again but was stopped by the other members of the Lou family. Yet, he continued to curse. How could I have given birth to such a jinx? A perfectly good Lou family has been ruined by you. If you can't get the Gu family's forgiveness today, you'd better get out of the Lou family. Lu Ruyan collapsed onto the ground, her right hand propping herself up, her left hand covering her red, swollen cheek. Tears welled in her eyes as she looked at her father in disbelief. Growing up, her father had always doted on her, he had never even scolded her, let alone hit her. Today, however, he struck her over the matter of the broken engagement, insisting she seek Gu Qian's forgiveness, or else she would be kicked out of the Lou family. Lu Ruyan simply could not accept it. Dad, how could you hit me? So what if the Gu family is no more? I've awakened my S-level abilities, and young Master Qin has already agreed to marry me. We don't have to fear the Gu family at all. Upon hearing Lu Ruyan's words, the head of the Lu family's expression immediately brightened, changing so quickly that it was almost comical. With a beaming smile, he said, "Why didn't you mention that young Master Qin agreed to marry you? You worried your father for nothing." As he reached out to help Lu Ruyan, she angrily shrugged him off. Then, glaring at Gu Qian, she declared, "Even if the Gu family no longer collaborates with us, so what? As long as I break off the engagement with you, I can immediately get engaged to young Master Qin. I have nothing to fear from you. The humiliation I suffered today, I will repay it tenfold." With that, she picked up her phone and started dialing. Gu Qian scoffed at her words. This father-daughter pair was as foolish as each other. Did they really think that awakening S-level abilities and being beautiful would allow them to marry into a wealthy family? Such delusions. The marriages of top-tier families, especially those of heirs, always depended on family power. Only by strengthening their family's influence could a marriage alliance be possible. For a second-rate family like the Lu family, it was already quite difficult to align with a first-rate family, let alone aspire to the likes of the Qin family. They didn't even realize they were being used. Soon, Lu Ruyan got through to a call and said haughtily, "Qin Zhong, I've broken off my engagement with Gu Qian. Let's finalize our marriage today, and you need to sort out the Lu family's issues as well." "You broke off your engagement with Gu Qian? Good, good, good." The heir of the esteemed Gu family being dumped is truly a huge joke. Noting that the other party didn't mention their engagement, Lu Ruyan frowned and reminded him, "When will you arrange the engagement? It's best if it's today." Before she could finish, Qin Zhong's mocking voice interrupted, "What engagement are you talking about? When did I agree to marry you? With your background, you think you can marry into our Qin family? You're overestimating yourself. Don't contact me again, I'm very busy." With that, he hung up the phone. Lu Ruyan stared at her phone in disbelief and, refusing to give up, called again, only to find she had been blocked. Lu Ruyan's face turned ashen, she simply could not accept it. If it weren't for Qin Zhong's promise, how could she have dared to break off her engagement with Gu Qian? Even if she did, she wouldn't have done it this way. She muttered to herself, "Impossible, how could this happen? We clearly agreed, how could he go back on his word?" The head of the Lu family, seeing this, also looked extremely grim. He hurried to Gu Qian's side and knelt down. "Young Master Gu, this is all a misunderstanding. Please, have mercy and spare the Lu family. As long as you let us go, this ungrateful girl is at your disposal." Hearing this, Lu Ruyan looked at her father in disbelief. Was this really the father who had always loved her? Pushing her towards Gu Qian was no different from condemning her to death. "Dad, how could you do this?" Before she could finish, the head of the Lu family shot her a fierce glare. "Shut up! After causing such a huge mess, what do you want? Even if not for me as your father, you should consider the entire Lu family. No one can replace you, this is all you're doing." Lu Ruyan looked at her father in despair. Before she could say anything more, Gu Qian's voice rang out again. "Stop acting here, this marriage contract must be annulled, and the betrothal gifts must be returned. As for this house, I remember it also belongs to the Gu family. Since there is no longer any relationship, you should move out before sunset. If I don't see the betrothal gifts before sunset, I will use the Lu family's assets to settle the debt." In the city center, a 3-story villa with a yard, covering 2,000 square meters, worth at least over $1 billion. Moreover, it is something that money cannot buy. Many top-tier forces do not have the qualifications for this. If it weren't for the Gu family gifting it, the Lu family would have no right to live here. After saying this, he turned to leave, but he was suddenly stopped by the head of the Lu family, who rushed over. The head of the Lu family knelt on the ground with a thud, continuously slapping his own face. At the same time, he pleaded, "Young Master Gu, it was my foolishness, deceived by this dead girl. As long as you spare us this time, I will definitely follow you in the future and will never have a second thought. As for Lu Ruyan, I will immediately expel her from the Lu family and sever all ties with her. I beg you to spare the Lu family this time." After saying this, he directly bowed his head to Gu Qian. He was filled with regret. The other members of the Lu family also knelt before Gu Qian, pleading for his forgiveness. Upon hearing this, Lu Ruyan's face turned ashen. She said in disbelief, "Dad, I am your biological daughter." Before she could finish, the head of the Lu family scolded sharply, "Shut up! Is there a daughter like you? Others chimed in, if it weren't for you, how would the Lou family have fallen to this state? If I were you, I would have already killed myself out of shame. How could I still have the face to be here? The entire Lou family has been ruined by you. Listening to the curses from her family, Lou Ruyan felt her heart turn to ashes. She looked numbly at Gu Qian. He was her only hope now. So, Lou Ruyan knelt before Gu Qian and pleaded, please, spare the Lou family. As long as you spare the Lou family, I will do anything you want. At this moment, Lou Ruyan had resigned herself to her fate. No matter how Gu Qian treated her, she had no complaints. Gu Qian merely glanced at her coldly and said, you know my character, I repay grudges. I will not forgive you. People must take responsibility for their own mistakes, right? After saying this, he turned and left, giving no opportunity at all. All the members of the Lou family sat on the ground in despair, at a loss, their faces filled with hopelessness. Soon, news of the Lou family's bankruptcy and expulsion from Xingyin City spread like wildfire. Everyone gasped in shock. A second-rate family, just like that, ceased to exist? But they deserved it. Even if Gu Qian was no longer the heir of the Gu family, he was still a member of the Gu family. Not everyone could afford to offend him. The outside world was in an uproar, but Gu Qian paid no mind. The next morning, all the awakened students preparing for the college entrance examination gathered at Xingyin No. 3 Middle School. Have you heard? This year, a total of 4 S-level abilities have awakened. That's quite a lot. A chubby black boy said enviously. Isn't that the truth? In previous years, there was at most 1, and 2 was already considered a lot. A tall, thin boy said, equally surprised. What's this? Didn't know. 3 awaken an SS level ability? It's just a pity it turned into an F level, huh? A bespectacled pretty boy mocked. Those who heard this naturally knew he was talking about Gu Qian. Such absurdity could only be done by Gu Qian. The chubby boy said disdainfully, who told him to have a good family background. We can't compare. The tall, thin boy continued, what does a good family background matter? I bet in a few days, the heir of the Gu family will be replaced. The pretty boy laughed. Exactly, among the 4 top families, only the Gu family's heir is a waste. If I were the head of the Gu family, I would be furious. Ha 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 ha. Laughter erupted around them. Not far away, Gu Qian merely watched indifferently, having no mood to argue with these people. A group of second-rate and third-rate forces' offspring were simply not worth his anger. Oh, isn't this the young Master Gu, who traded his SSS level ability for an F level ability? I thought you weren't coming. What's wrong? With your SSS level ability turned into an F level, you can't even deal with these people anymore? I remember the young Master Gu used to be quite impressive, didn't he? A tall, imposing young man with thick eyebrows and big eyes swaggered over to Gu Qian, mocking him. The others merely whispered from a distance. Only he dared to come so close and openly ridicule. Gu Qian turned to glance at him and said earnestly, so it's Qin Zhong. I thought it was someone else. What can I do? After all, I'm the heir of the Gu family, unlike you, who isn't the heir and can cause a ruckus as you please. You can't compare. With that, Gu Qian feigned helplessness and shook his head. You. Qin Zhong was quite infuriated. As a young master from one of the 4 top families in Xingyin City, he held a status similar to Gu Qian's. The only difference was that Gu Qian was the heir of the Gu family, while he was just a young master. This fact filled him with deep resentment. Not just him, among their generation, only Gu Qian held the title of heir. The other 3 families had older brothers as heirs. Although it wasn't apparent in everyday life, in extremely significant situations, Gu Qian could attend while the other 3 could not. Even when attending some banquets together, their positions were different. One could say Gu Qian overshadowed the 3 of them at every turn. Thus, Qin Zhong had always been at odds with Gu Qian. Now that Gu Qian was using this to provoke him, how could Qin Zhong possibly endure it? Gu Qian, don't get too cocky. Even if you are the heir of the Gu family, you're just a waste with only F-level ability, while I possess S-level ability. Today, I will challenge you in the second event and knock you down. Then we'll see how you keep your arrogance. With that, Qin Zhong looked at Gu Qian with a smug expression and continued, I'm not afraid to tell you that I have broken through to the first level, a true first-level warrior. Just wait to be beaten. Everyone who heard this gasped in shock. They never expected that in just 2 days, Qin Zhong had actually broken through to the first level. Such speed was unprecedented. Coupled with the S-level ability, it was clear that even if Gu Qian reached the first level, he would only be on the receiving end of a beating. It seemed he couldn't escape today. However, Gu Qian showed no signs of panic. Instead, he frowned slightly and looked at Qin Zhong, saying, Are you sure you want to challenge me? Of course. What? Are you scared? If you kneel down and beg for mercy now, I might let you off. Qin Zhong was very pleased with himself. After finally getting the upper hand over Gu Qian, How could he let this opportunity slip? Even if Gu Qian knelt down to beg for mercy, he was still destined to take a beating. Gu Qian shook his head, said nothing, and turned to walk away. Everyone watching this scene thought Gu Qian was afraid and burst into laughter. Weren't you quite arrogant just now? Why are you running away at the thought of getting beaten? And you call yourself the heir of the Gu family? With that little courage, I say you should just back off to avoid embarrassment. Embarrassment? Does the Gu family even have anyone left to embarrass? With such a waste of an heir, there's no one left to lose face. The surroundings were filled with mocking voices. Gu Qian turned a deaf ear and quickly approached a machine standing on the playground. Then he turned sideways to face the machine and said to Qin Zhong, "This is what you said, you can't go back on your word." With that, he directly activated the sacrifice. Sacrificing his liver, stomach, kidneys, and gallbladder, he gained a 200-fold increase in combat power. After doing all this, Gu Qian smashed his fist down on the instrument. Immediately, the numbers on the instrument began to jump wildly. Soon, it broke through the limits, finally displaying a combat power of 9999 plus. Those who witnessed this scene were shocked. The entire playground fell silent. Even the sound of the gentle breeze could be heard. Even the four principals in the stand stood there in a daze, staring at the numbers on the instrument, speechless for a long time. No one could believe what was happening before their eyes. 9999 plus? How could this be possible? This was the level of a third-tier ability user. How could he possess such strong combat power? It wasn't just the students who couldn't comprehend it. Even the four principals were baffled. They had presided over countless college entrance examinations. There had been no shortage of exceptionally talented individuals in previous years. A few years ago, someone awakened an SS ability and became a first-tier warrior during the college entrance exam. That was already quite astonishing. But even he only reached a little over 1000 in combat power during the test, barely meeting the threshold for a second-tier warrior. He was already an absolute powerhouse among first-tier warriors. It shocked the entire Xingyin city. But compared to Gu Qian, he was nothing at all. Not to mention how many times Gu Qian's combat power exceeded his. Just Gu Qian's current level and awakened ability were far superior. Yet his combat power was nearly 10 times higher. This guy was definitely a monster. Thinking of this, the four principals exchanged glances. Almost simultaneously, they swallowed hard. It was simply unbelievable. And this was just Gu Qian's simple punch. He hadn't even used any martial skills. There wasn't even a running start or any buildup of power. It was just a casual strike. Thinking of this, everyone gasped again. It was hard to imagine what would happen if Gu Qian used his full strength. Would he break the instrument? After doing all this, Gu Qian walked towards Qin Zhong with a smile. This action directly frightened Qin Zhong, turning his face pale, his legs weak, trembling uncontrollably. Qin Zhong looked at Gu Qian in fear, his voice shaking as he said, You, what do you want? You, don't do anything reckless, Qin Zhong was so scared that he could hardly speak. It was no wonder, being targeted by a monster, especially one with a grudge against him, who wouldn't be afraid? If his legs weren't so weak, Qin Zhong would have run away long ago. Qin Zhong's little brother saw that although Qin Zhong was scared, he still stood his ground. He couldn't help but admire him. If it were him, he would have run away by now. The boss is the boss. With such thoughts, he gave Qin Zhong a thumbs up. Seeing this scene, Qin Zhong was infuriated, grinding his teeth. Thumbs up my ass, with that time, why not pull this young master away? What a bunch of fools. Soon, Gu Qian arrived in front of Qin Zhong and patted his left shoulder with his right hand. Looking at the pale-faced Qin Zhong, he disdainfully said, "Don't let me down, okay?" After saying that, he ignored Qin Zhong, who was almost scared to the point of wetting his pants, and found a chair to sit down. Gu Qian had long wanted to find a reason to deal with Qin Zhong. How dare he provoke Lu Ruyan to publicly withdraw from their engagement? It brought shame to the Gu family. This grudge must be avenged. Gu Qian, will not let this go easily. Not directly attacking the Qin family yesterday was already restraint. Today, you walked right into my line of fire, saving me a lot of trouble. Faced with Gu Qian's terrifying combat power, Qin Zhong had long lost the courage to fight him. But the words had already been spoken. He couldn't back down in front of so many people. Otherwise, the Qin family's face would be completely lost. However, just thinking about fighting this monster made his legs weak. What to do? In the end, Qin Zhong gritted his teeth and said, so what if your combat power is high? This young master isn't afraid of you. As he spoke, his legs continued to tremble. If it weren't for his little brother supporting him, he would have struggled to stand. Gu Qian naturally would not miss the opportunity to mock him. With a gaze full of ridicule directed at Qin Zhong's legs, he exclaimed, "Young Master Qin is indeed tough, but if those legs weren't shaking, it would be even better." At Gu Qian's reminder, everyone shifted their attention from him to Qin Zhong. They saw that although Qin Zhong spoke defiantly, his body was quite honest. He was shaking like a sieve. Seeing this, the crowd couldn't help but chuckle. This made Qin Zhong feel even more humiliated. His face flushed as he extended his right index finger towards Gu Qian, indignantly saying, "You." But before he could finish, Gu Qian continued, "Stop with the yous, hurry up and find a place to sit down, or you might end up shaking out your urine." At this, the people around could no longer hold back and burst into loud laughter. Qin Zhong completely broke down, pointing at Gu Qian and shouting, "Gu Qian, I'm going to kill you." He was about to make a move on Gu Qian, and if it weren't for his little brother holding him back, he might have already been beaten to a pulp. What were you thinking trying to fight with a monster like Gu Qian? The four principals did not intervene in the farce below. They were all immersed in the terror of Gu Qian. At that moment, Principal Neo suddenly burst into laughter. Good, good, as expected of our students from the third high, this time I want to see who dares to compete for first place with us, haha. Principal Neo laughed unabashedly, completely ignoring the ugly expressions of the other three principals. He even provocatively glanced at the three of them. The pent-up frustration in his heart was finally released. Because of Gu Qian's incident, the other three principals had mocked Principal Neo quite a bit. Now he had finally regained his ground. A middle-aged man, refined and wearing gold-rimmed glasses, snorted coldly. He gently adjusted his glasses and said, "No matter how strong the combat power, he is still just a low-level ability user. Whether it's speed or physical resilience, he cannot surpass a true martial artist. As for who will take first place, it's still uncertain." After saying this, he angrily sat down in his chair. The other two principals remained silent, their expressions not looking good as they took their seats. With a strong opponent like the first high, competing for first place was already difficult. Now, with Gu Qian, this monster, it seemed even more out of reach. Principal Neo looked at the principal of the first high, his smile unwavering, and continued, "Winning or losing isn't important, the main thing is to save face, right, little Qin?" The middle-aged principal did not respond, only glaring at Principal Neo with resentment. The principal of the second high, a big fat man, interjected, "Enough with the noise, let's get started, or we won't have enough time." Only then did Principal Neo smile, stand up, straighten his clothes, and pick up the microphone, saying, quiet down, we will now begin the first item of the college entrance examination, the combat power test." Everyone stopped talking and quietly listened to Principal Neo's words. The rules are simple, just attack the combat power tester in front of your respective teams with all your strength. No weapons are allowed, and aside from those in taming professions, no one is allowed to use magical beasts. Is that clear? Clear. Hundreds of voices answered in unison. Principal Neo nodded in satisfaction and said, "Then let's begin." With that, Principal Neo sat down. Hundreds of students orderly divided into 4 teams, neatly lining up in front of the combat power tester, waiting for the examiner beside the device to call their names. Qin Zhong. Hearing the examiner call his name, Qin Zhong finally steadied his nerves a bit. He approached the combat power tester, activating the energy within him. His entire body was enveloped in a light yellow aura nearly 10 centimeters thick. Then he said, "Activate ability, Berserk." The moment his voice fell, the originally 10-centimeter aura instantly surged to nearly a meter in thickness. At the same time, even Qin Zhong's body underwent a transformation. He became more robust, and the skin exposed to the air turned bright red. Everyone who saw this scene couldn't help but exclaim in envy. S-Class ability, Fury. It can be said to be the most suitable ability for martial artists among S-Class abilities. It even has effects comparable to SS-Class abilities. Once activated, the S-Class ability puts the user in an extremely violent state. In this state, all attributes are enhanced sixfold. This allows the user to leap into a being capable of challenging opponents of higher ranks. In terms of equal strength, there are few rivals. After all, this is a sixfold enhancement. It is equivalent to facing 1 against 6 without any powerful ability support, making victory nearly impossible. However, this ability has a drawback. Each strike greatly consumes vital energy. It can easily lead to exhaustion, leaving the user without combat power. If not for this, with the property of Fury, it would at least be an SS-Class ability. Even so, it is still the most divine ability among S-Class abilities for martial artists. Hearing the crowd's envious exclamations, Qin Zhong couldn't help but show a proud expression. He then shouted, "Martial technique, Lion's Roar Fist." With that, he punched out, gathering all his vital energy into his fist. A 3-meter tall lion's phantom appeared above his fist, striking directly at the combat power testing device. Bang! A loud sound erupted as Qin Zhong's fist solidly smashed into the testing device. The numbers on it began to soar wildly. Soon, it exceeded 1,000. The crowd gasped again. It actually reached a combat power of 1,207? This was the threshold for a second-level martial artist. Unexpectedly, Qin Zhong, having just broken through to a first-level martial artist, could achieve the combat power of a second-level martial artist through martial techniques and the Fury ability. The S-Class ability Fury was indeed monstrous. Young Master Qin is truly amazing, having over 1,000 combat power already. It's just incredible. Who says otherwise? S-Class abilities are really powerful. If I could awaken an S-Class ability, I would be willing to die for it. You should just give up. It's impossible for you in this lifetime. The playground was filled with exclamations and envious voices. This made Qin Zhong feel quite pleased. But at that moment, an unpleasant voice rang out. So impressive, such high combat power. It seems I might feel a bit of pressure dealing with you later. What if I accidentally can't hold back and end up killing you? That would be quite a dilemma. The moment the voice sounded, Qin Zhong's expression darkened. The only one present who could say such a thing was that bastard Gu Qian. There was no hint of difficulty in his tone. He was clearly showing off. What high combat power? In front of his 10,000 plus combat power, who could claim to be high? Originally, he had arranged to be the first to test his combat power to overshadow everyone else and satisfy his vanity. But who would have thought that such a dog would appear out of nowhere? Even if the people behind had higher combat power or stronger abilities, it was impossible to surpass that freak Gu Qian. Even reaching 1/10 of his power was a luxury. It was truly infuriating. Poof! Qin Zhong sulkily stepped down. He was utterly frustrated. Gu Qian was very satisfied to see this scene. Want to show off in front of the young master? Who do you think you are? S-Class ability? Nonsense. After the chief examiner recorded the results, he began to call the next person's name. Meanwhile, the first round of testing for the other three machines also commenced. The first was Gong Mu, the young master of one of the four top families with the S-Class ability, Speed. Once activated, his speed received a tenfold boost. At equal strength, it was extremely difficult to even see him make a move. He was practically invincible. With such speed enhancement, his final combat power reached 941. Among first-level martial artists, he was already a top-tier existence. Then there was Meng Su, the young master of one of the four great families with S-Class abilities and overwhelming strength. After activating his ability, his power increased tenfold. With the enhancement of martial skills, he unleashed a punch with a combat power of 1539, significantly higher than Qin Zhong's from earlier. This left the teachers and students in awe. However, with Gu Qian's brilliance preceding him, the three of them appeared dim in comparison. Yet, the might of the S-Class ability was still undeniable, far beyond what other students could match. The last one was Lu Ruyan, who also possessed an S-Class ability, with the power of light elements surging. Once this ability was activated, the surrounding light elemental forces became extremely active. Casting light elemental spells became remarkably easy, with a tenfold increase in power. She was also the only one among the four who could become a mage. Everyone looked on with envy. After all, she was a mage. Even an F-Class ability would be enough to make one envious. Even Gu Qian couldn't help but feel envious, standing up from his seat, his eyes fixed on Lu Ruyan as she made her move. She cast a spell, and dozens of arrows formed from light elements floated behind her. Under her mental command, they shot directly at the combat power testing device. The numbers on it fluctuated wildly before finally settling at 1025. Although this was lower than Qin Zhong and Meng Su, placing her fourth, Lu Ruyan was still just a mage apprentice, not even at level 1. The spell she used was a basic light arrow with no level. Once she reached level 1 as a mage, her combat power would definitely exceed 2000. This was the strength of a mage. If only I could become a mage, what a pity, said Gu Qian, shaking his head as he slowly returned to his seat, a look of regret on his face. His words immediately sparked resentment among everyone. What a pity! In front of a freak like you, what's there to pity? Even if Lu Ruyan reached level 1 as a mage with 2000 combat power, she might not even reach 1/5 of your power. What's there to regret? You want to become a mage? Why don't you just fly to the sky? If you really became a mage, wouldn't the world turn upside down? Facing the resentful gazes of the crowd, Gu Qian didn't care at all. He enjoyed their looks of disdain, unable to do anything about him. Lu Ruyan, on the other hand, slipped into the crowd, secretly watching Gu Qian. If she had known he was this powerful, even if Qin Zhong had tempted her, she would never have considered breaking off the engagement with Gu Qian. Such combat power was definitely not something an F-class ability could achieve. Gu Qian must have some secrets. But now, she was too preoccupied with her own troubles, and the Lou family had been driven out of Star Hidden City. How could she still think about Gu Qian's secrets? She felt an overwhelming sense of regret. Sigh. With a sigh, Lu Ruyan walked to the farthest corner of the crowd, lowering her head to stand there. After the 5 had tested their combat power, others began to follow one by one. However, compared to the 4 of them, everyone else seemed dull and lackluster. After all, the gap in abilities, combined with not even reaching level 1, meant their displayed combat power barely exceeded 100, just managing to reach the threshold of level 1. Occasionally, those around 200 were considered high. Everyone felt quite dejected. The most annoying part was that Gu Qian evaluated each person without missing a single one. What's going on? Put in more effort, you're really embarrassing the warriors. And you, how did you only get 70 combat power? Have you not been working hard all these years? Have you not trained properly? Have you not thought about how to improve your combat power? Seriously. And you, I'm talking about you, standing in front of the machine like a cabbage. A pig could probably get more than 103 combat power. Don't ever say you're from the 3rd school, it's embarrassing. Listening to Gu Qian's piercing remarks, everyone's faces turned grim. They wished they could rush up and strangle him. But regardless of the gap in combat power or status, no one dared to make a move. Gu Qian continued to crack sunflower seeds while pointing and commenting on everyone, including those from his own school. Many girls ended up in tears from his words, yet Gu Qian remained unfazed. After all, these people had dared to mock him before. Had they forgotten that he was someone who never let grudges go overnight, always settling scores on the spot? It wasn't until the last person finished testing their combat power that Gu Qian took a sip of water and said, "Now I'm thirsty from all this talking." Everyone else let out a sigh of relief, finally free from his torment. Why provoke him for no reason? Now, it seemed, they were in for a long day of misery. Not just the students, but even the 4 principals wore grim expressions. Their students had been belittled to the point of worthlessness, and no one would be happy about that. Especially this year's students, who were the best batch in recent years, yet still deemed inferior by Gu Qian. As for Principal Niu, he was even more frustrated. Little ancestor, have some mercy. Don't drag down your own school's people. The 4 principals were extremely vexed, but there was nothing they could do. After all, Gu Qian's status and strength were undeniable. No one could say anything against him. Everyone quiet down, we will now announce the rankings. Quiet. Is there anyone on the playground who isn't talking? Facing the puzzled gazes of the middle school students, the chief examiner's face flushed, but he continued calmly. First place, Gu Qian from the 3rd school, combat power 99+. After saying this, Gu Qian puffed out his chest, ignoring the murderous glares from everyone. He acted as if no one mattered, saying, "Sigh, being first is really boring, there's no challenge at all. How lonely it is to be invincible." Creak, creak. The playground was suddenly filled with gritted teeth sounds, with Qin Zhong being the most affected. If it weren't for his high combat power, he would have rushed up to hit him long ago. The chief examiner then announced the rankings of the other students. Second place, Meng Su from the 2nd school, combat power 1539. Third place, Qin Zhong from the 1st school, combat power 1207. Fourth place, Lu Ruyan from the 3rd school, combat power 1025. Fifth place, Gong Mu from the 4th school, combat power 941. The remaining rankings have been published on each school's official website for you to check. Upon hearing this, all the students eagerly took out their phones. Although they already had a rough idea of the rankings, they still wanted to see the exact order. After all, this was related to resource allocation after entering university, and they couldn't be careless. The 4 principals on stage, after hearing the top 5 rankings, saw Principal Niu burst into laughter, his right hand slapping the table loudly. 2 in the top 5, and the first place is so far ahead. This first place is secure. Everyone, you need to work hard, even if you can't get first, you should at least fight for second. Seeing Principal Niu so happy, the principal of the 1st school, who had always been in first place, snapped back angrily, so what if the combat power is high? It's still just an F-level trash ability. Speed and defense can't keep up, and in the 2nd category, there's no way to beat Qin Zhong. This first place still belongs to our 1st school. Upon hearing this, the other 2 principals' eyes lit up. Indeed, practical combat doesn't just look at combat power. If the speed can't keep up, then even with high combat power, it would be useless, merely existing like a sandbag. If the defense can't be raised, it's as fragile as a piece of paper, probably unable to withstand even a single blow from others. It's important to note that Gu Qian wasn't even a level 1 ability user yet. How could he possibly win against the other three just based on combat power? That said, they still had to be cautious when dealing with Gu Qian. They absolutely couldn't let him touch them. Otherwise, they would either die or be left crippled. This combat power is truly terrifying. The discussions on stage were naturally heard by the students below. The principal of the first high school originally wanted to remind everyone, so he wouldn't hide it. However, aside from a very few individuals, most people still dared not challenge Gu Qian. After all, they had not yet reached the first level. The three who had already become first-level martial artists, upon hearing this, gained confidence. Among them, Qin Zhong was particularly filled with pent-up frustration and found an outlet for it. Ah, Gu Qian, let's see how arrogant you are now. I, the young master, will be the first to challenge you, and I will definitely make you pick up your teeth from the ground, ha! With his confidence restored, Qin Zhong completely forgot how scared he had been earlier when Gu Qian intimidated him. Now, he just wanted to trample Gu Qian underfoot. Gong Mu and Meng Su were also plotting how to battle Gu Qian later. In terms of speed, Gong Mu was undoubtedly the best. A tenfold speed boost is no joke. It would allow him to avoid everyone except Qin Zhong entirely. He could strike at will without any worries. As for Meng Su, although he wasn't as fast as Qin Zhong or Gong Mu, he was still a first-level martial artist. His speed was far beyond what Gu Qian could compare to. Defeating him would be quite easy. The three of them, having made up their minds, completely shed their previous embarrassment. They were just waiting to compete for the first position in the second event. Gu Qian glanced at Qin Zhong with a look of disdain, not taking him seriously at all. He arrogantly said, "With your little combat power, you want to challenge me? Trash. You." Qin Zhong was so furious that he was about to charge at him. He had never seen someone so arrogant. Today, he had to let him know his place. Just as Qin Zhong was struggling to contain his anger, Gu Qian spoke again. Don't get me wrong, I'm not saying you're trash." Everyone was suddenly confused upon hearing this. What was going on? The usually unruly young Master Gu knew how to back down. This was not in line with his character. Just as everyone was bewildered, Gu Qian continued, everyone here is trash. I'm going to kill you. I can't take it anymore, even if it costs me my life today, I have to take him down. No one stop me. Stop you? I can't wait to go up and kill him right now. If you go, you'll definitely end up picking your teeth off the ground. Gu Qian's words ignited everyone's anger. Arrogance, it was simply too arrogant. So what if his combat power was high? What was so great about it? At this moment, Gu Qian faced the enraged crowd. Not only did he show no signs of restraint, but he provocatively said to everyone, "A bunch of trash, even if you all come at me together, I won't be afraid. But, do you dare to come at me, As soon as he finished speaking, the crowd's anger reached its peak. They could hardly wait to take action. Even the usually refined Gong Mu's face turned red with anger. After all these years, no one had dared to be this arrogant. No matter how high your combat power was, if hundreds of people came at you together, you would only end up getting beaten. Since you want to show off so much, I'll help you. Everyone, quiet down. Since young Master Gu wants to challenge all of us at once, let's satisfy him. Principals, I propose that we change the rules for the second test and allow young Master Gu to challenge all of us at the same time." As soon as this was said, it immediately resonated with all the students. I also propose that since Gu Qian is so confident, we should satisfy him. Exactly. Gu Qian's combat power is so high, one-on-one is simply unfair. What are you talking about? Even if the school doesn't agree, we can still go up together. At worst, we'll repeat a year, we must take him down today. Right. The crowd was fired up, and now even if the school disagreed, it wouldn't matter. The four principals had varying expressions. Principal Neo naturally disagreed. However, given the current situation, he had no choice but to agree. Otherwise, this college entrance examination would be ruined. Normally, this wouldn't be a big deal. The most critical issue was that this examination was hosted by the third high school. There could be no mistakes. Moreover, these three guys would not let Gu Qian off easily. What to do? Just as Principal Neo was contemplating a countermeasure, Principal Yu from the first high school spoke elegantly. Principal Neo, what do you think we should do? The students are insisting on this, and if we disagree, they might boycott the exam, and that would escalate the situation. Who knows, the higher-ups might directly dismiss the principal of the hosting school, and worse, the third high school could even shut down. It's really a headache. Principal Air, with his big belly, smiled and said, "What's so difficult about this? Young Master Gu doesn't care, so he must be confident in dealing with these people. Besides, with his high combat power, he will definitely be fine." Principal C remained silent, tacitly agreeing. Furthermore, their conversation was broadcasted throughout the entire playground via microphones. All the students heard it. They knew that as long as they made a big fuss about this matter, even if Principal Nyo wanted to disagree, he wouldn't be able to. This way, they could finally vent their frustrations. Thus, the candidates on the playground became even more spirited. Their shouts could almost bring down the teaching building. Gongmu smiled smugly at this scene. I want to see how you deal with so many people. Principal Nyo shot a fierce glare at Principal Yu. This guy was just stirring up trouble. But he wasn't wrong. If this college entrance examination was messed up, it would be a small matter for him to be dismissed. The dissolution of the third high school would be a big deal. Thinking this, Principal Nyo glared at Gu Qian again. This guy really knew how to create trouble. However, even if he was beaten by so many people, he wouldn't be in any life-threatening danger. Killing the heir of the Gu family, even those three guys wouldn't dare to do that. It was just the right time for him to learn a lesson. One should be more low-key. Alright, the rules for the second test will be changed to Gu Qian challenging all the other candidates. As soon as this was said, everyone cheered excitedly. Only Gu Qian looked completely bewildered. He immediately pointed at Principal Nyo's nose and shouted, Old Nyo, refund the money. Our Gu family donates so much money to the school every year, and you can't even handle this little pressure? Refund, refund. Upon hearing this, Principal Nyo was furious. He stood up with a bang, slamming the table and said, You little brat, if it weren't for your arrogance, would it have turned out like this? This is all your own doing, you deserve it. Gu Qian was so angry his teeth itched. Old Nyo, you wait for me. I won't let this matter go so easily. After saying that, Gu Qian turned to run. Qin Zhong, quick on his feet, activated his rage, increasing his speed sixfold, rushing in front of Gu Qian to block him. Quick, make a move, don't let him get away. A crowd surged behind him, completely ignoring whether the chief examiner had announced the start. They were afraid Gu Qian would escape. If they missed this opportunity, they wouldn't find such a good chance again. Watching the crowd closing in behind him, Gu Qian changed from his earlier panic to a look of triumph as he gazed at Qin Zhong. With a sly smile, he said, You guys are the ones not letting me leave, don't regret it later. Hearing Gu Qian's words, Qin Zhong didn't take them to heart at all. Regret? I think you should be the one regretting. Do you really think you can take on so many people? Gu Qian didn't say anything more. The smile on his face was unsettling. A ridiculous thought flashed through Qin Zhong's mind. Could this guy really take on so many people? Thinking of this, Qin Zhong immediately shook his head. That was impossible. No matter how strong he was still just a low-level ability user. How could he possibly defeat hundreds of people? Absolutely impossible. It was as if he was trying to pump himself up. Qin Zhong let out a loud roar and quickly closed in on Gu Qian. This time, he was determined to crush him underfoot. Seeing this scene, Gu Qian instantly activated his abilities, sacrificing his heart, brain, liver, gallbladder, stomach, and 2 kidneys. He gained a 450-fold enhancement. Today, he would let them know that his improvement was not just in combat power, but also in speed. Qin Zhong's fist was less than 5 centimeters from Gu Qian's face, ready to knock him down. At that moment, Qin Zhong was incredibly excited. Just a little more, and he could defeat this monster. Just a little more. And that little bit would become his nightmare in the future. Just as the fist was about to land, Gu Qian's figure suddenly vanished from the spot, leaving only an afterimage. The speed was so fast that it couldn't be captured by the naked eye. It was as if Gu Qian had suddenly disappeared from in front of everyone. Qin Zhong was stunned, completely dazed. He didn't even have time to retract the force in his fist. His body fell straight forward. But he didn't care about any of that. He didn't even care about falling. At that moment, he had only one thought in his mind. Where did this guy go? Victory was right in front of him, how could he escape? While Qin Zhong was lost in thought, his body was almost pressed to the ground. But the scene he imagined did not appear. Qin Zhong only felt a sharp, intense pain in his abdomen. His entire body was instantly sent flying out, as if he had been hit by a train. There was no way to stop it. But he didn't even see a shadow of a person. What on earth was happening? Immediately after, another figure flew out. But before this person landed, 5 or 6 others were sent flying as well. In an instant, all the students were dumbfounded, not knowing what had happened. They were on high alert, not daring to act rashly. All the ability users above level 4 present had their eyes wide open, staring intently at the students on the playground preparing to surround Gu Qian, their faces filled with disbelief. The principal of the first high school slammed his hand on the table, pointing at the students who were continuously flying into the air and shouted angrily, This is cheating, this is absolutely cheating. How can someone with less than level 1 ability be this fast? It's absolutely impossible. It wasn't just the principal, everyone found it unbelievable. How could Gu Qian have such speed? It was faster than a level 3 martial artist. How did he do it? Wasn't his ability fixed at F level? There was no way he could have such a degree of enhancement. Even an SSS level ability wouldn't be possible. Everyone was dumbfounded, standing still, not knowing what to say. His combat power was absurdly strong, and his speed rivaled that of a level 3 martial artist. Was this really someone with less than level 1 ability? This guy was a monster. The Gu family was really going to become the overlords of Xingyin City. While the strong were stunned, Gu Qian did not stop. Figures on the playground kept flying into the air and then crashing down heavily. At the same time, Gu Qian's infuriating voice rang out again. Oh, this speed? Are you a snail? Even snails move faster than you. The moment the voice appeared, Gu Qian paused for a moment, grinning at a girl. His sudden appearance startled the girl, who then screamed in shock. Ah! It was frightening for anyone to suddenly appear out of nowhere, especially for a girl. Then Gu Qian's voice rang out again. I remember now, you didn't say anything bad about me, so I'll let you off this time. After saying that, his figure disappeared again. It was only now that the students realized that all of this was done by Gu Qian. But what exactly had happened? Everyone's minds went blank. Even Gong Mu, the fastest among them, was stunned. Then his expression instantly turned ugly. He had originally planned to win with speed. I never expected that the speed I prided myself on would be nothing compared to a snail in front of Gu Qian. Being crushed in my strongest area felt incredibly suffocating. My heart was roaring in madness, but on the surface, I remained restrained, showing not a hint of it. As a young master of the Gong family, I absolutely could not lose my composure in front of outsiders. This was the upbringing of the Gong family. But in the next moment, I completely lost my composure. Because Gu Qian punched me and sent me flying, and it was right in the face. Gu Qian, you bastard! I shouted loudly while airborne. In less than 3 minutes, out of the hundreds of candidates, only Gu Qian was still standing. He looked down at everyone with disdain and said, I told you all you were trash, and you didn't believe it. Now you do, don't you? You had to get beaten up. After saying that, he shook his head, looking regretful. Everyone's faces turned red, but they couldn't refute him. Even the usually composed Gongmu was now gritting his teeth in anger. Outsiders had never seen this expression on the young master of the Gong family. It was clear how infuriating Gu Qian was. Then Gu Qian muttered to himself, now we're even. Upon hearing this, everyone was stunned again. Even? Could it be that this guy was still holding a grudge about what was just said about him? Wasn't that a bit too petty? Just for a few bad words, he had to beat someone up? No, this guy was doing it on purpose. He had intended to take on everyone all along. He just didn't say it out loud but calculated it all. Thinking of this, everyone's faces darkened even more. They never expected to be played around by Gu Qian like this. They thought he was just a brute. They didn't realize he had such deep schemes. Even the 4 principals had been fooled. Truly a scion of a great family. With this thought, everyone's expressions turned as ugly as possible. Only Principal Nyo slammed the table and laughed out loud. Good kid, you even dare to scheme against your old grandpa Nyo, just like your old man. Good, ha ha ha. Gu Qian turned around gracefully, hiding his achievements and fame. All that was left was a group of people who had been sold and were still counting the money. They had been thoroughly outsmarted. Just thinking about how I had rushed forward and completely fallen into the trap made my cheeks flush with indignation. I wished I could find a crack in the ground to hide in. It was so embarrassing. At this moment, the chief examiner didn't know what to say either. It was over before it even began. From the moment everyone attacked Gu Qian to now, everyone had fallen. It only took 3 minutes. More than 700 people were beaten to the point they couldn't stand. Was this the legendary 3-7 split? 3 minutes, and 700 people's mental states exploded? The young master of the Gu family truly lived up to his title. But what to do next? The teacher looked to Principal Nyo for help. Principal Nyo didn't hesitate and said to the teacher, just announce the results and prepare for the next item. After saying that, he sat down with a smug expression. The other 3 principals were so angry they could have killed him. The chief examiner exhaled and said, for the second item, first place goes to Gu Qian. After glancing at the students' ugly faces, he continued, is there anyone challenging for second place? The second place in combat power was Meng Su. Although his combat power was high, his speed was nowhere near that of Gong Mu and Qin Zhong. Who would take second place was still uncertain. But now, who had the mind to compete for rankings? Everyone's mentality had been shattered. The scene was silent. The chief examiner then said, no one is challenging, so second place goes to Meng Su. Is there anyone challenging for third place? The chief examiner called out 9 times without anyone challenging. The top 10 were confirmed, and there was no need to pay too much attention to the rest. They directly moved on to the next preparation. The second item is over, and the rankings have been published on each school's official website. Students, please check. However, this time, no one was in a hurry to look. After all, they were now deeply trapped in self-doubt. Moreover, the rankings had not changed at all, just like the first event. There was nothing to see. Next, students, please implant the chip. All students who have implanted the chip can go home and prepare for the third event. In 3 days, we will depart for the gathering point at the Starshine Mountains. Mentioning the Starshine Mountains lifted the spirits of all the students. This was the first time in 18 years that the students would leave the city. Moreover, they were entering the Starshine Mountains, which were filled with various magical beasts. To be honest, there was still a bit of excitement in their hearts. Even Gu Qian and the other 3 felt the same way. Although the Starshine Mountains were teeming with magical beasts and fraught with danger, they also held numerous opportunities. Inside the magical beasts lay magic cores, which contained a vast amount of energy. They were one of the main energy sources now and were very expensive. Furthermore, the higher the level of the magic core, the higher the price. It was simply a great place for the poor to turn their fortunes around. Everyone, line up according to your school to inject the chip. Upon hearing the chief examiner's words, everyone began to move. Gu Qian naturally stood in the first position of Class 3. Soon, a staff member approached Gu Qian with a delicate box made entirely of metal. Wearing colored gloves, they opened the box and took out a black chip the size of a fingernail. They gently pressed it against the position of Gu Qian's right temple. The moment the chip made contact with his skin, Gu Qian felt as if something had burrowed into him. Immediately after, Gu Qian impatiently pressed against his right temple. The school had long taught the use of the ability chip. It was one of the most important auxiliary tools for every ability user. This chip could not only record one's own combat power and abilities but also test various data of other martial artists. It even recorded all the abilities of the magical beasts discovered so far in detail. Moreover, it allowed communication and team formation through the ability user chip without any worry of leaking personal information. It was an indispensable tool for ability users. The moment Gu Qian activated the chip, a faint blue light screen appeared in front of him. It clearly recorded all of Gu Qian's information. Ability user, Gu Qian. Profession, none. Level, 0. Awakened abilities, F-level solidification, SSS plus level sacrifice. Ability description, solidification. The awakened can activate the ability to solidify, maintaining the current physical state unchanged. This ability can only be activated once. Sacrifice, a passive ability. Each time a martial skill or spell is activated, it will forcibly sacrifice bodily organs or lifespan to enhance various physical attributes. The more important the sacrificed organ and the more lifespan given, the stronger the enhancement. This effect can be stacked. Combat power, 97. Speed, 73. Strength, 92. Defense, 86. Mental power, 84. This information was the same as the previous test. Gu Qian did not pay much attention to it but quickly turned his gaze to others. The first person he looked at was Gong Mu. This guy was too deep in thought, he had to be cautious. Among the 3, Gu Qian was most wary of Gong Mu. This guy usually appeared humble and good-natured in public, but Gu Qian did not think so. Children from prominent families were all ambitious. Moreover, this guy had awakened an S-level ability. Ability user, Gong Mu. Profession, martial artist. Level, 1. Combat power, 147. Speed, 196. Strength, 138. Defense, 104. Mental power, 101. Very ordinary data, and the ability was not displayed. Now Gu Qian felt relieved. He did not want his sacrificial ability to be exposed so early, it was his trump card. Noticing someone looking at him, Gong Mu also turned to the direction of the gaze. Upon discovering it was Gu Qian, his expression turned sour. Why was this guy fixated on him? No, it seemed he still wasn't hiding well enough. Thinking of this, Gong Mu instinctively took a step back, blocking Gu Qian's gaze with others. Gu Qian sneered at Gong Mu's actions. Such a small trick might fool these kids, but after living 2 lives, could he be deceived by you? Soon, everyone had their chips injected. Almost everyone chose Gu Qian as the first person to investigate. The results showed that all of Gu Qian's values were normal, with nothing particularly special. This left everyone even more puzzled. How on earth did this guy raise his combat power so high? Gu Qian was not prepared to waste time here. He had to break through to a level 1 warrior in 3 days. Grandpa Nyo, if there's nothing else, I'll head back first. Principal Nyo smiled at Gu Qian and said, "Go back, and break through to level 1 as soon as possible." "Definitely, I'm leaving now." Once the news of the college entrance examination spread, the entire Xingyin city was shocked. Everyone waiting for Gu Qian to make a fool of himself was dumbfounded. How could this be possible? A student with less than level 1 ability actually unleashed over 10,000 combat power with a single punch. Moreover, he resolved over 700 candidates in just 3 minutes? This must be a dream. In all these years of college entrance examinations, such a situation had never occurred. The highest combat power in previous years was just over 3,000. This was already the highest record since the establishment of Xingyin City, maintained for over 100 years. And it was broken so easily? And by more than 3 times? This record might never be broken again. What was hardest to accept was that Gu Qian had only awakened an F-level ability, and it was the least useful solidification. This was outrageous. Everyone found it hard to accept. But the facts were right in front of them, whether they believed it or not, they had to. Even the reporters from the interviewing television station, upon receiving such news, wore expressions of disbelief. All the reporters surrounded the school gate, waiting to block Gu Qian. Such big news, whoever had the first-hand information would become an instant hit. Who wouldn't be tempted? They even overlooked the other 4 in the top 5. However, Gu Qian didn't give them the chance and flew back directly on Xiaobai. The most urgent task now was to quickly cultivate his vital energy and become a level 1 warrior. By then, with an increase in combat power and the enhancement effect of the sacrifice, he might even be able to challenge a level 4 warrior. A level 4 warrior. Thinking of this, even Gu Qian felt a surge of excitement. A level 4 warrior was already at the level of a mid-tier warrior. Even in the 4 great families, they received good treatment. After all, in the entire Xingyin city with a population of over 10 million, there were only 5 level 6 powerhouses. Level 5 powerhouses, 1 tier lower, were also rare. Counting them all, there were only about 1,000. These were the top combat powers. Although level 4 ability users couldn't compare to them, they were definitely high-level combat power in Xingyin City. If he could possess such power now, he would be closer to his goal. Thinking of this, Gu Qian couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement in his heart. The reason he was so eager to enhance his combat power was mainly for his parents, whom he had only met once. After giving birth to him, his parents had delved deep into the Xinghui Mountains to find a way to resolve the side effects of the sacrifice. They were searching for a mutated level 9 magical beast, hoping to use special methods to obtain S-level abilities for infinite replication. But the depths of the Xinghui Mountains were incredibly dangerous, filled with powerful magical beasts above level 8. Even though both of them had level 8 strength at the time, the hope of success was still slim. Even so, for his sake, his mother didn't even rest during her confinement, and they both ventured deep into the mountains. 18 years had passed, and there had been no news of them. The hope of survival was bleak. However, he could not give up. Having lived 2 lives, he felt such intense love for the first time. Moreover, they had gone missing while trying to save him. Thinking of this, Gu Qian let out a long breath and once again wore a smile on his face. Xiaobai is home. Chirp! With a loud eagle cry, Xiaobai soared high, swift as lightning, heading straight for the Gu family. Gu Qian paid no attention to the various news from the outside world. The moment he returned home, he locked himself in the training room and began to gather his energy. The uproar outside did not diminish in the slightest due to Gu Qian's silence. Instead, it intensified. In just 3 days, over 100 versions of the story had circulated. There were even so-called experts making grand statements on television about the matter, claiming that ability levels were not important for those with powers. They used Gu Qian as an example for analysis. After all, the fact that Gu Qian had awakened an F-level ability was undeniable. Although he faced opposition from many ability users, some naive children believed the experts' words and took them as truth, arguing online with those who disagreed. This farce lasted a full 3 days. Even Gu Qian, who had blocked all external information, received the news the moment he stepped out of the training room. He was instantly speechless. These so-called experts were just like the enemy experts from his past life, doing nothing but misleading the youth. The level of an ability is entirely judged based on its effectiveness. The stronger the enhancement effect, the higher the level. For instance, an S-level berserk ability can increase all of a user's capabilities 6-fold, while a D-level attribute enhancement can only boost it by 5%. Given that the basic data is roughly the same, the gap is evident. Moreover, the higher the basic data, the greater the disparity becomes. How could one say it is unimportant? Yet, strangely, no prominent figure stepped forward to refute this. After all, opposing these so-called experts would bring no benefit to themselves. Many chose to adopt a better to avoid trouble attitude, treating it as a joke. But Gu Qian showed no mercy to these so-called experts. He directly confronted them online in anger. What kind of bullshit experts are these, misleading the youth? Not even caring if others knew who he was referring to, he directly tagged the interview and even the broadcasting station. He added a caption cursing, "What trash interview is being aired? I see you are really hungry." After posting, he turned off his phone, completely disregarding the uproar these two messages would cause. If anyone else had sent such a message, these experts would have definitely smeared them across various platforms, disgusted, and even united with other experts to attack. They knew that those of much higher status than them would not stoop to oppose them in such matters. The remaining targets were those of lesser status, whom they could attack without consequence. Yet Gu Qian was an exception. He did not care about status. If anyone dared to trouble him or speak ill of him in public, he had 100 ways to make them suffer. Thus, the moment Gu Qian sent out his message, all those experts apologized and admitted their mistakes. Even the various broadcasting platforms issued apology statements. This man was truly not to be trifled with. For the first time, netizens saw such a unified response from these so-called experts and media platforms. In the past, they would never admit their mistakes, let alone platforms apologizing for merely broadcasting an interview. In an instant, Gu Qian's reputation online soared. Many netizens transformed into yin-yang masters, making all sorts of insinuations, venting their frustrations. After 3 days of training, he finally gathered enough energy to become a first-level warrior. All his data improved significantly. However, the results were somewhat far from what he had expected. With the current maximum enhancement effect from the sacrifice, to achieve a level that could contend with a 4th-level ability user, he needed at least a combat power of over 210. But now, his combat power was only 203. Although, among all the candidates this year, it was still the highest. But even if he sacrificed all his internal organs, he still couldn't reach the limit of 100,000. It was simply impossible to be a match for a level 4 warrior. Just a little bit short. Sigh. With a sigh, Gu Qian couldn't help but feel a bit disappointed. If others knew Gu Qian's thoughts, they would surely be infuriated. A mere level 1 warrior actually thought about competing with a level 4 warrior. Wasn't that a delusion? A level 1 warrior, no matter how high their combat power, could never exceed 1,000 in basic combat power. Meanwhile, a level 4 warrior's basic combat power was at least 100,000. The gap between the two was like a chasm. Even using all means, it was impossible to cross. Gu Qian had just broken through to a level 1 warrior. To think about fighting a level 4 warrior, wasn't that a sign of a broken mind? Gu Qian was merely feeling a bit melancholic. He quickly stepped outside. Today was the day to go to the Starshine Mountains, he couldn't be late. Who? Gu Qian whistled. Xiao Bai's figure instantly appeared above him. Gu Qian bent his knees and jumped directly onto Xiao Bai's back. After becoming a level 1 warrior, his physical qualities had greatly improved. He could easily jump 4 to 5 meters high. Before the breakthrough, even with good physical qualities, he could only jump about 2 meters. This was the difference between a warrior and an ordinary person. Xiao Bai flapped his wings and flew directly in the direction Gu Qian pointed. The gathering point was at the Starshine Mountains, and there was a stretch of road without any protection. It was very likely to encounter magical beasts. However, they would only be low-level magical beasts, not even reaching level 1. As long as they were careful, nothing would happen. Gu Qian rode on Xiao Bai all the way to the walls of Star-Hidden City. He looked at the dozens of meters high wall, made entirely of several meters thick steel, covered in dents, claw marks, and various bloodstains. Gu Qian's pupils dilated in shock. Star-Hidden City bordered the Starshine Mountains and had long been subjected to the invasion of magical beasts. The city wall was the first line of defense against the magical beasts. It was also the place where battles were most intense. Although he had thought it would be quite dilapidated here, he never expected it to be like this. What he saw was a scene of ruined walls. Not a single good spot. This was a steel wall that spanned hundreds of kilometers. Moreover, this was just the inside. It was hard to imagine what the outside would look like. Even harder to imagine how fierce the battles here would be. One could only imagine how dangerous it would be in the Starshine Mountains. Gu Qian took a deep breath, cleared his mind, and directed Xiao Bai to fly outward. The ability users left behind on the ground saw Xiao Bai and all let him pass without obstruction. The Gu family was not to be trifled with. At the same time, other students participating in the college entrance examination had already gathered together and were heading towards the meeting point. There were no escort personnel. This was also a requirement of the college entrance examination. Qin Zhong, drenched in sweat, couldn't help but complain, "Why is it so hot here? And we can't bring anything unrelated to the exam. Are they trying to torture me to death?" Other candidates also found it unbearably hot. However, they didn't complain like Qin Zhong. Fortunately, the magical beasts here had long been cleared out. Even if there were any, they would only be low-level magical beasts that didn't even reach level 1, posing no harm to everyone. Meanwhile, the school staff secretly protecting them were also in close communication. In the command room, a middle-aged bald man with a rugged appearance, dressed in black warrior attire, was staring at the surveillance screen in front of him. He then lightly tapped his temple with his right index finger. The ability user chip instantly activated. A light blue rectangle appeared on the inwardly curved light screen before him. Black Panther, have the magical beasts in the latter half of the route been cleared out? We absolutely cannot have any magical beasts above level 1 appear. The college entrance examination was extremely important, especially since there were young masters from the 4 great families in this team. If any accidents occurred, these security personnel would no longer be able to stay in Star Hidden City. So this time, even the few low-level magical beasts that were usually left behind were cleared out. Not a single magical beast would appear. Don't worry, Boss Xiao, it's all been cleaned up, I guarantee not a single one is left. Before he could finish speaking, a series of screams erupted wildly from the surveillance screen. Boss Zhao immediately looked at the screen with tension. Then he roared, Ji Lao Lu, didn't you say there wasn't a single magical beast? What's going on with this earthquake mouse? The person on the other end was clearly taken aback by the shout. After a moment of awkwardness, he replied, Boss Zhao, this is unavoidable. Earthquake mice are underground, and they're hard to clear out. But don't worry, it's not even level 1. Even if we encounter it, there won't be any danger, just relax. Boss Zhao was so angry that his neck turned red. He shouted, you better have cleaned up the rest, if something goes wrong, our entire mercenary group will be in trouble. Ji Lao Lu's voice came back, trying to appease him, definitely. After saying that, Boss Zhao angrily shut off the chip, staring intently at the surveillance screen, fearing any unexpected incidents. On the other hand, a group of people panicked at the sudden appearance of the earthquake mouse. They fled wildly, trying to get away from the half-human tall, robust giant rat. At the same time, they all activated their chips to check the attributes of this magical beast. Ability user, Earthquake Mouse Profession, Magical Beast Level, 0 Awakening Ability, A-Level Rapid Digging Ability Introduction, can quickly dig tunnels, increasing digging speed by 10 times combat power, 204 speed, 189 strength, 199 defense, 595 mental power, 17. The moment they saw the data, the crowd finally relaxed. However, looking at the combat power of 204, they still felt a bit of fear. The strength of magical beasts was undeniable. Although this earthquake mouse was not even level 1, its combat power reached the level of a level 1 ability user, leaving ordinary people with no chance of survival. However, everyone present had awakened abilities, and several had successfully advanced to level 1 warriors. Dealing with this earthquake mouse posed no pressure at all. Everyone, don't panic. Let's work together. Dealing with this earthquake mouse is quite simple, and it's a good opportunity to train our practical skills. Qin Zhong was very satisfied with the current situation. It was just the right time for him to shine. Yes, we'll follow Qin Xiao's lead in practice on this earthquake mouse. Although the basic combat power of Qin Zhong and his 3 companions was still lower than that of the earthquake mouse, after using martial skills and spells, their combat power was around 1,000, more than enough to handle this earthquake mouse. Looking at the earthquake mouse with its blood-red eyes, staring intently at the crowd, Qin Zhong calmly said, all level 1 warriors, gather your strength and start to entangle the earthquake mouse. Lu Ruyan, release your spell arrows from the back. The other students below level 1, protect Lu Ruyan, and remember, don't kill it too quickly. Okay, Qin Xiao. Neither Gong Mu nor Meng Su opposed Qin Zhong's arrangement. Lu Ruyan had no objections either. The others responded one after another. Let's go. At Qin Zhong's command, more than a dozen warriors activated their abilities and charged towards the earthquake mouse. Among them, Gong Mu was the fastest, instantly leaving everyone behind. The others followed closely, and seeing this, Qin Zhong's face showed a hint of displeasure. He then quickened his pace. Lu Ruyan, meanwhile, released her mental power to communicate with the light elemental force in the space behind. In an instant, she condensed a dozen light arrows, aiming at the earthquake mouse to release. The fastest Gong Mu also quickly reached the earthquake mouse's front, ready to restrict its movements. But before he could act, the earthquake mouse directly burrowed underground. Gong Mu's punch missed completely, and even Lu Ruyan's light arrows only struck the spot where the earthquake mouse had just been, creating a dozen 1-meter-deep pits in the ground. Everyone was stunned. Clearly, no one expected the earthquake mouse to hide underground. Immediately, everyone felt the ground beneath their feet shake. Deep fissures, about a meter wide, suddenly appeared. No one was prepared for this. They fell directly into the deep chasms. Even the fastest, Gongmu, was not spared. As for those classmates who hadn't even reached level 1 yet, including Lu Ruyen, they were in a dire situation. Everyone was a bit dazed. How did these cracks appear? Could it be that the earthquake mouse dug them? Everyone found it hard to comprehend. It turned out that the E-level rapid digging ability was so useless, yet could be used like this. Just as everyone was in shock, a scream pierced the air. A male classmate, who had been in the deep pit, suddenly sank deeper. He didn't even have time to struggle, only managing to let out a scream, ah. It was only at this moment that everyone began to panic. The earthquake mouse was trying to drag people underground before attacking. Everyone, jump out quickly, don't let the earthquake mouse pull you underground. Qin Zhong shouted loudly, then quickly jumped to the surface. The others quickly reacted and jumped out of the deep crevice. In less than 10 seconds, 3 more people were dragged underground and disappeared. Panic spread among everyone. They had thought it was just a low-level magical beast, and that the earthquake mouse, which naturally possessed E-level rapid digging ability, would be easy to deal with. There shouldn't be any danger at all. In fact, they had even considered using it for practical training. But just as they started, 4 people had already been lost. Thinking of the 4 classmates whose fates were unknown, the others felt even more fear. They huddled together, casting glances at Qin Zhong that held a hint of blame. If it weren't for his insistence on using the earthquake mouse for training, perhaps with over 700 people attacking together, they would have resolved it long ago. Who would still be in danger? At this moment, Qin Zhong's expression was also quite grim. Who would have thought that a level 1 earthquake mouse could render over a dozen level 1 warriors helpless? In front of the surveillance screen, Zhao Lauda was already furious. He shouted at the chip screen in front of him, his face red and neck thick, "Ji Laolu, you better pray those students are okay, or I swear I'll skin you alive." The person on the other side was clearly panicking as well. He quickly replied, "Boss, I'm on my way, I'm on my way." Zhao Lauda, in a fit of rage, smashed his fist into the stone table in front of him, reducing it to rubble. He cursed, "This Qin Zhong is such an idiot." When encountering a magical beast, he didn't kill it immediately, but instead wanted to use it for practice. Who does he think he is? Didn't he see that its stats are higher than a level 1 warrior? Being so arrogant and underestimating it, he's bound to suffer. It's really damn annoying. After saying this, he paced back and forth in the room, hoping nothing would go wrong. Meanwhile, another change occurred. The ground shook again. Deep fissures appeared once more. However, this time everyone was on guard and did not fall in. They all dodged. Just as everyone was relieved to have avoided this, another scream rang out, "Ah!" A girl suddenly vanished from in front of everyone, leaving only a dark, bottomless hole where she had stood. Seeing this scene, everyone panicked. How could they not fall in, yet still be dragged underground? What should they do? In an instant, a wave of terror washed over everyone. The next second, another scream echoed. The group, which had been holding on, could no longer maintain their composure and began to flee in a frenzy. Meanwhile, the earthquake mouse underground showed no signs of stopping. Every few seconds, someone was pulled underground, their fate unknown. Gongmu spoke up, "Everyone, quickly find a tree to climb, get away from the ground." Everyone scrambled to the nearest tree as if grasping at a lifeline. Sure enough, after everyone climbed the tree, the earthquake mouse's attacks lost their effect. Everyone let out a sigh of relief. Thinking they had escaped, they began to call for help from the school. However, the response they received was that it would take at least 10 minutes to arrive. They were instructed to stay as far away from the earthquake mouse as possible during this time. 10 minutes. Upon hearing this, everyone was very reluctant. Many girls even burst into tears. But there was nothing they could do. After all, the earthquake mouse was hiding underground, and it was difficult to deal with it. Fortunately, everyone was in the trees and would not be attacked by the earthquake mouse again. Just as they were starting to relax, the earthquake mouse moved again. This time, it targeted a large tree, and a crack spread across it like lightning. Boom! The tree, thick enough for 3 people to hug, shook violently. Everyone held their breath at this sight, fearing that the tree would fall. Fortunately, the tree only swayed for a moment before going still. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief, glad that the earthquake mouse couldn't pull down such a thick tree. Otherwise, their hard-won refuge would be gone. But the next second, the earthquake mouse struck again. Boom! After a loud bang, a cracking sound followed. Crack! The tree broke. Those on the tree didn't react in time and fell to the ground. In an instant, 4 or 5 people disappeared. "Ah, I want to go home. I don't want to take the exam anymore. I want to go home. The monsters are too scary. I want to go home. I want to go home. Mom, I want my mom. I'm never coming out again. Ah." In an instant, the scene turned chaotic. Although a dozen first-level warriors were not afraid of the Earthquake Mouse's attacks, they didn't dare to confront it directly. After all, if they were pulled underground, who knew what methods it would use? As long as there was a way out, they wouldn't confront it head-on. But now, even the trees weren't safe. What could they do? Just as everyone was panicking and didn't know what to do, the Earthquake Mouse launched another attack. This time, it aimed at the large tree where Qin Zhong was. In an instant, it reached the base of the tree. Qin Zhong calculated the time and prepared to jump to another tree. Such a thick tree, the Earthquake Mouse couldn't break it in one go. But before Qin Zhong could leap, a cracking sound rang out. The large tree fell directly. Qin Zhong's body lost balance and fell to the ground. Suddenly, his right ankle tightened, caught by the Earthquake Mouse. Not good. Qin Zhong's heart sank. He quickly released his energy and activated his ability, wanting to attack the Earthquake Mouse. But before he could prepare, he felt his body rapidly sinking underground. There was no time to react. However, at the moment he entered the ground, Qin Zhong saw Gu Qian watching the show in midair. He shouted, "Gu Qian, you," and pointed in Gu Qian's direction. Everyone turned to look where Qin Zhong was pointing. They saw Gu Qian sitting on Xiaobai's back, happily munching on sunflower seeds, enjoying the scene. At this moment, Gu Qian was also taken aback. This guy, in such danger, doesn't want to escape? Still has the mind to drag me down with him? He was enjoying the show, but now it seemed he wouldn't be able to watch it anymore. Gu Qian patted the sunflower seed shells off himself, preparing to signal Xiaobai to leave. Gongmu, seeing this, became anxious and shouted, "Gu Qian, are you really planning to leave so many classmates behind and escape by yourself?" After shouting, a smug smile of success appeared on Gongmu's face, but he quickly concealed it. As the heir of the Gu family, neglecting to save so many classmates would not only damage Gu Qian's reputation but also that of the Gu family. Moreover, many of them were young masters from powerful families in Qingyin City. Offending so many people at once would be hard for even the Gu family to handle. Everyone turned their hopeful eyes toward Gu Qian. I hope he will take action. After all, with his battle power exceeding 10,000, combined with that terrifying speed, he should be able to kill the Earthquake Mouse. Gu Qian turned to look at Gongmu, then smiled sinisterly. Save you? Why should I save you? What benefit is it to me? The moment these words were spoken, everyone was stunned. Does saving someone still need a reason? Aren't we all classmates? Shouldn't this be expected? You're so strong, killing this Earthquake Mouse is a simple task for you. You can save us, so what more do you want? A male classmate said, sounding righteous. As if this was something Gu Qian should do. They completely forgot how they had belittled and mocked Gu Qian before they learned he had such high battle power. Gu Qian looked at that classmate with a speechless expression. He mocked, just because I'm strong means I should save you? Who are you to me? You want me to take action without any benefit? You really think too highly of yourselves. Saving you is a favor, not saving you is my duty. And you want to play the moral card? That's just laughable. As long as I have no morals, no one can bind me. With that, he patted Xiaobai's back and prepared to leave. Gongmu became anxious upon seeing this. Don't go. He then shot a fierce glare at the person who had just spoken. He was secretly cursing in his heart. This guy is not playing by the rules. He clearly doesn't care about the Gu family's reputation. But the situation is urgent. Even that fool Qin Zhong has been dragged underground, and who knows if he's in danger. Gu Qian cannot be allowed to leave now. What do you want? Just say it. Gongmu almost gritted his teeth as he said this. Gu Qian smiled slightly and replied, I want a lot of things, I'm just afraid you won't give them to me. As the heir of the Gu family, there was nothing he couldn't have. What he wanted was certainly very precious. But now, only Gu Qian could save them. The school officials would arrive in 10 minutes, who knows what would happen. Even if they were slaughtered, they could only accept it. What do you want? We will agree to it, isn't that right? After Gongmu said this, he looked at the others. The remaining classmates quickly nodded and said, yes, yes, yes. As long as you agree to save us, you can have whatever you want. Exactly, exactly. Hurry up and kill it, it's too terrifying. Seeing the scene, Gu Qian smiled with satisfaction, then said leisurely, don't be anxious, let's see what I want first. Saying this, he tapped the chip with his right hand, and a light blue screen instantly appeared. Then Gu Qian gently pressed the send button on the screen. A list immediately appeared on the screens of everyone present. It clearly stated what each family needed to provide, and they were all valuable treasures that each family possessed. Although it would hurt to give them up, it wouldn't be something that would offend the Gu family. Upon seeing this, Gongmu was instantly furious. Gu Qian had come prepared. He had listed everything so clearly. It seemed he had long anticipated that someone would seek his help. Gongmu had intended to scheme against him but ended up being outsmarted. The moment they saw the list, many people gasped. What? He actually wants 10 level 4 fire element magic cores? Are you kidding me? You're still at level 4, I'm at level 5. Isn't this outright robbery? A level 1 magic core is already worth thousands. Level 2 is over 10,000, and level 3 is above 100,000. Level 4 is even up to 1 million, and level 5 is in the tens of millions. With such prices, even hiring the highest level mercenary group would be sufficient. Guqian only wants to take down one earthquake mouse and demands so much. Is he crazy? Listening to the chatter of the crowd, Guqian didn't care at all. These items were what he had hurriedly compiled in the limited time he had. Moreover, they were determined based on the assets of each family. Although it would hurt, these forces would definitely bring it out for the sake of their children. Listening to everyone's words, Gongmu and Mangsu's faces darkened even more. What they wanted was actually a level 6 magic core. What was the difference between that and taking their lives? This was a level 6 magic core worth over 100 million. How dare they ask for it? Have you thought it through? I don't have time to waste here with you. As soon as Guqian finished speaking, someone jumped out and said, "This is robbery. When I get back, I will definitely have my dad come to your Gu family for an explanation." Exactly, such blatant robbery, you are going too far. As expected, another round of shouting ensued. Guqian used his pinky finger to dig in his ear and said disdainfully, "I don't need it, I'm leaving. Don't regret it later." Just as Guqian finished this sentence, a sound came from the ground again. A 1-meter wide crack was rushing towards the crowd. Remembering how Qin Zhong had been dragged underground without any resistance earlier, everyone was so scared that their calves cramped. Plus, Shaobai quickly flapped its wings twice, showing no regard for the lives of the crowd. Everyone panicked. They hurriedly shouted, we agree, we agree. As long as you save us, we'll send the things to you when we get back. Please kill it, please kill it." Guqian ignored the others and looked at Gongmu and Mangsu. He said lightly, "What about you two?" The others were easy to persuade, even though what they wanted was not cheap. But the Gu family could easily obtain it. The level 6 magic core that these two families wanted was not so easily acquired. Gongmu and Mangsu were very conflicted. Such a heavy item, even for the two families, was not much. If they gave it away, their status at home would definitely drop significantly. Competing for the position of heir would be even harder. But if they didn't give it, they probably wouldn't survive the remaining 9 minutes. Looking at the rapidly approaching, unknown target of the earthquake mouse, the two exchanged glances and almost simultaneously gritted their teeth and said, "We agree." The moment the two agreed, Guqian instantly activated his sacrificial ability. He gained nearly 100,000 in combat power. He directly punched in the direction the earthquake mouse was advancing. Boom! The entire ground began to shake violently, as if a major earthquake had occurred. Countless cracks spread out wildly from Guqian's position. The violent shaking could be felt within dozens of miles. In nearby areas, even sturdy trees were knocked down. The students standing above fell in droves, looking utterly disheveled. At the same time, Guqian's right hand also emerged from the ground. A brain-dead earthquake mouse was caught in his hand. It had long since lost its vitality. Guqian casually threw it to the ground. Everyone was dumbfounded at this sight. Just like that, he resolved the earthquake mouse that had left over 700 people helpless? And what was that combat power he just displayed? 95,410? That was almost the level of a level 4 warrior. How did he do it? He had just broken through to a level 1 warrior. How could he have such high combat power? I must have seen it wrong, or I must be dreaming. This must be fake. Everyone looked at Guqian in disbelief. Although they had long known he possessed over 10,000 in combat power, reaching the level of a level 3 warrior, no one expected it to be this high. 100,000, that was the level of a level 4 warrior. Everyone gaped in disbelief at Guqian. Another group of people repeatedly checked the combat power test records. After refreshing several times, they finally confirmed that it was real. At this moment, there was only one thought in everyone's mind. It was crazy, this world had completely gone mad. The combat power of 203 had directly surged to nearly 100,000. Even the strongest ability among SSS ranks can't achieve that. This is a full 400 times amplification. Moreover, Guqian awakened an F-level ability Solidification. Such a useless ability could never provide such a significant boost to combat power. Could it be that he awakened other abilities? At this thought, all the students present were even more shocked. If that were the case, wouldn't Guqian become a dual ability awakener? The moment this idea emerged, everyone gasped in disbelief. It was simply unbelievable. A dual ability awakener? That is an existence found in 1 in 10 million. In the hundreds of years since the establishment of Shingyin City, there hasn't been a single one. How could Gu Qian possibly be such a rare being? A dual ability awakener is an extremely special existence among ability users. It is said that they awaken a powerful ability far exceeding SSS level at birth. Additionally, they will awaken another ability at the age of 18. This situation only occurs in powerful clans with divine beings. However, there has never been any mention of someone from the Gu family becoming a deity. But if Gu Qian is not a dual ability awakener, how can all these anomalies be explained? Everyone looked at Gu Qian in shock, unsure of what to say. A peerless genius with dual abilities has actually appeared in Shingyin City? Gong Mu found it hard to accept for a moment. His heart roared. Why? Why does the Gu family, which has no divine beings, have a dual ability awakener? Why can't that person be me? Why? And Gu Qian, under everyone's gaze, simply said, so weak, how did you guys manage to not even beat this? TCH, trash is just trash. After saying that, he turned and left. The others were so angry their teeth itched, yet they were helpless. After all, Gu Qian had just saved them, and that was a fact. It's just that this guy was really infuriating. Gu Qian jumped onto Xiao Bai's back and flew away directly. In front of the surveillance screen, Zhao Laoda's hearty laughter rang out. Ha ha ha. Taking advantage of the chaos, refusing moral coercion, decisive in action, this guy suits my taste, ha ha. I need to find a way to get him into our Storm mercenary group. As he spoke, Zhao Laoda's brows furrowed. If it were anyone else, no matter how outstanding they were, being noticed by the top mercenary group in Shingyin City, Storm, would be a blessing earned over several lifetimes, and there would be no reason to refuse. But Gu Qian is the heir of the Gu family. His status is incredibly noble. If they want to recruit him, they need to plan carefully. On the other side, Ji Laolu rushed to the scene. Seeing the mess everywhere, he was clearly stunned. Although he had already learned from Zhao Laoda that the earthquake rat had been dealt with, he still felt a lingering fear. Now, seeing this scene, he couldn't help but sneer. Even if he had acted, it probably would have ended up like this. No wonder the boss said this guy has the strength of a 4th-level warrior. The destructive power of that casual strike is simply extraordinary. Now it seems that the rumors from the outside world are true. Just as Ji Laolu was lost in thought, those who had been pulled underground finally emerged. Qin Xiong looked at the earthquake rat whose head had been blown off and asked in surprise, who killed this? Seeing a few people return safely, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Otherwise, they really would have considered withdrawing from this college entrance examination. It was just too dangerous. No one spoke, but their expressions were all grim. After all, being robbed like that wouldn't make anyone happy. Ji Laolu cleared his throat and said, it was Gu Qian who saved you. Qin Zhong clearly didn't believe it. So many people couldn't deal with the earthquake rat. How could he handle it alone? That guy dug holes underground at an incredibly fast speed. There was simply no way to capture its movement trajectory. Moreover, even just now, he felt intense tremors underground. With such destructive power, even if Gu Qian had a combat power of over 10,000, it would be impossible for him to achieve that. It must have been this instructor who intervened to save us. Thinking of this, Qin Zhong was about to speak when he was ignored by Ji Laolu. I believe after this incident, you all understand the danger and power of magical beasts. Even a level 0 earthquake mouse should not be taken lightly. Magical beasts are inherently stronger than humans and see humans as food. When encountered, they will attack with full force. There can be no room for luck. Upon hearing this, everyone lowered their heads, glancing at Qin Zhong. Ji Laolu was quite satisfied with their response. Fortunately, this time we encountered an earthquake mouse, which has a relatively gentle temperament and doesn't like to eat meat. Otherwise, those who were caught would have surely died. Gentle temperament? This was called gentle temperament? It merely attacked when encountered. Was that really gentle? How aggressive must the other magical beasts be? Alright, take a moment to adjust yourselves and quickly head to the assembly point to begin the final part of the exam. With that, he turned and jumped into a tree, disappearing from sight. However, he did not go far, instead watching from a distance, fearing they might encounter another mishap. After a brief rest, the group set off again. Soon, they arrived at the assembly point, where Gu Qian had long been waiting leisurely. Gu Qian was seen sitting in a rocking chair, surrounded by various fruits and snacks, holding a chilled fruit juice in his hand. The most outrageous part was that there was a barbecue grill beside him. Everyone was stunned upon seeing Gu Qian. What was this guy doing? On vacation? This was the Xinghui mountain range. Who would come here for a vacation? They had all witnessed the terrifying magical beasts and were well aware of the dangers here. They were cautious with every step they took, unlike Gu Qian. Moreover, hadn't the school clearly stated that no unrelated items could be brought for the exam? How could this guy bring so many things, and the proctor not care? Shin Jong felt a surge of anger. He was in such a miserable state, yet this guy was so comfortable. And he even arrived on a mount. This was clearly against the rules. Shin Jong pointed at Gu Qian and said to the proctor, "Teacher, Gu Qian's actions clearly violate the regulations. How can you ignore this? If you cover for him, our Qin family will make you aware of the consequences." Upon hearing this, the proctor's brows furrowed instantly. He cursed inwardly, wondering if this guy was stupid. But before the teacher could speak, Gu Qian's sarcastic voice rang out. Oh, the Qin family is so impressive. Why don't you tell me where I violated the rules?" As he spoke, Gu Qian tossed a grape into his mouth and chewed contentedly. The many students who had rushed here swallowed hard at the sight. Their eyes involuntarily fixated on the various foods in front of Gu Qian. Shin Zhong was even more furious. Do I really need to explain? The announcement clearly states that no unrelated items can be brought for the exam. You not only brought so much food, but you also arrived on a flying magical beast. Isn't that a violation? After saying this, Shin Zhong turned to the proctor and said, "If your school does not cancel Gu Qian's exam results and protects him for violating the rules, you know what the consequences will be." The four great families in Xingyin City held an unshakable position. It would be easy to deal with a mere proctor, let alone shut down a school. The proctor's face was also grim. Being caught between two little tyrants was uncomfortable for anyone. Gu Qian, however, did not let the teacher feel awkward. He directly addressed Shin Zhong with sarcasm. "Oh, you scared me. I thought you were the head of the Qin family. You're not even an heir, so what right do you have to shout here?" Gu Qian struck at Shin Zhong's sore spot right from the start. Shin Zhong's face turned red with anger, his right hand trembling as he pointed at Gu Qian. You. Stop with the you. Let me answer your idiotic question and make you convinced. First of all, what I brought doesn't violate any rules. The prohibition against bringing anything related to the assessment is to prevent cheating with powerful weapons, ensuring fairness in the evaluation. Where does it say that food and supplies aren't allowed? Not bringing anything? Surviving in the wilderness for 3 days in the Xinghui mountain range? Just as Qin Zhong was about to retort, he was interrupted by Gu Qian. Also, the assessment hasn't even started yet. So what if I ate, used, or brought something non-compliant? I can just throw it away here. As for writing our little buy-over, it was purely to save time. There's no rule about how to get here, so what's wrong with writing a magical beast? The crowd suddenly realized. Yes, the assessment hasn't started yet. It doesn't matter how one arrives. Why did they have to walk? They felt so foolish. But it wasn't entirely their fault. After all, it had always been this way in previous years. Except for Gu Qian, no one dared to be different. Even if someone realized it, no one would speak up. After all, coming to the Xinghui mountain range was meant for training. Who would care about these things? Gu Qian looked at Qin Zhong's darkened face, unable to retort, and then provoked, "With your IQ, it's a good thing you aren't the heir of the Qin family, otherwise, the Qin family would be doomed." He even pretended to sigh and shake his head. Hearing Gu Qian's words, Qin Zhong exploded with anger. "Gu Qian, I'm going to kill you." He charged toward Gu Qian but was stopped by a few quick-reacting subordinates beside him. It was no wonder Qin Zhong reacted so strongly. After all, Gu Qian's words were merciless. Qin Zhong's subordinates did their utmost to hold him back, fearing he would confront Gu Qian. That guy was a monster. With nearly 100,000 combat power, he was not someone this group could match. Going up now would be like seeking punishment. Boss, we can't go, we can't win." The moment Qin Zhong heard this, he froze for a moment and gradually calmed down. Then his face was filled with unwillingness. Gu Qian glanced disdainfully at Qin Zhong and then turned to the supervising teacher, saying, "Teacher, can we start now? I'm almost falling asleep." The supervising teacher glanced at Gu Qian, nodded, and then addressed everyone. "Everyone listen, the third assessment is starting now. Now I will announce the rules. First, this assessment will last for 3 days. Everyone can form teams freely to kill magical beasts within the designated area. Killing a level 0 magical beast earns 1 point, and obtaining a magic core earns 10 points, which will be evenly distributed among team members. Second, no personal weapons or equipment are allowed, only the weapons we provide can be used. Third, except in special circumstances, do not leave the designated area. There are only level 0 magical beasts within the area. If you encounter danger, you can click the chip to call for help, which will also mean you give up the assessment. Fourth, this assessment will be live-streamed. Don't think about cheating, your every move is under surveillance. The moment everyone heard the first rule, except for Gu Qian, their faces turned grim. They had just witnessed the terror of magical beasts. Just one earthquake mouse had left everyone helpless. Facing one alone was no different from seeking death. No way, they absolutely couldn't act alone. They had to find someone to team up with. With this in mind, everyone turned their gaze to Guqian. He was the only one capable of dealing with the magical beasts. However, given this guy's vengeful nature, he surely hadn't forgotten what happened before. He definitely wouldn't team up with anyone. Sigh, if I had known it would be like this, I wouldn't have spoken carelessly. Such a good opportunity to cling to a powerful ally wasted. Lu Ruyan, hearing the teacher's announcement, also looked at Guqian with a glimmer in her eyes, regretting it deeply. Although I have awakened the S-level light element and become a noble light element mage, the resources needed for a mage to grow are immense. The Lu family simply cannot afford it now. Moreover, because of Guqian, the Lu family has long lost its place to stand. It is already difficult enough to support going to university. If I do not strive harder for the school's resource allocation, this life will be over. With this in mind, Lu Ruyan mustered her courage and walked towards Guqian. Even if I am humiliated today, I must team up with Guqian to achieve second place. Everyone was stunned by this scene. What does Lu Ruyan want to do? Go find Guqian? Has she gone mad? She had previously called off the engagement in front of so many people, completely offending Guqian. Now she still wants Guqian to help her? Isn't that just asking for humiliation? Who doesn't know that Guqian has a character that repays grudges double? Even if Lu Ruyan has accompanied him for 3 years, it would be useless. Lu Ruyan nervously approached Guqian, lowering her head and saying, I know I was wrong about what happened before, but I hope you can help me for the sake of our 3 years together. Just help me this once, and I will never bother you again. Guqian looked at Lu Ruyan indifferently, saying nothing. Everyone was waiting for Guqian's response. If he could agree to Lu Ruyan, they could also ask Guqian for help. Soon, a minute passed. Everyone was a bit anxious. Lu Ruyan was even more nervous, her fingers constantly rubbing the white hem of her clothes. Just as she was about to crumble under the inner torment, Guqian's voice slowly emerged. Why should I help you? What benefit is it to me? Benefit? Hearing this, Lu Ruyan was completely stunned. She looked at Guqian with confusion in her eyes. Does teaming up and helping still require something in return? Isn't this a casual matter? Guqian saw Lu Ruyan's expression and understood her thoughts. He sneered and said mercilessly, You don't think I would help you for nothing, do you? Come on, we are all adults now, and we have no relationship. Why should I help you for free? With that, Guqian stood up from his chair, took a step forward, and brushed past Lu Ruyan. If you want me to help, show some sincerity, otherwise, I won't help. Teacher, can we start now? Yes. The supervising teacher nodded. After the teacher spoke, Guqian directly walked through the crowd towards the Xinghui Mountains. The others also formed teams, each finding a direction to prepare for hunting magical beasts. Perhaps they would encounter the weak and sickly and pick up some spoils. For a moment, the scene was very lively. Only Lu Ruyan stood there in a daze. She never expected Guqian would say such a thing. Even if she were scolded, she could accept it. But now, asking Guqian to help her for the sake of their 3 years together, he actually wanted her to offer something in exchange? Is the bond of 3 years worth nothing? Lu Ruyan's heart was filled with frustration, regret, and deep resentment. At the same time, she felt waves of despair. If she really couldn't achieve good results in the assessment, there would be no resource allocation during her university years. At that time, given her current situation, who knows when she would become a level 1 mage? The road ahead would be even harder. What should I do? What should I do? At this moment, Lu Ruyan was filled with regret. If she hadn't listened to Qin Zheng's instigation and called off the engagement with Guqian, none of this would have happened. She would still be Guqian's fiancée, enjoying the glory and support of the Gu family. The Lu family wouldn't have been driven out of Xingyin City. She wouldn't have to beg others because of resource issues. All of this is Qin Zheng's fault, and Guqian's too. If it weren't for you, how could I have become like this? Lu Ruyan clenched her fists tightly, trying hard to suppress the urge to shout out loud. At that moment, a voice rang out. Miss Lu, would you like to team up with us? The moment she heard the voice, Lu Ruyan immediately turned around. The one who extended the invitation was Gong Mu. A hint of disappointment flashed in Lu Ruyan's eyes, but she quickly adjusted her emotions. Having someone to team up with was better than being alone. Moreover, all the members in Gong Mu's group were first-level warriors, and their strength was quite decent. Thank you, young Master Gong. Lu Ruyan's expression was clear to Gong Mu. If it weren't for wanting to use this woman, he wouldn't have teamed up with her. Gong Mu smiled slightly and said, Miss Lu, you are too polite. A beautiful and talented person like you is someone our Gong family would be very willing to support, but, As he spoke, Gongmu's expression darkened as he glanced at Gu Qian's back. The implication was obvious. It was because of Gu Qian that he didn't dare to help Lu Ruyan, or even the Lu family. Lu Ruyan was very pleased to hear that the Gong family was willing to provide support. But seeing Gongmu's hint, she immediately understood. Her hatred for Gu Qian deepened. However, she couldn't let such a good opportunity slip away. As long as she could secure the Gong family's help with her S-level light element boiling ability, she could definitely become a powerful figure in Xingyin City. This was her last bargaining chip. Therefore, no matter what conditions Gongmu proposed, she had to agree. Otherwise, having suffered such great grievances, she would never have a chance to turn things around. Young Master Gong, is the Gong family afraid of the Gu family? As long as you are willing to help me, I promise to do everything you say without a hint of complaint. From now on, I will be a dog of the Gong family. In order to gain Gongmu's help, Lu Ruyan offered her minimum terms before he could even propose any conditions. Upon hearing this, Gongmu's eyes lit up, but he quickly concealed his excitement. Pretending to be shocked, he said, "Miss Lu, you are being too serious. How can someone as outstanding as you lower yourself like this? To be honest, I have liked you for a long time, but I never had the chance. Now that you are willing to be my girlfriend?" Lu Ruyan looked at Gongmu in disbelief. Ever since she had withdrawn from the engagement with the Gu family, she had clearly realized that wanting to enter a wealthy family like the four great families was impossible with just her looks and S-level abilities. A strong family background was essential. But now Gongmu was actually saying such things to her. Could it be? I am willing. Without time to think, Lu Ruyan quickly replied, fearing that Gongmu might change his mind. As long as she could connect with Gongmu, her resource problems would be easily resolved. Gongmu appeared very surprised. He reached out to take Lu Ruyan's hand, but then his expression changed, seeming troubled, and he looked away from Lu Ruyan, hesitating as he said, "But you know, my position in the Gong family is not high. They definitely won't offend the Gu family because of me, so I need to ask you to bear with me a bit and keep our relationship a secret." At this point, Gongmu's tone became very urgent. "As long as you agree to me, I will give you whatever you want. Once I become the heir of the Gong family, I will definitely marry you openly." Lu Ruyan paused at this, her gaze filled with resentment as she looked at Gu Qian's back. If it weren't for him, she could now openly be the young mistress of the Gong family. "It's all your fault. Just wait, once I grow stronger, I will not let you off. I promise you, I will wait for you." "Really? You are amazing, Ruyan." Gongmu reached out as if to hug Lu Ruyan, but still hesitated, not daring to extend his hand. At the same time, Gongmu felt very pleased with himself. Controlling a woman was that simple. All he needed to do was provide some resources from behind, and he could watch Lu Ruyan and Gu Qian fight to the death. This deal is too good to be true. On the other side, Gu Qian, who was walking, suddenly sneezed. A bit dazed, he looked up at the sky. How could he sneeze on such a hot day? Someone must be speaking ill of me. After saying that, he no longer cared and instead stepped towards the edge of the designated area. He wanted to quickly and easily complete the third task and aim for first place. He couldn't just wander around in this novice zone like these people. He still had to hunt level 3 magical beasts. The points gained from that would be much more, and every level 3 magical beast had a magic core. Unlike level 0 magical beasts, which had only a small chance of yielding a magic core, it would be much easier to widen the point gap. Moreover, only through evenly matched battles could the energy within him grow rapidly. He needed to level up to level 2 as soon as possible. By then, his combat power would definitely exceed 100,000, and he would be able to face off against level 4 warriors. How delightful. With that thought, Gu Qian headed straight towards the deeper parts of the Starshine Mountains. Others watching this scene couldn't help but pay attention. Although they knew Gu Qian was strong, it was still very dangerous for one person to venture deep into the Starshine Mountains. There was more than one magical beast there. It wasn't just one-on-one combat. Many times, magical beasts would swarm together. Humans wouldn't even have time to fight back before being devoured. So, no one expected Gu Qian would go deep into the Starshine Mountains alone. However, the crowd did not follow him. Fortunately, the school had equipped each candidate with a monitoring system. They could also watch others' movements in real time. Thus, everyone stopped to see where Gu Qian would end up. Many even started to place bets. "Guess where Gu Qian will hunt magical beasts?" a chubby boy said excitedly. The Starshine Mountains were the dreamland for all ability users, especially for boys who had just awakened their powers. Who wouldn't want to conquer the depths of the Starshine Mountains? It was not just a symbol of strength but also a symbol of glory, power, status, and wealth. As long as one could delve deep into the Starshine Mountains and hunt magical beasts above level 10, they would be revered by the entire country. At that time, fame and power would be within reach. This was something all ability users yearned for. However, to achieve this required immense strength. Hunting level 10 magical beasts in the depths of the Starshine Mountains required at least level 11 strength. That was a top-tier existence in the entire Qinqing Kingdom, something these students couldn't even dare to imagine. As for Gu Qian, although he wouldn't go that deep, just stepping out of the novice zone was enough to make everyone envious. After all, they couldn't even win against a single level 0 earthquake mouse, getting beaten to a pulp. Even in teams, they didn't dare to leave the novice zone. But Gu Qian was different. From his demeanor, it was clear he wouldn't stay in the novice zone. He simply looked down on it. I guess young Master Gu is definitely going to the level 1 magical beast area. With his strength, he would be absolutely safe there, a dark-skinned boy said with envy on his face. Although it was just a level 1 area, it was still out of reach for him at the moment. He wouldn't be able to go there for a long time. You underestimate young Master Gu too much. With his strength and personality, he would at least go to the level 2 magical beast area. That would be challenging enough, a skinny boy said disdainfully. Level 2 magical beasts already had nearly 10,000 combat power, and with their numerical advantage, even a level 3 ability user with over 10,000 combat power wouldn't dare to charge in alone. But Gu Qian was different. His combat power was close to 100,000. Although there might be dangers, he could definitely handle it. Hearing the skinny boy's words, everyone gasped in shock. At the same time, the envy on their faces grew even stronger. If only I could have such strong combat power. Come on, what kind of status does young Master Gu have? How could he take such risks? If something goes wrong, the losses would be huge. Another short boy curled his lip, disagreeing with the skinny monkey's statement. The skinny monkey, seeing someone refute him, immediately became anxious and said, "Do you think everyone is like you, just hiding in a safe place like a turtle? With someone like you, you'll never conquer the depths of the Starshine Mountains in this lifetime, The short boy glared with wide eyes and angrily said, "As if you could do it too. I just think young Master Gu wouldn't dare to go to the level 2 area. How about a bet?" The skinny monkey immediately stepped in front of the short boy, looking down at him and said, "Let's bet. Young Master Gu will definitely go to the level 2 area. What are we betting on?" The short boy, not convinced, said, "How about a level 1 magic core? Whoever loses has to give a level 1 magic core to the winner. Do you dare?" A level 1 magic core, while not very expensive, is not something that students from ordinary families can just take out. The skinny monkey showed no hesitation at all. He directly said, "Let's bet. Whoever doesn't acknowledge it is a grandson." After saying that, he turned and left, not hunting magical beasts, but sitting on the ground, staring intently at the screen in front of him. He wanted to see where young Master Gu would go. It wasn't just the two who were betting. Many capable individuals in Star Hidden City were also paying attention to Gu Qian. After all, this guy's performance was too eye-catching. It was impossible not to pay attention. Among the live broadcast of over 700 candidates, Gu Qian's popularity ranked first. He directly broke through the 10 million mark, leading others by a cliff-like margin. The second place had less than 1,000 viewers. The others had only a few, and apart from family, almost no one was paying attention. Such popularity was almost unheard of in previous years. Even the live broadcast server nearly crashed. The barrage was overwhelming. Netizen 1, finally able to watch the live broadcast. Where is young Master Gu going? Netizen 2, young Master Gu is so handsome. Why is he walking deeper into the Starshine Mountains? It's very dangerous there. Netizen 3, how could young Master Gu be in the novice area? With his combat power, he must be going to the level 1 magical beast area. What's the point of being in the novice area? Netizen 4, exactly, with over 10,000 combat power, playing in the novice area is pointless. It can't improve his strength at all. Netizen 5, I remember the deepest anyone went before was just the level 1 area. I wonder if young Master Gu can break the record this year. Netizen 6, I think it's no problem. Young Master Gu has the combat power of a level 3 warrior, easily hunting those level 1 magical beasts. I really want to know how much combat power young Master Gu actually has. Netizen 7, same here, just waiting for young Master Gu to make a move. How much do you think he can reach? Netizen 8, I think it should be around 15,000, it can't be lower than that. Netizen 9, can you be bolder? Just 15,000? I think it should be around 16,000. Netizen 10, your boldness only adds 1,000 combat power? Netizen 11, I think it should reach around 20,000, it can't be higher. Netizen 12, I think it can be higher, I guess 21,000. A group of netizens happily guessed, but the maximum was around 25,000. No higher than that. In fact, they didn't even believe Gu Qian could reach 25,000. After all, Gu Qian had just awakened and became a level 1 warrior not long ago. Achieving over 10,000 combat power was already astonishing. It was impossible for it to be higher. Just as the combat power gradually stabilized at 25,000, a netizen's comment suddenly attracted everyone's attention. Netizen 13, what 25,000 combat power? The latest news is that young Master Gu's combat power is already close to 100,000. As soon as the news broke, the entire screen of comments instantly unified. It was filled with shocked emojis and expressions of disbelief, all asking, what? User 14, don't spread rumors. Even though Gu Xiao is impressive, there's no way he could have nearly 100,000 combat power. That's something only a level 4 ability user can achieve. User 15, I don't believe in rumors or spread them. This kind of rumor is too absurd, no one would believe it. User 16, exactly, it's absolutely impossible. The comments were overwhelmingly against the idea, as no one believed it. After all, such a thing was too unfathomable. A level 1 warrior having over 10,000 combat power was already outrageous. How could anyone possibly have nearly 100,000 combat power? It was definitely a rumor. It was just too incredible. Just hearing it made everyone feel a wave of panic. If a level 1 warrior really had such high combat power, wouldn't that turn everything upside down? What if he reached level 2 or 3? Wouldn't he be on par with level 5 or 6 powerhouses? That was terrifying. In the face of everyone's doubts, User 13 remained completely unfazed. Rumor? I saw it with my own eyes, how could it be a rumor? If you don't believe me, come to my livestream, and I'll show you Gu Xiao's combat power test footage. The chip can't be fake, right? Upon hearing this, the users immediately panicked. Could this really be true? For a moment, the livestream room fell into a terrifying silence, with not a single comment. It wasn't that they didn't believe it, they were afraid it might actually be true. 100,000 combat power. A level 1 could take on a level 4, how would they play after this? The ones reacting the most weren't just the onlookers but the various forces in Xingyin City, especially the members of the 4 major families. Gu Qian's combat power had always been a secret. Probably only Gu Qian and the head of the Gu family knew. Now that it was rumored that Gu Qian's combat power had reached an astonishing 100,000, these forces could no longer sit still. 100,000 combat power. If this were true, wouldn't Xingyin City be turned upside down? Wouldn't the current power structure be shattered? It wouldn't be long before the Gu family would dominate Xingyin City. Aside from the Gu family's affiliated forces, the leaders of other factions all wore gloomy expressions. They all believed this was just nonsense from users trying to gain attention. After all, such a thing was too unbelievable. User 17, then tell us the livestream room number, we want to check it out. From this fragmented comment, one could see how nervous the users were. And as User 17 asked this question, everyone's nerves tightened. User 13, 125682, my room number, come and see. The moment the room number was revealed, millions of people instantly flooded into User 17's livestream. User 17 was momentarily stunned by the sudden influx of so many people. Although he knew many would come, he didn't expect this many. Over 10 million people. Was the entire Xingyin City not working and just watching the livestream? User 18, so it's this year's college entrance exam students. Stop stalling and hurry up with the screenshots. If it's fake, just wait until I get my hands on you. User 19, exactly, if you dare to fake this, I'll definitely make you pay. User 13 remained calm, not worried at all. He had seen Gu Xiao in action with his own eyes. Unless there was a chip malfunction, there was no way it could be wrong. Don't panic, I'm working on it, User 13 said as he began to scroll through the chip screen continuously, not in the least bit anxious. Seeing User 13 like this, some people immediately grew anxious. User 20, what are you dawdling for? Hurry up, we're waiting to see Gu Xiao hunt monsters. User 21, can't you see? They're waiting to send gifts. Just as this comment was sent, a reminder popped up in the livestream room. A netizen sent a big rocket. Another netizen sent 2 big rockets. The following are a series of gift notifications. In less than a minute, over 100 people sent big rockets. At this point, netizen 13's eyes lit up. Over 100 big rockets, even if one could bring in 95, that's almost 10,000. And this is just to take a look at Gu Xiao's combat record. I can't imagine how much money I could earn if I had such combat power at level 1. Netizen 24, with so many rockets sent, hurry up, don't waste everyone's time. Netizen 13 smiled obsequiously, okay, right away. Saying this, he quickly swiped his right index finger across the screen. Soon, he found the combat power screenshot of Gu Qian from before. He clicked to enlarge it. Over 10 million people were glued to the screen, afraid to miss anything. Ability user, Gu Qian. Profession, martial artist level, 1 combat power, 95410 speed, 94,000 strength, 92590 defense, 96350 mental power, 98230. Upon seeing this, everyone was dumbfounded, not knowing what to say. It was simply hard to believe. A level 1 martial artist with 95,000 combat power. It was something one wouldn't even dare to dream about. But now it was happening right before their eyes. Netizen 25, fake. There must be a problem with the chip, otherwise how could it be so high? The moment everyone saw this comment, they all wanted to agree with him. However, the chip could not possibly have a problem, especially not in something as trivial as testing combat power. The fact that someone would suspect the chip shows just how hard it was for this netizen to accept. Netizen 26, stop struggling, admit it, we have a monster in Shingyin City. Monster. This name was very fitting. At the same time, everyone recognized the gap between themselves and the genius. It was like a chasm. Now everyone had given up struggling. Just as everyone fell silent, a comment popped up. Netizen 27, quick, go watch, Gu Xiao killed a level 1 monster with 1 punch, his combat power is really over 95,000. The moment they saw the news, everyone rushed back. They returned to Gu Qian's live stream, but they all missed the scene of Gu Qian killing the monster. They were all filled with regret. They started sending comments. Netizen 28, Gu Xiao, please kill another one, we didn't see it. Netizen 29, yeah, Gu Xiao, hurry up and kill another one, we all wanna see. Netizen 30, yes, I'll pay. Although many people here were ability users, and many could kill monsters themselves, watching a genius like Gu Qian hunt monsters was a completely different experience from watching others do it. Other live streams had many monster hunts, but none could show a level-up monster hunt. Even streamers who could kill monsters of the same level were few. Gu Xiao was one of a kind. Netizen 31, what are you thinking upstairs? Gu Xiao is not the kind of person who lacks money. Would he listen to your arrangements for a mere gift? Just wait patiently. After this comment appeared, no one felt there was anything wrong. Even the netizens who sent comments asking Gu Qian to hurry up and kill monsters fell silent. What kind of family is the Gu family? Gu Xiao's monthly allowance probably exceeds the annual salary of the losers present. How could he listen to others for money? Just as everyone was waiting for Gu Xiao's sharp tongue, Gu Qian suddenly changed his cold expression. Suddenly, with a beaming smile, he said to the live stream, sure, as long as the gifts keep coming, don't say kill quickly, just name which one to kill, and I'll do it, provided the gifts are enough, okay? Everyone was stunned. Is this something Gu Xiao would say? Hard to believe. Is this still the same Gudasha who would lash out at the heavens and the earth at the slightest inconvenience? He's actually being so obsequious for just a few gifts? This is too unbelievable. Could it be that the Gu family is going bankrupt? Or has he been possessed? Netizen 32, Gu Xiao, this isn't your style. Aren't you supposed to curse him out, then have the whole internet dig up his information, and go to his place to teach him a lesson so he never dares to talk back in your live stream again? Netizen 33, yeah, Gu Xiao, this is your style. Can the Gu family really be short on money? Netizen 34, right, Gu Xiao, where's your pride? In an instant, the live stream chat was in an uproar. It was as if Gu Qian had committed some heinous crime for earning this gift. Gu Qian looked at the flood of comments and calmly said, what's the big deal? It's just making money, nothing to be ashamed of. That brother just now, how many gifts are you planning to send for me to kill the monster? Seeing Gu Qian's fawning smile, everyone felt heartbroken. But before anyone could send more comments to persuade him, a long string of rockets floated across the screen, completely covering it. The messages of gifts kept coming in. Finally, under the astonished expressions of everyone, the system calculated the exact number. A full 100 big rockets. That's a total of 10,000 yuan. Just to kill a level 1 monster, he could instantly earn 10,000 yuan. Isn't this money too easy to make? The netizens who had just urged Gu Qian to have some backbone were instantly dumbfounded. If it were them, not to mention 10,000 yuan, even 1,000 would be worth it. After all, with Gu Xiao's combat power, killing a level 1 monster was incredibly easy. And this was just the beginning. With someone starting it off, a whole series of big rockets followed. Everyone was stunned by the sound effects of the gifts. The scene of rockets floating by lasted nearly 10 minutes. The entire live stream audience was mesmerized. How many big rockets were there? How much money was that? Until all the big rockets had floated by, the live stream system finally calculated the final result. 12,250 big rockets. At 100 each, that's over 1 million. This money is just too easy to earn. Gu Qian was also grinning from ear to ear. Alright, I'm going to kill the monster now, everyone wait. Saying this, Gu Qian's figure began to move quickly, and in less than 10 seconds, he encountered a level 1 monster, the explosive boar. However, before this massive wild boar, which was as tall as a person, could make a move, a huge head flew up into the air. Its body even remained standing without falling over. Netizen 35, did he just kill it? Netizen 36, that speed is terrifying, I didn't even see how he did it. Netizen 37, don't say you, even I, a level 3 warrior, couldn't see how he moved. Over 90,000 speed is really not something I can compare to. Netizen 38, I saw it clearly, I'm about the same. Just to clarify, I'm a level 4 warrior, strength ability. As soon as this was said, everyone was stunned. Comparable to a level 4 warrior's speed. No wonder, the monster of Xingyin City. Undoubtedly. Just as everyone was in shock, the heads of the level 1 monsters began to fly up one after another. Some hadn't even landed before another head flew into the air. It was like harvesting corn in a field, one after another flying up. At the same time, Gu Qian's points were also skyrocketing. Kill a level 1 monster, gain 2 points, receive a level 1 magic core, gain 20 points. Kill a level 1 monster, gain 2 points, receive a level 1 magic core, gain 20 points. The announcement echoed continuously on the chip screens of the other candidates. In less than 3 minutes, he had directly scored 2,354 points. He was leading the second place by 23.55. 8 points. Everyone fell silent. According to the scoring rules, did Gu Qian kill 107 level 1 monsters? And all in under 3 minutes? Was this even fair? Although nearly an hour had passed, aside from the second place team led by Qin Zhong, who had killed a level 0 caterpillar beast, the other candidates hadn't even encountered a monster. It wasn't that they couldn't, it was that they didn't dare to. Some teams even avoided level 0 monsters, as that beast was stronger than a level 0 earthquake rat. They simply couldn't defeat it. The team that had killed the caterpillar beast, Qin Zhong's group, was also injured and in a sorry state, lying on the ground to recover. Even the weakest caterpillar beast was not something a level 1 warrior could easily kill. Compared to Gu Qian, these people were worlds apart. There was no comparison. He had effortlessly killed 107 level 1 monsters in under 3 minutes, and what was more, he didn't even have to pick the weakest ones. How could they compete with that? Seeing this, Qin Zhong, gasping for breath on the ground, looked extremely grim. Although he knew he couldn't compare to Gu Qian, wasn't this gap a bit too large? Stop lying around, hurry and find caterpillar beasts, we can't let anyone surpass us. Looking at Qin Zhong's ugly expression, the other 4, even if they had grievances, dared not speak. At this moment, provoking Qin Zhong was akin to courting death. It was just unfortunate for them. Gu Qian's livestream was bustling with activity. Amidst the laughter and chatter, Gu Qian had already completed the current task. He then spoke to the live stream screen, everyone, the task is complete. Is there anyone who wants to see me kill level 2 monsters? Fire those big rockets, and I'll head to the territory of level 2 monsters to show you. Level 2 monsters. Upon hearing this, everyone was excited. They had been wondering how to get Gu Qian to venture into the territory of level 2 monsters, but unexpectedly, he brought it up himself. The territory of level 2 monsters was far more dangerous than that of level 1 monsters. Even level 3 ability users wouldn't dare enter without a team. They didn't expect Gu Qian to be so bold as to go alone, but he had the capital for it. With a combat power of 95,000, he wasn't afraid of these level 2 monsters at all. User 39, I'll send 1,000 big rockets, who's with me? As he spoke, 1,000 big rockets flew out, nearly overwhelming the live stream. User 40, I'll send 1,000 too. In just 10 minutes, over 200 big rockets had been sent. Gu Qian felt delighted. He was originally planning to go deeper anyway, and now he could make money while doing it, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. This group of netizens was really easy to please. Alright, I'm off now. With that, Gu Qian's figure quickly dashed deeper into the territory. Meanwhile, the leaders of the other 3 major families watching the livestream all wore grim expressions. They had clearly seen Gu Qian's performance. His combat power of 95,000 was indeed unquestionable, and that was without using any martial skills. If he added martial skills and weapon enhancements, he could definitely exceed 100,000 and reach the level of a level 4 warrior. This was not good news for the other factions. In the Gong family conference room, 20 people sat around an oval conference table, their faces serious as they watched the live stream. The head of the Gong family, a man in his 40s with a leather-collared suit and gold-rimmed glasses, spoke coldly, "What do you all think?" A plump old man leaned heavily on his cane, striking it against the ground, and then said, "What is there to discuss? Of course, we should kill him. If we let this little brat grow up, what will become of the Gong family in the future in Shingyin City? This statement resonated deeply with everyone present. However, there were still concerns in their hearts. A frail and elegant old man spoke softly. Now is probably not the best time to act against the Gu family. If we kill his grandson, old Gu will definitely go mad. At that point, if he truly fights back, even if our three families join forces, we might not be able to withstand it. The Gu family was at the top of the four great families, closely related to the formidable combat power of its head. Moreover, the Gu family had two top-tier fighters. One of them was also skilled in assassination. If old Gu truly went insane, all four great families would suffer heavy losses. A short old man scoffed, "What can we do if we don't kill him? Are we just going to watch Gu Qian grow up? Right now, he's only at level 1, yet he can crush level 3 fighters. Once he reaches level 3 or 4, won't even the family head be his match? At that point, it will be impossible to deal with him. If we don't kill him, the Gong family will truly have no chance of rising again." Not killing him was like boiling a frog in warm water. The three families would gradually lose their current status, even falling from the ranks of the top powers in Shingyin City to become a first-rate force. This was unacceptable to them. Hearing this, the head of the Gong family furrowed his brows deeply. "We must kill him, but we need to ensure that it's foolproof, a single strike that cannot fail." A beautiful woman chimed in with a laugh. "We must succeed in our strike, so it can't just be our family. We must unite with the other two families. Yes, we must tie down all of the Gu family's combat power and not let them intervene," a bald old man added. "No," the head of the Gong family said darkly. Upon hearing this, everyone frowned and looked at him. Did he back down? Was he going to submit to the Gu family? This was absolutely unacceptable. This was the foundation that the ancestors of the Gong family had fought hard to establish. They could not hand it over so easily in this generation. Just as everyone was preparing to voice their opposition, the head of the Gong family continued, "We will unite with the other three families, including the Gu family." This situation was not just about the Gong family. The other two families were also restless. Even the Gu family was experiencing undercurrents. The ambition of the second son of the Gu family to seize the position of family head was well known. Now that Gu Qian had become so strong, he was the most worried about it. In the small courtyard of the second son of the Gu family, a middle-aged man paced back and forth anxiously. With a worried expression, he said, "Dad, what should we do?" The second son of the Gu family was also shocked when he learned of Gu Qian's terrifying combat power. He had thought that Gu Qian had given up his SSS level ability for an F level ability, and that his chance to replace him had come. But who would have thought that his combat power was becoming more and more terrifying, as if it were changing at any moment. The first time, he defeated his grandson, who was already at level 2, with a single punch. The second time, his combat power was accurately measured at over 10,000. The third time, it directly became 95,000. How could he compete with that? Was he destined to be the eternal second place in his life? No, he couldn't accept that. He had to find a way to eliminate him. Just as the second son of the Gu family made up his mind to take the risk to eliminate Gu Qian, a phone call came in. The second son of the Gu family picked up the phone, and his eyes instantly turned sharp. The Gong family brat? What was he calling for at this time? Was it also about Gu Qian? With this thought, the second son of the Gu family answered the call. "Gong family head, why are you calling this old man?" "Mr. Gu, I'm not in your circle anymore. I've already contacted the heads of the other three families and am ready to take action against Gu Qian. Now, we just need you. As long as we succeed this time, the position of the head of the Gu family will definitely be yours." Gu Laoer didn't expect the head of the Gong family to be so direct. Moreover, he had already contacted the other two families and was preparing to act. This was a rare opportunity. With the three families joining forces, even the eldest wouldn't necessarily be able to withstand it. Not to mention, this time the goal was just to hold them back and kill Gu Qian. That would be much easier. This opportunity must not be missed. Alright, when do we act? Naturally, the sooner the better. We will soon send a large number of level 5 ability users to kill Gu Qian. You just need to block the Gu family's ability users when they take action. Okay, it's settled then. After hanging up the phone, Gu Laoer's eyes were filled with joy. Just as he was dozing off, someone brought him a pillow. Although it was a bit risky, and doing so would harm the foundation of the Gu family, as long as he could seize the position of the head of the Gu family, it would all be worth it. In the small villa where the head of the Gu family resided, Grandpa Chiu stood beside him, worriedly saying, "Young master, is what the young master is doing too risky? Exposing one's combat power so recklessly would obviously raise everyone's wariness. The other three families wouldn't just sit back and watch. It was far too dangerous." As long as the young master grew slowly, dominating the entire star-hidden city would just be a matter of time. There was no need to act this way. The head of the Gu family was happily watching the live broadcast. Indifferently, he said, "This kid dares to do this, he must have a backup plan. Don't worry, just wait to see the show." After saying that, he made no arrangements and just sat back, watching the live broadcast with his legs crossed, leaving Grandpa Chio in a state of anxiety. But the young master had instructed not to interfere in this matter, and now the young master hadn't given any orders either. It wouldn't be appropriate to take any action. Sigh. They could only wait here, hoping nothing would go wrong. For a moment, the entire star-hidden city was enveloped in a tense atmosphere. Many people noticed that those level 5 abilities that usually didn't appear were all mobilizing. Moreover, they were all from the other 3 families, clearly heading for Gu Qian. What puzzled people was that the Gu family had shown no signs of movement at all. Could it be that they were abandoning Gu Qian? That was impossible. Not to mention that Gu Qian was the biological grandson of the head of the Gu family, and he was already so strong at level 1. The future revitalization of the Gu family depended entirely on him. How could the Gu family possibly give him up? It was hard to understand. On the other hand, Gu Qian seemed completely unaware that danger was approaching. He had already arrived deep in the level 2 monster area under the urging of many netizens. Although the monsters here were strong, each with a combat power of over 10,000, they were still too weak for Gu Qian. He could basically defeat them with a single strike. Up until now, he hadn't even used any martial skills. Netizen 40, Gu Xiao is so impressive. Defeating level 2 monsters with a single punch is really enviable. If only I had half of Gu Xiao's strength, even a quarter would be fine. Netizen 41, come on, you think you can compare with Gu Xiao? You're just humiliating yourself. Netizen 42, Gu Xiao, level 2 is no challenge. Dare to go to the level 3 area for 10,000? I'll pay. As soon as the barrage appeared, 1,000 rockets flew out. It truly startled everyone. There are indeed a lot of rich people in Star Hidden City. Since the broadcast started, they had no idea how many times 1,000 rockets had been sent. This time, Gu Xiao hadn't even agreed yet, and the rockets had already been launched. Gu Qian's eyes lit up when he saw this. 1,000 rockets, worth around 100,000. Although the combat power of level 3 monsters had reached 70 to 80,000, even with a large number, it posed no danger. A trip would be worth 100,000. Just as Gu Qian was about to speak, then he saw another comment. User 43, are you underestimating Gu Xiao? Level 3 area is nothing, level 4 is a piece of cake, right Gu Xiao? As long as Gu Xiao goes to the level 4 area, I'll throw in 30,000 big rockets, how about it Gu Xiao? As soon as this comment appeared, everyone was stunned. The level 4 area is where even level 5 ability users need to team up to go. Sending Gu Qian alone is no different from seeking death, right? Which young master is this, so fearless? If something happens to Gu Xiao, their whole family would be buried with him. Moreover, it was clear that Gu Xiao wouldn't go, let alone fetching 30,000 big rockets. Even 100,000 big rockets would be impossible for him. Just as the users were preparing to comment to smooth things over and give Gu Xiao an out, Gu Qian smiled and said directly, it's a deal, no backing out. The moment those words were spoken, the entire livestream fell silent. Not a single comment was made. Everyone was shocked. What did Gu Xiao just say? He wants to go to the level 4 area? Is he out of his mind? Or is it that the Gu family is really going bankrupt? But there hadn't been any news about that. Or could it be that Gu Xiao doesn't even know how powerful the level 4 beasts are? Each beast there has a combat power of over 100,000. Although Gu Xiao is strong, he only has less than 100,000 combat power. How could he dare to go? User 44, Gu Xiao, you must be joking, that's the level 4 area. User 45, Gu Xiao is definitely joking, how could he possibly go to the level 4 area? After seeing the comments, Gu Qian's brows furrowed slightly, looking quite troubled. At that moment, everyone finally breathed a sigh of relief. He's backing out. I said Gu Xiao wouldn't take such a risk. Now, as long as they give Gu Xiao a way out, this matter will surely come to nothing. It's not easy to have such a monster like Gu Xiao. We can't let anything happen to him so soon. Otherwise, how much fun would we miss in the future watching the livestream? In the livestream, Gu Qian looked troubled and said, no. The vast majority of people breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, today's happiness is preserved. If Gu Xiao impulsively went straight to the level 4 beast area and died there, how could there be so much fun to watch in the future? I still want to see Gu Xiao challenge the level 4 area when he's at level 2. Please don't let anything happen. Meanwhile, Gong Mu, who had sent the comment urging Gu Xiao to go to the level 4 area, looked very displeased. He had wanted Gu Qian to go to the level 4 area and be killed by the beasts there. He didn't expect him to be so clear-headed. Not acting on impulse and going straight there was truly a miscalculation. Gongmu looked at Gu Qian's livestream, feeling quite anxious. He didn't want to miss such a good opportunity. Just as Gongmu was racking his brain to persuade Gu Qian again, Gu Qian directly said something that broke everyone's defenses. You need to pay more. Everyone in the livestream was incredulous upon hearing this. They thought Gu Qian had suddenly realized the dangers of the level 4 area. They didn't expect it was just because he felt the money wasn't enough that he wouldn't go. Now everyone was dumbfounded. Gu Xiao, just how short of money are you? Is it possible that such a large enterprise as the Gu family doesn't give you, the rightful heir, any money? Is it really necessary to work so hard just to make money? Gongmu was also stunned. Pay more? It had already reached 3 million, how much more did he want? That was already his pocket money for a year. If he needed more, he would have to ask his family for it. However, if he didn't agree to him, there wouldn't be such a good opportunity in the future. But Gongmu hesitated for only a second. Gritting his teeth, he typed, how much do you want to go? I can afford it. Seeing this comment, Gu Qian immediately smiled. Zija gadaya shuwadao, zuesha yadeshur urshi wan gadahwa jin, urki, washabulio cg masho, ni jigatia jin udiantai nanwe renla, watsaijie, zenmi kanung shadalio cg masho. Ting dao gu qian divwa, suwayo rendo kenmol. Nibu shuani shuriji, doiwe ni shur cg wuja eni, shejai ji wuja jilyo jung jin kashur wan de janlie. Hi yo, ni shur bu shur yao de yudian tai duel. Ershi wan da hua jin, jingzheng liang qianwan, hai bu sha cg masho. Ni jiu jishur tsu guai nichuan, jo nang na doliang qianwan, renjiao bu sha, zenmi kanung dongi. Kan lai gu shou jishuri jin wei tue. Jiang ji bu dio mianzi, yo nang baoming, yi juliang de. Bu kuei shur gu shao. Gong mu ding dao gu qian de hua, chi de yang yang. Liang qianwan, naka shur liang qianwan a. Jo minit su si ji tsu zo ichuan, ni shurdwa ji qian a. Zui zhuyo de shur, liang qianwan yao shur tsu gei fu qinyo, chi bu shur yo bei de duan tue. Gong mu chi de bu duan han hanya. Jo zai ta juan bei fanchi de shur ho, iga dian hua dale jin lai. Hama shin shur shur fu qin de. Gong mu yudian chiyu, don haishi han kwai jio jia tong la dian hua. Fu qin. Gongmu de hua haime shua wan, duimian jiu zhaji de shua dao, dongita, jio tatsu si jitsu jiu hao, warongren mashang de qian gani, shua ba shur jiu guel dian hua. Gongmu yudian mei fanning walai, fuqin bushi bu rong ha gujiazwa due ma, zenmi jin tian judong da dian hua jichi, zalimian juedui yo shirching, bogwa hai bu dong tushisi, itio dao zhang shinchi jiu fail gualai, jingzheng liang qianwan, ifin bu shao, kan dojali, Gongmu zujiao chao chi, buguan inwei shenmi, jin tian gu chen bishu si, dia iwei zhishur tsui tong si ji tsu jo meishur, zhang dengji de masho, ganji li kashur hen kongbu de, tsula ka jo bia xiang hui lai lu, jiang shangja gongmu luchu yai jin shen de shurong, ranho jijia shuail shur wan gada hua jin, bing zai tushio shoshur ho fashu danmu. Jashur dingjin, jiao ni tsu si ji tsu zhuan, lingwei shur wan gada hua jin, lima shua gani. Kan daoja manping de da huajian, hadanmu, suoyo rendo daijula, jakashur jingzhengi qianwan a, jaren dao di shur she a, yaran jama yo qian, erki kan zhangshur, buba gu shao nang dao si ji tsu shur buba shio, guqian kan do jamadwa da huajian, dongji ilian chan mei dishua, kk dangren k, ninjo johaobie, shuaba, ji jie ilio yen chao gongshin chu paozu, sudu gang shur tishing dao jiji. Dengji di de rengunban kan buqing jibua huamian, jiu wan dua de suda kabu shur shuaja wanda, budao shur finjong de gongfu, jiu hung chuan la zhunga san jitsu, tojong hai shuancho jijual jiji don lu de sanji masho, kan dinaxi gao dengji de nengli do yudian mayamail, sanji masho, zaiguqian shozhong dochang bugwa sanchuan, jiusail, jazhong zhanli, kapeo yejio cg nengli zhenangzwado. Hen Kuai, Guqian Jiu Zhan Zai Si Ji Tsu de Bian Yuan, Wei Wei Hong Jihuchi, Duas Jibla Ping Mu Shuado, Chen Mian Jiu Shur Si Ji Tsula, Shungsha de Yi Qian Wan Shur Bu Shur Gai Dagwa Lai Lu, Gong Mu Liansat Sang Bai de Kanja Ping Mu, Wei Li Yijan Fanshan Do Hai, Guqian de Sudu Shizai Shur Tai Kuai Lu, Rong Ring Yo Zhong Yunch de Ganjue, Zhengde Jibwa Jian Di Dengji Dinengli, Jua de Duoshu Rin Doi Jingwa Watuli Chilai, Gong Mu Swan Shur Hao de Lu. Xiang Rinju Xin Gongmu Fasha Danmu, Ni Jinru, Wajio Ba Xingsha de Da Huajian Shuail, Guqian Meyo Sihuyoyu, Ji Jia Izu Mai Lu Jinsu, Bugwa zai suwayo rendo haime fawning walai de shurho. Gu qian jiu tuil chulai. Ding duas jibwa ping mu shuado, hale, ijing kyugwol, ba sheng xia de shuelbie. Everyone was baffled by Gu Qian's move. Wait, are you playing? You went in with one foot and came out. Why not step in with both feet? Isn't that a bit too perfunctory? At this moment, the comments were in a frenzy. Netizen 50, I thought young Master Gu was a reckless man, but I didn't expect him to be a clever little devil. I respect this move, ha ha ha. Netizen 51, just say it, did young Master Gu step into the level 4 area or not, ha ha. Netizen 52, why not step in with both feet? Is it because half the money hasn't been received yet? Ha ha ha. Netizen 53, ha ha ha. What a line about not having received half the money, that's just hilarious. Netizen 54, 10 million, to buy young Master Gu stepping in with one foot, this really treats people like fools, ha ha. The live stream was filled with joyful laughter. Meanwhile, Gong Mu, who was being called a fool, was staring at the live stream with a face that alternated between green and white, wishing he could swallow Gu Qian whole. He could no longer care about maintaining his temper and directly expressed his frustration in the live stream. Are you messing with me? Stepping in with one foot and coming out counts as having been there? Hurry up and go in, otherwise, I absolutely won't donate the remaining 10 million. Upon seeing this furious comment, many netizens fell silent. It seemed the sponsor was really anxious. After all, having spent so much money, being toyed with by young Master Gu would make anyone angry. The only question was whether young Master Gu would really step into the level 4 area. After all, judging by his earlier performance, it was clear he was really short on money. Gu Qian saw this comment and hesitated for a moment. Everyone was tense. Was young Master Gu really going to go in? It seemed he was truly desperate. Gu family members, look at what you forced young Master Gu into. At least give him some living expenses. The kid shouldn't have to suffer like this. Just when everyone thought Gu Qian was about to go in, he suddenly looked up and said with a silly grin, if you don't give it, then don't. Anyway, I never planned to take this money. Earning 10 million is already pretty good. It's equivalent to my living expenses for a month. With that, he turned to walk back. Everyone was dumbfounded. Young Master Gu just walked away like that? Wasn't he just considering it? What about the 10 million being 2 months worth of living expenses? Aren't you short on money? How could the Gu family give you so much living expenses? With so much money, why are you still working so hard? Realizing this, everyone suddenly understood. It turned out young Master Gu wasn't short on money, he was just playing along with the netizens. They thought it was a lot of money, but it wasn't even enough for young Master Gu's monthly living expenses. And yet, he was so serious about playing with everyone. That really hit hard. They thought he was struggling for a living. Unexpectedly, this amount of money wasn't even enough for his living expenses. Young Master Gu truly lived up to his title. We, this group of poor folks, have offended him. Hearing this, Gong Mu's anger erupted. Ah, Gu Qian, I'm going to kill you, I must kill you. The subordinates resting nearby and Lu Ruyan all looked at Gong Mu in astonishment. They had followed Gong Mu for so many years and had never seen him lose control like this. It was clear how furious he was with Gu Qian. On the other side, Gu Qian hadn't walked far when he heard a cold voice say, if you've come, then don't leave. Hearing the voice, Gu Qian immediately stopped. He smirked coldly and said, you came pretty quickly. I was planning to play a bit longer, but it seems there's no chance now. Just don't know which faction you're from. As Gu Qian's words fell, a figure cloaked in black stepped out from behind a nearby tree. You won't get the answers you want like this. Upon hearing this, Gu Qian directly shut down the livestream. The events that followed were indeed not suitable for too many people to know. You say it doesn't make a difference whether you speak or not, it's just the Qin family, the Gong family, and the Meng family, or at worst, the three families together. Gu Qian was very clear about the consequences of his actions, so he was not surprised by the appearance of the man in black. Turning around, the information about the other party instantly appeared on the chip screen. Ability user, unknown profession, warrior level, 5 combat power, 239583 speed, 103948 strength, 90284 defense, 79024 mental power, 357. Upon seeing the level, Gu Qian was quite surprised. They really think highly of me, sending a level 5 warrior to kill me. Hearing this, the man in black laughed. Young Master Gu, you underestimate yourself too much. I'm not the only one who came, more than half of the level 5 ability users in the entire Star Hidden City are here, all for your life. Upon hearing this, Gu Qian showed no surprise. It seems my life is quite a nuisance, but you might have made a wasted trip. As he spoke, Gu Qian took out a sphere from his spatial ring, channeling his energy to activate it. The moment the man in black saw the sphere, his brows furrowed instantly. A spatial jumper, you actually prepared this. The spatial jumper is a device that allows for short-distance spatial jumps. Only a level 5 space element mage can create such a device. It is extremely precious and can save one's life in critical moments. It is worth at least hundreds of millions. Moreover, its quantity is extremely rare, basically priceless. Gu Qian actually prepared such a thing. However, the man in black quickly calmed down. Even if you have a spatial jumper, it won't help. You can't have too many of such precious devices. The entire level 3 area is already under our control, you can't escape. Although the spatial jumper is powerful, it has significant limitations. Each jump cannot be too far. Moreover, a spatial jumper can only be used once, so finding Gu Qian again would be quite easy. Gu Qian wasted no time and directly injected his energy into the spatial jumper, preparing to escape. Fighting a level 5 warrior is simply seeking death. Is that so? Then let's see. As he spoke, the spatial jumper cracked open, and a silver light enveloped Gu Qian's entire body in an instant. The next second, Gu Qian's figure began to become illusory. The man in black saw this scene but did not intervene. Instead, he transmitted this message to all those who were ambushing Gu Qian, instructing everyone to be prepared. After doing all this, the man in black jumped onto a tree, hiding his body and observing the surroundings at all times. As long as there was any news, he was ready to provide quick reinforcements until Gu Qian was killed. Soon, in a dense thicket, the space rippled. Gu Qian's body fell directly from within. He landed on the ground, looking quite disheveled. However, Gu Qian didn't care about anything else. He quickly got up, confirming the surrounding environment to see if there were any enemies present. After confirming that there was no one, he muttered under his breath, "These madmen actually mobilized so many people, they really want to kill me. This time, it's serious." Gu Qian took out the last 2 spatial jumpers from his spatial ring, looking distressed. He had thought that the 3 families would send at most a dozen level 5 abilities. Unexpectedly, they sent over 500 people, almost surrounding the entire level 3 area. He couldn't escape even if he wanted to. Moreover, apart from space element mages, others couldn't control the direction of the spatial jumper at all. He didn't even know where he was. I hope I didn't jump to the level 4 area, that would really be dangerous. As soon as Gu Qian finished speaking, a roar of a magical beast echoed. It seemed to validate Gu Qian's guess. A tiger, its body engulfed in crimson flames, leaped in front of Gu Qian. Gazing intently at Gu Qian, with a face full of drool, it regarded him as its prey. Gu Qian found himself frozen in place upon seeing the massive tiger, which was more than 3 times his size. At the same time, the chip displayed information about this magical beast. Beast, Crimson Flame Tiger level, for combat power, 730,947 speed, 290,483 strength, 820,948 defense, 503,928 mental power, 509. The moment he saw the data, Gu Qian swallowed nervously. How could he be so unlucky? He had jumped right in front of this creature. This was a genuine level 4 magical beast, and even among level 4s, it was a top-tier existence. Not to mention, that combat power of over 700,000 was something even level 5 ability users would not dare to face alone. Moreover, his own combat power was less than 100,000. He feared he wouldn't even withstand a single blow. How could he possibly fight back? It was truly a case of being chased by enemies in front and facing a fierce tiger behind. He had to escape. He absolutely could not die here. Thoughts racing, Gu Qian nervously watched the Crimson Flame Tiger. Clenching the space jumper in his hand, he was ready to inject his energy. Suddenly, he saw the Crimson Flame Tiger open its massive mouth and roar. Roar! Then it transformed into a blur and pounced directly at him. Gu Qian gasped, his mouth agape as he shouted, "Don't come over here." His expression was one of sheer terror. His right hand hastened the input of energy. But the terrifying speed of the Crimson Flame Tiger gave Gu Qian no chance at all. It pressed its paw against Gu Qian's chest. In an instant, Gu Qian's eyes widened, his face turning crimson as if he had been struck by a mountain. His internal organs churned and ruptured. A stream of crimson flowed from the corner of his mouth. However, under the effect of the F-level ability Solidification, all the damaged organs instantly healed. With a loud crash, Gu Qian's body was embedded into the hillside behind him, pushed in over 100 meters, making it impossible to pull out. In the darkness, Gu Qian coughed violently, blood spraying out continuously. His body felt utterly weak. His chest caved in. He had no idea how shattered his bones were. What was even more despairing was that the space jumper in his hand had also fallen from that blow. Damn it, a single slap almost sent me to meet the king of hell. Am I really going to die here? Gu Qian gritted his teeth against the pain in his body, his mind racing. With his current combat power, even if he sacrificed all his internal organs and added martial skill enhancements, it would only amount to a little over 100,000 combat power. There was no room for resistance against the Crimson Flame Tiger. The space jumper was lost. He couldn't escape even if he wanted to. Was there really no way out? Just as Gu Qian was feeling anxious, he suddenly felt a violent shaking. The next second, the darkness before him gradually gave way to light. Yet Gu Qian felt no joy. The massive figure of the Crimson Flame Tiger reappeared before him. This creature was truly relentless. At its digging speed, it would probably reach him in just a few seconds. At that point, he would surely be doomed. He hadn't expected to escape from that group of level 5 ability users only to fall into the clutches of the level 4 Crimson Flame Tiger. What a miscalculation. Just as the figure of the Crimson Flame Tiger drew closer, Gu Qian suddenly had a flash of inspiration. He could still sacrifice his lifespan. By sacrificing all his organs and lifespan together, wouldn't he be able to enhance himself again? Even if he couldn't boost his combat power to over 700,000, as long as his speed exceeded 300,000, he could escape the Crimson Flame Tiger, right? With this thought, Gu Qian felt a surge of joy in his heart. But soon, he fell into a dilemma. He had never tried sacrificing his lifespan before. He didn't know how many times a year of life could enhance him. And right now, there was no opportunity for trial and error. Sacrificing too little would lead to a dead end. Sacrificing too much would leave him unwilling, and finally, he gritted his teeth. Forget it, let's sacrifice for 20 years first. Better safe than sorry, I don't want to really die here. With determination, Gu Qian directly initiated the sacrifice. All his internal organs vanished and then grew back in an instant. At the same time, Gu Qian felt a surge of energy being drawn from within him. It must be his lifespan. This is a loss that cannot be recovered due to the solidification ability. Gu Qian didn't dare to delay and quickly checked his combat power. Ability user, Gu Qian. Profession, warrior level, 1 awakened ability, F level solidification, SSS plus level sacrifice ability description, solidification. The awakened can activate the solidification ability to maintain their current physical state unchanged. This ability can only be activated once. Sacrifice, a passive ability. Each time a martial technique or spell is used, it will forcibly sacrifice bodily organs or lifespan to enhance various physical attributes. The more important the sacrificed organ, the more lifespan consumed, and the stronger the enhancement received. This effect can stack. Combat power, 502425 speed, 475200 strength, 487575 defense, 425700 mental power, 457875. At the moment he saw the data, Gu Qian was stunned. Combat power directly broke 500,000? Isn't that too exaggerated? How many times has it increased? Such combat power would be considered a master even among level 4 abilities. It's much stronger than sacrificing organs. Indeed, the power gained from sacrificing life is fierce. Before Gu Qian could rejoice, the Crimson Flame Tiger had already approached him. It opened its massive bloody mouth, ready to swallow Gu Qian whole. At this moment, Gu Qian remained calm. Although his combat power was not enough against the Crimson Flame Tiger, his speed far exceeded it. As long as he ran now, the tiger couldn't catch up. So, there was nothing to fear. With a smirk, he thought, let's see you be so arrogant just now. Now it's my turn for revenge. Just as Gu Qian prepared to use his speed to wear down the Crimson Flame Tiger and ultimately kill it, he suddenly realized he couldn't exert his full speed. His body was too severely injured. This discovery shocked Gu Qian immensely. At this moment, the tiger's massive mouth was less than 3 meters away from him. He could even see the tiger's throat. Telling him now that his speed wasn't that fast was practically asking for his life. Gu Qian's face was filled with regret. If he had known his injuries were this severe, he would have run faster earlier. Now, it was all leading to his demise. It seemed fate had decided this. Just as Gu Qian was about to give up resisting, a terrifying black and white intertwining, a massive energy ball descended from the sky. The once fierce expression of the Crimson Flame Tiger instantly turned to one of utter fear, as if it had been targeted by some unparalleled beast. It even abandoned its prey without hesitation and turned to flee. But before it could move, the enormous energy ball had already arrived. The tiger's massive body was instantly reduced to ashes, disappearing along with the small mountain beneath it. The entire ground was as if struck by a colossal meteor, destroyed by the energy ball. Moreover, the area of destruction continued to expand. All regions affected by this energy vanished without a trace. At the same time, the earth began to shake violently, as if the apocalypse had arrived. Even Qingyin City could clearly feel this terrifying energy. The 3 major families that were confronting the Gu family had to divert their attention to this enormous upheaval. The head of the Gu family immediately flew into the air to look in the direction of the energy's source. Even at a distance of several hundred kilometers, he could still feel the terrifying energy fluctuations. The 5 level 6 ability users in Xingyin City all turned pale, floating in midair, their eyes fixed on the direction of the Xinghui mountain range without blinking. They simply couldn't imagine what would happen if this terrifying energy descended upon Xingyin City. Would they be able to withstand it? As this thought crossed their minds, the 6 of them exchanged self-deprecating smiles. Block it? How is that possible? The combat power exhibited by this energy is at least over 1 billion. My own power is only in the tens of millions. How could I possibly withstand it? I'm afraid that before getting close, I would be destroyed by this energy. If it truly descends upon Star-Hidden City, there would be no survivors in the entire city. Fortunately, it is in the Starshine Mountains, not Star-Hidden City. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. But soon, the head of the Gu family reacted. That direction. Isn't it the direction where Gu Qian is? This realization instantly made the head of the Gu family extremely anxious. Although the area where Gu Qian is located is a level 3 area, not the level 4 area of energy explosion, this energy is too terrifying. Many level 3 areas have been destroyed. If Gu Qian, not good. Saying this, the head of the Gu family and Grandpa Chiu flew directly towards the Starshine Mountains, not caring at all about the horror of that energy. Meanwhile, Star-Hidden City had already fallen into a state of panic. Everyone was guessing what had happened. Such terrifying energy, could it be that a high-level magical beast from deep within the Starshine Mountains has come out? Or are the magical beasts going to invade Star-Hidden City again? Thinking of this, the entire city fell into a state of panic. Regardless of the outcome, it would be a disaster for Star-Hidden City. Star-Hidden City is right next to the Starshine Mountains. Every year, it faces countless beast-tide attacks. Fortunately, they are all low-level magical beasts. Even though Star-Hidden City is just a level 4 small city, it can withstand it. But this energy does not seem like it could be emitted by low-level magical beasts. At the very least, it is a level 6 magical beast. If a magical beast of this level really attacks Star-Hidden City, let alone triggering a beast tide, just a single one would be enough to wipe out the entire Star-Hidden City. I hope it's just 2 high-level magical beasts. They won't notice Star-Hidden City. Please don't notice Star-Hidden City. Everyone began to pray. Meanwhile, the candidates and teachers undergoing assessments in the Starshine Mountains were all dumbfounded in the face of such powerful energy. Is this the power of high-level magical beasts? Just the energy fluctuations emitted have made everyone lose the will to resist. If they really had to face such a terrifying existence, they probably wouldn't even be able to muster the thought of fighting. It's too terrifying. Everyone stared blankly at the raging energy fluctuations, nervously swallowing their saliva. Gongmu had naturally been watching the direction of the energy explosion, suddenly realizing that it seemed to be the direction where Gu Qian was. Although it couldn't be confirmed, based on the direction Gu Qian was moving during the live broadcast, it was undoubtedly nearby. If that's the case, then Gu Qian might have already died in the explosion just now. This is truly wonderful. No, I need to quickly contact the assassins sent by the family to confirm. It must be confirmed. Knowing that Gu Qian is very likely dead, Gongmu was extremely excited. He directly called his father and shared his speculation. Soon, Gongmu hung up the phone, quietly waiting for news. Before long, news came that Gu Qian was near the center of the explosion. Upon receiving the news, Gongmu laughed out loud. Finally dead, ha, finally dead. Now I want to see how your Gu family will still be the number 1 in Star-Hidden City, ha. Although it didn't explicitly state that Gu Qian was dead, with such strong energy, let alone being nearby, even within 100 miles, it was certain death. Because that place had already become a huge pit. All life had vanished. Gu Qian could not have survived. After venting, Gongmu slowly calmed down. Like everyone else, he waited for that energy to dissipate, searching for the source of that energy. And at that moment, 2 massive figures fell from the sky. A gigantic black python and a 3-headed giant eagle shimmering with white light fell together. Everyone who saw this scene was so frightened that they dared not speak. With just a glance, everyone recognized the identity of the 2 massive magical beasts. Those 3-headed giant eagles were none other than the level 8 magical beasts, the 3-headed radiant eagles. How could they appear here? Moreover, they looked gravely injured and on the verge of death. These creatures could create a wind strong enough to destroy the entire Star-Hidden City. And weren't they supposed to be in the level 8 region? How could they be here? Alongside them was also the level 8 8-winged black-striped python, equally wounded. Were the 2 of them engaged in a fierce battle? What on earth had happened? Boom! The 2 giant beasts crashed to the ground. Even from a distance, the edges of the Starlight Mountain range could clearly feel the tremors of the earth. One could only imagine how enormous these two beasts were. Upon witnessing this scene, everyone felt their hair stand on end. Two level 8 magical beasts. Such a significant event required immediate notification for the people in the city to flee. If they went berserk, the entire star-hidden city would be reduced to ruins, with no one left to survive. Plans for escape had to be made as soon as possible. It's a level 8 magical beast, run. How could I be so unlucky? Why did I have to encounter a level 8 magical beast? The scene instantly descended into chaos. Even though they knew the level 8 magical beasts were severely injured, everyone was still in a state of panic. Beasts of this caliber were simply beyond human capability to contend with. They had to get away quickly. All the proctors and mercenary groups were also thrown into disarray, but they still suppressed the urge to flee, trying to ensure the safety of the students. Everyone, return to Star Hidden City as fast as you can, do not linger here, everyone leave quickly. Meanwhile, Star Hidden City received the news. As soon as the name of the level 8 magical beast spread, everyone stood frozen in place. They could even feel the looming presence of death. However, the silence lasted less than a minute. Everyone frantically fled in the direction away from the two level 8 magical beasts. It seemed that only by doing so could they alleviate the fear in their hearts. The entire Star-Hidden City was in utter chaos, completely devoid of order. At that moment, in the center of the explosion, the two massive magical beasts lay there, motionless, their fates unknown. Within a 100-mile radius, only the sound of the wind could be heard. Suddenly, a small bulge appeared in the ground. It was quickly followed by a rupture at the top. A pair of hands emerged, followed by a head. I can't breathe. What on earth happened? Why is there such a strong energy fluctuation? Is it trying to kill me here? Remembering the moment of the explosion, Gu Qian's heart raced. In that instant, he truly felt the arrival of death. If he hadn't sacrificed 50 years of his lifespan at the last moment to gain 1,000,000 defense points, and if the Crimson Flame Tiger hadn't been in front to absorb a significant portion of the energy, Gu Qian would have turned to ash long ago. Fortunately, he had the ability to sacrifice. But even if he survived, Gu Qian was far from happy. In just one day, he had sacrificed 70 years of his lifespan. Who could be happy about that? If he were to live to 100, he could only make it to 30 now. He had only 12 years left to live. Thinking of this, Gu Qian collapsed to the ground, lying back with a face full of despair. He had gained the ability to solidify his life, ensuring his safety. Who would have thought he would encounter such a situation? First, he faced the Crimson Flame Tiger and sacrificed 20 years of his life. Then came this bizarre energy mass, costing him another 50 years. What a miserable fate. Gu Qian lay on the ground, his face filled with frustration, utterly dejected. But before he could vent his grievances, a massive shadow enveloped him. Upon seeing the figure clearly, Gu Qian was instantly terrified to the point of stuttering. E8. Winged black. Striped giant python? The moment they recognized each other's identities, Gu Qian rolled his eyes and fainted, losing all reaction. The black python raised its massive head, as large as a hillside, and stared at Gu Qian. Although Gu Qian appeared motionless, as if truly unconscious, his heart was racing with frantic prayers. Don't eat me, don't eat me. How cowardly. But it was hard to blame Gu Qian. The opponent was an 8th level beast with a combat power in the billions. Even if he had broken through 1,000,000 in combat power now, the gap was simply too vast. He couldn't even escape. He could only hope that the other party would look down on such a weak human. Just as Gu Qian was desperately praying in his heart, a weak voice suddenly reached his ears. Human, I know you're fine, and I won't eat you. As long as you agree to one thing, I will grant you great benefits. The moment he heard the voice, Gu Qian was stunned. This magical beast could actually speak. It could talk. How was that possible? Could it be that once a magical beast reached a high enough level, it could communicate with humans without barriers? That was too incredible. However, even if it could talk, he couldn't easily fall for its tricks. It must be testing him. Yes, it had to be that way. Thinking this, Gu Qian continued to play dead, not responding. The black python ignored Gu Qian's reaction. At this moment, it was already exhausted and needed to arrange things before it died. I know you don't believe me, but you must help with this matter. Take care of my king's offspring until it reaches adulthood. In return, I will bestow my abilities upon you. Gu Qian remained unmoved. His heart was in turmoil. What kind of existence was an 8th level beast king? Such a powerful being actually needed a human to care for its offspring? Wasn't that a bit unreasonable? And what was this about bestowing abilities? He had never heard of such a thing. Did it really think he was foolish? Gu Qian was determined not to react. The black python continued, if you don't speak, I'll take it as your agreement. Once you accept my abilities, you cannot go back on your word. After the voice fell, the black python raised its massive head high. A chant suddenly rang out, with Mai as a sacrifice, I will devour my own abilities and bestow them upon this human before me. As the voice faded, a dazzling light shot out from the black python's brow, directly entering Gu Qian's body. While still pretending to be dead, Gu Qian felt a wave of numbness throughout his body, as if something had been added. In the next second, a piece of information forcibly squeezed into his mind. Ability, Devour. Activate the ability to devour the powers of an opponent who has lost their resistance, with a 50% success rate. Once the ability is successfully activated, regardless of success or failure, the opponent will permanently lose that ability. This black snake didn't lie to me, it really could transfer its abilities to others. And such a powerful ability at that. Devour having this ability meant he could easily acquire all other abilities, right? Wouldn't that make him a mage? This was too exhilarating. Thinking about the power of the Devour ability, Gu Qian could no longer contain his joy. He jumped up from the ground, looking up at the sky and laughing, ha ha, I'm truly a genius. I actually have a third ability, and it's Devour, ha ha ha. In such a situation, anyone would be incredibly excited. Moreover, Gu Qian had just been lying on the ground pretending to be dead and had gained such a heaven-defying ability. It was a miracle he hadn't gone completely mad. With this ability, what kind of powers couldn't he obtain? His remaining lifespan of just over a decade, was there hope after all? Thank heavens! Just as Gu Qian was feeling elated, the black python's body suddenly collapsed, completely losing its vitality. At the same time, a magical beast egg, the size of a head and entirely white, suddenly appeared before Gu Qian. Gu Qian looked at the black python lying on the ground, his expression unusually tinged with sadness. I will definitely take care of what you said, you can rest easy and go. This black python not only saved him in a moment of crisis but also bestowed upon him this extraordinary ability. Not to mention raising a magical beast, avenging it was only right. However, it seemed there was no need for revenge. The beast that killed the black python had already left before it. Gu Qian bent down to pick up the magical beast egg, curious about what kind of magical beast it was and what terrifying level it would reach. But the most important thing now was to obtain the ability to become a mage. This would enhance his combat power once again, allowing him to seek revenge on those guys. Thinking of this, Gu Qian cast a cold glance at the area that had been turned into a crater. Most of it was in the third level zone. Those people were uncertain whether they were dead or alive. With such a powerful energy impact, let alone 5th level ability users, even 6th or 7th level ones had no chance of survival. I hope you don't die too easily, I haven't avenged myself yet. With that, Gu Qian did not pause for a moment. He stored the 2 corpses in his spatial ring and headed towards the 3rd level zone without looking back. He wanted to gain the ability to become a mage. The first point was that the opponent had to lose their ability to resist. The second point was to encounter the ability that could lead to becoming a mage. Now, he could only search for suitable targets in the 3rd level zone. Meanwhile, in the 3rd level zone, the assassins sent by the 3 families all saw the 2 massive figures and recognized each other's abilities. They could hardly believe it. 2 8th level magical beasts appeared here, along with that world-destroying ability sphere. If it weren't for the limited range of that sphere, a group of hotheads would have been wiped out long ago. A middle-aged man in a black robe quietly stood up from the shade of the trees, gazing at the place where the 2 giant beasts had landed. I wonder if that Gu is dead. If he dies like this, it would be a good thing for us. Assassinating Gu Qian, even with the backing of the 3 major families, required caution against the Gu family's retaliation. If Gu Qian was killed by a magical beast, then it could not be blamed on anyone else. Let's hope so. With that, he turned to walk back into the shade, preparing to distance himself from this matter. But before he could make any move, a fireball, as large as a meteor, fell from the sky. He didn't even have time to dodge. The man in black only saw the immense power of that fireball. Boom! The once quiet 3rd level zone erupted again. Countless trees were reduced to ashes. At that moment, Gu Qian also stepped out from the shadows, coldly watching the direction in which the black-clad man had disappeared. The combat power of a mage is indeed high, and with my sacrifice, even facing a 5th level ability user now is quite thrilling. Without lingering too long, Gu Qian vanished from his spot again, starting to search for other fated ones. Meanwhile, the head of the Gu family and old Master Chiu appeared above the deep pit, their faces ashen as they looked at the scene before them. All they saw was desolation, devoid of any life. Qianer, where are you? Gu Qian looked at the assassin, now just a pile of ash on the ground, feeling quite satisfied. He then opened his information panel. Ability user, Gu Qian role, warrior, mage level, level 2 abilities, sacrifice, solidification, devour, fire element affinity combat power, 3468 speed, 3049 strength, 3102 defense, 3306 spirit, 4901 ability description, devour, has a 50% chance to devour an opponent without the ability to resist. Regardless of success or failure, the opponent will lose that ability. Fire element affinity has the ability to communicate with fire elements, which is one of the conditions to become a fire element mage. When releasing fire element spells, it doubles the power of fire element spells. Seeing this, Gu Qian couldn't help but smile widely, feeling quite satisfied. He never expected that by just pretending to be dead, he would gain an SSS level devouring ability. Moreover, he had become the mage he had longed for. It was truly a dream come true. Additionally, while resisting that energy, he had fully unleashed his vitality and fortuitously broke through to level 2, significantly enhancing his strength. Now, with all his power and the boost from his C-level fire element affinity, his combat power had directly surpassed 2 million. With a sneak attack, killing a level 5 ability user was no problem at all. It was hard to imagine that this was only the C-level fire element affinity. If he were to obtain B, A, or even SSS level abilities, how terrifying would his combat power become? Thinking of this, Gu Qian couldn't help but grin from ear to ear. The only downside was that he had lost 70 years of lifespan. Now, he only had a little over 10 years left. However, he also learned about the multiplier for sacrificing lifespan. 1 year equals 100 times, with a maximum of 100 years, that's 10,000 times. Sacrificing lifespan is truly insane. At this thought, Gu Qian couldn't help but click his tongue in surprise. If he could continuously sacrifice lifespan to gain a 10,000-fold increase, what would a level 5 ability user even be? Unfortunately, he could only sacrifice a little over 80 years of lifespan at most. Now, he had only 12 years left. If only I could devour an SSS level ability for eternal life, then I could use it however I wanted. How wonderful that would be. But Gu Qian was merely daydreaming. SSS level abilities were already incredibly rare, let alone the top-tier eternal life. Although it provided no combat power enhancement aside from granting immortality to the awakened, even so, it couldn't shake its status as the top SSS level ability. After all, as long as one lived long enough, whether reaching level 13 or becoming a deity was just a matter of time. To date, there had been no reports of anyone in human society awakening this ability. Thinking of this, Gu Qian shook his head in disappointment. It seemed he needed to think of other ways to extend his lifespan. Taking a deep breath and clearing his mind, he realized there were more pressing matters to attend to. Since the three major families dared to lay hands on him, if he didn't make them bleed today, where would he put his face? With that, Gu Qian directly opened a livestream, titling it explosively, Hunting Level 5 Ability Users. This title, combined with Gu Qian's popularity, instantly caused a stir in Xingyin City. Everyone knew that when that powerful energy exploded, Gu Qian was nearby. In fact, everyone thought he was already dead. Even if he had been lucky enough to escape that blast, with 2 level 8 magical beasts descending afterward, he would still be doomed. Now, not only was he alive, but he had also started a live stream. In an instant, everyone in Xingyin City rushed into the live stream room. Before Gu Qian could even speak, a flood of questions filled the screen, making it impossible to see his face. Netizen 50, damn, Gu Xiao is actually alive? What a lucky guy. Netizen 51, Gu Xiao, please tell us what happened. What about those 2 level 8 magical beasts? Are they going to invade Xingyin City? This question struck a chord with everyone. After all, no one wanted to leave the home they had lived in for so long. In an instant, almost all the comments stopped, waiting for Gu Qian to provide an answer. Gu Qian didn't keep them in suspense and directly said, everyone, don't worry. Those 2 guys have already left, otherwise, I wouldn't be here live streaming. Upon hearing Gu Qian's words, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. The fleeing crowd also came to a halt. After all, with Gu Qian himself providing assurance, the credibility was quite high. The reason Gu Qian said the 2 level 8 beasts had left was also well thought out. Not to mention how precious the level 8 magic cores were, even the corpses of the level 8 magical beasts would be enough to buy the entire Xingyin City. If the people of Xingyin City knew that the Gu family had obtained 2 complete magical beast corpses, the Gu family would truly be doomed. Human greed is enough to destroy everything. Seeing that all the netizens had calmed down, Gu Qian began to speak. I believe everyone has received the news that the 3 major families have all sent out level 5 ability users to assassinate me. Today, I want to tell the people of the 3 major families that opposing me will definitely lead to your downfall. As soon as Gu Qian's words were spoken, everyone was taken aback. The news of the three major families attempting to assassinate Gu Qian had long been circulating. But weren't these all covert methods? How could young Master Gu so openly bring it to light? Is this something ordinary people like us can even hear? Young Master Gu really doesn't treat us as outsiders. Gu Qian started a livestream, and it wasn't just idle netizens who tuned in. Members of the three major families also joined. At this moment, seeing Gu Qian speak so unabashedly about such matters, their faces turned from green to red. To put such things out in the open was indeed somewhat embarrassing. Moreover, it was three families against one. They had sent level 5 ability users to deal with Gu Qian, a mere rookie who had just awakened his abilities. They had truly lost face. What worried the three major families even more was that Gu Qian openly stated his intentions. It was clear he was ready to tear the facade with the three families. This time, whether Gu Qian lived or died, the Gu family would take action against the other three families. But if Gu Qian survived, it would be a huge loss for them. The head of the Gong family immediately opened the chip screen and issued a mission to the level 5 ability users participating in the encirclement of Gu Qian. Everyone, go all out to kill Gu Qian. A successful kill will earn you a reward of 1 billion, and the rest will each receive 10 million. Once this message was sent out, all the level 5 ability users were ecstatic. This was 1 billion. As long as they killed Gu Qian, they would never have to worry again. Gu Qian must die today. Everyone quickly moved closer to Gu Qian, fearing that someone else would seize the opportunity. Meanwhile, Gu Qian also began his own plan. He turned off the live stream and quickly concealed himself, waiting for his prey to appear. The earlier live stream was meant to let the enemy know his location and his attitude towards the matter. The goal was to force the three major families to go all in. Only in this way could they strike at the very roots of the three families. Gu Qian looked up at the distance, feeling somewhat excited. The hunt is finally about to begin. After Gu Qian ended the stream, the netizens were left in shock. The live stream did not lose any heat at all due to Gu Qian's departure. Netizen 61, what did I just hear? Young Master Gu is going to hunt level 5 ability users? Am I hallucinating? Netizen 62, I also misheard. How could young Master Gu dare? That's a level 5 ability user. Just the basic combat power must exceed 1 million. How could young Master Gu possibly kill a level 5 ability user? Netizen 63, yeah, young Master Gu is a bit too arrogant, but if he can be this powerful at level 1, he indeed has the capital to be arrogant. Netizen 64, wait, didn't you all notice? Young Master Gu is already at level 2 now. As soon as this comment appeared, everyone was stunned. Level 2? When did he reach level 2? Didn't he just awaken his abilities a few days ago? How could he be at level 2 today? That's simply impossible. Although in the early stages, when the level is low, the progress is relatively fast, but to level up, it should take at least 3 to 5 years. Even for the fastest, it would take a year, especially considering the massive resources required. I've never heard of anyone going from level 1 to level 2 in just a few days. How did he do it? In an instant, everyone was in an uproar. You could say your combat power is ridiculously high, but to level up this quickly? Are we even allowed to live? Netizen 65. So what is young Master Gu's combat power now? Netizen 66, the data panel I just saw showed over 3000, but that should be the basic information without using abilities, right? No one doubted this. At level 1, the battle power was already close to 100,000. By this ratio, it should at least be 1 million battle power now. After all, the basic battle power of a level 1 ability user is between 100 and 1000. For level 2 ability users, it's between 1000 and 10,000. That's a tenfold difference. Reaching 1 million level is quite normal. Realizing this, everyone was extremely excited. Level 2 martial artists hunting level 5 ability users. This was something they had never even heard of. They didn't expect Gu Qian to actually go through with it. Netizen 67, Gu Xiao is awesome, let's get him. Using numbers to bully the few, relying on strength to oppress the weak, he's really not a good person. Netizen 68, exactly. It took so many years for Shingyin City to produce a genius like Gu Xiao, and this group wants to stifle him, truly heartless. If they have the ability, why not go exterminate the magical beasts instead of fighting among themselves? Netizen 69, who says otherwise? Every time there's a beast tied, the Gu family is at the forefront, while the three major families are like turtles hiding their heads, fighting among themselves, really shameful. The online reviews were overwhelmingly one-sided. The people from the three major families could only suppress their anger upon seeing this. As for compromising and letting Gu Qian go, that was impossible. Gu Qian must die. As long as he was around, the three major families would have no chance to rise again. The heated discussion online didn't catch Gu Qian's attention. Right now, Gu Qian was solely focused on battling level 5 ability users. He wanted to let his energy boil, so he could level up to level 3 faster. By then, these level 5 ability users would no longer be his opponents. Anyone who dared to target him would regret it. Gu Qian stayed in place, hiding. In less than half an hour, a muscular, bald man, completely bare-chested, came crashing down. The man, over 2 meters tall and in his 30s, laughed heartily as soon as he landed. Ha ha ha. I'm the first. This 10 billion is mine. Gu Qian, come out, I'll give you a quick end. Without waiting for Gu Qian to appear, he squatted slightly, clenched his right fist, and slammed it into the ground. Then he shouted, martial technique, earth split, and sky charge. In an instant, countless cracks spread wildly around the muscular man. Cracks 2 meters wide, like a spider web, rapidly expanded. All the trees affected fell down. Gu Qian was stunned at this scene. This guy was too reckless. They hadn't even met yet, and he was already attacking? Didn't he fear that Gu Qian wasn't there? Also, this guy's battle power was too high, reaching 7,492,941. He had encountered a tough opponent right from the start. No, he needed to play it smart. With this in mind, Gu Qian quietly jumped through the woods, finally hiding outside the destruction range. He thought, sacrifice heart, brain, kidney, liver, gallbladder, stomach, spleen, appendix. Spell, Flame Rain. After preparing everything, Gu Qian's battle power instantly broke through to 3,294,600. However, Gu Qian didn't rush to let the flame rain fall. Instead, he released it at an altitude of 10,000 meters. Then, he no longer hid, standing directly on a thick branch, shouting loudly at the bald man, Baldy, I'm right here. The bald man was clearly taken aback upon hearing the voice. He stared blankly at Gu Qian. This guy must be out of his mind. He didn't run when he encountered me, but instead jumped out himself. This is interesting. I want to see what this kid is up to. With this thought, the bald man bent his knees slightly and jumped directly to the base of the tree where Gu Qian stood. With his hands on his hips, he grinned widely, looking up at Gu Qian. Kid, you've got guts. You dare to show your face in front of me? You really aren't afraid of death, huh? Speak up, what are your last words? I'll make sure to pass them on to your family. Looking at the arrogant bald man, Gu Qian wasn't angry. Instead, he smiled and jumped down from the tree. With a beaming smile, he said, Brother, the moment I saw you, I was captivated by your majestic figure and powerful combat skills. If you don't mind, please take me as your little brother. I will definitely listen to everything you say, brother. If you tell me to go east, I won't dare to go west. If you tell me to chase dogs, I won't dare to chase chickens. In short, your needs are my needs. Satisfying you, brother, is my lifelong pursuit. If you want money, just say the word. As long as my Gu family has it, I won't even blink. I just hope you can accept me as your little brother. After saying this, Gu Qian looked at the strong man with sincere eyes. The strong man was taken aback by Gu Qian's words. What's going on? Is he scared silly? Doesn't he know I'm here to kill him? He actually wants to call me brother. And he's willing to satisfy me? Is he out of his mind? No, I need to test him a bit. You think I'll believe you just because you say that? Unless you transfer me 10 billion right now, I'll kill you and go collect the bounty. As he spoke, the strong man clenched his right fist again. A powerful aura surged forth. Gu Qian, upon hearing this, didn't stutter at all and directly tapped on the chip screen. Then he said to the strong man, Brother, the money has already been transferred to you. Look, can you accept me as your little brother now? The strong man stared at his balance, which had increased by 13 billion, his eyes wide with disbelief. He really transferred the money. And it's 13 billion. What the hell is going on? Is my charm really this great? I can actually make a genius like Gu Qian, the heir of the Gu family, willingly become my little brother? Thinking of this, the strong man felt even prouder. I never expected to have this day. Now I want to see who dares to look down on me in the future. Having someone like Gu Qian as a little brother, regardless of status or talent, is top-notch in the entire star-hidden city. Taking him out will definitely bring me face. Moreover, this little brother can also generate gold coins. Just by recognizing him as a little brother, he gifted me 13 billion. Will I ever lack money in the future? Although I'm not short on money now. But who wouldn't want to be richer? From now on, brother will protect you. Let's see who dares to bully you. His voice was so loud that leaves fell to the ground, and it could probably be heard dozens of miles away. This was a warning to others. Seeing this scene, Gu Qian secretly laughed. The big guy really is simple-minded. 13 billion for a bodyguard with 7 million combat power, not a bad deal. Plus, it can help me break through levels, not bad at all. However, I need to stoke the fire a bit more. Thinking of this, Gu Qian deliberately showed a troubled expression and said, "But brother, you're from one of the other three major families. They all want to kill me now. If you become my brother, won't they team up to kill you? That would mean I've harmed you, brother." As he said this, Gu Qian's eyes turned red as he continued, "If I cause you harm because of me, even if I lose my life, it wouldn't be enough. So, brother, you should just kill me. I absolutely cannot let you fall into danger." Saying this, Gu Qian gave up all resistance, closed his eyes tightly, and wore a look of resignation. The bald man looked at Gu Qian and was quite impressed. A brother with such loyalty and righteousness, I must protect him well. Even if it costs me my life, I can't let him suffer any harm. Gu, my little brother, I've recognized you. What three major families? I'm not afraid. Even if hundreds of them team up, I can still kill them. Follow me, and I will never let you suffer any grievances. Gu Qian secretly laughed. Good, this is the result I wanted. The flame rain should be coming down soon, the last fire should be ignited. Boom, boom, boom. Just as the two were conversing, huge flames, the size of houses, capable of instantly melting rock, fell from the sky, continuously crashing down towards the two on the ground. Gu Qian was so frightened that he jumped back and forth, shouting, "What kind of spell is this? How can its combat power be so high? It's over, they've discovered us so quickly. It's all my fault, big brother, what should we do?" The bald man looked at each falling flame, each with over 3 million combat power, his expression also serious. Only old Chen can cast such a spell. I didn't expect that after so many years of friendship, it wouldn't be worth a billion bounty. He's come after me, old Chen, then don't blame me. With that, his expression darkened, and he used all his energy to envelop a 3-meter radius around him, then said to Gu Qian, "Come here, I'll protect you." Gu Qian didn't hesitate at all. He jumped right in. He clearly understood the trajectory of the falling flames. There was no way he would get hit. He had just been jumping around on purpose to avoid raising the bald man's suspicions. Perhaps he couldn't even suspect him. With that brain, that billion might have been wasted. "Big brother, what should we do now?" The bald man was clearly a bit dazed. The flame spell wouldn't last this long. It seemed old Chen was determined to take their lives. "What else can we do? Charge in and kill them. Anyone who dares to touch me today won't leave alive." With that, he turned to Gu Qian and said, "Stay close to me, don't get hurt." Then he led Gu Qian southward, smashing through the flames blocking their path without any pause. With over 7 million combat power, dealing with flames of 300 combat power posed no pressure at all. But the flame rain seemed endless. Even with the bald man's strength, when they finally broke out of the range of the flame rain, he was panting heavily. At the same time, his killing intent grew stronger. Just then, a thin figure in black, holding a dagger, suddenly jumped onto a branch of a large tree. He looked at the bald man with confusion, then glanced at Gu Qian beside him. A flash of greed crossed his eyes but was quickly suppressed. If it were someone else who found Gu Qian, they might have tried to rob him. But finding him meant only getting the bounty. "Old Zhang, what are you doing? Why haven't you killed him?" Hearing this and recalling the humiliation in the flame rain earlier, the bald man immediately cursed angrily, "Kill your mother. I'll deal with you first, then go find old Chen. None of you will escape." With that, his figure flashed, charging directly at the man in black. A punch was thrown, and with a surge of energy, the large tree in front of him was reduced to powder. The man in black quickly jumped aside, barely dodging the blow, landing awkwardly. Before he could steady himself, old Zhang's figure attacked again. "Old Zhang, what are you going crazy for? If you're not going to kill that Gu kid, why are you hitting me?" The man in black kept dodging, not daring to confront old Zhang head-on. "I'm hitting you, prepare to die." A punch was swung, and powerful energy erupted. The man in black quickly evaded, not daring to clash with old Zhang. Although the man in black had over 5 million peak combat power and speed abilities, he was no match for old Zhang, the first level 5 ability user in Xingyin City. Taking a punch would either mean death or severe injury. Fortunately, he had speed abilities, otherwise, he wouldn't even be able to escape. Gu Qian saw such a good opportunity and naturally wouldn't let it slip. He immediately shouted, "Big brother, I'll help you hold him back." With that, his figure flashed and he joined the battle. With over 5 million combat power, even with all enhancements stacked, he knew he couldn't win. He might even be killed in one move. But the more he faced such a strong opponent, the more vitality surged, the faster the level breakthrough occurred. Moreover, with old Zhang providing protection, there would definitely be no accidents. This allowed him to unleash his full potential and engage in exhilarating battles. Faced with old Zhang alone, the man in black was already being suppressed from all sides. Now, with the addition of the annoyingly persistent Gu Qian, he couldn't even find the time to dodge. the injuries on his body gradually increased. Every time Gu Qian clashed with the man in black, he would sustain serious injuries. Yet, Gu Qian showed no signs of anger. Instead, the smile on his face grew wider. Because with each encounter, Gu Qian poured out all his vitality just to barely block a strike from the man in black. Each time his vitality was exhausted, his body would quickly replenish it. Back and forth, the vitality within him continued to grow. The breakthrough to level 3 was getting closer and closer, immersing Gu Qian in the experience. The three of them fought from where they first met to 100 miles away, battling for a full hour. The man in black was completely out of resistance and had his head smashed by old Zhang's punch. White brain matter and red flesh splattered everywhere, a truly disgusting sight. It was the first time Gu Qian had seen such a bloody scene, and he immediately leaned against a tree and vomited. Old Zhang laughed heartily and said, "Little brother, you need to get used to it. In the future, when facing magical beasts, there will be even bloodier scenes." Gu Qian lowered his stance and replied, "What you say is true, big brother." Old Zhang, panting, said, "Let's go, next one. Today, we must let these bastards know the consequences of offending me." With that, he led Gu Qian southward. Gu Qian hurriedly followed. Along the way, all the level 5 ability users they encountered were dealt with by the two of them. Gu Qian's vitality surged wildly. They fought from noon until night. Both were covered in blood. At the same time, the others learned about old Zhang teaming up with Gu Qian to kill many people. After a brief panic, everyone gathered together. What is old Zhang going crazy about? Ignoring a bounty of 1 billion to kill us? Has he been bought off by Gu Qian? Upon hearing this, everyone felt a heavy weight in their hearts. As level 5 ability users, they were all prominent figures in Xingyin City. Many were even supported by the 3 major families to achieve their current strength. Therefore, they generally would not betray their families. But old Zhang was an exception. Since awakening his ability, he had always been alone. In fact, due to the low level of his awakened ability, no family had ever sponsored him, leading him to become a rogue warrior. Even mercenary groups were unwilling to recruit him. But who would have thought that this guy's combat power would only increase as time went on? After reaching level 5, he became the strongest among all level 5 ability users. Just relying on his basic combat power, he could crush others even after they used their abilities. It was truly terrifying. The 3 major families were desperate to recruit him, but he looked down on everyone, only caring about money. Whoever offered more money, he would work for them. He never joined any faction. This time, it was the 3 families joining forces to offer a bounty of 1 billion that attracted him. Unexpectedly, it turned into trouble for themselves. Instead of killing Gu Qian, he ended up killing these people. At this moment, a tall, thin middle-aged man with a square face, wearing glasses and holding a dry tree branch, said with a serious expression, "We can't abandon the task given by the master just because of old Zhang. Even if one person can't defeat him, with so many of us, are we really afraid of just one old Zhang?" A chubby man on the other side echoed, "Old Chen is right. As long as we cooperate, with so many people, even if old Zhang is strong, he has no chance of winning. So what are we waiting for? The master said we must kill Gu Qian today, otherwise, that 1 billion and our respective bounties will be out of reach." The chubby man continued, "That's right, with old Chen, the fire element mage, here, as long as we hold off old Zhang, he will definitely die." Old Chen frowned slightly, feeling inexplicably anxious. "We can't be careless when dealing with old Zhang. Let's gather the others as soon as possible, that way, we'll have a better chance." After saying this, Gu Qian glanced at the dozens of people around. Although they had the numerical advantage, old Chen still felt uneasy. The chubby man said, "Old Chen is right, I'll." Just as everyone was discussing their strategy, a laugh made everyone tense up. "Ha ha ha, I knew you were here. So many of you still dare not come forward, what a bunch of cowards." Following that, 2 figures, one large and one small, jumped down from the tree. "Old Chen?" A cry of surprise rang out, and everyone went on high alert. Old Chen looked at old Zhang with a dark expression, tightening his grip on his wooden staff. Old Zhang, however, seemed completely unconcerned, scanning the crowd and disdainfully saying, "Just a few of you? Your reaction speed is lacking. Did the others not come? Or have the rest run away?" Gu Qian felt a jolt in his heart upon seeing so many people. He then secretly glanced at old Zhang, inwardly muttering, "With so many people, can old Zhang handle this?" Although his combat power is high, ranked first at level 5, it shouldn't be to the point of overwhelming. At most, he might have 1 or 2 million in combat power. Can he deal with so many? Don't follow my example. I only managed to take on a group after completely overpowering those guys. No, I need to be careful this time. I can't afford to fail. While Gu Qian was still calculating in his mind, old Zhang could no longer wait. Little brother, today I'll let you see my strength, martial skill, earth split, and sky charge. With a loud shout, old Zhang gathered all his energy into his right fist and then smashed it down onto the ground. Gu Qian scoffed at old Zhang's actions. He had witnessed the power of earth split and sky charge. It was effective against level 5 or lower opponents or those with weak combat power. In the current situation, it would at most just disrupt the enemy. Sigh, it seems I need to prepare to escape early. Saying this, Gu Qian took out the last space jumper from his spatial ring and reached out towards old Zhang. Until he reached level 3, old Zhang was still useful. But before Gu Qian's hand could grasp old Zhang, he suddenly stopped. The scene before him shocked Gu Qian. He saw the energy erupting from old Zhang's fist directly tear the surrounding ground apart. Large chunks of earth flew into the air, then were crushed into dust by the violent energy, disappearing without a trace. The ground shook violently, and even Gu Qian struggled to maintain his balance. Those enemies attacked by old Zhang were in dire straits, all severely injured and swept into the air by the impact of that punch. Only a few managed to barely withstand the blow with their own energy. But even they were not unscathed, blood trickling from the corners of their mouths. Everyone looked at old Zhang in terror. The combat power of that punch had directly surpassed 10 million. It was truly terrifying. Gu Qian's mouth hung open, unable to close for a long time. He never expected old Zhang's strength to be so horrifying. The martial skill he had previously used, Earth Split and Sky Charge, was merely a casual display. Gu Qian thought he had seen through old Zhang, but it turned out that the one hiding the deepest was old Zhang all along. As for the aftermath, everyone was severely injured, with only old Chen managing to withstand the blow thanks to his powerful mental strength, barely blocking it by communicating with the fire elements in the space, sustaining only minor injuries. At this moment, everyone looked at old Zhang with expressions that seemed to wish they could swallow him whole. Old Chen narrowed his eyes dangerously. As a noble mage, and a powerful mage with S-level boiling fire elements, he was always treated with high regard wherever he went. When has it ever been this embarrassing? Today, I must kill old Zhang. Let him understand that some people are not to be trifled with just because they are strong. At this moment, old Zhang, after a single strike, had exhausted all his energy. He was incredibly weak, lying flat on the ground, and said to Gu Qian, "Little brother, I've done my best. The rest is up to you. If you want to break through to level 3, you must defeat old Chen. Always hiding behind others will never allow you to grow." Hearing this, Gu Qian was even more shocked. What on earth is this guy's deal? How does he know everything? Could it be that he knows about all the things I've done? Gu Qian was completely stunned, looking at old Zhang in disbelief. At this moment, old Zhang looked at Gu Qian with a sly expression. Gu Qian shook his head, regardless of whether old Zhang had seen through him or how much he had seen. He couldn't let such a good opportunity slip away. Moreover, it seemed that old Zhang was leaning towards him, so there was nothing to fear. With this in mind, Gu Qian grinned at old Chen. The chip screen clearly displayed the opponent's combat power. 2,345,210. Plus the bonus from being a fire element mage, the combat power was at least 5 million. However, now injured and having consumed too much energy earlier, he could only exert around 2 million in combat power. He was fully capable of fighting. With this thought, Gu Qian's smile grew even more unrestrained. Without waiting for old Chen to react, he charged forward. Shadows appeared behind him. His speed was so fast that it rivaled those with innate abilities among level 5 ability users. Old Zhang was also very excited to see this. "Good kid, you've hidden deep enough." He also greatly approved of Gu Qian's actions. Mages indeed had high combat power, and their mental strength was terrifying. But compared to other attributes, they fell far short of martial artists. Whether in speed or defense, they were pitifully low. They could only compare with level 4 ability users. At the same level, as long as they got close, they would be suppressed, or even face a dead end. However, old Chen was not an ordinary level 5 mage. To become a level 5 mage, he had long had a set of methods to deal with such situations. "Kid, you still have a lot to learn." Old Chen looked at the rapidly approaching Gu Qian, and a flash of shock crossed his eyes. Just at level 2, he had such terrifying combat power and speed. He had heard that this kid was vengeful. "If I don't kill this kid today, I'll be the one dead in the future." With this thought, old Chen no longer held back. He raised his right hand, lifting his staff. The powerful fire element gathered wildly. Spell, White Firewall. With old Chen's loud shout, the power of the fire element poured out. In an instant, a white firewall dozens of meters high, over 100 meters long, and 10 meters thick formed around his body, separating the two as Gu Qian closed in. The moment the white flames appeared, the temperature around them rose to a terrifying height. All the surrounding plants ignited in an instant. Even the earth and rocks melted, turning into magma. The entire battlefield transformed into a magma hell. All the surviving ability users frantically mobilized their energy to resist the high temperature that could turn a person to ash. Old Chen showed no signs of stopping. He continuously cast several spells. Spell, Fire Rocket, Spell, Flame Rain, Spell, Fire Serpent, Spell, Earth Core Flame. After releasing 4 spells, Old Chen still did not pause. He chanted incantations, releasing powerful mental energy. He communicated with the fire element power of this space. Clearly, he was about to unleash a powerful fire element spell. Gu Qian naturally would not let him succeed. Powerful energy enveloped his entire body. He lifted his foot to bypass the firewall and approach Old Chen. But before he could move, countless fire arrows appeared out of thin air around him, shooting directly at Gu Qian. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of explosions echoed continuously. Gu Qian pushed his speed to the limit, dodging frantically. But there were too many fiery arrows. It was impossible to avoid them all. He could only endure them head-on. Each arrow that struck him consumed a large amount of his vitality. Coupled with the scorching lava beneath his feet, Gu Qian's energy was being drained at all times. Meanwhile, fireballs the size of watermelons fell from the sky. Following that, fiery serpents quickly swam towards Gu Qian in the lava below. Then, in an instant, they lunged out, baring their sharp fangs to bite. This made the already crowded space filled with fiery arrows even narrower. And it wasn't over yet. Flames surged up from the ground in a frenzy, completely unpredictable. In an instant, Gu Qian was engulfed by the towering flames. Countless arrows, fireballs, and fire serpents crazily attacked Gu Qian at that moment. There was no chance to dodge. Boom, boom, boom. A series of explosions erupted violently. The raging power of the fire element rampaged. Everyone quickly retreated, fearing even the slightest touch. They stared in shock at the center of the explosion. And at that moment, the battle power broke through 10 million. This was the true battle power of a level 5 fire element mage. Not to mention Gu Qian, even in peak condition, old Zhang would be severely injured or worse after taking this hit. Gu Qian was doomed this time. Old Zhang's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at the explosion center. Was he really defeated? Impossible. This kid was too cunning. How could he be so easily defeated? Old Chen opened his eyes, gasping weakly for breath, his face pale. Yet at that moment, he smiled. Finally, he had killed this kid. He then looked at old Zhang, full of mockery, and said, "Is this the path you chose? How ridiculous." Before he could finish his sentence, a cold voice rang out from behind. "You don't think this can kill me, do you? You think too highly of yourself." Hearing this, old Chen broke out in a cold sweat. When did he get behind him? That was impossible. He could never have escaped from that attack. But now was not the time to think about that. Feeling the intense fluctuations of vitality behind him, old Chen smiled sinisterly. "How can you be sure that this mage didn't intentionally lure you here?" Then, a powerful fire element force gathered in old Chen's right hand. A pure white feather floated quietly in his palm. Level 5 spell, Explosive Feather. The moment the words fell, a violent burst of fire element energy exploded, sweeping around old Chen and engulfing everyone nearby. The battle power value on the chip skyrocketed, directly reaching over 15 million. Everyone stared in fear, their eyes wide. "Run!" Someone shouted, and everyone fled at the fastest speed possible. Gu Qian's eyes were as wide as copper bells. He was frantically cursing in his heart. That old man was really wicked, actually plotting against him. This time, he had truly stumbled. The moment his thoughts rose, Gu Qian was enveloped by the incredibly violent fire element energy. Subsequently, within a radius of 100 miles, everything was completely destroyed by this force. The rising dust shot up into the sky. The crimson fire element power exploded like a sphere. Everything within the range was annihilated. This strike was remarkably similar to the attack of an 8th level magical beast. However, the power difference was immense. A level 5 fire element mage capable of casting a spell with 15 million battle power was already a formidable existence. The scorching fire element power lingered for a long time. Those who had narrowly escaped lay on the ground, gasping for breath, while simultaneously cursing old Chen. To kill Gu Qian, he didn't even spare them. Yet many others were unable to escape, reduced to ashes. Old Zhang stood not far from the edge of the explosion, staring blankly at the center of the blast, lost in thought. With so many level 5 ability users dead inside, there was no way Gu Qian could have survived. At the explosion's center, old Chen was on his knees, his limbs on the ground, his face pale as a sheet, with a large pool of blood in front of him. He was clearly gravely injured. At that moment, he was gasping for breath, yet his face was filled with a smile. The power of a level 5 spell was too strong. Even he, the one casting the spell, could not completely avoid it. As for Gu Qian, who was also at the center of the explosion, it was even more hopeless. Although he had several million in defense and combat power, the spell's power exceeded 15 million. There was no way he could withstand that. It was certain death. Thinking of this, old Chen let out a weak laugh. Ha ha ha. A young brat dares to fight this mage, truly. But before he could finish his sentence, a cold voice rang out. You don't think this can kill me, do you? Upon hearing this voice, old Chen's laughter abruptly stopped. He turned around in disbelief. There stood Gu Qian not far behind him, perfectly fine. Not only was he uninjured, but even his clothes were intact. This was something old Chen simply could not accept. Impossible, this was impossible. How could he still be alive? With his mere 2 or 3 million in combat power and defense, there was no way he could withstand a spell with 15 million in power. What was going on? Did he use defensive equipment? Not just old Chen, but the other surviving level 5 ability users also wore expressions of disbelief. That last attack, Gu Qian was not just at the center of the explosion, even within the blast radius, it was impossible to escape death. How could he still be alive and unharmed? There was only one explanation, Gu Qian had used defensive equipment. But defensive equipment capable of withstanding a single blow from a spell with 15 million in power was worth a fortune, at least worth over 1 billion. Moreover, such items were rare and hard to come by. Only a level 6 craftsman could create them. There was no such existence in Xingyin City. So, it was even more impossible for such equipment to exist. How could Gu Qian have it? Gu Qian grinned mischievously and tossed out a metallic cube-like object with his right hand, feeling a pang of heartache. The level 5 defensive equipment, the flawless cube, was indeed very useful, but it cost 17 billion and could only be used once, which made even Gu Qian feel the pinch. However, the outcome was favorable. Moreover, during the process of resisting the level 5 spell, he had successfully broken through to level 3. That 17 billion was not spent in vain. Upon seeing the metallic cube Gu Qian threw, everyone suddenly realized. So, Gu Qian really did have level 5 defensive equipment. The Gu family was indeed generous. And why did Gu Qian bring such equipment? Did he anticipate what would happen today? If that were the case, was this kid scheming too deep? Thinking of this, everyone gasped in shock. You knew this would happen all along? Old Chen looked at Gu Qian with reluctance, his face filled with bitterness. At this point, his mental energy was nearly exhausted, and the elemental power within him was almost depleted. Even if he cast a spell, his combat power would be less than 1 million, and he could not possibly harm Gu Qian. Gu Qian clapped his hands and smiled, saying, Did you even need to predict this? Everything you did today was part of my plan. Did you think I would be so foolish as to reveal all my strength and wait here for you to kill me? This was all to lure you into action, a bunch of fools. Hearing Gu Qian's words, old Chen was completely stunned. What? This was all a trap set by Gu Qian? The entire Star Hidden City's 3 major families were outsmarted by an 18-year-old boy? How is that possible? This guy usually seems so reckless. How could he have such deep schemes? Even the heads of the 3 families, who have experienced deceit since childhood, fell for his tricks. No, the entire Star Hidden City fell for his tricks. No one suspected that this was a trap he set. Gu Qian is truly terrifying. But what is he doing all this for? Is it just to provoke the 3 families into action? But what benefit does that bring to the Gu family? Gu Qian had no intention of answering old Chen's doubts. He directly sacrificed his own organs to gain a 475-fold amplification. His combat power surged from over 40,000 to over 10 million. All the survivors who witnessed this scene were left in shock, mouths agape. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, no one would believe such a thing. Over 40,000 combat power instantly turned into over 10 million. What level of ability could achieve this? What kind of perverse ability has Gu Qian awakened? Now, no one believes that Gu Qian only awakened F-level solidification, because that's simply impossible. Not to mention F-level, even SSS-level abilities couldn't achieve such a degree of amplification. Moreover, none of the records about abilities mention such a perverse capability. Everyone's minds went blank, staring dumbfounded at Gu Qian. They simply couldn't accept this fact. Gu Qian looked at the combat power displayed on the chip screen with satisfaction. This was also one of the reasons to provoke the 3 major families into action. Most importantly, it was to test the 3 families' attitudes towards the Gu family and to lure out those with ulterior motives within the Gu family. Now that all objectives had been achieved, it was time for reckoning. Gu Qian spoke coldly, spell, flame rain. The moment the words fell, fireballs about 10 meters in size appeared in mid-air. The scorching heat instantly charred the earth, turning it into flowing magma. Everyone stared blankly at the flame rain, their minds devoid of any thoughts. After all, the previous scene had already shocked everyone enough. Even now, the flame rain with over 20 million combat power couldn't pull their thoughts back. Gu Qian showed no other emotions. As his right hand gently fell, endless flame rain descended rapidly. In an instant, the area where Old Chen stood turned into a sea of fire. Even the space was distorted by the powerful fire elemental force. Old Chen had no resistance whatsoever. Upon seeing the flame rain's combat power exceeding 20 million, he already knew. In the entire star-hidden city, without a level 6 ability appearing, no one was Gu Qian's opponent. Moreover, he was currently extremely weak, with no chance of escape. The only emotional fluctuation was regret. Regret for participating in this matter. Even more regret for having the thought of killing Gu Qian and being the one to stick his neck out. However, regret was useless. With Gu Qian's vengeful nature, not to mention Old Chen, even the others involved in this matter wouldn't have a good ending. The sky over Star-Hidden City was about to change. The survivors in the distance, upon seeing this, finally woke from their earlier shock. Their hearts were filled with panic. This level of combat power far surpassed the strongest of the original level 5 abilities, Old Zhang and Old Chen. If they couldn't even defeat Old Zhang and Old Chen, how could they possibly be a match for Gu Qian? Run! They must run back to Star-Hidden City as quickly as possible. Only by returning to Star-Hidden City could there be a glimmer of hope. With this thought, everyone turned and fled in a frenzy. Only Old Zhang stood dazed in place, seemingly still unable to recover. Gu Qian glanced at the fleeing crowd, unhurried, and activated the live broadcast function on the chip. In an instant, over 10 million people flooded into the live stream. Netizen71, how is young Master Gu doing? What's the situation? Netizen72, damn, Gu Xiao is already leveled up to level 3, with a combat power of 19,002,375. As soon as this was said, everyone fell silent. Nearly 20 million in combat power. What kind of monster is this? Even level 5 ability users aren't this abnormal, right? If it weren't for the combat power gap between level 6 and level 5 ability users, this 20 million combat power could rival a level 6 ability user. But even so, Gu Xiao is still the strongest among the level 5 ability users in Xingyin City. As for level 6 ability users, each one has combat power in the hundreds of millions. It's completely out of reach for anyone below level 6. What shocked everyone the most was that Gu Xiao actually leveled up 2 levels in one day. This has never happened before. You have to understand, whether it's a martial artist, a mage, or any other profession, they need to repeatedly refine their own characteristics until they reach the critical point for a breakthrough to the next level. For example, martial artists need to continuously consume their internal energy, then replenish it, and then consume and replenish again. Only when their internal energy reaches its fullest state can they break through. This process is extremely difficult and takes a long time. Moreover, other means can't help much. Even if the early stages are relatively easy, it's impossible to break through 2 levels in one day. For someone like Gu Qian, breaking through to level 3 would take at least 3 years. No one can accomplish that in a single day. What on earth has Gu Xiao experienced? How could he break through so quickly? Netizen73, at this rate, will Gu Xiao soon break through to level 4? By then, level 6 ability users. The message stopped there, but everyone could guess the rest. Level 1 has a combat power of tens of thousands. Level 2 has combat power in the hundreds of thousands to millions. Level 3 has nearly 20 million combat power. When it comes to level 4, wouldn't that mean having combat power in the hundreds of millions? Becoming the top combat power in Xingyin City. Hiss. The live stream screen was filled with gasps of astonishment. An 18-year-old with combat power in the hundreds of millions. Gu Xiao is probably one of a kind. There definitely hasn't been anyone like him before, and there absolutely won't be anyone like him again. Looking at the quiet live stream screen, Gu Qian was just about to speak when he heard Old Zhang shout and run over. Kid, how dare you deceive me? Upon hearing this voice, the audience in the live stream was stunned. Not just the audience, even Gu Qian was taken aback. He turned his gaze to the rapidly approaching Old Zhang, filled with confusion. What has Old Zhang gone mad about? Didn't he already know? Why does he look so angry? Soon, the people in the live stream recognized Old Zhang's identity. Previously, the number 1 level 5 ability user in Xingyin City. He was also the one who could break through to level 6 the fastest and had the highest popularity. Old Zhang was quite famous. However, that title has now been snatched away by Gu Xiao. But the crowd wasn't concerned about that. What they were most curious about was how Gu Xiao had angered Old Zhang to the point of excitement. Netizen74, Old Zhang said Gu Xiao deceived him. Gu Xiao, what exactly did you do? Netizen75, it can't be what I'm thinking, right? Gu Xiao, could it be that you? Netizen 76, a strong bodyguard and a handsome young master? Ah. Below, a group of fangirls began to scream and wildly speculate. Gu Qian looked at the live stream comments, feeling a headache coming on. How did things develop in such a strange direction? Before Gu Qian could say anything, old Zhang rushed over in a hurry. He grabbed Gu Qian by the collar and said fiercely, I treated you like a brother, and you actually plotted against me? Tell me, was that Yen Yu you're doing? Gu Qian's expression was a bit awkward, but he still asked softly, Big brother, didn't you already know? Why are you still asking me? Old Zhang was taken aback. No? No what? This time, it was Gu Qian who was puzzled. You don't know? Then what did that gesture and expression mean at that time? As he spoke, Gu Qian mimicked the gesture. Lao Zhang immediately recalled it. Then, gritting his teeth, he said, I was telling you to keep it up. Who told you I knew anything? I was being kind, treating you like a brother, helping you break through your level, and you just came at me with Yen Yu right away. So, how do we resolve this? Upon hearing this, Gu Qian was even more astonished. It turned out Lao Zhang had no idea at all. It was all a misunderstanding on his part. Gu Qian chuckled awkwardly, I was wrong, big brother. I'll compensate you right away. Saying this, Sister Hui transferred another 100 million to Lao Zhang. Seeing the money notification, Lao Zhang's face instantly lit up with joy. He released his grip on Gu Qian's collar and even smoothed out the wrinkled parts with care. It's all small stuff, just small stuff. If you need anything from your big brother, just say it. He patted his chest as he spoke. Gu Qian grinned widely and said, of course, I want these guys to experience what it's like to be hunted down. With that, he vanished in a flash. The vast majority of people still watching the live stream immediately vomited. Gu Qian's speed was too fast. These people's perspectives simply couldn't keep up. It all triggered a physiological reaction. Netizen 77, watching young Master Gu's livestream is quite thrilling, but it's a bit of a workout. Netizen 78, it's the first time I've heard someone describe vomiting so refreshingly. Soon, Gu Qian caught up with one person. He ran alongside him and cheerfully said, hello there, running so hard, why not take a break? With that, he punched straight through the opponent's chest. The opponent's feet were still moving quickly, but his face was filled with shock. Then he fell straight down, eyes closed. Netizen 79, being young is great, just fall asleep. Netizen 80, a level 5 ability user, taken down with one punch? Young Master Gu is amazing. Netizen 81, I think young Master Gu should be even more aggressive. People who bully the weak deserve this end. The online reviews were overwhelmingly one-sided. No one spoke up for those killed by Gu Qian. After all, they had instigated the situation. Moreover, they had surrounded Gu Qian. Now that they were being counterattacked, they were hardly deserving of sympathy. Lao Zhang smiled at this. I should stretch my muscles too. Saying this, he joined the hunting team. In front of the live stream, the members of the three major families watched the scene with dark, terrifying expressions. These were all their people. Losing even one was a huge loss. Although they wanted to intervene, seeing the Gu family head and old Shio hovering in the air, watching them closely, they all quieted down. Previously, they could keep an eye on old Gu and old Shio. Now, the two of them could also keep an eye on the members of the three major families. They could only hope that more people would return, preserving some strength. At this moment, Gongmu, Lu Ruyan, and others saw the scene. Their expressions varied, but none looked good. Gongmu clenched his jaw, his eyes fixed on Gu Qian, who was continuously hunting down level 5 ability users. He kept shouting in his heart. Why? Why are so many people trying to kill him, and he's still alive? Why is he always the one in the spotlight? Why am I the one being suppressed by him? Unwilling, so unwilling. Thinking this, Gongmu punched a nearby tree, but it only left a fist mark on it. In the same situation, Gu Qian could have smashed the tree to pieces with one punch. The gap was simply too large. Lu Ruyan looked at Gu Qian in the livestream, her heart filled with mixed emotions. If that incident hadn't happened, she would have been the most dazzling presence aside from Gu Qian. How could the fiancé of such a genius not attract attention? How could she not evoke envy from other women? But now, it was all too late. The engagement was off, don't even mention remarrying. From now on, it will be impossible to get close to him. A genius like this will only drift further away from us. Thinking of this, Lu Ruyan let out a soft sigh. But deep down, she was determined. Gu Qian, even if you are a prodigy, I will surpass you. No matter what method I use, I will never admit defeat. No matter what it takes. Lu Ruyan recalled everything she had endured since the broken engagement, and a strong sense of humiliation surged within her. Ever since the engagement with Gu Qian was called off, the entire Lu family had been reduced to its former state. In fact, it was even worse than when they were engaged to the Gu family. They were completely ostracized by the entire Shingin city, with no place to stand. She herself was regarded as a thorn in the side by the entire Lou family. If it weren't for her awakening in S-level ability, she would have probably been kicked out of the Lou family to fend for herself long ago. She wouldn't even have had the chance to continue her studies. But why? Was it just because of the broken engagement? Why should I have to endure all this? Can't I break off an engagement? Thinking of this, Lu Ruyan felt an intense anger in her heart. I must make everyone see. Even if I leave Gu Qian, I, Lu Ruyan, will still be the most dazzling one. Others looked at Gu Qian's performance with envy. Such achievements, apart from Gu Qian, would not be seen in anyone else. The two who had made the bet earlier were now one overjoyed and the other dejected. Gu Qian not only went to the second level area but also to the third level, and even strolled around the fourth level area. Now he even had the combat power to dominate in the fourth level area. This was a place that only fifth level ability users dared to enter. Gu Qian was still just a student, just like herself. Yet he had already pinned down fifth level abilities. Meanwhile, she was struggling even in the outer areas. She couldn't even complete the entrance examination. Now she was hiding behind a group of proctors and mercenaries, not daring to enter the Xinghui Mountains. This was the gap. Soon, the group of candidates standing under the city wall saw someone rushing over in a panic. The speed was so fast that some even left no afterimage. Who else could it be but those fifth-level ability users being chased by Gu Qian? Get out of the way, all of you get out of the way. The moment the voice rang out, a shadow rushed past the crowd, stirring up a whirlwind that knocked everyone off balance, causing a commotion. The person didn't even stop, let alone apologize. It was extremely rude. But even so, the proctors and mercenaries could only curse inwardly. After all, the other party was a fifth-level ability user. There were only about 1,000 of them in the entire Shingin city. They were the top combat power, second only to sixth-level ability users. Not to mention them, even the elders at home would have to show respect upon seeing them. So they could only hold their anger inside. They were not Gu Qian. They had status, they had power, they had strength. There was no comparison, absolutely no comparison. Those fifth-level ability users who rushed in seemed to have found a sanctuary. They lay directly on the ground, gasping for breath without any semblance of their usual lofty demeanor. Before long, many more fifth-level ability users arrived one after another, all looking the same. Until the last batch of fifth-level ability users appeared before everyone, Gu Qian's figure also burst out from the Xinghui Mountains. He leisurely chased after those fifth-level ability users, as if herding them back into a pen, giving a rather comical impression. Gu Qian then rushed in front of the group of fifth-level ability users, causing everyone to huddle together in fear, looking at Gu Qian in panic. A middle-aged man stood at the very front, very close to Gu Qian. As he watched Gu Qian approach step by step, cold sweat kept pouring out from his forehead, and he kept stepping back. He stammered, Gu Qian, this is in the city, you can't act against us. This is the city's rule, set by your 4 great families. You can't break the rules your own family established. Exactly. This is a rule set by your own family. As the heir of the Gu family, you cannot violate it. Everyone began to stir, their voices loud, but their faces were filled with terror. They kept retreating. Who knew if this living Yama would abide by the rule? With no 6th-level ability users around, who could do anything to Gu Qian? Moreover, this battle had completely torn apart the relationship between the 3 families and the Gu family. Who knew if this rule still held any weight? But now, aside from using this rule to restrain Gu Qian, they had no other options. They couldn't fight back, nor could they escape. If it weren't for Gu Qian showing mercy, not a single one of them would have made it back to Shingin City alive. It was truly terrifying. The candidates nearby watched this scene, filled with envy. The 5th-level ability user who had just been arrogant and dismissive was now like a mouse before a cat in front of Gu Qian. Lianda Sheng didn't even dare to speak. There was no trace of the dignity of a 5th-level ability user left. It was laughable. Gu Xiao was imposing. Before Gu Qian could say anything, old Zhang rushed over energetically. He said to those people, "Did you really think we couldn't do anything to you in the city?" After saying this, he turned to Gu Qian with a sly smile and said, "How about we throw them out?" Upon hearing this, everyone turned pale, looking at old Zhang as if they had seen a devil. Was this even human? To come up with such a malicious idea. Gu Qian glanced at old Zhang, then stroked his chin with his right hand, seemingly contemplating the feasibility of this method. Everyone was nervously watching Gu Qian, fearing he might agree to old Zhang's suggestion. Gu Xiao, we were wrong. Please let us go. From now on, whenever I see you or anyone from the Gu family, I will avoid you as far as I can. I promise I will never appear before you again. Please spare me. As he spoke, the man knelt directly on the ground, abandoning all dignity. With the first one, there was bound to be a second. Please spare us, Gu Xiao. I won't dare again. Instantly, a large group knelt down. Seeing this scene, a smile finally appeared on Gu Qian's face. This was the outcome he desired. Killing them would bring no benefit to the Gu family. Making them fear the Gu family, even using them for the Gu family's purposes, was the ultimate goal. To completely dismantle the three families, mere combat power wouldn't suffice. However, it was impossible to let them off so easily. With this thought, Gu Qian smiled slightly and said, "Don't be like that. I never said I had to do anything, did I?" Upon hearing Gu Qian's words, everyone stopped begging for mercy, looking at him with hope. As long as they could get this demon to spare them, they were willing to do anything. Looking at the crowd that dared not speak, Gu Qian felt a bit helpless. This group really lacked insight. He had to make things clear himself. My request isn't too much, just compensate me for some mental distress. After all, you all scared me quite a bit. Everyone on the opposite side was taken aback by Gu Qian's words. Mental distress? You scared me quite a bit? Wasn't that the opposite? From start to finish, they hadn't seen him show an ounce of fear. Instead, they were the ones who had been played around, ending up like stray dogs fleeing back to Shingyin City. Even if there was a need for compensation for mental distress, it should be you compensating us, right? Although everyone internally complained, they didn't dare voice it. Otherwise, who knew what this living Yama would do? They had finally found a way to resolve the situation, they couldn't lose it. I don't know how much we should compensate, Gu Xiao. Please just tell us directly. As long as it can be resolved, what's a bit of money? Upon hearing this, Gu Qian's eyes lit up, and he looked at the middle-aged man with great approval. There is still some insight. Saying this, Gu Qian extended a finger towards the crowd. Then he softly said, 100 million. At this, everyone gasped in shock. Although they knew Gu Qian would ask for a lot, they didn't expect it to be this much. 100 million. Even as a level 5 ability user, it would take years to save that much. Gu Qian asking for so much right off the bat was truly painful. However, there were many people here, so it wasn't impossible to gather that much money. The middle-aged man did not ask for anyone else's opinion. If anyone opposed at this critical moment, not only would Gu Qian take action, but the group would also throw him out first. He directly said to Gu Qian, "It's only right. Making young Master Gu worry is our fault. This money is our tribute to you. We'll gather it right away and transfer it to you." Saying this, he turned to collect the money. But Gu Qian spoke up, "I think you misunderstood. The 100 million I mentioned is not a total of 100 million, but 100 million for each person." After saying this, he looked at everyone with a smile and continued, "Pay up and leave, otherwise." Although he didn't finish his sentence, his gaze turned to old Zhang. The meaning was clear. If they didn't pay, they would be thrown out. Old Zhang cooperatively clenched his fists and knocked them together in front of his chest. The crowd, who had been thinking of resisting, shivered. 100 million is a lot, but compared to their lives, it was nothing. The middle-aged man pondered for a moment, then gritted his teeth and said, "I'll pay." After saying this, he operated on the chip screen. Gu Qian then received a transfer notification. Received, 100 million. Upon hearing the notification, Gu Qian's smile stretched from ear to ear. "Can I leave now?" the middle-aged man asked cautiously. Even after paying, he had to be careful in front of this living Yama. Of course, take care. Gu Qian's attitude was exceedingly good. There was no trace of the earlier threatening demeanor. He seemed just like a restaurant waiter. It was hard to believe he was the heir of the Gu family. The crowd was stunned by Gu Qian's sudden change in attitude. Was this change too quick? But thinking about it, being able to collect this much money, they probably did better than Gu Qian. Recalling Gu Qian's previous livestream, everyone quickly reached a conclusion in their hearts. Gu Qian really loved money. This had nothing to do with whether he was the heir of the Gu family. The middle-aged man turned and ran, fearing Gu Qian would have second thoughts. Following that, the remaining people exchanged glances and then rushed to Gu Qian to pay for their lives. Gu Qian was all smiles, extremely happy. "Everyone, please line up, one at a time, let's try to get everyone home quickly. No need to panic, no need to rush, one by one, one by one." Watching Gu Qian's skilled operation, anyone who didn't know would think he had really worked as a waiter before. Soon, there were repeated notifications of received, 100 million, making everyone who heard it envious. This was 100 million. Even the top forces in Shingyin City would probably need to profit for several months to earn that much. Gu Qian earned it so easily? And not just one, but hundreds. How could that not make people envious? Gong Mu and the others looked on with envy. So much money, even if their family worked for a year, they couldn't earn it. Gu Qian earned it in just one day. It was truly. Previously, they only knew Gu Qian as a brainless playboy. Apart from being strong and having many tricks, he seemed useless. It was only now that they understood. He wasn't brainless, he was pretending to be brainless. Everyone had been fooled by him. In less than half an hour, all the level 5 abilities had paid and left. Not a single person stayed behind. Only a group of students, proctors, and mercenaries remained on site. Gu Qian looked at the hundreds of billions in his account with satisfaction, grinning from ear to ear. But this wasn't enough to satisfy him. With that thought, Gu Qian turned his gaze towards Gong Mu and the other two in the crowd. He walked straight over. Upon seeing him approach, the three were understandably frightened, filled with regret. What were they doing here, watching the commotion? Gu Qian was the type to settle scores on the spot. How could they expect him to let them off the hook? Especially now that the mask of civility had been completely torn away. It was clear that there was no escape for them now. Gong Mu, Qin Zhong, and Meng Su all turned pale, their faces filled with panic as they looked at Gu Qian. Before Gu Qian could get close, Qin Zhong stammered, "Gu Qian, this matter has nothing to do with me. It was all those old geezers in my family. If you want revenge, go find them, don't come after me." As he spoke, Qin Zhong kept backing away, trying to create distance between them. Meng Su, on the other hand, was much calmer. "Gu Qian, I know there's no room for reconciliation between our families, but you can't blame us for this. Even if you kill us, it won't threaten our family. So let's talk about what you want." Gong Mu, however, avoided Gu Qian's gaze, not daring to look him in the eye. As far as he knew, this plan had been organized by the Gong family. If Gu Qian wanted trouble, the Gong family would be the first target. Right now, he was the most vulnerable. Gu Qian ignored the two and continued walking, which made the three of them increasingly anxious. They had no idea what Gu Qian was planning. As Gu Qian drew closer, Gong Mu couldn't help but ask in terror, "What do you want?" Gu Qian stood before them and flashed a grin at Gong Mu. At that moment, Gong Mu's heart raced. It was clear he was coming for me. What should I do? Gu Qian, this is the city, you can't lay a hand on me. Besides, this matter has nothing to do with me. If you want to find someone, go after those old geezers. Gong Mu's face was ashen, and he kept retreating. He was genuinely afraid of Gu Qian. He knew Gu Qian's temperament all too well. He acted without regard for the consequences, always seeking revenge, never letting grudges go overnight. With such a huge incident occurring right under his nose, how could he possibly escape? He just didn't know how Gu Qian would retaliate. Gu Qian looked at the terrified Gong Mu and disdainfully said, "I don't have a habit of bullying the weak. I'm here for money, you still owe me 10 million. Hurry up and transfer it." As he spoke, he pointed his right index finger directly at Gong Mu. Just as Gong Mu was about to retort, he heard Gu Qian mention money. 10 million? Wasn't that the amount promised during the live stream? He remembered that. Was it really that simple? "You just want money?" Gong Mu asked uncertainly. Gu Qian frowned and replied, "What else? Am I supposed to be like you guys and kill you? I'm not that shameless. Though I lack morals, I'm not that devoid of them." The three of them turned red with embarrassment. Having level 5 abilities hunt down a level 2 ability was something that, not just the three major families, but any first-rate family would never do. Even if there were grievances, they would be resolved among peers. The older generation would never intervene unless the other party had reached that level. But such a situation had never occurred. Even Gu Qian, whose combat power far exceeded his peers and even rivaled the older generation, was still only at level 3. Moreover, when the three major families acted, Gu Qian was still just level 2. Deploying level 5 abilities was indeed shameless, especially when mobilizing 600 or 700 of them. That was even more shameless. So, Gu Qianming was mocking them, and the three had no words to refute. They could only lower their heads, their faces flushed with shame. Seeing their reaction, Gu Qian grew a bit impatient and said to Gong Mu, "Hurry up and transfer the money, I still have other business to attend to." Gong Mu dared not delay and directly transferred 10 million. Upon seeing the transaction notification, Gu Qian immediately broke into a smile. At that moment, old Zheng jogged over. Rubbing his hands together, he said to Gu Qian, "Brother, don't you think my contribution is quite significant? Share a bit with me?" His demeanor was exceedingly flattering. Gu Qian glanced at old Zhang and smiled, of course, but for the next business, Big Brother has to work with me too. Once we make money, I'll share it with you, how about that?" Hearing Gu Qian's words, old Zhang's eyes sparkled with excitement. With Gu Qian's generous nature, the money would surely be substantial. He definitely couldn't miss out on the upcoming business. So, without even asking, old Zhang readily agreed. As long as it can make money, Whatever you want me to do, I'll do it. Gu Qian grinned, his expression somewhat cunning. No wonder you're my good big brother. Saying this, Gu Qian transferred a sum of money to old Zhang. Old Zhang eagerly awaited the transaction notification. Gu Qian had just received so much money, this time it surely wouldn't be less. At least a few 100 million. Thinking of this, old Zhang was filled with excitement. Earning over 1 billion in a day, that feeling was exhilarating. Just as old Zhang was pondering how much Gu Qian would give him, the notification chimed, and he quickly opened the message. However, the number that met his eyes left old Zhang stunned. He even counted it again in disbelief. 1, 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000, 100,000, million? 1 million? Why is it so little? Old Zhang immediately became displeased. 1 million? Are you sending me off like a beggar? Just earned a few 100 billion, and you give me this little? Doesn't your conscience hurt? Looking at old Zhang's furious expression, Gu Qian showed no signs of embarrassment and threw an arm around old Zhang's shoulder. Then he smiled and said, "Big brother, don't think it's too little. This is just a deposit. Once this business is done, I won't let you down. You know what kind of person I am, right?" Old Zhang looked at Gu Qian suspiciously. "Your character doesn't need to be mentioned, it's never been good." As soon as old Zhang said this, even Gu Qian, who had a thick skin, felt a bit awkward and touched his nose. In fact, old Zhang was being quite polite. It wasn't just not good, it was practically non-existent. Whenever Gu Qian was mentioned, he was always associated with words like wastrel, unreasonable, domineering, second-generation rich, and little tyrant. Now, he was also labeled as materialistic. Although materialism seemed unrelated to Gu Qian, through today's live broadcast, Gu Qian had completely associated himself with that term. Gu Qian awkwardly said, "That's for others, you're different, big brother. A powerful martial artist like you, even if you hire someone, it wouldn't just be this much money, right? Don't worry, even if you don't trust me, you can still trust the Gu family, right?" Old Zhang lowered his head, pondering slightly. "Alright, I'll trust you this once. So, what's the business?" Gu Qian looked at old Zhang with a bright smile and then turned to the city, saying, "Of course, it's extortion." "Ha!" Upon hearing Gu Qian's words, everyone was stunned. Extortion? Can this be said so bluntly? Also, while it's known that you love money, it shouldn't be like this. Just now, you were still considering old Zhang's face. By doing this, the Gu family will have no face left in the future. A formidable warrior with over 20 million combat power actually wants to extort? And he's the heir of a top-tier force like the Gu family. Doesn't he fear embarrassing the Gu family by saying such things? Old Zhang looked at Gu Qian with disdain. Even he, a rough man, felt a bit of contempt. Gu Qian glanced disdainfully at the crowd. Then he said, "What kind of eyes are you all giving me? I'm here to rob the rich and help the poor. Besides, it's ungracious not to repay a grudge. The 3 major families and all the forces involved in this matter today, if they don't give me a satisfactory answer, don't think this will end today." Saying this, he turned to old Zhang and asked, "Are you going or not? If not, give me my money back." Upon hearing that Gu Qian wanted money, old Zhang, who had been somewhat conflicted, was no longer in doubt. Let's go, robbing the rich to help the poor is my favorite. Just make sure to help this poor man out later, little brother." Gu Qian looked at old Zhang with a face full of disdain. "You? A poor man? Which farmer has a bank balance of over 1 billion? Old Zhang felt a bit embarrassed after Gu Qian's remark. Then he heard Gu Qian say, "If we're going to help the poor, it should be someone like me." After saying that, he ignored the astonished faces of the crowd and directly turned to leave. Alright, those with over 1 billion in their accounts aren't considered poor. Those with hundreds of billions are considered poor, right? So what are we, beggars? The crowd stared blankly at the two leaving, their feelings very complicated. One person stared at Gu Qian's back in a daze, murmuring, "Gu Xiao didn't even turn off the livestream." Saying this, "Don't the people from the 3 major families know?" As soon as this was said, everyone turned to look at him. Suddenly, this classmate felt quite embarrassed. Meanwhile, the 3 major families and all the families involved in this matter received the news. They couldn't help but feel worried. Although Gu Qian said he was here to ask for money, could such a big issue be resolved with money? This operation was no longer as simple as an assassination. It was an open encirclement. The relationship with the Gu family had completely broken down. Not to mention Gu Qian's character, even old Gu wouldn't easily let the 3 major families off the hook. This battle was probably unavoidable. Moreover, the 3 major families had suffered heavy losses. They had lost quite a few level 5 powerhouses. They were simply no match for the Gu family. The main point was that Gu Qian was now the strongest existence below level 6. How could they fight? In the Gong family's conference room, a group of people sat around an oval wooden table, anxiously looking at the head of the Gong family and saying, "Head, what should we do?" The head of the Gong family irritably took off his glasses and threw them on the conference table. He leaned back in his chair, utterly exhausted, and said, "Prepare 500 billion, then recall all level 5 powerhouses to stand by. Remember, it's a forced recall. If they don't respond, it's considered a betrayal of the Gong family, and they will bear the consequences." As soon as these words were spoken, everyone's heart sank to the bottom. Then the head of the Gong family continued, "Contact the Meng family and the Qin family via video. This matter must be a joint effort of the 3 families, otherwise, there's no chance of winning." After saying this, he lay back in his chair, feeling dispirited. He regretted deeply. If this operation had killed Gu Qian, it would have been fine. Even if the Gu family wanted revenge, they would have to consider the family's future development. They wouldn't fight to the death. But now Gu Qian was alive. Moreover, he had become the strongest existence in Xingyin City, aside from level 6 powerhouses. There was no need to consider the Gu family's future anymore. As long as Gu Qian was around, the Gu family would never have to worry about being surpassed by other families. They wouldn't have to worry about the 3 major families destroying the Gu family in the future. Now they could only pray that the Gu family wouldn't go all out against the 3 families. Even if they could survive this crisis, the 3 major families would still decline. With this thought, the head of the Gong family spoke again, "Don't prepare 500 billion anymore, prepare 1000 billion. Soon, the 3 major families connected via video, and naturally, they were in complete agreement, all gathering in the city center building. The entire building was cleared out. The heads of the 3 major families and core figures were all present. The perimeter was completely surrounded by level 5 powerhouses. Such a scene was rarely seen. The onlookers all gasped in amazement. Are they about to go to war? Now there's a good show to watch. What battle are you talking about? It's clearly the 3 major families seeking peace. Exactly, how could the current 3 major families possibly be a match for the Gu family? Even if it drags on, they could exhaust the 3 major families to death. The 3 major families are finished this time. If I were the Gu family, I would definitely turn Xingyin City upside down. Even the heir of the Gu family is moved. The 3 major families are getting too cocky. Right. Ha? Turn Xingyin City upside down? Should we hide? Soon, Gu Qian rode Xiaobai to the Xingyin building in the city center. Old Master Gu and Grandpa Qiu had been waiting there for a long time. In midair, Old Master Gu saw Gu Qian return and smiled broadly, saying, "You've worked hard." Gu Qian smiled back, "Why are we being so polite? We're family." Before he could finish, Old Master Gu pulled Gu Qian aside. At this moment, Old Zhang had completely lost his previous nonchalance and said awkwardly, "This is what the kid should do." Old Master Gu patted Old Zhang on the shoulder, looking very familiar. Gu Qian watched this scene, completely bewildered. "Wait, what's going on? How do you two know each other? And I didn't know? Isn't Old Zhang disdainful of the 4 major families? How could he follow Grandpa's arrangements? Or is it that Old Zhang is playing both sides? Damn Old Zhang, you actually deceived me. Poor me with my 13 billion and 1 million. Just as Gu Qian was fuming and wanting to reason with Old Zhang, Old Master Gu spoke up. "Younger is lucky to have a friend like you." Hearing Old Master Gu's words, Gu Qian was even more confused. Younger? Isn't that the old man he met only once? How is this related to him? Moreover, Old Zhang has a connection with his old man. By this logic, should he call him uncle? Old Zhang respectfully said, "If it weren't for Brother Young saving my life back then, I would have died long ago. I will remember this kindness for a lifetime." The way you say that, as if my son and daughter-in-law are no longer around, really. Stop chatting here, those 3 guys are probably getting anxious. With that, he flew directly to the rooftop of the Xingyin building. Grandpa Qiu followed closely behind. Gu Qian also followed the 2 on Xiaobai's back. However, his gaze towards Old Zhang was filled with hatred. This made Old Zhang feel guilty. If this guy decided to make a move, he wouldn't be able to handle it. As they approached the rooftop, Gu Qian gritted his teeth and said, "You just wait." With that, he jumped onto the rooftop. Old Zhang wiped the sweat from his forehead and jumped down as well. At this moment, the people from the 3 major families had been waiting on the rooftop for a long time. Seeing the Gu family arrive, they immediately greeted them with smiles. The head of the Gong family was especially polite, saying, "Gu Qian has suffered. It's our fault as uncles and grandfathers for not being strict enough, putting our nephew in danger. We truly apologize. Here are the main culprits. We've already captured them and will deal with them in front of our nephew to give him some relief." As he spoke, nearly 30 level 5 ability users were dragged up. None of these people were weak in combat power. Among them were several mages. This time, the 3 major families were willing to spend heavily to appease Gu Qian. They were willing to bring out such combat power. The head of the Gong family took the initiative, leaving the Gu family with nothing to say. This was full of sincerity, and there was no way to pick faults. Moreover, all the responsibility was pushed onto these people, intending to execute them in front of the Gu family. It was also calculated that Old Master Gu would be reluctant. Sure enough, after hearing the head of the Gong family's words, Old Master Gu's brows furrowed. Seeing this, the head of the Gong family smiled triumphantly and then raised his right hand to signal. The people behind him, who were holding the level 5 ability users, were about to make a move. Old Master Gu hurriedly spoke, "Don't act rashly, don't act rashly." The head of the Gong family and the other two exchanged a knowing smile, feeling quite pleased with themselves. Everyone was very smug. The head of the Gong family had long anticipated Old Master Gu's reaction. He would never be willing to let so many level 5 ability users die. After all, Xingyin City was close to the Xinghui mountain range, where beast tides occurred from time to time. These level 5 ability users were the main fighting force. With Old Master Gu's character, which was always for the people, how could he bear to watch them die? At this moment, the head of the Gong family cleared his throat and said with a pained expression, "Uncle Gu, you mustn't be soft-hearted. These people dared to act against your grandson today, who knows what they might do tomorrow? We must eliminate future troubles." Old Master Gu looked pained, while the members of the three major families wore expressions of amusement. At this time, the head of the Meng family walked over and said, "Brother Gu is also doing this for the sake of Xingyin City, but they have truly gone too far. We can't dare to keep them in our own home. Since Brother Gu can't bear to kill them, we can only leave it to you to handle." The head of the Qin family also approached. "Yes, it's not worth it to hurt our feelings over these few people." As he spoke, the head of the Qin family waved to the people behind him. A security guard in a suit respectfully handed over a black card with gold edges. "Although they acted on their own, we also have a responsibility. This card contains 300 billion, consider it an apology for your grandson." Saying this, he took the black card and handed it to Old Master Gu. Old Master Gu sighed. The three major families not only wanted to brush this matter aside but also wanted to openly place their spies within the Gu family. Who couldn't see through this? But what could be done? If they really killed these people, who knew how many ordinary people would die in the next beast tide? Even if they knew these people were spies for the three major families, they could only remain in the Gu family. At most, they could keep a close watch on them in the future. Moreover, 300 billion was no small amount. Even for the three major families, it would take over 20 years of profit to come up with such a sum. It could be said to be a significant sacrifice. Thinking of this, Old Master Gu reached out to take the black card, and this matter was considered settled. The members of the three major families breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing this scene. They were worried that Old Master Gu would refuse because of Gu Qian. Unexpectedly, Old Master Gu accepted it. "Old Master Gu, oh Old Master Gu, you are still too soft-hearted." Just when everyone thought this matter was over, a hand suddenly snatched the black card and began to play with it. Who else could it be but Gu Qian? The members of the three major families frowned at this scene. Although they knew Gu Qian was unruly and reckless, this was a meeting of the heads of the four major families. Moreover, the others were all level 6 ability users, and they couldn't allow him to act recklessly. The three of them were very dissatisfied, waiting for Old Master Gu to reprimand Gu Qian. But before Old Master Gu could speak, Gu Qian's voice rang out. "Just kill these people, there's nothing to be soft-hearted about." As soon as these words were spoken, the members of the three major families were stunned. They never expected Gu Qian would dare to speak so boldly here. He truly didn't know the heights of heaven and earth. The head of the Gong family looked at the head of the Gu family with a grim expression. "Uncle Gu, it's not good to let a child speak recklessly like this." The head of the Meng family snorted in anger, clearly displeased. The head of the Qin family also expressed his dissatisfaction, saying, "Who really has the final say in the Gu family? Brother Gu, are you going to abdicate early?" The head of the Gu family looked at Gu Qian, pondering for a long time, trying to read something from Gu Qian's face, but in the end, he gained nothing and could only sigh, "I'm getting old. In the future, the matters of the Gu family will have to be entrusted to my precious grandson." As soon as these words were spoken, the members of the three major families were shocked. What was Old Master Gu trying to do? Was he really going to abdicate early? What about the calculations made before? Are we really going to kill these people? Or are we going to go to war with the Gu family? Old Gu's temperament is relatively easy to handle. As long as it involves the safety of Xingyin City, he will take a step back. But that guy Gu Qian, he doesn't care about anything. Forget about the safety of Xingyin City. As long as you make him unhappy, he wouldn't even blink an eye if it meant taking the lives of everyone in Xingyin City. What should we do? Gu Qian looked at the three people's ugly expressions and mocked. "What's wrong? Are you three reluctant? Or did you calculate that my grandfather wouldn't have the heart to let these people die, deliberately putting on a show in front of us? This statement directly exposed the thoughts of the three. They were clearly not planning to resolve this matter calmly. Just as the three were at a loss for words, Guqian spoke again. Since you three are reluctant to take action, then I won't hold back. Anyone who dares to target me must die. As the last word fell, countless fireballs appeared out of thin air. In the next second, before everyone could react, they directly smashed into the nearly 30 people. Even the bodyguards holding them down were not spared. Boom! The sound of massive explosions continued to ring out. The entire top floor of the Shingin building was filled with the violent sounds of explosions. 5 whole floors were blown to smithereens. Countless fragments were wrapped in flames and shot out. If the area hadn't been cleared in advance, who knows how many people would have been caught in it. This madman Guqian didn't care about the lives of others at all. The rooftop, which had originally held dozens of people, was now engulfed in raging flames. Apart from the 3 family heads, not a single living person remained. At this moment, apart from Guqian and old Zheng standing on Xiaobai's back, everyone else was flying in midair. The 3 family heads looked at Guqian with ashen faces. They truly did not expect Guqian to be so ruthless. He didn't even spare those bodyguards. The head of the Gong family said with a grim face, "What does Uncle Gu mean by this? Are we going to war with the 3 major families?" After dodging the falling rocks, everyone below looked shocked. Upon hearing the head of the Gong family's words, they became even more anxious. Could it be that the 4 major families were really going to go to war? This was a huge matter. Guqian looked at the head of the Gong family, sneered dismissively, and shook the black gold card in his hand. He disdainfully said, "What do you mean by that, head Gong? Wasn't it you who wanted to kill them? I'm just helping you out." Upon hearing this, the faces of the 3 family heads turned even darker. And Guqian had no intention of letting them off. "Also, you think you can settle me with 300 billion? Do you think my Gu family is begging for food? Add another 300 million, and transfer it to my account before dark, otherwise, we will go to war. I'm currently in a bad mood." Hearing this, the 3 family heads' faces turned even blacker. 100 billion had already severely injured their families. Another 100 billion would mean decades of hard work down the drain. Guqian was truly asking for a lion's share. But what could they do if they didn't pay? Were they really going to go to war with the Gu family? They couldn't bear that outcome either. The head of the Gong family gritted his teeth and said, "Alright, it will definitely be in the account before dark." No one expected that old Gu would actually pass the position of head of the Gu family to Guqian at this time. Even more unexpected was that Guqian would not hesitate to kill those more than 20 level 5 ability users, as well as the more than 20 bodyguards. They were all level 5 ability users too. With an additional 200 billion, the 3 major families could be said to have shaken their foundations. However, in front of the reckless Guqian, the 3 family heads could only swallow their broken teeth. They believed that as long as they dared not agree to Guqian's conditions, this madman would definitely go to war with the 3 major families at any cost. This time, they were truly in trouble. Guqian said with great satisfaction, "Good, then I will wait for your good news." After saying this, he took Xiaobai and walked towards the Gu family. The head of the Gu family and old Shou exchanged a smile and followed closely behind. Only the members of the 3 major families remained in the Shingin building. Everyone was in utter shock. At the same time, Guqian's actions had been broadcasted live, spreading throughout the entire Shingin city. The face of the 3 major families had been completely trampled underfoot by Guqian. What was even more shocking was Guqian's terrifying combat power. With just one strike, he had killed over 50 level 5 ability users. Moreover, he had only used the fireball spell, the most basic incantation of a fire element mage. No, that's not right. When did Guqian learn the fire element incantation? Isn't it something only fire element mages can cast? Why can Guqian use it? Could it be that he is a fire element mage? The thought struck everyone, leaving them dumbfounded. Even the heads of the 3 major families exchanged glances, their eyes filled with shock. Although they had long accepted that Guqian was a dual ability user, after all, no one could possess such terrifying combat power with just an F-level ability. But now, Guqian had actually revealed a 3rd ability. This was something no one could accept. They couldn't believe that the combination of solidification and being a fire element mage could grant Guqian the power to crush level 5 ability users with the strength of a level 3. There was only one explanation. Guqian not only possessed F-level solidification and a terrifying ability that was at least SSS level in enhancing combat power, but he also had the ability to become a fire element mage. Guqian was a triple ability user. Everyone was taken aback. A triple ability user was something unheard of in the entire starry continent. If it were true, aside from the continent's number one with SSS level devouring ability, even that person did not possess combat power as terrifying as Gu Qian's. What kind of monster was Gu Qian? Having dual abilities was not enough, he actually had a third ability. Who in Xingyin City could possibly suppress Gu Qian now? No, who in the entire Huagua could suppress Gu Qian? The Gu family was about to soar to great heights. The heads of the three major families thought of this and couldn't help but gasp for breath, filled with envy. If they had known earlier that Gu Qian was a triple ability user, they would never have chosen this path, even if it meant death. As long as they had properly ingratiated themselves and submitted to the Gu family, the three major families could also soar to great heights and leave the small place of Xingyin City. But now, it was too late to say anything. To provoke someone as vengeful as Gu Qian was not just to seek glory. It would be a stroke of luck if they weren't wiped out by the Gu family in the future. The three of them were filled with regret, shaking their heads and sighing, while their hearts were filled with fear. They were afraid that once the Gu family rose, they would first eliminate the three major families. No, they couldn't just sit and wait for death. The head of the Gong family's eyes flashed with a ruthless glint. Since the three major families couldn't do anything to the Gu family, they would invite even more powerful forces from other cities to take action. As long as Gu Qian was killed, everything would still have room for maneuver. With this thought, the head of the Gong family looked at the other two and nodded. The three of them flew towards the Xingyin building. At this moment, Xingyin City was already in an uproar. Everyone was immersed in the shock that Gu Qian was a fire element mage. At the same time, the speculation that Gu Qian was a triple ability user had already spread, and discussions were fervent. Netizen91, what the hell, is this real? Is young Master Gu really a fire element mage? How come I've never seen him use fire element spells before? Netizen92, are you stupid? Against that kind of opponent, would young Master Gu reveal so many trump cards? One punch is enough. Netizen93, exactly, young Master Gu is mighty. Does young Master Gu need any accessories? I'm super obedient and I give the best compliments. Netizen94, you think you can be young Master Gu's accessory? You're overestimating yourself. Unlike me, I just want to be young Master Gu's dog, isn't that self-aware? Netizen95, wow, the more I look at Gu Xiao, the more handsome he becomes. Now I understand why Gu Xiao so easily annulled his engagement with Lu Ruyan. It turns out he simply doesn't think highly of her. Netizen96, Lu Ruyan? How could she possibly be worthy of Gu Xiao? Even if Gu Xiao didn't have his current strength, Lu Ruyan still wouldn't be a match for him. As soon as these words were spoken, they resonated with everyone. Lu Ruyan, whether in talent or appearance, was exceptional. But she was still far from being a match for Gu Qian. Just the identity of being the heir of the Gu family alone meant that, in the entire Xingyin City, apart from the daughters of the three major families, no one could match Gu Qian. Currently, no one could match him. With the talent Gu Qian was displaying now, it was only a matter of time before he would lead the Gu family to soar. Xingyin City was about to produce a significant figure. Everyone was engaged in heated discussions. Gu Qian's reputation had reached its peak. Meanwhile, Gu Qian was on his way to the Gu family. The matters with the three major families had been resolved, and it was time to deal with the traitor within the Gu family. At this moment, Gu Laoer was sweating profusely, pacing back and forth in the living room, looking extremely uneasy. He never expected that the people from the three major families would act together. Over 700 level 5 ability users couldn't even kill Gu Qian, and he had managed to counterkill so many of them. Moreover, he had killed nearly 60 level 5 ability users right in front of the heads of the three major families. Gu Qian's strength was terrifying. If he discovered that he was colluding with the people from the three major families, would he still have a way out? Fortunately, he hadn't done anything. He had only sent a message to the head of the Gong family and erased all traces. He should be unable to find anything. I hope nothing will happen. I hope nothing will happen. Just as Gu Laoer was feeling anxious, a hawk's cry rang out. Everyone looked up into the sky, waiting for Gu Qian's appearance. Soon, 4 figures landed simultaneously. All the Gu family members, except for Gu Laoer, approached with smiles on their faces. Qianer is impressive, killing their people right in front of the heads of the three major families. It's really satisfying. Exactly, after all these years, the three major families have clearly been inferior to us but have always suppressed us. I've long been displeased. Qianer did well. Eldest brother, passing the position of family head to Qianer is very wise. I, Laba, am the first to support it. Gu Laoer, however, wore a bitter smile, wanting to speak but fearing to attract Gu Qian's attention, so he could only shrink back behind the crowd, hoping Gu Qian wouldn't acknowledge him. Gu Qian, looking at this group of people, felt quite disdainful. As if they hadn't been the ones trying to remove him from his position as the heir of the Gu family before. Now they wanted to curry favor? It was too late. Gu Qian scoffed and said, "Don't say that, I'm not qualified to be the head of the Gu family. I can't even understand being an heir, so how could I be the head? I just hope all you uncles and grandfathers will let me have a meal and not kick me out of the Gu family." As soon as these words were spoken, everyone's expressions turned very ugly. Gu Qian was clearly holding a grudge against the previous attempts to impeach him. An old man with a head full of white hair, short and round like a balloon, awkwardly smiled and said, "Xianer, you were just confused with anger back then, right? Who knew you had such powerful abilities? You should have told us earlier, we wouldn't have had so many issues. We were just worried about you." As soon as this was said, someone immediately echoed, "Exactly, Xianer, we're all family. How could we really let you step down? We just wanted you to work more steadily in the future, our old hearts can't take it." "Exactly, Xianer, what bad intentions could we have? We just want the Gu family to get better and better, please understand our concerns." Everyone looked at Gu Qian with flattering expressions, no longer showing the arrogance they had when trying to force him to step down. After all, Gu Qian now, whether in combat power, means, or money, is not something this group of people can compare to. In terms of combat power, it exceeds 20 million, nearly 30 million. They are simply not in the same league. He is the #1 presence in the entire Star Hidden City. Just moments ago, he raised his hand and wiped out nearly 60 level 5 ability users. Moreover, many of them are stronger than those present. They were all easily dealt with by Gu Qian. No one present has the confidence to exchange a single move with Gu Qian. Besides, the people here know his temperament best. Although he wouldn't kill his own, once provoked, it would definitely be worse than death. As for schemes, a single person has played the 3 major families around in circles. He even rubbed their faces in the dirt. In the end, they had to apologize publicly. Which one of them has such ability? Money. One person possesses over 600 billion, nearly the profits of the Gu family for decades. Such a total wealth is enough to rank him as the richest individual in Star Hidden City. Any one of these points is enough for the people present to chase for half a lifetime. They have no choice but to submit. Gu Qian looked disdainfully at the crowd. Indeed, as long as he doesn't care about the eyes of the world, this world will be very beautiful. Old Master Gu looked at this group of people, feeling quite helpless. He had never received such treatment before. Clearly, he was stronger than Xianer. Why were they treating him differently? Thinking of this, Old Master Gu shook his head with a bitter smile. Looking at Gu Qian again, he was already walking towards the front seat under the respectful gazes of everyone. Old Master Gu's mood also became excited. To see Gu Qian sit in the position of the head of the Gu family with his own eyes is his greatest wish in life. He didn't expect it to come so quickly. Everyone looked at Gu Qian with various expressions. Although there was reluctance, no one dared to defy him. The last one who defied him was still lying in bed, not having woken up. Soon, Gu Qian arrived at the position of the family head. However, he did not sit down but instead took a seat beside it. This action left everyone stunned. What's going on? Didn't the family head already pass the position to Gu Qian? Why is he sitting beside it? Does he not want to be the family head? At this thought, a flicker of surprise passed through everyone's eyes. As long as Gu Qian himself doesn't want to be the head of the Gu family, they still have a chance. Similarly, Old Master Gu frowned as he looked at Gu Qian, unsure of what he was thinking. The position of the head of the Gu family will not be passed to anyone else. This time, even if Gu Qian is unwilling, this position must be his. Just as Old Master Gu was about to speak, he heard Gu Qian say, "Put away your little thoughts. I just want to take this position after finishing university. During this time, if you cause trouble for Grandpa again, be careful that my subordinates won't show mercy." As he spoke, he looked at everyone with a smile on his face. Upon seeing this smile, everyone present felt a chill down their spines. They all awkwardly laughed and said, "Xianer, what are you talking about? How could we dare to have any other thoughts?" Exactly, we're not that ungrateful." Gu Qian smiled slightly at their words, not in the mood to waste time with them. He waved his hand and said, "Today's meeting is not to reprimand you, but mainly to deal with the traitor in our Gu family." Upon hearing this, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. "Isn't this still a reprimand? You almost scared us to death. As for the traitor, you can just say it's the second son. Even if others had such thoughts, they wouldn't be so bold, nor so foolish. To want to be the head of the Gu family, one must have that strength or gain the support of the eldest. Otherwise, without top combat power, wouldn't they just be suppressed by the other 3 major families? What difference does it make whether one becomes the head of the family or not? Only the second son is too blind to see." Thinking this, everyone turned their gaze to the second son of the Gu family. Gu Qian also smiled at him. At this moment, Gu Er was completely flustered. Why are you all looking at me? I haven't done anything to wrong the Gu family, don't wrongfully accuse me. As he said this, Gu Er himself lacked confidence. His eyes kept darting around, not daring to meet Gu Qian's gaze. The chubby Gu-san scoffed, second brother, stop being stubborn. We've been brothers for decades, who doesn't know what kind of person you are? Gu Si also said, yeah, second brother, just admit your guilt. Qianer, you should know, without substantial evidence, he won't let everyone come over? Gu Wu continued, besides, even if Qianer has no evidence, if he wants to deal with you, can you escape? As soon as these words were spoken, everyone was stunned. They turned their eyes to Gu Wu. Gu Qian also frowned. What do you mean? Is this the image I have in your hearts? Gu Wu realized he had misspoken and felt a wave of panic. Just as he was about to speak to make amends, he heard Gu Qian continue, although what you said is very true, this time I do have evidence. Saying this, he directly took out a stack of Gu Er's call records from his spatial ring. He tossed it onto the table, then leaned back in his chair, legs crossed, resting them on the conference table. He looked at Gu Er and said, Second Grandpa, do you want to take a look? This contains all your call records during this period. While I was being hunted, you were still in constant communication with a certain number. Care to explain who this number belongs to? Or do you think that the one with the surname Gong was secretive enough that I couldn't find out? Don't forget, the communications industry in Shingyin City was built up by my grandfather, so what is there that I can't investigate? Upon hearing this, Gu Er plopped down onto the ground, his face ashen. Although the evidence was insufficient after all, the 10 heinous acts couldn't prove that talking to the head of the Gong family was a betrayal of the Gu family, who was Gu Qian. Even without evidence, he could still take care of him. This time, he was truly caught. Thinking of this, Gu Er's face turned as dark as a pot bottom, trembling as he said, What do you want? Gu Qian snorted coldly. For your crime, your entire family will be expelled from the Gu family and removed from the family tree, completely severing ties with the Gu family. Do you accept this? After saying this, Gu Er's face instantly lost all color. What he cared about most was his identity as a member of the Gu family and the position of the head of the Gu family. Being expelled from the Gu family and severing ties with them was something he could never accept. But Gu Qian was not someone who would show mercy. He wouldn't let up just because Gu Er was his elder. It's over, it's all over. Gu Qian naturally knew what Gu Er cared about the most. Even without other punishments, just expelling him from the Gu family would be enough to drive Gu Er mad. Sometimes, punishment doesn't have to be severe. As long as it makes the other party lose what they care about the most, it is more effective than any heavy penalty. Ha ha ha. Gu Er laughed maniacally. But before he could say anything, Gu Qian continued, however, my grandfather is soft-hearted and doesn't want to expel your family, so I've decided to remove you from all your positions. From now on, just enjoy your retirement in the Gu family. After saying this, he directly stood up and walked towards the backyard, no longer paying attention to the matters here. After all, they were inconsequential. Everyone was taken aback by Gu Qian's final decision. He let Gu Er go so easily? This wasn't his style. In the past, even if someone merely spoke words he didn't want to hear, he would go to great lengths to deal with them, let alone betraying the Gu family or colluding with outsiders to kill him. Was he changing today? It seemed that only his elder brother could change him. Old Gu let out a slight sigh upon seeing this. He turned to the still-dazed Gu Er and said, you really have to thank Qianer for staying. Although his personality is a bit extreme, he is very clear about everything. At this point, old Gu paused slightly. Looking at Gu Er's tightly furrowed brows, he continued, he told me that colluding with outsiders to murder him only shows that you don't like him. It doesn't mean you betrayed the Gu family. Although the family law states otherwise, he still decided to keep your family. You should take care of yourself. After saying this, he turned and left, leaving everyone behind with puzzled expressions. They truly did not expect Gu Qian to make such a decision. Moreover, colluding with outsiders to murder the genius of the Gu family, attempting to extinguish the hope of the Gu family's rise, how could that not be considered a betrayal? How could it be seen as a personal grudge? Gu Qian actually let go just like that? This was something no one had anticipated. Gu also did not expect this. Upon learning that Gu Qian had said such things, his emotions completely collapsed. He never thought that the person who understood him the most would be Gu Qian. How ironic. Although he had been at odds with Gu Qian everywhere, even colluding with outsiders to try to kill him, he had never thought of betraying the Gu family. He had never even considered pulling old Gu down from the position of family head. He simply thought that Gu Qian's reckless personality was unqualified to be the head of the Gu family, which was why he targeted him everywhere. In the end, it resulted in this. How ridiculous. With Gu Qian's demeanor, strategy, cunning, and strength, is there anyone in the entire Gu family more suitable to be the head? It turned out that he had always been the one in the wrong. Fortunately, nothing major went wrong. Thankfully, nothing major went wrong. Otherwise, he would have been the eternal sinner of the Gu family. Thinking of this, Guer staggered to his feet from the ground, lost in thought as he walked towards his small courtyard. Meanwhile, Gu Qian's achievements today had completely fermented online, garnering a wave of fans. The principal of the third middle school was so happy he couldn't stop smiling. 3 firsts, all surpassing historical records. Such results undoubtedly made him the best. He could even be the top scorer in the National College Entrance Examination. It must be reported, This was the greatest honor for the third middle school, and even more so for Shingyin City. Outside, the commotion was so loud it was giving people headaches. Gu Qian, however, returned to his room, took a shower, and sat on the bed staring blankly at the half-person high grayish-blue egg, lost in thought. He really couldn't tell what kind of magical beast this was a descendant of. However, he could be sure that it was definitely of a higher level than the 8-winged black-striped python. Just thinking about this made Gu Qian's heart race with excitement. The 8-winged black-striped python was a level 8 magical beast. Its combat power was not much inferior to that of a level 9 ability user. And this magical beast egg in front of him was even more powerful than it. If he could become its master, wouldn't that mean he would gain a very strong ally? As long as it grew up, it could at least contend with level 10 ability users. By then, taking it deep into the Xinghui Mountains to find his parents, he would definitely be able to walk with confidence. There would be nothing to fear. However, he wasn't a magical beast tamer. It was impossible for him to make it recognize him as its master. Moreover, to make such a high-level magical beast recognize a master, the tamer's level would have to be at least level 10. Such beings were all top-tier existences in Huaxia, not to mention the noble status of a magical beast tamer. Even those level 11 or 12 godlike existences in Huaxia would treat them with utmost respect. This was not something he could come into contact with at all. It seemed that making it recognize him as its master was impossible. More likely, he had found himself an ancestor, and a little ancestor being chased by powerful magical beasts. He wouldn't have a good life ahead. Thinking of this, Gu Qian felt a headache coming on. The existence that can kill a beast of this level's parents must be of a high rank. Not to mention the current Gu Qian, even the top experts in the entire Hua country would think twice before provoking them. It's truly life-threatening. Gu Qian shook his head in frustration, no longer wanting to think about these matters. He directly stored the beast egg in his spatial ring. He would wait for it to hatch. For now, he should study the usefulness of the devouring ability. The SSS level devouring ability is actually quite simple. It allows one to devour an opponent's ability and turn it into their own. It can also erase the opponent's abilities, which is quite a powerful move. Just imagine, if a person with formidable abilities suddenly lost their powers, how drastically their combat strength would be reduced. If it were him, it would be more painful than death. His ancestors must have burned incense for 8 generations to obtain such a powerful ability. Losing it just like that, who could accept it? If it were him, he would definitely be driven to despair and consider suicide. Yet, this is not even the greatest use of the devouring ability. The greatest use is that the person with this ability can freely acquire various powers. As long as the combinations are reasonable, several B-level and C-level abilities can even rival an SSS-level ability. Moreover, no matter what profession one wishes to become, it is entirely possible. Not just mages, but also the revered beast tamers, potion masters, and weaponsmiths are all within reach. This time, it could be a huge gain. If it weren't for that egg, it would be even more perfect. Right now, what Gu Qian desires most is the ability to extend his lifespan. Just thinking about the tremendous combat power boost gained from sacrificing lifespan makes Gu Qian's heart race. If he could obtain SSS level eternal life, the boost would be 10,000 times. Wouldn't he be invincible in the future? Ha ha ha. Thinking of this, Gu Qian couldn't help but grin foolishly. However, Gu Qian was just daydreaming. An SSS level ability like eternal life, which defies the heavens, is even rarer than sacrifices. It hasn't been heard of anyone awakening it for hundreds of years. Moreover, no one would dare to speak of awakening such an ability. Who wouldn't be hiding away to level up? After all, with this ability, as long as one lives long enough, they can become the top expert. They are also the most likely to become a deity. Therefore, wanting to obtain this ability is extremely difficult. However, Gu Qian was also very content. Even if he couldn't get this ability, there would be other abilities to extend his lifespan. For example, a B-level ability that extends life by 10 years, an A-level ability that grants 30 years, an S-level ability that adds 60 years, and an SS-level ability that grants 300 years, each of which has the effect of prolonging life. As long as he could obtain such abilities, his remaining 10 years of life would be saved. With just over 10 years left, I must obtain at least an S-level ability. With this thought, Gu Qian hurriedly began to search through the ability encyclopedia. He needed to find beasts that could awaken such abilities. If he could really find one, wouldn't he be able to wholesale lifespan? Just thinking about it was thrilling. Meanwhile, deep within the Xinghui mountain range, in front of a towering mountain, a gigantic eagle, over 100 meters tall and engulfed in flames, bowed its head respectfully, its beak emitting continuous eagle cries. The translation is quite simple. My lord, we were unable to retrieve that beast egg, and all the three-headed blazing eagles sent to pursue it have perished. After the flaming giant eagle spoke, it didn't dare to raise its head, and its body trembled slightly. After a moment of silence, the great mountain suddenly began to twist. A massive snake head emerged. Just the head alone was as tall as half the body of the flaming giant eagle. It should be noted that this flaming giant eagle is over 300 meters tall. Moreover, the size of magical beasts is proportional to their rank. The higher the rank of the beast, the larger its size. It is evident that this flaming giant eagle is of a high rank, at least above level 8. The existence that can command such respect must be even more terrifying. Looking again at that mountain peak, it is clearly the body of that terrifying existence coiled around it. The hissing of snake tongues continuously echoes, filled with anger. A bunch of useless fools, with so many three-headed radiant eagles, yet they can't even kill a single 8-winged black-patterned python. What use are they? This race must never appear before me again. The flame giant eagle quickly nodded. Yes, my lord, I will send someone to exterminate the three-headed radiant eagle clan immediately. If the people of Starry City heard this, they would definitely think they were insane. The three-headed radiant eagle is a dignified level 8 magical beast, with combat power reaching billions, capable of destroying a level 4 city like Starry City with a single strike. To kill them, one must be a level 9 existence or above. Yet now, they casually speak of exterminating the three-headed radiant eagle clan? What kind of terrifying beings are these two? The massive snake head slowly lifted. Forget it, no need for elaborate measures. Pass down the order to search with all our might for the place where that beast egg disappeared. Even if we have to turn the heavens upside down, we must find it. Hearing this, the flame giant eagle lowered its head and said, Yes, my lord, but what if we encounter humans? The top powers of humans and magical beasts have an agreement. The top powers of both races must not appear in each other's domains without permission. If that beast egg appears in a human city, it would indeed be difficult to handle. Just as the eagle's cry from the flame giant eagle fell, the cold gaze of the massive snakehead descended. The flame giant eagle was so frightened that its body trembled like a sieve. Humans? Even if we have to exterminate the entire human race, we must find that egg. Do you understand? A chilling white mist erupted from the massive snake's mouth. In its eyes, a blue light flickered, constantly swaying at the corners. A layer of crystal-clear blue frost enveloped the surface of all surrounding creatures. Even the flame giant eagle was not spared. I understand, I will pass down the order immediately. Go then. Yes. With a cry of the eagle, the flame giant eagle flapped its wings and quickly left, not wanting to stay a second longer. At this moment, the principal of the third middle school had already compiled the video regarding Gu Qian and submitted it. Then, he sat in his office, grinning widely. This time, it was secure. Such results, such combat power. Each one could break national records. Now, the third middle school would become famous nationwide. It was just uncertain which academy Gu Qian would ultimately choose. Initially, it was thought that Gu Qian had awakened an F-level ability and would only be able to muddle through at the third middle school. Unexpectedly, there was such a surprise. Now even the nation's top academy, the Hidden Academy, would have to scramble to recruit Gu Qian. This was a tremendous joy. The Hidden Academy, as the top academy for ability users in Huagua, only enrolls the top 100 each year. It can be said to gather the most outstanding talents from across the country. The entire academy, including students and mentors, has fewer than 1,000 people, incomparable to other academies. However, both the level and strength of the students and mentors are exceptionally strong, far beyond what other academies can match. Even the most ordinary mentor is at least level 10, not to mention those top mentors. There are even rumors that the principal of the Hidden Academy is a true deity who surpasses level 13. The faculty strength is unmatched. The various resources within the academy are also extremely abundant. Whether it be martial skills, weapons, spells, potions, secret treasures, high-level magic cores, or rare materials, everything is available. The research on martial artists and mages is incredibly comprehensive. Even if the other 9 top academies in the whole of Huagua were tied together, they would not be worth 1/10 of the Hidden Academy. As long as one can enter the Hidden Academy, by the time of graduation, they will at least be level 7 or 8 strong. Moreover, every student who graduates from the Hidden Academy will become a level 10 or above powerhouse, renowned in their own right. Such a powerful teaching and training capability. All the talented individuals from the entire Huagua are eager to join. However, with over 10 million students nationwide each year, aiming to be in the top 100 is incredibly difficult. It has always been the resource-rich first-tier cities that have the qualifications to compete for such spots. In a small fourth-tier city like Shingin City, let alone the top 100, even making it into the top 10,000 or 100,000 would be a blessing from their ancestors. Now, with the emergence of Guqian, it has truly brought honor to Shingin City. Not to mention the top 100, even the first place is undoubtedly his. I wonder how many academies will come to Shingin City to recruit Guqian in a few days. We at Sanzhong must treat them well. This is a chance to gain national fame. Ha! The principal of Sanzhong couldn't contain his joy. Who would have thought that Sanzhong would have such a day? The video materials submitted by Guqian were immediately known to various academies. Everyone was shocked. Achievements like Guqian's had never been seen before. The first 2 tests were manageable, although difficult, they were not impossible to complete. But the third test was astonishing. With first-tier strength, he killed a third-tier magical beast. If it weren't for seeing the video with their own eyes, no one would have believed it. And he did it so effortlessly. It was simply shocking. Even more terrifying was the report video stating that Guqian, who was only third tier, possessed nearly 30 million combat power. This was simply impossible. Everyone who saw it couldn't believe it. It was utterly outrageous. Not just the top 10 academies, but any notable force in the capital took notice of this anomaly. Although it was hard to fathom, no one dared to report it falsely. This was not just about an individual's future or the survival of a school, it was a matter of life and death. After all, transportation between cities was not convenient, and the journey was fraught with various magical beasts. It was extremely dangerous. Even for 2 neighboring cities, the journey could take 10 days to half a month. Not to mention the distance of several thousand kilometers between the capital and Shingin City. Even a level 10 expert would need at least a month just to get there. If this news were false, it would be quite common for enraged high-level abilities users to kill. Delaying them for 2 months could mean missing out on countless important matters. Not involving his family would be considered leniency. Therefore, no one dared to fabricate such matters. Thus, even though this situation was bizarre, the top 10 academies sent high-level abilities users to Shingin City. As long as they could verify the truth with their own eyes, they would spare no effort in trying to recruit Guqian into their academy. With this prodigy on board, the title of the top academy would undoubtedly belong to them. Any genius from the Shinin Academy would be nothing but nonsense in front of Guqian. While everyone was busy with Guqian's emergence, outside Shingin City, at the outermost edge of the Xinghui mountain range, a pack of first-tier magical beast hyenas was constantly sniffing the air. At this moment, hundreds of them were heading toward Shingin City. The frequency of their sniffing increased. Eventually, all the hyenas stopped their movements, their eyes turning red as they howled toward Shingin City. Awu! Awu! Excited howls echoed throughout the night sky, startling the abilities users guarding the city. Everyone stood ready, observing the movements of the hyena pack. When the captain of the guarding team discovered that it was hundreds of first-tier magical beast hyenas, his tense nerves finally relaxed. He saw a middle-aged man with a goatee, carrying a large sword about 1.5 meters wide on his back, lower his binoculars. His brows furrowed deeply. He had experienced quite a bit regarding the agitation of magical beasts and even attacks on Shingin City. But it was rare for only one group to act like this. However, a pack of first-level hyenas is still easy to deal with. Notify all the city defenders, be on full alert. If the hyena pack dares to attack Star Hidden City, kill them all. Yes, Captain. A young man in a blue short-sleeve shirt respectfully replied and transmitted the message through the chip system to all the defenders' chips. Upon learning that it was a pack of first-level hyenas, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Not to mention just a few hundred, even if there were 1,000 or 2,000, it would be impossible to break through their defenses. After all, those who could defend the city were at least third-level abilities. Moreover, there were over 100 of them. Dealing with this pack of hyenas was simply a piece of cake. Just as everyone received the news, within 10 seconds, the pack of hyenas charged forward, heading straight for the gates of Star Hidden City. Watching the charging hyenas, the defenders were all excited. Old 8, how about a competition to see who can kill the most? A young warrior wielding a large hammer casually said to the person next to him. The one called Old 8 replied with a relaxed expression, let's compete, but what's the prize for the winner? If you win, I'll treat you to a meal at the most luxurious Xingshan hotel in the city center, how about that? Old 8, that sounds good, but if I win, you have to treat me too. Then it's a deal. With that, the young man with the hammer charged directly into the pack of hyenas. Old 8 was a step behind and shouted, you shameless one, I won't let you have it easy. Saying that, Old 8 also rushed out at full speed. The others didn't take the pack of hyenas seriously either. After all, their combat power was too weak. They weren't even enough for practice. They posed no threat to Star Hidden City at all. Soon, over 100 defenders slaughtered the few hundred hyenas. In fact, the hyenas couldn't even get within 10 miles of Star Hidden City. Old 8, how many did you kill? I got 49. If I have more than you, I'll have to treat you to a meal tomorrow after the shift. Saying this, the young man hoisted the hammer onto his shoulder, completely ignoring the bloodstains all over him. Old 8's expression turned a bit ugly. This time you win. If it weren't for you running so fast, I definitely wouldn't lose to you. A loss is a loss. If you're not convinced, we can compete again next time there's a beast tied. Old 8, let's compete, I'm not afraid of you. The two bantered as they walked back. But just as they hadn't gone far, they heard a rustling sound coming from the Starshine Mountains behind them. Suddenly, a blue wind wolf sprang out, lunging at the nearest defender with its mouth wide open. Everyone was startled by the sudden appearance of the blue wind wolf. However, the attacked defender quickly steadied himself. He punched the wolf in the waist. With a crack, the bones in the wolf's waist broke, its hind legs and forelimbs contorting in a strange arc, completely losing its ability to move. Its body was sent flying by the powerful force until it crashed into a large tree, finally coming to a stop. Its body then slumped down, completely lifeless. Everyone was puzzled by this scene. What was going on today? Why were there so many magical beasts? This hadn't happened before. Just as everyone was confused, the chip system suddenly emitted a red alert. A segment of red text appeared on the chip screen. Warning, warning, a pack of second-level blue wind wolves is rapidly approaching Star Hidden City. All city defenders, prepare for battle and kill the blue wind wolves. The moment they saw the warning, everyone was taken aback. They all sensed something unusual about the situation. First, it was a pack of first-level hyenas, and now it was a pack of second-level blue wind wolves. If we don't kill this group of Qingfeng wolves, there will be level 3 magical beasts coming after us. That would really be a big problem. Old 8, the chance to turn the tables has come. As long as you kill more than I do this time, what will you let me treat you to? Old 8 grinned and said, it's a deal. Without waiting for the young man with the big hammer to make a move, Old 8 charged out directly, looking as if he was afraid of losing the opportunity. Soon, the city defenders were engaged in a fierce battle with the level 2 Qingfeng wolves. Although dealing with these level 2 magical beasts was somewhat dangerous, the defenders were all seasoned veterans of the battlefield. Coupled with their tacit cooperation, there was no real danger. The situation was quickly brought under control, and they began to exterminate the Qingfeng wolves. Some were even torturing them. More were like Old 8 and his companion, betting on the outcome. They showed no fear at all. However, the captain on the city wall frowned even deeper at this scene. If it were just a group of magical beasts attacking, it wouldn't be terrifying at all. But today's situation was a bit strange. First, there were level 1 hyenas, and then level 2 Qingfeng wolves. It was as if it had been pre-arranged. But low-level magical beasts simply didn't have such high intelligence. Moreover, interspecies cooperation was completely impossible. Level 2 Qingfeng wolves would definitely eat level 1 hyenas. Something was off, very off. Immediately send a signal to the main force in the city, requesting support. The messenger beside the captain was clearly taken aback, not understanding at all. Wasn't it just 2 waves of small-scale beast tides? Why request support? Moreover, the beast tide had already ended. The captain looked at the dazed messenger with displeasure. At the same time, an inexplicable sense of panic suddenly arose in his heart. Just as he was about to urge the messenger, a commotion erupted below the city wall. It's the level 3 magical beast, the Jinshan bear. Retreat, retreat. Ah, help me, help me. The small team of over 100 people was instantly filled with chaotic cries. At the same time, nearly 1,000 gray-brown giant bears, over 3 meters tall, roared out. Their paws continuously struck the ground, creating cracks over 3 meters wide that spread toward the crowd. In an instant, many people fell. The consequences were easy to imagine. They were directly smashed into blood and mud by the Jinshan bears that followed closely behind. There were no bones left. The captain on the city wall saw this and his face turned extremely ugly. He immediately shouted into a megaphone, "All level 3 ability users, retreat immediately, quickly find level 4 ability users to cooperate against the Jinshan bears, try to stop their advance. Level 3 and 4 mages, archers, and firearms users, attack with all your might." He then handed the megaphone to the messenger and angrily shouted, "Immediately relay the message to the main force in the city, requesting support. We need level 5 ability users, remember, level 5 ability users, the more the better." After saying this, he drew the broadsword from his back and jumped down from the several hundred-meter-high city wall. Only then did the messenger on the wall start to tremble and relay the message. It was only at this moment that everyone realized the seriousness of the situation. Level 1, Level 2, and now Level 3. Moreover, it was the most brutal Level 3, the Jinshan bear. This was an existence that could rival Level 4 ability users, and it belonged to an awakened group with Earth attribute abilities. Standing on the ground gave them an innate advantage. In terms of the same level, whether magical beasts or humans, it was very difficult to defeat them. Not to mention there were nearly 1,000 of them. Even with the captain, a level 5 swordsman, in the defending team, it was hard to guarantee that the city wall wouldn't be breached. The most terrifying thing was that, according to the current situation, this was definitely not a coincidence. There must be higher-level magical beasts commanding this operation. One could fear that level 4 or even level 5 magical beast groups would appear next. If that's the case, the star-hidden city is likely to suffer. The messenger dared not delay. He even began to regret not relaying the captain's orders to the city more quickly. Meanwhile, on the city wall, a group of long-range combatants began to unleash a frenzied assault on the mountain bear horde. In an instant, the elements of wind, fire, water, ice, and earth surged wildly. Countless fireballs, wind blades, ice spikes, water orbs, and massive boulders rained down. Arrows fell like raindrops, and with each arrow that struck, whether on the mountain bears or the ground, there was a violent explosion. As for the bullets, they accurately hit the vital points of the mountain bears, instantly suppressing the formidable horde. This gave the struggling warriors a chance to catch their breath. The squad leader swung his broadsword, cleaving 2 raging mountain bears in half. Then he looked up at the battlefield, his expression easing somewhat. He raised his sword high and shouted, "Kill! Reinforcements will arrive soon. We must hold on and never let these beasts enter Star-Hidden City." Yes, even in the midst of battle, the group responded, rising to their feet. Many were already covered in blood, some severely injured, yet none showed any signs of retreat. They knew that if they fell back, no matter how thick the walls were, they could not stop the mountain bears. Allowing them to enter Star-Hidden City would lead to countless ordinary people and low-level warriors being slaughtered. This was something they could never tolerate. "Kill!" the captain shouted, swinging his sword, unleashing a surge of energy that shattered several nearby mountain bears. Then he plunged into the horde, fighting fiercely. Each time his massive sword fell, it claimed the life of a mountain bear. Other combatants also fought with all their might. As one mountain bear after another fell, the battlefield was enveloped in a nauseating stench of blood. The enormous bodies of the mountain bears littered the ground, mixed with numerous human corpses. The surviving combatants were all injured to varying degrees. The long-range fighters on the city wall were also exhausted, their energy and elemental power nearly depleted. With the last mountain bear slain by the captain, everyone collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. Even the captain was breathing heavily. It took a full half-hour to eliminate nearly 1,000 mountain bears. The defenders suffered heavy losses, their numbers reduced by 30%, with at least 30 lives lost. The captain looked at the brutal battlefield, feeling a deep sense of regret. But what worried him more was whether there would be other beasts coming. If another horde like this arrived, the people present would surely not be able to hold out. The reinforcements would take at least another half-hour to arrive. During that time, they could not possibly endure. Moreover, if they came again, it was likely to be a group of level 4 beasts. This terrifying thought just emerged, but the captain shook his head to dismiss it. It wasn't that he didn't believe it, but that he couldn't bear to believe it. A horde of level 4 beasts, let alone 1,000 of such massive numbers, even 100 would be enough to trigger a citywide alert. There was no way this group could withstand that. Nevertheless, the captain shouted, "Everyone, quickly return to the base of the wall to rest and wait for the reinforcements. This place is not safe." Hearing the captain's words, everyone, no matter how exhausted, dragged their bodies toward Star-Hidden City. They knew the captain was right. Just as they began to move slowly, a deafening beast roar echoed through the air. Everyone who heard the sound turned pale with fear, their faces devoid of color. Their eyes were filled with terror. Could it be that tribe? If it were them, it would truly be the end. Amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, trees on the outskirts of the starry mountain range began to fall one after another, as if something colossal was pushing through. At the same time, heavy footsteps echoed thunderously. Even from several kilometers away, the ground trembled. Alongside this, a foul stench of decay rapidly spread across the battlefield outside Starry Hidden City. In just a moment, a creature, black and purple, towering over 10 meters, with limbs like those of an elephant, appeared. Its body resembled a mass of festering flesh, quivering with each step it took. Occasionally, it would leak a black-green, pus-like liquid that corroded everything it touched, even the ground itself. Its neck twisted like a giant serpent, 6 or 7 meters long. Its head, filled with sharp fangs that nearly split its skull, dripped corrosive saliva, lacking any other organs. At this sight, everyone's heart skipped a beat. Why this monster? Why? However, there was some good news. The beast that had come was not the feared level 4 three-headed Hellfire Hound. The bad news was that the creature was even more terrifying. It's a level 4 devouring beast. Run, run. Before the captain could shout, the others had already dashed to the city wall. As the captain turned to help the injured escape, he saw that the others were already sprinting into the city. He couldn't help but smile bitterly. It seemed that long experience battling beasts had taught these people which monsters to fight and which to flee from. Because when facing these beasts, even the strongest level 4 ability user in the squad, let alone him as the captain, would find it difficult to cope. This devouring beast was among those. Although it was merely a timing beast and not the strongest among level 4 monsters, with a general power level of only 3 to 400,000, its defense was astonishingly high, reaching 3 to 4 million. Many level 5 beasts didn't even have such high defense, making it impossible for a level 4 ability user to handle. Moreover, it possessed the terrifying A-grade ability of rapid regeneration, allowing it to recover quickly unless it was destroyed in an instant. Its strength was frightening. With toxins that could corrode everything, even level 5 ability users would find it extremely troublesome to deal with, especially with 2 to 3,000 of them. Fortunately, their movements were quite slow. Normally, even if encountered, one could easily escape. But now, they were defending the city, leaving no room for retreat. They could only hope that the reinforcements inside the city would arrive quickly. Otherwise, the city wall would truly be lost. Soon, everyone had reached the base of the city wall. Turning to face the oppressive mass of devouring beasts, they couldn't help but swallow hard. There was no way to win against such monsters. At this moment, the squad leader had reached the top of the city wall. Looking at the extremely weak group of ranged ability users, his expression was grim. Yet he still commanded, "All mages, do not attack, just create obstacles to slow their advance. Ranged fighters, assist. As long as the reinforcements arrive, we will be saved." Although everyone was exhausted, with their energy and elemental power nearly depleted, the thought of the horrors that would ensue if such monsters entered the city made them grit their teeth and stand up. In an instant, various elemental powers surged. The once dry ground began to stir, cracking open with fissures, the soil becoming incredibly soft. Following that, heavy rain poured down, soaking the earth and forming vast swamps. The moment the voracious beasts stepped in, their massive bodies quickly sank. They lost their balance and fell directly to the ground. The voracious beasts behind them, unable to see, simply stepped on the fallen ones and continued forward. Soon, they too would fall into the swamp like their predecessors. The voracious beasts behind kept advancing, completely ignoring the fallen ones. Many of those that had collapsed in the swamp were trampled to death by the beasts that passed over them. The air was filled with piercing cries echoing across the battlefield. The squad members, witnessing this scene, let out a sigh of relief. Based on past experiences, most of these voracious beasts would get stuck in the swamp, with only a few able to pass through, and their speed would be greatly reduced. Perhaps they could really hold on until the reinforcements arrived. There were only 26 minutes left until the expected time. "You must come quickly." Just as everyone began to cheer, the captain suddenly shouted, "Everyone, hide quickly. Don't let the corrosive liquid touch you." But he was too late. A foul-smelling, black-green liquid erupted from the mouths of the voracious beasts, flying towards the city wall. Bang, bang, bang. With each explosion, the splattering corrosive liquid shot out. Everything that was contaminated was corroded completely. The unfortunate squad members let out horrific screams. Their teammates, seeing this, turned pale with fear. In an instant, they drew their weapons and cut off the parts of their teammates that had been corroded, ensuring they wouldn't be completely consumed. This was just from a slight contamination. Those who were fully covered in the corrosive liquid could only let out desperate cries, begging their teammates to end their suffering. "Old 8, kill me quickly, it hurts so much." Old 8, standing nearby, was filled with anguish, tears streaming down his face uncontrollably. If it weren't for old Six blocking the corrosive liquid for him just now, he would be the one enduring this inhuman pain. How could he bring himself to kill him? But if he didn't kill old Six, he would only suffer more pain and then die. What should I do? Why? Why did I have to encounter the voracious beasts? Why? Just as old 8 struggled in pain, old 6 shouted again, "Old 8, I'm beyond saving, kill me quickly. I don't want to suffer anymore, give me a quick end." Old 8, tears streaming down his face, gripped his long knife with trembling hands, his voice shaking as he said, "Old 6, I'm sorry, brother. Just wait, even if I die, I'll take someone with me." With that, he swung his knife and severed old 6's head. But before old 6's body could even fall, it turned into a pool of thick liquid, splattering onto the ground and corroding it into a deep pit. Then he broke down and shouted, "Ah! I will kill you all." Without regard for danger, he charged out. The same situation was unfolding continuously beneath the city wall. Those who had been killed by their teammates were somewhat fortunate, suffering less pain. But those who watched their teammates corrode away, or even those who had to end their teammates' lives, all went mad. They recklessly sought to kill the voracious beasts. The captain, witnessing this scene, was filled with immense sorrow. Although he too wanted to rush forward and kill the voracious beasts, he couldn't do it. He also couldn't just watch these people walk to their deaths. Water element and ice element mages, prepare to create an ice wall to stop these people from dying and to block the corrosive liquid. The moment the captain's words fell, the ice and water mages, with red eyes, began to cast their spells. Although they knew that the liquid capable of corroding the earth and 4th level warriors was far beyond what their ice walls could withstand. But they could not stand by and watch the scene before them, unmoved. At the very least, they could block these deathbringers. The sky was filled with corrosive liquid continuously falling. Many warriors were contaminated. They either had to sever the infected parts or wait to die, or be killed by their teammates. Such a brutal scene kept unfolding. As the primary target of these devouring beasts, the city walls and the ground before them had already fallen into ruin. The ice walls that kept rising could not stop the corrosive liquid spewed by the devouring beasts at all. As for those who bravely charged in front of the devouring beasts, they would be swallowed whole after just one strike, leaving not even a scar behind. The captain watched this scene, his eyes filled with sorrow. He wanted to rush over, but he could not. It was not out of fear of death, but fear that when these devouring beasts approached Star Hidden City, he would lose this last line of defense. As the captain of the city defense team, he could not allow the magical beasts to enter Star Hidden City, even if it meant his own death. The last resort to counter such powerful beasts was for him, a level 5 ability user, to self-destruct. Even the swarm of devouring beasts would suffer heavy losses. However, after the captain self-destructed, the remaining devouring beasts would enter Star Hidden City as if it were unguarded. Therefore, he would not choose this path until the very last moment. As the captain, he had to hold on until the final moment. The tragedy continued to unfold. Soon, more than 10 minutes passed. There were less than 10 minutes left before the reinforcements arrived. But at this moment, aside from the long-range ability users on the city walls, only the captain remained as a warrior. Meanwhile, the devouring beasts had filled the swamp. The remaining devouring beasts stepped over their fallen comrades, closing in on the city walls that had been corroded with large holes and were in a state of disrepair. The captain looked at the more than 300 devouring beasts that were drawing closer and at the broken bodies of his teammates. He closed his eyes tightly, took a deep breath, his breath trembling slightly. But in the end, he resolutely said, "All long-range ability users, quickly retreat and regroup with the reinforcements. Relay all the information from here to assist them in eliminating the remaining devouring beasts. Execute the order immediately." Upon hearing the captain's words, everyone knew he was prepared for self-destruction. "Captain, we can't leave. So many brothers have been killed by the devouring beasts. If we escape, even if we encounter them below, we will be mocked," said a chubby young man holding a staff, with a naive expression. "Exactly, Captain. Although we are long-range ability users and lack close combat skills, with so many of us, we can still kill 1 or 2 devouring beasts. We can't be cowards," said a middle-aged man with golden long hair, carrying a bow and smiling. "Captain, you don't need to persuade us anymore. If someone as important as you can self-destruct to kill the devouring beasts, so can we. If these devouring beasts want to enter the city, they can only step over our corpses," said a middle-aged man with a beard, his face filled with anger. "Stepping over our corpses to get in is impossible. There will be plenty of meat mush, ha ha." A hearty laugh rang out. Others also showed smiles. Indeed, if they self-destructed, there would be no corpses left. The captain looked at these teammates and understood their intentions, which he could not change. So he could only nod and say, "Since you have made your decision, let's do our utmost to kill this group of beasts." All right, everyone shouted in unison. Then they leaped directly off the several hundred-meter-high city wall. Soon they landed on the ground. Looking at the devouring beasts less than a kilometer away, everyone's breathing quickened. As they thought about the impending fear of death, their faces turned pale. No one wanted to die, but they all knew the consequences of allowing this group of devouring beasts to enter Star Hidden City. Everyone present, even the entire population of Star Hidden City, had experienced the horror of watching their loved ones and friends being devoured or killed by magical beasts. That kind of pain, despair, and rage could not be allowed to manifest in others. Therefore, even if it meant death, they had to kill as many magical beasts as possible. They had to stop them from entering Star Hidden City. Are you ready? Ready. Upon hearing the responses, the captain raised his right hand high. Seeing this action, everyone began to mobilize the remaining vitality and elemental power within them. Following a special trajectory, they continuously gathered it at their chests, waiting for the captain's command to self-destruct and kill the devouring beasts. The captain's own vitality surged wildly. Self-destruct. At the command, a thunderous roar filled the air. Boom, boom, boom. However, the scene of blood and flesh flying everywhere did not occur. Instead, massive fireballs, each the size of a house, rained down from the sky. The intense heat instantly evaporated the remaining devouring beasts as they struck down. In just a moment, over 300 devouring beasts were reduced by 100. The rest were engulfed in flames, letting out piercing cries. Roar! Everyone was stunned. What kind of spell was this? How could its combat power be so high? It was already nearing 40 million. Moreover, the more they looked, the more it resembled a fireball technique. But why was it so large? It seemed that no one in Star Hidden City could cast such a terrifying fire elemental spell. And even if the reinforcements exerted their full strength, they wouldn't be able to arrive in just a few minutes. Who had made the move? Everyone looked at the falling fireballs with confusion, excitement difficult to express. They wouldn't have to die. These devouring beasts would not step into Star Hidden City. They wanted to cheer loudly, but such an act was completely inappropriate at that moment. At the same time, everyone was guessing who had saved them. Just when everyone was at a loss, a figure of a young man flashed by. He dashed past the crowd and plunged into the group of devouring beasts, like a gust of wind sweeping through. The people who had just been ready to self-destruct were lifted into the air. However, their attention was not on themselves but fixated on the young man's back. They saw him quickly approach a devouring beast. His body instantly propelled upward, then his right hand formed a fist, and his right arm bent back. He aimed at the body of a devouring beast and unleashed a punch, powerful vitality bursting forth, directly smashing a large part of the devouring beast's body to pieces. Everyone was stunned at this scene. Just a simple punch had broken through the devouring beast's defenses and shattered a large portion of its body. Such combat power was likely among the top tier even among level 5 ability users. Yet this young man was only at level 3. Just level 3. Could it be that Gu Xiao has come? A chubby young man spoke up. The moment he said it, even he found it hard to believe. What status did Gu Xiao have? How could he appear in such a dangerous place? Even if he came, it would only be the ability users from the Gu family. It shouldn't be Gu Xiao himself. But in the entire Star Hidden City, who else could achieve such a level? A level 3 defeating a level 4 devouring beast was like killing a chick. This was something even level 5 ability users couldn't do. Just as everyone was in a daze, Gu Qian charged once more into the group of devouring beasts. Wherever he passed, a whirlwind arose, directly lifting several tons of devouring beasts into the air. Looking at Gu Qian himself, he slightly crouched down, then propelled himself upward like a firecracker, shooting directly into the air. Then, he landed a foot on the back of the lowest devouring beast. The body was once again propelled out. The trampled vulture beast shot towards the ground like a cannonball. Boom! A deafening roar erupted. Immediately after, the ground shook violently. Yet, Gu Qian did not stop at all. As he shifted left and right, dozens of vulture beasts all fell down. The booming sounds were incessant. His speed was so extreme that Gu Qian's figure had long vanished from sight in midair. Only a faint white light could be seen darting through the crowd of vulture beasts. In less than half a minute, over 100 vulture beasts had all been dealt with. They lay in the large pit on the ground, unable to move. The places where they were stepped on were deeply sunken. Blood and flesh were a blur. What was surprising was that, despite the vulture beast's astonishing recovery ability, they now lay in the pit like lambs awaiting slaughter, continuously howling in agony. Their injuries showed no signs of improvement whatsoever. It was as if they had lost the ability to regenerate at high speed. This was utterly incomprehensible. The combat power of the vulture beasts was not high, but they ranked first among all 4th-level magical beasts. This was due to their ability to spray corrosive liquid and their despair-inducing regeneration capability. To kill one, even a 5th-level ability user might not succeed. At the very least, one would need a combat power in the tens of millions, or be a 6th-level ability user. Yet now, the vulture beast's regeneration ability was gone. Their proud million-level defense was rendered meaningless in front of Gu Qian. Were they really dead? Just as everyone was filled with excitement, Gu Qian wore a face of frustration. Damn it! He had already devoured over 100 times. How could he not succeed even once? Was that 50% success rate a lie? Even if he couldn't succeed in one go, he should have succeeded at least 10 times. Now, it was all for naught, over 100 attempts had failed. This success rate was plummeting to mere fractions of a percent. Was my luck really this bad? Originally, Gu Qian was at home studying the abilities of those magical beasts he needed. He hadn't figured it out yet when he received news of the beast tide. Wasn't this just walking right into the line of fire? What was there to look at in the illustrated guide? Direct practice was the way to go. Moreover, he had missed many beast tides before due to a lack of ability. He was itching to do something. Who wouldn't want to save their hometown from disaster? Now, with such a great opportunity, it was a 2-for-1 deal. How could Gu Qian possibly miss it? He rushed over with old Zhang. However, old Zhang's speed was too slow to keep up with Gu Qian. Thus, the scene of Gu Qian appearing alone unfolded. Just as Gu Qian was continuously inflicting heavy injuries on the vulture beasts and devouring their abilities, old Zhang arrived at the scene, panting heavily. As soon as he exited the city gate, old Zhang was bent over, gasping for breath. His right hand kept waving in Gu Qian's direction, his face full of complaints, yet he couldn't utter a single word. After much effort, he finally managed to squeeze out, "Little brother, you should run slower." "Big brother, I can't keep up." But before he could finish, Gu Qian shouted loudly, "Old Zhang, don't just stand there, hurry up and kill the vulture beasts below." "Ha? I haven't even caught my breath, and you're assigning me work. You can't just let me stand idle. Even a real horse wouldn't be used like this." Old Zhang wanted to protest, but thinking of the 2 billion Gu Qian had just given him, he silently endured. Without him, who else could be a poor man? It was all in units of billions. Following such a boss, no matter how hard or tiring it was worth it. "Alright, coming right up." With that, he swiftly moved to the pile of vulture beasts. A powerful punch erupted, and his immense energy burst forth. It sliced through the towering pile of vulture beasts like sharp blades, leaving not a single intact bone in sight. After knowing that all the corpses of the tunneling beasts had fallen, old Zhang finally caught his breath and said, "Martial skill, wind split fist." Gu Qian looked at this scene, feeling quite speechless. Since the fight was already over, there was no need to shout the name of the martial skill. Just as Gu Qian stepped on the tunneling beast again, knocking it unconscious, and activated his devouring ability, a peculiar sensation rose from within him. This feeling had also appeared when he gained the abilities of devouring and fire element affinity. Had he succeeded? Thinking of this, Gu Qian was overjoyed. He had finally succeeded in devouring. His combat power could break through new heights again. When awakening the solidification ability, he had only focused on solidifying his internal organs, completely forgetting that, besides the internal organs, there were many other organs in his body. By the time he realized it, it was already too late. Therefore, after obtaining the devouring ability, the next ability he wanted to acquire, after lifespan and elemental abilities, was regeneration. He didn't expect to obtain it so quickly. Moreover, it was a great rapid regeneration. With this ability, he could sacrifice many more organs. At that time, his combat power would increase again. Thinking of this, Gu Qian was extremely happy. This trip was not in vain. To gain the ability of rapid regeneration made it all worthwhile. Even the movements of his subordinates had quickened considerably. Boom, the last tunneling beast was heavily injured by Gu Qian. After old Zhang dealt with it with a punch, the tunneling beasts on the battlefield had been completely wiped out. Kata! Gu Qian's figure lightly landed on the ground. He turned around with a smile, looking at the scene. The crowd, who had narrowly escaped death, were all dumbfounded, unsure of what to do. The group of over 100 city defenders had been rendered helpless by the tunneling beasts, which even included a level 5 ability user. Yet, in less than 2 minutes, Gu Qian had easily resolved it all by himself? Was he even human? However, when recalling Gu Qian's record of killing numerous level 5 ability users, with a single strike taking down nearly 60 of them, everything before him seemed trivial. With this thought, the crowd finally breathed a sigh of relief, their faces breaking into smiles. At the same time, a deep sense of fatigue spread throughout their bodies. Everyone slumped down, lacking even the strength to stand. Soon, some even lay directly on the ground, softly saying with satisfaction, "We are saved." Although everyone had prepared for death, who would want to die if they could live? Now that Gu Qian was here, there was no need to worry about magical beasts invading the city. After all, Gu Qian was a fire element mage with over 20 million combat power. Moreover, he was a dual practitioner of martial arts and magic. Not to mention dealing with 1,000 tunneling beasts, even 10,000 would be no problem. Looking back at past experiences, tunneling beasts were already top-tier magical beasts in terms of combat power. Beyond that were the level 5 magical beasts with relatively high intelligence. Beasts of this level would not easily attack human cities, nor would there be a tide of level 5 magical beasts. So, there was no need to worry anymore. Gu Qian looked at the relaxed state of the crowd and chose to ignore them. He directly focused on studying the newly acquired A-grade ability, Rapid Regeneration. He opened his basic information. Ability user, Gu Qian responsibility, warrior, mage level 3 abilities, sacrifice, solidification, devouring, fire element affinity, rapid regeneration combat power, 19002375 speed, 19003645 strength, 193857661 defense, 1908458 spirit. 1903758 ability description, rapid regeneration, A-grade, can quickly regenerate any part of the body, even if mortally wounded, it will not hinder the body's regeneration, and the regenerated body will have no damage. However, if the entire body is destroyed in an instant, it will result in complete death. Seeing this ability description, Gu Qian almost burst out laughing. Doesn't this perfectly resolve the mistakes made back then? You must know that a person's organs are not just the internal ones. At that time, I was confused and chose the internal organs. If I had chosen all the organs, I could have taken on a level 5 ability user right from the start. There would have been no need to wait until now. But now it's good. Not only do I have the god level ability of devouring, but I've also gained rapid regeneration. From now on, below level 6, won't I be able to walk sideways? Thinking of this, Gu Qian felt a surge of joy in his heart. Just as Gu Qian was secretly rejoicing, the team leader slowly walked over. "Young Master Gu, thank you for arriving in time, otherwise, we would have all been done for here." As he spoke, the captain forced a smile. Gu Qian glanced at the captain and smiled slightly. "Then you really are useless. You can't even fend off this little bit of magical beasts. Truly. TSK, TSK, TSK. As he spoke, Gu Qian made a face of disdain. The captain stared blankly at Gu Qian, clearly stunned by his words. He had expected him to say a few comforting words or to be polite. He never expected him to be so blunt. Blunt enough to hurt. However, young Master Gu indeed had the right to say such things, but those who had just been lying on the ground were all displeased upon hearing this. Even if the people present were not as powerful as you, there was no need to be so hurtful. After all, we fought until the last moment to protect Star Hidden City. We even prepared for self-detonation. What you said really hurts our hearts for protecting Star Hidden City. However, everyone dared to be angry but couldn't voice it. Whether in strength or background, Gu Qian was the top existence in the entire Star Hidden City. They had no comparison. Even if Gu Qian disregarded everyone's feelings and said such things, they could only endure it. Old Zhang, who had dealt with all the devouring beasts, also rushed over. Upon hearing Gu Qian's words, his brows furrowed. Just as he was about to say something, he heard Gu Qian say, "You all shouldn't guard the city anymore, your combat power is too low." As soon as these words came out, the captain and everyone else's faces turned completely dark. This Gu Qian was truly a spoiled brat. The Gu family would be finished in his hands sooner or later. Just when everyone thought Gu Qian would say something even more hurtful, they heard him say, "First, go back and recover from your injuries, then work on improving your strength. I've already instructed the Gu family's martial arts hall, you can all go for free until level 5. Moreover, before level 5, your salaries will be covered by the Gu family, until you can properly guard the city after reaching level 5. At that time, you can't be so embarrassing anymore." Upon hearing this, everyone present was taken aback. Then, tears filled their eyes, and they found it hard to contain their emotions. They originally thought Gu Qian simply looked down on them and insulted them, not even considering their efforts. But who would have thought the reversal would come so suddenly? Young Master Gu was not belittling them at all, he was practically their reborn parents. As ability users, who didn't know the benefits of training at a martial arts hall? Not only was it free of danger, but the speed of training was not slower than fighting magical beasts. The most important thing was that the accompanying martial artists would provide many targeted improvement suggestions. If you went often, they would even gift you corresponding martial arts techniques and spells. This was a tremendous benefit. Not to mention the value of those services, just the gift of martial arts techniques and spells alone was enough to make people envious. Even a level 1 martial arts technique or spell was worth at least 10,000. Level 2 could reach hundreds of thousands. The lowest level present was level 3. To give away would at least be worth a starting point of 1 million for a level 3 spell technique. This shows how high the cost of going to a martial arts hall is. Each visit could cost tens or hundreds of thousands. No one could step into a martial arts hall without that. The Gu family's martial arts hall was the top existence in Star Hidden City. The price was simply outrageous. And now, Gu Xiao actually allowed everyone present to train for free at the Gu family's martial arts hall until they reached level 5. This was an extraordinary opportunity. Moreover, there was a salary involved. Wasn't this a way to let everyone focus on improving their strength without any worries? This was truly a tremendous blessing. Gu Xiao was completely considering everyone's efforts, holding them in his hands. In the future, Gu Xiao would be our benefactor. Just as everyone was on the verge of tears, almost kneeling in gratitude, a roar from a magical beast echoed through the Xinghui mountain range once again. Roar. The sound was distant and prolonged, as if it struck right at the heart. After the first roar, the second and third roars followed, thousands of similar roars resounding continuously. Roar, roar. The sounds reached everyone's ears, causing a splitting headache. They fell to the ground, rolling in pain and howling. It was simply unbearable. Only the team leader, Old Zhang, and Gu Qian remained standing. Even the team leader's face was pale, his expression twisted. Clearly, he was also struggling to endure. Compared to the physical pain, the team leader felt even more fear in his heart. How could it be this kind of magical beast? How did we even attract it? What on earth is happening? Gu Qian was somewhat confused, looking at Old Zhang with a bewildered expression, seeking an explanation. At that moment, Old Zhang also wore a worried expression, his gaze towards Gu Qian filled with conflict. He didn't know whether to clarify things for Gu Qian first or to urge him to evacuate. The magical beasts they were about to face were simply beyond their capability to handle. It seemed that only a level 6 ability user could deal with these beasts. The team leader swallowed hard and said, "Level 5 magical beast, the sun-blocking elephant lord, how could they have come here? What is happening? The sun-blocking elephant lord?" The team leader swallowed again and repeated, "Level 5 magical beast, the sun-blocking elephant lord, how could they have come here? What is happening? The sun-blocking elephant lord?" Gu Qian looked at everyone with confusion. Before his ability awakened, Gu Qian had never left the city gate and had not seen many wild magical beasts. He was particularly unfamiliar with the level 5 magical beast, the sun-blocking elephant lord. However, he remembered that every level 5 magical beast was formidable. The weakest level 5 magical beast had a combat power exceeding 10 million. As a strong contender among level 5 magical beasts, he wondered what the combat power of the sun-blocking elephant lord would reach. With a nervous heart, Gu Qian stared at the chip display screen. In the next moment, towering green giants, each over 100 meters tall and weighing at least several dozen tons, appeared before everyone. With each step, the ground shook. It left everyone present in a daze. This was the sun-blocking elephant lord. It was far larger than described. With such a stomp, let alone level 5 ability users, even level 6 ability users would have to be extremely cautious. This creature was just too massive. It truly had the feeling of blocking the sky and sun. Moreover, its combat power was terrifying, directly reaching over 70 million. It was almost on the same level as a level 6 ability user. This creature was too frightening. Upon seeing this scene, everyone felt utterly devoid of any thoughts of resistance. Against such a monster, any resistance would be futile. In the entire Xingyin city, it seemed that only level 6 ability users could deal with them. However, there were only 5 level 6 ability users in total. Facing over 1,000 sun-blocking elephant lords, it was simply impossible to handle them. What should they do now? Was Xingyin City really going to perish today? It was so unwilling. Everyone exerted their utmost strength, even brushing past death. In the end, with Gu Qian's rescue, they narrowly escaped death. They also received Gu Qian's promise that soon they would live a stable life without worries about food and clothing. But such good days had not yet been enjoyed. They encountered the attack of the sun-blocking elephant lord. How could everyone accept this? Old Zhang looked at the group of sun-blocking elephant lords, his face already ashen. Now, even he was of no use at all. With a battle power of 70 million, even using all means, they could barely reach over 10 million. The gap was simply too vast. Moreover, the speed of the sun-blocking elephant lord was within the normal range for a level 5 magical beast. It was impossible to escape just by relying on speed. What bad luck! Why did he follow Gu Qian here? Now it was hopeless. They couldn't even think about running away. Just as everyone was sinking into despair, Gu Qian, somewhat dazed, looked at the sun-blocking elephant lord and said, "So big, but I wonder if it's tasty." "Huh? What? What did Gu Shao just say? Shouldn't they be thinking about how to escape? Or at least how to defeat this group of sun-blocking elephant lords?" But he was thinking about how to eat the sun-blocking elephant lord. That was a bit too much. Besides, the sun-blocking elephant lord was so big, its skin must be particularly thick and definitely not tasty. What the heck? Everyone's thoughts were completely derailed by Gu Qian's words. And just when everyone was confused and didn't know what to do, Gu Qian moved. In an instant, he disappeared from everyone's sight. Even old Zhang, a level 5, and the captain couldn't see Gu Qian's movements. It was simply too fast. The crowd's reaction, Gu Qian didn't care at all. With over 70 million in battle power, he didn't know how many organs he would have to sacrifice to reach that. After all, aside from his internal organs, he hadn't sacrificed any other organs yet. It seemed he could only sacrifice them all at once. This way, it would be foolproof. Sacrifice, brain, heart, liver, gallbladder, spleen, stomach, kidneys, eyes, mouth, limbs, skin, ears, blood vessels, large intestine, small intestine, ribs. Gu Qian sacrificed everything he could think of. The moment he activated the sacrifice ability, all the organs he thought of disappeared simultaneously. Due to the solidification ability, the brain, heart, liver, gallbladder, spleen, stomach, and kidneys were instantly restored. With a brain, Gu Qian immediately activated his rapid regeneration ability. The other disappeared organs also quickly recovered. In less than 5 seconds, Gu Qian was back to normal. There wasn't a single change. At the same time, his battle power reached a terrifying 40 million. It seemed that sacrificing so many organs increased the multiplier, at least doubling from before. Now, combined with the fire element affinity ability, it was very likely that his battle power could reach 80 million or even 90 million. Thinking of this, Gu Qian grinned. Now he could deal with the sun-blocking elephant lord. If he cast a level 3 fire element spell, his battle power could increase further. Eliminating them would be a piece of cake. Without any delay, he raised his hand and hurled a fireball towards the group of sun-blocking elephant lords. The massive fireball was almost half the size of a sun-blocking elephant lord. The terrifying temperature soared to over 10,000 degrees. Even from several kilometers away, everyone felt as if they were about to be roasted. Even the walls of Xingyin City melted into streams of lava, continuously flowing down. The entire wall was as soft as cream, slowly collapsing. It couldn't hold up at all. Although everyone was suffering from the unbearable heat, even their clothes were burned with holes. If it weren't for the vital energy and elemental power protecting them, everyone present would be left completely exposed. Yet even so, everyone still stared blankly at the sky full of fireballs and that terrifying battle power. 10, 100,000, 10,000, 100,000, million, 8 million, how did it directly reach over 80 million? It was just to deal with the swallowing beast. How could the battle power soar so much? What exactly happened? What did I miss? Everyone had witnessed Gu Qian's transformation. His combat power had just been over 20 million, and now it had directly surged to over 80 million, an increase of nearly 4 times. How did Gu Shao achieve this? What had he missed? Could killing the tunneling beast grant such immense power? If he had known earlier, he shouldn't have run away. He should have fought desperately to kill those tunneling beasts. Perhaps now his own combat power could have multiplied several times. But it was too late to say anything now. Boom, boom, boom. Massive fireballs continuously struck the group of sun-blocking elephants, resembling the arrival of apocalyptic flames. At this distance and at this moment, even if the sun-blocking elephants were fast, they couldn't escape. Seeing this, a glimmer of hope appeared in everyone's eyes. The sun-blocking elephants were not insurmountable. At least Gu Shao had a way. But just as everyone was preparing to cheer in unison, an unexpected change occurred. At the moment the fireball was about to fall, the sun-blocking elephant, with its long trunk dozens of meters long, suddenly slammed down towards the ground. Boom! A series of deafening roars erupted. Immediately, countless thick stone pillars burst forth from the ground, charging straight at the descending fireballs. Boom! The massive fireball collided with the stone pillars, sending debris and flames flying in all directions. Everyone was stunned. This beast could cast spells? How impressive! Everyone was bewildered. Even old Zhang and the squad leader looked astonished. This was beyond common sense. The beasts they had encountered before could at most manipulate elemental powers, but none had ever been able to use spells. And this was a second-level spell. If that were the case, with the level of the sun-blocking elephant, could it not unleash a 5th-level spell? That was terrifying. A 5th-level spell would increase combat power by at least 5 times. Coupled with the sun-blocking elephant's terrifying strength, wouldn't that push its power over 100 million? That was a level of power only 6th level ability users could aspire to. No, they had to quickly notify the 5 6th level powerhouses for support. Otherwise, Shingin City would truly be doomed. The squad leader directly dialed the chip communicator, activating the highest level alert. At the same time, he reported the situation here, requesting support from 6th level ability users. Everyone was extremely anxious, but Gu Qian wore an interesting expression. A beast that can use spells, interesting. Today, I'll have some fun with you all. You better hide, I won't have time to protect you later. With that, he pushed off the ground with his legs and charged back into the group of sun-blocking elephants. Meanwhile, his right hand continuously released various low-level spells: Fireball Technique, Fireblade Technique, Fire Arrow Technique. Enormous fireballs, crescent-shaped fireblades, and 20-meter-long fire arrows rained down. As Gu Qian plunged into the group of sun-blocking elephants, he also attacked the elephants with his legs. Everyone was taken aback. He was multitasking, casting spells while using his fists and feet to attack. What kind of mental strength did that require? Perhaps only someone like Gu Xiao, this prodigy, could manage it. After all, his mental strength had already surpassed 40 million, reaching the level of a 5th level ability user. If it weren't for the level restrictions, he could have already used 5th level spells and martial techniques. Casting such 1st level spells posed no difficulty at all. He didn't even need to chant the spells. Fortunately, Gu Xiao was only casting spells while attacking with his fists and feet. If he were simultaneously using martial techniques and spells, that would truly be enviable. With the combination of close-range martial techniques and long-range spells, along with Gu Xiao's terrifying combat power, he was invincible both near and far. How could they fight against that? They might as well go home and rest. At this moment, everyone felt a complex mix of emotions. They hoped Gu Xiao could maintain such an invincible stance, yet they also feared what it meant for him to possess such overwhelming power. After all, no one wants to be seen as utterly worthless compared to others. Even if that person has saved your life, it doesn't matter. This is perhaps the selfish flaw inherent in humanity. Just as I was mocking myself in my heart, a loud shout erupted from Gu Qian's mouth. Martial technique, mountain splitter kick. After the shout, I saw the energy within Gu Qian continuously surge into his right leg. Then, Gu Qian launched a kick, directly striking the left front leg of the sun-blocking elephant. Boom! The collision unleashed a powerful burst of energy, destroying everything around. The roar instantly drowned out all sounds on the battlefield, echoing in all directions. Everyone stared blankly at the scene before them, all with faces of shock. Even old Zhang and the captain had their mouths agape, unable to close them for a long time, clearly frightened by Gu Qian's actions. The martial technique, Gu Xiao actually managed to use a spell while simultaneously employing a martial technique. And it was a level 3 martial technique. This directly tripled Gu Xiao's combat power, instantly breaking through 100 million. Is this real? Everyone's hearts raced, gasping for breath, their chests heaving. They simply couldn't believe what was happening before their eyes. Gu Qian was only at level 3. To elevate his combat power to over 40 million had already far exceeded everyone's understanding. Now you tell them that Gu Qian's combat power has directly surpassed 100 million? This was something no one could accept. That was the kind of power only a level 6 ability user could possess. He was only at level 3. Did he really achieve this so easily? He was only 18 years old. What were the others supposed to think? They had painstakingly trained for so many years, only to find that they couldn't compare to Gu Qian, who had trained for just a few days. This was infuriating. Indeed, everyone is different. Some are born as the blazing sun, while most people spend their lives merely trying to get close to it. This world is so unfair. Just as everyone was in a daze, Gu Qian shouted again, "Spell, Fire Serpent Dance." In an instant, a massive fire serpent over 100 meters long appeared in midair, opening its gaping maw towards the sun-blocking elephant that Gu Qian had struck, as if it intended to swallow it whole. Everyone was left dumbfounded. This was the level 3 fire element spell, Fire Serpent Dance? Gu Xiao had been releasing low-level spells while simultaneously executing level 3 martial techniques. Was he also chanting a level 3 fire element spell? 3-pronged attack? How on earth was he doing this? This was simply monstrous. Everyone present was so shocked they couldn't speak, their faces turning pale. Some were so excited they fainted. Was this even human? He was nothing but a monster. When others executed martial techniques, they were all careful to control the energy within their bodies, following a designated route of operation, fearing even the slightest mistake. Casting spells was even more demanding. Not only did one have to control their mental energy to communicate with the elemental forces of the world, but they also had to multitask to control the elemental energy within their bodies, forming a formation that resonated with the elemental forces outside. It was extremely taxing on both mind and spirit. Ordinary mages would hide behind, being cautious. But Gu Qian? He went for a three-pronged attack. Even level 5 ability users wouldn't dare to do this. He was simply not human. To say he was born as the blazing sun would be an insult to him. Oh gods, is there anyone who can rein him in? The crowd lamented. But the next moment, they once again felt the gap between people. They saw the originally released powerful combat power and the fire serpent dance that could burn everything in the world suddenly seemed to multiply. It continuously appeared above the sun-blocking elephant herd. 1, 2, 3, 100, 500. It wasn't until 1,000 appeared that it finally stopped. Everyone was completely stunned. If it weren't for the scorching heat here, no one wanted to leave at all. At this moment, they could only run as far away as possible. All beings close to the battlefield were turned to ash. Even the earth had transformed into magma. The city walls had been burned through for dozens of kilometers, creating a massive gap. However, not a single sun-blocking elephant could survive to enter the star-hidden city through this breach. Activate. As the last word fell, enormous fire serpents shot out into the sky. The gaping maw of flames lunged directly at the sun-blocking elephant. Naturally, the sun-blocking elephant would not sit idly by. Almost half of the sun-blocking elephants continuously pounded the ground with their trunks. Countless massive stone pillars shot up into the sky, attempting to block the enormous fire serpents. But the difference in combat power was too great. They could only provide a momentary obstruction. In an instant, the entire battlefield was surrounded by exploding fire and earth elements. The outside world could not see what was happening inside at all. Meanwhile, the other half of the sun-blocking elephants lowered their heads and emitted low rumbling sounds. A series of complex noises emanated from their trunks. The power of the earth elements in this part of the battlefield gradually boiled over. They completely ignored the continuously exploding stone pillars and the rain of debris. The onlookers, hiding 100 miles away, watched this scene, lost in thought. This kind of battle was something they could not participate in at all, let alone those at the 3rd or 4th level of ability. Even the 2 5th level abilities present would meet a gruesome end if they got involved. It was truly terrifying. Yet, despite this, the sun-blocking elephant had persisted for so long. This showed how foolish the onlookers' earlier thoughts of stopping the sun-blocking elephant had been. Sigh, they truly felt useless. Just as everyone sighed and lamented, the sound of trumpeting elephants echoed across the 100-mile distance, booming loudly. A gust of wind swept in, making it impossible for the crowd to stand steady. They steadied themselves, looking helpless. Even the wind stirred up by the sun-blocking elephant left them flustered. If they were to truly engage in battle, they probably wouldn't even be able to get close. At that moment, a massive change occurred on the battlefield. Huge boulders, like meteorites, fell from the sky, crashing straight down onto the battlefield. Each one was over 20 kilometers wide. It was unimaginable what would happen if struck by such meteorites. They would likely be reduced to nothing but mush. Moreover, there were hundreds of the same kind of meteorites. 5th-level spells were indeed terrifying. Boom! The sky was filled with falling meteorites. Thousands of fire serpents abandoned the ground and collided with those meteorites. A gigantic mushroom cloud rose into the air. The powerful forces of fire and earth elements rampaged wildly, destroying everything within a 100-mile radius. Even the ground sank deeply, forming a massive basin. At the same time, cries of anguish echoed. Countless massive fragments, wrapped in flames, surged toward the sun-blocking elephant herd. The tremendous impact, even with the sun-blocking elephant's defense exceeding tens of millions, could not withstand it. In an instant, dozens of sun-blocking elephants were smashed to a bloody pulp, their bones shattered. After letting out mournful cries, they fell to the ground, subsequently buried by the falling debris. Everything around them was burned to ashes by the flames on the debris. Meanwhile, even more sun-blocking elephants were struck by the falling rocks. The scene was utterly tragic. The onlookers, once again distancing themselves from the battlefield, were left dumbfounded at this sight. Staring at the brutal battlefield, they were momentarily at a loss for how to react. Over 1,000 sun-blocking elephants. Just like that, they were dealt with? Was Gu Xiao too powerful? Gu Qian is still there. Old Zhang seemed to suddenly realize something, his face filled with anxiety. He pushed through the crowd, wanting to rush toward the battlefield. If even the sun-blocking elephants faced such a dire situation, Gu Qian's defense, far inferior to theirs, would surely be in grave danger as well. No, he absolutely could not let anything happen to him. Everyone was pulling at old Zhang, not letting him rush to the battlefield. At that moment, the battlefield resembled the end of the world. Not to mention old Zhang, even a level 6 ability user entering would not guarantee a safe return. Moreover, given the situation, Gu Xiao might have. Old Zhang struggled fiercely, shaking off everyone blocking his way. Get out of my way, what are you stopping me for? Move aside. Just as old Zhang finally shook off all the obstacles, he was about to charge towards the battlefield when a figure suddenly appeared behind him, reaching out a right hand to press down on his shoulder. Old Zhang, filled with rage, shouted, I said, don't stop me. As he spoke, he grabbed the hand pressing on his right shoulder with his left hand, intending to throw his opponent over his shoulder. Suddenly, a tremendous force came from behind, sending old Zhang flying instead. In midair, old Zhang was completely stunned. What was going on? Was there someone with even greater combat power present? Impossible. Just as old Zhang was in a daze, Gu Qian's impatient voice rang out. Old Zhang, not bad, you've got some guts to dare to lay hands on this young master? If I had known, I would have let you rush in and get crushed. Hearing Gu Qian's voice, old Zhang's previously panicked heart instantly calmed down. He even disregarded the pain from being thrown to the ground. Not dead. As long as he wasn't dead. Otherwise, such a grand boss would be lost. Seeing that Gu Qian was fine, everyone was astonished, all curious about how he had escaped. Old Zhang quickly scrambled up from the ground and rushed to Gu Qian's side, examining him closely. Finally, he found that there wasn't even a scratch on him. Only then did old Zhang let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, you're fine. Otherwise, old Master Gu would definitely kill me. Gu Qian was not surprised at all about old Zhang being sent by the old master. After all, which family's assassin would turn against them in battle? Although he had given a lot, it was hard not to raise suspicions. Moreover, when they met later, it was clear that old Zhang was quite familiar with the old master. Just what their relationship was remained a mystery. Unable to figure it out, Gu Qian decided not to dwell on it. He ignored the curious gazes of the crowd, resting his right hand on his brow as he looked at the brutal battlefield, saying with a pained expression, that must hurt a lot, everything is smashed to pieces. Just looking at it is painful. Luckily, I ran fast. I just don't know if that sunshade elephant meat can still be eaten later. I've never tasted the meat of the sunshade elephant lord. Upon hearing Gu Qian's words, everyone present was speechless. Even now, he was thinking about eating the sunshade elephant lord. Just how obsessed was he with its meat? At that moment, Gu Qian was quite pleased. Not only had he dealt with the sunshade elephant lord group, but he had also gained the ability of A-level earth element affinity. Now he could use earth element spells. Fire element, combined with earth element, made either one very powerful. The fire element had strong attack power, while the earth element could cast many defensive spells. This added another layer of protection. Just as everyone was staring blankly at the battlefield, a series of whistling sounds came from behind. The reinforcements from the city defense team had finally arrived. When they saw the scene before them, they were all left speechless in shock. Such powerful destructive force had even created such a large hole in the city wall. It was evident how fierce the previous battle had been. They truly had no idea how the Sunshade Elephant Lord group had been slaughtered. Gu Qian watched for a while, clapped his hands, and said, alright, old Zhang, go collect those magic cores. Level 5 magic cores are worth quite a bit, so don't miss any, and don't think about keeping them for yourself. I know exactly how many there are. Upon hearing Gu Qian's words, everyone was taken aback. Indeed, although those shattered stones and flames could kill the Sunshade Elephant Lord, the hardness of a level 5 magic core was not something the Sunshade Elephant Lord could compare to. It can definitely be preserved. This is a level 5 magic core. Each one is worth at least 10 million. Not to mention there are over 1,000 of them. That's a total of over 10 billion. And that's the minimum. What kind of innate money-making ability does Gu Xiao have? In just a few days, he has made so much money. Although some of it was obtained through extortion. But being able to extort from the 3 major families is also a skill of Gu Xiao. The squad leader looked towards the battlefield direction. His eyes were filled with worry. He feared that a more powerful beast horde might appear. Fortunately, there has been no movement for so long. However, such a large hole in the city wall is inherently unsafe. Even a slightly larger number of magical beasts could pass through the gaps in the corners. This could cause casualties among the ordinary citizens on the outskirts of Xingyin City. It must be repaired as soon as possible. Moreover, this beast tide is very strange. Previous beast tides included all types and levels of magical beasts, and their numbers were much larger than this time. There has never been a case where they appeared in categories and levels sequentially. Fortunately, the number this time is relatively small. Otherwise, if so many level 5 magical beasts appeared in a beast tide, even a level 6 ability user would have to fight for over 10 days. Just thinking about it is terrifying. The squad leader said to the leader of the reinforcements coming from behind, Old Wu, the city wall has such a big hole, it must be repaired as soon as possible, but, as he spoke, both of them looked at the large hole in the city wall. This hole is so large, stretching for dozens of kilometers. Its height reaches several hundred meters. It is simply impossible to repair it in a short time. Thinking of this, Old Wu sighed and said, with such a big hole, it's impossible to repair it in a short time. We can only let the Earth Element Mage cast a spell to block it first, but for such a large area, it would require at least a level 5 Earth Element Mage. Do we have such mages in Shingin City? Mages are already rare, and it has to be a level 5 Earth Element Mage, which makes the screening even more difficult. Not to mention a level 5 Earth Element Mage. Even low-level ones are probably few. Now we can only gather any Earth Element Mages we can find. There's no other way. Just as the two were frowning in distress, Gu Qian approached them with a smile and said, "Are you looking for an Earth Element Mage to repair the city wall?" Seeing Gu Qian's inquiry, Old Wu and the others exchanged glances, and their eyes suddenly sparkled with surprise. Since Gu Xiao asked this, he must know someone, or the Gu family must have such a person. To catch Gu Xiao's eye, or to be an Earth Element Mage in the Gu family, their level would at least be 4. Although they may not reach level 5, having more of such people would help block this big hole in a short time. Old Wu immediately said with excitement, "Yes, Gu Xiao, I wonder if you know any Earth Element Mages who can reach level 5, level 4 or 3 would also be fine." Upon hearing this, Gu Qian's smile became even brighter. "Of course I know them, but inviting them will cost quite a bit. How much can you offer?" Hearing Gu Qian's words, their eyes lit up even more. It seems Gu Xiao really knows someone, and their level is not low. After all, those with too low a level wouldn't charge too much. It seems this hole can be blocked quickly. But how much is an appropriate price? Old Wu and the others exchanged glances, their brows furrowing. Then they tentatively said to Gu Xiao, "We estimate that for such a big hole, we could offer over 1 million. I wonder if that would meet the mage's expectations." Upon hearing over 1 million, Gu Qian's smile became even more radiant. He said eagerly, "That's enough, that's enough. I'll get it repaired right away. We can't delay the payment." Repair it right away? Did Gu Xiao misspeak? He must mean to contact them immediately. There are no Earth Element Mages of that level on site. If there were, I would definitely know about it. The two were very confused, but he didn't dare to correct him. He just watched Gu Qian fiddling with the chip for a while. Then he turned to the two and said, "All right." Only then did the two breathe a sigh of relief. It seemed they had communicated well with each other. Now, there was no need to worry about the hole not being repaired for a long time. However, Old Wu still said to the squad leader, "Old Qin, although we have a high-level Earth Element Mage helping, which can greatly shorten the process, it will still take a few days. During this time, we must increase our manpower, otherwise, if a magical beast breaks in, the consequences would be unimaginable." Old Qin nodded and cautiously said, "In these few days, we will definitely patrol well and will not let any." Before Old Qin could finish his sentence, he saw Gu Qian making a gesture as if casting a spell towards the city wall. Everyone was stunned at this scene. What was young master doing? Did he intend to repair the city wall himself? But wasn't he a fire element mage? When did he become an earth element mage? Wasn't that a bit too outrageous? How could someone possess so many abilities? First, solidification, then the fire element's series of abilities. And that hidden, mysterious powerful ability. That was already 3. If he added an earth element mage's abilities, that would be 4. It was absolutely impossible for anyone to have so many abilities. This was simply not possible. 4 abilities. Even if he filled a hole in the sky, it would still be impossible. Everyone looked at Gu Qian with faces full of terror, as if the person before them was not a human but a monster. They all couldn't believe that young master possessed the abilities of an earth element mage. But the slap in the face came so quickly. A massive force of earth element surged out from Gu Qian's body, rushing towards the city wall. The power of the earth element was so immense that it even surpassed that of a level 5 earth element mage. The minds of the crowd went blank. Young master really was an earth element mage. What on earth was going on? Who could tell me how one person could possibly possess so many abilities? This was simply a dream. But what could be said now? Every ability of young master was indeed real. Crazy, this world was absolutely crazy. Just when everyone was in a daze, Gu Qian shouted, "Spell, earth wall technique, rise." As the last word fell, the ground began to tremble violently. A massive stone wall slowly rose at the hole in the city wall hundreds of kilometers away, completely filling the dozens of kilometers of gaps. Even the uneven edges of the hole were smoothed out by this rising earth wall. It was a perfect fit. It could level the edges of the original earth wall, indicating that the earth wall technique Gu Qian cast was even harder than the previous city wall. And it was not just a little bit harder. Moreover, by visual estimation, the newly risen earth wall was thicker than the city wall. How immense must the power of the earth element be? Perhaps only young master could achieve this in the entire star-hidden city. Young master's terror had already been demonstrated in the previous battle, but no one expected that he was actually an earth element mage. Some people with weaker constitutions fainted at this scene, clearly unable to accept it. Some were so strong yet so comprehensive. Jealousy could distort a person's appearance. If it weren't for the fact that they couldn't defeat young master, and their backgrounds were too different from his, these people might not have fainted but would have rushed up to beat him instead. Everyone shared the same thought in their hearts, silently sighing. Young master was just too comprehensive. Gu Qian looked at the slowly rising earth wall, his eyes filled with pride. Done. 1,000,000 assets were in hand. Thinking this, Gu Qian turned to Captain Qin and said, "Pay up, the task is complete." Everyone burst into laughter, filled with curiosity. Was the Gu family harsh on Gu Xiao? Or was it that the Gu family didn't give him pocket money? How could they push the child to this extent? The dignified heir of the Gu family was actually working so hard to earn money. It was truly hard to understand. Meanwhile, old Zhen looked deeply moved. He hadn't expected the young boss to work so hard just to pay himself a salary. He took on such tasks. However, casting a spell could earn him millions in salary. If I could take it, I would too. Old Qin smiled helplessly and said, "Gu Xiao, don't worry, I'll notify the finance department to transfer the money to you right away." As he spoke, Old Qin began to operate on the chip screen. Gu Qian saw this scene and smiled happily. It seemed that he would have to devour more abilities in the future. Once he gathered all the various elements, wouldn't it be easier to make money? If he could devour space elements, that would truly be invincible. Just thinking about it made him excited. Although all elements were powerful, there was no distinction between strong and weak. However, space elements were universally recognized as the most difficult to deal with. Not only did they have astonishing destructive power, but they were also very strange. Their defense was high, and they could serve as support, making them quite comprehensive. Moreover, there was no need to worry about being approached. This was the dream ability of every mage. Unlike other ability users, all ability users could only fly after reaching level 6 and completing their secondary specialization. But except for wind elements and space elements, wind elements could allow short-term flight with a spell at level 4. This could be said to be a step ahead of other ability users. In battle, it provided a significant advantage. After all, once in the air, it would be very difficult for other ability users to get close. They would also hold the initiative. They could attack when they wanted and flee when they wanted, which was very convenient. And even more powerful than wind elements were space elements. They could fly with a spell at level 3. Just this point alone could crush other ability users. Besides, who wouldn't want to fly? As long as one wasn't afraid of heights, flying was everyone's dream. However, the ability of space elements was incredibly rare. Obtaining this ability was as difficult as acquiring an SSS level ability, Eternal Life. Thinking of this, a rare hint of melancholy appeared on Gu Qian's face. At that moment, a huge rumbling sound suddenly erupted from the newly risen city wall. Boom! The sound was so loud that even from over 200 kilometers away, it hurt the ears. Everyone looked towards the city wall in panic, their hearts filled with dread. Could it be that there are more magical beasts? Captain Qin exclaimed in shock, already terrified. If another magical beast appeared in the same sequence as before, wouldn't that mean a level 6 magical beast horde? Thinking of this, everyone felt an overwhelming sense of panic. If that were the case, Star Hidden City would truly be finished. With the current strength of Star Hidden City, it was impossible to withstand a level 6 magical beast horde. Even 3 or 5 of them would be impossible to defeat. After all, there were only 5 level 6 ability users in the entire Star Hidden City. Humans were naturally at a disadvantage when fighting magical beasts of the same level. What could be done? Everyone anxiously looked towards the city wall, wanting to understand what kind of magical beast was approaching. Gu Qian was equally anxious. Damn it, no, the money hasn't arrived yet. At least wait until the money arrives before coming. No way, no one can stop my money from arriving. After saying this, he ignored the astonished gazes of others and dashed forward. He completely disregarded the possibility that a level 6 ability user might be coming. No one expected that Gu Xiao's obsession with making money was this strong. Moreover, his concern seemed a bit abnormal. While others were worried about the level of the incoming magical beast, he was only concerned about whether the money would arrive. Truly, this old 6 was something else. Thinking of this, everyone shook their heads and smiled bitterly. But they couldn't let Gu Shao face the horde of magical beasts alone. Even if it was a level 6 magical beast horde, as the captain of the city defense team, he had to confront it. All level 4 and below ability users, as well as the injured, can return to the city center to recuperate, while keeping an eye on the retreat orders. If we really can't hold them off, we can only evacuate quickly, and then it will depend on you all. As these words were spoken, everyone's mood became very heavy, but they quickly executed the orders. This was the habit formed over hundreds of years by the city defense team. They vowed to protect the citizens of Shingin City at all costs. Watching the departing crowd, the remaining people looked resolute. They ran directly towards the city wall. The 200 kilometers distance was quickly covered halfway. Gu Qian's speed was even faster. At this moment, fireballs, fire snakes, meteors, and stone pillars filled the battlefield. The roars and screams of magical beasts echoed continuously. Occasionally, enormous magical beasts soared into the sky accompanied by explosions. Moreover, after such a long time, the horde of magical beasts still hadn't broken through Gu Shao's defenses. It seemed it wasn't a level 6 magical beast horde. Otherwise, even Gu Shao would probably not be able to hold on. Thinking of this, everyone finally breathed a sigh of relief. As long as it wasn't a level 6 magical beast horde, it was fine. But just as everyone reached the city wall, they were completely stunned by the scene before them. Outside the city wall, there were countless magical beasts of various shapes. Looking around, there were at least tens of thousands. Magical beasts ranging from level 1 to 5 were all present. Moreover, an endless stream of magical beasts continued to emerge from the Xinghui mountain range, seemingly intent on overwhelming Shingin City. Everyone was so shocked they couldn't speak. A beast tide, this was a true beast tide. The previous magical beast groups, while dangerous, were not numerous. If it weren't for the final eclipse of the Sunlight group, even a city defense team could handle it. It could only be considered a small-scale magical beast invasion, but now it was a real beast tide. Let alone 100 or so people in the city defense team, even if the entire city defense team of ability users came, it wouldn't make much of a difference. No, they had to quickly notify all ability users above level 4, as well as the 5 level 6 ability users. In this situation, without bringing out the ultimate weapons, it would be impossible to withstand. Captain Qin and Old Wu exchanged glances. Then they no longer hesitated and directly began operating the chip screen. In the next moment, all ability chips in Shingin City emitted dazzling red light and piercing alarms. At the same time, the chip screen automatically displayed 4 large red characters, Beast Tide approaching. Everyone who saw this scene panicked. A beast tide, yet another beast tide. They had to provide support as soon as possible. Without any hesitation, all ability users above level 3 who were not seriously injured rushed towards the city wall. Although they usually had their own little schemes and even clashed with each other, when it came to protecting Shingin City, no one would choose to stand by. As long as the city stood, the people would stand. If the people died, then the city would fall. Countless ability users rushed towards the city wall in different ways. Meanwhile, ordinary people, upon receiving the news, hurried back home. They stopped all work and prepared to evacuate at any moment. Those close to the Xinghui mountain range even began to rush to the other side of the city. As long as there was news of evacuation, they could maximize their chances of survival. But if the city really fell, how could they, as ordinary people, escape? At the same time, the 5 level 6 ability users received special news. They were requested to bring the magical core weapons. The 5 who saw this message were all stunned. They were actually going to use magical core weapons this time. Just how large was the scale of the beast tide? Magical core weapons were the last line of defense for every city. They would not be activated unless the city's survival was at stake, because the consumption is simply too great. The magic core weapon, as the name suggests, uses magic cores as its energy source. Moreover, facing a powerful beast tide, low-level magic cores are useless. Only magic cores of level 4 and above can be effective. And level 4 magic cores are not only extremely valuable, costing 1 million each, but they are also scarce in number. There are simply not enough to go around. Accumulating for over a decade might not even be enough to withstand a single beast tide. Therefore, unless absolutely necessary, it is impossible to deploy them. It's not that they are unwilling, it's that there simply aren't enough. It seems that this time, it has truly come to a matter of life and death. Without the slightest hesitation, all 5 of them activated the magic core weapons in their spatial devices in advance, just so they could use them directly on the battlefield. Then they flew towards the battlefield without looking back. In the midst of a fierce battle, Gu Qian was cursing while fighting. Damn it, I just repaired the city wall, and you come to destroy it. Do you really think I'm easy to mess with? If I don't teach you a lesson today, you won't know why the flowers are so red. Was it you who smashed the wall just now? Was it you? You turned a perfectly good wall into a pit. Don't you have any decency? And you, are those claw marks on the wall yours? Still trying to argue? I matched the claw marks, and you still won't admit it? Almost every time he cursed, a magical beast was sent flying by Gu Qian in various ways. The simpler ones were dealt with by a punch. For higher level ones, it was a fireball explosion or a stone pillar strike. For even higher level beasts, they were directly injured by the wild dance of fire snakes and the stone giant. However, Gu Qian did not kill them with a single blow. He was incapacitating the magical beasts while devouring their abilities. But after so long, the abilities he gained were not only very few but also mostly useless. This made Gu Qian increasingly angry. At this moment, the city defense team on the wall was stunned by the scene before them. Dude, isn't your reasoning a bit too far-fetched? Do magical beasts even have decency? And are you sure the one smashing the wall is a python? It doesn't even have hands. Thinking of this, everyone secretly shook their heads. Then they looked at those magical beasts that had been beaten to a pulp with just one punch, still gasping for breath. An inexplicable twitch ran through them, as if it was not the magical beasts being beaten, but themselves. Wasn't this a bit too cruel? Clearly, he could kill them in one blow, yet he insisted on leaving them alive. Was he trying to make these magical beasts die in discomfort? Indeed, the mad Gu Xiao was not to be trifled with. Just as everyone was in a daze, Gu Qian, who was in the heat of battle, suddenly looked up at the wall. What are you all standing there for? Hurry up and take action. Under Gu Xiao's terrifying gaze, everyone jolted. They were afraid that in the next second, Gu Xiao would turn his hand against them. So everyone jumped off the wall, starting to harvest those magical beasts that had been severely injured by Gu Qian. At the same time, they took their magic cores. When the magic core weapons arrived, they would be used as energy sources. As for those ranged ability users, except for Gu Qian, all stood on the city wall, continuously releasing ranged martial skills and various spells. They were not like Gu Qian, this freak, who, as a mage, also had terrifying close combat abilities. A 5th level earth bear, known for its strength, was directly sent flying by Gu Qian with a punch. This guy was over 100 meters tall, and just in terms of weight, he must have weighed dozens of tons. And he was just casually sent flying with one punch? How terrifying must that strength be? Not to mention 5th level mages, even 5th level warriors with strength abilities could not achieve that. Gu Xiao was truly terrifying. Thinking of this, everyone looked at Gu Qian with a mix of fear and envy. If only they could have such strength. Even half of it would be good. Old Zhang charged into the horde of beasts, fighting fiercely against the level 4 monsters. The lower level ones were left to the lower level ability users to handle. As for the higher level ones, he wasn't a match for them either, so he led them all to Gu Qian. This was the best tactic. However, it wasn't long before the city defense team began to struggle. The sheer number of beasts was overwhelming. Moreover, there were too many high-level monsters among them. There was barely time to hide. Even with Gu Qian holding the front line, many ability users were still injured, and some even lost their lives. In just a short span of 10 minutes, over 100 had to withdraw from the battlefield to recuperate. Dozens more perished, their bodies devoured without a trace. Seeing this, everyone felt an immense weight in their hearts. As time passed, the vital energy and elemental power within the ability users were nearly exhausted. They couldn't hold out much longer. A suffocating atmosphere enveloped the hearts of all the ability users. This was the beast tide, an unstoppable beast tide. Yet among these people, there was one exception. That was Gu Qian. He seemed oblivious to fatigue, relentlessly injuring the monsters. He was casting level 3 spells without regard for his life. Everyone watching felt a wave of envy. How wonderful it would be if they had Gu Qian's immense vital energy and elemental power. The battlefield quickly lost the initial excitement. Only endless fighting and cries of agony remained. There were both monsters and ability users among them. Watching teammates fall one by one, the mood of the others grew heavier. Meanwhile, many could no longer hold on. With their vital energy depleted, they could only retreat. This plunged the entire battlefield back into crisis. Puff! A sword cleaved through a monster. Old Qin gasped for breath, his brow furrowed, worry etched on his face as he looked towards the city. He wondered where the other ability users were and if he could hold on until they arrived. He turned back to see the monsters continuously pouring out from the Starlight Mountains. His heart sank to the depths. This unprecedentedly massive beast tide. Even if all the abilities of Star Hidden City came, they probably wouldn't be able to withstand it. Could it be that Star Hidden City was truly doomed this time? Sigh. What on earth happened? Why did the monsters from the Starlight Mountains revolt? It was truly baffling. In just half an hour, everyone except Gu Qian had exhausted their strength. Only a few level 5 ability users were still holding on. If it weren't for Gu Qian standing at the front, the city walls would have long been breached. But this couldn't be blamed on the city defense team. The beast tide had occurred too suddenly. There was no time to deploy or gather personnel. Moreover, their numbers and levels were far stronger than before. In such a situation, it usually required gathering all the ability users in the city to resist. Otherwise, it wouldn't be long before they were overwhelmed. Fortunately, Gu Qian was there. Old Qin gasped for breath, looking in Gu Qian's direction. His movements gradually slowed. After such a long battle, his vital energy was nearly depleted. Yet Gu Qian remained vigorous. After fighting for so long, it seemed he hadn't even lost his temper. Curses flowed from his mouth, addressing the ancestors of these monsters in a colorful manner. His insults could be described as quite vulgar. If these monsters could understand, they would surely be infuriated. At the same time, it was perplexing. Most of the monsters were charging at Gu Qian. It was as if they truly understood his words. Each one was baring its fangs and claws, eyes bloodshot, continuously growling. It seemed they were cursing back at Gu Qian. The scene was extremely intense. This left people a bit confused. Can monsters really understand human speech? This had never been heard of before. It must be that Gu Qian had charged too far forward, provoking the monsters to surround him. It had to be that way. Gu Qian, watching the approaching magical beasts, felt no burden at all. The more magical beasts there were, the more he could devour. However, the abilities of these magical beasts were all too low in level. Moreover, they had no good abilities, which was truly frustrating. Just as Gu Qian was lost in thought, a group of level 5 magical beasts, the tyrant bears, charged in his direction. As they passed, all the other magical beasts instinctively scattered, as if they had been notified in advance. Gu Qian was taken aback by this scene and exclaimed, "Wow, they're targeting me now, but it's just right. The tyrant bears seem to have decent abilities." Saying this, he opened the information about the tyrant bears. Ability, Tyrant Bear Profession, Magical Beast Level, 5 Awakened Ability, A-Class Ability Explosion Ability Description, Explosion, each attack adds an explosion effect, increasing combat power by 7 times, strength, and damage range. Combat power, 20,985,729 speed, 702,958 strength, 30,295,039 defense, 40,938,578 mental power, 3,947. Looking at the abilities and data of the Tyrant Bear, Gu Qian nodded in satisfaction. Finally, a worthy opponent had arrived. Otherwise, if he only killed these low-level magical beasts, when would he be able to break through his current level? The Tyrant Bear was indeed a top-tier existence among level 5 magical beasts. Its basic combat power had already surpassed 20 million. Coupled with the enhancement from the explosion ability, its combat power directly exceeded 100 million. And its speed was low. Wasn't this just a living target? However, the numbers were indeed a bit overwhelming. Watching the tyrant bears, each as tall as a hill, charging towards him was quite oppressive. The human figure was simply too insignificant in front of this group of tyrant bears. For those with weak psychological endurance, just this scene would be enough to scare them to death. But Gu Qian was clearly not among them. He grinned widely and charged forward, shouting, "Spell! Fireball, spell, meteor, spell, stone pillar, spell, fire serpent." He released 4 low-level spells in quick succession, and in an instant, the entire battlefield was filled with flames and giant rocks. The elemental power was raging. All the spells continuously struck the tyrant bears. Those furious giant bears, seemingly unafraid, swatted at the massive fireballs with their paws. Boom! The fireball exploded, scattering countless flames. Those poor low-level magical beasts, merely touched by a fraction, were instantly turned to ashes. Over 100 million in combat power was not something these low-level magical beasts could withstand. Even a small flame, in their eyes, was like a natural disaster. Meanwhile, Gu Qian quickly approached the group of tyrant bears, dodging falling debris and flames with agile movements. In the blink of an eye, he was in front of the bear group, delivering a powerful punch. Level 5, Mountain Punch. The level 3 martial skill was instantly unleashed, striking a tyrant bear directly. The combat power exceeding 100 million surged forth with powerful vitality. The tyrant bear gritted its teeth and resisted with all its might. The scene was quite comical. A human just over a meter tall punched the chest of a giant bear over 100 meters high, seemingly without any ability to resist. The next second, it looked as if it would be slapped to death. But the reality was that within the tyrant bear group there was no room for counterattack. As long as it slightly divided its strength to attack, Gu Qian's fist could instantly pierce through its chest. This tiny human was terrifyingly strong. Even if it resisted with all its might, it was already showing signs of being unable to hold back. At this moment, Gu Qian smirked sinisterly. Spell, Fire Serpent Dance, Spell, Stone Colossus. 2 level 3 spells, both of different elements, were released simultaneously. The difficulty was unimaginable. Yet Gu Qian accomplished it. Moreover, he did so in such a short time, releasing low-level spells and martial skills while simultaneously unleashing level 3 spells. Truly a freak. Everyone was shocked by Gu Qian's actions, especially the newly arrived city guards. They had never seen anything like this before. Their minds went blank in astonishment. At the same time, countless hundreds of meters-long fire serpents and towering stone statues materialized out of thin air. The battlefield instantly transformed into a clash of these colossal beings. Gu Qian seized the opportunity to punch the tyrant bear he was fighting, sending it flying. He then manipulated the stone giant to extend its palm, allowing him to relay his attack. He charged again towards the tyrant bear's forehead, and in the bear's terrified gaze, he struck it with a punch to its forehead. Boom! A tremendous roar echoed. The tyrant bear crashed heavily to the ground, as if an earthquake had struck. The ground beneath it instantly shattered into pieces, with countless cracks spreading outwards. The earth crumbled apart, showcasing the immense power of that punch. The tyrant bear, struck hard, was left dazed, foam spilling from its mouth, clearly unable to withstand the force. 2 punches to take down a level 5 tyrant bear. Such combat prowess, aside from the 5 level 6 abilities in Star Hidden City, could only be achieved by Gu Qian. Truly enviable. Not to mention taking down a tyrant bear with 2 punches, even if they gave their all, even if it cost them their lives, just to kill a tyrant bear, they would be satisfied. Truly, comparing people can be infuriating. Everyone looked at Gu Qian with mixed feelings of admiration and resentment. What he did made it difficult for others. Yet Gu Qian paid no mind to this. He rushed to the unconscious tyrant bear, placing his hand on its forehead to directly unleash his devouring ability. Devour, A-level explosive ability. The moment the ability activated, a strange sensation surged within Gu Qian. He immediately beamed with joy. He succeeded. He never expected to succeed on the first try. Now, was there any difficulty left in dealing with these tyrant bears? With that thought, Gu Qian smiled cruelly and began searching for his next victim. Seeing Gu Qian smile, even the magical beasts were frightened and fled in panic. Just moments ago, this human was cursing and fighting. Although they couldn't understand, it surely wasn't anything good. The key was, the more he cursed, the fiercer he became. They couldn't even fight back. If it weren't for the orders above, who would want to provoke this plague? Meanwhile, Gu Qian was utterly confused. What was going on? Why were they all running away? Weren't they supposed to attack Star Hidden City? Why were they fleeing? He hadn't even experienced a beast tide before. Were previous beast tides like this? If so, then this was no challenge at all. Gu Qian looked at the city guards with puzzlement, hoping to get answers from them. The city guards, witnessing this scene, were speechless. They too wanted to know why these low-level magical beasts were avoiding Gu Qian. This shouldn't be happening. The lower the level of the magical beast, the lower its intelligence. Generally, they would charge at humans without hesitation. They would never retreat due to a difference in strength. With their experience of fighting these magical beasts for so long as part of the city guard, they had never encountered such a situation. What kind of physique did this Gu Qian have? How could such things happen around him? Looking at their side, after abandoning Gu Qian, those magical beasts all gathered around the city guards, attacking with even more ferocity than before. Those level 1 and 2 magical beasts that had been avoiding Gu Qian were now attacking everyone recklessly. It was as if they had become emboldened. Where was the fear of Gu Qian that they had shown before? Did they think being killed by Gu Qian meant death, but being killed by them did not? What were these stupid creatures thinking? They couldn't understand. They were utterly, completely baffled. Back to Gu Qian's side, he was directly displeased. This newly acquired ability, although he didn't think much of its enhancement to his combat power. After all, the multiplier has already risen to over 1,000. Adding another 8 or 10 times won't make much of a difference. But this attack comes with an explosive effect, which is really impressive. Moreover, the attack range has also increased. It's as if normal attacks can now be like martial skills. Isn't that saving a lot of trouble? I must experiment with this properly. With that thought, Gu Qian charged towards the group of magical beasts without hesitation. He specifically targeted the higher level ones. You lot, don't run. Weren't you all so fierce when you surrounded me earlier? Why are you running now? Stand still. Gu Qian shouted as he rushed towards a level 5 tyrant bear. He showed no regard for the bear's dignity as a level 5 magical beast, as if he were chasing after a chick. The tyrant bear, which had just been roaring and seemed ready to tear Gu Qian apart, now looked like a mouse encountering a cat. It turned tail and fled, and it even ran in different directions, not daring to confront Gu Qian at all. Although these tyrant bears had not come into direct contact with Gu Qian, they had personally felt the wrath of the fire serpents he unleashed and the strikes from the stone giant. They had never imagined that with their high defenses and thick skin, they couldn't withstand even a level 3 spell. They simply had lower intelligence than humans. It wasn't that they lacked intelligence altogether. They were not comparable to those foolish level 1 or 2 magical beasts. If even they knew to dodge, would we, as high-intelligence magical beasts, not know to avoid? What a joke. Besides, are we dodging to avoid being hit? We are maintaining the dignity of the tyrant bear clan. A giant over 100 meters tall is being beaten by a human just over a meter tall, and can't even fight back. If this gets out in the magical beast community, how will we survive? No way, we must dodge. We absolutely cannot confront Gu Qian head-on. Thus, a comical scene unfolded on the battlefield of the beast tide. Gu Qian, with his small stature, was chasing a group of massive magical beasts, some of which were dozens of meters tall. Regardless of the beasts' levels, they all scattered in fear, quickly creating a large vacuum around Gu Qian. This scene shocked everyone. Even the newly arrived ability users from Shingyin City were dumbfounded. What was happening? Why was young Master Gu chasing after magical beasts? And why did the usually brutal magical beasts seem so afraid of him? What on earth had happened? The 5 level 6 ability users were also stunned, unable to comprehend why this was happening. Was this still the beast tide they had fought against their whole lives? How was it different from what they had encountered before? And in this situation, did they still need to provide support? Couldn't Gu Qian just guard the city gate alone? Old Master Gu looked at Grandpa Chiu in disbelief and said, "Old Chiu, am I still dreaming? Why does it look like Chinner is chasing after the magical beasts?" Grandpa Chiu clearly hadn't recovered from the shock but still respectfully replied, "Master, it's not that you're dreaming, it's that the young master is indeed chasing those magical beasts." Upon hearing Grandpa Chiu's words, the others were also stunned for a moment. Then they heard the head of the Gu family laughing heartily, as expected of my grandson, truly impressive. To chase so many magical beasts alone, he really brings honor to our Gu family. After saying this, he seemed to glance at the members of the other 3 major families, his pride evident. The members of the other 3 families turned pale at this sight. They had already been uncomfortable after being taken advantage of by Gu Qian, and now this kid was mocking them right in their faces. How could they endure this? But even if they couldn't stand it, they had to. After all, their own kids didn't have Gu Qian's strength. Not to mention their own children, even they themselves could not make magical beasts fear them. I really don't know what that kid Gu Qian has done. What's there to show off? After working hard for half a day, he's just running around the battlefield, and I haven't seen him kill many magical beasts. It's just for show. As soon as the head of the Gong family finished speaking, a series of explosions erupted. Giant tyrant bears, mixed with other magical beasts, were sent flying into the sky. They were severely injured from the blasts. Even those lower-level magical beasts were blown to pieces, not a single complete bone to be found. The 5th-level magical beasts, the tyrant bears, were somewhat better off. At least they were still gasping for breath. But they could only lie on the ground, groaning, unable and unwilling to get up. They realized that as long as they lay injured on the ground, this human wouldn't attack them. They had escaped a calamity. The other magical beasts being chased by Gu Qian saw this scene and directly gave up resisting. After taking a punch from Gu Qian, they lay on the ground without getting up. After all, they couldn't fight back, nor could they escape. They also had to endure this human's mental attacks. It was better to just lie there. Thus, an extremely bizarre scene appeared on the battlefield. Any 5th-level magical beast targeted by Gu Qian would simply give up resistance, waiting for Gu Qian to catch up, then take a punch and immediately lie on the ground without struggling at all. As for those lower-level magical beasts, they were at a loss. It wasn't that they didn't want to do this, but they simply couldn't withstand that punch. However, with their speed, how could they dodge it? Since they were going to die anyway, they might as well take someone down with them. After a howling moon wolf howled, the group of magical beasts being chased all changed direction and charged towards the other people in Shingyin City. Their attacks became increasingly fierce, all planning to take someone down before they died. Kill one to break even, kill two to make a profit. The sudden change left the newly arrived ability users dumbfounded. What was going on? Can't beat Gu Xiao, so they come after me? They really underestimate people. A surge of unnamed anger rose in their hearts. Thus, the group of ability users fought back with all their might. But as soon as they engaged, almost all the ability users were forced to retreat. They couldn't win, not at all. These magical beasts were like madmen, treating them as punching bags. They came at them with full force. Moreover, the number of magical beasts completely overwhelmed the ability users. Several magical beasts would gang up on one ability user. Normally, it was already difficult to deal with one. Now they had to face so many, and they were magical beasts that weren't afraid of death. How could they possibly win? In less than a minute, the ability users of Shinin City suffered heavy losses. They were all fleeing for their lives. Ah, don't come over here. Whoever's chasing you, go chase them, don't look for me. Ah, I want to go home, damn it, I want to go home, mommy. In an instant, the entire battlefield suddenly became eerily uniform. It was so orderly that it didn't seem like an attack at all. Instead, it resembled a game of chase, but one where getting caught meant death. The 5/6th level ability users watched this dramatic scene unfold on the battlefield, momentarily at a loss for words. They saw Gu Qian wildly chasing after a group of magical beasts, cursing as he ran. With each curse, a few magical beasts would fall. At the same time, every time the magical beasts heard Gu Qian curse, their speed of escape would increase. As for those magical beasts, they desperately tried to distance themselves from Gu Qian while crazily attacking the other ability users. From time to time, an ability user would be killed. Those who didn't know would think Gu Qian was directing these magical beasts to kill the ability users of Shinin City. Seeing this, the five were utterly speechless. What was going on? Grandpa Chio shook his head, raised his right hand, his fingers flying, and he muttered incantations. In less than 5 seconds, Grandpa Chio shouted, "Spell, Dark Vortex." The moment the sound erupted, a violent surge of dark elements exploded from Grandpa Chio's body, driving the dark elements of the entire battlefield to madly rush underground. In just an instant, a massive black vortex appeared on the ground, occupying half of the battlefield. At the moment the vortex emerged, both the ability users and the magical beasts were all immobilized by the powerful force of absorption, unable to move from their spots. Even Gu Qian found his movements sluggish. Realizing something was wrong, Gu Qian leaped, breaking free from the ground. At the same time, the stone giants he commanded all removed their heads and threw them at Gu Qian's feet. Gu Qian used the heads of these stone giants to propel himself, bouncing several times until he completely escaped the range of the dark vortex. This maneuver left everyone dumbfounded. Who knew the stone giants could be used like this? It was truly an eye-opener. However, even if they learned it, few could achieve the same level as Gu Qian. After all, those who could cast spells were all mages. And mages, aside from having mental powers far exceeding those of warriors, had pitifully low stats in all other areas. They simply couldn't reach Gu Qian's level. Thinking of this, everyone felt a wave of envy. Mastering both martial and magical skills was truly not something just anyone could accomplish. While everyone was in a daze, the magical beasts trapped in the dark vortex were slowly pulled underground, completely losing their vitality. The ability users who had been chased all breathed a sigh of relief, having escaped a disaster. However, before they could catch their breath, a large number of magical beasts flooded the battlefield again. The five exchanged glances. Continuing like this was not a solution. As long as Gu Qian remained on the battlefield, these magical beasts would eventually end up like the ones before. Then the other ability users would be unable to perform their roles. And Gu Qian couldn't possibly keep going without rest. He had originally planned to divide these ability users into 3 groups to take turns on the battlefield, ensuring everyone had ample time to recuperate. After all, a beast tide was a prolonged battle that couldn't be resolved in a short time. But now it seemed that no one could be in the same group as Gu Qian. He could only be in a group by himself. The others would be split into 2 groups, with some lower-level ability users operating the magic core weapons. This deployment was now complete. Grandpa Gu, being the most esteemed among the 5, spoke up directly. All ability users to the city walls, split into 2 groups except for Gu Qian, who will be on his own. At the same time, ability users below level 4 will operate the magic core weapons to support the battlefield and eliminate the magical beasts. Hearing Grandpa Gu's words, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. They all entered Shinin City and went to the city walls to start forming groups. Meanwhile, the 5 also took out the magic core weapons they had brought and set them up on the city walls. Each fixed turret, glowing with a shimmering white light, was neatly arranged on the walls, spaced 100 meters apart, perfectly spanning the entire battlefield. Seeing this, everyone's eyes sparkled with excitement. For most present, it was their first time seeing magic core weapons, and they were naturally thrilled. Those about to operate the turrets were especially eager. Even Gu Qian was seeing them for the first time. He had heard that magic core weapons were powerful machines. Regardless of the operator's level or combat strength, as long as enough magic cores were inserted and within the weapon's capacity, they could unleash formidable combat power. It was said that the magic core weapons of Shingin City could exhibit the combat strength of a level 6 ability user. If that were the case, these were not just weapons, they were practically level 6 ability users themselves. Alright, everyone go prepare. Now let Guqian handle the beast tied alone. I want to see how long this kid can hold out, Grandpa Gu said, his tone seemingly indifferent to his grandson's safety, but anyone could hear the pride in his voice. It's as if to say, look, this is the Gu family's lineage. One person facing the entire beast tide. Can you all do that? Can you? Everyone, except for Grandpa Chiu, had a face full of black lines. This puts everyone in Shingin City to shame. In this round, the Gu family wins hands down. Meanwhile, the person involved, Gu Qian, wore a face full of black lines. So, you all came here just to watch the show? Is that appropriate? So many people, and you're all just watching me fight these magical beasts? You tell me, is that appropriate? Unable to bear it any longer, Gu Qian shouted loudly, I oppose this. Why am I? Shut up and get to work, interrupted Grandpa Gu mercilessly before Gu Qian could finish his sentence. Hearing this, Gu Qian shrank his head back, not daring to speak. He looked like a quail, nowhere near the arrogance he had when chasing the magical beasts earlier. It seems that in all of Shingin City, only Grandpa Gu and Grandpa Chiu can keep Gu Qian in check. The more Gu Qian thought about it, the angrier he became, and he urgently needed an outlet for his frustration. So, when Gu Qian looked at those magical beasts again, his eyes were red. At this moment, all the magical beasts were startled. Gu Qian, however, cruelly smiled and said, if you want to blame someone, you can only blame your bad luck. With that, he crossed his fingers and raised 2 index fingers. At the same time, he chanted incantations, and a massive mental force spread out, connecting with the earth elements in this realm. In an instant, the yellowish elemental power began to gather wildly. Spell, Stone Giant. The moment the voice fell, the earth elemental power quickly condensed into over 1,000 giant stone statues, each 100 meters tall. They then began to attack the surrounding magical beasts frantically. After that, Gu Qian murmured again, activate ability, explosion. The A-level ability explosion allows the user's attacks to carry an explosive effect. As a result, every attack from the stone giants turned into a martial arts attack. Suddenly, a tremendous roar erupted on the battlefield. Boom! Bang! Each attack sent a large number of magical beast corpses flying into pieces. The attack range expanded more than 7 times from the original size of the stone giant's fists and feet. Moreover, the stone giant's fists and feet were already quite large. Now, 1/10 of the battlefield was covered. With every attack from the stone giants, thousands of magical beasts were severely injured or shattered. Even those who miraculously survived were left with missing limbs and torn bodies, completely losing their ability to move. This is the terrifying aspect of the explosion ability. Regardless of whether the attack is fatal, the attacked will suffer varying degrees of tearing injuries, severely affecting their combat effectiveness. The ability users on the city wall were dumbfounded at this sight. What is going on? How can the stone giants' attacks have such an effect? Don't they only perform normal attacks? How did they also gain effects like martial arts? This is unbelievable. It was already incomprehensible that Gu Qian could condense so many stone giants at once. After all, which good person can condense 1,000 stone giants at once? Let alone a level 3 mage, even a level 4 or 5 mage could only condense 5 or 10 at most at one time. But Gu Qian? He condensed 1,000 at once, and they could all use martial arts. This is simply impossible. Just as everyone looked at each other, unsure of what to say, a hesitant voice broke the silence. I think this looks a lot like the effect of the A-level ability explosion. As soon as this was said, everyone turned their gaze to the speaker, scaring him into silence. The crowd's expression shifted from disbelief to hesitation, and finally to shock and acceptance. A-level ability, tear. Indeed, there is such an effect. However, it can only be triggered by the attacks of those with abilities. I have never seen a summon creature formed by a spell have such an effect. Previously, those with explosive abilities were all martial artists. After all, there are very few people with dual abilities. It is even rarer to find someone who possesses both mage-type abilities and explosive powers. But when this phenomenon appeared in Gu Qian, it seemed quite reasonable. After all, he already had too many abilities. One more wouldn't make a difference. The others quickly regained their composure. Those with abilities below level 4 hurried to the magic core cannon, operating it. One person filled the magic core, another adjusted the fixed direction, and a third triggered the switch. With the cooperation of the three, soon, the cannon mouths of several 3-meter-high magic core cannons lit up with different colored elemental blows. Among them, the fire elemental blow was the most striking. When the brightness reached its peak, a tremendous roar erupted. Boom! Immediately after, a fire elemental sphere about 30 centimeters in diameter shot out from the cannon mouth. It then exploded among the horde of magical beasts. Several low-level magical beasts were blown to pieces, leaving no complete corpses. The chip display showed that the combat power of this fire elemental sphere had already reached over 600,000. This was already within the combat power range of a level 4 ability user, enough to severely injure a level 4 magical beast. We did it, we succeeded. The three operating the cannon shouted excitedly. To be able to unleash an attack with the combat power of a level 4 ability user at the level of a level 3 ability user, aside from the freak Guqian, only the magic core weapon could achieve this. And this was still using a level 4 magic core. If it were a level 5 magic core, the attack power could directly soar to the million level. However, let alone a level 5 magic core, even a level 4 magic core costs hundreds of thousands. Each attack is a significant expenditure. Only the 4 major families can afford such consumption. For other families, even if they had such magic core weapons, they couldn't bear such costs. And every day, hearing the sound of cannon fire, the hearts of the heads of the 4 families bleed. After the first cannon fire, a series of booming sounds followed. Just as everyone was filled with excitement, a loud curse rang out from the battlefield. Which blind fool is firing a cannon at me? Are those 2 eyes just for venting? Who is it? If you dare to do it, you must dare to take responsibility. Don't deny it. Amidst the dust, Guqian's furious voice stood out, his gaze sweeping over the people operating the cannon on the city wall. Everyone who met his gaze quickly hid their heads away, not daring to make eye contact with Guqian, fearing that if he got angry, he would directly tear them apart. But before Guqian could find the culprit, another explosion rang out beside him. The dust that had just settled was stirred up again. Guqian was extremely furious. But before he could explode in anger, a series of explosions continued to erupt around him. Even more, 7 or 8 elemental spheres of different colors came down at once, exploding simultaneously. The damage was not significant, but the insult was extreme. With Guqian's current defense power in the hundreds of millions, these attacks couldn't harm him at all. However, there were many magical beasts around him. Each time an attack landed, it could blow up a piece of magical beast carcass. It could even kill the already severely injured level 5 magical beasts. This was an unexpected gain. After all, those level 5 magical beasts had just been lying on the ground after being injured. Such magical beasts were much easier to harvest. Moreover, every time a level 5 magical beast was killed, a level 5 magic core would appear. When collected, it would amount to an attack with a combat power of 1,000,000, directly elevating the attack of the magic core cannon to a higher level. Dealing with the beast tide would become even easier. Then, all the people operating the artillery understood tacitly. Almost 1/3 of them aimed their cannons at Guqian. Moreover, they fired one shot and switched to another cannon, giving Guqian no chance to find a handle on them. Even if it came to accountability, with so many people, could Guqian really cause trouble for all of them? Even if he truly wanted to make trouble, they were doing it for the sake of Shingyin City. No matter how unreasonable Guqian was, he couldn't really impose heavy penalties. Compared to the punishment at that time, seeing Guqian in such a predicament now made everyone quite happy. After all, such an opportunity rarely arose. Thus, a scene unfolded on the battlefield. No matter where Guqian appeared, there would be 20 or 30 elemental light orbs following closely behind. For a moment, it was impossible to tell whether these people were fighting the magical beasts or Guqian. Guqian was so furious he was about to explode on the spot. But helplessly, he couldn't catch them making any mistakes. If he asked, it wouldn't be intentional. Guqian had no way to deal with them. Even old Master Gu didn't intervene, and the other 3 family heads certainly wouldn't stop it. They had long wanted to teach Guqian a lesson. This formed a kind of tacit understanding. The attackers were happy, the spectators were pleased, and the one being attacked was infuriated. In this world, only Guqian and the magical beasts were injured. Guqian was so angry he turned red, but there was nothing he could do. He could only vent his anger on these magical beasts. In an instant, the raging powers of fire and earth elements wreaked havoc across half the battlefield. The number of magical beasts decreased sharply. In just 10 minutes, thousands of magical beasts were killed by Guqian. Moreover, over 10,000 were picked off by the magic core artillery on the city walls. The harvest was undeniably great. The biggest gain was over 10,000 magic cores, which could be used again in the artillery. But even so, the number of magical beasts on the battlefield was still increasing. In the long run, this was not a solution. For now, with Guqian on the battlefield, there was no need to worry about his safety. But when Guqian was exhausted and replaced, the other ability users would suffer heavy casualties. Additionally, the number of magical beasts in the Xinghui Mountains was countless, and the number of ability users in Xingyin City was already limited, with those above level 3 being particularly rare. It was impossible to cope with a prolonged beast tide. If it were in the past, there would be no fear. After all, the largest beast tide in recent decades lasted only 5 days. Although that battle had heavy casualties, they ultimately managed to hold on. Now, with a powerful force like Gu Qian joining in, they were not afraid of such a beast tide. But this time, the beast tide was different from the past. Just at the beginning, there were over 100,000 magical beasts surrounding the city. This was already the number seen during previous decisive battles. Moreover, the number was still continuously increasing. If it weren't for Gu Qian holding the line, at least 1/3 of the ability users standing here would be gone. They would not be able to last 5 days. What was most feared was that this beast tide might last more than 5 days. The head of the Gu family looked at the battlefield, his brow furrowed, not knowing what he was thinking. Just as the magical beasts Gu Qian was killing were in despair, a loud beast roar suddenly echoed. A powerful wind elemental force instantly swept across the entire battlefield, making the previously chaotic battlefield fall into an eerie silence. There was not a single sound. Even the magical beasts being hunted by Gu Qian all stopped, looking towards a direction in the Xinghui Mountains, their eyes filled with terror. Even their bodies began to tremble. Similarly, all the ability users were stunned into silence by this powerful wind elemental force. Even their breathing became labored under this overwhelming pressure. One by one, their faces turned pale. This elemental force was simply too strong. What level of magical beast could release such power? It couldn't be that a level 6 magical beast was about to appear, could it? The moment this thought crossed their minds, everyone's hearts began to race uncontrollably. A level 5 magical beast already possessed combat power in the tens of millions. And this wasn't even the strongest level 5 magical beast. If a level 6 magical beast were to appear, wouldn't its combat power exceed 100 million? Moreover, magical beasts were inherently much stronger than human ability users. Even if 5 level 6 ability users teamed up, they wouldn't know if they could handle it. If that were the case, could Star Hidden City still hold its ground? Everyone turned their gaze to the 4 family heads and Old Master Chiu, placing all their hopes on them. Others couldn't even begin to think about battling a level 6 magical beast. They couldn't even withstand the elemental power radiating from it. Seeing the crowd's gaze, the 5 heads of the Gu family wore expressions of utmost seriousness. A level 6 magical beast. Others might not understand the terrifying nature of a level 6 magical beast, but the 5 who had faced one were all too aware. A level 6 magical beast was simply not something a level 6 ability user could contend with. One-on-one, there was no chance of resistance. Even if the 5 joined forces, they could only win by a narrow margin. What worried the 5 the most was that a level 6 magical beast had appeared on the very first day. What terrifying beasts would follow? What had happened in the Starshine Mountains? How could such a riot occur? Putting aside the chaotic thoughts in their minds, regardless of how powerful the beasts that might appear later would be, this one had to be stopped. The 5 heads of the Gu family exchanged glances and flew into the air. The 4 family heads positioned themselves in front, while Old Master Chiu was protected behind them. Even before the magical beast appeared, the 5 began to gather their strength. Powerful energy erupted from each of them to varying degrees. Old Master Chiu focused on releasing his formidable mental power, connecting with the dark elemental forces of the world. The 5's immense combat power was instantly revealed. Each of them had a basic combat power exceeding 100 million. Such powerful strength was something others could never hope to achieve in their lifetimes. Everyone felt a surge of excitement at this sight. With 5 such powerful level 6 ability users, what was there to fear from a beast tide? In an instant, the crowd's fighting spirit soared. Old Master Gu paid no attention to the crowd's thoughts but instead looked down at the direction where Gu Qian was. He saw Gu Qian with his head lowered, seemingly lost in thought. He must have been intimidated by the overwhelming presence of the level 6 magical beast. Although his combat power could reach over 100 million, that was only achievable by exhausting all his means. It was normal to be frightened in the face of a level 6 magical beast. After all, he had just turned 18. He was still a child. Sigh, I hope Qianer can safely get through this calamity. This thought flashed through Old Master Gu's mind, and he no longer focused on Gu Qian. At this moment, Gu Qian had no mind to pay attention to anyone else's thoughts. Because the unknown magical beast egg that had been lying in his spatial ring began to stir the moment the aura of the level 6 magical beast appeared. A wave of intense desire surged through the spatial ring, directly reaching Gu Qian's mind. This discovery left Gu Qian completely stunned. What was going on? No, dude. I know you're powerful, but you're still an egg right now. You can transmit your thoughts to my brain through the spatial ring? Does it really have to be this outrageous? That's a spatial ring, a separate space, an existence cut off from the real world. You can't be stopped by that? And what's with this intense desire? Are you trying to devour this level 6 magical beast? Does it really have to be this absurd? You have to know, you're an egg. You want to devour a level 6 magical beast before you even hatch? All those level 4 and 5 magical beasts before, were they not good enough for you? You want to go straight for a level 6 magical beast? If you hatch, can I even afford to raise you? Can you at least change your request? The most important thing is, I can't kill a level 6 magical beast either. No way, should I settle for a level 5 magical beast? Gu Qian tried to communicate with the magical beast egg. As soon as this thought crossed his mind, the egg's emotions became even more intense. There was no way it would accept a level 5 magical beast. Seeing how ungrateful the magical beast egg was, Gu Qian also got angry. I just won't give it to you. What can you do about it? It's just an egg. If you want it, fine. If not, then too bad. Just as he thought this, Gu Qian prepared to continue hunting magical beasts, ignoring it. But before he could act, a terrifying thought suddenly invaded his mind. He saw the images of everyone present suddenly appear before his eyes. In the next moment, they were swallowed by a powerful energy. There was nothing left but bones. Even his grandfather and Grandpa Chiu had no ability to resist. Nothing remained. As soon as this image appeared, Gu Qian was drenched in cold sweat. He had no doubt that this magical beast egg could threaten him like this. It definitely had such power. Otherwise, it wouldn't be fiercely protected by an 8th level magical beast. At the same time, he wouldn't dare to wager the lives of his grandfather and Grandpa Chiu. So, he immediately put on a flattering smile. Even the thoughts he transmitted were servile. Sir, I will definitely do everything I can to get you this level 6 magical beast. The change in his expression was so quick that even he didn't realize it. Just as Gu Qian was lost in thought, a shadow, like a dark cloud, suddenly flew out from the Xinghui mountain range. A giant crane with feathers of deep azure appeared above the battlefield. Its wings spread over 300 meters long. Each feather radiated a faint azure glow, and as it flapped, it stirred up violent winds. Everything and everyone touched by this wind, even magical beasts, were instantly shredded into pieces by countless wind blades. They didn't even have time to scream, none were spared. The newly built city walls were as fragile as if made of paper. The survivors who witnessed this scene instantly lost all confidence. How could they fight such a monster? Could the 5 of them defeat it? Everyone mechanically glanced at the information displayed on the chip screen. Ability user, Azure Feather Crane Profession, Magical Beast Level, 6 Awakening Ability, Sss-Class Wind Element Fury Ability Description, Wind Element Fury, controls wind elements, can enhance wind element spells by 10 times in combat power. Combat power, 7,892,748,596 speed, 732,844,985 strength, 1,859,069,384 defense, 2,084,958,673 mental power, 234,505 with over 7 billion in combat power. Combined with S-Class Wind Element Fury, a single strike could reach over 70 billion in combat power. Then looking at the 5 level 6 ability users, the highest, the head of the Gu family, was only 298,475,963. Even with all their means, they were still far too inferior to the Azure Feather Crane. There was simply no way they could be a match. What should they do now? Everyone was in despair. They even stopped trying to avoid the violent winds stirred up by the Azure Feather Crane, staring blankly as the wind blades approached, waiting for death. The 5 elders of the Gu family were also shocked at this scene. Wyatt, the Azure Feather Crane was one of the most powerful magical beasts at level 6, standing at the very top. It usually resided in the central area of the level 6 region of the Xinghui mountain range, and it was nearly impossible for it to appear near human cities. The only recorded instance was decades ago. It was said that in that battle, the entire Xingyin city was nearly slaughtered. In the end, it took a 7th level powerhouse from Huaguo to subdue it. Even the 7th level powerhouse couldn't kill it. And that 7th level powerhouse was severely injured, even causing a drop in their level. And this was just one appearing. But now, not only had the Azure Feather Crane appeared, countless magical beasts surged out from the starry mountain range. This time, let alone 7th level powerhouses, there were only 5 6th level powerhouses. How could they possibly withstand the Azure Feather Xian Crane? The old man Gu and the other 4 felt despair in their hearts. Yet, they did not flee. Instead, they shouted to the people below, "Everyone, evacuate quickly. All those inside the city, escape from Shingin City. We 5 will try our best to hold it off, but you must be fast. Speed was indeed of the essence. Even if the 5 of them exerted all their strength, they could not hold on for long. They couldn't even hope to block the Azure Feather Xian Crane. They truly did not understand how it had returned. Could someone have stolen its egg again? That was impossible. There were only 5 6th level ability users in the entire Shingin City. They couldn't even enter the 6th level area of the Starry Mountain Range. How could anyone steal its egg? It was incomprehensible, utterly incomprehensible. But no matter what, this fierce battle was unavoidable today. After hearing the old man's words, everyone began to desperately flee towards the city. The battlefield instantly turned chaotic. With the city walls destroyed, the magical beasts charged into Shingin City without any hindrance. This time, the defense against the beast tide had completely failed. Watching countless magical beasts pour into the city, the old man Gu was filled with guilt. But what could be done? There was no way to stop it. He could only hope that a few more people could escape. Otherwise, Shingin City would truly be finished. He just didn't know if Qian could escape. Thinking of this, the old man's gaze involuntarily turned towards Gu Qian's direction. Upon looking, he was startled. He saw everyone and the magical beasts rushing towards Shingin City, while only Gu Qian was swimming against the current. He even cast an earth element spell to raise massive stone pillars, charging towards the Azure Feather Xian Crane in midair. What was this kid trying to do? Was he going to take action against the Azure Feather Xian Crane? Was he crazy? What was his combat power? What was the combat power of the Azure Feather Xian Crane? Not to mention fighting it, even the gust of wind caused by the Azure Feather Xian Crane flapping its wings was something this kid couldn't withstand. He was truly insane. The old man Gu's eyes widened in anger, just about to shout to stop Gu Qian when he heard the old man Xiao shout, "Be careful, old man." He saw the Azure Feather Xian Crane open its mouth and unleash a hurricane, charging straight at the 5 of them. In the blink of an eye, it reached the front of the 5. The 4 in front showed no hesitation. In an instant, they unleashed their strongest martial techniques. Martial technique, Gale Blade. Martial technique, Falling Sky Fist. Martial technique, Sea Burial. Martial technique, Yellow Spring Call. Boom, boom, boom. The terrifying vitality of the 4 erupted forth. Shadows appeared in the sky. Almost simultaneously, the 4's attacks struck the hurricane spewed out by the Azure Feather Xian Crane. Boom! In an instant, the 4 figures were sent flying backward. Drops of fresh blood fell. They were utterly unable to shatter that hurricane. The 4 showed despair on their faces. Was the gap really this large? Even with their full power, they couldn't withstand a single blow from the Azure Feather Xian Crane? How could this be? Although they knew they would lose, no one expected to be defeated so thoroughly. There was no resistance at all. This was the difference between human ability users of the same level and magical beasts. The Azure Feather Xian Crane was simply too strong. It was not something a 6th level ability user could withstand. Just as the hurricane was about to engulf the 4, the voice of Old Man Xiao rang out heavily, "Spell, Dark River Devour Light." The moment the voice fell, a massive dark purple magic array suddenly appeared above the battlefield, enveloping the entire area. At the same time, endless darkness surged madly from the ground, responding to the magic array in midair. A rootless river slowly flowed out from the magic array, heading straight for the hurricane unleashed by the Azure Feather Xian Crane. The next moment, there was a loud boom. 2 streams of energy collided directly. Everyone watched with eager anticipation as Old Master Chiu made his move, hoping he could disperse the attack of the Qingyu Xuanhe. Only then would there be a chance for escape. If even Old Master Chiu's strongest 6th level spell couldn't hold it back, then no one would have any means to flee. Who could escape from the speed of over 700 million? With their meager speed, they might not even compare to ants in the eyes of the Qingyu Xuanhe. Amidst the crowd's focused gaze, the Anhaishir Tian and the hurricane were locked in a stalemate. Everyone was ecstatic. They had blocked it. They had finally blocked it. But before they could even cheer, a tremendous roar erupted. The Anhaishir Tian, which had been holding on, was instantly shattered by the hurricane. All the dark elemental power was blown away like raindrops, slowly falling, as if a black rain was pouring down, weeping for the entire Shingin City. The hurricane continued its relentless advance, crashing straight into Old Master Chiu. Boom! With a loud bang, Old Master Chiu's frail figure was sent flying, having no capacity to resist at all. At this point, all 5 6th level powerhouses had been defeated. Shingin City was finished. Everyone fell into despair, even stopping their attempts to flee. The 5 6th level experts no longer urged them on. Without the 5 to buy time, there was no possibility of escape for anyone present. The Qingyu Xuanhe cast a disdainful glance at the 5. Its massive beak opened wide, and a hurricane began to coalesce again, aimed directly at the five. As long as it dealt with them, no one would be able to hinder it in the slightest. Just as everyone was mourning for the 5 6th level powerhouses and themselves, Gu Qian's voice suddenly rang out, "Don't think about hurting my 2 grandfathers." Gu Qian leaped forcefully from the last stone pillar, landing resolutely in front of the Qingyu Xuanhe. Everyone turned to look at that silhouette, not expecting young Master Gu to be so brave, daring to face a 6th level magical beast directly, seemingly unaffected by its imposing aura. At this moment, hope ignited once more in the eyes of the crowd. With Gu Qian's character, he would never take a risk without certainty. Even if the lives of Old Master Gu and Old Master Chiu were threatened, young Master Gu would not recklessly confront the unbeatable Qingyu Xuanhe alone. He would find a way to escape with the two. This was so out of character, there had to be a trick involved. Reflecting on everything Gu Qian had done before, every time something illogical occurred, there was always a surprise. Did young Master Gu still have a trump card he hadn't revealed? And was it a card that could deal with a 6th level magical beast? Thinking of this, the crowd was filled with excitement. Even Old Master Gu stood up, looking at Gu Qian with anticipation. But at that moment, just as Gu Qian was basking in his moment of glory, he was directly swallowed by the Qingyu Xuanhe in one bite. Ha! What was going on? Just a moment ago, he had such a grand presence. Was this what he showed me? I thought he was going to save someone, but it turned out he rushed to his own death. Young Master Gu, why did you have to do this? Even knowing it was a certain death, you shouldn't let the white-haired send off the black-haired. How could this be endured by Old Master Gu and Old Master Chiu? Even if they knew they couldn't survive, they shouldn't have to suffer so much before dying. Old Master Gu was completely stunned, unable to believe what was happening before his eyes. No, it can't be. Qianer must not die. It seems I have no choice but to use that method. Without a moment's hesitation, Old Master Gu used the last bit of his energy to slowly rise into the air, as if he would fall from the sky at any moment. He looked nothing like someone who could contend with the Qingyu Xuanhe. Meanwhile, Gu Qian, who had fallen into the belly of the beast, landed on a mass of flesh. He got up, looking at his body covered in slime with a face full of disgust, but showed no signs of panic. He said to himself, I know you must have a way to solve this. I don't care whether you want to or not, if you don't take action, we will both die here, and no one will escape. You can figure it out. After saying this, he took out the beast egg from his spatial ring and placed it on the mass of flesh. He then turned his head and began to survey the surroundings, as if this matter had nothing to do with him. From the moment this beast egg began to threaten him, he had already devised a countermeasure. Since it could easily devour all the capable individuals present, there must be a way to deal with this 6th level beast. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been able to do that at all. And that terrifying wave of energy emanating from the beast egg was far stronger than this 6th level beast. As long as he could force it into a desperate situation, it would definitely take action. Now, there was no need to worry. Just as Gu Qian was feeling pleased with his decision, the beast egg began to tremble with anger. It seemed that in the next moment, it would jump out of the egg and give Gu Qian a big surprise. But the more it acted this way, the happier Gu Qian became. Let's see you threaten me. At that moment, a mysterious blood-red magic circle suddenly burst forth from the beast egg. Upon seeing this scene, Gu Qian's eyes widened in astonishment, as if he had discovered a new continent. He stared intently at the blood-red magic circle. Magic circles only appeared when 6th level or higher spells were cast. Moreover, the higher the level, the more complex the magic circle, and the stronger its power. Although he knew this egg could definitely deal with the Qingyu Xuanhe, he didn't expect it to be able to cast spells even before hatching. And it was a spell above the 6th level. This would definitely give the Qingyu Xuanhe a run for its money. No matter how strong it was, this was the weakest point in its body. And since it was also an attack from a magical beast, it could definitely kill the Qingyu Xuanhe in one blow. Thinking of this, Gu Qian was extremely excited and made thorough preparations. He was just waiting for the Qingyu Xuanhe to lose consciousness and be completely defenseless before he would absorb its power. Although he didn't know if it would succeed, it was still an opportunity. But just as Gu Qian was about to activate his absorption ability, the blood-red magic circle suddenly flew towards his forehead. In an instant, it rushed in without giving Gu Qian a chance to dodge. Gu Qian was left stunned. What was going on? Why was it coming for me? Even if I plotted against you, it shouldn't come to this, right? After all, I'm still alive and can be of some help. Gu Qian was now completely panicked and began to scream wildly. Ah! You big fool, what are you doing? Quickly tell me what spell you cast on me, hurry! Gu Qian rushed to the beast egg, gripping it with both hands and shaking it vigorously. He was genuinely afraid that he might accidentally break the yolk. It seemed unable to endure Gu Qian's torment. A message appeared in Gu Qian's mind. Equal contract? Gu Qian murmured. Then he sat down on the mass of flesh, panting heavily. Fortunately, it wasn't a killing spell, otherwise, he would really be in danger. He just couldn't understand why this guy voluntarily signed this equal contract with him. An equal contract, as the name suggests, is a regulation that binds both parties. The simplest clause is that if either party dies, the other cannot survive. How could a high-level magical beast sign such a contract with him? Was it driven mad? Just as he thought of this, Gu Qian hadn't even had the chance to voice his question when he felt all his vital energy, earth elemental power, and fire elemental power being absorbed by the beast egg. He was instantly shocked. What was this guy trying to do? Losing all resistance at this moment was no different from seeking death. This guy was definitely insane, trying to drag him down as a scapegoat. No wonder it signed an equal contract with him. So it turns out it was waiting for me here. Damn it. After a lifetime of hunting eagles, I didn't expect to be outsmarted by an egg. If I had known, I would have run away with Grandpa and Grandpa Chiu. I wouldn't have taken this risk. Without giving Gu Qian a chance to resist, all his energy and elemental power were completely devoured. In the next moment, a blood-red mysterious array flew out from the monster egg. Countless pieces of flesh fell off and entered the array, transforming into energy that flowed back into the monster egg. Seeing this scene, Gu Qian was stunned. Is it really that straightforward? No greeting or anything? Just starting to eat someone else's flesh? Isn't that a bit impolite? Directly devouring the living flesh of the monster. Moreover, it was in a state of complete victory without any exhaustion on the opponent's part. How did this monster egg manage to do that? And how did it dare? Regardless of the level of the monster, to devour another monster, one must first incapacitate the opponent. Otherwise, as long as the opponent shows any signs of resistance, the devourer will be injured. This is true for any known method. Not to mention, it was a level 6 monster. Gu Qian couldn't believe that this monster egg was strong enough to forcibly devour a level 6 monster without suffering any harm. The flesh of the Qingyu Xuanhe was disappearing frantically. Waves of intense pain surged from within. It began to thrash wildly, trying to alleviate the pain. At the same time, it started to attack everything around it in a frenzy. Gales erupted, turning everything in their path into fragments. Gu Lao shouted, "Everyone, get back, quickly!" Get back? Who wouldn't want to? But the speed at which a level 6 monster casts spells is not something they, with their level of ability, could evade. In no time, the battlefield was left in ruins. Everything in the path of the hurricane was destroyed. Whether human or monster, not a single one survived. The 5 level 6 ability users were anxious, but helpless. After all, even they couldn't ensure their own safety. They could only try to avoid it. Fortunately, the Qingyu Xuanhe's rampage didn't last long. Soon, a mournful cry rang out. The enormous Qingyu Xuanhe fell from the sky. Even before it hit the ground, it quickly turned into a pile of bones. Even the bones shattered upon impact. Everyone looked at the scene before them with lingering fear. They were extremely relieved. If it had lasted a bit longer, none of them would have survived. At the same time, everyone was very curious. How did Gu Qian achieve this? Did he possess such powerful abilities? To devour a level 6 monster down to nothing but bones? But no one had ever heard of such a power. Could it be a newly awakened ability? They couldn't figure it out, couldn't understand. But no one had the heart to delve deeper. Because they had survived. I survived. Great, I didn't die. God bless, God bless. All the survivors shouted madly, venting their fears. For a moment, the entire battlefield was in an uproar. However, listening to the commotion, everyone was very happy. But Gu Lao and Xiao Lao rushed directly toward the direction where the Qingyu Xuanhe had fallen. They only had one thought in their minds. Gu Qian absolutely cannot be in trouble. Before they could reach the shattered bones of the Qingyu Xuanhe, they heard a scream. Ah, my egg, how could it be broken? Upon hearing this shout, the tension in Gu Lao and Xiao Lao's hearts instantly relaxed. As long as he was alive. But in the next second, their eyes widened in shock. What did Xianer just shout? The egg is broken? Does that mean what I think it means? Not just Gu Lao and Xiao Lao, but the other 3 family heads who had rushed over also heard this sentence. Their expressions were quite strange, looking at Gu Lao with sympathy. Old Gu, such a precious grandson. This time, it's truly the end of the line. The egg is broken, how can the family continue the lineage? He's not even a man anymore. Take care, as long as you're alive, that's what matters. Exactly, being swallowed by the azure feather Shin crane and not dying is already a stroke of luck, everything else is unimportant. This child is too reckless, How could he rush into the belly of the azure feather Shin crane? It's simply too dangerous. The three spoke one after another. It seemed they were comforting old Gu, but in reality, they were just making sarcastic remarks. They were overjoyed inside. No matter how capable Gu Qian is, he is still just one person. It's impossible for such exceptional talent to be passed down. Once he's gone, the three major families will have a chance to rise again, just like before. Thinking of this, the three felt a wave of relief. Their generation was destined to be suppressed by the Gu family. But it didn't matter. The Gu family had lost even more. Old Gu was heartbroken. In the end, he still took a deep breath and reluctantly accepted the reality. At that moment, Gu Qian also ran over. The five quickly welcomed him upon seeing his figure. Soon, they met face to face. As soon as they met, the head of the Qin family approached Gu Qian with a pained expression, patting his back and saying, "Qianer, take care. Although you can't be a man anymore, you still have to live well. The Gu family still needs you, and your grandfather needs you too." As soon as he opened his mouth, he directly jabbed at Gu Qian's heart. Which man could endure such words? Gu Qian looked at the five with confusion. What does this mean? What do they mean by saying he can't be a man anymore? What nonsense is this? How dare they spread such rumors about him, and to his face? Do they really want to live so long? Gu Qian pushed away the head of the Qin family and shouted angrily, "You, Qin, don't think just because you're an elder, I won't dare to hit you. If you dare to spread rumors about me, I think you're tired of living." The head of the Qin family, pushed away by Gu Qian, showed no displeasure. Instead, he said understandingly, "I know, you must find it hard to accept, and you don't want this matter to get out. Don't worry, we will keep it under wraps, it will definitely not leak out." The head of the Meng family also stepped forward and said, yes, just rest assured, you must take good care of your health and strive for an early recovery." The head of the Gong family pushed up his somewhat broken glasses and patiently said, "Although you can't be a man anymore, at least you can still elevate the Gu family to new heights. You absolutely cannot give up on yourself over this small matter." As soon as these words were spoken, the other four looked at the head of the Gong family in shock. "This is a small matter? You call this a small matter? This is truly heartless." Gu Qian felt utterly embarrassed. He finally understood. This group must have heard what he said earlier and mistakenly thought he had become a eunuch. How the hell can he explain this? Can he really drop his pants in front of so many people? Moreover, these three old fellows are all cunning. It would definitely spread like wildfire. By then, it would be even harder to explain. What should he do? Is his lifetime of brilliance going to be ruined like this? No, he can accept everything else. This is the only thing he cannot accept. This concerns the dignity of being a man. If it comes to it, should he just let them see? After all, they are all men, what's there to be afraid of? And right now, it's only these three. Gu Qian was about to drop his pants. The head of the Meng family covered his eyes with one hand and waved his other hand repeatedly. "Qianer, what are you doing? We're all this old, we don't have that kind of hobby. Hurry up and put your clothes back on." The head of the Qin family also tilted his head and said, "That's right, Qianer, even if you want to prove something, you don't have to do it this way. That's broken, no one can see it from the outside. Hurry up and put your clothes back on." The head of the Gong family simply turned his back and said nothing. Old Master Gu and Old Master Cho were fixated on Gu Qian's pants that were about to come off. They were eager to see if there was indeed a problem. Or if a few were broken, as long as one wasn't, they could still carry on the family line. But Gu Qian hadn't even unbuckled his belt yet. Hearing the words of the two family heads, he was instantly speechless. How could he explain this? What the hell was going on? Gu Qian dejectedly fastened his belt again, his face filled with despair. The egg was broken. But not this egg. It was a monster egg. If it weren't for the fact that the monster's level cap was too high, he wouldn't have to keep it a secret from others. He would have shown it to them long ago. This was truly a calamity. What kind of situation was this? If this reputation got out, how would he ever establish himself in Star Hidden City again? And with so many beautiful young ladies around, who would still want to be with him? Old Master Gu and Old Master Cho were equally despondent. Gu Qian had grown up under their watchful eyes. He was the only grandson of Old Master Gu. If something went wrong, how could they carry on the family line? If a son and daughter-in-law were found, given their age, could they still have more children? But after so many years, there had been no news at all. The hope of finding them was slim. Should I try again and have Qianer a little uncle? With this thought, Old Master Gu looked at Gu Qian with some hesitation and said, "Qianer, although it's a bit embarrassing, Grandpa still wants to ask, if I were to remarry, you wouldn't have any objections, would you?" As soon as Old Master Gu finished speaking, everyone present looked at him in disbelief. Was he really planning to abandon Gu Qian like this? The old man was impressive. At such an old age, his prowess was still intact. The other three looked at old Master Gu with meaningful glances, making him feel uncomfortable all over. Gu Chen was so angry he nearly ground his teeth to dust. He pointed at old Master Gu and shouted, "What do you mean by this? I ask you, what do you mean?" Although he knew that old Master Gu was thinking of the Gu family, and he had no objections to his grandfather remarrying, nor did he have any thoughts about the family's wealth, saying this now was clearly telling others that he was truly useless, wasn't it? This rumor would never be dispelled in his lifetime. Seeing Gu Qian react so strongly, old Master Gu's heart sank completely. It seemed to be true. With this thought, old Master Gu held back his tears and looked up at the sky, a sorrowful expression on his face as he said, "Shenner, no matter what, even if Grandpa has a few more children, the Gu family's wealth will always belong to you, so you don't need to worry about that." Gu Qian was utterly speechless. He closed his eyes, covered his forehead with his left hand, and weakly waved his right hand. "Do as you wish, whatever you want, I'm tired, let it all be destroyed." With Gu Qian's consent, old Master Gu felt a bit better. He then looked at the battlefield and said, "Everyone, there are only these remnants left. As long as we eliminate them, this beast tide will be resolved. Everyone, let's move." With that, without any hesitation, a powerful wave of energy instantly spread out, attacking the weak, scattered monsters. Although he was already heavily injured, dealing with these low-level monsters was still a piece of cake. With a ground-splitting martial technique, a large number of monsters were killed. The other ability users, seeing this, also mobilized their last bit of strength and fought against the monsters once more. Meanwhile, deep within the Starshine Mountains, a massive white elephant slowly knelt down to the ground. At the same time, the sound of trumpeting echoed continuously. "My lord, I can sense that aura. It seems to be in the hands of a human. Oh, then why not hurry and get it back?" This beast tide was originally meant to lure that monster egg out. These monsters were well aware of the habits of this species. Before it hatches, it must devour a monster. Otherwise, even if it hatches, it will lose its innate abilities and become a waste. I never expected it to endure so much, only taking action when the 6th level magical beast appeared. However, once it shows up, it cannot escape their pursuit. The giant white elephant hesitated and said, "My lord, the human protecting it is quite strange. Clearly only a 4th level, yet their combat power is enough to kill a 6th level magical beast. Coupled with its innate abilities, it would be difficult to kill the opponent without deploying a 7th level magical beast, but if a magical beast above level 6 is deployed, it could very likely attract the true strong ones among humans. A careless move could lead to a real orc war, with unimaginable consequences. The master has said that at any cost, it must be killed. What are you afraid of? Deploy a 7th level magical beast, even if it means destroying that human city, it is worth it. If necessary, deploying an 8th level magical beast would also be a chance for them to redeem themselves." Yes. The white elephant lowered its head and then stood up to walk outside. A day quickly passed. There was not a single living magical beast left on the battlefield. The beast tide had finally been cleared. This should have been a joyous occasion, but Gu Qian was not happy at all. He didn't know which bastard had spread the news that the egg had shattered so quickly throughout Star Hidden City. As a result, all the capable ones present were looking at him with strange expressions. He really wanted these people to see that his egg was intact. Forget it, time to go home. He needed to study this little guy properly. With that thought, Gu Qian turned to hurry home. The others were also preparing to leave. But at that moment, the ground suddenly began to shake violently. An ominous thought rose in everyone's hearts. Could it be that another 6th level magical beast was attacking? What should we do? Can Gu Shao still kill it? Everyone's thoughts were in turmoil as they stiffly turned their heads to look at the Starshine Mountains. They saw a giant white tiger with a single vertical eye on its forehead slowly walking out of the Starshine Mountains. Its target was clearly Star Hidden City. Upon seeing this scene, everyone forgot to breathe. Even their hearts skipped a beat. A 7th level, the soaring white elephant? How could they appear here? Wasn't there an agreement between humans and magical beasts? How could a 7th level magical beast appear outside Star Hidden City? What on earth was happening? There was truly no way out now. Previously, Gu Shao could rely on his wits to kill magical beasts. Even so, it was a life and death struggle. Now, facing a 7th level magical beast, how could there be any chance of victory? It's over, really over. A 7th level magical beast, the soaring white elephant. And not just one, but a group. How could they possibly fight against that? Why were they here? Were they going to break the agreement between humans and magical beasts and go to war? Whether human or beast, those above level 6 possess immense destructive power. If they take action, it will surely lead to widespread slaughter. It would also destroy the environment in which humans and magical beasts coexist. If 6th level and above powerhouses are allowed to slaughter at will, it would be catastrophic for both races. Therefore, the top powerhouses of both humans and magical beasts agreed that anyone above level 6 must not easily slaughter within the other's living area. Otherwise, it would be considered an act of war. And now, with such a large number of soaring white elephants heading towards Star Hidden City, it was clearly an intent to massacre the city. This time, Gu Lao had no orders at all. Escape? In front of the soaring white elephants, how could there be any chance of getting away? Even the slowest among the 7th level magical beasts is 100 times stronger than a 6th level capable person. How could such a gap be bridged? Moreover, the soaring white elephant possesses S-level light element boiling abilities. The attacks it releases are incredibly fast, making it impossible to dodge. It's over, Star Hidden City is really finished. Gu Qian looked at the enormous Fuyo white elephant, his mouth agape. Such a large white elephant. If it were to work in the fields, how fast would it be? Just as this thought arose, he immediately dismissed it. No. The Fuyo white elephant is too big, it would trample the fields with a single step. No farming. If others knew of Gu Qian's thoughts, they would surely spit blood. To have the Fuyo white elephant farm? This idea could only come from Gu Qian. In the end, it was even rejected because the Fuyo white elephant was too large. Undoubtedly the first of its kind. Just as Gu Qian was lost in his thoughts, the Fuyo white elephant seemed to sense something. It turned its gaze entirely towards Gu Qian, without a hint of hesitation, and charged straight at him. The herd of Fuyo white elephants, which had been moving slowly just a moment ago, vanished from sight. When they reappeared, they were already in front of Gu Qian. The massive foot of the elephant came crashing down towards Gu Qian's head. At the same time, the other Fuyo white elephants all looked up at the sky, mouths agape, as the power of light elements wildly gathered. This was a strike that, if it couldn't kill Gu Qian, would use a light element spell to finish him off. Old Master Gu shouted in panic, "Qianer, run!" While shouting, he rushed towards Gu Qian, wanting to push him away and take his place. But with his speed, he couldn't make it in time. Just at that critical moment, a spell rang out. Spell, Wind Wings. Immediately, a gust of wind blew through. Behind Gu Qian, a massive amount of wind elements suddenly gathered, forming a pair of wings over 6 meters long. With a flap, Gu Qian transformed into a light blue breeze, vanishing beneath the feet of the Fuyo white elephant. Boom! A tremendous sound erupted. The entire ground shattered, and even half of the Star Hidden City's surface became fragmented. One could see how terrifying the power of the Fuyo white elephant's strike was. The onlookers were left dumbfounded. Wind Wings? Wasn't that a level 3 wind element spell? When did young Master Gu master wind element abilities? Moreover, this speed was not at all inferior to the level 7 Fuyo white elephant? What on earth was going on? Just as everyone was astonished, a hesitant voice rang out from the crowd. Look, has young Master Gu reached level 4? As soon as this was said, everyone turned their gaze to Gu Qian, who was soaring in midair. The next moment, Gu Qian's basic information appeared on the chip display. Ability user, Gu Qian. Profession, warrior, mage. Level, 4. Combat power, 5,038,493,029. Speed, 5,930,496,834. Strength, 6,839,503,955. Defense, 5,683,948,576. Mental power, 4,905,968,732. Level 4, it really is level 4. Moreover, his combat power had exceeded 5 billion. What on earth was happening? Can someone tell me why young Master Gu's level has risen so quickly? His combat power was even among the top for level 6 ability users. This was combat power of 5 billion. Even his speed was over 5 billion, not at all inferior to the level 7 Fuyo white elephant. Furthermore, he held air superiority, putting the Fuyo white elephant in a passive position. To toy with a level 7 Fuyo white elephant with the body of a level 4 ability user was something even 5 level 6 ability users couldn't accomplish. Had young Master Gu just displayed this before everyone? And why did young Master Gu have more and more abilities? Could he absorb the powers of magical beasts? Reflecting on this time, Gu Qian seemed to gain a new ability almost every so often. Plus, the last level 6 magical beast, the Azure Feather Xian Crane, that died at Gu Qian's hands possessed wind element abilities. Could it be that young Master Gu had that SSS level ability, Devour? Everyone was very clear about Devour. After all, there are only so many SSS level abilities in total. Each one is a coveted power that everyone dreams of. Even if one no longer has the chance to possess them, it doesn't stop everyone from being thoroughly familiar with SSS level abilities. This is the power of aspiration. With this thought, everyone nodded. No wonder Gu Qian's abilities seemed endless. With the SSS level devouring ability, what kind of power could he not have? Not to mention the few abilities he currently possesses. In the future, having 100 or 1,000 would not be surprising. However, the SSS level devouring ability is quite peculiar. Yet, compared to other SSS level abilities, it is the weakest. After all, this ability does not provide any enhancement to combat power. Among SSS level abilities, others at least offer dozens of times the combat power boost. The devouring ability only allows one to gain others' powers and nullify them, with a 50% chance of failure. Even if successful, it generally results in some low-level abilities. After all, who with a strong ability would lose to someone with no enhancements? Thus, it is destined that those with the devouring ability cannot rise to prominence. However, this phenomenon has been shattered by Gu Qian's appearance. Fire element, wind element, earth element, and abilities that greatly enhance combat power. Now, he can toy with 7th level magical beasts in the form of a 4th level ability user. If he truly reaches 5th or 6th level, wouldn't he be able to rub the Fuyo white elephant into the ground? Given Gu Xiao's speed of leveling up, it won't be long before we see him reach 6th level and become a true powerhouse. By then, even 7th level magical beasts wouldn't be worthy of carrying Gu Xiao's shoes. You should be grateful. Grateful that Gu Xiao is still only at 4th level. Otherwise, none would escape. At this moment, Gu Qian was utterly exhausted. The attacks from these Fuyo white elephants were relentless, as if they were coming solely for him, not even glancing at others. But he hadn't offended the Fuyo white elephants at all. A group of them continuously opened their mouths, shooting beams of light element power at Gu Qian, forcing him to dodge without a moment's respite. Even with Gu Qian's current speed, his injuries had not ceased. If it weren't for his rapid regeneration ability, he would have bled to death by now. The remaining Fuyo white elephants all lowered their heads, emitting varying tones of humming. As the humming continued, the light element power in the space kept gathering. Even if one couldn't understand the beast language of the Fuyo white elephants, everyone knew they were casting a combat spell. A spell that requires such a long chant must be a 7th level spell, surpassing 6th level spells. Just thinking about this possibility made everyone's faces pale. A 7th level spell? Is this going to destroy the entire Star-Hidden City? Just now, a single strike from one Fuyo white elephant had already destroyed half of Star-Hidden City. Now, with so many Fuyo white elephants attacking together, no one in the entire city could escape. Even if they wanted to flee, it was already too late. Just as everyone fell into despair, a massive array formed from light element power appeared above the battlefield. The array emitted mysterious runes glowing with white light, slowly moving as it rotated. Waves of powerful light element power shone through the array, illuminating the entire battlefield. Gu Lao immediately recognized the origin of the array. Trembling, he said, "This is a 7th level light element spell, holy light, heavenly punishment. Qianer, run. You must not be hit by it." As soon as the words left his mouth, a thick beam of light shot from the array, heading straight for Gu Qian. The speed was so fast that even Gu Qian could only manage to evade the attack on his vital areas. Those who failed to escape the attack range instantly vanished, leaving only their heads and the left half of their bodies, along with their left hand and foot. The wounds formed a regular arc, shimmering with a faint white light. At that moment, Gu Qian resembled a broken rag doll, suspended in midair, a terrifying sight. Seeing this, old Gu was filled with despair. Qianer was dead. Why? He could have escaped. Why did he provoke those soaring white elephants? Why? Son, daughter-in-law, I'm sorry for not protecting you well. It's all my fault. The others, witnessing Gu Qian's state, were all in a daze. Gu Qian was already the strongest being in the entire Star-Hidden City. If even he couldn't withstand a single blow from the opponent, what hope did they have? They feared that their fate would be even worse than Gu Qian's. In their moment of despair, Gu Qian's vanishing body began to regenerate rapidly in midair. In less than a second, he appeared before everyone, completely intact, except that his clothes were only half intact. It could be said that he was barely covered. Upon seeing this, everyone widened their eyes in disbelief. They never expected that Gu Qian actually had a recovery ability. How many more surprises did he have that they were unaware of? Just as Gu Qian had just recovered, a beam of light descended from the magic array, attacking in his direction. Experiencing the power of a level 7 spell, Gu Qian naturally dared not be careless. He dodged with all his might. The beam of light seemed endless, closely following Gu Qian's figure. Those beams that missed Gu Qian crashed into the ground, causing large areas of land to collapse and disintegrate in an instant. Countless ravines instantly covered the entire battlefield, rapidly spreading outward. Everything around was destroyed, as if the apocalypse had arrived. Gu Qian's injuries had not ceased since the formation of the magic array. If it weren't for his efforts to protect his vital areas from attack, combined with his rapid regeneration ability, he would likely have been reduced to ashes by now. At this moment, Gu Qian was extremely anxious. Although he could still evade with all his strength, over time, it would be inevitable that he would be unable to dodge. If he were hit in a vital area, it would be a fatal blow. No matter how powerful his regeneration ability was, it would be useless. No, he could not continue to drag this out. He had to think of a way quickly. Gu Qian was filled with anxiety, but what could he do in the face of the soaring white elephants? The gap in combat power was immense. Even if Gu Qian could grasp all of the opponent's weaknesses, it was impossible for him to defeat them. This was the difference between levels and combat power. In desperation, Gu Qian could only seek help from the newly hatched magical beast in his spatial ring. Toad, do you have any way to deal with this group of soaring white elephants? In the ring space, a palm-sized, blood-red toad with only 3 legs was quietly lying there. Upon hearing Gu Qian's words, the toad croaked angrily twice. However, due to its recent hatching, the angry sound lacked any real fury and instead sounded quite juvenile, without any imposing presence. The toad's voice also echoed in Gu Qian's mind. I am not a toad, I am a blood-robe hell toad, a 13th level magical beast. You better watch your mouth. 13th level, the most powerful existence aside from deities, and it was still a magical beast. Moreover, it was a top-tier existence among 13th level beings. Its abilities were also extremely abnormal, possessing a blood-sucking power that surpassed the SSS level, a capability that only its kind could awaken. No other beings, whether human or magical beast, could awaken this ability. As long as it continued to devour flesh and blood, it could grow stronger. Moreover, it can continuously increase its various attribute points. It is the existence that is easiest to ascend to divinity. Even Gu Qian reached level 4 because he signed an equal contract with it. When it devoured the azure feather Xian crane, part of the energy entered its body. This allowed Gu Qian to complete his promotion. If he encountered an adult blood-robe nether toad, Gu Qian would have probably run away long ago. How could he dare to speak to it like this? But now, it had just hatched. It was only level 1. No matter how extraordinary its abilities were, it could not possibly be Gu Qian's opponent. Moreover, the two had signed an equal contract, so he was not afraid of being devoured by it in the future. That was why Gu Qian dared to speak to it like this. After hearing the blood-robed nether toad's words, Gu Qian disdainfully said, a toad is still a toad, yet it won't admit it. Quickly say, do you have any way to deal with these Fuyo white elephants? After the thought was transmitted, the toad fell silent. Asking it to deal with a level 7 magical beast, and a particularly powerful one at that, was no joke. You really want to blind your own heart. I'm only level 1 right now, how could I possibly deal with a level 7 Fuyo white elephant? I advise you to escape quickly, or else no one will survive. When the thought was sent out, the toad's eyes clearly showed panic. Having inherited its father's memories, it naturally knew that these Fuyo white elephants were coming for it. But right now, it had no ability to protect itself. Gu Qian was obviously taken aback. No way? When it was still an egg, it could devour the azure feather Xian crane. Now you say you can't deal with the Fuyo white elephant? Are you kidding? Isn't that just hopeless? Just as Gu Qian was feeling frustrated, the formations of the other Fuyo white elephants were also activated. In an instant, the sky above Shingyin City was filled with light element formations. Almost simultaneously, beams of light, carrying immense pressure, descended from the sky. Wherever they passed, they brought destruction. At this moment, the true apocalypse had arrived. Everyone was in despair, and the ordinary people of Shingyin City who were fleeing were instantly annihilated. Shingyin City was instantly reduced to hell. Cries, pleas for mercy, and wails filled the air. Massive beams of light, connecting heaven and earth, poured down. In just a moment, a city was destroyed. Facing level 7 magical beasts, Shingyin City had no ability to resist. Countless skyscrapers, houses, and the ground were all obliterated. The once prosperous Shingyin City was completely reduced to ruins. It was in shambles. Gu Qian looked at the beams of light, his gaze somewhat dazed. Shingyin City was destroyed just like that? His home was destroyed? Just as Gu Qian was lost in thought, countless beams of light came attacking him. They were many times more concentrated than those in other areas. Even Gu Qian's speed could not evade them. His body was heavily injured multiple times. He was in a sorry state. If this continued, even with his regeneration ability, he would not escape death. Old Gu looked at the bloodied Gu Qian. Then he looked at the tragic state of Shingin City, his heart aching. The Shingin City he had protected for a lifetime was gone just like that. Old Gu was in immense pain, and the moment he closed his eyes, a tear fell. At the same time, Gu Qian, who was desperately trying to evade in midair, suddenly let out a scream and fell straight down. What was even more distressing was that upon seeing Gu Qian injured and losing his ability to resist, almost all the Fuyo white elephants targeted their attacks at him. They were determined to kill Gu Qian in one strike. This time, Gu Qian could not escape no matter what. Gu Qian felt unwilling. He had finally become stronger, shaking off the side effects of the sacrificial ability. Life had just begun to become exciting. Was he really going to be killed? He was unwilling. But what could he do with that unwillingness? Even if he sacrificed all his remaining lifespan, he would not be a match for the Fuyo white elephants. He would only die sooner. It was over, really over. Gu Qian also gave up resisting. At that moment, old Gu suddenly summoned the last bit of vitality within him and soared into the air. He shouted at Gu Qian, "Qianer, Grandpa can only do this. For the sake of Shingin City, and for you, even if I die, it will be worth it. Remember, after escaping this beast tide, you must find your parents and bring them back." With that, he closed his eyes and began to murmur softly. The remaining ability users present all looked at old Gu, astonished. In such a situation, could it be that old Gu still had a hidden card? That seemed impossible. If he couldn't even defeat a level 6 magical beast, how could he possibly handle a level 7? Even if old Gu self-destructed, it wouldn't harm the Fuyo white elephant in the slightest. Although they harbored doubts, the few remaining people still held on to hope. They hoped that old Gu could defeat the Fuyo white elephant herd and save them from peril, even though the hope was slim. Only old Xiao and Gu Qian's expressions changed drastically. Old Xiao looked at old Gu with a pained face, his lips trembling as he whispered, "Young master, is there really no other way?" The voice seemed to be asking old Gu, as well as himself. And he did not stop him, for he knew that apart from that method, there was no other path to take. But if that were the case, old Gu would die. Old Xiao took a deep breath, trying to appear strong and calm. Yet his body trembled, betraying his inner unease. Meanwhile, as Gu Qian continued to fall, a sudden whisper echoed in his ears. The voice seemed to transcend space, directly reaching Gu Qian from old Gu's mouth. "I, Gu Yan, descendant of the god of desire, today offer myself as a sacrifice to help my grandson Gu Qian break through in combat power, to kill enemies and escape." As the last word fell, old Gu's entire body was instantly enveloped in a burst of light. He visibly aged in an instant. His once robust body became frail, emaciated. He hunched over, unable to stand straight. His clothes hung loosely on him, ill-fitting, and his hair fell out rapidly, leaving only a few strands fluttering in the wind. Old Gu seemed to have been drained of all vitality, as if he would leave this world at any moment. Only his eyes remained bright, though they looked extremely weary as they gazed at Gu Qian. He revealed a gentle smile, wanting to stroke Gu Qian's head, but he lacked the strength to even raise his hand. Finally, he whispered very softly, "Qianer, Grandpa is leaving. You must live well." As the last word fell, his body lost support and began to fall. At the same time, the white light surrounding old Gu seemed to grow even stronger, rushing towards Gu Qian and merging into his body. Simultaneously, countless beams of light descended upon Gu Qian. Boom! No sound erupted, but in the minds of everyone in Shingin City, a tremendous roar resounded simultaneously. The deafening noise nearly caused everyone to faint, their bodies numb, as if their souls were about to leave their bodies. However, this sensation lasted less than a second. When everyone regained consciousness, they all looked towards Gu Qian's position, hoping to witness a miracle. After all, this was old Gu's hidden method all along. But everyone was disappointed. There, apart from the endless violent elemental light, Gu Qian's figure was nowhere to be seen. Gu Qian was also dead. Shingin City was truly finished. Everyone stood frozen like puppets, motionless, their expressions numb, waiting for death to arrive. Old Xiao rushed towards old Gu's body and caught it. His wrinkled face was now filled with tears, overwhelmed with pain. "Young master, I didn't expect you to leave before me." With that, old Xiao painfully closed his eyes, allowing the tears to fall. He carefully cradled old Gu's body in his arms, fearful of any slight bump. Meanwhile, the others had no mind to care about anything happening here. They quietly awaited the arrival of death. The group of Fuyo white elephants, seeing Gu Qian killed, all let out cries filled with joy. In the next moment, they aimed the formation at all the remaining people in Shingin City, preparing to completely erase it. But just when everyone thought they were doomed, an angry voice echoed across the battlefield. "I will kill you all." In the next second, an extremely powerful aura swept through the entire Shingin City. Everyone was shaken by this overwhelming presence, their eyes wide as they looked towards its source. The few remaining on the battlefield saw Gu Qian, whom they thought was dead, appearing in midair at some unknown time. Facing the bombardment of countless light beams, he stood unwavering. It seemed that the powerful level 7 light element spell couldn't harm him in the slightest. At this moment, Gu Qian's combat power had broken through to the 100 billion mark. With 500 billion in combat power, he completely crushed the level 7 Fuyo white elephants. Everyone was stunned, unable to comprehend what had happened. Could this be old Gu's final trump card? It was simply too monstrous. At this moment, Gu Qian's mind was blank. His entire body was filled with violent energy and elemental power. He had only one thought in his mind, to kill all the magical beasts, all of them. Ah! With a loud shout, Gu Qian's body instantly vanished from everyone's sight. Boom! With a huge explosion, several massive bodies of Fuyo white elephants were directly torn apart. They scattered across the ground, and in the next moment, those scattered fragments were enveloped by a cloud of blood mist, completely disappearing, leaving only a ground of white bones. Before anyone could be surprised, Gu Qian's body had already appeared elsewhere. Wherever he passed, countless Fuyo white elephants were dismembered. Blood poured down like rain. The scene was incredibly brutal. The Gu family was truly terrifying. They actually had such a trump card. No wonder old Gu was not the slightest bit flustered when facing the siege of the three major families. With such a trump card, why would he be anxious? Even the level 7 magical beast Fuyo white elephant was no match for young Master Gu now. The three major families could be wiped out with a mere wave of his hand. Indeed, one should not provoke the Gu family. Just in the moment of being stunned, most of the Fuyo white elephants had already been dealt with. The scene was left with a ground full of massive bones. The other Fuyo white elephants, seeing this, were filled with terror. The gap in combat power was simply too great. Moreover, the aura of that blood mist was too terrifying, too familiar. They had to escape, they must escape. Without any hesitation, the group of Fuyo white elephants turned and fled towards the Xinghui Mountains. Everyone was stunned at this sight. The magical beasts were actually fleeing? This was the first time in hundreds of years to see magical beasts retreat in battle. And they were level 7 magical beasts. This had never happened before. In the past, whenever there was a beast tide, these magical beasts fought to the death. There had never been a sign of retreat. Today, they were actually made to flee by young Master Gu? This was even more unbelievable than killing the entire group of Fuyo white elephants. Gu Qian, in the midst of the slaughter, had no intention of letting them go. In a flash, there were bones of Fuyo white elephants scattered everywhere. Faced with such a terrifying Gu Qian, the Fuyo white elephants were utterly desperate. They scattered in all directions, but could not escape Gu Qian's grasp. In less than a minute, the remaining Fuyo white elephants were all dealt with. Gu Qian's combat power had also reached the terrifying threshold of 100 billion. Everyone was confused. Could it be that old Gu's method had not fully taken effect yet? Would young Master Gu's combat power continue to rise? 100 billion. If it continued to rise, wouldn't he be able to contend with level 8 magical beasts? This was a bit too unbelievable. Young Master Gu was only level 4 now. Being able to kill level 7 magical beasts was already shocking. Was he going to kill level 8 magical beasts as well? Would that leave anyone alive? However, young Master Gu shouldn't be so impulsive. After all, the Fuyo white elephants that had killed old Gu had already been slain. Gu Jia still wanted him to take charge. It shouldn't be a risky move. Gu Qian quietly hovered in mid-air, surrounded by the power of wind elements. His eyes, devoid of spirit, stared at the ground littered with the bones of the soaring white elephants. A surge of anger had nowhere to vent. Yet, despite the fury filling his heart, he felt an emptiness. Just when Gu Qian didn't know what to do, the voice of the blood toad echoed in his mind. Do you want to know who orchestrated this beast tide? Do you want to know who is the culprit behind your grandfather's death? The moment the voice appeared, Gu Qian's previously hollow gaze suddenly radiated a terrifying ferocity. He questioned inwardly, who is it? Who killed my grandfather? Speak! The blood toad's calm voice rang out again. What good will it do to tell you? You can't take revenge now. The opponent is a demigod beast beyond level 13. With your current strength, you can't even face it, so it's better not to seek death. An existence beyond level 13? How terrifying must that be? Just a level 7 beast had forced his grandfather to sacrifice himself to help Qingyin City survive the crisis. How could he face such a demigod-level existence? But if he didn't avenge his grandfather, who else would? With this thought, Gu Qian's gaze sharpened once more. Tell me, where is it? The blood toad's lips curled into a smirk, looking as if its scheme had succeeded. It directly provided the location of the beast in Gu Qian's mind. Right here, but let me warn you in advance, don't blame me if you die. If I die, you won't have it easy either. Don't forget, we signed an equal contract. As soon as these words were spoken, the Blood Toad's expression turned grim. How could it have forgotten that? Just as it was about to speak to stop him, Gu Qian's body had already flown deep into the Xinghui Mountains, disappearing from everyone's sight in the blink of an eye. No one reacted in time. Had Gu Qian gone mad with rage? Why was he heading to the Xinghui Mountains? They had only ever heard of beast tides attacking human cities, never of a human attacking the Xinghui Mountains alone. Was the young master truly driven to madness? Although they wanted to follow and see such a rare scene, their own strength was insufficient, and they were all injured. Moreover, they couldn't catch up to Gu Qian, so they had to give up. Elder Qiu panicked upon seeing Gu Qian head towards the Xinghui Mountains. The young master had sacrificed himself to save the young master. How could he be so impulsive? The terror of the Xinghui Mountains was not something humans could contend with. Otherwise, it wouldn't have existed for so long. What should they do now? Although Elder Qiu wanted to rush over and stop Gu Qian, his speed was far too inferior to Gu Qian's, and he couldn't keep up. Furthermore, Elder Gu's body had yet to be arranged, so he couldn't leave. He could only stand there anxiously. At this moment, Gu Qian had already arrived at the area where the level 6 beasts resided in the Xinghui Mountains. Along the way, all the beasts he encountered were killed by Gu Qian. In an instant, the entire perimeter of the Xinghui Mountains near Xingyin City was filled with a stench. The mountains were utterly destroyed, with wind, earth, and fire elements wreaking havoc. It was a scene of utter defeat. The lower-level beasts had no idea how many had died or been injured. Within a radius of several dozen miles around Gu Qian, not a single beast remained. Gu Qian was now blinded by rage. As long as a beast appeared before him, it would be doomed to die. Meanwhile, the usually quiet Blood Toad became excited upon reaching the area of the level 6 beasts. The reason it had told Gu Qian the location of the powerful beast behind the scenes was to encourage Gu Qian to kill the beasts. It wanted to devour the beast's flesh and blood to elevate its own level and restore its strength as soon as possible. Initially, it feared that Gu Qian would be too scared to act. Unexpectedly, this reckless youth showed no hesitation at all. Truly easy to deceive. Gu Qian showed no signs of stopping. Spell, Tornado. Spell, Windblade. Spell, Skyfall. Spell, Fire Serpent Dance. One after another, several spells were cast. The area within dozens of kilometers was instantly filled with various violent elemental forces. All the magical beasts within the range were instantly killed. Some didn't even know what had happened before they were reduced to nothing but bones. At this moment, the Starshine Mountains resembled hell. The scenes that had unfolded before Starshadao City were all reenacted here, only with the positions of the two sides reversed. This time, it was the magical beasts that were being slaughtered. Gu Qian's eyes were filled with killing intent, his light blue wind wings flapping behind him as he swiftly traversed the 6th level area, ruthlessly slaughtering 6th level magical beasts. Wherever he passed, destruction reigned. The combat power at the level of trillions was something these 6th level magical beasts could not withstand. The air was filled with the wails of magical beasts, utterly powerless to resist. At this moment, Gu Qian's heart was consumed by slaughter. There was not a trace of pity. He only thought of killing all the magical beasts to avenge his grandfather. As if by continuing to kill, his grandfather could come back to life. In this situation, the one most pleased was the Blood Toad. It could be seen that clouds of blood mist continuously enveloped and devoured those 6th level magical beasts that were not yet fully dead, turning them into piles of white bones. It plundered their energy to strengthen itself. At the same time, it would also siphon off some energy to enter Gu Qian's body, enhancing his combat power. Although he had just broken through to the 4th level ability user, after this period of slaughter and the recent devouring of the 7th level magical beast, the ascending white elephant, he had gained immense energy. Gu Qian was already on the verge of breaking through to the 5th level ability user. In just a few days, Gu Qian had progressed from a 1st level ability user to about to break through to a 5th level ability user. Such speed was unprecedented, not just in Starshadao City, but throughout the entire Great Xia Kingdom. He completely crushed all the prodigies. The magical beasts in the 6th level area faced annihilation. As soon as they encountered Gu Qian, there was no escape. All the magical beasts were terrified and scattered in flight. Even when there was nowhere left to run, they directly fled towards the area where the 7th level magical beasts resided. This was an area they would have never dared to approach before. Now, they could only escape there, hoping that the 7th level magical beasts would confront this monster. Gu Qian did not hesitate at all and headed straight for the area of the 7th level magical beasts. Even if these magical beasts did not go there, Gu Qian was determined to reach the 7th level area, even deeper into the Starshine Mountains. As for how far he could go and whether he would die, Gu Qian had not thought about it at all. Right now, he only thought about entering the depths of the Starshine Mountains, killing the mastermind behind it all, and avenging his grandfather. The howling wind roared as Gu Qian's figure flashed by. Countless wind blades swept through, and innumerable magical beast limbs flew into the air. Before they could hit the ground, they were devoured by a cloud of blood mist, leaving only bones behind. In just a quarter of an hour, Gu Qian had reached the edge of the 7th level area. Without any hesitation, he charged straight in. The magical beasts here were not as densely packed as before, but each one was incredibly powerful, occupying a vast territory. As soon as Gu Qian appeared, he was spotted by a gigantic, blood-colored mosquito, its wings also a vivid red. In front of it, Gu Qian appeared as small as a yellow bean before a human. The enormous wings flapped continuously, creating fierce gusts of wind. Its blood-colored mouthparts shimmered with a brilliant light, incredibly sharp. The 7th level magical beast, Blood Jade Mosquito, had a combat power reaching billions and was a social creature. Its innate ability was S rank, with the wind element boiling ability. It could be said to be one of the more difficult existences among the 7th level magical beasts. At this moment, Gu Qian did not retreat in the face of the Blood Jade Mosquito. With his combat power exceeding 1 trillion and still rising, he was not afraid of it at all. The Blood Jade Mosquito did not charge at him immediately but emitted a buzzing sound, seemingly calling for other similar creatures. Gu Qian did not stop it. Soon, a swarm of enormous Blood Jade demon mosquitoes appeared before Gu Qian, completely blocking the sky above him. Not even a ray of sunlight could penetrate through. The terrifying sense of oppression made Gu Qian's heart race, even with his battle power exceeding 100 billion. The size difference was simply too great, especially with so many of them. The moment the swarm of Blood Jade demon mosquitoes emerged, some of them charged directly at Gu Qian. Their speed was so astonishing that even Gu Qian was somewhat taken aback. They seemed to have a trend of breaking through 100 billion. Is this the speed that the Blood Jade demon mosquitoes rely on? Truly terrifying. However, it was still not enough. Without a moment's hesitation, Gu Qian flapped his wings and vanished from the sight of the Blood Jade demon mosquitoes. When he reappeared, he was already in front of one of them. He threw a punch. A massive tiger shadow appeared behind him, pouncing directly at the Blood Jade demon mosquito. Boom! A loud explosion echoed. The enormous Blood Jade demon mosquito was instantly reduced to chunks of flesh, scattering everywhere. Dark green blood rained down. The other Blood Jade demon mosquitoes hadn't even reacted yet before their kind was killed. And it was a one-hit kill. This left all the Blood Jade demon mosquitoes stunned. Although they knew this human's battle power far exceeded theirs, they never imagined they would be killed so easily. With their size and speed, it shouldn't have been like this. This human was too terrifying. But even if he was terrifying, facing such a massive number was still a dead end. After a brief pause, the swarm of Blood Jade demon mosquitoes launched another attack. Gu Qian showed no mercy. As he moved, one giant Blood Jade demon mosquito after another fell apart, engulfed and devoured by the blood mist of the blood toad. Soon, the charging Blood Jade demon mosquitoes were completely wiped out. However, the real crisis was just beginning. The Blood Jade demon mosquitoes hovering in the sky suddenly emitted a collective, deafening buzz. Following that, massive tornadoes that seemed to connect heaven and earth appeared before Gu Qian, rushing towards him at incredible speed. At the same time, enormous pale blue magical arrays appeared above Gu Qian's head. Gu Qian did not recognize these arrays, but he knew they were 7th level wind element spells. The chip screen had already displayed a battle power reaching 700 billion. However, they were still far from being able to kill him. Without 100 billion battle power, no matter how many there were, they couldn't harm him. Since you control the wind element ability, then I will use wind element spells to kill you. Spell, Tornado. The moment he shouted this, a heart-wrenching sensation suddenly arose. At the same time, it felt as if something was being drawn out from within him. Gu Qian pressed his right hand against his chest, a look of pain appearing on his face. This feeling hadn't surfaced in a long time. After all, every time he used his sacrificial ability, he had to endure the pain of his organs being torn apart. His tolerance for pain had reached an extremely high level. He just didn't expect that this pain was even worse than having all his internal organs cut at once. What was happening? Soon, Gu Qian realized that along with the pain, his battle power was rapidly declining. In the blink of an eye, it dropped by 20 billion. This discovery made Gu Qian understand immediately. It was the effect of his grandfather's sacrifice reaching its limit. Thinking of this, a bitter smile appeared on Gu Qian's face. He had originally thought he could at least kill in the area of the 8th level magical beasts. He never expected the time would be so short. Just as he encountered the 7th level magical beasts, he was about to die here. Gu Qian glanced around, without a hint of resistance in his mind. He sighed inwardly, realizing it was a good place to die. After this thought crossed his mind, Gu Qian did not close his eyes, allowing the hurricane and the strands formed by the wind element power to ensnare him, pulling him towards those 7th level wind element magical arrays. He did not resist at all. Long before old Master Gu passed away, Gu Qian had already lost the will to live. Who could bear the thought that his only companion, his grandfather, had died saving him? This feeling of guilt was more unbearable than having killed him. Gu Qian truly couldn't fathom how he could still have the face to go on living. If he could, Gu Qian would rather choose for it to be himself. Grandpa, I'm sorry, Xianer can no longer fulfill your wishes. Gu Qian murmured, a tear silently sliding down his cheek. It was then swept away by the fierce wind, completely shattered and evaporated. Just like the fate Gu Qian was about to face. The blood toad sensed the situation outside and cursed, what a useless fool. I thought he could devour more magical beasts, but it turns out he's so useless. After losing a loved one, he only thinks of dying. What a coward. No, I must quickly sever the equal contract, I can't die alongside this coward. With that thought, the blood toad quickly took action, without a moment's hesitation, and never considered saving Gu Qian. Its goal was clear, as long as it could quickly restore its peak strength, it would do anything. Just as the wind element chains and hurricane were about to tear Gu Qian's body apart, a powerful and authoritative voice rang out, spell, space tear. The moment the words fell, a gigantic silver magic array, large enough to cover 100 miles, suddenly appeared above Gu Qian. The entire space enveloped by the magic array seemed to be frozen. Everything was unable to move, even the hurricane was halted. Gu Qian was quite astonished. A space element magic array? And it could freeze a level 7 wind element spell. What level of space element mage could this be? There were no such formidable figures in Star Hidden City. Moreover, why would this person want to help me? Just as Gu Qian was puzzled, the space covered by the magic array suddenly began to shatter. Cracks spread continuously until they filled the entire space. Everything affected by the cracks was completely shattered. The ground was also divided into countless fragments. Misaligned and broken, they formed irregularly shaped stones, stacked together. Those level 7 blood jade magic mosquitoes couldn't even emit a buzz before being torn apart. The space shattered like a mirror, turning into a void. Only the place where Gu Qian stood remained unaffected. Seeing this scene, Gu Qian was completely dumbfounded. If even the space was destroyed, the opponent's level must be at least level 10 or above. How could such a powerful being appear in Star Hidden City? The blood toad in the spatial ring sensed the emergence of a strong presence. It immediately panicked, even halting its action to sever the equal contract. It couldn't guarantee whether this suddenly appearing powerhouse was coming for it. If so, perhaps the human who had signed an equal contract with it could save its life. The blood toad anxiously stayed in the spatial ring, not daring to emit the slightest breath. It could only hope that this powerhouse would overlook it. Before Gu Qian could make sense of it all, a spatial crack suddenly appeared in the void. Following that, a half-empty bottle of white liquor suddenly appeared before Gu Qian's eyes. Gu Qian was stunned. What was going on? Was everything caused by a liquor bottle? Gu Qian felt completely lost. Then, a wrinkled right hand reached out from the spatial crack and grabbed the bottle. A burp followed. Burp, little guy, you're making quite a ruckus. If the old man hadn't come in time, you would have been done for. Now, tell me, how should you repay me? As the voice sounded, a small, thin old man with white hair and beard, a face full of wrinkles, and dressed in a brown long robe stepped out from the spatial crack. If it weren't for the strong smell of liquor, he would definitely appear to be a cultured and amiable elder. However, right now, he was completely like a drunken fool. Even as he stepped through the spatial rift, he almost stumbled and fell. Gu Qian watched this scene in silence. But the next moment, he was rendered speechless in shock. Because the chip screen displayed that the opponent's level was actually the highest, level 13. Level 13, the highest existence among abilities. Moreover, it was a spatial mage, the most terrifying and mysterious existence. With immense destructive power, terrifying speed, and unpredictable combat skills that left one utterly bewildered. Looking at the combat power, it directly showed a class of. This left Gu Qian completely dumbfounded. Class? What is that? Shouldn't it be a long string of values? Why has it changed? The old man paid no attention to the dazed Gu Qian, raising a wine bottle with his right hand and taking a sip. With his left hand, he began to form a seal with one hand, without chanting any incantation. After a moment, he softly said, seal, spatial rotation. A different, enormous magic array appeared again, and the previously shattered space was restored to its original state. Even the torn trees and flowers returned to their former appearance. The earth was restored as well. Only the ground was littered with the corpses of magical beasts, continuously bleeding, devoid of life. With just 2 simple spells, the old man directly caused the surrounding world to be destroyed and then restored. This powerful ability left Gu Qian in awe. But at that moment, he had no mind to focus on these things. He was filled with confusion. With a bitter smile, he said to the old man, "Grandpa, thank you for saving me, but I was looking for death myself, so your rescue might be in vain." Saying this, Gu Qian bowed and turned to fly deeper into the void. Just then, the old man suddenly said disdainfully, "If your grandpa knew you were such a coward, would he come back to life just to be angered to death by you? What a disappointing thing. I feel sorry for your grandpa. If you wanna die, just die far away. It's not my business if I meddled just now." After saying this, he resumed drinking, showing no intention of stopping Gu Qian. Upon hearing this, Gu Qian froze in place, his heart filled with pain. The reason he sought death was precisely because he couldn't face the fact that his grandpa died because of him. How could he not know that he was letting his grandpa down? But facing the only family member in this world who died because of him, he simply couldn't confront it, let alone accept it. He could only choose to escape. The best way was to die. The old man saw Gu Qian standing there and sneered. "Your grandpa risked his life to save you, and here you are, wanting to die. Don't you think, if you die, who will fulfill your grandpa's last wish? Shouldn't your grandpa be able to rest in peace even after death? Unfilial son, your father has been missing for 18 years with no news, and your grandson is seeking death. You Gu family members are all ungrateful." The last sentence was clearly filled with anger. Upon hearing this, Gu Qian completely broke down. He knelt in midair and cried out in pain. "Grandpa, what should I do? I can't defeat the magical beast that killed you, I can't avenge you, and I can't find my parents. What should I do? What should I do, Grandpa?" His cries echoed across the wilderness, Gu Qian venting the frustration in his heart without restraint. From then on, there would be no family left in this world to accompany him. He had truly become a lonely person. Tears fell like rain. The sounds of his painful cries continued to ring out. Only then did the old man's expression soften. His face was filled with sympathy. What a good child, how could he encounter such misfortune? Such a tragedy. Just as Gu Qian was venting his emotions, the old man raised his right hand, and silver spatial elemental power swirled around. The next second, a blood toad appeared directly in his hand. The old man smiled at the blood toad and said, "Little fellow, how are you? You've gotten yourself into such big trouble, and hiding won't do you any good." The blood toad looked at the old man, its eyes filled with terror. The emotional fluctuations were intense. "Who are you? How come I've never heard of a human like you being so powerful?" "Humph, there are plenty of powerful humans you don't know. What's the matter? Did you fail in the struggle for the clan king and still can't let it go? Want to borrow your offspring's body for another shot? You beastmen really have no humanity." The old man said, his face full of disdain, then tilted his head back and took a sip of wine. The blood toad knew it couldn't escape, so it decided to go all out. "So what if it is? This is a matter for our beastman clan, you humans shouldn't interfere. This is an agreement between our two races. Are you going to go back on it? Don't think that just because my level is lower than yours now, you can treat this king however you want. If you dare to harm even a hair on me, just see if my subordinates will agree to it." The blood toad still had some confidence. There were still many loyal old subordinates. If it really died at the hands of a human, it would definitely go all out to attack humans and start a war. Such consequences were something humans could not bear. The old man showed no signs of panic, glanced at the blood toad, and then said, "You can fight however you want, but if you involve human cities, I can't just pretend this didn't happen. A human city can just disappear. Do you really want to lose more humans over this city? You should know what's more important." At this moment, the blood toad was completely unruffled, having a firm grip on the other's lifeline. Humans were like this, always hesitating, never daring to take real action. Just as the blood toad was feeling smug, the old man slapped it across the face. The blood toad was in disbelief. He actually dared to hit this king? After all, he was a powerful human. How could he be so lacking in martial ethics? Bullying an old beast with only level 1? The blood toad was completely stunned. At the same time, the old man cursed, "So you think you can threaten me with humans, huh? You think I can't do anything about you? Even now, you still think you're at demigod level. You have no self-awareness at all." While saying this, he continued to slap the blood toad's face. The damage was minor, but the humiliation was extreme. Generally, powerful beings like the old man wouldn't resort to such insulting actions, especially against a level 1 beast. Even if it had the memories of its past, those powerful beings would maintain their dignity and wouldn't do anything to undermine their own status. But the old man didn't care about any of that. Moreover, the more he hit, the more he seemed to enjoy it, as if he couldn't stop. As the old man's slaps increased, the blood toad began to sense something was off. It could clearly feel that its innate memories seemed to be fading more and more with each slap. Realizing this, the blood toad screamed in terror, "What are you doing? Why are you doing this?" If it really lost its memories, everything it had worked for would be in vain. It had paid such a high price to gain this opportunity. It didn't want to lose it just like that. Who knew the old man would smile slyly? "Of course I know. As long as I strip away your previous memories, you'll still be your son. Letting my humans suffer such great losses, I have to make it up from you." As he spoke, the last slap fell, and the blood toad's eyes instantly transformed from terror to a clear, naive look, just like a college student. Seeing this outcome, the old man nodded in satisfaction, seemingly pleased. But the next moment, the old man raised his hand again and quickly brought it down on the blood toad's face. "Still trying to fool me? Do you really think I'm an idiot?" At this moment, the blood toad, which had previously looked so clear, revealed a hint of resentment. Finally, it turned into unwillingness and completely vanished. Finally solved this big problem. A 13th level magical beast cub that even took the initiative to sign an equal contract. This must be nurtured well. "Kid, you've hit the jackpot." As he spoke, he looked at the blood toad again, his brows furrowing once more. Then, stroking his chin with his left hand, he said, "But this appearance is just too eye-catching. We need to change your image." Saying this, a silver bottle appeared in his right hand, with golden spray paint on it that would never fade. This method is good, a one-time solution. After saying that, he directly sprayed the blood toad, the dazzling yellow quickly covering its original color. In no time, it transformed into a completely golden creature, looking exactly like an 8th level wealth toad. "This looks good." After saying that, he tossed the blood toad into Gu Qian's spatial ring. Then he prepared to take Gu Qian away. Just then, an extremely powerful wave of dark elements suddenly appeared. Immediately, the originally clear sky was shrouded in shadows. Without a single cloud, it turned black all of a sudden. Moreover, half of the sky turned completely dark. Seeing this scene, the old man's brows furrowed directly. "Human, hand over the blood toad." As the voice fell, a huge black figure appeared out of thin air in front of the old man and Gu Qian. The dark body, coiled together and shimmering with ghostly light, seemed to connect heaven and earth, making everything else appear insignificant before it. Demigod-level magical beast, the dark serpent? The moment Gu Qian saw this colossal creature, he discovered its identity on the chip screen. A demigod-level magical beast, half a level higher than the 13th level. It was infinitely close to divinity. And this guy commanded the beast tide that killed his grandfather. "I will kill you." Saying this, Gu Qian charged forward. But before he could advance a meter, he felt a sharp pain in his head. Turning in agony to look at the old man who had appeared behind him at some point, he cursed, "Old dang, you." Then he collapsed, caught by the old man by the scruff of his neck, lifted like a dead dog. The dark serpent's enormous eyes merely glanced at him before looking back at the old man. "Hand it over." The old man tilted his head back and took a sip of wine, then said, "You think I'll just hand it over because you say so? That would be too embarrassing for me." The dark serpent's eyes narrowed slightly, then it said, "You should know that I am speaking to you as the king of the magical beast clan. Do not challenge my bottom line, you are not my opponent." Although there was only half a level difference between demigod and 13th level, the strength was indeed worlds apart. The old man was no match for the dark serpent. Moreover, simply handing over the blood toad would incur no loss to humanity. Everyone knew what to do. But the old man said, "I hate it when others threaten me. If you want to fight, then let's fight. Do you really think I'm afraid of you?" Saying this, he tucked Gu Qian under his arm, then clenched his right fist, palm up, with his index finger pointed at the dark serpent. Then he shouted loudly, "Come at me." The old man had an attitude of indifference to life and death, showing great courage and fearlessness. After all, the difference in combat power between a 13th level ability user and a demigod was not trivial. The old man's behavior was purely seeking death. Hearing the old man's words, the dark serpent's enormous pupils gradually turned cold. "Human, do not challenge my bottom line. Today, the blood toad must remain." In the struggle between two kings, one side's defeat meant there was no reason for it to survive. Moreover, it carried the legacy of memories. Once it grew again, the magical beast clan would never have a peaceful day. Therefore, the blood toad must die today. The old man snorted coldly, "Humph, you destroyed one of our cities without compensation and think you can just take it away? Dream on. Even if your magical beast clan's deity comes today, you won't take it away." Hearing this, The usually noble and aloof Tanyu Python couldn't help but curse, "Are you sick? I'm going to kill it, not take it away." After cursing, it panted heavily, clearly quite agitated. The old man looked as if he could see through the other's little thoughts and coldly snorted, "I can see through your little schemes. I've lived for so many years, eaten more salt than you've eaten rice, and you think you can fool me?" Tanyu Python was utterly speechless. "Do you even want to consider what you're saying? How many years have you lived?" "At most just over 100. I've lived for nearly 1,000 years. Has your brain been kicked by a donkey? Otherwise, how could you say such things? And what do you mean you've eaten more salt than I've eaten rice? I am a magical beast, I don't eat rice. Hoo." The noble Tanyu Python was so enraged by this human that it wanted to kill, but it still restrained itself. If it really attacked this human, it could very well spark a war between the two races. The magical beast clan had just undergone a royal succession and was in a weakened state. It was not a suitable time for war. "If I believe you, then I'm a dog." The old man had an expression that showed he was impervious to reason. Tanyu Python took a deep breath and then said, "Then don't blame me." After saying that, it raised its head and spat out a dark elemental force into the air. A huge magic array appeared directly in the sky. Immediately, thick black shadows, like poisonous snakes, twisted and rushed towards the old man at lightning speed. However, this array had no offensive power. It was clearly aimed at binding him. Tanyu Python obviously wanted to control the old man, then seize the blood toad or kill him directly. Seeing this scene, the old man immediately cried out, "Murder! The magical beast king is attacking a human. Is there no one in charge?" His face was filled with panic, completely different from his earlier arrogance. Although he looked frightened, his hands showed no signs of disorder. The spatial elemental force surged out instantly. A space magic array, taller than two people, appeared before him. The old man grabbed Gu Qian and stepped into it, disappearing from this space. When he reappeared, he was already 100 miles away. Tanyu Python's binding array fell completely empty. Tanyu Python immediately felt a headache. Space mages are indeed troublesome. Even if they are one level lower, it is extremely difficult to trap them without using full power. And using full power, life and death cannot be guaranteed. However, the blood toad absolutely cannot be left here. Realizing this, Tanyu Python intensified its efforts. A massive magic array enveloped an area of several hundred miles, leaving no chance for the old man to escape. Moreover, this time the magic array exuded a powerful killing intent. It was clear that it no longer cared about the old man's life or death. Even if it had to kill the old man, it would eliminate the blood toad. Seeing this scene, the old man cried out in a panic, "Help! The magical beast king is killing. Is there no one to manage this?" While shouting, he also cast a space magic array, trying to escape again. But no matter how he sensed it, there was not a trace of spatial elements around. Clearly, Tanyu Python had already drained the spatial elemental force from the surroundings. Forcing the extraction of such a large area of spatial elemental force could probably only be done by a demigod-level powerhouse. Did he really have to hand over the blood toad? Just as the old man's eyes darted around in confusion, a massive vortex of black mist slowly spun, appearing beneath his feet like an endless abyss. An arm made of black mist directly grabbed the old man's ankle. Then a second and a third emerged, continuously appearing until they covered the old man entirely. They firmly restrained him, leaving him unable to move, with no chance of escape. An extremely dangerous aura enveloped the old man. If he were really pulled in, he might never come out again. Just as the old man was about to speak and hand over the blood toad, a pair of hands formed from black mist directly covered the old man's mouth, preventing him from speaking. The old man immediately widened his eyes, his face filled with disbelief. This guy really intended to kill him. Realizing this, the old man began to panic. But before he had time to think of a countermeasure, a powerful pulling force acted on his entire body, dragging him down toward the endless abyss. The old man had no strength to resist and could only watch helplessly as he got closer to the swirling vortex. In an instant, he found himself at the entrance of the vortex, on the verge of being swallowed. Just then, the space suddenly fell silent. Everything froze in an instant, even the sounds vanished. It was as if someone had pressed the pause button on this space. A spatial spell? No, it wasn't stillness, everything was moving at an extremely slow speed. It was just too slow to perceive, akin to being frozen. This was a time spell. Could it be that old guy had arrived? Just as the old man thought of this, a gentle voice came through. "King Tanyu, are you sure you want to do this?" With the emergence of the voice, a young woman dressed in an elegant white robe suddenly appeared. She stepped forward, crossing hundreds of miles in an instant, directly appearing above the vortex. In her left hand, she held a completely transparent staff made of an unknown material. With her right hand, she gently pointed at the black mist surrounding the old man. The black mist that had left the old man helpless suddenly collapsed. Immediately after, the vortex below also vanished. Even the darkened sky was restored to clarity, but only on the side where the young woman stood. On the side of the Tonyu python, it remained pitch black. At the same time, the entire world returned to normal. The old man quickly hid behind the woman, looking arrogantly at the Tonyu python. Upon seeing the woman's arrival, the Tonyu python's expression became serious. I only want the blood toad, I have no other intentions. I hope your human race will not interfere in the matters of our beast race. The woman turned to glance at the old man, her brow slightly furrowed. The old man felt a bit guilty but still said, "You can forget about taking the blood toad. It has signed an equal contract with this little guy from our human race. If you kill the blood toad, this little guy will also die, and I absolutely cannot agree to that." The woman turned back to the Tonyu python and said calmly, "King Tonyu, I believe you know how important this person is to our human race. Today, no matter what, you cannot take the blood toad." Upon hearing the old man's words, the woman's attitude became very resolute. The top experts of the entire Huadwa had already learned about Gu Qian. At level 3, he could kill level 4 magical beasts. Such an abnormal combat power had rarely appeared in all of Huadwa. Naturally, he had to be well protected. How could they allow him to suffer even a little harm? He was the most powerful weapon for the entire Huadwa against magical beasts. As long as he grew up slowly, Huadwa would no longer have to worry about the invasion of magical beasts. This was the dream of all humanity. Moreover, Gu Qian's growth rate was not slow at all. It could even be said to be quite terrifying. In just a few days, he had risen from level 1 to level 4. Upon hearing this, the Tonyu python's eyes darkened ominously. Because of the blood toad, it had long heard of this human. Such a powerful talent, once grown, would pose a significant threat to the beast race. Although the two races could maintain peace for now, as long as there was a glimmer of hope, neither side would miss the opportunity to eliminate the other. If it weren't for the fact that the beast race had just experienced a civil war, suffering great losses, even today, they would have definitely killed the blood toad and this human to eliminate future threats. Thinking of this, the Tonyu python's gaze toward the three was filled with killing intent, causing the old man to grip Gu Qian even tighter. It might have been too forceful. It directly caused the unconscious Gu Qian to groan. Only then did the old man relax his grip. Just as the old man thought the other party was about to make a move, the body of King Tonyu suddenly vanished into the darkness. At the same time, a cold voice echoed from all directions. "What happened today will not just be forgotten. As long as this human enters the Xinghui mountain range, our beast clan will do everything to hunt him down. You better be careful." Seeing King Tonyu retreat, the old man finally breathed a sigh of relief. Meanwhile, the woman slowly turned around and said to the old man, "Oldly, you were quick to act. What are you planning to do next? Are you going to be his master?" Faced with the woman's gentle inquiry, Oldly immediately became nervous, even more so than when he faced King Tonyu. His voice lacked confidence. "Your Majesty, we agreed that whoever finds him first would be his master. You can't go back on your word." As he spoke, Oldly slightly lowered his head, occasionally stealing glances at the expression of the human king, fearing she might change her mind. There was none of the firmness he had shown when facing King Tonyu. It seemed that the woman before him was even more ruthless than King Tonyu. The human king frowned slightly, feeling quite helpless. The moment she received the news, all the top experts from Huadwa had already rushed to take Gu Qian as their disciple. To avoid conflict, they agreed that whoever found Gu Qian first would take him as a disciple. This rule was set by herself. Although some were dissatisfied, after all, the human king was of a higher rank than them, and her speed was naturally faster. But who would have thought that this old man would also come out, and after drinking no less? With his speed as a space mage, he managed to arrive in just one day, even faster than her demigod-level speed. It was truly careless. However, Gu Qian was not an easy disciple to take. The human king cleared her throat and said, "Oldly, what you said is not wrong, but if you want to take Gu Qian as a disciple, it won't be that easy. With his talent, he will have to bear the burden of humanity's fight against the demon clan. Are you sure you can teach him well?" As she spoke, the human king tilted her head to look at Oldly, her gaze full of meaning. Oldly's expression stiffened. How could he not hear the threat in her words? It was just a way of saying that he couldn't grasp this opportunity with Gu Qian. Before Oldly could respond, the human king spoke again. "Even if you can teach him well, there are so many others watching Gu Qian. Are you sure you can make them agree to let him go? If you ask me, you should just hand him over to me. Only I can keep them in check, don't you think? As for you, it's not like you won't benefit. I will let you teach him together, which means Gu Qian will have two masters. How about that?" Upon hearing this, Old Li's expression shifted slightly. The human king was right. It was impossible to make those old fellows give up on Gu Qian. If he forcibly took Gu Qian as a disciple, he would definitely face their targeting. By then, the opportunity for the Li family would not have arrived, and retribution would come first. As long as he could be Gu Qian's master, that was enough. Whether he was the primary master or the secondary master, whether there was one master or two, it didn't matter. Once Gu Qian grew up, the Li family would naturally rise with him. Wouldn't they be able to suppress those old fellows then? With this thought, the gloom on Old Li's face cleared away. Just as he was about to agree, a voice rang out from behind. Old Li, Your Majesty, you are not being fair. You actually want to plot against us? I won't agree to this. A gust of wind blew, and a plump old man appeared beside the two. His eyes were fixed on Gu Qian, as if he had seen some rare treasure. Seeing the newcomer, the expressions of the King of Men and the old man Li also turned somewhat grim. Why is this guy here too? The speed of a wind element mage is no joke. What should we do? The King of Men looked conflicted and said to the fat old man, How about we count you in as well? Upon hearing this, the fat old man frowned slightly. He looked at the King of Men and the old man Li. It seemed he did not agree. Was this guy too greedy? He actually wanted to monopolize Gu Qian? He should think about it. In terms of strength, he was not as good as the King of Men. In terms of seniority, he was not as good as me. Why should you be Gu Qian's master? Taking you in is already a huge concession. Don't push your luck. Just as the old man Li was about to speak, the fat old man chuckled and said, I mean the same thing. After all, one master is a master, and three masters are also masters. Who teaches doesn't matter, right? Upon hearing this, the King of Men and the old man Li finally breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he agreed quickly. If others heard this, wouldn't Gu Qian have to worship several masters? But it should only be three. After all, the speed of others cannot compare to the three present. A 13th level space element mage. A 13th level wind element mage. A demigod level time element mage. These are already the three fastest in Huagua. No one else can compare. Now they could finally relax. Just as the three were relieved, the sound of several magic arrays appearing echoed. At the same time, figures stepped out one after another from their respective magic arrays. Want to eat alone? Aren't you being too selfish? Humph, exactly. If Gu Qian can have two masters, he can have three or four. Don't be so selfish. Since the King of Men has already broken the rules, isn't it okay for us to break them a little too? I have decided to take Gu Qian as my disciple. A group of 13 people was clamoring non-stop. The central idea was simple. They couldn't let others take advantage of the situation. If Gu Qian was to worship a master, he should worship all of them. The King of Men looked at the 12 people in front of him, feeling a headache. Each of these people was among the top in Huagua. If they wanted to take a disciple, who knows how many powerful geniuses would break down their doors. Now, for a Gu Qian, they were actually arguing here. Thinking of this, the King of Men felt helpless. He then said loudly, even if everyone wants to be Gu Qian's master, I am still the Grandmaster. No one can compete with me. As soon as these words came out, everyone stopped. The fat old man said, it's only right for the Grandmaster to have that title. After all, you are the oldest, still unmarried, without children, all alone, with the most time on your hands. The fat old man's words were increasingly cutting. The King of Men pounded his chest in frustration but had nothing to refute. Who made what he said true? Don't be fooled by the King of Men's youthful appearance. In reality, he was already 126 years old. He was still unmarried and childless, and had never even been in a relationship. He was completely focused on improving his strength. Otherwise, he wouldn't have become a demigod-level existence. He was also the most likely person in Huagui to ascend to divinity. Alright, enough said. The King of Men took a deep breath and then said, since we are all going to take Gu Qian as a disciple, we must cultivate him wholeheartedly. If I find out that anyone is just a name without putting in effort, don't blame me for being rude. The old man Li nodded and then said, now, there are two difficult matters to deal with. One is the grudge between Gu Qian and the Beast Clan. His grandfather died in the Beast Tide, and it was under the scheme of King Tonyu that he died. When he wakes up, he definitely won't let it go easily. That old guy King Tonyu won't miss any opportunity to kill the Blood Toad. In the future, won't Gu Qian be unable to enter the Xinghui Mountains? Not being able to enter the Xinghui Mountains is a big deal. Who doesn't know that the Xinghui Mountains, although dangerous, but the opportunities within are also quite abundant. No top-tier powerhouse has risen solely by training in the city. Even the current king of humans often goes to the Starlight Mountain Range. This shows the importance of the Starlight Mountain Range. Moreover, Gu Qian's goal is not just to become a top-tier powerhouse. The Starlight Mountain Range is a must to conquer. The fat old man said directly, "What's the big deal? Right now, the magical beasts are severely weakened, and they definitely won't dare to act openly, they're just afraid of sneak attacks, right? It's fine, as long as Gu Qian enters the Starlight Mountain Range, we can take turns to protect him secretly, this is no problem at all." After saying this, the fat old man didn't care how shocking his words were. Going out to train, with the protection of the top 13 level abilities in Huagua. This treatment is something even their own grandchildren might not have. Moreover, there is also the king of humans involved. This is something no one else can enjoy. In the future, who would dare to provoke Gu Qian? Yet, others who heard this did not feel anything was wrong. Only the king of humans frowned and said, "Protection is fine, but as long as they are not too much higher in level than Gu Qian, we cannot intervene, otherwise, Gu Qian won't be able to grow." The old manly also said, "Not just in the Starlight Mountain Range, but also in our city, we shouldn't interfere too much in Gu Qian's matters. Everything should be left for him to handle, unless those shameless ones want to bully the weak." Agreed, everything is for Gu Qian's good. Everyone nodded, worrying for Gu Qian. The old manly continued, "The second trouble is how to deal with this blood toad. Although its abilities can help Gu Qian grow quickly, its growth speed will also be rapid, and then it will become a big problem." Everyone present knew the terror of the blood toad. Being able to be the king of the magical beast clan, even if it is defeated now, is enough to prove its horror. Otherwise, the king of the underworld wouldn't keep pursuing it relentlessly, wanting to kill it. Everyone frowned and thought. It was still the fat old man who said, "Don't be afraid, don't be afraid. When Gu Qian's level is high enough, and we can easily deal with the blood toad, we can just kill it, right?" After saying this, the fat old man shot a sidelong glance at the old manly, as if to say, "How could you bring up such a simple problem?" The old manly was directly infuriated by that glance. He shouted, "If it were that simple, would we even be discussing it here? It's not just about how strong the blood toad is, it's about whether there's a way to make it useful for Gu Qian, which would also add a great fighting force for humanity, right?" As he spoke, the old manly reached out to hit the fat old man. "You think you can just talk? Your brain is a mess, and you really think you're clever?" Fortunately, he was stopped by those around him. Otherwise, the fat old man would definitely have been hit. As for the blood toad, although it had signed an equal contract with Gu Qian, as the initiating party, the blood toad had the means to terminate the contract. Others could not stop it. Once it truly grew and broke away from Gu Qian, it would undoubtedly become one of humanity's greatest threats. By then, dealing with it would truly be troublesome. At this moment, the king of humans seemed to think of something. His eyes lit up. Then he said, "You don't need to worry about the blood toad, I will handle it." Upon hearing the king of humans' words, everyone was stunned. The king of humans truly lived up to his title. He could even solve this. "Is there anything else?" The old manly said, "Nothing else, the remaining matter is Gu Qian choosing a school. We shouldn't interfere with this, let him choose for himself. It doesn't matter which academy he goes to." Everyone nodded in agreement. It really didn't matter. Even if the academy taught well, it couldn't compare to the 13 people present. As for the resources of any academy, that was even more of a joke. Who among them wasn't a formidable figure? The assets within their clan were enough to rival a nation. Is there still something missing? If it weren't for training Gu Qian, everyone would have directly brought him into their own forces. How could these academies even have a chance? Alright, everyone disperse. Oldly, you take him back. This month, you'll protect him in secret. You mustn't let anything happen to him. After saying this, without waiting for Oldly to respond, he just walked away. The others also took a deep look at Gu Qian before turning to leave. They had come in a flurry and left just as decisively. As for the unconscious Gu Qian, he had merely taken a nap. His future life had already been arranged, and it was with the top 13 people in Huagua, the 13 greatest forces. Oldly looked at Gu Qian, who was sleeping like a dead dog in his hands, and shook his head with some regret. If only he had come a little earlier, his grandfather wouldn't have had to die. What a pitiful child. He didn't know how long it would take to emerge from the shadow of losing his only relative. He would have to treat him well from now on. With this thought, Oldly gave Gu Qian a slap on the back of his head and shouted, "Brat, stop sleeping." There was none of the tenderness from before. Gu Qian yelled, "Ah, that hurts. Who the hell hit me?" As he said this, Gu Qian covered the back of his head with both hands, glaring around in anger. It was only then that he realized he was being held. He turned his head in annoyance to look at the person holding him. Upon seeing the old man, all his anger vanished, instantly replaced by a fawning expression. He recognized this elder as a powerful being who could kill a group of level 7 magical beasts with a single move. Even if his own combat power were 10 times stronger, he would still be no match for him. If this man held a grudge, he wouldn't just be dead, he would be skinned alive. So it's you, sir. Did you wake me for something? Old Lee looked at Gu Qian with some surprise. Was this really the same little guy who was just about to die? How did he come to terms with everything after just a short sleep? Was his ability to adjust too strong? You figured it out? Although he didn't want to ask, as this topic could easily plunge Gu Qian back into sadness and despair, Old Lee still asked to confirm if Gu Qian was truly okay. Upon hearing Old Lee's words, a smile spread across Gu Qian's face. He grinned widely and said, I figured it out because my grandfather came to find me in my dream. He said he didn't want to see me like this, otherwise, he wouldn't be at ease. So, to let the old man rest easy down there, I won't be like I was before. I want to live on for both of us. Not only do I want to live, but I want to live well. That way, the old man's death will be worth it. As he said this, Gu Qian's smile didn't fade, but 2 streams of tears flowed uncontrollably down his face. It was heart-wrenching to see. He was clearly in immense pain inside, yet he forced himself to face everything because of a fleeting dream, a fantasy that would never be answered. This child truly suffered. Old Lee sighed, his gaze filled with pity as he looked at Gu Qian. Then, he gave Gu Qian another heavy slap on the back of his head. Alright, hurry back. Don't you know there are people waiting for news from you? You really don't make it easy for others. After saying this, without caring about Gu Qian, he directly threw him out. Gu Qian was left stunned. What was wrong with this old man? How could he do such a thing with that kind of look? Damn it. When I level up, I will definitely make him regret it. Right now. Gu Qian gritted his teeth, but he could only endure. The situation was stronger than the person. Just as Gu Qian was about to hit the ground, a surge of wind elemental power erupted, forming a pair of enormous light blue wings behind him. With a flap of wings, carrying Gu Qian's body, they swiftly ascended into the sky. Then, respectfully addressing Elderly, he said, Thank you for saving my life, senior. If there's nothing else, I'll be on my way. Without waiting for Elderly to respond, he turned and left, fearing another slap from the old man. That really hurt. It was more painful than when all his organs were sacrificed. The old man clearly hadn't used any special power. How could such a simple slap hurt so much? Was this the method of a level 13 expert? He couldn't understand it, truly couldn't. The pain of having all one's organs stripped away was not something everyone could endure. Even those with strong willpower might not be able to withstand it. Yet, with just a simple slap, Gu Qian cried out in pain. It was evident how painful that slap was. Watching Gu Qian leave, Elderly didn't say much. Instead, he slowly followed behind him, neither too far nor too close. No matter whether Gu Qian moved quickly or slowly, Elderly kept pace without haste. This made Gu Qian quite anxious. What does this old man want? Why is he following me? Could he have some ulterior motive? But I'm just a mere level 4 ability user. What could a level 13 expert want from me? Money? He surely doesn't lack it. Killing a level 10 or 11 magical beast could fetch a sky-high price, enough to buy several star-hidden cities. Could it be that he wants me as a person? At this thought, Gu Qian felt uneasy all over, goosebumps rising on his skin. Besides that, he couldn't think of anything else. But I have no such inclinations. Even if you are a level 13 space element mage, standing at the pinnacle of Huagua's strongest, you can't force me into such a situation. Besides, at your age, you could be my great-grandfather. Isn't this a bit inappropriate? How should I refuse him? Suddenly, Gu Qian's expression hardened. He turned around decisively, as if he had made a certain resolution. He sternly said to Elderly, although you are my benefactor, such matters must be based on consent. You can't force me just because you saved my life. If it comes to that, I'd rather return this life to you than submit. Saying this, Gu Qian gathered his energy in his right hand, forming a blade-like weapon, directly aimed at his neck. He had the stance of one who would rather die than yield. Elderly was taken aback by Gu Qian's action, his mind racing. Has he guessed that we want to take him as a disciple? And he doesn't want to? Is this little guy too arrogant? We are, after all, among the strongest in all of Huagua. What kind of disciple do we not have? With so many people as your backing, you still refuse? Elderly felt a surge of anger inside, but he didn't show it on his face. After all, Gu Qian had that qualification. Thinking of this, Elderly immediately put on a smile, trying to speak gently. Don't be like that. Think it over again. If you follow us, whatever you want, we will give you. As long as you listen well, no one in all of Huagua will dare to bully you. Ah, think about it. Upon hearing this, Gu Qian's eyes widened in disbelief. What? You? There's more than just you? There are several of you? How shameless. Are all you strong ones this frivolous? Although I am handsome and charming, I like women. No matter how powerful or influential you are, I will not yield. Don't even think about it. It's absolutely impossible. Even if I die, you won't get me." As he spoke, his energy instantly cut through his carotid artery, and a large amount of blood gushed out. Yet, Gu Qian still looked at Elderly without giving up, waiting for him to relent. Seeing Gu Qian so resolute, Elderly also became angry. Is this guy a donkey? Why is he so stubborn? Seeing Gu Qian so resolute, Oldly was a bit flustered. He directly said, "No, don't be impulsive. Everything is negotiable. Just tell us what you want, and we will agree." Oldly was all in. In front of so many people, he promised the first month of the protection period. Before it even started, the disciple was already refusing. If those guys found out, they would laugh at me for a lifetime. No matter the cost, I must make Gu Qian agree to be my disciple. Hearing Oldly's words, Gu Qian knew he hadn't given up. He pressed the knife deeper into his hand. His face instantly lost all color. Even his voice began to turn hoarse due to the knife wound. "Even if you give me something more precious, I won't yield. You might as well give up on that." Oldly was sweating profusely, his heart filled with resentment. He forced a smile and said, "How about a level-less divine artifact? I'll give you a level-less divine artifact, of which there are no more than 10 in all of Huagua. Just agree, and it's yours. What do you say?" Upon hearing the words level-less divine artifact, Gu Qian's eyes instantly sparkled with brilliance. The old man actually has such a thing? This could drive all level 13 ability users crazy. An invaluable treasure. After all, in the knowledge Gu Qian had learned, all weapons were categorized like martial arts techniques and spells. They had level distinctions. Only by reaching the corresponding level could one use them. Moreover, the higher the level, the stronger the power unleashed. A level 1 weapon could increase combat power by 500. Level 2 could increase it by 5,000. Level 3 would be 50,000. And so on. A divine artifact could increase combat power to a level comparable to demigods and deities. After all, this was a level that only demigod-level ability users and deities could use. If he possessed such a weapon, wouldn't the entire Huagua be able to walk sideways? Even charging into the Xinghui mountain range would be enough. In that case, wouldn't he be able to avenge his grandfather? Thinking of this, Gu Qian felt extremely excited. Although it was humiliating to yield under the intimidation of a few old men, he could endure it for the sake of avenging his grandfather. With that thought, the determination on Gu Qian's face instantly vanished. He immediately replaced it with a flattering expression. He also put away the knife in his hand. The terrifying wound, under the effect of his rapidly regenerating ability, healed instantly. Seeing this, Oldly finally breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, he had managed to persuade him. If he really lost this disciple or let him die, wouldn't he be beaten to death by them? Especially that old witch, the king of humans. If she had her eye on him, he could forget about having a good life. His racing heart gradually calmed down. Oldly began to notice a problem. How did this kid recover from his injury so quickly? His head was almost severed. How could he be fine? Could it be that this kid has healing abilities? There was no relevant information in the previous videos. Could it be a new ability he developed in the past few days? It seemed this kid really had an SSS level devouring ability, hidden deep enough. With an SSS level devouring ability, plus a sacrificial ability that surpassed SSS level, once this kid grows up, who in the entire Huagua could be his opponent? At that time, it would be the moment to attack the Xinghui mountain range. It would also be humanity's counterattack moment. Thinking of this, Oldly's breathing became a bit heavy. His chest began to rise and fall. But then he thought again. Was this kid scheming too deep? He so easily extracted a level-less divine artifact from him. It was truly terrifying. Moreover, it wasn't even his own. That was the king of humans' precious treasure. Would she tear me to pieces over this? No, that's too scary. I need to find an opportunity to test the old witch. If it really doesn't work, I can only admit defeat. Thinking of this, Oldly was filled with anger, really wanting to give Gu Qian another kick. And when Gu Qian saw Oldly like this, he immediately wilted. Was he so impatient? Out here in the wilderness. Did he want to take me by force? Gu Qian tightly closed his eyes, his lips trembling. Clearly, he found it hard to accept. But for the sake of avenging his grandfather, he endured it. Then, as if going to his death, he said to Oldly, "Come on, I won't resist, just give me the artifact without rank." Oldly was taken aback by this. He had never seen someone so eager to be beaten. It saved me from being angry. Then I won't be polite, old man. Saying this, he clenched his right fist, swung his arm, and quickly charged in front of Gu Qian. He threw a punch. Gu Qian's body was directly sent flying. Suffering this heavy blow, Gu Qian's body folded in half. He opened his mouth and spat out a large mouthful of bile. His face was filled with disbelief. This wasn't right. Why did he still strike? Didn't he want to possess me? What on earth was going on? Before Gu Qian could figure it out, Old Li's figure had already appeared behind him. Then came another punch. Gu Qian's body flew out again. Soon after, Old Li would appear behind Gu Qian again with another punch. At this moment, Gu Qian was like a rubber ball, being hit back and forth by Old Li. Meanwhile, Old Li scolded while he hit, "You little brat, really don't know what's good for you. Which of us old guys can't shake the whole of Huagua with just a move? To be noticed by me is your fortune, others would want it but can't get it. To take you as my disciple, and you're still not happy, even threatening to die, quite ambitious, huh?" Old Li vented his grievances endlessly. Gu Qian, who was being beaten to a pulp, suddenly heard the key information. He wanted to take me as a disciple, not because he was lusting after my body? It turned out this was all a misunderstanding. A misunderstanding is good, a misunderstanding is good. Now my dignity is preserved. Gu Qian let out a heavy sigh of relief. Even under Old Li's storm-like punches, he revealed a smile. Old Li was directly startled. Could it be that I knocked this kid silly? How can he still smile while being beaten? Or does he have a masochistic tendency? Is he a submissive? Thinking of this, Old Li stopped his hands, his body even trembling a bit, with a face full of disdain. And Gu Qian, suddenly free from the attack, flew straight out. He quickly disappeared from Old Li's sight. It was only at this moment that Old Li realized and chased after the direction Gu Qian had vanished. Meanwhile, the people of Xingyin City had also returned to the city. Looking at the devastation, the ruins of Xingyin City, everyone let out a deep breath. Their hearts were filled with sorrow. A city they had lived in for years, decades, was gone just like that. A lifetime of hard work had been destroyed along with Xingyin City. How could people not feel heartbroken and pained? But looking at those who had already died, being alive was already the greatest blessing. Fortunately, the beast tide had passed. As long as they could start over, everything would be fine. The surviving members of the four great families stood in the ruined Xingyin City, their emotions unclear. This battle had been too brutal. At least more than half of the city's population had perished. Various resources were also in complete disarray. Rebuilding could be said to be extremely difficult. But no matter how hard it was, they had to rebuild. They couldn't abandon a place they had lived in for so long. The head of the Gong family forcibly gathered his energy and flew into the air. He spoke loudly, "Everyone, the destruction of our home is only temporary. As long as we work hard to rebuild, we can definitely restore the former glory of Xingyin City, and life will get better and better. Everyone, have confidence in yourselves." After hearing the words of the head of the Gong family, the downcast citizens all looked up at him in the air. The hope in their hearts gradually ignited. As long as they worked hard to rebuild, they could live a good life. They could restore the former glory of Xingyin City. Rebuild Xingyin City, rebuild our home. It was unclear who shouted first, but soon others joined in. Rebuild Xingyin City, rebuild our home. Rebuild Xingyin City, rebuild our home. Gradually, almost everyone began to shout loudly. Their blood surged with excitement. So what if their home was destroyed? As long as they were alive, there was hope. Once Xingyin City became stronger, there would always be a chance for revenge against the Beast Mountains. As hope was reignited, the hatred for the beasts also rose. Ever since the beasts appeared, they had forcefully taken away the living space of humans. Countless battles had erupted between the two sides. At first, each time ended in human defeat. Their living space continued to shrink. At one point, they were nearly exterminated by the beasts. It was only after stabilizing the situation that humans finally had a chance to breathe. Gradually, powerful abilities emerged, giving them the strength to contend with the Beast Clan. Yet, they still could not reclaim the homes they had lost. The blood feud between the two races deepened to an irreconcilable extent. Many people had previously been unable to understand this hatred. Some even believed that humans and beasts could coexist. It was only after experiencing it firsthand that they realized how foolish they had been. Such events, such beast tides, had occurred countless times in other cities. The hatred between the two races never appeared without reason, nor would it disappear without cause. Seeing the uplifting spirit of the crowd, the head of the Gong family continued, "Very well, as long as everyone has confidence, no matter what difficulties we encounter during the rebuilding process, you can come to us, the four great families. I represent the four great families and assure you that we will do our utmost to resolve all difficulties. Don't you agree?" As he spoke, he looked at the other three families, his face wearing a warm smile. Now was the time for Xingyin City to rise from the ashes. The most respected elder Gu had also died. This was the best moment to establish prestige. If they missed this opportunity, it would become exceedingly difficult to replace the Gu family. Therefore, this time they could only succeed, failure was not an option. The members of the other three families, seeing this scene, could hardly be unaware of the head of the Gong family's intentions. They had long been itching with hatred. This kid was too calculating. Now, it was impossible to refute him. And by agreeing, most people would only remember the Gong family's kindness. No matter how much the other three families contributed, it was highly likely they would only be making clothes for the Gong family. The Gong family had calculated this point, which was why they said such things. It was truly despicable, they had been outmaneuvered. Just when the three were at a loss for a good solution, a voice rang out in the air. Of course, and our Gu family not only wants to help everyone rebuild their homes but also to avenge all the family members lost in this beast tide. Everyone, do you have confidence? As the voice fell, Gu Qian's figure appeared above the crowd. Upon hearing these words, everyone was instantly filled with fervor. If someone else had said this, they would have scoffed. After all, the highest level ability user in Qingyin City was only at level 6, while the beasts that destroyed Qingyin City were as high as level 7. To seek revenge for the dead, their combat power was simply insufficient. But if Gu Qian said this, no one would doubt him. After all, Gu Qian already possessed the strength to eliminate level 7 beasts, and he did so with a few against hundreds. Moreover, Gu Qian was still young. His level and combat power would definitely increase, and by a significant margin. With him leading, there would surely be a day to avenge their loved ones. Exterminate the beasts, avenge the deceased. A roar filled with anger and sadness erupted. Immediately, everyone responded. Right hands clenched into fists and raised high, waving up with each chant. At the same time, they fixed their gaze on Gu Qian. The emotions were many times more intense than before. Even the members of the other three great families wore expressions of righteous indignation. In this moment, even if Gu Qian asked them to sacrifice their lives, many would do so without hesitation. They were desperate for revenge. And Gu Qian was now their only hope. Meanwhile, the head of the Gong family wore a gloomy expression. After finally seizing the opportunity to unite the hearts of the people in Qingyin City under the Gong family, he never expected that Gu Qian would take it all away with just one sentence. The cohesion was even stronger than when old Gu was around. This guy was harder to deal with than old Gu. What a miscalculation. Amidst the shouts, Gu Qian pressed his hands down, and the noise instantly faded. Then, Gu Qian said, although revenge is important, the most important thing now is to rebuild our home and ensure that those who are still alive can live well. We have already lost too much, we cannot afford to lose more. From today on, everyone, let's put all our efforts into rebuilding Qingyin City. Can we do it? Gu Qian's voice was not loud, but it received a response from everyone. We can do it. Good, then let's get started. Grandpa Chiu, the rest is up to you. This old man and I will go build the city walls to prevent any magical beasts from breaking in. Grandpa Chiu looked at Gu Qian with great satisfaction. The young master's sacrifice was not in vain. Young master's son had truly grown up. Alright, leave this to us. You be careful. Gu Qian smiled slightly at Grandpa Chiu and then turned to leave. Old Li followed closely behind. The Meng and Qin families were also more than willing to accept this outcome. After all, compared to the Gong family, the Gu family was more qualified to lead them. Even though the Gu family had lost old Gu, their strength had not diminished but rather increased. The Gong family's power was not much different from theirs, and they had no right to lead them. Things obtained through schemes could never compare to those gained through strength. As for the head of the Gong family, no matter how unwilling he was, he could only submit to the Gu family. Gu Qian was not old Gu. Offending old Gu was not a big deal. Offending Gu Qian, however, could truly lead to your destruction. Had he known Gu Qian would return alive, the head of the Gong family would never have dared to take the lead. Soon, the construction of Qingyin City was back on track. Old Gu's body was also well preserved by Gu Qian, so he could see the completed city before his burial. Only then could he leave in peace. Grandpa Chiu had no objections to this proposal. Old Gu had spent his life protecting Qingyin City and the Gu family. With Qingyin City and the Gu family in their current state, he would certainly be worried. A month passed quietly. Qingyin City had basically returned to its former appearance, even better than before. All the materials for the construction were donated by various factions in Qingyin City, big and small. Whether it was voluntary or not didn't matter. Gu Qian would make them volunteer. Gu Qian looked at the new Qingyin City, a smile appearing on his face. Everyone has worked hard this month. No matter how hard we worked, it can't compare to Old Li. If it weren't for him traveling between cities this month, transporting supplies, and contributing money and effort, it would have been impossible to build it so quickly, Grandpa Chiu said with a sense of emotion. Shingin City had been completely destroyed. There were hardly any building materials left. Even before the destruction, the materials were not enough to build a new city. Moreover, with the strength level of the people in Shingin City, it was nearly impossible to transport materials from other cities. They would probably be eaten by magical beasts on the way before they even reached other cities. Fortunately, Oldly was there. Otherwise, let alone a month, it would take at least a year to complete. Thinking of Oldly, Gu Qian couldn't help but smile awkwardly. The initial master-apprentice relationship had been quite a mix-up. Fortunately, Oldly was unaware of his thoughts, otherwise, he might have been beaten to death. At this point, Gu Qian rubbed the back of his head. Although Oldly was in another city right now, this place still ached faintly. During this time, he had certainly endured a lot of torment from Oldly. This guy would often teach Gu Qian a lesson, expressing concern with his words while delivering blows that pierced to the bone. Gu Qian truly didn't understand how this guy could hit so hard. Just as Gu Qian was lost in thought, the chip screen suddenly flickered. It prominently displayed the principal's call interface. Without hesitation, Gu Qian answered, saying, "Is there something you need, Grandpa Nyo?" Principal Nyo politely replied, "There is indeed something that requires you to come to school." Since old Gu's sacrifice, everyone in Shingin City had tacitly accepted that Gu Qian would take over the Gu family, naturally treating him with respect. Moreover, Gu Qian was now the strongest in terms of combat power in Shingin City. In both status and strength, he deserved the respect of others. Gu Qian furrowed his brows slightly and asked, "What is it that requires me to go to school?" The third middle school had just been completed and was still under renovation. Aside from a few teachers and construction workers, there were hardly any people around. What was the point of going to school now? Principal Nyo seemed a bit excited on the other end. People from the top 10 universities have come here to recruit students. They specifically want to meet you and conduct some entrance tests. Mentioning the top 10 universities made Principal Nyo beam with joy. These were the top 10 universities in the country, and they hadn't come to Shingin City for recruitment in many years. After all, the minimum standard for admission to these prestigious schools was an S-level ability. Otherwise, one wouldn't even qualify to enter the top 10 universities. Even possessing an S-level ability wasn't enough. If one didn't excel in other areas, they still couldn't enter. The admission criteria could be described as extremely stringent. Although Shingin City awakened 1 or 2 S-level abilities each year, its other academic performances were nowhere near the national rankings. Naturally, people from the top 10 universities wouldn't come here. This year, if it weren't for Gu Qian, not to mention the top 10 universities, even some of the better schools from other cities wouldn't come here for recruitment. The people from the top 10 universities have come? Gu Qian had already become a disciple. Although he hadn't met them yet, he knew they were all terrifying existences at level 13, and among them were the very best. There was no need to attend any academy for further study. After all, in terms of resources and teaching, his masters were all top-tier existences. Why bother with an academy? He could just learn directly from them. Moreover, every year, he would have to pay a hefty tuition fee. Even with Gu Qian's current wealth, it was staggering, let alone for others. However, Oldly insisted that academies had their advantages, especially the number 1 academy, the Divine Hidden Academy, and urged Gu Qian to enter. Otherwise, Gu Qian wouldn't have bothered with them at all. "Alright, I'll head to school right away." After saying this, he hung up the call and turned to old Chiu, saying, "Grandpa Chiu, the people from the top 10 universities have come for recruitment. I need to go over." Grandpa Chiu nodded respectfully and said, "Young master son, take care." With that, Gu Qian activated the level 4 wind system spell, Wind Wings, and flew directly towards the third middle school. The news of the top 10 universities coming to the third middle school quickly spread throughout Shingin City. Everyone knew they were there for Gu Qian, as no one else qualified to enter the top 10 universities, let alone the number 1 Divine Hidden Academy. But this did not stop the curiosity of the people in Shingin City. They were all eager to see what the teachers from the top 10 universities were like and what their levels and combat powers were. Many college entrance exam candidates still harbor fantasies of being noticed and fortunate enough to enter one of the top 10 academies. The other 4 who awakened S-level abilities were the first to be targeted. Thus, before Gu Qian even arrived, the third middle school was already packed with a bustling crowd in every corner. Meanwhile, the representatives from the top 10 academies stood calmly on the testing platform, completely ignoring the murmurs of the people from Shingin City. "Did you see that? They are all above level 10. I never expected to see a level 10 powerhouse in my lifetime. It truly feels like I haven't lived in vain." Exactly, no wonder they are teachers from the top 10 academies. With such a faculty, I would be willing to sell everything just to send my child there. Come on, do you know how strict the admissions for the top 10 academies are? Awakening an S-level ability is the minimum requirement, and your exam score has to be in the top 10,000 nationwide to even have a chance. You might as well give up on your child. Right, didn't you see the 4 people who awakened S-level abilities standing here? The admissions teachers aren't even looking at them. If it weren't for young Master Gu, they wouldn't even bother coming to our Shingin city. Our Shingin city has also benefited from young Master Gu. Currently, Gu Qian's prestige in Shingin city is even higher than that of the previous Gu old man. After all, he has strong talent, high levels, incredible combat power, a good family background, and is willing to help others. Who wouldn't like someone like that? Although he holds grudges, it doesn't hinder anything. Dongmu listened to the crowd's chatter, and although his face showed no change in expression, his heart was already in turmoil. How could he tolerate others comparing him unfavorably, especially being stepped on like this? Absolutely not. Young Master Gu is here. Young Master Gu is here. A shout rang out from the crowd. Everyone began to look around. In the end, he was spotted in mid-air, drawing envious glances from all. The ability to fly is something everyone has dreamed of since childhood. However, to truly fly, most people can only wait until their second awakening at level 6. But reaching level 6 is no easy feat, as is evident. In the entire Shingin city, with millions of people, there are only 4 level 6 powerhouses. The hope of reaching level 6 is incredibly slim. Yet Gu Qian, at only level 4, can already fly using wind element spells, which made many people enviously green. Gu Qian flew in front of the 10 admissions teachers, politely bowing and saying, "Hello, teachers, I am Gu Qian." Such an attitude surprised everyone in Shingin city. This was completely unheard of before. Gu Qian's arrogant nature was known to all in Shingin city. Even before he became an ability user, he dared to point at level 4 ability users and scold them. After becoming an ability user, he looked down on everyone, even extorting the heads of the 3 top families in Shingin city. Who would he respect? It seems only a powerhouse can conquer young Master Gu. Gu Qian, one of the 10, a middle-aged man with a square face and crew cut, said casually. He then opened a chip screen to look up Gu Qian's information and continued, 18 years old, first awakening ability is SSS level enhancement, then discarded it, second awakening was the most useless F-level solidification, and later displayed multiple abilities, with combat power far exceeding that of others at the same level. His college entrance exam score is ranked first nationwide, an exceptionally outstanding student. Although he spoke words of praise, there was not a hint of respect for Gu Qian on his face. Gu Qian was a bit stunned upon hearing this. What was this guy's problem? It seemed he hadn't offended him. What was he being so arrogant about? If it weren't for the fear of offending the wrong person, Gu Qian would have already scolded this old man. Just a mere admissions teacher, and he really thinks he's something special? Though he was mentally mocking him, his face still wore a respectful and humble expression. Teacher, you are right. May I ask if you are from the Shinin Academy? The middle-aged teacher with a square face raised his head and said, I am from the Qingqin Academy. Although your grades are excellent, if you want to enter our... Before he could finish, Gu Qian's somewhat angry voice interrupted. If you're not a teacher from Shinin Academy, what are you pretending for? What do you mean although my grades are excellent? I, young master, am first in the nation. How could my grades be poor? You think I want to enter your academy? From the tone of your voice, it sounds like you don't want to recruit me. As he got more agitated, Gu Qian clenched his right fist, palm facing left, and pointed his index finger at the admissions teacher from Qingqin Academy. Let me tell you, even if I were interested in your Qingqin Academy, with your attitude, I would never go. This sudden shift left everyone present stunned. Did young Master Gu just confront a supposed level 10 expert? Is young Master Gu really that impressive? Isn't this a bit too impulsive? They are not like those teachers from Shingin City. Each one is a level 10 expert. With just a flick of a finger, they could wipe out the entire Shingin City. Even if you are at peak combat strength, you can only match up with a level 7 or 8. You are simply not their opponent. However, to be honest, this is the Gu Qian they know. He would never let anyone push him around. At this moment, Gu Qian was also filled with anger. I'm first in the nation, and you still look down on me? What do you think those people your school accepts are? Are they gifts? And you still want to keep pestering me? Do you really think I'm easy to bully? The admissions teacher from Qingqin Academy was so infuriated by Gu Qian's words that he was left speechless. A mere level 4 city like Shingin City, the highest level is only 6. He couldn't even handle his own breath. How could there be such reckless people? It was truly infuriating. You are seeking death. The teacher trembled with rage. He was about to take action to teach Gu Qian a lesson. This startled everyone. If he really landed a hit, Gu Qian would either be dead or severely injured. Young Master Gu had really gone too far this time. Gu Qian was also taken aback. This guy really couldn't take a joke. Just 2 sentences in, and he was ready to fight? He had no demeanor of a strong expert at all. Just as the other party was about to strike, a voice rang out. Alright, why are you getting serious with a child? Don't forget why we are here this time. A middle-aged woman in a cheapo spoke coldly. Just 1 sentence extinguished the fury of the admissions teacher from Qingqin Academy, who was still in a rage. It was evident that this woman's status was extraordinary. Then the woman turned to Gu Qian and said, with your grades, even entering our Shinin Academy would be a piece of cake. However, before that, we need to understand the true situation of your awakening. After all, your case is quite special. Hearing the woman's words, Gu Qian's eyes lit up. He stepped forward, grabbed her hands with both of his, and said excitedly, you are a teacher from Shinin Academy. I've long admired your name and have always wanted to attend our academy. I didn't expect you to come in person. Please ask whatever you want. I will definitely answer without holding anything back. The shift in attitude was too fast. It was so quick that it left people a bit stunned. Young Master Gu truly is someone who only acts when there's a benefit. His attitude completely changes based on who he is dealing with. He was just a breath away from cursing at the teacher from Qingqin Academy. But with the teacher from Shinin Academy, he was all respect and politeness. The difference was too stark. However, the teacher from Qingqin Academy deserved to be scolded. They came to recruit students, and yet they acted so arrogantly. Our young Master Gu is first in the nation, and if you don't want to recruit him, there are plenty of academies eager to take him. The woman slightly furrowed her brows and withdrew her hand from Gu Qian's grasp. The first question is about your combat power. As far as we know, there hasn't been any ability that could enhance your combat power to such an extent. Can you tell us what other abilities you have awakened? Not only the teachers from the 10 major academies but everyone in Shingyin City was very curious. Although they had already guessed that Gu Qian had awakened the ability to devour, it was impossible for one person to possess so many abilities at once. However, among the known abilities, there was none that could elevate a person's combat power to the level of fighting 2 ranks higher. This was simply unfathomable. Upon hearing this, the smile on Gu Qian's face stiffened. He knew they would ask this question. Although it was hard to brush off, he had already prepared a countermeasure. Gu Qian cleared his throat and said, Teacher, my ability is not awakened, it is the result of using my SSS level ability to devour, which I obtained from a mutated magical beast. Hearing Gu Qian admit to possessing the SSS level ability to devour, everyone was visibly shocked. Although they had long suspected it, hearing Gu Qian confirm it was still hard to believe. This was an SSS level ability. Others couldn't even awaken one, yet Gu Qian had awakened 2. Although he had given up one, he still had another. What kind of divine physique did Gu Qian possess? It was truly enviable. Moreover, with the SSS level devouring ability, what kind of abilities couldn't he obtain? He just needed an extremely powerful backing. This was also one of the biggest drawbacks of the SSS level devouring ability. After receiving Gu Qian's confirmation, the people from the 10 major academies appeared quite indifferent. The SSS level devouring ability had many drawbacks, even less effective than an S-level ability. After all, aside from allowing the Awakener to devour various abilities and eliminate others' abilities, it provided no other combat power enhancement. To gain an A-level or higher ability solely through one's own combat power was nearly impossible. After all, any Awakener with an A-level or higher ability would definitely attract the attention of major forces looking to cultivate them. Trying to seize their abilities would mean going against the powers behind them. Moreover, those who awakened abilities of A-level or above were all strong among their peers. With an SSS level devouring ability that provided no combat power enhancement, how could one defeat others and seize their abilities? As for those magical beasts with A-level or higher abilities, the lowest level was 6 to 7. Only an 8-level ability user would have the strength to defeat them and take their abilities. Furthermore, the higher the ability level, the higher the level of the magical beast, making it even harder to obtain. Cultivating an SSS level devouring ability user would require an enormous investment, far less than directly cultivating a user with an S-level ability. Therefore, even though Gu Qian possessed the SSS level devouring ability, the teachers from the 10 major academies showed no signs of being moved. However, with such a statement, there was no way he could enter any of their academies. The reactions of the 10 teachers completely surprised everyone. Even Gu Qian was somewhat uncertain about their thoughts. He had voluntarily mentioned the SSS level devouring ability to attract the attention of the 10 major academies, especially the Shinin Academy. Although the SSS level devouring ability was the weakest among SSS level abilities, it was still an SSS level ability. How could it possibly be inferior to an S level ability? The 10 major academies, didn't they only require an S level ability for admission? Why were they reacting this way? As for the fact that he possessed the ability of sacrifice, he absolutely could not expose it. After all, this was an existence that surpassed SSS level abilities. Who knew what methods they might use to take away his ability once they found out? The teacher from the Hidden Academy spoke again. An SSS level devouring ability, very impressive, but getting into the Hidden Academy is still a bit challenging. Tell me, what ability has allowed you to enhance your combat power so much? Upon hearing the teacher's words, everyone perked up their ears in curiosity. They too wanted to know what kind of ability could enable a level 4 ability user to easily kill a level 6 beast and handle the siege of level 7 beasts with ease. Gu Qian took a deep breath. It seemed that whether he could enter the Hidden Academy depended on whether the ability he fabricated would catch their attention. This ability is called Combat Power Enhancement, and its level is S. It can increase different combat powers as the level rises. At level 4, it can already increase combat power by 10 billion. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone in Star Hidden City was shocked. There was actually an ability that could directly enhance combat power. Moreover, it was S level, which had never appeared before. It was undoubtedly a new ability, worthy of being recorded. The increased combat power was also quite considerable. To be able to increase combat power by 10 billion at level 4 was enough to contend with a level 7 ability user. Being rated as an S level ability was truly a loss. It should at least be an SS level ability. Who knew how much combat power Gu Qian could increase once he reached level 5? Looking at the astonished expressions of the crowd, Gu Qian let out a long sigh of relief in his heart. Based on their reactions, it seemed he was already secure. This was an ability he had painstakingly concocted over several days. Not only could he perfectly explain the anomaly of his high combat power with this ability, but he could also hide the fact that he had a sacrificial ability. It was a win-win situation. He even had a reason for further enhancing his combat power in the future. Moreover, this ability could increase so much combat power at level 4. Who knew how much it could increase later? It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say it was the strongest ability among S levels. Just as Gu Qian was feeling proud, he heard the female teacher from the Hidden Academy coldly say, "Is there a more powerful ability?" This question left everyone in Star Hidden City dumbfounded. A more powerful ability? Wasn't this ability impressive enough? What more powerful ability did she want? Was this not enough to enter your Hidden Academy? Seemingly sensing the confusion in Gu Qian's eyes, the teacher from the Hidden Academy said coldly, "Your ability is strong, but as an S-level ability, it is still a bit forced. Although the increased combat power is quite considerable and can allow you to kill opponents 2 levels higher, such abilities are generally very strong in the early stages. In the later stages, especially after reaching level 9, their effectiveness diminishes significantly. They are far inferior to those abilities that multiply attributes, and the gap will only grow larger. Therefore, if you do not have other stronger abilities, you cannot enter the Hidden Academy." The other teachers nodded in agreement upon hearing this. The teacher from Qingqin Academy, who had been humiliated by Gu Qian earlier, wore a cold smile. Gu Qian was completely stunned. Not just Gu Qian, but everyone in Star Hidden City was bewildered. Were the admission requirements of the top 10 academies really this harsh? Even possessing an SSS level devouring ability and an S level combat power enhancement ability was not enough to qualify for studying at the academy? What about the others? What kind of geniuses were the top 10 academies recruiting? Wasn't this a bit too terrifying? Gu Qian's mind was in chaos. What should he do? Was it really impossible to enter the Hidden Academy? How would he obtain that artifact inside the Hidden Academy? That was the artifact that could locate his parents. If he missed this opportunity, who knew when he would find his parents again? His grandfather's last wish would also be unfulfilled. What to do? What to do? If he had known, he would have fabricated an even more outrageous ability. Now this is great, I've trapped myself. Just when Gu Qian was deep in thought about how to get past these people, a teacher from Qingqin Academy mocked him, saying, "I thought you had awakened some powerful ability, but it turns out you only have these 2 useless abilities. And yet you still dare to look down on us at Qingqin Academy, look down on the top 10 academies, and want to enter the Shinin Academy. You should really consider whether you are worthy." As he spoke, the teacher's expression was filled with disdain and a hint of hatred as he continued, "With your abilities, you might as well go to an ordinary academy. Although we don't care for SSS level devouring, those academies would still welcome you." Gu Qian ignored him. This guy was so petty. What Gu Qian was most worried about now was the opinion of the Shinin Academy teachers. If he couldn't get into the Shinin Academy because of this, wouldn't he regret it for the rest of his life? The entire Gu family, along with his grandfather's family, had searched for 18 years without finding anything. And here he was, with only a few years of life left. Finding a way in would be even harder. Thinking of this, Gu Qian felt very anxious. At this moment, the Shinin Academy also spoke up. It seems this visit was in vain. With a face full of disappointment, they looked at Gu Qian. Then they said, "You don't need to worry, other academies have their own advantages. In a couple of days, they will come one after another, and then you can choose among them." After saying this, they intended to leave. The other 9 teachers also showed no intention of accepting Gu Qian. After all, ability was one aspect. Gu Qian's earlier attitude was also a factor. A student who looks down on their own school, why should they shamelessly try to recruit him? Does the academy have no pride? Not making things difficult for him was already the greatest tolerance. The people of Shingyin City were also confused. What was going on? Could it be that young Master Gu really could only choose other schools? Was he destined to be excluded from the top 10 academies? Gongmu and the other 2 were very pleased to see this. They felt a strong urge to try their luck. The top 10 academies were the dream halls of all examinees. Not to mention entering the Shinin Academy, just getting into any of the other 9 academies would be enough to make the entire family proud. Gongmu couldn't hold back first. This was the only way to suppress Gu Qian. As long as he could enter any academy, it would be fine. Although he knew it would be difficult, Gongmu gritted his teeth and stepped forward, saying, "Teachers, since we are already here, why not assess a few more students to see if they are qualified to study at the academy? My name is Gongmu, and I have awakened an S-level ability, Speed." After saying this, he looked eagerly at the 10 admission teachers. Following this, Qin Zhong and Meng Su also stepped forward to speak. "Teacher, I am Qin Zhong, and I have awakened an S-level ability, Fury." "Teacher, my name is Meng Su, and I have awakened an S-level ability, Violence." Seeing this, Lu Ruyan bit her silver teeth. She also wanted to enter the top 10 academies. Moreover, she had awakened an S-level ability, Light Element Affinity. As a light element mage, her ability was stronger than theirs. Similarly, this was the only way to step on Gu Qian. Otherwise, given her family's current situation, there was no chance to surpass Gu Qian. After all, the resources needed to cultivate a light element mage were immense. The Lu family simply couldn't provide them. Even with Gongmu as a backing, it wouldn't work. After all, the Gong family wouldn't invest a large amount of resources to cultivate an outsider for the sake of a family member. Therefore, entering the top 10 academies was a must. However, the tuition fees for the top 10 academies reached billions every year. The Lu family simply couldn't come up with that much money. In her thoughts, Lu Ruyan gritted her teeth and stepped forward. No matter what happened next, she had to seize this opportunity first. If she didn't even have the chance to enter the top 10 academies, there would be no way to turn things around. As for the rest, there would always be a way. Thinking of this, Lu Ruyan directly spoke up. "Teachers, my name is Lu Ruyan. I have awakened an S-level ability, Light Element Affinity. I really want to enter the academy to study. Please give me a chance, I will not disappoint you." As she spoke, Lu Ruyan respectfully bowed. Her attitude was very sincere. The other 3 followed her example. This respectful demeanor improved the expressions of the enrollment teachers from the 10 major academies. Moreover, upon hearing Lu Ruyan's reported ability, aside from the teacher from the Hidden God Academy, the other teachers from different academies showed expressions of delight. An S-level light element affinity ability is quite strong, not just in the small star hidden city, but throughout the entire Huagua. After all, there are very few awakened mages with S-level abilities or above. To encounter one here is considered a worthwhile trip. Although the abilities of the other 3 were not as good as Lu Ruyan's, they were still quite impressive: Speed Enhancement, All Attribute Enhancement, and Strength Enhancement. All of them were good candidates to become powerful warriors. The teacher from Qingqin Academy was the first to speak. "Your name is Lu Ruyan, right? S-level light element affinity ability, very good. Are you willing to come to our Qingqin Academy?" Although it was a question, the tone was filled with arrogance. A candidate from a small star hidden city had the opportunity to enter one of the 10 major academies. It was already a blessing from their ancestors. How many could look down on the other 9 academies like Gu Qian? As long as she agreed, Lu Ruyan would definitely not refuse. It was just a matter of how many academies would compete for her. After the teacher from Qingqin Academy finished speaking, Lu Ruyan immediately raised her head in excitement, looking at the teacher in disbelief and said, "Are you saying I can enter Qingqin Academy?" The teacher was very pleased with Lu Ruyan's reaction, feeling a great sense of vanity satisfied. Of course, as long as you choose our Qingqin Academy, I guarantee that you will graduate as at least a level 6 light element Grand Mage. So what is your choice? I am willing, Lu Ruyan said eagerly. Finally, I have entered one of the 10 major academies. As long as I study hard, I will definitely become a mage stronger than level 6. At that time, I want to see if the people of Star Hidden City will still dare to look down on me. Gu Qian, the humiliation I suffered will definitely be repaid to you in double. Good, go back and pack your things. Come to the academy with me tomorrow to register. Remember to prepare the tuition. It's 2 billion for 1 year, 80 billion for 4 years. Bring it all with you. It's too far from the capital, and communication is not developed, so you won't have to run back and forth every year. 80 billion. Hearing this number, Lu Ruyan was completely stunned. Given the current situation of the Lu family, they couldn't even come up with 10 billion, let alone 80 billion. What should I do? Thinking of this, Lu Ruyan became a bit dazed, then her gaze shifted to Gong Mu. It seems I still have to find him. He is the only one who can help me now. Okay, teacher. Your name is Qin Zhong, right? I am from the Guangdao Academy. Are you willing to study at our academy? Guangdao Academy is the academy that cultivates the most top warriors in Huagua, aside from the Hidden God Academy. It is the most suitable academy for candidates with warrior-type abilities, aside from the Hidden God Academy. And Qin Zhong's ability is one of the most suitable for warriors among S-level abilities. It is not surprising to be noticed. I am willing. The chubby teacher who spoke smiled slightly, very satisfied. Meng Su, S-level ability, violence, very good. Come to our Zhaoyu Academy. Yes, teacher. Meng Su also did not waste words. Seeing that the other 3 among the 4 were all favored by the academies, Gong Mu became a bit anxious. He could not end up like Gu Qian, with no academy wanting him. Otherwise, in the future, in Star Hidden City and the Gong family, he would have even less status. He must enter one of the 10 major academies. Thinking of this, Gong Mu stepped forward to the admissions teacher of Qingqin Academy and respectfully said, Teacher, I have something I would like to discuss with you privately. Would that be alright? Upon hearing Gong Mu's words, the teacher frowned, looking at Gong Mu with a face full of confusion and reluctance. What was his status, and what was Gong Mu's? How could he even think of having a private conversation with him? It was obvious that it was about entering Qingqin Academy. With such abilities, he was even inferior to Gu Qian. How could he possibly get into Qingqin Academy? S-Class ability, speed, could increase speed tenfold. But the combat enhancement was very low. After all, no matter how fast you were, if you couldn't break through the opponent's defense, it would be hard to inflict damage. Running away had its advantages, but Qingqin Academy was not looking to train warriors who could only run. Just as the teacher was about to refuse, Gong Mu gave Lu Ruyan a glance, urging her to speak for him. From the earlier admission scene, it was clear that the teacher was quite satisfied with Lu Ruyan. With her help, they could proceed to the next step. Lu Ruyan hesitated, fearing that by speaking for Gong Mu, she might lose this opportunity. But thinking about the tuition fees that she still needed his help with, she gritted her teeth and spoke up. Teacher, why don't you just listen to what he has to say? It might be helpful for you. The teacher looked at Lu Ruyan, and his tightly furrowed brows slowly relaxed. However, his tone remained displeased as he said, Go ahead, what is it? Gong Mu leaned closer to the teacher's ear and whispered, Teacher, I have a way to make Gu Qian look even more foolish. Would you like to hear it? Upon hearing this, the teacher of Qingqin Academy immediately became interested. With a hint of excitement, he said, Go on. Among the 10 academy teachers, only he had been publicly humiliated by Gu Qian, which also brought disgrace to Qingqin Academy. This was something he could never swallow. If it weren't for so many people watching, he would have definitely taught Gu Qian a lesson. Given the current situation, he could only let it go. Since Gong Mu claimed to have a way to relieve this grievance, he certainly wouldn't let it slip by easily. Gong Mu smiled slightly, steadying himself. Well, about the student entering Qingqin Academy? As long as it can make Gu Qian embarrassed, getting into Qingqin Academy is absolutely no problem. Alright, then I'll speak. You might not know, but Lu Ruyan was previously Gu Qian's fiancée, and she called off the engagement, causing quite a stir in Qingyin City. However, later on, Gu Qian rose to power, turning the Lu family into a joke, and they were even forced to go bankrupt because of it. And now, Lu Ruyan is my girlfriend, and I know that my abilities are not much stronger than Gu Qian's. But if we combine these two matters, plus the fact that all 4 of us enter the top 10 academies while he is left out, you tell me, what will happen to him in Qingyin City? Having said this, the teacher of Qingqin Academy naturally understood. His face lit up with even more joy. But before he could speak, Gongmu continued. Moreover, as long as you are willing to support our Gong family, we will definitely do everything we can to deal with the Gu family, ensuring they have no foothold in Qingyin City. As soon as these words were spoken, the teacher of Qingqin Academy burst into laughter. Good, good, good. From now on, you are a student of Qingqin Academy. Come with me to report to the academy tomorrow. As soon as this was said, everyone around was stunned. Was it really that obvious? Not even a hint of concealment? A blatant conspiracy? It was clear that they intended to make Gu Qian lose face and even deal with the Gu family. Although the conversation between the two was not loud, everyone present were capable individuals, and at such a close distance, they could still hear clearly. One had to admit, Gongmu was indeed cunning. He didn't let such an opportunity slip by. By doing this, he had clearly declared war against the Gu family. There is absolutely no way out. This teacher is also shameless. Unable to confront Gu Qian and the Gu family openly, he resorts to such methods. It is truly disgraceful. However, it must be said that this not only leaves Gu Qian with no face, but also puts the Gu family in a precarious position. Moreover, what no one expected was that Gongmu, in order to take revenge on Gu Qian, actually walked hand in hand with Lu Ruyan. This truly leaves no opportunity to humiliate Gu Qian unturned. That said, Gu Qian has indeed embarrassed himself this time. Originally, the people from the 10 prestigious academies came to Qingyin City for Gu Qian. Unexpectedly, 3 of them entered the 10 prestigious academies one after another. Even Gongmu, who was completely inferior to Gu Qian in every aspect, managed to scheme his way into the Qingqin Academy. In the end, only Gu Qian was left, with not a single academy showing interest in him. He will definitely become a big joke in Qingyin City in the future. Hearing this, Gu Qian was furious. Alright, to humiliate me to this extent. Then don't blame me for using my power to pressure others. Alright, if this is how you want to play, then don't blame me. I hope you won't regret your decision just now. Upon hearing Gu Qian's words, the expressions of the 10 recruitment teachers turned sour, but the other 9 said nothing. The teacher from Qingqin Academy sneered and said, "Humph, what can you do to us? A mere family from a 4th-tier city, with the strongest only at level 6, even worse than our freshly graduated students, and you dare to threaten us? How ridiculous, you should check if you have that qualification." The teacher from Qingqin Academy was full of mockery, completely disregarding Gu Qian. He didn't even take Qingyin City seriously. After all, he was a level 10 ability user. With just a flick of his hand, he could destroy the entire Qingyin City. How could he care about the threat from an ant? After hearing this, Gu Qian merely sneered. Then he shouted into the air, "Old Deng, if you don't come out now, I'll be bullied to death." As soon as his voice fell, the space above everyone's heads began to twist. Immediately after, an angry voice rang out. "Who dares to bully my student? Are you getting impatient?" Following that, Old Li's figure stepped out from the twisted space. His cold gaze swept over everyone present, finally landing on the teachers from the 10 prestigious academies. Then he coldly said, "So it's you who bullied my student?" The teachers from the 10 prestigious academies were all stunned upon seeing the newcomer. How could it be him? When did he take on a disciple? And in such a small place. And it's Gu Qian he has his eye on? With his abilities, it shouldn't be possible for him to catch the attention of someone like this. What exactly does he see in Gu Qian? This is bad. Offending this person's disciple means that even if they can safely return today, their future days won't be easy. What bad luck! Why didn't you mention such a connection earlier? If you had said it sooner, would there still be the previous matters? Moreover, you've already taken him as a teacher. What do you need the academies for? Old Li looked at the 10 people, his aura fierce, as if he would devour them at any moment. It was quite terrifying. At the same time, the 10 of them turned pale with fear. This Old Li is a prominent figure in Huagua, and his temper isn't very good, especially after drinking. Regardless of the situation, as long as he's unhappy, he will act. Looking at him like this, and with the smell on him, it's obvious he just drank. The teacher from Qingqin Academy swallowed hard, nervously saying, "Old Li, it's a misunderstanding, it's all a misunderstanding." Among the 10 present, he was the most obvious in targeting Gu Qian. The other 9, although they didn't take Gu Qian, had neither extreme attitudes nor actions. But he not only wanted to strike Gu Qian but also thought of various ways to humiliate him, even wanting to deal with the Gu family. This happened to Old Li, how could he possibly endure it? Seeing this scene, a smug expression appeared on Gu Qian's face. He looked like someone who was enjoying a show. Just now, you all ignored the young master. Now, the young master is someone you cannot reach. With SSS level abilities, you all look down on it. Your standards must be sky high. The rule clearly states that as long as you have S-level abilities, you qualify for admission. Not only do I have SSS level abilities, but I also fabricated an S-level ability. And you can refuse this? What do you need the rules for? Do you really think the young master is easy to bully? If there are rules, then we should follow them. Discriminating against the young master, you have picked the wrong person. Everyone around was stunned by the scene before them. What is going on? Why are the people from the top 10 academies so afraid of this old man? Is he really that powerful? Oldly did not reveal his identity, and his level was hidden. The people of Shingin City did not know about Oldly's strength. They only knew that these days, Oldly had been busy transporting construction materials to Shingin City from various cities. He had been a great help to Shingin City. His level must not be low, otherwise, he couldn't easily travel between cities. They just didn't expect that this old man could even scare the teachers from the top 10 academies. They are all level 10 powerhouses, after all. And standing behind them is the representation of the top 10 academies. The fact that they all felt fear meant this old man was definitely a top powerhouse in Huagua. My goodness. Such a figure has come to Shingin City. And after several days of interaction, no one noticed? He is even Gu Xiao's teacher? No wonder he can travel between cities in such a short time. Truly impressive. But, since Gu Xiao already has such a powerful teacher, why go to the top 10 academies? That's a bit hard to understand. Ignoring the thoughts of the crowd, Oldly scanned the area and finally looked at Gu Qian. His body slowly floated over. Gu Qian immediately put on a wronged expression. He sobbed, "Teacher, your student has been bullied. Didn't they say that only S-level and above talents can enroll? Why is it that I have SSS level abilities and even an S-level ability, yet they still refuse me? Is it because I come from a small city, and they want to make things difficult for me? Besides, you have already accepted me as a student, and they won't accept me. Do they look down on you too? You must stand up for me." As he spoke, he even wiped away non-existent tears. He looked every bit the part of a scheming green tea girl. The people of Shingin City felt goosebumps all over watching this. Is this still the Gu Xiao they knew? Wasn't he usually so tough? How could he be so skilled at playing these little tricks? He didn't seem like someone who just learned this. He could rival a green tea veteran of decades. The people from the top 10 academies were drenched in cold sweat upon seeing this. You don't mention your earlier arrogant demeanor at all. You blame everything on us. If it were any other time, it would be fine. But this person is clearly drunk. He is completely unreasonable. If he really gets angry, none of us will be able to handle it. Just as the 10 of them were about to explain, they saw Oldly approach Gu Qian. He slowly extended his right hand, reaching towards Gu Qian, like a loving grandfather comforting a wronged grandson. It was evident how angry Oldly was inside. And the next moment, slap. With a crisp sound, Oldly's right hand, which was originally reaching for Gu Qian, directly struck Gu Qian's left cheek. A clear red handprint quickly appeared on Gu Qian's face. Everyone who witnessed this was stunned. What is happening? Why did it escalate to hitting? This feels a bit off. Given the earlier situation, even if he didn't want to argue with the people from the top 10 academies, he should at least scold his own student. But why did he slap his own student? I can't understand it. I really can't understand it. It's not just them, even Gu Qian was stunned. Then he reacted. He shouted at Oldly, "Old dang, why are you hitting me? You didn't help me when I was bullied, and now you hit me? Is this how a teacher behaves?" Oldly glanced at Gu Qian disdainfully and said, "Hitting you definitely has its reasons. You usually call me that, but in front of so many people, you call me old deng? How am I supposed to survive in the capital after this?" The implications of this statement were enormous. If Oldly hadn't brought it up, everyone would have overlooked this detail. From the very beginning, Gu Qian had been calling this big shot old deng, and it seemed he had done so quite often. In fact, Oldly didn't even oppose it. He chose to tacitly accept it? He only slapped Gu Qian because he called him out in public. If it had been someone else, they would have been turned into mush by now. How much does Oldly like Gu Qian to tolerate him like this? After all, you are one of the top powerhouses in Huagua. How can you be so indulgent towards someone? Could it be that Gu Qian truly has some extraordinary qualities? Then why did everyone treat Gu Qian like that just now? Wouldn't it be impossible to get away without some consequences today? Thinking of this, the people from the 10 academies were all drenched in cold sweat. Gu Qian didn't dwell on it too much. After all, he was used to being hit. This slap was nothing. Anyway, I don't care. You must make a decision for me. All right. Oldly agreed decisively. He then turned to the people from the 10 academies. My student is not someone who can be bullied by anyone. Speak up, why didn't you accept my student? If you can convince me, I'll let you go, otherwise, As he spoke, Old Lee clasped his hands in front of his chest, making a cracking sound. It was quite intimidating. The 10 people were so frightened that they could hardly speak. The teacher from Qingqin Academy was even more flustered, repeatedly apologizing. Old Lee, this is all a misunderstanding. A misunderstanding. It's not that we don't want to accept him, but. The teacher from Qingqin Academy was sweating profusely, unable to come up with a suitable reason. Meanwhile, Old Lee's expression grew increasingly grim. Just as Old Lee was about to lose his temper, the teacher finally said, "It's because your student only wants to enter the Shinin Academy. We want to accept him, but we can't." Ha! Upon hearing this, the female teacher from Shinin Academy was instantly stunned. She stared at the teacher from Qingqin Academy. "No, you were clearly targeting him. What does that have to do with me? And you just sold me out so easily? Isn't that too ungrateful?" After hearing this, Old Lee slowly turned his head to look at the female teacher from Shinin Academy, his eyes narrowing, his expression very serious. The female teacher from Shinin Academy was so frightened that she wanted to step back, to distance herself from the two. Otherwise, she would really be overwhelmed by this pressure. But just as she was about to move, she was horrified to find that she couldn't move at all. She didn't know when, but her feet had already been bound by a powerful spatial elemental force. She had no ability to act. "It's over, this is really over. Is Old Lee serious about this?" "Old Lee, it's a misunderstanding, please let me explain." Old Lee coldly said, "Oh, explain? I want to hear what reason could make you violate the Academy's rules and not accept my student, or are you simply targeting my student?" As he spoke, Old Lee leaned in closer. His old face was almost pressed against the female teacher's. He stared directly at her. The female teacher was so scared that her body leaned back, and she couldn't stop sweating. She was in a panic. "Old Lee, please calm down, there absolutely isn't what you said. It's just that you know the SSS level ability of devouring, although it belongs to the highest level of abilities, it can only be established with a powerhouse like you as support, otherwise, the resources consumed would be enough to train several strong individuals. I also considered it comprehensively before rejecting your student. If I had known he had a teacher like you, how could I dare not accept him, right?" After hearing the female teacher's explanation, Old Lee withdrew his face slightly, but he still wore a serious expression. "Humph, you people are the best at looking down on others. My student is such a good prospect, if it weren't for me, he would have been buried in your hands. The Academy has such regulations for a reason. Otherwise, why not specify it separately? Excluding SSS level devourers, you don't even think about it. A bunch of brainless people, yet you speculate on the intentions of our ancestors. It's truly laughable. If you had that kind of insight, would you still just be a teacher? Alas, you have no self-awareness at all." As he spoke, Old Lee shook his head, a look of regret on his face. The 10 people who had been scolded by Old Lee could only lower their heads. Although they felt indignant inside, they dared not show it at all. As recruitment teachers from the top 10 academies, when had they ever suffered such humiliation? Even in the capital city, a first-tier city, people were always polite. They never expected to be scolded like dogs in a small place like Shingin City. And the one scolding them was someone they couldn't afford to offend. It was infuriating. Guchen watched the scene with great delight. So what if they were recruitment teachers from the top 10 academies? So what if they were level 10 powerhouses? I, young master, have connections. I am not someone you ordinary people can compare with. I initially wanted to interact with you as an ordinary person. You had to force me to reveal my identity. Fine, no more pretending. Here's my card. I am a student of the top powerhouse in Huagua. Now, how will you respond? The people around were even more stunned at this point. The reversal came too quickly. Young Master Gu was still as impressive as ever. At the same time, Xin Zhong, Meng Su, Lu Ruyan, and Gong Mu were all dumbfounded. They had thought they could win against Gu Qian this time. They never expected to lose so thoroughly. How could this guy be so lucky? Anyone around him was an unattainable existence. How could they win? Were they destined to live in Gu Qian's shadow for the rest of their lives? At the same time, their gazes toward Old Lee were filled with longing. How wonderful it would be to have a teacher like that. A level 13 powerhouse. Listening to these teachers, he was still the top powerhouse in Huagua. Not to mention being his student, even having a slight connection or receiving a compliment from him could skyrocket one's worth. At that time, they would no longer be ordinary students casually accepted by the top 10 academies. They could be like Gu Qian, choosing freely among the top 10 academies. They would be able to attend whichever they wanted. It was truly enviable and infuriating. As for Gongmu, he was feeling very anxious now. Just now, he had conspired with the teacher from Qingqin Academy without any cover. With Gu Qian's vengeful nature, he would definitely not let him off. Moreover, with such a commotion, whether he could even enter Qingqin Academy was now in question. Just as Gong Mu was feeling uneasy, Oldly turned his gaze toward the teachers of Qingqin Academy. His expression darkened even more. Seeing this, the teachers from Qingqin Academy were so frightened that their bodies trembled. It had come, what was inevitable could not be avoided. If they had known this guy had such a powerful backing, they wouldn't have acted recklessly. And as for this Gong Mu, he must be dealt with properly later. So, it's the teachers from Qingqin Academy, huh? Very good. Ignoring the regulations among ability users, you actually want to take action against people from lower-tier cities. Truly commendable. Old Joe, is this how you manage the school? It seems I need to consult you properly when I return to the capital. As soon as the words left his mouth, a powerful force of spatial elemental energy enveloped the teacher's entire body. The person twisted as if he were no longer in the same space as everyone present. With just a thought from Oldly, he could make him completely disappear from this world. Not even a trace was left. The teachers from the 8 major universities were so frightened that they kept retreating. They felt an immense sense of relief, thankful that they hadn't said anything wrong just now. Otherwise, their fate wouldn't be any better. A 13th level ability user was simply too powerful. They were not even in the same league. Even if the principal came, he probably wouldn't be a match for Oldly. It was truly terrifying. The teachers from the Hidden God Academy were struggling, but their feet were bound, making it impossible to escape. They could only endure in silence. Oldly, please spare me. I won't dare again. Oldly, I beg you, for Principal Joe's sake, let me go this once. In a panic, he could only invoke the principal to save his life. Otherwise, he genuinely feared that Oldly would kill him outright. Old Joe? He doesn't have that much face. Even if he offended my precious student, he would end up like this. Remember, in your next life, don't provoke those you shouldn't. As he spoke, with a thought, the teacher's body twisted even more severely. His head and feet were even connected, twisted together like a twist of dough. Just when everyone thought he was doomed, Gu Qian suddenly spoke up. Teacher, why are you so impulsive? This is all a small matter, it can be resolved. There's no need to kill, really no need. He almost shouted the word old, but thankfully managed to turn it into a curve in time. Otherwise, he would have received another beating. He never expected that old Dang would be so tough, wanting to kill right upon meeting. If he really died, wouldn't I, young master, completely become enemies with the people from the Qingqin Academy? How would I mix in the capital in the future? This is one of the top 10 academies in Huagua, after all. The number of outstanding students it has produced is countless. I really don't want to be hated by everyone I meet in the future. Oldly looked at Gu Qian with some surprise. This kid was about to undergo a big change. Although they hadn't spent much time together, only a short month, he had gotten a rough idea of Gu Qian's character. He was vengeful, cunning, never letting go of a grudge, and loved money. He had never seen such a ruthless young man. He was not someone who could easily let others off. Could it be that this kid was planning some kind of trick? With such doubts, Oldly stopped, and the teacher's screams gradually weakened. Gasping for breath, he pleaded, Oldly, I know I was wrong. I won't dare again. Please, for your magnanimity, let me go. Oldly said with a dark face, it's useless to plead with me. If it weren't for my precious student, you wouldn't even have a trace left now. The space magic spell that kills is different from other elemental spells. At least other spells leave some traces. Space magic leaves nothing at all, as if this person never existed in this world. The teacher quickly changed direction, pleading to Gu Qian. Although it was humiliating to beg for mercy from a junior, especially one he looked down upon, it was worth it if it meant survival. Gu, everything that happened just now was my fault. As long as you let me go, I will agree to any condition. I won't take Gong Mu, and I won't take Lu Ruyan either. Just let me do whatever you want to calm your anger. He had originally intended to take Gong Mu to humiliate Gu Qian. Now that he needed Gu Qian's help, he naturally had to make his position clear first. As for Lu Ruyan, the mistake was that she was Gu Qian's former fiancé and had spoken up for Gong Mu. Besides, an S-level light element affinity was not worth keeping. As one of the top 10 academies, they didn't care about 1 or 2 students. Upon hearing this, Gong Mu and Lu Ruyan's faces turned pale, filled with unwillingness. They were just one step away from entering the Qingqin Academy and becoming the pride of the entire Xingyin city, trampling Gu Qian underfoot. They could have turned the tables. But who would have thought it would end up like this? If they were really expelled from the Qingqin Academy, not only would they lose face, but the Gong family would also lose their place to stand. This teacher would definitely not let the two of them off. No, I must fight for it one more time. Otherwise, it's a dead end. Teacher, how can you go back on your word? Since. Shut up. The words behind Gongmu were cut off directly by the teacher from Qingqin Academy. Gongmu's face turned pale and then flushed, his fists clenched tightly, teeth gritted, filled with rage but too afraid to speak. If it weren't for you, how could there be such a deep misunderstanding between me and classmate Gu? It wouldn't have come to this point. Not killing you is already merciful enough, and you still want to enter Qingqin Academy? Just look at what you are, a mere S-Class speedster, completely unqualified to enter Qingqin Academy. While I haven't changed my mind yet, hurry up and get lost. The teacher from Qingqin Academy vented in exasperation, belittling Gongmu to nothing. It was even more severe than what he said about Gu Qian. He even threatened to kill them. Gongmu was so furious he felt like he would explode. Why? Why did it come to this? Gu Qian was just a waste with an awakened Sss-Class ability of devouring. He never had the qualifications to enter the top 10 academies. Just because he had a good teacher, he could be an exception to enter the top 10 academies? After all the effort Gongmu put in to gain the opportunity to enter Qingqin Academy, he was about to lose it because of Gu Qian. This is unfair, this is unfair. Gongmu shouted in anger in his heart, yet he had no way to counter it. Not to mention the Qingqin Academy behind this teacher, even this teacher himself was not someone he could deal with. Even if he risked everything in Star Hidden City, it wouldn't work. So whatever the other party did was right. At the same time, he completely did not understand the terrifying aspect of the Sss-Class ability of devouring. Without a powerful backing, the ability to devour was indeed somewhat useless. But now Gu Qian had a 13th level mage as his backing. Most abilities could be obtained. Even an Sss-Class ability was not impossible. Therefore, Gu Qian's potential had infinite possibilities. He was completely unconfined. He could even achieve effects that surpassed Sss-Class abilities through the combination of various abilities. This was something all ability users dreamed of. After all, Sss-Class abilities were already the strongest existence among all abilities. The existence that surpassed Sss-Class abilities could only be possessed by the bloodline of a deity. But the bloodline of a deity was extremely rare. Moreover, even with the bloodline of a deity, there was only a very small chance of awakening such a terrifying ability. It could be said to be minuscule, almost non-existent. And now Gu Qian had this possibility. With such an ability, let alone becoming a student of the Divine Hidden Academy, even becoming a student of a divine-level powerhouse would be no problem at all. Now, even the people from the top 10 academies were vying for Gu Qian. They all wanted to see if Gu Qian wanted to go. Gu Qian didn't want to listen to their quarrel. He directly interrupted, "Are you done with your business? If you're done, it's my turn." Both of them dared not speak again. Gu Qian looked at the two with satisfaction. "Actually, there's not much misunderstanding between us, just some minor friction." The teacher from the Hydrogen Abuse Department quickly responded upon hearing this, yes, just some minor friction, just minor friction. However, I was indeed scared. You see, shouldn't there be some compensation? Otherwise, I'm afraid I won't sleep well tonight. As he spoke, he showed a fearful expression, as if he had really been frightened. The teacher from Qingqin Academy, of course, was not blind. He smiled and said, "That's only natural. Even if it's not compensation, it's customary to bring a gift when meeting for the first time." Classmate Gu, do you think 1 billion is enough? 1 billion? Upon hearing this number, everyone present was dumbfounded. The teacher from Qingqin Academy saw the expressions of the crowd and knew he was right. A young master from a small city might not have seen so much money. It was even possible that he came to extort because he was afraid he couldn't afford the tuition. Although it pains me to give away so much money at once, it's worth it to settle this matter. Just as the teacher from Qingqin Academy was secretly relieved, the people of Shingyin City began to murmur among themselves. Why is this teacher from Qingqin Academy so poor? He only offered 100 billion? Isn't he afraid that Gu Xiao will tear him apart on the spot? Exactly, this is simply looking down on Gu Xiao. 100 billion, Gu Xiao could earn that in just a few days. Does he really need to compensate? I think he just doesn't want to resolve this matter. He doesn't take Gu Xiao seriously at all. The discussions around him grew louder, with no attempt to hide their disdain as they looked at the teacher. Hearing these words, the teacher from Qingqin Academy was dumbfounded. What's going on? 100 billion as a scare compensation is actually being looked down upon? Do you know what 100 billion means? How dare you speak like that? Even though I am now a level 10 ability user, it would still take a long time to earn that 100 billion. How could Gu Qian, a low-level ability user, possibly earn that much money in just a few days? But he didn't dare to ask. After all, his life was in Gu Qian's hands. Moreover, seeing so many people saying this, along with their disdainful expressions, it didn't seem fake at all. At this moment, Gu Qian's gaze towards the teacher from Qingqin Academy also turned a bit angry. Is the teacher insulting me? You think 100 billion can just brush me off? Is the price for offending me so low? Do you see them? As he spoke, Gu Qian pointed his right index finger back at the heads of the Guan, Mang, and Qin families. The last time they offended me, they had to pay several hundred billion to understand. Teacher, are you saying you're not as wealthy as them? Or do you think I'm not worth that much? Or do you think my teacher is just a decoration? Hearing this, the teacher from Qingqin Academy panicked instantly. I wouldn't dare. So, Gu classmate, how much do you think is appropriate? As long as it can appease you, whatever amount, I'll give. He couldn't afford to think like that. If it weren't for Gu Qian holding him back, Li Lao would have killed him long ago. His only chance of survival now was Gu Qian. At this moment, let alone having so much money, even if he had to go bankrupt, he would have to scrape it together. Gu Qian's expression instantly brightened as he smiled at the teacher, saying, that's more like it. We're all adults, we need to take responsibility for our actions. Besides, this amount of money is nothing to you, right? Let's not waste more words. Just give me 30 trillion, and we'll call it even. What do you think? 30 trillion? Upon hearing Gu Qian's offer, the teacher from Qingqin Academy was immediately shocked, his voice rising. That's 30 trillion. His entire fortune combined wouldn't even amount to that. How could he dare to ask for that? Also, did this guy investigate me? Otherwise, how could he ask for such a precise amount? If I really give that, wouldn't I become a pauper? Decades of hard work would vanish in an instant? But what would happen if I don't give it? Let Li Lao kill me? What use is money then? It's so frustrating. Can we make it a little less? Teacher, I really don't have that much money. The teacher from Qingqin Academy still wanted to make one last struggle. But as soon as the words left his mouth, without Gu Qian needing to say anything, the spatial elemental powers surrounding him began to squeeze. Instantly, cries of agony erupted. 30 trillion, just 30 trillion, not a penny less. Li Lao, please show mercy. Let go of that teacher. Li Lao said with an unhappy expression, you talk too much. At this moment, the released teacher was drenched in sweat, as if he had just been pulled out of a lake. His face was pale, his body limp, gasping for breath, as if he would collapse at any moment. But still, under Gu Qian's attentive gaze, all assets, along with the spatial ring, were handed over to Gu Qian. Classmate Gu, all my assets add up to enough for 30 trillion, let's just settle our matters like this. With a face full of pain, he handed over the items, waiting for Gu Qian's response. Of course. Upon hearing this, the teacher from Qingqin Academy let out a sigh of relief. But then Gu Qian continued, there's one more thing I need to trouble you with, teacher. There's more? The teacher couldn't control his emotions for a moment and shouted out loud. But when he saw old Li's cold gaze, his emotions stabilized immediately. Forcing a smile, he looked at Gu Qian and said, if there's anything else I can help with, just say it. If I can do it, I will definitely do it. Gu Qian smiled even more brightly. Looking at Gong Mu and Lu Ruyan, he said, it's not a big deal, it's just that those two. Before Gu Qian could finish his sentence, Gong Mu and Lu Ruyan's faces had already turned pale. The inevitable drinking party had arrived. As for this, you don't need to say it, classmate Gu. I won't let them enter Qingqin Academy, and I guarantee that after today, no academy will accept them. You can rest assured about that. Offending old Li's students. No need for him to speak. This matter would soon spread throughout all the academies in Huadhua. No one would dare to take them in. Upon hearing this, Gong Mu and Lu Ruyan immediately deflated like a punctured ball. It's over, really over. Now, not only could they not attend university, but they also couldn't stay in Shingyin City or the Gong family. With Gu Qian's current influence, no one in the small Shingyin City would dare to offend him. The Gong family would never oppose him for their own sake. It's truly over for them. Lu Ruyan was equally devastated. She felt deep regret in her heart. Why? Why did she break off the engagement with Gu Qian back then? If she hadn't broken off the engagement, how could she have ended up like this? She had finally obtained the opportunity to study in one of the top 10 academies, and she had let it slip away so easily. This was her only chance to turn her life around. What should she do? Was her life really going to end like this? In the world of ability users, academies and factions were still very important. Whether it was upgrading strength or acquiring weapons, spells, or martial skills, a large amount of resources was needed for support. Otherwise, levels simply couldn't be improved. Even having an S-level ability would be useless. The consumption of such resources was unimaginable. The four major families in Shingin City could be said to control the vast majority of ability user resources in the city. But even so, they had only cultivated 5 level 6 ability users. This shows how terrifying the consumption of cultivating a high-level ability user is. Without the support of their own faction and academy, the two of them would have no chance for significant breakthroughs. At most, they could only become level 5 ability users in their lifetime. This was something they couldn't accept. But facing a giant like Oldly, how could the two young people have the ability to resist? No matter how unwilling they were, they had to accept their fate. Just when everyone thought Guqian wouldn't let the two go, Guqian, somewhat angrily, said, "What are you talking about? What are you talking about? Am I that petty of a person?" As soon as these words were spoken, everyone in Shingin City turned to look at Guqian. The doubt in their eyes seemed to solidify into substance. Wasn't it true? Had he forgotten that someone had almost been crippled just for saying a bad word about him? You're not petty? If you're not petty, then there isn't a petty person in all of Shingin City. With so many people watching, Guqian felt a bit guilty. But he still coughed twice and continued, "What I want to say is, although these two have made quite a mistake, they are still from Shingin City. Once they arrive at Qingqin Academy, teacher, you must take good care of them." The 4 words take care of carry an especially heavy meaning. Anyone can understand the implication behind them. The teacher from Qingqin Academy nodded knowingly, readily agreeing. Even if Guqian didn't say anything, he would still deal with these two. Moreover, it could help ease the relationship between them. Why not? The people of Shingin City, seeing this, all understood. This was going to be a serious matter. Gu Xiao, as expected, was still as cunning as ever. A perfect solution. Guqian took a deep breath and then looked at the teacher from Shinin Academy, saying, "So, teacher, when are we leaving?" The way he said it left no room for refusal. Besides, she couldn't dare to refuse. "Tomorrow, we'll return to the capital tomorrow." "Alright, then I'll prepare and arrange matters for the Gu family. Teacher, let's go back together." After saying this, without waiting for Oldly to respond, she turned and left. Oldly simply followed behind Guqian, not saying another word. Everyone else watched the two leave until they could no longer see their figures, then they finally breathed a sigh of relief. No one in Shingin City expected that the old Mr. Li, who joked around with Gu Xiao all day and was called here and there by him, had such an identity. Fortunately, because of Gu Xiao, no one dared to disrespect Oldly. Otherwise, they wouldn't even know how they would die. It must be said that Gu Xiao was truly impressive. The 10 teachers from the capital were relieved that Guqian hadn't sought trouble with them. They had only exchanged a few threatening words, and before they could even act, they were extorted for 30 trillion. They had just refused Guqian and were genuinely afraid of being blackmailed. After all, having a big shot like Oldly as a backing and being so petty was quite rare. They couldn't understand what Oldly saw in this guy. Sun Ji was also pitiful. 30 trillion was probably all his wealth. Just like that, it was gone. Moreover, he had offended Oldly. From now on, he could only act like a grandson. Noticing the gazes of the other 9, Sun Ji's face turned extremely ugly. He looked at Gong Mu, gritting his teeth and said, "Aren't you going to take me to your house to rest?" Gong Mu was sweating profusely, his face full of smiles as he said, "Please, teacher, after you." Soon, everyone dispersed, quite satisfied with this outcome. As long as Gu Xiao was satisfied, they were satisfied. After all, Shingin City was able to rebuild so quickly. They hadn't spent much money at all, relying entirely on Gu Xiao. He was like a god to Shingin City now. After Gong Mu brought Lu Ruyan back home, he directly led her to his room. The moment he locked the door, he pushed Lu Ruyan against the wall. Breathing heavily, he said, "Ruyan, I've resolved our tuition fees in one blow, but the price is that the Gong family will no longer provide me with any help. Now I have nothing left, only you. Are you still willing to be with me?" Seeing Gong Mu like this, Lu Ruyan naturally knew what he wanted. Although she felt some resistance, thinking about how Gong Mu had fallen out with the Gong family to help her, she couldn't bring herself to refuse. Moreover, having offended Guqian once again, even after arriving in the capital, she would face many difficulties. At that time, the only one who could help her would be Gong Mu. Naturally, she couldn't refuse. So, with a trembling voice, Lu Ruyan said, "I'm willing." The moment the 2 words left her lips, Gong Mu kissed her roughly. While kissing, he began to undress. Although Lu Ruyan found it hard to accept, she still obediently complied, silently shedding 2 tears. Her hatred for Guqian deepened. "Guqian, if it weren't for you, how could I have become like this? I will never let you go. I definitely won't." Soon, their clothes were scattered all over the floor. The next morning, everyone gathered in the city center square. Watching Guqian and the others disappear into the distance, Guqian felt a deep reluctance as he gazed at the increasingly distant Shingin City. His heart was filled with emotion. By the time he returned next, Shingin City should be even better, right? Old man, you must be happy down there too. With this thought, Gu Qian smiled faintly. Tears slipped down quietly, but he quickly wiped them away. Although it took nearly a month for the teachers from the 10 great academies to come, the return journey was significantly shorter. After all, with Elderly, a 13th level spatial mage, the speed was naturally greatly enhanced. Soon, before sunset, everyone returned to the capital. Elderly hurriedly left at the first opportunity, reminding everyone not to disclose that Gu Qian was his student. Although the others were puzzled, they all complied. They didn't want the events in Shingin City to be leaked. It would be too embarrassing. The people from the 10 great academies parted ways. Gu Qian followed teacher Wang from the Shinin Academy back to school. Looking at the ancient and picturesque Shinin Academy, which resembled a paradise, Gu Qian couldn't help but be dazzled. As soon as he reached the entrance, he was deeply shocked. The entire gate was like those immortal sects in TV dramas. It stood at least 10 meters high, and the material of the gate was unknown, but it looked very solid. The plaque above it boldly displayed the 4 characters Shinin Academy in a flamboyant script, exuding an air of arrogance that seemed to disregard anyone. Gu Qian quite liked this character, it suited his taste. Moreover, the students coming and going were all strong. The lowest level he had discovered so far was at least 6 or 7. With such levels, any one of them could dominate in Shingin City, except for Gu Qian. For a moment, Gu Qian was somewhat stunned. Shinin Academy truly deserved to be the top academy in Huagua. Just in terms of teaching quality, it was outstanding. The thought of studying here in the future made Gu Qian unable to contain his excitement. The most important thing was to obtain the usage rights of that divine artifact. Figuring out the location of his parents was the top priority. He had to complete the academy's tasks within 4 years. Gu Qian took a deep breath. Teacher Wang also breathed a sigh of relief. They had finally returned. Now he could finally be rid of the big trouble that was Gu Qian. Let's go, I'll arrange your dormitory first, and we'll handle the enrollment procedures tomorrow. Okay, Teacher Wang. The two walked toward Shinin Academy, attracting the attention of many students. Isn't that Teacher Wang? Why is she back so soon? Who's that kid beside her? I've never seen him before. Who else could it be? He must be this year's National College Entrance Examination champion. I just wonder what abilities this champion has to suppress those monsters in the capital and take first place. It's him. Now we have a good show to watch. I heard those monsters have been itching to see the prowess of this champion. Look at his level, tisk tsk. With his level, how did he become the national champion? I'm curious, should I find a time to test him? You'd better not meddle. Even if you want to test him, you have to wait for those few to come first. If you offend them, no one can save you. That's for sure. Do you think I'm stupid? Hearing the conversations around him, Gu Qian couldn't help but frown. Wow, I just arrived at school, and I've already made enemies? Isn't that a bit too fast? I hope you guys don't come looking for trouble with me, or I'll make you regret it. Just as Gu Qian was still contemplating how to deal with those who might come looking for trouble, 2 remarkably similar young men walked towards him. The onlookers, upon seeing these two, were all astonished. Why are these 2 brothers here? Are they also going to cause trouble for Gu Qian? This is really getting serious. These 2, each one alone is among the top 10 in the country, let alone appearing together. Moreover, they are twins, sharing a deep connection. Combined, their combat power is definitely not as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. Now, even if Gu Qian is the top scorer in the college entrance examination, he will still get beaten up. Who says otherwise? I heard that the second-place contestant was completely suppressed when facing the 2 young masters working together, unable to fight back at all. Isn't that going to make Gu Qian cry for help? Exactly. A guy from a small place snatched the title of top scorer. These 2 must be furious inside. How could they let him off easily? The surrounding people were discussing animatedly, and Gu Qian also noticed the 2 brothers approaching, his brows furrowing involuntarily. But before the 2 brothers could reach Gu Qian, a girl dressed in a black and white Lolita outfit, holding a small, iconic Lolita umbrella, appeared not far behind Gu Qian, slowly closing in on him. Upon seeing the girl, everyone else showed expressions of terror. Even the twin brothers, who had just been feared by all the students around, stopped in their tracks, their eyes filled with hesitation, seemingly afraid of the girl. Meanwhile, the surrounding students began to whisper among themselves. Isn't that the little witch? Why is she here? Is she also here to deal with Gu Qian? Didn't she say she didn't care about the college entrance examination rankings? Why does she have an issue with Gu Qian? What do you know? Although the little witch doesn't care about the rankings, the top spot must belong to the capital. This is about the reputation of the young talents from the capital. Having it snatched away by a student from a little-known level 4 city is an absolute disgrace. That's right, I think it's not just these three. The top 10 will definitely seek trouble with Gu Qian. He should just wait to be kicked out of the hidden academy. Gu Qian turned around in surprise to look at the girl in the Lolita dress, his eyes filled with astonishment. He didn't expect such a sweet-looking little girl to be so formidable. Even the twin brothers ranked in the top 10 were afraid of her? Dealing with three at once was indeed a bit of a headache. It seemed that without showing some strength, he wouldn't be able to rest properly today. Teacher Wang, seeing this scene, also felt a headache coming on. These people didn't know Gu Qian's background, so they naturally weren't afraid of anything. Moreover, with their family backgrounds, if they weren't facing a freak like Gu Qian, they could indeed walk around the capital with ease. But he was Gu Qian, the only student of the Li family. Just his name alone overshadowed 99% of the forces in the capital. These young masters and ladies had no ability to act in front of Gu Qian. In terms of power, they couldn't compete. In terms of combat strength, they were also inferior. Plus, with Gu Qian's cunning nature, what could these young masters and ladies use to fight against him? They might end up losing everything. No, he had to stop them. Otherwise, when their parents came looking for them, Gu Qian wouldn't be in trouble, but provoking so many powerful forces in the capital would make things difficult for the hidden academy. Just when everyone thought the three were going to cause trouble for Gu Qian, the girl behind him directly jogged towards Gu Qian. In a moment of surprise for everyone, she dove straight into Gu Qian's chest, even throwing away the umbrella in her hand. Then, blushing, she said, "Gu Qian Gij, after all these years, you finally came to see Lan Lan. I missed you so much." The sudden scene left everyone dumbfounded. Even Gu Qian was taken aback. He didn't even have time to react when Lan Lan jumped into his arms. The others were even more incredulous. Was this still the little witch from the capital they knew? Is this still the little witch who would directly beat up anyone she disliked until they were left searching for their teeth? Is this still the little witch who never approached any boys? How could she have thrown herself into the arms of that poor guy, Gu Qian, and even called him Brother Gu Qian? I must be dreaming, this can't be real. Lan Lan's reputation in the capital is almost as fearsome as Gu Qian's was in Xingyin City. It has reached a point where everyone is terrified. After all, who wouldn't be afraid when facing someone with such a terrifying background and strength? Moreover, Lan Lan specifically targets those good-for-nothing playboys. She would strike without hesitation, regardless of the situation, upon meeting them. This has made everyone in the capital, whether famous or not, extremely wary of Lan Lan. So when they first saw such a docile side of her, they couldn't accept it. Lan Lan? Gu Qian was a bit confused, recalling something in his mind. Then he suddenly realized, "Your little basket? You've grown so much. It's true that girls change a lot as they grow up. I almost didn't recognize you. I remember when you were little, I even held you in my arms. It's been over 10 years in the blink of an eye, oh my." "Ha? What's going on? You held her when she was little? Wait, aren't you both 18? What's happening here?" And with that tone, if someone didn't know better, they'd think you were her elder. You really need to be more careful with your words. And little basket? What a ridiculous nickname. It was fine when you were kids, but now you dare to call the little witch that? You really don't know how to write the word death, do you? Brother Gu Qian is right, I am Little Basket. I heard you came to the capital, so I specially came to find you. I missed you so much, she said, rubbing her head against Gu Qian's chest a couple of times, completely unconcerned about her image. If Gu Qian hadn't pulled her out, who knows how long she would have clung to him. Hey, you're all grown up now. How can you still be so clingy like when you were little? How are you going to find a partner in the future? Facing Lan Lan, Gu Qian transformed into a little adult, as if Lan Lan were not his peer but his junior. Little Basket knows she was wrong. Brother Gu Qian, please don't be angry. I was just too happy and forgot that you're already engaged. I shouldn't have done this. Your fiancé will definitely be unhappy. It's my fault, you mustn't ignore me. As she spoke, she pouted, pulling on Gu Qian's left hand with both hands, swaying her body from side to side. Her tone was filled with a strong aroma of tea. This scene once again dropped the jaws of everyone present. What kind of spell did this guy cast on the little witch? How could she be so obedient? This had never happened before. Not to mention giving her such an ugly nickname, he even scolded her. If it were someone else, they would have been torn to pieces by now. Gu Qian stopped the conversation, his expression changing. He said angrily, "What are you talking about? Am I that kind of person?" Just as Little Basket was about to happily throw herself back into Gu Qian's arms to act cute and say that classic line, "I knew you had me in your heart," Gu Qian continued, "I'm a single dog, okay? Where do I have a partner? I still need to find a girlfriend, don't delay my important life matters." Hearing this, and looking at Gu Qian's proud expression, everyone was a bit stunned. Seriously, dude? Are you really proud of being a single dog? And to say that in front of a beautiful girl? If someone didn't know better, they'd think single dogs had some kind of subsidy. Mo Lanlan's eyes momentarily sparkled with surprise upon hearing this. But before anyone else could notice, she quickly suppressed that surprise, immediately changing to a somewhat regretful expression as she said, Shen-gu, didn't you get engaged to Sister Lu Ruyan? Why are you calling yourself a single dog now? Did you two have some misunderstanding? It shouldn't lead to a breakup. If there's a misunderstanding, just talk it out. Although it seemed like she was trying to persuade Gu Qian, she was actually probing into what had happened between the two. This was just to set the stage for the next step of sowing discord. After all, if she stirred up their relationship from the beginning, it would easily make Gu Qian feel repulsed, which would go against her plan. This tactic of retreating to advance was something even an old green tea couldn't compare to. Who would have thought that at such a young age, Mo Lanlan had mastered such exquisite tea art? Before Gu Qian could respond, one of the twin youths behind him arrogantly said, Humph, what misunderstanding? A little Lu Ruyan could never be worthy of our big brother. The other calm youth added, with our big brother's conditions, even the number one beauty in the capital wouldn't be worthy, let alone a second-rate Lu family miss from Shingyin City. Ha? What's going on? Big brother? When did these two young masters start calling someone big brother? These two geniuses, who looked down on even the top contender of this year's capital, were actually so polite to Gu Qian. They even claimed that the number one beauty in the capital wasn't worthy of him. Is that something you can just say? That person is the jewel of a top family in the capital. In terms of status and talent, she is among the best in the entire Hua country. How could she not be worthy of Gu Qian, who came from a fourth-tier city? If her suitors found out, even these two top young masters wouldn't be able to withstand such pressure. What exactly is Gu Qian's identity? How could he earn such trust from these three? It truly piqued everyone's curiosity. Gu Qian looked at the two with some confusion. You two are. Gu Qian said this to inquire about their identities. After all, it was their first meeting, yet they gave him such high praise. They must know him, but he really had no impression of them at all. Could they be Old Li's grandsons? But they didn't look anything like Old Li. Just then, as soon as Gu Qian spoke, the expressions of the two brothers changed immediately. They looked at Gu Qian with tearful eyes, like abandoned puppies. The youth standing slightly in front choked up and said, Big brother, you don't remember us? I'm Deguzi. The other calm youth also had red eyes and stammered, I am. He struggled to get the words out. The one in front became anxious. What's there to be embarrassed about? Do you have a problem with the nickname you gave Big brother? After getting angry, he turned to Gu Qian with a smile and said, He's Guzi. You really don't remember us? Gu Qian suddenly realized and was about to speak when Deguzi continued, It's okay, Big brother. Even if you don't remember us, it doesn't matter. We will still listen to you like we did when we were kids. After saying that, he wiped his tears in a wronged manner. But soon, he pretended to be strong and looked at Gu Qian. This worthless appearance left everyone around dumbfounded. Were these really the two little demon kings they knew from the capital? You are the young masters of top families, the pride of the nation, ranking in the top 10 of the college entrance examination. How could you fawn over a grassroots genius from a fourth-tier city like this? Shouldn't you be opposing each other, clashing, and then fighting? Even using family power to target Gu Qian everywhere? Why does it look like you would willingly hand over your entire family power to Gu Qian now? Do your families know about this? Mo Qingqing also looked at the two brothers in confusion, then glanced at Gu Qian. Brother Qian, do you know these two people? You look like you're very familiar with each other. Gu Qian happily ruffled Mo Lanlan's hair. Then he turned around and ruffled the heads of the two brothers, saying, These two are just like Little Basket, they are the most important people to me. As soon as these words were spoken, all three of them sparkled with excitement. It seemed that hearing this was even more joyful than obtaining a top-tier artifact. I told you, the big brother wouldn't forget us. Saying this, he excitedly slapped his younger brother on the back. Gu Qian, feeling a mix of amusement and exasperation, said, You've all grown up, almost taller than me, and you're so handsome. Not bad, not bad. Third uncle must be thrilled. How are grandpa and grandma? I was planning to visit them tomorrow, but I didn't expect you two to come first. Gu Qian said with a sense of nostalgia. The people around were stunned upon hearing this. Grandpa and grandma? Gu Qian is actually the grandson of the Xie family? Why has no one mentioned this before? Such a big deal, and there was not a single hint of it. Is the intelligence network in the capital too outdated? That's the top family of Huagua, the Xie family. With this connection, how could no one know? This is truly big news. Moreover, he has such a good relationship with Mo Lanlan from the other top family, the Mo family. Could there also be some kind of familial connection? To be associated with two top families at once. No wonder he seems fearless. Teacher Wang was even more shocked, unable to speak. Is Gu Qian too extraordinary? Having a 13th level top expert as a teacher is already enviable enough. Yet he has such a deep connection with the Xie family. No wonder he looks down on the other 9 universities. If I were him, I wouldn't pay them any mind either. With this talent, this strength, this background. Besides the Academy of Divine Concealment, which other institution could match him? No wonder, no wonder. Now, everything is clear. Meanwhile, the two brothers from the Xie family exchanged glances, and then the older brother said, "Grandpa and Grandma are doing well and miss you very much. Knowing you would come, they had us wait here early. You must come to our home tomorrow." As for their father, the brothers didn't mention him at all. To change the subject, they directly asked Gu Qian, "Big brother, how did you meet Mo Lanlan? This woman is a lunatic, you'd better stay away from her." The last sentence was whispered into Gu Qian's ear, and their eyes held a deep wariness when looking at Mo Qingqing. Hearing this, Gu Qian looked at the two brothers, who were on high alert, with surprise. He said in confusion, "You say Lanlan is a lunatic? How is that possible? She was very well behaved, always sticking to me when we were kids, even eating, sleeping, and bathing together. She was very obedient. How could she be a lunatic, right, Lanlan?" As he spoke, Gu Qian affectionately patted Mo Lanlan's head. Hearing this, Mo Lanlan bit her lower lip with a wronged expression, tears welling up in her eyes as she looked at Gu Qian and said, "Brother Qian, Lanlan is the most obedient. You mustn't believe what they say, they are bad people." Everyone was stunned by this scene, gasping in disbelief. Is this really something a proper witch would say? Is this the expression of the capital's #1 tyrant? If it were any other time, the Xie brothers would have been beaten long ago. How could they possibly complain to others? And here they are pretending to be weak. If you are obedient and good, are there really people in this world who are disobedient and unruly? Even the Xie brothers looked incredulous, their mouths agape. Everyone stared blankly at Mo Qingqing, then at Gu Qian, utterly unable to comprehend who Gu Qian really was. How could he tame the 3 troublemakers, Mo Qingqing, Xie Xianqing, and Xie Xianqian? This is too unbelievable. Ah, don't cry, in a moment, Brother Qian will teach these 2 little brats a lesson for Lanlan. Gu Qian held Mo Lanlan in his arms as if coaxing a child, and in a place where Gu Qian couldn't see, Mo Lanlan's fierce gaze was directed at the Xie brothers, the warning evident in her eyes. A chilling aura surged from her heels straight to the crown of her head, causing the 2 brothers to hurriedly step back 2 paces, distancing themselves from Mo Lanlan, too scared to approach. At this moment, Teacher Wang spoke up to remind, "Classmate Gu Qian, we should head to your dormitory soon, otherwise, we won't finish the check-in procedures later." "No need, we've already arranged for villa accommodation. How could a regular dormitory be worthy of my brother?" "Teacher, you go ahead and busy yourself, I'll take my brother there." Teacher Wang quickly replied, alright, then I'll trouble classmate Xie Xianqing. "I'll take my leave now." After saying that, she didn't wait for Xie Xianqing to respond and turned to leave. She needed to digest all the information she had gathered today and report it to the principal. This was a significant matter. Meanwhile, Gu Qian and his group of 4, under the guidance of the Xie brothers, quickly returned to the villa dormitory. News about Gu Qian's identity rapidly spread throughout the capital. The Xie family's grandson, a close friend of the Mo family's young lady. At the same time, it made the 3 little tyrants of the capital submit. Any one of these facts was enough to shock everyone. The simultaneous occurrence was even more absurd. In the entire capital, who didn't know how formidable these 3 were? Not to mention that no one from the younger generation could subdue them, even the older generation would be so infuriated they might spit blood. Today, a young man from a small 4th-tier city managed to make them obedient. This was something no one would have dared to imagine before. It seemed wise not to provoke Gu Qian easily in the future. Everyone wanted to avoid provoking Mo Lanlan and her companions, so they certainly wouldn't provoke Gu Qian. This way, Gu Qian saved himself a lot of trouble. However, some people's hostility towards Gu Qian deepened. Not for any other reason, but because of Xie Xianqing's words. The capital's most beautiful woman was actually not worthy of this country bumpkin Gu Qian? How could her admirers tolerate that? Even if he was the Xie family's grandson, Xie Xianqing would still face consequences. In a very secluded villa dormitory of the Divine Hidden Academy, a muscular young man, after listening to the report from his subordinate behind him, said with a dark expression, "Did Xie Xianqing really say that?" "Absolutely true, boss. Who in the capital doesn't know you admire Miss Zhou? Xia Xianqing's words are clearly looking down on you, his subordinate said indignantly. The young man furrowed his brows and said, if Xia Xianqing said that, I'm a bit curious about who this Gu Qian really is, to make the proud Xia brothers listen to him so obediently. I must see him tomorrow. In another villa dormitory, Zhou Mingdai, wearing a coffee-colored silk camisole nightgown, lazily lay on the sofa and said, this Xie Xingchen really doesn't let anyone have a moment of peace. Mingdai, you can't let those two brothers off this time. It really can't be justified, a chubby girl sitting on the opposite sofa said angrily to Zhou Mingdai. Qingqing, don't you think Gu Qian is more interesting than those two fools from the Xia family? How about we go find Gu Qian tomorrow? I also want to see what he's really like. Gu Qian's video had long spread throughout the capital. Almost no one didn't know Gu Qian. Everyone wanted to meet him in person to see if he was as impressive as in the video. After all, a 4th-tier combat power confronting a 6th-tier magical beast was a rare occurrence in hundreds of years. They had to see the real person. Now that you mention it, that's true. Then let's go together tomorrow. Alright, it's settled then. I'll head back first and come find you tomorrow. With that, Qingqing stood up and left. It wasn't until Qingqing disappeared from the room that Zhou Mingdi's expression turned quite ugly. Xia Xianqing, I see you're tired of living, to actually compare me to your country bumpkin cousin. Very well, let me show you what this young lady is capable of. Saying this, she got up from the sofa and walked towards the bedroom. Meanwhile, similar situations were occurring in many places. Gu Qian's arrival had completely disrupted the lives of these talented second-generation rich kids in the capital. Likewise, those at the top among the talented were also holding their breath, eager to have a good contest with Gu Qian. After all, being outdone by a country bumpkin from a resource-poor 4th-tier city was simply unacceptable. Only by stepping on Gu Qian could they vent their frustrations. Late at night, Gu Qian was already lying in bed, drowsily falling asleep. Suddenly, a figure appeared silently in Gu Qian's bedroom, slowly walking towards him. The next morning, Gu Qian followed the Xia brothers to the Xia family home. Mo Lanlan naturally followed Gu Qian, unwilling to leave his side, wrapping her arms around his. As for the two Xia brothers, they remained silent the entire way. Even the usually cheerful Xia Xianqing was uncharacteristically quiet, as if he didn't want to go home at all. Soon, the four arrived at the Xia family entrance, and before the servants could announce their arrival, the two Xia brothers led Gu Qian and Mo Lanlan into the inner courtyard hall. The Xia family members had long been waiting there. A plump old man with gray hair and a beard, upon seeing Gu Qian, burst into laughter, leaning on his cane, and quickly walked up to Gu Qian with the support of his son and daughter-in-law. My dear grandson, you finally made it to the capital. Your grandpa has missed you so much, come in and sit down, he said, reaching to pull Gu Qian inside. As for the two Xia brothers, they were treated like invisible people, completely ignored. Even their father pretended not to see them. The two brothers were used to this and didn't mind at all. Just as the head of the Xia family was pulling Gu Qian inside, a beautiful young woman standing to the left of him, supporting the old man, smiled and said, Shenner, do you remember me? I'm your third aunt. I saw you when you were little. I can't believe how many years have passed, you've grown into such a big boy. The moment the young woman spoke, the two Xia brothers' faces were filled with disgust. If it weren't for the many people present, they would have probably already vomited. Gu Qian also smiled at the young woman and said, so it's you. Why are you still at the Xia family? If it were me, I would have been too embarrassed to stay here, angering the original wife, and the mistress barging in, wanting to harm the original wife's child right after entering. I really don't know what my blind third uncle was thinking. Saying this, regardless of the young woman's pale face, Gu Qian leaned in to scrutinize her closely. Then, feigning confusion, he turned to the equally pale-faced man beside him and said, Third uncle, to be honest, your taste is really lacking. Others find mistresses who are prettier than the original wives, but you found one who's both old and ugly. You must be really hungry, willing to eat anything. You should really eat something better when you have the chance. After saying this, ignoring the two's extremely difficult expressions, he grabbed the old man's arm and said, Grandpa, it's been so many years since I last saw you. Are you still in good health? Where's Grandma? Why haven't I seen her? The head of the Xia family showed no sign of blaming Gu Qian for his earlier rudeness. Just as he was about to speak, he was interrupted by the third Xia brother. Gu Qian, don't think that just because you're the only son of the eldest sister, you can act recklessly in the Xia family. Insulting your third aunt is showing me no respect. Today, I'll let you know what it means to respect your elders. As he spoke, a powerful surge of energy erupted forth, directly targeting Gu Qian. Old third Xia had already reached the terrifying level of 11. Even in the entire Huagua, he was a top-tier combat force. Dealing with Gu Qian didn't even require him to lift a finger. Just releasing his energy could easily kill him. At this moment, even without the intention to kill, the energy he released was something Gu Qian could not withstand. Gu Qian's third aunt couldn't help but lower her head and smirk coldly. Just an outsider from the Xie family dared to humiliate her daughter-in-law in front of so many people, not even putting her husband in her eyes. Truly unaware of the heights of heaven and depths of the earth. Just relying on the family head's favoritism towards your mother, you think you can ride on the head of the young master of the Xie family. How naive. In an instant, that powerful energy was about to strike Gu Qian. The two brothers of the Xie family and Mo Lanlan all changed their expressions. They rushed to help Gu Qian withstand the blow. But no matter how fast they were, they could not possibly outpace a level 11 expert. There was simply no time for rescue. Just at that critical moment, old Master Xia raised his right hand, leaning on his cane, intending to block the blow before the energy hit Gu Qian. A loud, commanding voice rang out. "Old Third, what do you think you're doing?" Immediately after, a surge of black elemental power instantly devoured the resentment radiating from Old Third Xia. "Your father is still here, how dare you act so recklessly?" As he spoke, a middle-aged man in a black mage robe stepped forward, looking sternly at Old Third Xia. Old Third Xia wanted to say something but was interrupted by the man. He then turned to Gu Qian and said seriously, "Xianer, you two, Old Third and Third sister-in-law are your elders, how can you?" But before he could finish, Old Master Xia interjected, "Enough." His cane struck heavily on the ground. Everyone present, except for Gu Qian and the other three, felt as if their hearts had been struck hard. In an instant, everyone's faces turned pale. Even those watching from the sidelines were not spared. Old Master Xia continued angrily, "I'm not dead yet, who gives you the right to speak about my precious grandson? Don't think that today is just a scolding, even if I were to hit you, you'd better take it. Want to fight back? Bring this brat to the ancestral hall, he's not allowed to move for 3 days. Upon hearing this, everyone was taken aback. After not seeing each other for over a decade, they thought the relationship between the grandfather and grandson wasn't that good. They didn't expect the old man to value and spoil Gu Qian so much, even more than his eldest sister back in the day. Fortunately, they hadn't offended Gu Qian, otherwise, they would be the ones in trouble today. Then, the old man directly withdrew his hand from the support of Old Third's wife and coldly said to her, "My precious grandson doesn't want to see you. From now on, whenever Qianer comes home, you stay in your room and don't come out to anger my good grandson." Old Third's wife could no longer maintain her composure and wanted to find a hole to hide in. But she still forced herself to suppress her anger and said, "Understood, father. I'll go back to my room now." With that, she turned and left. As for Old Third, he was directly taken away by 2 middle-aged men, one on each side, towards the backyard. Once the two left, Old Master Xia addressed the people around him, "And you all, watching Qianer being attacked and not stepping in, don't you have any semblance of being elders? If I see you like this again, I'll break your legs, do you hear me?" "Understood, father." To the family head. Everyone bowed respectfully. They instantly retracted their thoughts about Gu Qian's plight. At this moment, Gu Qian smiled and said, "Grandpa loves me the most, Grandpa is the best." The head of the Xie family immediately beamed with joy and said to Gu Qian, "If your grandfather doesn't care for you, who will? You must be hungry. Your grandmother personally cooked a whole table of dishes for you, all your favorites. If you go late, the food will get cold." As he spoke, the grandfather and grandson walked in front of everyone towards the dining room. The crowd behind them didn't dare to breathe. Unexpectedly, after so many years apart, the old man's affection for Gu Qian had only grown stronger. Even the daughter-in-law, who usually never scolded anyone, was heavily punished. She wasn't even allowed to sit at the table to eat and had to hide in her room to avoid Gu Qian. This had never happened before. After all, there were too many taboos between a father-in-law and daughter-in-law. The old man had never scolded her, not even once, despite the fact that the third daughter-in-law had once schemed against the two brothers, nearly killing them. The old man had said nothing then. Who would have thought that just because he got angry at Gu Qian, the third couple would be punished, one forced to kneel and the other forbidden from seeing Gu Qian. This showed just how spoiled Gu Qian was by old man Xia. Soon, they arrived at the dining room, where old lady Xia happened to walk in holding a plate of scrambled eggs with tomatoes. Upon seeing Gu Qian's face, she froze in place. Even the dish in her hand slipped from her grasp and fell to the ground. Tears instantly filled her eyes. Trembling, she said, "So much like, too much like, it's just like my Chin Chin." As she spoke, old lady Xia lowered her head and began to sob. Old man Xia and Gu Qian hurried to her side, one on the left and one on the right, trying to comfort her. "My dear wife, Qianer is home today, you should be happy, why are you crying?" Old man Xia said, patting old lady Xia's back with his right hand to prevent her from crying too hard and losing her breath. Gu Qian quickly added, "Grandma, please don't cry. If my mother comes back and finds out you cried the moment you saw me, she would definitely scold me. As soon as he said this, old lady Xia stopped crying. No more tears, no more tears. It's not easy to see my good grandson, I can't shed tears. Come, tell grandma how you've been in Qingyin City these years. Has anyone dared to bully you? If anyone dares to bully you, grandma will definitely take revenge for you. Saying this, she pulled Gu Qian to sit in the main seat. The old couple then sat on either side of Gu Qian, asking him all sorts of questions. It was a harmonious scene. Yet, the seemingly ordinary event deepened the crowd's wariness of Gu Qian. You see, Gu Qian was sitting in the main seat, a position only the head of the family could occupy. Usually, apart from the old couple, anyone else who dared to look too long would be scolded by the old steward. But today, the old couple actually let Gu Qian sit there. Even the old steward standing nearby had no complaints, seemingly very much in favor of Gu Qian. This was not a good omen. However, no one present dared to voice any objections, not even to question. After a round of inquiries, old lady Xia finally said, "Shenner, this is great. Now that you're in the capital for school, you're closer to grandma. You must come back often. Besides, the divine artifact of the Shenin Academy can precisely locate your parents. You must seize this opportunity and complete the assessment task. Don't be like those selfish people who, after passing the assessment, only care about themselves, even neglecting the whereabouts of their own flesh and blood." As soon as old lady Xia's words left her mouth, everyone around the dining table lowered their heads, not daring to meet her gaze. Even old man Xia was very angry, his breathing noticeably heavier. It was only at this moment that Gu Qian realized that it wasn't that no one in the Xia family had the opportunity to find out about his parents' whereabouts, but rather that they were all unwilling to give up the chance to predict any future for themselves. They had used it on him. However, Gu Qian did not blame them. After all, this was the only opportunity he had worked so hard to obtain. Why should it be used on someone else? So, upon hearing this, Gu Qian just smiled slightly and said, "Grandma and Grandpa, don't be angry, it's not worth it. I'm here, and once I complete the assessment task, I will definitely be able to find Mom and Dad." As soon as Gu Qian finished speaking, the Xia brothers sitting nearby spoke in unison, "We will also use it to find our aunt. We must find out her whereabouts. And me too. I will also find out where uncle and aunt are." Hearing these words, the elderly Xia couple immediately beamed with joy. It seems there are still sensible people in the family. But who is this little girl? She can't be your girlfriend, can she, Chenner? She looks really good, very well matched with my Chenner. What's your name? The old lady Xia looked at Mo Lan Lan with a beaming smile, increasingly satisfied. Regardless of whether the previous words were true or false, as long as they could say this, the old couple would be happy. Mo Lan Lan shyly said, "Grandpa and Grandma, what are you talking about? I'm just Qian Ji's little sister. How could I be worthy of such a good person like Qian Ge?" As she spoke, Mo Lan Lan immediately covered her eyes with her shy hands and began to sway her body from side to side. In a typical little girl's manner, this surprised the Xia brothers. The little witch actually had such a docile side? If the two brothers could learn even a fraction of this, they wouldn't be so unwelcoming to anyone in the Xia family except for their grandparents. Indeed, green tea is best suited for girls. Gu Qian, however, paid no mind. He turned to the elderly Xia couple and said, "By the way, Grandma and Grandpa, I still don't know what conditions I need to meet to borrow the divine artifact. Can you tell me?" The old lady Xia smiled indulgently and said, "Alright, my good grandson wants to know. Grandma will tell you. The divine artifact of the Divine Hidden Academy is very powerful. It can predict any future that the user wants to know, so it is extremely precious. To use it, one must pass the 3 assessments set by the artifact's master. The first condition is to kill a level 10 beast before graduation." Upon hearing the first condition, the Xia brothers and Mo Lan Lan gasped in shock. Kill a level 10 monster before graduation? How is that possible? The youngest entering university is at least 18 years old. After 4 years of graduation, they would be 22. At that age, even the most gifted would barely reach level 7 or 8. How could they possibly kill a level 10 monster? It was simply a pipe dream. Yet Gu Qian just smiled slightly and asked, "What about the second condition, Grandma?" The second condition is to defeat all the teachers and students of the Divine Hidden Academy before graduation, except for the principal and vice principal. Those 2 old folks are too strong. Hiss. Defeating all the teachers and students of the Divine Hidden Academy? That was absolutely impossible. If the first condition was as difficult as climbing to the sky, then the second was a dead end. A path that could not be crossed. Defeating all the teachers and students of the Divine Hidden Academy before graduation? How could that be possible? The Divine Hidden Academy, as the top academy in China, undoubtedly had a powerful faculty. The lowest level among the teachers was level 10, and the strongest were rumored to have reached level 12. How could this be accomplished? Even if a student raised their own level to an astonishing 10, it would still be impossible. The third condition is to challenge the Tower of Divine Communication to the 100th floor. Complete these 3 conditions, and you can use the divine artifact once. Upon hearing the third condition, everyone except Guqian gasped in shock. Challenge the Tower of Divine Communication to the 100th floor, and it must be done before graduating at 22? How could that be possible? The first 2 conditions were already outrageous, but it wasn't entirely hopeless. After all, over the years, there had been instances of students graduating at level 12 from the Divine Hidden Academy, challenging all the faculty and students with their terrifying SSS level abilities. But challenging the 100 floors of the Divine Tower is far more difficult than the previous 2 tasks. One must know that the Divine Tower is the ranking place for the strong in Huaxia. All strong individuals in Huaxia can only enter the rankings after challenging a certain number of floors in the Divine Tower. Moreover, the guards at each city's Divine Tower replicate the level and strength of the strong individuals who have stayed on that floor. It can be said that every guardian on each floor is extremely powerful. It is rumored that the highest 13 floors are guarded by 13 true divine replicas, with the weakest among them reaching level 12. Such terrifying strength, how could a 22-year-old young man possibly get through? And he must reach the 100th floor. The guardians there have probably already reached the terrifying level 13. There is simply no hope at all. What's even more terrifying is that old lady Xie just mentioned that someone from the Xie family has completed the challenge. And not just one? This left the 2 Xie brothers and Mo Lanlan utterly astonished. The Xie family actually possesses such terrifying strength? Has someone from the younger generation already gained the ability to defeat level 13 strong individuals? The 3 of them wore incredulous expressions. Even the Xie brothers, Xie Xianqing and Xie Xianqin, who are part of the Xie family, knew nothing about this. It seems that the foundation of being a top-tier family in Huaxia is truly not to be underestimated. Unaware of the terror of the Divine Tower, Guqian simply smiled and said, "Grandma and Grandpa, don't worry, I will definitely complete all the tasks before graduation, and then I will be able to find the exact location of Mom and Dad and bring them back." Hearing Guqian's words, the old couple was overjoyed. Looking at the expressions of the Xie brothers, they immediately said with some anger, "Look at how you are, and then look at Qianer. It's simply unacceptable. Starting tomorrow, you must follow Qianer and work hard to improve your strength. Don't embarrass your cousin." The 2 brothers quickly stood up and said, "We will definitely not let our older brother down." Mo Lanlan also hurriedly said, "I will work hard too, and I must use the divine artifact to find uncle and aunt's whereabouts." Seeing Mo Lanlan say this, the old couple immediately put on a kind expression and said, very good, this little girl is really nice. It would be great if she could be my granddaughter-in-law." "Grandma." Mo Lanlan blushed. At this moment, Guqian spoke up, "Grandma, little Lan and I are siblings, not what you think." After saying this, Guqian had a speechless expression. The old couple, however, looked at Mo Lanlan and smiled brightly, completely ignoring Guqian's words. Alright, let's eat. Qianer still has to go back to school. We can't delay my precious grandson's studies." Saying this, the old couple began to serve food into Guqian's bowl. In just a few minutes, the food in Guqian's bowl had already piled up high. He couldn't finish it, simply couldn't finish it. After a meal, the old couple hardly ate 2 bites, spending the entire time serving food to Guqian. This treatment would make even the old couple's own grandchildren envious. They had never enjoyed such treatment before. After dinner, the old couple personally saw Guqian to the door, and only turned back to the Xie family after watching the Xie family's car completely disappear from view. The moment the old couple turned around, their expressions lost the previous kindness and returned to their usual seriousness. This made everyone's hearts tighten. Although the old couple did not show any signs, this gathering made everyone in the Xie family aware that Guqian's position in the hearts of the old couple was unshakable. Sitting in the car, Guqian began to check the levels and abilities of the teachers at the Divine Hidden Academy, as well as information about the Divine Tower. Not knowing was one thing, discovering the truth was shocking. When he learned that he had to face level 13 strong individuals before graduation and had to win against them, even Guqian couldn't help but gasp in surprise. This assessment at the Hidden Academy is truly insane. At 22, not only do you have to reach level 13, but you also have to defeat the strong among the level 13s. Is this something a person can achieve? Just reaching level 13 is a goal that some people will never accomplish in their lifetime, let alone completing it before the age of 22. However, Guqian would never give up. After all, this is the fastest way to save his parents. Moreover, with the toad around, reaching level 13 before 22 is not impossible. The most pressing issue now is to quickly enhance his strength, to gain more powerful abilities. Ideally, he would obtain the SSS level Eternal Life. That would perfectly match his capabilities. Thinking of this, Gu Qian couldn't help but sigh. The road ahead is long and arduous. Soon, Gu Qian and his 3 companions arrived at the academy, in front of his small villa. But as soon as they got there, Gu Qian was stunned. Why are there so many people? Are they throwing a party here? If he remembers correctly, this area is supposed to be his private domain. Do they not need to inform him before throwing a party? Gu Qian looked at the villa, now filled with people, feeling somewhat displeased. Just then, the 2 brothers from the Xie family and Mo Lanlan came up to Gu Qian's ear and said, "Big brother, these people are probably here to cause you trouble. Don't worry, we 2 brothers will handle it." Gu Qian looked at the 2 brothers in surprise. Where did they get this confidence? Those who can enter the hidden academy are all the top geniuses of Huagua. Not to mention this group of people, even dealing with 1 or 2 alone is not a simple matter. What abilities have these 2 little guys awakened? They are so impressive, and they want to take on so many people at once? Gu Qian was also very curious about what powerful abilities the 2 brothers had awakened. At this moment, Mo Lanlan stood in front of Gu Qian, looking delicate and weak, and said, "Brother Qian, although Little Basket isn't as strong as you, I also want to protect you. Please don't move around later, just let us handle these people." Saying this, she joined the 2 brothers, adopting a serious expression. Gu Qian was quite eager to see what amazing abilities the 3 of them had awakened. After Gu Qian and his companions arrived, the crowd surrounding the villa quickly noticed the 4 of them and soon recognized Gu Qian's identity. After all, he is now a well-known figure in Huagua. It's impossible not to know him. At that moment, a young man in a tight black tank top stepped forward and said to Xie Xianqing, "Did you say that only Ming Dai is worthy of this guy?" Upon hearing this, Xie Xianqing, and Mo Lanlan suddenly realized. Mo Lanlan exclaimed, "So you're not looking for Brother Qian? Then I won't get involved. You all better perform well, don't embarrass Brother Qian." With that, Mo Lanlan bounced away, ready to leave. But just as she turned, she was grabbed by Xie Xianqing by the wrist. As Mo Lanlan got angry, thinking about how to vent her frustration in front of Gu Qian without letting him know about her temper, Xie Xianqing's carefree voice came to her ear. You wouldn't want your previous self to be discovered by Big Brother so soon, would you?" The voice was very soft, clearly meant to avoid Gu Qian hearing it. The furious Mo Lanlan, upon hearing this, immediately smiled and turned to Xie Xianqing, saying, "What do you need me to do?" Xie Xianqing grinned slyly and said, "Of course, we need to protect Big Brother's reputation. If there are any girls, you handle them, the boys are for us brothers. How about that? Seems fair, right?" Looking at Xie Xianqing's annoying expression, Mo Lanlan felt a surge of anger but still held back and smiled, "Fair, very fair." The man opposite them, seeing the 3 ignore him, shouted loudly, "Xie Xianqing, you dare to ignore me? Today, I'll show you my power." Ah! With a loud roar, he began to rapidly grow in size, and at the same time, his combat power and various attributes soared. In just a few seconds, the young man had become more than 100 times larger than before, with a terrifying combat power of 738,495,837. His attributes also reached around 600 million, making him over 100 times stronger than an ordinary level 5 ability user. Everyone stepped back as they looked at the towering monster, over 200 meters tall. If the school weren't large enough, who knows how many buildings he would have destroyed. Gu Qian was also shocked, his mouth agape as he continuously stared at the values displayed on the screen and the young man's massive body. Curiously, he asked, "What kind of ability is this? How can it be so powerful?" A more than 100-fold increase in power could only be achieved by abilities of SSS level or higher. Hearing Gu Qian's question, Mo Lanlan, who had come over amidst the chaos, smiled and said, "Zhao Chang's ability is an SSS level multiplication. After activating his ability, he gains a powerful boost in body multiplication for a short time. With his current strength, he can increase up to 119 times, which is quite strong among this year's freshmen. He ranks 7th nationally in the college entrance examination, slightly higher than those 2 brothers." Gu Qian was taken aback by Mo Lanlan's words. Such a powerful ability only ranks 7th? What terrifying abilities do the top 10 possess? His curiosity grew. Can Xiao Xing and Xiao Chen defeat him? After a moment of thought, Mo Lanlan replied, "Well, if it's one-on-one, it's a bit uncertain, but if they work together, Zhao Chang is definitely not their match." Hearing this, Gu Qian became even more curious, not expecting Xiao Xing and Xiao Chen to be so formidable. He wondered what abilities they possessed. Xia, today I'm going to beat you two brothers so badly that your mother won't recognize you. A rough, booming voice came from the monstrous figure of Zhao Chang. With that, his enormous palm shot towards the two brothers like lightning, leaving no time for them to react. Boom! The giant palm slammed down, striking the ground with a violent tremor, as if an earthquake had occurred, causing the ground to crack with countless fissures. Zhao Chang lifted his palm, leaving a massive handprint on the ground. He then began to look around, searching for the two brothers' whereabouts. Although that last strike was incredibly fast, it hadn't hit them. If it were that easy to defeat the two brothers, they wouldn't deserve to be in the national top 10. Just as Zhao Chang was searching, a loud voice rang out. One punch breaks the heavens, nothing can withstand it. Everyone turned their gaze to the sky, where Xie Xianqing and Xie Xianqian were flying in midair. At that moment, both of them were connected by countless translucent, soft threads. If it weren't for the sheer number, it would have been impossible to notice. Their combat power was also surprisingly high, both around 700 million. The only difference was that Xie Xianqing had only reached that combat power, while all of Xie Xianqian's attributes were above 500 million. It was terrifying. However, after Xie Xianqing shouted that phrase, his combat power surged again, directly breaking the 1 billion mark, shocking everyone present. Even Gu Qian excitedly shouted, little basket, what kind of ability is this? How can they both fly? Isn't flying only possible after reaching level 6? Also, how can Xiaoxing's combat power be so much higher than Xiaoqian's? Gu Qian shouted excitedly as if he had discovered a new continent. He had truly never seen such a magical ability. Besides him, there were only 4 S-level abilities in the entire Xingyin city, and they were all quite ordinary. Naturally, he was very interested in such a novel ability. Mo Lanlan didn't keep Gu Qian waiting and directly explained. Xie Xianqian awakened an SSS-level ability, Puppet Line, which allows him to control enemies with threads generated by his ability, and he can also inject them into himself and his teammates to enhance their combat power. For every thread injected, it can double the power. Right now, it seems that the two brothers can inject a maximum of 109 and 103 threads, which means they can enhance their power by about 100 times. However, only by injecting into themselves can they enhance all attribute values. Injecting into others only boosts combat power. What about Xiaoxing? What is his ability? Xie Xianqing, he awakened an SS-level ability, Chant Amplification, which enhances his combat power by reciting various powerful phrases. The more powerful the phrases, the more uplifting they are, and the greater the enhancement. As far as we know, he can enhance by over 50 times at most, but this value is unstable. Hearing this, Gu Qian's eyes lit up. So their abilities combined create the current situation? Mo Lanlan continued, yes, although Xie Xianqing's speed and other attributes are quite low, with Xie Xianqian controlling him, his speed is not much slower than Zhao Chang's. As long as they coordinate well, there's basically no one in the top 10 who can match them. Dealing with Zhao Chang is quite simple. The only worry is if he brings out some powerful weapons or techniques, then it would be difficult to handle. Gu Qian didn't pay much attention to the latter part of her words. It seemed he wasn't the only one experimenting with various combinations of abilities. Others were trying as well, and it looked like he would need to communicate more with others to share experiences in the future. Who knows, he might even recruit some powerful teammates. Just as Gu Qian was daydreaming, the battlefield had reached a fever pitch. Xie Xianqing, under Xie Xianqian's control, kept flickering and quickly attacked Zhao Chang's massive body. The two's tacit cooperation was as if they were one person. However, each attack couldn't unleash their full power. They could only strike and retreat. This was because Xie Xianqing's combat power was far superior to Zhao Chang's. His speed, under Xie Xianqian's control, was not slower than Zhao Chang's, but in terms of defense, it was pitifully low. He couldn't withstand any of Zhao Chang's attacks. Although Zhao Chang's defense also hadn't reached the level to withstand Xie Xianqing's attacks, every time Xie Xianqing's attack landed on him, a defensive array would appear, negating most of Xie Xianqing's attack power. The remaining power couldn't inflict significant damage on him. So, even though Zhao Chang was covered in countless wounds and blood was flowing all over him, the advantage was still with him. This was because Xie Xianqian was simultaneously enhancing both their combat powers, significantly reducing the duration of the puppet line. Some of the puppet lines had already broken and disappeared. Both of their combat powers began to slowly decline. Seeing this, Zhao Chang grinned widely, defending while mocking, haha, trash ability, just trash ability. The two of you together aren't my match. Soon, I'll make you look for your teeth all over the ground. Hearing Zhao Chang's words, Xie Xianqing was furious, and his attacks became fiercer. Waves of energy continuously struck Zhao Chang. Yet, they still couldn't defeat him. If you have guts, don't hide behind your defensive weapon like a turtle. What kind of skill is that? Xia Xianchen looked at the current situation, feeling very anxious. If they couldn't defeat Zhao Chang before their abilities dissipated, the outcome for the two of them would be dire. It might even implicate their older brother. Such a thing must not happen. They had to find a way to win against Zhao Chang. Xing, what I'm about to do next might be very dangerous, so you need to protect yourself. Xia Xianchen shouted, and Xia Xianqing was still a bit dazed, not realizing what his brother was about to do. Confused, he shouted, huh? As soon as he shouted, Xia Xianqing felt all the puppet strings connected to him snap. Without the support of the puppet strings, he fell directly from the high altitude. At the same time, Xia Xianqing shouted, you little brat, are you trying to murder your own brother? Help! However, no one intervened, not even Gu Qian, who wore an indifferent expression. A fifth-level martial artist falling from 200 or 300 meters would not even break a bone. At most, it would just be a little skin injury. Nothing serious would happen. At this moment, Xia Xianchen naturally ignored Xia Xianqing. He focused on controlling all the remaining puppet strings, continuously attacking Zhao Chang from midair. Rather than attacking Zhao Chang, it was more about trying to control him. As long as one string entered Zhao Chang's body, he would no longer have the ability to resist. Boom boom boom. Although the puppet strings were thin, each shockwave they created was extremely powerful, no different from an attack from a fifth-level martial artist. Hundreds of puppet strings continuously bombarded the formation on Zhao Chang's body, even pushing his massive frame back several hundred meters. The momentum was overwhelming. If Zhao Chang didn't have that defensive weapon, he would have been defeated or even killed long ago. Among those of the same level, few could withstand such a dense barrage. Ah, Xia Xianchen, you are too naive. You and your brother can't break my defense. Do you think you can win alone? Have you been kicked in the head by a donkey? Ha ha ha. With just this little bit of puppet strings, it's impossible to break my weapon. You might as well surrender quickly, and I can spare you a bit of torment. Upon hearing this, Xia Xianchen suddenly stopped his attack. He coldly looked at Zhao Chang and said, this isn't enough? Then how about this many? As soon as he finished speaking, thousands of puppet strings appeared in the air again. They were densely packed, blocking out the sun. Everyone was shocked at this scene. So many puppet strings were not something a fifth-level ability user could control. Had Xia Xianchen gone mad? Controlling so many puppet strings at once would easily exhaust his mental energy, turning him into an idiot. Was he willing to risk his life just to win? Fool, are you crazy? Don't you want your life? I command you to withdraw all the puppet strings immediately, or I won't acknowledge you as my brother. Xia Xianqing shouted frantically. Yet Xia Xianchen showed no intention of withdrawing. Despite his pale face, he persisted in controlling all the puppet strings, gathering them together to form a cone-shaped object over 1,000 meters long. Then he shouted, ah! The massive puppet string cone shot towards Zhao Chang like lightning. Zhao Chang's face turned grim. The power of this strike had already exceeded 1 billion. Even with his defensive weapon, he couldn't possibly block this attack. He was very likely to die from it. Xia Xianchen was truly a madman, completely disregarding the consequences. No, he had to escape, as far away as possible. Just as this thought arose, Zhao Chang's massive body began to run wildly. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared from the spot. But before he could take a few steps, it felt as if something had wrapped around his feet, causing his body to lose balance and fall to the ground. Zhao Chang's face showed terror. In his heart, he regretted, it's over. In the next moment, the massive puppet string cone directly struck his defensive weapon. A huge defensive formation appeared, blocking the puppet strings. But even the formation that had withstood Xia Xianqing's attacks several times could only hold for less than a breath this time before it shattered. Under the astonished gazes of the crowd, the massive puppet string cone instantly reached less than 2 meters in front of Zhao Chang. At this distance, there was no way Zhao Chang could escape. If that strike landed on Zhao Chang, he wouldn't just die, he would be left crippled. This was truly a disaster. A young master from the prestigious Zhao family, dying in a conflict with the young master of the Xie family. With so many people present, all watching the spectacle, how could the enraged Zhao family let everyone off the hook? This was indeed a grave situation. What could possibly save Zhao Chang now? What could save him? Panic was etched on everyone's faces. Only Xia Xianqing, Mo Lanlan, and Gu Qian noticed that Xia Xianqing's consciousness had begun to fade. His mental strength had also dropped to double digits and was continuing to decline. If it fell to 0, even if he were healed, he would be a fool. This guy was truly reckless. Bastard, even if you become a fool, I will still kill you, Xia Xianqing shouted in anger as he quickly ran towards Xia Xianchen. Boom! A loud crash echoed as a massive white spike collided directly with the protective gear on Zhao Chang. Defensive formations sprang up one after another, only to shatter continuously. Everyone present was on edge, but none were more tense than Zhao Chang himself. He watched as the enormous white spike drew closer, as if the whispers of death were ringing in his ears. Even the strongest of minds could not withstand such torment. Just when the massive white spike was less than 10 centimeters away from Zhao Chang, it suddenly stopped. In the next moment, the sky filled with white puppet strings dissipated completely. The enormous white spike vanished without a trace. Seeing this, Zhao Chang laughed heartily. Ha 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 ha, I won. I won. Xia, today you must pay the price and know the consequences of offending me. Zhao Chang's massive body laughed maniacally towards the sky. In the next moment, he was enveloped in overwhelming vitality, which quickly gathered into his enormous fist. Everyone watching was wide-eyed, filled with disbelief. Had Zhao Chang gone mad? Using martial skills at this moment? Was he planning to kill Xia Xianchen? Did he not understand the consequences of killing Xia Xianchen? It seemed he was truly enraged to the point of madness. The Xia and Zhao families were both top-tier families in the capital of Huaxia, with little difference in strength. Usually, if there were minor skirmishes or even serious injuries, as long as no one died or was crippled, the elders of both families would not intervene, allowing them to bicker as if it were mere competition among a few individuals. But if someone truly died, it would not be easily resolved. Even if it didn't cost a life, one would still have to pay a heavy price. Had Zhao Chang really been scared silly? Seeing Zhao Chang's actions, Xia Xianqing was momentarily stunned. Then he immediately shouted in terror, "Zhao Chang, how dare you!" He rushed towards Zhao Chang without a second thought, channeling all his vitality to try to stop the strike. Even Mo Lanlan raised her right hand to cover her mouth, her face filled with shock. In the next moment, she leaped into action, surpassing Xia Xianqing in an instant, trying to stop Zhao Chang. Although she was not familiar with the two brothers from the Xia family and even looked down on them, their lives were not something she could disregard. They were Gu Qian's cousins, and she had a good relationship with Gu Qian, so she naturally could not ignore them. However, even with her speed surpassing Zhao Chang's, the distance was too great. Xia Xianqin's body continued to fall, almost devoid of any movement. Even his eyelids felt heavy due to the exhaustion of his mental strength, making it nearly impossible to open his eyes. Yet he still forced himself to stay conscious, turning his head to look at Gu Qian, murmuring in his heart, "Big brother, it's my fault for not being able to defeat him. You won't blame me, will you?" Just as Xia Xianqin was lost in thought, Zhao Chang's martial skill had already been charged up. He shouted loudly, "Martial arts, rising dragon fist." Then, Zhao Chang swung his fist. The enormous fist reached within 2 meters of Xia Xianqin's body in an instant. At the same time, a massive pale golden dragon shadow emerged, coiling around Zhao Chang's arm, its mouth wide open, perfectly positioned above the fist, as if it were about to swallow Xia Xianqin whole. Zhao Chang's combat power had directly surpassed 1 billion. If this strike hit, Xia Xianqin would likely have no chance of survival. Just as everyone was on edge, a loud boom echoed. The pale golden dragon shadow exploded instantly, and a tremendous surge of energy blurred everyone's vision. They could hardly see what was happening at the center of the battlefield. What had happened to Xia Xianqin? But one could guess. If he were hit by this attack, Xia Xianqin might not even leave behind a bone fragment. That was a level 5 martial art, the Rising Dragon Fist. That was combat power exceeding 1 billion. Not to mention Xia Xianqin, who was on the verge of losing consciousness and had no fighting ability. Even at his peak, it would be difficult for him to escape unscathed. This time, he was truly doomed. Xia Xianqing was the first to react. His steps, which had halted due to the tremendous roar, resumed with even more frantic speed after his heart-wrenching shout. "Aiken!" Mo Lanlan also rushed over with a face full of tension. Unforgivable, unforgivable. At that moment, Mo Lanlan's energy erupted wildly. Her clothes rustled violently in the turbulent energy, and her hair flew up as if she had reached the brink of madness. Everyone who witnessed this scene instinctively took a step back. They all recalled the fear of being dominated by a witch. Even the out-of-control Zhao Chang regained his senses, filled with regret. In the next moment, Mo Lanlan's figure vanished from her spot. When she reappeared, she was already at the place where Zhao Chang's fist was about to strike. She wanted to know what had happened to Xia Xianqin. With her incredible speed, she stirred up a whirlwind, dispersing the pale yellow mist emitted by Zhao Chang's martial arts. Only then could everyone see the situation inside clearly. They saw a pair of enormous pale blue wings, about 6 meters long, flapping continuously. The stunning scene was sure to captivate countless young girls. Beneath the pale blue wings was Gu Qian's calm figure. He held Xia Xianqin's waist with his right hand, while his left hand extended to block Zhao Chang's massive fist. Although there was not a hint of energy fluctuation, and his size was incomparable to Zhao Chang's fist, Gu Qian's left hand firmly blocked the enormous punch. Gu Qian didn't even glance at Zhao Chang. He simply looked at Xie Xianchen and said, "Why bother? If you can't win, isn't there still Big Brother here? Just like when we were kids, no matter what danger you faced, Big Brother could solve it, and it's the same now." Xie Xianchen watched the scene, seemingly transported back to the first time he met Gu Qian as a child. It was just like this. The young Gu Qian stood in front of the two brothers, fearlessly protecting them behind him. Though his back seemed frail, to the two brothers, it provided more reassurance than any support. Thinking of this, Xie Xianchen smiled and softly said, "Big brother, I'm tired. I want to sleep for a while." "Sleep, I'll take care of everything here." Hearing these reassuring words, Xie Xianchen's lips curled up gently as he fell into a peaceful sleep. Just as Xie Xianchen closed his eyes, Gu Qian's aura instantly turned icy to the extreme. Then, he glared fiercely at Zhao Chang. "Anyone who dares to harm my little brother, I see you're tired of living." As the last word fell, a terrifying surge of energy shot up into the sky, directly sending Zhao Chang's massive body flying 1,000 meters away. Everyone witnessed this scene. All were shocked, their jaws dropping to the ground. They could hardly believe that Gu Qian possessed such terrifying combat power. Everyone stared in astonishment at the values displayed on the ability chip. Level 5, Dual Cultivation of Magic and Martial Arts, 100 billion combat power. Each of these terms, when taken individually, seemed quite normal. After all, this was the capital of Huagua, gathering most of the elite and strong individuals from across the nation. Whether it was dual cultivation or 100 billion combat power, such terms were rarely seen in a small place like Xingyin City. In the capital, however, they were commonplace. But when these terms combined and appeared on a single person, it was utterly shocking. Level 5, 100 billion combat power. How could this possibly be real? Even in a city where geniuses walked the streets and talents were as numerous as dogs, such a situation had never occurred. How did Gu Qian achieve this? What kind of ability had he awakened? Everyone's minds were blank with shock, leaving only one thought: Gu Qian was not human, he was a monster, a true monster. Zhao Chang's massive body fell to the ground, then quickly returned to its normal size. With just one punch, Gu Qian had knocked Zhao Chang out of his ability activation state. This demonstrated just how terrifying that strike was. The only reason Zhao Chang was still alive was that Gu Qian had shown mercy. With over 100 billion combat power against a billion, there was absolutely no chance of victory. Even life and death were merely a thought away for the opponent. This time, he had truly kicked a steel plate. At this moment, Gu Qian was not in a hurry to deal with Zhao Chang. Instead, he took out another ring from his spatial ring and placed it on the already unconscious Xie Xianchen's right index finger. The ring appeared incredibly plain, as if it were an ordinary ring forged from common iron. However, the fact that Gu Qian took it out at this moment and placed it on Xie Xianchen's hand, whose mental power was nearly exhausted, meant it could definitely enhance his mental power and help him escape the crisis of mental exhaustion. Yet, there had never been any reports of a weapon that could heal mental exhaustion. Just as the ring was placed on Xie Xianchen, everyone's panels displayed that his mental power began to grow rapidly, as if he had boarded a rocket. In just a second or two, Xie Xianchen's mental power was completely restored. Witnessing such a miraculous effect, everyone present was astonished. This effect was simply unheard of. It should be known that among the various data of ability users, mental power is extremely difficult to master. Not only is it hard to enhance, but even to recover is as difficult as climbing to the sky. Any item related to mental power that appears on the market is worth its weight in gold. Moreover, this was such an extraordinary effect. What kind of weapon did Gu Qian possess? However, those powerful weapons targeting mental power were well known to everyone. They had never heard of a ring like this. What was going on with Gu Qian? At the same time, a sense of greed arose in everyone's hearts. If they could obtain this ring, just the enhancement of mental power alone could greatly boost their own combat power. Even if things didn't go well, they could sell the ring for a sky-high price and purchase various items to enhance their own combat power. At that time, it wouldn't be impossible to join the ranks of Huagua's top elites. However, such thoughts were enough to arise in their minds. Very few dared to take action against Gu Qian. Not to mention anything else, Gu Qian's current combat power was unmatched by anyone present. Coupled with the influence of the Xie family, aside from the 13 top forces, no one dared to provoke them. These people were not even qualified to make the Xie family act. Thinking of this, everyone felt a bitterness in their hearts. Meanwhile, Gu Qian also turned his gaze towards Zhao Chang. Zhao Chang also noticed Gu Qian's gaze. A chill ran through his heart. Just as he was about to flee, in the next moment, Gu Qian appeared directly in front of him, less than 20 centimeters away. It startled him. "You can't kill me, I'm the young master of the Zhao family. If you kill me, even the Xia family won't be able to protect you. Zhao Chang retreated in panic. However, such actions were utterly meaningless. Seeing Zhao Chang's movements, Gu Qian sneered disdainfully. So afraid of death, yet you didn't think about this outcome earlier. When something goes wrong, you only know how to invoke your family's power. You're really useless. After saying this, he ignored Zhao Chang's extremely ugly expression, which showed he didn't dare to refute Gu Qian. Gu Qian continued, if I want to deal with you, I have plenty of ways. Don't forget, my ability is SSS level devouring. Upon hearing Gu Qian's words, Zhao Chang's eyes widened in shock. He shouted in terror, no, you can't do this. The effects of devouring were well understood by everyone present. Regardless of whether Gu Qian could successfully devour him, Zhao Chang would lose his abilities. Once an ability user loses their powers, not only is their combat strength greatly reduced, but they also cannot level up or enhance their strength, forever remaining at the moment they lost their abilities. Moreover, Zhao Chang possessed an SSS level ability amplification. How could he accept that? But if I don't give you a deep impression, I can't let you off for what you've done to Attain, Gu Qian said darkly, as if there was no room for negotiation. Realizing this, Zhao Chang broke into a cold sweat, his eyes darting around desperately trying to find a way out. But in the end, he had no clue. He could only ask directly, as long as you can let me go, I will agree to any conditions I can fulfill. I don't want to become a useless person. Zhao Chang was left with no choice. In terms of strength and family background, he couldn't compare to Gu Qian. Even if Gu Qian really eliminated his abilities, the Zhao family would only cause trouble for the Xie family to gain some benefits. In the end, this matter would just be left unresolved. After all, the Zhao family had many descendants, and there were certainly others more capable than him. With his abilities, he could exchange some benefits from the Xie family. Who knows how many people in the family would agree? In the end, both sides would be happy, and only he would suffer. So, he had to find a way to save himself. Hearing Zhao Chang's words, Xie Xianqing was the first to explode in anger. Zhao, weren't you just trying to kill my brother? Why are you backing down now? Begging for mercy? Today, will make sure you regret it. Saying this, Xie Xianqing moved to strike Zhao Chang, ready to vent his anger for Xie Chen. However, he was stopped by Gu Qian. Although he didn't know what Gu Qian was planning, he immediately halted because he knew his brother would never let Zhao Chang off easily. Any conditions you agree to? At this moment, Zhao Chang had been so frightened by Gu Qian that he lost the ability to think independently. He could only follow Gu Qian's thoughts. As long as he could return safely today, he would agree to any conditions. Hearing this, Gu Qian leaned his face closer to Zhao Chang, his eyes wide with excitement as he said, you said it, if you can't do it, you'll regret it for the rest of your life. Any conditions you agree to? At this moment, Zhao Chang had been so frightened by Gu Qian that he lost the ability to think independently. He could only follow Gu Qian's thoughts. As long as he could return safely today, he would agree to any conditions. Zhao Chang looked at Gu Qian's somewhat deranged expression and couldn't help but take 2 steps back, stammering, as long as I can do it, I will definitely not go back on my word. After saying this, Zhao Chang swallowed hard. Alright, I want 3 exotic beasts that can increase my lifespan by 60 years. Can you find them? Hearing Gu Qian's request, Zhao Chang was dumbfounded. What? What use is such a useless ability? Shouldn't he be looking for some powerful abilities to devour? Has his brain gone haywire? Although devouring such an ability could extend his life by 60 years, what good is a longer life without powerful abilities to hunt magical beasts in the Starlight Forest? How can he quickly level up? Without strength, living longer is just being a useless person. Sooner or later, he would still die. Indeed, coming from a small place, he just lacks vision. Gu Qian frowned when he saw Zhao Chang not responding for so long. What's wrong? Can't find them? I can find them, of course I can. Tomorrow, at the latest by tomorrow evening, I will definitely deliver them here. Saying this, Zhao Chang quickly retreated and then ran away, as if afraid Gu Qian would change his mind. Gu Qian was left stunned. Just then, Xia Xianchen in his arms suddenly flew up by himself. Now Gu Qian was even more confused. What the heck? How did this happen? Can someone just fly up after a nap? Isn't he still not at level 6? He didn't even use any abilities, so how did he fly? Not just Gu Qian, the surrounding classmates were also captivated by this strange scene, speculating about the reason. But with a sudden exclamation from Zhou Mingdai, everyone's attention was drawn to their respective ability chips. How is this possible? Why is his mental power like this? Immediately, everyone looked at the mental power section on the chip screen, which read 789-2034, and it was still rising. Everyone gasped. This was absolutely impossible. It should be known that Xia Xianchen was a martial artist. the increase in mental power was very limited. Even if he was now a level 5 martial artist, his mental power wouldn't exceed 10,000. Yet now, it had reached 780,000 and was still increasing. It was about to break the million mark. This was absolutely impossible. Such a level of mental power could only be achieved by a level 5 mage, right? How could it appear in a martial artist? Just when everyone was puzzled about the reason, Zhou Mingdai suddenly realized, her brows relaxing. She murmured softly, could it be because of that ring? Ever since Xie Xianxian put on that ring, his mental power had been rapidly increasing. She had thought its function was merely to restore the mental power Xie Xianxian had already lost, so she hadn't paid much attention, focusing instead on Gu Qian and Zhao Chang. She didn't expect that Xie Xianxian's mental power would rise to such a terrifying level in just a few minutes. If I could get that ring, wouldn't my mental power increase even more? As a mage, Zhou Mingdai's mental power was already much higher than that of a martial artist. If Xie Xianxian could increase so much, there was no reason she couldn't. Not just Zhou Mingdai, everyone present looked at that ring with burning eyes. This was a divine-level weapon that could enhance the mental power limit of ability users. How could it not make people envious? It should be known that whether mages or martial artists, their desire for mental power was extremely strong. Mages consume mental power to cast spells. Martial artists also consume mental power to unleash martial techniques. All ability users consume mental power to activate their abilities. Moreover, whether mages or martial artists, the recovery of mental power was extremely slow. If one could possess a large amount of mental power, the number of times they could cast spells, unleash techniques, or activate abilities would greatly increase. While it couldn't directly enhance combat power, in situations where strength was similar, it would ensure an invincible position. Now, such a divine-level weapon was right in front of them. Not to mention this group of young students. Even an old man in his 50s or 60s might not be able to regain his rationality. Everyone, what are we waiting for? As long as we defeat Gu Qian, this ring will be ours. Let's go. With so many of us, even if the Xie family wants to cause trouble, they need the strength to do so. Can he really wipe out the forces behind us? Charge! The crowd was in chaos. The greed for the ring completely obliterated the last shred of rationality among them. They even overlooked the gap in strength between themselves and Gu Qian, foolishly thinking they could snatch the ring from his hands. Watching the crowd rush towards him, Gu Qian felt no fear, not even a hint of anger. All he felt was excitement. These were not enemies, they were simply the abilities he needed. Even if he encountered abilities he didn't like, they could still help him find what he needed. This was simply fantastic. Everyone present was a level 5 ability user. Their speed was not slow at all. Moreover, the distance between both sides was not far at all. In just the blink of an eye, the first batch of people trying to snatch the ring was already less than a meter away from Xie Xianxian. Mo Lanlan and Xie Xianxing saw this and prepared to rush to Xie Xianxian's side at the first opportunity, to fend off the attackers and protect Gu Qian's ring. But Gu Qian was even faster. Before they could act, he was already in front of the person. If you want the ring, you have to defeat me first. With that, he threw a punch aimed at the person's face. At that moment, a sleeping Xie Xianxian woke up. The next instant, a murmuring voice was heard, domain, unfold. As the last word fell, the area within 1,000 meters around Xie Xianxian rapidly lost all color. Immediately after, countless transparent threads began to weave out. The crowd quickly recognized this as Xie Xianxian's ability, puppet threads. But how could there be so many? There must be hundreds of billions of them. Centered around Xie Xianxian, a sphere filled with puppet threads formed within 1,000 meters. The sheer number was overwhelming. Wasn't he only able to control about 10,000 threads at most? What was going on? The young man closest to Xie Xianxian stared blankly at everything before him. But the next moment, he snapped back to reality. Looking at the weak and powerless puppet threads, he gritted his teeth and prepared to continue the snatch. He thought to himself, what if there are so many? How much combat power can such soft threads exert? As long as he was fast enough to grab the ring before getting entangled, he could escape. What could he do then? With that thought, he summoned all his energy and made another attempt to seize the ring. Just as he moved, a puppet thread shot towards the young man. With a loud bang, his body flew out like a bullet from a gun, shooting out faster than the speed of those charging towards him. Everyone was stunned at this scene. Just a single puppet thread, and it was without Xie Xianxian enhancing his combat power with the threads. One strike sent a fellow martial artist flying. These were not just any weaklings. Those who could enter the hidden academy at least possessed abilities above S level, ranking within the top 200 in the National College entrance examination. Their strength was not to be underestimated. Yet, such a presence was simply knocked away by Xie Xianxian with a single blow.
The increase in strength was astonishing.
The most terrifying part was that Xianxian had actually awakened a domain. Wasn't this something that only those above level 9 had a very small chance of awakening? He was only level 5. How could he awaken it now?
In all of Huagua, not to mention level 5 ability users awakening domains, even those at level 13 who had awakened domains were no more than 30.
What kind of luck had Xianxian stumbled upon to awaken a domain now? This is one of the absolute conditions to become an absolute powerhouse. It must be related to that ring. Everything happened after he put on the ring.
It must all be caused by that ring.
Thinking of this, everyone's eyes burned even hotter. However, even if they wanted to snatch that ring, it was useless. At this moment, everyone had already woken up.
Not to mention that there was a Gu Qian with a combat power exceeding 10 billion present.
Even the current Xianxian could easily handle everyone present. It was simply impossible to snatch it. At this time, Xianxian also reacted. He shouted, "Catch me," and jumped straight up. Xianxian caught Xianxian with a puppet thread.
Mo Lanlan jumped directly to Gu Qian's side, tightly hugging him with a satisfied expression.
Gu Qian flapped his wings, looking at Xianxian with curiosity. Wow, this little guy actually awakened something so powerful. Truly worthy of being my little brother. So impressive.
In this field, even a faint puppet thread has combat power in the hundreds of millions.
And there are so many of them. If you add the ability of the puppet thread to strengthen oneself, wouldn't each one have combat power of 10 billion? At that time, even I would find it hard to be a match for this little guy. Really good. Lost in thought, Gu Qian suddenly burst into laughter. Ha ha, not bad, my little Chen is amazing. From now on, Big Brother will rely on you for protection. Xianxian's face turned slightly red. Breathing heavily, he lowered his head and said nothing. Instead, Xianxian proudly said, "Of course, just look at who his little brother is. Right, Big Brother? I don't see anyone daring to bully us in the future." Mo Lanlan couldn't stand Xianxian's arrogance and said, "What are you so proud of? It's not like you are powerful. If you have the ability, awaken a field too. You." Xianxian was so angry he couldn't speak.
But he had no strength to refute. Among the three, his own strength could be said to be the weakest. Originally, his younger brother's combat power was on a similar level as his. Now that his younger brother had awakened a field, his combat power had directly reached a level similar to that of the big brother, turning into a monster.
Now he was the only one left at the bottom. However, it was fine.
This young master has a good mindset.
Not jealous.
One is my big brother, and the other is my little brother. I'm happy to have them both protecting me wherever I go.
Xianxian ignored the bickering between the two and coldly looked around, saying, "What are you all still doing here? Do you want to continue snatching my big brother's ring?"
As soon as Xianxian's words fell, the puppet threads in the field began to dance wildly.
There were even faint signs of the range expanding again. Seeing this, everyone was startled. Even if they were unwilling, they could only leave.
If they really fought against Xianxian, Gu Qian, and Mo Lanlan, let alone snatching the ring, they wouldn't even know how they died.
It's better to leave quickly.
Thinking of this, the vast majority of people gradually left. Only Zhou Mingdai looked conflicted. This was an opportunity to enhance mental strength and even awaken a field.
Giving it up like this was truly a pity. No, I have to sacrifice a bit. Even if I can't get the ring, I can at least wear it. Who knows, maybe I can awaken a field too. At the very least, raising my mental strength to the tens of millions level would be fine. It's settled then.
With this thought, Zhou Mingdai gritted her teeth and began to approach Gu Qian and the others. As she walked, she twisted her body, wearing a smile on her face.
Although every movement was exceptionally charming, it didn't appear gaudy on Zhou Mingdai.
Coupled with her extremely high looks, it was simply perfect. Even those who were fleeing were stunned upon seeing this scene. She stared straight at Zhou Mingdai, even forgetting her current situation, completely immersed in Zhou Mingdai's perfect figure and unparalleled beauty. If any man were to see Zhou Mingdai approaching head-on, he would instantly be captivated. Observing the dazed expressions of those around her, Zhou Mingdai couldn't help but feel an immense pride. Dealing with men was her forte. With just a slight sacrifice, any request would be met by this group of insufferable men. It was just a matter of wearing this ring, and Gu Qian would definitely agree. He might even use this ring to get closer to her. Men were just that foolish. As Zhou Mingdai smiled even more brightly, nearing Gu Qian, her right palm faced up, her thumb slightly bent inward. Then, with her elbow resting on her chest, she raised her right hand to shoulder height and said in a charming tone, "Hey, I can't fly yet, can you give me a lift? I have something to discuss with Brother Gu." Such a simple request was impossible for any man to refuse. Not to mention that Zhou Mingdai was the one approaching. Even if others wanted to get close to her, it would be as difficult as climbing to the sky. With such a good opportunity, no man would let it slip away. In the midst of Zhou Mingdai's confident expression, Gu Qian asked with some confusion, "Who are you talking to?" This question left everyone present stunned. Who was she talking to? Did he really care about that? He should just come over and lift her into the air. With such a great opportunity, he still had the mind to ask such a foolish question. It was simply a disgrace for a man. Not only Gu Qian, but even Xie Xianchen looked at Zhou Mingdai with a dark expression, as if they were facing a mortal enemy. Their gaze was the same as when they saw their stepmother. Zhou Mingdai was also taken aback, her heart boiling with anger. Here she was giving him a chance to get close, and he didn't even appreciate it. Did he want her to beg him? This was simply outrageous. Fine, for the sake of the ring, she would endure it. Quickly adjusting her expression, she smiled and said, "Of course, I'm talking to you, brother Gu. Hurry and lift your sister up, or you can come down. I want to whisper something to you." Before Gu Qian could react, Mo Lanlan was the first to get anxious. "Who is your brother Gu? Don't shout randomly, okay? At your age, still calling others brother, how shameless. Brother Qian, this woman is too bad. I don't like her. Let's ignore her, okay?" Although Mo Lanlan was very angry, she still pretended to be weak in front of Gu Qian. In fact, while speaking, she swayed her body from side to side with a look of grievance, as if she had suffered a great injustice. Gu Qian quickly comforted her, Okay, no injustice, no injustice. We won't talk to this bad woman." His demeanor and tone were like that of soothing a child. The dialogue between the two shocked those around them for 100 years. What was this? Bad woman? This Gu was actually calling Zhou Mingdai a bad woman? Have you ever seen such a beautiful bad woman? Even if Zhou Mingdai were a bad woman, so what? She was still a gem. As long as she could talk to me, I would be willing to go bankrupt. You, kid, are so clueless. If it weren't for the fact that you're not as strong as me, I would have skinned you alive by now. And what was up with Mo Lanlan? It was one thing to pretend to be weak before, but what was going on now? Why was she acting like a child? Where was the fierce spirit she had when she punched the number 1 young man in the capital and kicked the number 2? Why did she turn into this when she met Gu Qian? I still preferred her previous rebellious self, who would fight anyone she didn't like. Now, she was too much of a pushover. Zhou Mingdai's face instantly flushed with anger upon hearing their words. She was completely enraged. These two were truly asking for trouble. If it weren't for needing this ring, do you think I would speak to you like this? You really think too highly of yourself. Once I get the ring, I will definitely find someone to teach you a good lesson. No one will escape. However, there was not a trace of impatience on her face. Still smiling, she said, "Oh, I originally wanted to become good friends with Gu Qian, but I didn't expect that in your eyes. I am actually a bad woman. How sad." Saying this, she showed a face full of sorrow, then continued, "But I don't blame you. It must be that Gu Qian has some misunderstanding about me. Once we get to know each other better, you will definitely change your mind about me. I wonder if Gu Qian will give me the chance to get to know you better." Upon hearing this, everyone widened their eyes in disbelief. Get to know better? Is it the meaning I think it is? Miss Zhou is really going all out for that ring? It can't be. It's just a ring that seems to be divine. Just a ring that can enhance mental strength. Just a ring that might awaken a domain. Just a ring? The more benefits she listed, the more the crowd's complaints lost their strength. Let alone obtaining these 3 benefits, even just one of them would be enough to make everyone present step forward without hesitation. How infuriating. Why isn't the one with the ring me? If it were me, I would definitely agree to Miss Zhou right away. That would be getting to know each other better. Even if it meant death, it would be worth it. Gu Qian glanced at Zhou Mingdai. The Moranlan in his arms seemed to sense Gu Qian's movement and awkwardly twisted her body to draw his attention back. At the same time, Gu Qian also spoke, "As for getting to know each other better, forget it. I don't like older girls. Gu Qian, I want to kill you." Zhou Mingdai was already furious to the point of madness. She had already lowered herself so much, yet was treated like this. Fine. Just wait for me." While cursing in her heart, she maintained a smiling face. Although it was only a few minutes, this young lady from the Zhou family, who had been pampered since childhood, had endured all the grievances she had never faced in her life. The most infuriating part was that she couldn't even show her anger. It was truly too suffocating. "Gu classmate, although you don't like me now, I am sure that in the future, you will accept me. My room is in the villa area, number 008. If you come to your senses, you can come find me." After saying this, Zhou Mingdai turned around with a face full of grievance and jogged away. The surrounding young men felt a pang of heartache. At the same time, their hatred for Gu Qian reached its peak. If given the chance, they would definitely kill Gu Qian without hesitation.
Watching Zhou Mingdai leave, Gu Qian said to Moranlan and the others, "I'm pretty tired today, let's go back and sleep."
"I'm dead tired." He chuckled and then flew back to his little villa. I have to say, the dormitory of the Divine Hidden Academy is great. With such a commotion, this little villa didn't have a single issue. Quite impressive. The Xia brothers followed closely behind and directly entered the villa. The others also dispersed. Meanwhile, the news of Xia Xianchen awakening his domain spread throughout the entire capital in less than 10 minutes. This was news that could cause a massive earthquake among all forces in the capital. It should be known that in the entire Hua country, there were only a little over 40 awakened domain experts.
Moreover, all of them were at level 11 or above.
Each one was an extraordinary powerhouse. It can be said that once someone awakens a domain, it is equivalent to obtaining a ticket to become a top-tier powerhouse. Even if from now on, no additional enhancements are made, as long as one steadily raises their level to 13, they would absolutely be among the top powerhouses in Hua country.
This is something countless powerful individuals dream of.
Even those powerful beings who have spent decades raising their levels to 13 cannot resist the temptation.
It turns out that an 18-year-old kid awakened it.
The Xia family is about to produce a top-tier powerhouse. Moreover, the cause of this situation is a ring.
And this ring belongs to Xia family's grandson, Gu Qian. Has the Xia family's ancestral grave started smoking?
No, smoking definitely wouldn't lead to such a tremendous opportunity.
It must be that the ancestral grave has caught fire.
Once these two little ones rise, it will only be a matter of time before the Xia family becomes the strongest among first-rate forces.
Outside, the rumors are rampant.
Meanwhile, the two who triggered all this are currently gathered in a small villa, listening to Gu Qian speak. As for that ring, Xia Xianchen had long returned it to Gu Qian.
Gu Qian also let the other two try it on. Nothing happened like Xia Xianchen's breakthrough of mental power limits.
There was no awakening of a domain either. This left them somewhat puzzled. Gu Qian had worn it before, and now Xiao Lanzi and Xiao Xingzi had also worn it. Only Xiao Qinzi had undergone a change.
What step went wrong?
Unable to figure it out, Gu Qian furrowed his brows.
However, he quickly relaxed.
If he couldn't understand it, then he wouldn't think about it. After all, classes would start tomorrow.
He could just ask the teacher then.
The most pressing matter now was Xiao Xingzi.
With this in mind, Gu Qian directly said to Xia Xianqing, "Xiao Xingzi, your ability is SS-level singing amplification, right?"
Hearing her brother mention her ability, Xia Xianqing shyly replied, "Yes, big brother, this ability is quite inferior compared to yours, but don't worry, I will definitely not hold you back. No matter how much effort it takes, I will absolutely improve my combat power." After saying this, Xia Xianqing nervously looked at Gu Qian, fearing he might be disappointed. Gu Qian merely furrowed his brows, seemingly deep in thought. Then he asked, "I want to know what the effect of your ability is like." "You don't need to be so nervous, how could I dislike your low combat power?" Upon hearing this, Xia Xianqing let out a huge sigh of relief. Big brother is so nice. He would never look down on me. However, I won't let him down. I must catch up to his pace. With this thought, Xia Xianqing was moved to tears. She then raised the back of her right hand to wipe her tears and said, "Big brother, my ability is very simple. As long as I say something uplifting or filled with killing intent, I can enhance combat power. The degree of enhancement depends on how uplifting the words are. I can currently enhance it by up to 67 times. After a brief pause, Xia Xianqing continued, "But I will keep thinking of more uplifting phrases, and I will definitely be able to enhance it even more."
Gu Qian still furrowed his brows and then said, "Is there no upper limit set?" Xia Xianqing nervously replied, "There is no upper limit set." Upon hearing Xia Xianqing's answer, Gu Qian's eyes lit up. No upper limit? Doesn't that mean it's a god-level ability? In my previous life, any passionate poem about serving the country or resisting injustice would definitely be more uplifting than anything this guy could come up with. If it weren't for the current world placing so much emphasis on the training of ability users, with other aspects almost completely declining, this ability wouldn't have been classified as SS level. It is definitely an existence that surpasses SS level abilities.
With this thought, Gu Qian couldn't hide his excitement, placing his hands on Xia Xianqing's shoulders. With a face full of excitement, he said to Xia Xianqing, "Big brother, I thought of a way to enhance your combat power. Activate your ability and recite after me. When autumn comes on the 8th of September, I bloom and all flowers perish."
Just hearing the first line, Xia Xianqing's eyes widened. Wow, where did Big Brother learn this?
The killing intent is so strong. It's much more impressive than I imagined.
If this is read aloud, how much more combat power would it add? I never expected to have endured so much injustice for so long,
only to be resolved so easily by my big brother. No, I must quickly try to see how effective it is. With that thought, Xie Xianqing calmed his excited heart and recited, "When autumn comes on the 8th of September, my flowers bloom and all flowers perish." As soon as he finished the last word, Xie Xianqing's combat power began to soar. It started at 8,930,593. After finishing, it jumped directly to 1,098,473,957. It broke the billion mark. Xie Xianqing was overjoyed. I never expected that a casual remark from Gu Qian would enhance my combat power by more than 123 times. This effect is only supposed to be achievable with SSS level abilities. Could it be that my abilities have always been underestimated? Is this the true power of the chant amplification that originally belonged to me? Compared to this phrase, what I thought before was nothing at all. It was completely garbage. I must remember this phrase well. I absolutely cannot forget it. This is a great opportunity for me to turn things around. Xia Xianchen and Mo Lanlan were also very excited upon seeing this. They never expected that a casual remark from Brother Qian would elevate the effect of the S-level ability chant amplification to SSS level. This had never happened before. The assessment of ability levels is extremely strict and rigorous, based on tens of millions to hundreds of millions of experiments before the final level is determined. There is no room for error. I never expected Brother Qian could achieve such an effect with just one sentence. It's truly impressive. Gu Qian looked at the effect and smiled in satisfaction. But he wasn't done, he continued, "The fragrant array penetrates Chang'an, the whole city is adorned in golden armor." What? There's more? Wasn't that last line too impactful? Just hearing it felt like seeing hundreds of thousands of soldiers in golden armor, poised at the city gates. That kind of killing intent was simply suffocating. I can't imagine what my combat power would reach if I recited this line. It could definitely reach 2 billion. Wouldn't that mean a complete turnaround? With such combat power, even among the top 5 in the National College entrance examination, I would stand out. Am I really at the bottom of the top 10? My big brother is truly amazing. He could come up with such powerful words. Following my big brother is definitely the right choice. Xie Xianqing excitedly said, "The fragrant array penetrates Chang'an, the whole city is adorned in golden armor." As soon as he finished speaking, his combat power soared again, directly rising from 1 billion to 2,609,782,958. 6 billion. An ability rated as S-level could actually enhance combat power by this much. Even SSS level abilities would find it hard to achieve this effect, right? What kind of monster is Gu Qian? It's one thing for him to be strong, but he can also make those around him stronger. It's simply against the heavens. Gu Qian looked at Xie Xianqing's combat power and nodded in satisfaction. Not bad, this is more like it. Get familiar with this level of combat power first. Once you're accustomed to it, I'll teach you other things that will definitely enhance your combat power even more than this. After saying that, Gu Qian yawned. Then he said, "I'm going to sleep now, today has really exhausted me. You all should go to bed early too, we have class tomorrow." With that, he turned and walked upstairs to find a room to sleep in, leaving the three of them in a state of disarray. 2,609,782,958 combat power, over 292 times. And this isn't even the limit. There's something even more powerful. Wouldn't that mean enhancing it by over 300 times? Oh wow, I've really made it this time. I want to see who still dares to say I'm among the weakest in the top 10. This time, I must smash their dog head. Xia Xianqing jumped up from the sofa, bouncing around in excitement. He was at the peak of exhilaration, having awakened his S-level ability. It was already a fortunate thing. Among the same generation, he was also a standout. But this was far from enough in the face of his identity as a member of the Xie family. Moreover, he was in a situation where his father didn't care for him, and his stepmother didn't love him. Almost no one in the Xie family looked up to him. He was even heavily criticized. Only by awakening an SSS level ability could he make them shut their mouths. However, the awakening of abilities was not something that could be controlled by human will. He didn't even have the courage to attempt a second awakening. After all, the possibility of awakening an SSS level ability was too small. If the second awakening resulted in a weaker ability, his life would be ruined. He never expected that his elder brother was actually so powerful, raising his combat power to such a level. Now, he wanted to see the expressions on the faces of those in the Xie family when they found out. It would definitely be spectacular. Looking at the excited Xie Xianqing was also very happy. He knew how bitter it was in his heart. His younger brother, who had always been by his side, understood him best. because their thoughts were the same. Even if their mother had died, they absolutely could not let others look down on them. Therefore, whether it was developing their abilities or training their attributes, they had never slacked off. But the limitations of abilities were always an insurmountable chasm for Xie Xianqing. The SS level assessment had already set a clear limit on Xie Xianqing's potential, and such a limit was far from satisfying Xie Xianqing's needs. What he wanted was for everyone in the Xie family to regret what they had done to him before. He wanted his stepmother to pay the price. Now, with a 292-fold increase, it was enough to meet these demands. Gu Qian returned to his room, took a nice shower, and directly flopped onto the bed, ready to get a good sleep. There had been too many things today. First, there was the annoying third aunt and third uncle. Then, there were the classmates from school who suddenly caused trouble. And there was that fool Zhao Chang, along with the self-righteous woman Zhou Mingdai. Truly, there were all kinds of oddities. He wondered what would happen tomorrow. Generally speaking, it was always the small ones that got beaten first, then the big ones, and finally the old ones. Tomorrow, he would check the Zhao family's background. Knowing oneself and knowing the enemy ensures victory in every battle. So annoying. Sleep, sleep. Gu Qian sighed helplessly in his heart. Then he prepared to turn off the lights and sleep. But just as he got up, he heard a knock on the door. Knock, knock, knock. Gu Qian frowned slightly and got up to say, "Who is it?" In just a few steps, he reached the door and opened it. At the door stood the two brothers from the Xie family, holding pillows and wearing the same pajamas as him. As soon as Xie Xianqing saw Gu Qian open the door, he grinned widely and squeezed inside. Xie Xianqing, with his head down, closely followed Xie Xianqing into the room. "Big brother's bed shakes a lot. It's just right for more people to sleep." Saying this, Xie Xianqing unceremoniously lay down on the left side of the bed. Xie Xianqing sat on the right side with his head down. Gu Qian, somewhat bewildered, closed the door and asked in confusion, "Why aren't you two going back to your own rooms to sleep? What are you doing here?" After a moment of thought, he came up with a possibility. Then he understood and said, "Oh, you two want to stay in my room, right? Fine, I'll change rooms." As he said this, he turned to leave. But as soon as he moved, Xie Xianqing rolled off the bed and rushed towards Gu Qian, and even Xie Xianqing, who had been keeping his head down, raised his head and looked at Gu Qian anxiously. "Don't go, big brother, we specifically came to find you." But before Xie Xianqing could reach the door, Gu Qian had already opened the door. However, he didn't go out. Because at the door stood Mo Lan Lan, wearing the same pajamas, holding a pillow, and raising her hand, just about to knock. Seeing this, Gu Qian's brows furrowed slightly. He said uncertainly, "You want this room too?" Mo Lan Lan, hearing this, looked a bit puzzled and tilted her body to look inside. When she saw the Xie brothers, her expression immediately soured. Then, narrowing her eyes, she spoke in a dangerously low tone, "What are you doing in Brother Qian's room at this hour?" Xie Xianqing was unyielding, also narrowing his eyes as he replied, "Of course, we came to sleep with Big Brother. We've always done this since we were kids. But you, a girl, what are you doing here in the middle of the night looking for Big Brother? And holding a pillow?" Mo Lan Lan pouted, hands on her hips, defiantly saying, "I'm here to sleep with Brother Qian too. We always slept together when we were kids. What's wrong with that?" The two faced off, refusing to back down. Gu Qian then suddenly realized, "So you guys aren't here for my room, but to sleep with me?" Gu Qian incredulously turned to look at the three of them. Then, helplessly, he said, "I mean, how old are you? Still wanting to sleep with me? Especially you, little basket, you're already a big girl. You can't sleep with your brother anymore. If this gets out, how will you find a boyfriend or get married in the future?" Upon hearing this, Mo Lan Lan immediately pouted, lowering her head with a look of grievance. But before she could speak, Xie Xianqing excitedly raised his hands above his head and jumped up. "Yay! So can we sleep with Big Brother?" Looking at the expectant gazes of Xie Xianqing and Xie Xianqing, Gu Qian said irritably, "No way. You're all grown up, don't you have any privacy? If you don't, I do. Hurry up and get out, don't disturb my sleep." Saying this, Gu Qian began to push the two brothers out. Unexpectedly, Xie Xianqing immediately looked pitiful and said, "Big brother, you know I lost my mom when I was little, my dad doesn't care, my stepmother doesn't love me, and I almost died at her hands. If it weren't for you saving us brothers, we probably wouldn't have made it this far. Since then, we haven't dared to sleep alone. Big brother, please let us sleep with you." After saying this, he opened his big watery eyes, looking at Gu Qian with a pitiful expression. In such a situation, a normal person simply couldn't refuse. Mo Lan Lan, hearing this, gritted her teeth in anger, glaring at Xie Xianqing. Gu Qian's expression softened as he reached out to pat Xie Xianqing's head, gently saying, "Little Xingzi." Seeing a glimmer of hope, Xia Xianqing immediately smiled. But before he could speak, Gu Qian used his right hand to firmly push him out.
No use playing the pity card with me. Hurry back to your own room and sleep.
After saying this, he turned around, frowning at Xia Xianqing, tilting his body slightly.
The meaning was quite clear. Would you go out on your own, or should I help you? Xia Xianqing, with his head down, scurried out.
Xia Xianqing still wanted to struggle, but Gu Qian didn't give him a chance, directly shutting the door.
Phew, finally quiet. What's wrong with these three? They want to sleep with me? No way, absolutely not. After saying this, he walked a few steps toward the bed and then flopped down, and the next second, soft snores began to sound. Instant sleep. The three outside had no intention of leaving.
Although a door couldn't stop them, this was Gu Qian's room. Even if they had 1,000 guts, they wouldn't dare to break in.
They could only turn around angrily and leave, each returning to their own rooms.
Even the two brothers who had just said they were afraid to sleep alone went back to their own rooms, not sleeping together at all. It was all just an excuse to be in Gu Qian's room. The next morning, as the sun rose, the alarm of the ability chip rang. Gu Qian was jolted awake, then, with a pained expression, he pressed his right index finger against his right temple and turned off the alarm. Then, very reluctantly, he said, I don't want to go to school. Why do we have to get up so early when we're already in college? Although he was quite unwilling, he still got up quickly. To have the chance to use the divine artifact.
To find his parents. He endured it all. He couldn't leave a bad impression on the teacher on the first day of school. He got up, with messy hair, and started washing up and changing clothes. Then, with his messy hair, he groggily walked out of the room. Just as he stepped down the stairs, he saw the Xia brothers and Mo Lanlan already sitting at the dining table, waiting for him to eat together. You guys got up really early. After saying that, Gu Qian went to the dining table, took a seat, and prepared to have breakfast. He picked up a piece of sandwich and took a bite. Muffled, he said, who made these? Did you hire a nanny? I have to say, this sandwich was quite delicious. Better than what the Gu family's chef made. After asking, Gu Qian didn't even lift his head, just focused on eating. Hearing this, Mo Lanlan was very happy and said, Brother Qian, this wasn't made by a nanny, it was made by me. I'm glad you like it. Mo Lanlan's eyes were almost squinting from her smile. She was so happy inside. In order to cook for Gu Qian, after returning from Shingyin City, she had pestered the family chef and learned for a long time. And she learned to make all of Gu Qian's favorite dishes. This sandwich was Gu Qian's favorite. So, on the first day, Mo Lanlan made it. All to earn Gu Qian's praise. As for hiring a nanny, the Xia brothers and Mo Lanlan rarely agreed on something. As long as it was about Gu Qian, they wanted to do it themselves. They would never let someone else do it. So, they definitely wouldn't hire a nanny. When Gu Qian heard it was made by Mo Lanlan, he was stunned. He looked at Mo Lanlan in surprise and said, You made this? Mo Lanlan looked at Gu Qian expectantly and shyly nodded. Gu Qian found it hard to accept for a moment. Who was Mo Lanlan? The only precious jewel of the Mo family. She had everything she wanted. There was no way she would be involved in such things. When did she learn this? She must have put in a lot of effort. This little girl, really. Gu Qian knew very well why Mo Lanlan did this. During a trip to the Xinghui Mountains years ago, he encountered Mo Lanlan, who had somehow gotten separated. When she was almost eaten by a magical beast, Grandpa Chiu saved her. After that, they couldn't find her family, so he brought her back to Shingyin City, where she stayed with the Gu family for a while. During that time, Mo Lanlan had always stuck to him. He didn't expect that Mo Lanlan had secretly noted down the things he liked. It really wasn't in vain to care for her. It's very delicious. I really like it. I'm glad you like it, Brother Qian. After Gu Qian and the others finished their meal, they headed straight to their classroom. To their surprise, the four of them ended up in the same class. It saved them the trouble of switching classes. When they arrived at the classroom, the four of them found a corner to sit down. Gu Qian looked with great interest at the classmates who had already arrived in the classroom. Beside him, Mo Lanlan saw Gu Qian's gaze lingering on a girl who was acting a bit crazy. She was sitting in her seat, her hands claw-like, biting back and forth, her hair a mess. She looked like she had been blown up by firecrackers. Immediately, she said, that girl is called Zhou Qin. Like Brother Qian, she's also an outsider from a level 4 city. The reason she's acting so crazy is mainly because of her awakened ability, SSS level Beastmaster Domination, which can tame magical beasts and also fuse with them to gain all their attributes. But there's a big drawback. The more times she fuses with magical beasts, the more her mind is disturbed by them, which is why she has become like this now. And I heard that during the college entrance examination, she almost killed everyone who took the exam with her. In the end, it was the principal of the 6th level who managed to suppress her,
otherwise, we wouldn't have seen her. Upon hearing this, Gu Qian was quite surprised and said, such a person, and the Shanin Academy still accepts her? Aren't they afraid of something happening at school? Unclear in mind, with extremely strong abilities. She awakened an SSS level power. She can even tame magical beasts. The magical beasts under her command must be very strong. Bringing such a person into the school is quite dangerous, isn't it? What if one day she suddenly goes mad? What if she kills someone? And it's someone from her own class. Mo Lanlan smiled slightly and said, the people at Shanin Academy dare to accept her, so they must not be afraid. After all, the students who can enter Shanin Academy are not weak, they won't be killed before the school's strong ones notice. Gu Qian did not agree with Mo Lanlan. Such a person is a bomb, who knows what her trump card is. If one is not careful and gets killed, wouldn't that be a huge loss? Moreover, even if she doesn't go berserk, one has to be on guard around her all the time. It's just too exhausting. Thinking of this, Gu Qian murmured softly, it's better to keep my distance from her in the future. After saying that, he turned to look at another girl sitting alone in the corner. She was completely shrouded in a long black dress. Her face was expressionless, and her eyes stared blankly at the podium in front of her. She sat upright, motionless. The whole person appeared very gloomy, exuding an aura that warned others to stay away. Mo Lanlan spoke again, this girl is called Qinglan. Brother Qian, you must not approach her. Her awakened ability is an SSS level curse. Even when she doesn't activate her ability, anyone and any plants or animals within a certain distance will be cursed. Upon hearing this, Gu Qian frowned and looked at Mo Lanlan, somewhat puzzled, and asked, why are there so many odd students in our class? Mo Lanlan replied somewhat helplessly, it's not just a few, all the students are problem students. As she spoke, Mo Lanlan pointed to the front, at a boy holding a yellow square wooden plaque about 20 centimeters long. This boy is called Zhou Jie. His awakened ability is an SSS level word spirit. As long as he speaks, it carries an aggressive effect. So, ever since he awakened, he has been using that plaque to communicate with others because he doesn't know what kind of attack effect his words will have. Hiss! Gu Qian gasped. What kind of bizarre abilities are these? It feels very dangerous in this class. Just attending a lesson could lead to life-threatening situations. Then why were we assigned to this class? Our abilities are quite normal, right? Why were we also placed in this class? Mo Lanlan smiled and said, it must be because of the fight yesterday, otherwise, we probably wouldn't have been assigned here. Gu Qian felt a bit frustrated upon hearing this. If he had known, he wouldn't have been so impulsive yesterday. He should have found a more secluded place to deal with that guy. Being assigned to this class is just too unlucky. No way, I have to transfer classes. Here, I don't know when I'll lose my life, I must transfer. Mo Lanlan looked at Gu Qian and then said, you might not be able to transfer. Gu Qian frowned and asked, why? With the connections of the Xie and Mo families, could he really not transfer? Hearing the two of them chatting, Xie Xianqing, who was sitting in front, suddenly turned around and mysteriously said to Gu Qian, big brother, you really can't transfer. This made Gu Qian's frown tighten even more. Is this school really that disrespectful to the Xie family? Moreover, Xie Xianqing was acting a bit unusual today. Normally, with his personality, he would have already mingled with the other students. Why is he so obedient today? Why? Xie Xianqing lowered his voice and said, you'll know once class starts. Just as he finished speaking, the class bell rang. Ding-dling. The moment the bell rang, all the students sat up straight. They were so well behaved it was almost unbelievable. This behavior made Gu Qian even more puzzled. After so many years of studying in this world, it was the first time he had seen students so obedient, especially in a class like this. It made Gu Qian curious about who the teacher of this class was. Soon, his curiosity was answered. A tall, handsome man, dressed in a suit and wearing silver-framed glasses, walked in. His hair was meticulously styled, and he stood at a height of 188 centimeters, with broad shoulders, a narrow waist, and long legs, holding a small black notebook. The moment all the students saw this teacher, they straightened their backs and didn't dare to breathe as they looked at him. Gu Qian, on the other hand, looked at the teacher with great excitement. He even stood up and shouted, Mom? He pointed at the teacher and said to Mo Lanlan, this person looks exactly like my mom. Seeing Gu Qian's reaction, Mo Lanlan and the Xie brothers panicked. They all pulled at his clothes, urging him to sit down. However, it was too late. The teacher, very gentlemanly, adjusted his glasses and then squinted his eyes with a smile, saying, you stand at the back and listen to the class. Gu Qian was stunned. What era was this? Still punishing students to stand? Who on earth was this person? How could he look exactly like his mom? Could he be the brother his mom had given birth to? How come he knew nothing about it? As soon as the teacher finished speaking, Mo Lanlan anxiously stood up. She bowed deeply and said, "Teacher, Gu Qian is just too excited. I hope you can forgive him this once." Immediately after, the Xie brothers also stood up. "Yes, teacher, please let him off this time." Their actions made Gu Qian even more confused. Wasn't it just standing as punishment? Why were they so nervous? He wasn't spoiled to that extent, was he? But before he could speak, the teacher directly said, "You three go stand at the back as well." As soon as those words were spoken, even Mo Lanlan, who was usually fearless, turned pale. Then, the teacher waved his right hand lightly. The four of them suddenly appeared at the back of the classroom. This made Gu Qian find it very interesting. A space mage? He didn't expect the teacher to be such a rare type of mage. However, what was there to be afraid of? Why were the three of them so scared? But in the next moment, Gu Qian felt the world spinning around him. Everything in front of him seemed to turn into a whirlpool, spinning continuously. The next moment, he found himself in another place. Gu Qian was horrified to discover that he was tied to a wooden frame. In front of him were two bare-chested strong men. Surrounding them were various torture instruments. At this moment, the two men shouted, one holding a whip and the other a barbed whip, walking towards Gu Qian. It was clear they intended to harm him. But Gu Qian was not panicked, because these two men were just ordinary people. They weren't even ability users. How could they possibly hurt him? At worst, he would go out and ask his grandparents to put some pressure on the school to transfer him to another class. If that didn't work, he could find his cheap master. He didn't believe even he couldn't handle this. Thinking this, Gu Qian prepared to break free from the iron chains and escape. But just as he moved the chains, Gu Qian was horrified to find that he had no combat power at all. His strength was just like that of an ordinary college student. He couldn't break the chains at all. What was going on? Was this a dream? But before Gu Qian could figure it out, the whip in the strong man's hand struck him directly. A deep red scar appeared on Gu Qian's chest. The piercing pain surged through him, causing Gu Qian to scream loudly. How could this hurt more than sacrificing an organ? For Gu Qian, who often sacrifices his own organs, ordinary pain barely registers. Let alone a whip. Even if he were to be beaten all day, Gu Qian wouldn't even furrow his brow. But now, something was clearly off. Had this guy somehow heightened his senses? What a demon! Just as Gu Qian was lost in thought, the whip came down again and again, his screams echoing. Meanwhile, the teacher's voice rang out. "Alright, now we begin the lesson. Today, we have two topics to cover. The first is the issue of domain awakening, which you all are very concerned about. The second is about the classification of spells." Hearing this, Gu Qian was about to explode with anger. Being beaten while having to attend class? Was this guy out of his mind? After class, I'm definitely going to complain to the principal. I'll get him fired. Damn it, this hurts like hell. Outside, the teacher continued calmly, "I believe everyone knows that yesterday, student Xie Xianqing successfully awakened his domain, and its power is quite impressive. The characteristic of a domain is that it can infinitely amplify one's abilities within a certain range, even affecting the surrounding space. Moreover, within the domain, no matter how abilities are activated, it does not consume mental energy, meaning one can achieve strong combat power solely based on their abilities. However, the range of the domain is greatly related to mental energy. The stronger the mental energy, the larger the domain's range. So, even if one awakens a domain, they must also enhance their mental energy." As he spoke, the teacher adjusted his glasses and continued in a refined manner. As for the methods of awakening a domain, there is still no accurate conclusion. Based on the recorded processes of domain awakening, there are many methods, and even if the abilities are the same, the ways to awaken the domain can differ. For instance, in the case of student Xie Xianqing, it was the first time that mental energy was exhausted and then rapidly replenished, even breaking through the mental energy limit. Therefore, we can only draw on the methods of those who have awakened domains before. Upon hearing this, disappointment washed over the crowd. They had hoped to learn the method of awakening a domain. Now, they were told there was no pattern. What was the point of that? However, such thoughts were only dared to be voiced in their hearts, not out loud. But, while there is no fixed method, there are some commonalities. This statement instantly ignited everyone's enthusiasm. Why was this teacher still panting while speaking? Actually, it's quite simple. Those who have awakened their domains have all done so in extremely dangerous situations while possessing a certain obsession, thus awakening their domains. Classmates, if you're interested, you can give it a try and then tell me some details. This would greatly help our research on domain awakening. What the hell? Is this really a teacher? We're here to study, not to be test subjects. And it has to be in extremely dangerous situations, with deep obsessions, and then we have to report back to you? Just a few simple words, and you want to extract such valuable information from us.
Your calculations are practically hitting me in the face. If anyone wants to experiment, you can borrow that ring from Guqian, it's a good item.
As he said this, the teacher smiled at Guqian, who was suffering in the illusion. The torture device had now been replaced with a chilly water tiger bench.
Guqian screamed in pain. Was it really necessary to go this far just for saying a few words in class? Did he have some connection with Zhao Chang? It must be that way. Otherwise, this guy wouldn't be targeting me so specifically. Bastard, after class, if I don't take you down tonight, consider yourself lucky. Ah, it hurts, it hurts, it hurts.
In the classroom, the teacher still smiled and said, "Next, let's talk about some knowledge points regarding spells." Spells, aside from the usual classification by levels, also have some rules of division that can only be understood at higher levels. First, the spells used by mages from levels 1 to 13 all belong to the first tier spells, and their power is determined by elemental force and mental strength, which is quite ordinary.
If you can only use these kinds of spells, you won't become a strong practitioner.
To stand out among practitioners of the same level, you must at least master second-tier spells, which involve multiple chanting, allowing you to release several spells at once. This not only increases the quantity but also brings about a qualitative change in power. The method to achieve this is quite simple. You must completely merge with the surrounding elemental forces, enhance your resonance with them, and turn the elemental forces of the world into a part of your own body. In this way, the power of the released spells will be more than 10 times that of first-tier spells.
Upon hearing this, many students gasped in surprise. The classmate holding the small board quickly wrote down a question. Really?
This is a 10-fold increase.
It's equivalent to having a boost close to S-level abilities. If learned, wouldn't it allow one to outclass others of the same level by a mile?
Soon, the classmate with the small board wrote again.
Teacher, how can I achieve unity with the surrounding elements? I want to learn. It's very simple.
Release all your mental strength, carefully sense the elemental forces in the surrounding world, and then open all the channels in your body that can absorb the elemental forces, allowing them to flow freely within you. Only by reaching this level will the elemental forces regard you as one of their own and fully release their power to assist you, greatly increasing the power of your spells.
Hearing the teacher's words, everyone gasped in disbelief. How could this be possible? Humans are not elemental forces. How could they be completely recognized by them? Moreover, if all the channels for elemental forces in the body are opened, wouldn't the elemental forces within just flow away completely? How could one then release spells?
This seemed impossible to achieve. The teacher looked at the shocked expressions of the students, knowing they couldn't understand at this moment.
Was it too early to discuss this with them?
It wasn't too early, some had already awakened their domains.
If he didn't explain now, it would be a bit late to do so later. He decided to let them know these things first.
In the illusion, Guqian listened to this and suddenly thought of something.
Isn't this what was referred to in his past life as merging with the world?
Treating the world as a part of one's own body and then mobilizing elemental forces for one's own use. It turns out this could be done in this world as well. Really, no one mentioned it earlier. If they had, his strength could have improved even more. Never mind, he would try it out. After all, he had nothing else to do while being punished. Practicing could also help distract him. With this thought, Guqian endured the pain and calmed himself down. He then released all his mental strength. In an instant, Guqian clearly felt the pulsation of elemental forces in the surrounding world. Wind, fire, and earth, these three elemental forces filled the entire classroom.
Upon sensing Guqian's mental strength, they all became active, converging towards him. In less than 3 seconds, Guqian felt himself enveloped by these three elemental forces.
Next, Guqian opened all the meridians and pores in his body, allowing the elemental forces to enter and exit freely. But just as he opened all the channels, the elemental forces within his body all rushed out. Coupled with the complete release of his mental strength, a wave of weakness suddenly washed over him. Guqian was so unsteady that he could barely stand. The pain he felt in the illusion was like a flood, invading every inch of his flesh and blood. Guqian immediately began to convulse wildly. This startled his classmates, who began to speculate about how the teacher had punished the four of them.
Even a level 5 ability user couldn't withstand it. This teacher from the Hidden Academy was indeed as notorious as rumored. On the first day, he had already left a student dazed. Who would dare to make mistakes in front of him after this? The teacher on stage was also somewhat surprised. What was going on? He had only created a simple dream. He hadn't used any excessive means. How could it still be so overwhelming? Was this really the top student from the National College entrance examination? This was truly the worst class he had ever taught. Guqian was suffering the most.
He was mentally cursing himself.
Damn, I was careless.
I didn't expect that releasing all my mental and elemental power would have such a huge reaction. If I had known, I would have waited until I got back to practice.
What should I do now? Stop?
Then this punishment would be in vain.
Anyway, I've already come this far. Let's continue. Let me think. What was it that was said?
No action, no self, no thoughts, no ideas, merging with the universe, all things in harmony.
While thinking, Guqian tried to forget his own existence.
He treated himself as a speck of dust in this world.
He stopped all thoughts.
Slowly, the pain in his mind began to fade away. Even the weakness caused by the disappearance of his mental and elemental power vanished. Guqian could clearly feel the elemental power around him, flowing through his body without obstruction.
The elemental power he could control was no longer limited to his body. Instead, he could control all the elemental power in the areas covered by his mental power. He could even perceive the energy of each elemental power clearly. He could even feel that his affinity with these elemental powers had significantly increased. This is the true power of elemental power.
After saying this, Guqian smiled slightly. Then, with a sudden thought, he directly released a fire elemental spell.
Spell, Fireball Technique.
The moment the words fell, all the fire elemental power around him surged towards Guqian.
Then they gathered together.
Immediately, a fireball larger than the classroom appeared in the air. As soon as it appeared, the roof and walls of the classroom began to melt. The teacher, who was still standing on the podium, upon seeing this scene, instantly turned pale with terror.
Don't move!
After shouting this, the teacher quickly moved all the students out. Before he could catch his breath, there was a loud boom. The original classroom was instantly blown to ruins, not even leaving a trace. The ground was blasted into a large pit, more than 10 times the original area of the classroom. All the rescued students stared blankly at this scene, completely dumbfounded.
Was this the power of a level 2 spell? So terrifying?
Although it was quite common for a spell released by Guqian to destroy a classroom, this fireball was clearly different from an ordinary fireball technique.
First of all, its color was white. Aren't normal fireballs red?
This white fireball was something everyone was seeing for the first time. Moreover, this was a level 1 spell. The combat power had directly soared to 1 billion. Furthermore, before Guqian cast the spell, his combat power had only reached the tens of millions level. It was obvious that he hadn't fully unleashed his abilities.
If he had fully unleashed his abilities, wouldn't his combat power rise even further?
Terrifying, it was truly too terrifying. He hadn't even used his full strength, and he had already reached a combat power of 1 billion.
This was completely on par with the peak combat power of other SSS level ability users.
This was just too frightening.
And his speed in comprehending level 2 spells, was it too fast?
It had barely been 5 minutes since he had said that. Just now, he was lying on the ground, looking as if he needed help.
Now he has actually learned? Could it be that the teacher's method really works? Not just these classmates. Even the teacher was quite shocked. What is going on with this year's students? One has mastered the field before class even started. Another learned the second level spell just 10 minutes into the class. Isn't that a bit too abnormal?
Although every year's problem class is never peaceful, the mistakes they make are all varied. But it's really rare to see mistakes like this. The Xie brothers and Mo Lanlan, just waking up from a dream, stared wide-eyed at this scene.
In disbelief, they looked at Guqian and said, "Big brother, did you blow up the classroom? Impressive."
As they spoke, the Xie brothers gave a thumbs up. Mo Lanlan looked at Guqian with some worry and said, "Zhenji, this teacher." She was somewhat incoherent, very afraid that this teacher would give him an even harsher punishment. After all, just saying one sentence in class could lead to such a severe punishment.
Blowing up the classroom, wouldn't the punishment be 1,000 times worse than just now? That would be unbearable. If it gets too bad, maybe Chen Ji should transfer schools. Let me take his place for the quota of the divine artifact. Thinking of this, Mo Lanlan nodded firmly.
Meanwhile, the teacher just smiled at Guqian. Before he could speak, many figures appeared in the sky above the school. With such a commotion, it would be hard not to notice.
Fortunately, each classroom is separate.
Otherwise, with the power of that explosion, who knows how many classrooms would have been destroyed. Soon, all the teachers gathered around.
A large group of students quickly approached to see the excitement. Blowing up the classroom on the first day of school, this kind of spectacle might not be seen for hundreds of years. Naturally, they couldn't miss this opportunity.
Looking at the classroom reduced to ruins, someone sarcastically said, "Teacher Xie, this is just the first class, and your classroom has already been blown up.
Your problem class is really something, Teacher Xie."
Upon hearing this title, Guqian looked at the Xie brothers in confusion. It seems that in the capital, the only family with the surname Xie is his grandfather's family. Could it be? Before Gu Qian could speak, Xie Xianqing leaned close to his ear, covering his mouth with his hand, and whispered, "This teacher is your uncle, our little uncle. We didn't see him yesterday because he had a conflict with Grandpa." Hearing this, Gu Qian suddenly understood. No wonder he looked so much like his mother. They are actually siblings. I thought, if it weren't for this relationship, how could this lawless guy, Xie Xianqing, be so afraid of him? Now it all made sense. Teacher Xie still had a smile on his face, without any rebuttal. Then another teacher said, "If you ask me, these problem students should just be expelled, to avoid causing so much trouble. Wouldn't it be better to give these spots to other students? I really don't know what the vice principal is thinking." A big, fat female teacher said disdainfully, "Right now, the most important thing is to see how teacher Xie handles this matter. A classroom may not be worth much, but it concerns the school's rules." On the first day of school, the problem class students got into a fight, and the next day they blew up the classroom. Wouldn't they be tearing down the school tomorrow? Exactly. Teacher Xie, you should quickly say who blew up the classroom. I hope it's not your two nephews, that would be quite a joke. A bald old man said with a sneer. Even if it is those two kids from the Xie family, so what? Once they enter the Divine Hidden Academy, they must follow the Academy's rules. Whatever punishment is due, they will receive. A muscular middle-aged male teacher, wearing only a black martial arts tank top, said angrily. Gu Qian furrowed his brows in confusion. Then he slightly lowered his head and quietly asked, "What's going on? Why do I feel like the teachers here are all targeting my uncle?" Xie Xianqian walked over to Gu Qian and whispered, "Because they can't compete with my uncle." Gu Qian was a bit confused. Mo Lanlan continued, "Every class taught by teacher Xie Ting crushes all the other students in the graduation assessments. In fact, the top 3 students in almost every semester's assessment are his students, so they basically take all the school's awards. That's why these teachers target teacher Xie Ting. Not only do they assign the most problematic students to his class every year, but they even unite to compete for training resources with teacher Xie Ting's class, yet they still can't surpass him. That's indeed quite embarrassing." Gu Qian's voice was not low, and almost all the teachers present heard him. This included the teacher who had brought him in. Seeing Gu Qian's fearless demeanor, they felt an immense headache. Even if you have a background like Oldly, you can't offend so many teachers. How can you have a good time at school after this? Sure enough, after Gu Qian finished speaking, the teachers who had just mocked him immediately focused their attention on him. The hot-tempered muscular man shouted directly at Gu Qian, "Where did this brat come from, daring to slander us? I see you don't want to stay in this school, do you?" Gu Qian showed no fear. Oh, from the way you talk, is the Shenin Academy your family's? You say I can't stay, so I can't?" The muscular man turned red with anger at being confronted in front of so many people. You are disrespectful to your elders. I will definitely have the principal expel you. What's your name? Gu Qian glanced at him disdainfully and said, You want to expel me? Save it. My name is Gu Qian. Go find your principal. If you can't expel me, you can take my surname." After saying that, Gu Qian crossed his arms over his chest, showing no fear at all. What Gu Qian despised the most was this kind of behavior. If they couldn't compete, they would unite a group to isolate him. They squeezed him out at every turn and resorted to underhanded tactics. Although he liked to use underhanded tactics, it was always based on his own abilities. Unlike these teachers, a group of people using underhanded tactics against one person was simply shameless. Hearing Gu Qian's name, a group of teachers were all stunned. Gu Qian? The one who ranked first in the National College entrance examination? The one who came from a small 4th-tier city? The one who clearly had a level 4 but whose combat power exceeded 100 million? And he was also the grandson-in-law of the Xie family, the benefactor of the Mo family's precious jewel? This buff was stacked high. Aside from the 13 top-tier powerhouses, which other forces would dare provoke him? However, this was Shenin Academy. No matter how strong your connections were, as long as you were a student, you had to be under the teacher's discipline. I thought who it was. Just a waste with a trash SSS-level ability to devour, right? If it weren't for the Xie family, you probably wouldn't even qualify to enter Shenin Academy, the fat woman mocked, showing no respect for the Xie family. The Xie brothers were furious, and Mo Lanlan's eyes were filled with a dangerous glint. Those who knew her would never doubt that if Gu Qian weren't present, she would have directly confronted this fat woman. The teacher who had brought Gu Qian in, Teacher Wang, was also sweating profusely. She didn't care about the Xie family or the Mo family. The main thing was that Gu Qian was still Oldly's student. Although Oldly said not to expose their relationship, he only had this one disciple. How could he not care? You all better not provoke this young master here. I still want to work in this academy for a few more years. Thinking this, Teacher Wang wiped the sweat from her forehead.
Gu Qian, however, was not angry at all.
Yeah, my abilities are a bit trash, but they're still better than the students you teach.
Otherwise, how could my college entrance exam scores be better than those from your big city?
Upon hearing this, both teachers and students instantly darkened their expressions, wishing they could rush over and beat up Gu Qian.
Unfortunately, they were outmatched. They had all heard about Gu Qian's performance yesterday.
Even Zhao Chang, who ranked in the top 10 of the college entrance exam, was no match for him with just one move. They would only be wasting their efforts if they tried to confront him. Even if they were angry, they had to hold it in.
You say I got in through connections. I don't deny that. But so what if I did?
I still learned the second-tier spell on the very first day of class.
Your students didn't get in through connections. Have they learned the second-tier spell? At this, everyone was stunned. What? Learned the second-tier spell? How could that be?
That was a second-tier spell. Even among all the ability users in Huagua, very few could master it.
Moreover, it was extremely difficult to learn. How could anyone possibly learn it in just one class?
Yesterday, Xia Xianxian awakening his domain was already outrageous enough. Now, someone claims to have learned a second-tier spell in less than a class.
Were they even allowed to live?
Besides, who told you, as a teacher, to teach such advanced knowledge on the first day?
If you didn't teach, how could he learn? Are you going to teach a third-tier spell tomorrow?
A fourth-tier spell the day after?
Do you really have to be this competitive?
The muscular teacher still found it hard to believe.
He weakly asked, did you really learn the second-tier spell?
Gu Qian shot him a sidelong glance without any politeness and said, why don't you believe it?
Do you want me to demonstrate?
Without waiting for a response, he directly unleashed a first-tier second-tier fire spell. A massive white fireball appeared right above everyone's heads. Although it was still quite far away, the scorching heat made everyone break out in a sweat. In the next moment, they all started to flee in panic. They were horrified to discover that this first-tier fireball spell had a combat power of 10 billion.
How could they not run?
A group of teachers looked on, their faces filled with shock.
10 billion combat power? That was already within the range of a level 7 ability user. Wasn't Gu Qian only level 5? How could he have such strong combat power? The surrounding students were even more terrified, frantically distancing themselves.
Those who were timid had already started screaming. The scene became chaotic. Gu Qian looked at this spectacle and merely sneered.
They could be scared like this?
If he unleashed his full power and reached a combat power of 100 billion, wouldn't he scare this bunch of useless people to death?
It was truly exasperating.
He had only wanted to quietly gain the opportunity to use a divine artifact before graduation. Yet, they forced him to crush their confidence.
Well, now they had a psychological shadow left.
Thinking of this, Gu Qian couldn't help but feel a bit narcissistic.
Sometimes being too excellent is also a kind of trouble.
As he said this, he glanced at the group of teachers.
Then, raising an eyebrow, he said, don't you all agree, teachers? This statement nearly sent those teachers into orbit with anger.
They had originally wanted to see Teacher Xia make a fool of himself, but unexpectedly, they were humiliated by a student instead.
The muscular man couldn't hold back his temper any longer.
He directly punched the massive white fireball spell. In an instant, the enormous white fireball shattered into numerous smaller white fireballs, scattering to every corner of the academy.
It looked like a giant firework had exploded. If it hadn't been daytime, it would have been even more dazzling.
Emo Lanlan looked up at the scattered fireballs with admiration, filled with envy as she said, so beautiful.
If only someone could set off such fireworks just for me.
After saying this, she blinked at Gu Qian, the hint unmistakable.
Gu Qian, however, saw things differently. He looked at the arrogant, muscular teacher.
The teacher slowly descended from the sky and said to Gu Qian, kid, so what if you learn a second-tier spell?
The vast gap in strength cannot be easily erased.
In the future, when you encounter the academy's teachers, you should show some respect.
Otherwise, one day when you get taught a lesson, your grandfather will have to come to school to back you up.
Faced with the muscular teacher's disdain, Gu Qian felt no anger at all.
Instead, he kindly reminded him, teacher, I don't know if you hit me, but I do know that if you don't go put out the fire, the Hidden God Academy is going to burn down.
As soon as Gu Qian's words left his mouth, everyone suddenly woke up, looking around in shock. They saw those white fireballs, even if they were dispersed, they turned into small fireballs. But each fireball still had a combat power of no less than 1 billion. Everything that came into contact with them was ignited in an instant. In no time, the entire Hidden God Academy was engulfed in flames.
Oh no, how could I forget about this? What are you waiting for? Hurry up and put out the fire.
With that, all the teachers present, except for Uncle, rushed off to extinguish the flames. Gu Qian spread his hands, looking helpless. Then he said to Teacher Xia, "Uncle, there are no classes today, right? Then we'll head back first." Teacher Xia smiled as he looked around. The academy was almost burned down. The classrooms were gone. What classes could they have? Everyone go back, be safe, and come to class on time tomorrow. All the students returned to their dormitories. In less than half a day, the news of Gu Qian blowing up the classroom and setting the Hidden God Academy on fire spread throughout the entire capital. Such a thing was something even the most unruly students in previous years wouldn't dare to do. In the study of the head of the Xie family, ha ha ha, as expected of my grandson, causing such a big commotion on the first day of class, very good, very much in line with my style back in the day. Standing beside him, Grandma smiled helplessly, full of affection, and said, "Truly, whose child is whose, every day he just causes trouble." Opposite the desk, the eldest son, wearing glasses, said angrily, "Mom and Dad, Gu Qian has caused such a huge mess, don't you have any intention of punishing him? If he keeps causing trouble like this, our Xie family's reputation will be ruined." Hearing this, the old couple, who had just been laughing, suddenly turned serious. The head of the Xie family said sternly, "What do you want to do to punish Qianer? Let me hear it." The eldest son frowned and said, he must publicly apologize to the school, then be brought back home for punishment. Without saying anything else, he must endure 1,000 strikes of the thunder whip, otherwise, who knows how much trouble he will cause in the future. If it weren't for the Xie family's reputation, the school would have expelled Gu Qian long ago for burning down the Hidden God Academy. Moreover, a small Gu family could not possibly bear the compensation. Just making him apologize and punishing him at home was already very lenient. Well said, it should indeed be done this way. Upon hearing the head of the Xie family's words, the eldest son immediately felt relieved. It seemed the old man was still quite clear-headed. He could distinguish between closeness and distance. After all, a grandson was ultimately an outsider. How could he be compared to the family's own descendants? Just as the eldest son was about to nod and say something, the old man suddenly spoke calmly. "How about this, you take over as the head of the family? I'm too old for this, it's time for me to retire." As soon as these words were spoken, the eldest son broke out in a cold sweat. He stammered, "Dad, what are you talking about? Our Xie family cannot be without you to oversee things." As one of the few top-tier forces in Huagua, the Xie family had many strong members. Even among the top tier, there were more than a dozen with level 13 abilities. But no matter how many level 13 strongmen there were, they still needed a top-tier powerhouse to hold the fort. Otherwise, how could he possibly maintain control? Old Master Xie is one of the top existences among the 13th level ability users. Among so many people, only he has comprehended the second-tier spell and the domain. The others have at most only grasped the second-tier spell. If the old master were to step down now, the other first-rate forces would not know how to target the Xie family. Moreover, now the second son of the third family has comprehended the domain. In the competition for the family head, he would definitely not have the advantage. So, the old master absolutely cannot step down now. "You still know I'm the family head, huh? What I want is none of your business." As he spoke, old Master Xie slammed the desk. With a loud crash, the desk shattered into pieces. "My precious grandson has comprehended the second-tier spell so early and even helped Attain comprehend the domain. You don't mention a word of this great achievement and only think about punishing my precious grandson. What? Is he a thorn in your side?" Xia Laoda turned pale with fear, lowering his head and stammering, "No, it's not like that. Get out, get out. Don't block my view here. Also, immediately pick 4 sets of level 5 epic equipment to send to the 4 of them, and make sure to settle the school's compensation. You go deliver it personally, understood?" "Yes, yes, yes. Now get lost." After receiving the scolding, Xia Laoda finally left the room. Only then did Grandma use her hand to smooth down the old man's chest. "Old man, on this joyous day, why get angry with this bastard? Don't let yourself get upset." Old Master Xia, still fuming, said, "All they know is to fight among themselves. You tell me, why did we work so hard to build this great family? Isn't it just to let our descendants live a little better and in harmony? Now look, there's no outsider to bully us, and our own people are fighting among themselves. It really makes me furious. Who can I trust to hand over the Xie family to in the future?" Hearing this, Grandma directly replied, "What's there to hesitate about? It wasn't certain before, but isn't it certain now? Attain has comprehended the domain and has such a good relationship with Qianer. If not him, then who? If it really doesn't work, giving it to Qianer is fine too." As soon as these words were spoken, old Master Xie frowned and looked at his wife, saying, "Is that really what you think?" This was a very dangerous statement. No matter how favored Gu Qian is, he is still a member of the Gu family. He doesn't share the Xie surname. How could the Xie family be handed over to Gu Qian? That would be handing over the century-old foundation of the Xie family. No matter how much Old Master Xie dotes on Gu Qian, he could never do that. Of course, that's what I think. What? You don't think so? Old Madame Xie seemed unaware of Old Master Xie's unusual reaction. After a brief moment of eye contact, Old Master Xie's tightly furrowed brows suddenly relaxed. With a beaming smile, he said, "Of course, that's what I think. I was just afraid Chinner wouldn't agree. Now that Attain is here, I finally don't have to worry." Upon hearing this, the fist that Old Madame Xie had raised also fell. If Old Master Xie had dared to say no just now, that fist would have at least made contact with him several hundred times. Fortunately, Old Master Xie had some sense. Old Madame Xie smiled broadly. All right, don't be angry anymore. It's time to go back and rest." Okay, I'll go back now." Watching Old Madame Xie leave the room, Old Master Xie finally took a moment to wipe the sweat from his forehead. That was close. Similarly, Gu Qian's 13 masters also received the news. Although they had long known that Gu Qian was exceptionally gifted, possessing such a monstrous ability for sacrifice, they were surprised to find that his comprehension ability was also so strong. He comprehended the second-tier spell at just level 5. Although he was slightly behind Xie Xingqian, with them around, comprehending the domain was only a matter of time. The second-tier spell could only be fully relied upon by oneself. Now, everything is resolved, and everyone is happy. On this day, the capital was anything but calm. At just 18 years old, with a 5th-level strength, he had already comprehended a second-tier spell and had also grasped a domain. The Xie family was about to soar to great heights. If they could complete a 4th-level spell afterward, the Xie family would truly become one of the top forces in Huagua. No, from now on, they must curry favor with the Xie family. Inside the villa, Gu Qian had just come out of the bathroom. He saw 3 people waiting in his room. If he hadn't put on his bathrobe beforehand, they would have seen him in the nude. Gu Qian helplessly said, "What's up? Is there something going on?" Seeing Gu Qian dressed, Mo Lanlan looked visibly disappointed. But she still smiled and said, "Well, Zhao Chang is here, and he brought 3 giant turtles. They're waiting outside for Brother Qian." Upon hearing this, Gu Qian's eyes lit up. What giant turtles? They were clearly his lifeline. 60 years, I have arrived. Gu Qian, still in his bathrobe, didn't even think about changing clothes and rushed outside. He had been waiting for this day for a long time. Ever since he learned he had only a few years left to live, he had regarded this matter as a top priority. Now that he had found the ability to achieve a lifespan of 100 years, he was naturally extremely excited. And there were 3 of them. If he could successfully devour them all, he wouldn't have to worry about living a short life anymore. And this was just the success of 1. If all 3 were successfully devoured, wouldn't that mean an increase of 180 years of life? That would be a huge gain. Gu Qian rushed out of the villa. What came into view were 3 giant turtles, each over 100 meters tall, entirely emerald green, with their limbs, tails, and heads all retracted into their shells. The ability chip also displayed the information of these 3 turtles. Name, Sanjin Turtle Level, 7th Combat Power, 10,984,759 Speed, 2,950,395 Strength, 2,358,936 Spirit, 23,563 Defense, 8,493,039,584,831. Seeing this data, Gu Qian was dumbfounded. What was going on? Why was a 7th-level magical beast's combat power so low? It couldn't even compare to a 6th-level magical beast. The speed, strength, and spirit were pitifully low. How did this creature survive in the Xinghui Mountains? And it had even reached the 7th level? Was it solely due to its terrifying defense? I have to say, the Sanjin turtle was truly a peculiar creature. Its total attributes didn't even come close to its defense. Was the purpose of this species' survival just to exist? Gu Qian had some understanding of this type of magical beast. After all, it was also one of the ways for him to gain lifespan. The records about it only had one line, long life. There had even been discoveries of Sanjin turtles that lived for over 1,000 years. As for offensive means, there were none at all. Whenever it encountered an enemy, regardless of the opponent's strength, it would simply retract into its shell and not retaliate. It would only come out long after the enemy had left, which could even take a year. There was no desire to fight whatsoever. Its only hobby was eating aquatic plants and various fruits. It was the epitome of a creature that was indifferent to the world. It didn't seem like a magical beast at all. Gu Qian even felt a bit embarrassed about devouring their abilities. However, a mere 60 years of lifespan for them was like a month for humans. There was no need to take it to heart.
I've brought the magical beasts, we're even now, goodbye. Zhao Chang saw Gu Qian and ran off directly.
He had developed a psychological shadow regarding Gu Qian. After all, someone who could almost kill him with a casual punch was not someone to be trifled with. Plus, as a young master of the Zhao family, raised in luxury since childhood, even if he looked fierce, he was still terrified of a madman like Gu Qian.
He wished he would never have to see him again. Watching Zhao Chang's flustered demeanor, Gu Qian had intended to express his gratitude but didn't have the chance to say it. He could only watch Zhao Chang leave, murmuring, "Take care, no need to see you off." The days lasted only a moment. The most urgent thing now was to quickly absorb their abilities. But, looking at the three creatures huddled in their shells, Gu Qian furrowed his brows, troubled. To activate the absorption ability, he had to do so when the opponent was completely defenseless. Previously, he had either knocked them out directly or beaten them until they could no longer resist. Now, these three creatures were completely hidden. Even if they did show themselves, with their high defenses, even if he used all his strength, he wouldn't be able to harm them. What to do? Should he ask his little uncle for help? No, his little uncle had such a strange temper. It was better not to provoke him. If that didn't work, he could try to absorb them directly. After all, they didn't seem like they would resist. After thinking for a moment, Gu Qian placed his right hand under one of the three-horned turtles. He activated his absorption ability, aiming to absorb the opponent's power. The moment the ability was activated, Gu Qian felt a warm current flowing from the three-horned turtle into his body. In the blink of an eye, it filled him completely. This made Gu Qian involuntarily excited. It worked. He didn't expect to succeed on the first try. Seeing the smile on Gu Qian's face, Mo Lanlan also said excitedly, "Brother Qian, did it succeed?" Gu Qian looked at Mo Lanlan and said, "It succeeded, a 50% chance, the success rate is quite high. Let's try the other two. If I can succeed with both, that would mean a lifespan of 180 years. After saying that, Gu Qian was about to go to another three-horned turtle to absorb its power. But before he could take 2 steps, he was pulled back by Xia Xianchen. Covering his mouth with his right hand, he whispered in Gu Qian's ear, "Big brother, each ability can only be successfully absorbed once. Absorbing again won't work. It will only cause them to lose their abilities." Faced with Xia Xianchen's reminder, Gu Qian was quite surprised. What? There's such a rule? He thought he could keep absorbing. What a wasted joy. But this was too embarrassing. His own ability was actually not as well understood as Aiken's. If this got out, his reputation would be ruined in an instant. Gu Qian looked around at the somewhat dilapidated surroundings with a hint of frustration. He quickly changed the subject and said, "Do you know how my little uncle arranged things for tomorrow? The school isn't built yet, and if we have to get up early tomorrow and there's no class, I will be furious." Whether in his past life at work or now at school, Gu Qian's greatest hobby was sleeping in. If this hard-earned opportunity was wasted, he would truly be angry. Xia Xianchen thought for a moment and then said, "This little uncle didn't notify us, just said to gather in the classroom at 8 in the morning." Hearing that it was still an 8 o'clock gathering, Gu Qian felt completely deflated. "I have to get up at 8 and then walk back to sleep. Why does this world have to have an 8 o'clock class?" It felt like he would never love it again. Feeling weak all over, he trudged back. The next morning, on the grass in front of the classroom, all the students from the problem class had arrived. Looking at the classroom that hadn't even started construction, everyone was bewildered. The classroom was gone. The teacher still wanted to hold class. How dedicated could he be? And even if he wanted to teach, in this environment, who could focus on class? Other classes were on break. Why couldn't we have a day off? Everyone hung their heads, listless, unable to muster any spirit. The reputation of their teacher, aside from Gu Qian, was known to everyone. The Master of Dreams was exceptionally skilled. No matter how cruel the punishment, it could be summoned with a wave of his hand. Moreover, it didn't interfere with teaching at all. There was no need to worry about causing any harm to the students. Coupled with the Xie family's background, who would dare provoke him? Even if they felt resentment, they could only endure it. Soon, a steady sound of footsteps echoed. Following that, Teacher Xie's voice came through. "Classmates, we won't have a theory lesson today. We're going to do some practical exercises." Practical exercises? Upon hearing this, all the students looked at Teacher Xie in confusion. What does this mean? Is he really suggesting that so many people should fight? Surely he hasn't forgotten what kind of students he's teaching. This practical class could very well lead to the entire class being wiped out. Xia Xianqing hesitated as he glanced at the dozen or so classmates in his class, along with their bizarre abilities. His head instantly throbbed. Although his own ability was among the top in the SSS level,
and his college entrance exam scores were also in the national top 10, that was considering all the students graduating in the same year. Many people were directly exempt from exams and admitted to various universities because their abilities were simply too powerful. Their lethality was so strong that they couldn't participate in the college entrance exams. If those people had participated, he wouldn't have made it into the top 10 at all. And there were several such individuals in the problem class. Fighting them? Forget about winning, just surviving would be a miracle. Thinking of this, Xie Xianqing lowered his head and awkwardly raised his hand, saying to the teacher, "Teacher, isn't this arrangement a bit inappropriate? If someone gets hurt," before Xie Xianqing could finish, the teacher smiled and said, "Xie Xianqing, you're overthinking it. How could I let you all fight each other? After all, in our problem class, only Xie Xianqing's ability level is SSS. It wouldn't be appropriate for you to fight with them." As he spoke, the teacher's gaze subtly flicked towards Xie Xianqing. The smile at the corner of his mouth was warm, but it looked more like mockery. Gu Qianrun was stunned. Is this really his uncle? Why is he exposing his own people's shortcomings? Even without that relationship, a normal teacher-student relationship shouldn't be like this. Did a Xing offend his little uncle? Seeing Gu Qian's puzzled expression, Xie Xianqing hesitated for a moment and leaned closer to Gu Qian's ear, whispering, "That little uncle is very petty. You mustn't question him, or else you won't have good results." Petty? Upon hearing this, Gu Qian was taken aback. Could it be that just because Xie Xianqing raised a question, his little uncle got angry? Is it really necessary to be this petty? However, it seemed that his little uncle really was quite petty. Just yesterday, he had received such a severe punishment for saying a single sentence in class. It looks like he should keep his distance from his little uncle in the future. Xie Xianqing felt his face flush with embarrassment from his little uncle's words. He was very angry inside. If it were someone else, they would have already gone up to argue loudly. No matter who you are or how high your level is, if it's not resolved today, it won't be over. But the one saying this was his own little uncle, who was even more reckless than he was. That made him a bit apprehensive. However, keeping it bottled up inside was too uncomfortable. So, Xie Xianqing, feeling justified yet somewhat helpless, said softly, "Who said that? My big brother just taught me a poem, and now I can elevate my ability to SSS level. From now on, no one can say my ability is only S level." As soon as these words came out, the dozen or so people present were stunned. What did Xie Xianqing just say? His ability can be elevated to SSS level? How is that possible? The assessment of ability levels has been established over hundreds of years, with thousands of people with the same abilities undergoing millions of tests to reach a final conclusion. It's almost impossible to improve further. Moreover, the amplification of S-level abilities is assessed with even more caution, and there's no way to make a mistake. And it's based on a poem from Gu Qian. That makes it even more impossible. A flash of surprise crossed Teacher Xie's eyes. It's hard to say about others. I know my own nephew a bit. Although this guy usually acts recklessly and is quite disorganized, he can still be relied upon when it comes to serious matters. At least he won't just talk nonsense. However, the level of his ability has increased. And it's gone from SS level to SSS level, which is really hard to believe. Thinking of this, Teacher Xie frowned and said, "You say your ability level has risen to SSS? Then show me." Xie Xianqing looked at the doubtful gazes of the crowd, feeling quite indignant. He straightened his neck and said, "Fine, I'll show you." With that, Xie Xianqing adjusted his mood and directly activated his ability. He then said, "When autumn comes on the 8th of September, my flowers will bloom and kill all others." As soon as the first line of the poem was spoken, everyone gasped in shock. 109-847-3957, it had directly risen to 109-847-3957. An increase of over 100 times. He really had raised his SS level ability to SSS level. This was simply unbelievable. Where did he learn such a murderous poem? I had never heard it before. If this poem had existed earlier, would it have been regarded as an SS level ability for so many years? Those who had awakened this ability before, if they knew about this, wouldn't they jump out of their graves in anger? This was just too absurd. The difference between SS level and SSS level, although it's only one level apart, is like a chasm. Awakening an SSS level ability is a matter of great honor for one's family. Seeing the shocked expressions of his classmates around him, Xie Xianqing's frustration dissipated quite a bit. Even his expression turned smug. Finally, this young master was no longer the one with the weakest ability in the class. I wonder who will dare to say I'm an SS level ability holder from now on. But look at you all now. Just wait until I finish reciting, you'll be scared to death. Just thinking about their expressions later made Xie Xianqing a bit impatient. He directly recited the remaining lines. The fragrant array reaches through Chang'an, the whole city is adorned in golden armor. This caused his previously boosted power of 109-847-3957 to soar again, directly reaching 260978295. Hiss! Everyone's eyes widened in disbelief as they looked at Sss-Class.
Their astonishment was even greater than when they themselves awakened their SSS level abilities. This guy not only raised his SS level ability to SSS level, but he also possessed one of the top abilities among SSS levels. A 292-fold increase. Such a significant boost. How did he manage to keep this to himself until now?
If it were me, I wouldn't be able to wait even an hour, let alone a whole night. Not just these classmates, even the usually very composed teacher had a look of disbelief on his face. It was the first time he had seen someone raise their ability level, especially from SS to SSS.
So, does this mean there's one more SSS level ability?
No, this matter must be reported to the school.
Report to the country. No, I need to tell mom first.
Without any hesitation, he directly dialed the phone of the old lady Xia.
Xiao Wu, why did you think of calling mom? Is there something going on?
This weekend, come back with Chenner. It's been a long time since our family had a meal together.
Mom, the meal isn't urgent. I have some great news to tell you. What good news has you so excited?
Xing has raised his ability to SSS level, and his combat power has increased by over 292 times.
What? Xing's ability has risen to SSS level? Is this true? How did he do it?
The news reached the chip side, and they were equally excited. This was a tremendous piece of good news.
An SSS level ability.
Even in Kyoto, where geniuses abound, it was extremely rare. Among the current generation of the Xie family, with over 20 younger members, only 2 had awakened SSS level abilities.
Now, with the addition of Sss-Class, how could they not be happy? You can only ask Xing about that. Alright, then I'll hang up.
After saying that, the call was abruptly disconnected. Sss-Class waited eagerly for her grandmother's call invitation, but after a while, there was still no sign of it.
Instead, Guan received an invitation. Hello, Grandma, why are you calling me? Aren't you looking for Xing? Oh, it doesn't matter who I'm looking for. Your uncle is useless, don't you know what's going on? You two are together every day, so tell me, what's the matter? Guan glanced awkwardly at Sss-Class.
This was such a joyous occasion that Xing should have shared it with her grandmother herself. He didn't expect her to send the call invitation to him directly.
He really didn't know what she was thinking. If Xing got angry, it wouldn't be good.
As he thought this, Guan's gaze met Sss-Class's. His mind was racing, trying to smooth things over. But to his surprise, Sss-Class didn't seem to care at all.
With a beaming smile, she asked, Big brother, what did Grandma say? Guan awkwardly smiled and replied, Grandma asked me what's going on. Then just tell her directly, let Grandma know how amazing her grandson is.
After saying that, Sss-Class grinned widely, not taking the matter to heart at all. In fact, she was even happier than when she first learned her ability had reached SSS level.
Ha! With a chuckle, Guan's worries vanished completely. This kid was still the same as when he was little. When would he grow up? Grandma, well, it's like this.
Xing learned a poem, and then broke the maximum amplification multiplier for S-level ability chanting, reaching 292 times, and that's how he became SSS level.
Learned a poem? What poem? How come I didn't know there was a poem that could increase S-level ability chanting amplification by 292 times? If such a poem existed, our Xie family would have found it for this kid long ago. Why wait until today? Quick, tell Grandma what's going on. Hearing this, Guan suddenly felt embarrassed. This old lady was not easy to fool.
To be honest, while I was in Chang'an City, I accidentally came across a poem that felt quite heavy with killing intent, so I memorized it. Yesterday, when I found out Xing awakened an S-level ability chanting amplification, I thought it suited him well, so I taught it to him.
Oh.
After Guan finished speaking, a voice from the other end responded with an "oh" that seemed to imply she had already guessed this matter was related to him.
My great-grandson is amazing. A poem he casually memorized can turn an S-level ability into an SSS-level ability. This must be celebrated properly.
When the weekend comes, come back with your uncle, and we'll celebrate as a family.
Alright, Grandma, I'll definitely come back this weekend. I'll hang up now. Okay, good grandson. After hanging up, Guan let out a long sigh of relief.
Meanwhile, the surrounding students had already become numb.
What on earth was going on with Guan? On his first day at school, he made Sss-Class awaken his domain.
The next day, he learned a second-tier spell. The third day was even more incredible, directly raising Sss-Class's ability by 1 level. These three events, let alone happening consecutively over 3 days, would be shocking even if they occurred once in 10 years.
What kind of innate lucky holy body is this Gu Qian?
Everyone around him, except for Mo Lan Lan, has experienced good fortune.
And it's not just any good fortune, but tremendous blessings. I also want a big brother like this. Is there still a need for a charm on the big guy's leg?
While everyone was lost in their thoughts, the teacher spoke up. I've reported this matter to the school, and I believe it will soon reach the National Appraisal Agency.
At that time, you should be called in.
As he spoke, his eyes directly fixed on Xie Xianqing.
An increase in ability level is a significant matter. It absolutely cannot be taken lightly. Can I go with my big brother?
Xie Xianqing scratched his head and looked at the teacher.
Do you think this is a vegetable market? You can just take whoever you want, the teacher replied.
Upon hearing this, Xie Xianqing's head drooped immediately, not daring to speak further. The teacher continued, today's lesson continues. First, the practical exercise is not for you to fight each other, but to team up against stronger magical beasts.
I believe everyone is familiar with the concept of ability user teams.
In simple terms, it's about combining the abilities of several individuals to maximize their combat power against stronger enemies. Various abilities, working together, can often produce unexpectedly powerful results, just like the two brothers, Xie Xianqing and Xie Xianchen.
It shows that 1 + 1 can be greater than 2.
Therefore, it's common for ability users to form teams, and the Ability User Association has regulations that each team can have a maximum of 5 members. This number has been determined through various experiments. If there are too many abilities, the human body cannot bear it. So, today's first task is for the whole class to find suitable teammates based on their ability characteristics and form teams. And let me remind everyone, a good team is not just about having strong combat power. An excellent team generally includes 1 warrior, 1 mage, 1 support, 1 healer, and 1 scout. Alright, let's start forming teams. There are still very challenging tasks ahead. Upon hearing the teacher's words, everyone began to assess their classmates around them. At the beginning of the school year, the student information clearly stated which student awakened what ability, so everyone had a general idea. However, among these people, Gu Qian was an exception. He had never seen that form from start to finish. Gu Qian gathered 4 people and said, a Xing, as the warrior in the team, is more than enough now, and a Chen's ability as support is also fine. As for me, as a mage, I can scout as well, but I don't know what Little Basket's ability is. We still need to figure out what we lack. After saying this, Gu Qian turned his gaze to Mo Lan Lan. The 3 had anticipated this situation, so there was no surprise at all.
With such a good relationship, they only now inquired about Mo Lan Lan's ability. Gu Qian was the first to do so. It's unlikely that another one like him would appear in the entire hidden academy. Mo Lan Lan didn't mind at all.
She smiled at Gu Qian and softly said, I can be both a scout and a mage, O Chen Ji, but we still need a healer. Upon hearing this, Gu Qian was stunned.
Healer? Little Basket, are you confused? Is there a healer in our class? We're a problem class. People like that wouldn't be assigned to us. He thought Little Basket would suggest adding a combat power or something like that. He never expected Little Basket to want to add a healer. This is simply impossible in this problem class. Mo Lan Lan still smiled sweetly and said, Chen Ji, you shouldn't underestimate healers. If they really go crazy, they can be stronger than many people in our class. Now, Gu Qian was even more bewildered. Our class really has someone who can heal.
Of course, Brother Qian, look at that little girl with purple hair standing in the corner of the crowd. Mo Lan Lan linked her left arm with Gu Qian's and pointed her right index finger towards the corner of the crowd. Dressed in a purple princess dress, with a head of purple hair, she was small in stature and had a pouting face. Looking at her, one would never guess she was an awakened adult with abilities. Moreover, she had entered the Hidden Academy thanks to her healing abilities and ended up in the problem class. Not to mention how weak healing abilities are in combat. Just getting into the Hidden Academy was already a miracle, let alone being in the problem class. Through Mo Lan Lan's explanation, Gu Qian had learned that most students in the problem class were those who had caused significant trouble during the college entrance exams or in the first few days of school. Although there was nothing commendable about it, it indirectly indicated one thing: the students in the problem class were all quite strong. After all, one misstep could lead to either death or injury. How could such people not be strong? Yet, in such a class, there was a student with healing abilities, who was considered weak in combat. It was strange, no matter how one looked at it. Are you sure she will join our team? Gu Qian frowned at Mo Lan Lan. It was important to know that their team's reputation was not great. On the first day of school, before classes even started, they had fought with another class. On the first day of class, they had blown up a classroom and even burned down the school. Although Gu Qian was not responsible for the school burning, he was directly involved. These 3 incidents were enough to make anyone avoid them, even in the problem class. Moreover, Gu Qian and his group had long become a thorn in the side of the academy's geniuses. Teaming up with them would surely not be easy in the future. Leave this to me, I can definitely persuade her. With that, Mo Lanlan bounced off to find the little girl. Shortly after Mo Lanlan left, Xie Xianqing and Xie Xianchen approached, looking quite worried. Big brother, are you really planning to invite her to join our team? Isn't that a bit too risky? As soon as Xie Xianqing finished speaking, Xie Xianchen added, I feel it's a bit risky too. Should we consider other options, big brother? Hearing Xie Xianchen's words, Gu Qian's curiosity was immediately piqued. Wow, even that quiet Xie Chen is expressing an opinion? How difficult can this little girl be? Isn't she just a healer? What's there to be afraid of? Xie Xianchen had awakened a domain, after all. What's wrong? Is a healer so terrifying? Xie Xianqing scratched his head in confusion. But in the end, he said, Big brother, let me put it this way, this girl is a violent maniac. Don't be fooled by her healing abilities. During the college entrance exam, she killed a level 7 magical beast with just her fists, and she was only level 5. She's neither a martial artist nor a mage, she just beat that level 7 magical beast to death with her bare fists. The scariest part is that in the end, she didn't even get a scratch, her clothes were just torn. Isn't that terrifying? After hearing Xie Xianqing's words, Gu Qian's eyes widened in shock. What? Level 5, and she killed a level 7 magical beast with her fists? How did she do that? According to reliable sources, during the second exam, she almost killed all the students participating while in a berserk state. In the end, it took all the strong fighters from her city working together to knock her out, otherwise, it would have resulted in a major incident. Hiss! Gu Qian gasped. Goodness, she's even more ferocious than I am. I just beat everyone up, she actually kills people. And although I can easily kill a level 7 magical beast now, it still requires some means. Killing a level 7 magical beast with bare hands, I really might not be able to do that. What a fierce person. I didn't expect someone so petite and cute to have such strength. With that kind of power, why bother with healing? Why not just become a warrior? At that point, it wouldn't just be a problem class. Even among all the freshmen, our team would be the strongest. Just thinking about that scene is exhilarating. While Gu Qian was still fantasizing about what would happen after forming a team, Mo Lanlan had already brought the little girl over. Brother Qian, it's all settled. Classmate Qi Xiaxia has agreed to join our group. But there's a condition that Brother Qian needs to consider. What condition? Gu Qian asked Mo Lanlan. Classmate Qi Xiaxia won't only focus on healing, her main role will still be combat. I completely understand, I agree to that. Are you kidding? With that kind of strength, being a healer would be a waste. Even if you want to take it easy, I wouldn't agree to that. Brother Qian, don't be in a hurry. I haven't mentioned classmate Qi Xiaxia's condition yet. Ha? Wasn't that the condition? Then what is classmate Qi Xiaxia's condition? My condition is simple. When I'm about to go berserk, you all need to quickly evacuate, as far away as possible. If you can agree to that, I'll join. If not, I'll withdraw right now. Saying this, Qi Xiaxia crossed her arms and didn't even look at Gu Qian. Agreed, of course agreed. Welcome, classmate Qi Xiaxia, to our team. That's also a condition. If you're going berserk, am I supposed to stick around? Am I just waiting to be hit? What a joke. Saying this, Gu Qian reached out his hands for a handshake, but Qi Xiaxia completely ignored him. Seeing this, the Xie brothers wanted to say something to her, but were silenced by Gu Qian's glare. I like this personality. Let's go see what the teacher has planned next. With Gu Qian's team formation complete, the entire class had also finished forming their teams. Almost all were in groups of 5, except for one person who was alone. However, everyone understood. After all, his abilities were too terrifying. Being close was not an option. If they teamed up, wouldn't they be risking their lives? Seeing that everyone had formed their teams, the teacher began to speak. With team formations complete, we will start our first assessment as new students. This afternoon, we will head to the Xinghui mountain range. Aside from high-level weapons, you can take whatever you want. This time, we will stay in the Xinghui mountain range for at least 5 days. Class dismissed. As soon as the words class dismissed were spoken, all the students present began to prepare to disperse. It seemed that whether they were ability users or ordinary people, no one liked attending class. Class dismissed, what a wonderful phrase. Xie Xianqing raised his hands, palms up, eyes half closed, smiling as if he had found liberation. It's not surprising that Xie Xianqing would react this way. After all, because of Gu Qian, the school was destroyed.
Aside from the problem class of freshmen, the other classes didn't have lessons. This left everyone feeling a bit unbalanced.
Now that class was dismissed early, it was a small consolation.
Big brother, what should we eat?
I heard the roasted magical duck across from the academy is good.
Shall we give it a try? Xia Xianqing looked eagerly at Gu Qian, waiting for his response. Roasted magical duck? What kind of magical beast is that? Will it upset my stomach? Gu Qian was still a bit resistant to eating magical beasts. Just looking at them seemed off. Anyone who could eat them must be really hungry. Seeing Gu Qian's troubled expression, Mo Lanlan and Xia Yansheng already understood. Before Gu Qian could speak, Mo Lanlan directly refused. What roasted magical duck? Is the food outside clean? If it makes brother Qian sick, are you responsible? Xia Xianqing said somewhat unconvinced. How could it be bad?
The chef across the way is a level 10 magic fire chef. I don't know how many people are fighting to book his roasted magic duck.
Don't talk about us, even your grandfather might not be able to get a spot.
I waited 7 or 8 years just to get this reservation, specially prepared for my big brother.
If you don't want to eat, then don't. I don't want you to eat anyway. Hearing this, Gu Qian looked incredulous. 7 or 8 years just to get a reservation. Is this chef really that amazing? Even the old man of the Mo family can't get a spot? But that's a magical beast. At this moment, Gu Qian's face was full of conflict. Go? He couldn't accept it psychologically. Not go? He couldn't accept that either.
After all, this was an opportunity that a Xing had waited 7 or 8 years for.
If he refused, how heartbroken would a Xing be?
Just as Gu Qian was hesitating, a deep voice came from behind the 4 of them.
What are you chatting about? So engrossed?
Upon hearing the voice, Gu Qian and the others turned around. They saw a well-mannered big guy who had somehow appeared behind them.
Who else could it be but Gu Qian's uncle? The powerful visual impact really gave off a suit-wearing thug vibe. How did he not notice this before? Uncle, what brings you here? Gu Qian said with a smile.
Although he appeared very happy, there was always a sense of distance. It was a genuine dislike. Yet, looking at his expression, it seemed very warm.
Gu Qian truly grasped this awkward feeling perfectly, making it clear that he indeed disliked him but had to pretend to like him. The eldest of the Xie family smiled helplessly and said, "You little brat, can't you at least pretend a bit better?" Gu Qian still smiled warmly. "What can I do? I have to give the old man some face. If it gets out that our family isn't on good terms, wouldn't that be embarrassing for the old man?"
The Xie brothers didn't have so many twists and turns. They all wore cold expressions, completely giving off a vibe of not familiar, do not disturb.
"I came to find you today because there's good news. The old man said to bring you for some equipment, all level 5 epic quality. Take a look." Upon hearing about the epic quality equipment, the faces of the Xie brothers instantly lit up. There was no need to mention Xia Xianqing. He already had a bit of a comedic flair. Surprisingly, Xia Xianqing's expression was also somewhat exaggerated. Even the pampered Mo Lanlan showed some emotion.
Not just them, even the classmates who had already left turned back upon hearing about the epic quality equipment.
And it was a full set. What? Grandpa actually took out the only 4 sets of level 5 epic quality equipment at home? Xia Xianqing was already a bit impatient. Xia Xianqing said in disbelief, "Is this really a gift from Grandpa to us?" Mo Lanlan said in slight surprise, "Even I get one?"
"Of course, the old man really spent a lot to celebrate for you all."
The eldest of the Xie family nodded as he spoke.
Hearing this, the 2 Xie brothers swallowed hard.
This was epic quality equipment. The strongest equipment aside from artifacts. Normally, they wouldn't even see one piece. Today, the old man actually took out a whole 4 sets. For the Xie brothers, who had never received much attention at home, this was an immense fortune. Although there were level restrictions, each piece was worth at least a few 100 million. A full set of 5 would be worth at least 2 to 3 billion. Moreover, they were extremely rare and hard to come by. Taking out 4 sets at once was worth 100 billion. Now, the treasures the old man had collected over the years were all laid bare. And they were all perfectly suited to their levels. The old man really spoiled the big brother too much. Without the big brother around, let alone getting a set, even just wanting to take a look, the old man wouldn't allow it. Now that it's taken out, I really don't feel a bit of heartache. Everyone present was surprised. Only Gu Qian remained very calm. If this weren't a gift from the old man, Gu Qian might not even have looked at it. Epic level? What level is that? Is it more powerful than a divine artifact? And it's a level less divine artifact. It's not that I look down on it, it's just that it really can't be compared. Thinking of this, Gu Qian rubbed the ring on his hand. This ring was the level less divine artifact given to Gu Qian by Old Li. Its powerful effects are unmatched by any other weapon. Now Guqian truly looked down on equipment of the epic level. However, he couldn't let down the old man's intentions. Then thank you, Uncle Xia, for making a special trip. Hand it over. Saying this, Guqian directly reached out to take it. He completely treated the eldest of the Xia family as a delivery person. The eldest of the Xia family had no choice but to take the equipment out from his spatial ring and hand it directly to Guqian. Looking at the equipment lying in Guqian's hands, the Xia brothers were stunned. Although Xia Xianqing remained relatively calm, his eyes never left the equipment. Xia Xianqing was even worse, excitedly rubbing his hands. If it weren't for the fact that the equipment was in Guqian's hands, he probably would have snatched it the moment it was taken out. The stuff is delivered. It's not too much to ask you to treat us to a meal, right? I heard you were going to eat roasted demon duck. Roasted demon duck. Even he, the young master of the Xia family, would have to wait for years to eat it. When encountering it readily available, he naturally couldn't let it go. Of course. Guqian smiled warmly. The eldest of the Xia family finally showed a smile. But Guqian's next sentence made him freeze on the spot. Let's wait for next time, definitely next time. After saying that, he turned around and led the three towards the school gate. The eldest of the Xia family shook his head helplessly, and only after Guqian and the others completely disappeared did his expression darken. Guqian's attitude had already explained everything. Being so disliked by him, he wouldn't have a good face in front of the old man either. Inheriting the Xia family was even more hopeless. It seems the plan needs to be set in motion. After saying that, the eldest of the Xia family turned and left. On the other side, in the Jingzhou restaurant hall, the four of them looked at the ancient and simple hall, somewhat dumbfounded. This is the Jingzhou restaurant, the best in the capital. How could the decoration be so simple? If one didn't know better, they might think they had entered a small eatery. With this environment, would people really wait for years just to eat a meal of roasted demon duck? Guqian looked at Xia Xianqing in confusion. However, the latter was not at all disappointed by the decoration. Instead, he said to Guqian, "Big brother, don't be fooled by the simple decor. The food here is exceptional, especially the signature roasted demon duck. Anyone who has been here, regardless of their status or what exquisite delicacies they have tasted, will be in awe." Guqian had no reason to doubt Xia Xianqing's words. After all, the owner here is a level 10 culinary god. Even a stir-fried plate of cabbage would be extremely delicious. But is it really necessary to be like this? I know you sell food for its taste, but can't you show a little respect for the customers? This is an opportunity they waited for years to get to eat here. Shouldn't they enjoy the respect they deserve, aside from just the delicious food? At least let the customers feel that their years of waiting were not in vain, right? Before Guqian could voice his complaints, Xia Xianqing led the three to sit down. Just as the four of them took their seats, a bald, muscular man walked over. Guqian looked at the bald man holding a menu with an imposing expression and felt a bit intimidated. Is he here to take orders or to fight? Why are the waiters here all like this? It's one thing for the boss to be eccentric, the people he hires are also peculiar. A restaurant that can stay open for so many years relies entirely on the boss's prowess. Just as Guqian was internally complaining wildly, the bald, tough man had already approached the four of them. In less than a second, the originally serious tough guy bowed at a 90-degree angle and handed over the menu with both hands. Then he stood up, beaming, and said, "Hello everyone, I am the owner of Jingzhou Restaurant. May I ask what you would like to eat?" Upon hearing this, Guqian blurted out, "What the hell?" He jumped up from his chair. What the hell is going on? A level 10 powerhouse actually came personally to take the customers' orders. And his attitude was so good. Even those larger restaurants wouldn't do this. What on earth is going on with this boss? First, the restaurant's decor was overly simple. Then, the fact that the boss, a level 10 powerhouse, personally came to work. Everything about this was unbelievable. The contrast was simply off the charts. Thoughts whirled in his mind, but his hands didn't stop. He directly helped the boss up and politely said, "You don't need to be so courteous, we can't afford it. We'll just order 4 or 5 signature dishes from your restaurant." After saying that, Guqian wiped the sweat from his brow. This was a level 10 powerhouse. Even though the team was filled with tough characters now, if it came to a fight, he probably wouldn't even be able to match a single finger of the other party. Not to mention the bowing. He really wouldn't know how he died. At this moment, Xia Xianqing, however, looked completely calm. "Big brother, you don't need to worry. Their restaurant has always been like this. How about it? This trip is worth it, right? It's not often you get the chance to be served by a level 10 powerhouse. Of course, it's not often. If I reached such a status, let alone being a waiter for others, anyone who dared to say a word against me while dining here would get their head smashed. Yes, this young master is right.
Please feel free to order, I will definitely bring you the most delicious dishes. After saying that, the boss retreated.
Gu Qian's anxious heart finally settled back down.
He had thought it was a boss trying to show off. He didn't expect him to be so approachable.
Just as Gu Qian sat down, Mo Lanlan suddenly blinked and asked, Brother Qian, can you finish ordering so many dishes?
And the signature dishes here are very expensive. I took a look, and the prices start at 100 million.
Does this guy have that much money?
As she spoke, Mo Lanlan pointed at Xie Xianqing.
Under Mo Lanlan's reminder, Gu Qian finally reacted.
He had been so caught up in his chaotic thoughts that he hadn't considered this aspect at all. A single magical beast's size was already enormous.
How could they possibly finish so many dishes at once? Moreover, looking at Xing, he didn't seem like someone who could afford it.
Although he was the grandson of the Xie family, he was not valued at all.
Even his everyday clothes were extremely low-key.
For him to suddenly take out over 10 billion was simply a fantasy.
Gu Qian asked, Xing, do you have that much money? Xie Xianqing was also taken aback by the question. Money? Aren't you the one paying, big brother? Gu Qian almost spat blood in anger. So, it's you treating me, and I'm the one paying?
You're treating me like a big loser.
This is over 10 billion. That's enough to buy epic-level equipment. And now it's just for a meal? This is simply too wasteful. Gu Qian gritted his teeth and said, Xing, is this what you call treating? Isn't this money still coming from me? Facing Gu Qian's accusation, Xie Xianqing felt no shame at all. Instead, he proudly said, Big brother, you're mistaken. You have to understand, just the qualification to dine here is something you couldn't buy even with 100 billion. Spending over 10 billion on a meal is like picking it up for free. And to be honest, big brother, just a couple of days ago, someone offered 2 billion to buy my qualification, but I didn't agree, just so you could have a good meal. 2 billion? You wouldn't sell it for that? Are you crazy? With that kind of money, what wouldn't we be able to eat? Do we have to eat here? That's 2 billion.
I really don't understand how your mind works. Given your situation with the Xie family, let alone 2 billion, you probably couldn't even come up with a few 100,000, right? You really dare to come here to eat.
Aren't you afraid I don't have that much money? With Gu Qian's question, Xie Xianqing was momentarily taken aback. No money? Just ask the old man.
He might not want to spend that much on us brothers, but if it's big brother, he would only think you ordered too little.
It would definitely be like that.
You must have calculated this out long ago, knowing grandpa wouldn't refuse to spend money, that's why you brought me here.
Gu Qian said, feeling speechless. This guy usually isn't very sharp,
but when it comes to tricking the old man, his mind becomes incredibly quick.
Who taught him that?
Xie Xianqing gave a thumbs up with his right hand and grinned. Big brother is smart. Upon hearing this, Gu Qian covered his forehead with his right hand, looking helpless.
This kid is hopeless.
He doesn't learn the good things, but the bad ones come naturally. If I had known, I should have avoided this kid when we were young.
Now it's too late to say anything.
Mo Lanlan and Xie Xianqing watched the two brothers like this, both smiling slightly. While the four were talking, the boss had already brought out the most popular roasted magic duck in the restaurant. The huge duck, even when dismembered, filled a plate as large as the table. You can see how big this magic duck is. Just this one dish, the four of them couldn't finish. They ordered so much, it really felt a bit wasteful.
Moreover, just looking at such a large portion would make anyone feel full.
But smelling that enticing aroma made the four, who weren't very hungry, suddenly have their stomachs rumbling.
It was so fragrant, incredibly fragrant. It was just a roasted duck. How could it smell this good?
Also, just from the smell, the elemental power within them was subtly showing signs of boiling, and it was slowly increasing.
Isn't that a bit too magical? Even if this roasted magic duck could enhance strength, it should be after eating it, right? They hadn't eaten yet. No wonder this restaurant's roasted magic duck is so hard to book. Just smelling it could enhance strength. Forget waiting 7 or 8 years.
Even waiting 10 years would be worth it.
Selling for over 1 billion is truly a matter of conscience.
The roasted magic duck is here, enjoy, everyone. The boss cheerfully placed the plate on the table and then slowly retreated. The moment the plate hit the table, Gu Qian and Xie Xianqing picked up their chopsticks and directly grabbed a large piece of meat, gnawing at it like crazy.
While gnawing, they kept saying how delicious it was.
There was no trace left of their initial disdain for the monster meat. As expected, no one can escape the true fragrance law. However, before they had eaten much of the first dish, the second dish was already brought out.
The same large plate, the same enticing aroma.
What puzzled Gu Qian and the others was that there was no more space on the table. Where would the second dish go? Before Gu Qian could voice his question, he saw the boss directly dragging the plate with one hand while using the other to pull over a side table. connecting it to Gu Qian's table. Then he placed the second dish on top and retreated. Gu Qian was completely stunned by the boss's operation. It could be done like this? Truly impressive. No wonder they only serve one table of guests each day. With so many tables and chairs in the restaurant, this is how they are used. Big brother, come quickly, this dish is also delicious. Just as Gu Qian was still in a daze, Xie Xianqing had already arrived in front of the second dish. They sat down and started to show off. Gu Qian quickly picked up a plate and went to the second dish to eat. He picked up a piece of meat and put it in his mouth. Before he could chew, a burst of apple fragrance instantly filled his entire mouth. It made the greasy-looking monster meat feel completely non-greasy. He gently took a bite, and the juices instantly splattered out. The rich meaty aroma mingled with the fresh scent of apples, intertwining perfectly. Coupled with the sweet and salty flavor and just the right level of cooking, this dish, even without any side dishes, just meat, was not at all greasy. Instead, it perfectly blended the delicacy of the meat with the sweetness of the apples, making one want to eat more and more. Although it was slightly inferior to the roasted monster duck, it was still worthy of being called a signature dish. Delicious, delicious, the four of them feasted heartily, completely losing their image. Among the four present, they were all from prominent families. Although the Gu family couldn't compare to the other three, the food was just as good. Plus, Gu Qian had memories from his past life, which allowed him to create dishes that didn't exist in this world, even better than what the other three were eating. But now, he couldn't stop eating at all, showing just how good the food was here. Soon, the third and fourth dishes were served. A total of 10 tables were set up, surrounding Gu Qian and the others in the middle. Each dish was fresh, sweet, and extremely delicious, each with its own unique characteristics, making the four of them reluctant to leave. They would eat at one table for a while, then move to another, unable to stop. It wasn't until 2 hours later that the four of them could eat no more, lying back in their chairs with full bellies. After this meal, they had run at least 10 kilometers, yet they had barely eaten 20% of the 10 dishes. Gu Qian felt stuffed. With some difficulty, he raised his right hand and called out, "Boss, to go, and the bill, please." The boss came over with a smile, rubbing his hands together and said, "That'll be 3,759,000,000. How would you like to pay?" 3 billion. Hearing such a large sum, even though he had mentally prepared for it, he was still taken aback. But what could he do without paying? He couldn't really let the old man pay, could he? He would take the packed food to the old man later, so he could try it too. "I'll just transfer it to you directly." "Okay, I'll pack it up for you right away." Although Gu Qian didn't have much money, spending 3 or 4 billion didn't hurt at all. Seeing Gu Qian's transfer, Mo Lanlan's eyes lit up. She shyly looked at Gu Qian and said, "Brother Qian, you're so domineering when spending money. Whoever marries you will definitely live a life of luxury." "No need to say that, my brother is the epitome of a perfect man," Xie Xianqing proudly replied upon hearing Mo Lanlan's words, as if she were praising him. Soon, the boss finished packing and handed Gu Qian a space ring specifically for the packed dishes. Naturally, the cost of this ring was included. The boss personally escorted Gu Qian and the others to the door, bowing warmly to send them off. This made Gu Qian feel quite uncomfortable. It was the first time he had been treated this way by a level 10 powerhouse. Just as Gu Qian was unsure how to respond to the boss, as soon as the four of them stepped out the door behind them slammed shut with a clang, not giving them a chance to speak. They had closed for the day. This left Gu Qian somewhat stunned. This boss was really something, every step was unexpected. "Interesting. Let's go, let's take the food to the old man. I wonder if he will like these dishes," Gu Qian said as he prepared to head to the Xie family. But before the four of them could take a step, they heard a joyful shout from behind. "Lan Lan, you really are here. I haven't seen you for days, it was so hard to find you." As he said this, a stylishly dressed young man, rugged in appearance and at least 185 centimeters tall, jogged up to the four of them. He looked at Mo Lan with a beaming smile, completely ignoring the others. Gu Qian's eyes immediately sparkled with curiosity. He whispered to Xie Xianqing, "Who is this guy? He seems to be interested in little Lan." The young man, seeing Mo Lan, was visibly excited. He reached out both hands, wanting to grasp Mo Lanlan's right hand, but she furrowed her brows and dodged him. "Li Yao, I've told you many times, don't bother me." As she spoke, Mo Lan raised her hand, ready to hit Li Yao on the head. But upon seeing Gu Qian's expression, she suddenly withdrew her hand and instead took 2 steps back. At the moment Mo Lan raised her hand, Li Yao shut his eyes tightly, his muscles tensed, showing no intention of dodging, prepared to take Mo Lanlan's blow. Although every time, Mo Lan never held back when hitting someone, the consequences could range from injury to severe disability. If it weren't for the powerful healers, Li Yao would have died countless times by now. Yet even so, Li Yao remained stubbornly fixated on Mo Lanlan. However, this time, after waiting for a long while, Mo Lanlan's fist still hadn't come down, which surprised Li Yao.
Could it be that Lanlan felt my sincerity and was ready to accept me? Otherwise, why wouldn't she hit me?
Thinking this, Li Yao joyfully opened his eyes and smiled at Mo Lanlan. But what he saw next shattered him. Mo Lanlan had a pitiful expression like a little girl, hiding behind Gu Qian, her hands tightly gripping Gu Qian's right arm. In a sweet voice, she said, "Brother Qian, look at this person, he keeps bothering me, I'm so scared."
Gu Qian didn't even hear Mo Lanlan's words. Instead, he looked at her in disbelief, shocked as he asked, "What did you say his name is? Lin Yao? He actually has a name like that? How can anyone be named that?"
Mo Lanlan was also taken aback that Gu Qian cared so much about this issue. She was momentarily stunned.
Before she could respond, Li Yao's eyes turned red, glaring fiercely at the arm that Mo Lanlan was holding. Gritting his teeth, he said, "Get your dirty hands off. How dare you touch Lanlan's hand? Take it away." The last sentence was almost a shout. Seeing Li Yao's reaction, Gu Qian was also a bit stunned. What was wrong with this guy? Why was he so emotionally unstable? He wouldn't have violent tendencies, would he? That would be unacceptable. Little Lan is so cute, if she were with this guy, wouldn't she get bullied? Thinking this, Gu Qian completely ignored the crazed Li Yao. He lowered his head, covering his mouth with his left hand, and whispered in Mo Lanlan's ear, "Little Lan, you can't accept his pursuit, it's too scary. He gets angry at the drop of a hat, he doesn't seem like a good person." Upon hearing Gu Qian's words, Mo Lanlan chuckled and playfully said, "Brother Qian is always right, Little Lan will definitely listen to Brother Qian." Seeing this scene, Li Yao was completely enraged. When had he ever seen Mo Lanlan with such an expression? Her eyes were filled with Gu Qian, and she was so gentle, completely different from how she usually was with others. Even with Li Yao, who had grown up with her and pursued her for several years, she had never shown such an expression. Normally, just saying a word would get him hit, let alone her being playful. How could Li Yao accept this? Any man would find it hard to accept that the girl he had liked for over a decade was being playful with another man. "Ah, I told you to stay away from Lanlan. Didn't you hear me? Damn it, you really deserve to die. I'm going to kill you." With a shout, Lin Yao's entire body erupted with terrifying vitality. In the next moment, Lin Yao's figure instantly vanished from the spot. When he reappeared, he was already beside Gu Qian. With a face full of ferocity, he swung a fist towards Gu Qian's head. This punch showed no mercy whatsoever. If it truly landed, even if Gu Qian didn't die, he would become a vegetable. After all, Lin Yao was aiming for Gu Qian's head. It was meant to be a lethal blow. He had no intention of letting Gu Qian live. Seeing this, Mo Lanlan's eyes widened in panic. If the two were to compete openly, she wouldn't worry about Gu Qian's safety at all. After all, Gu Qian had already comprehended second-tier magic. Moreover, he possessed extremely powerful combat strength. Dealing with a Lin Yao shouldn't be a problem. But the trouble now was that Lin Yao was launching a sneak attack. Gu Qian had no defenses whatsoever. Even if he used his abilities now, he wouldn't be able to block this strike. Thinking of this, Mo Lanlan became extremely anxious. Even if she activated her abilities now, it would take a moment. But there was no time to wait for her to activate her powers. What to do? If she couldn't think of a way, Brother Qian would be hurt. "Damn Lin Yao, just wait, I will definitely break your hand later. How dare you hurt Brother Qian, you are truly seeking death. Brother Qian absolutely cannot be injured. Moreover, he cannot be hurt while he is beside me. This is absolutely not allowed." With this thought, Mo Lanlan pulled Gu Qian's arm and then charged forward herself. She actually intended to take the blow for Gu Qian. The Xie brothers, seeing this scene, immediately sprang into action, wanting to save Gu Qian. But in the end, they were still a step too late. Both of them wore expressions of regret. Such a good opportunity to perform was actually snatched away by Mo Lanlan. It was truly a bargain for her. Although they were full of complaints in their hearts, their hands did not slow down. They reached out to block in front of Mo Lanlan. However, they realized it was too late. It was impossible to block Lin Yao now. As they watched, Lin Yao's fist was already at Mo Lanlan's temple. If it landed, she would at least have to lie in the hospital for a few months. Lin Yao's attack was truly ruthless. He aimed directly at a vital spot. He clearly had no intention of leaving any way out. Meanwhile, Gu Qian, who had been pulled aside, saw this and quickly took action. In the next moment, a pale blue shield of wind elements appeared around Mo Lanlan's body. Boom! With a loud sound, Lin Yao's fist collided with the wind element shield released by Gu Qian. The rampant energy spread wildly, destroying everything around. In the next second, a figure was sent flying out. It wasn't until it crashed into the gate of the Divine Hidden Academy that it finally stopped. Duong. Then, a body as soft as mud fell to the ground from the gate. And that person was Li Niao. The bodyguards of the Li family were thrown into a panic upon seeing this. They shouted and rushed towards Li Niao. "Young master, are you okay, young master?" At the same time, they were shocked by Gu Qian's speed of action. The young master was a peak-level 5th-tier ability user. Not to mention a surprise attack, even in a normal fight, once the young master activated his abilities, not everyone could withstand it. But now, this Gu Qian not only blocked it but also came away unscathed. This was simply unbelievable. The young master had awakened an SSS level ability. How could he lose so easily to that Gu Qian? This was too absurd. The news of Gu Qian comprehending second-tier magic was known only to the Divine Hidden Academy and a few others. Very few people were aware of it. After all, it had only been a day. Moreover, so much had happened in the past few days. With Xia Xianchen comprehending his domain first, Gu Qian's comprehension of second-tier magic seemed comparatively less important. Looking at Li Niao lying on the ground, blood oozing from the corner of her mouth and her face pale, Gu Qian said apologetically, "I'm sorry, I just comprehended second-tier magic and haven't mastered my strength yet. Please bear with me." Upon hearing Gu Qian's words, Li Niao, already filled with grief and anger, spat out another mouthful of blood. At that moment, Mo Lan Lan, with a worried expression, kept tugging at Gu Qian. She scrutinized him, not missing a single detail. "Brother Qian, you're not hurt, are you? Is there anywhere you feel uncomfortable? Let me see." She looked as if she was about to cry from anxiety. The Xie brothers also appeared anxious. However, they were blocked by Mo Lan Lan and couldn't get close. They could only direct their pent-up anger at Li Niao. Xia Xianqing shouted angrily, "You, Li, what the hell are you doing? How dare you lay a hand on our brother? You must be tired of living." As he spoke, Xia Xianqing rolled up his sleeves, ready to hit Li Niao again. Xia Xianqing also wore a grim expression, remaining silent, but his gaze towards Li Niao was filled with murderous intent. Just as Xia Xianqing was about to reach Li Niao, an old man appeared between them. With a smile on his face, he said to Xia Xianqing, "Young Master Xia, it's all a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding. Look, young Master Gu isn't hurt, right? I apologize on behalf of our young master. When we return, I will definitely send a gift of apology. What do you think? I don't care about your gift. The Xia family has everything we want. Today, I must teach him a lesson to vent our brother's anger." As he spoke, he moved forward again, but was deterred in place by the aura released by the old man. In an instant, the two brothers turned pale, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. If it weren't for Xia Xianqing timely releasing his domain, the two brothers might have knelt on the ground. "Young Master Xia, I call you young master out of respect for the Xia family. If you don't know what's good for you, I don't mind teaching you what it means to be a wise man who knows how to adapt." Although the old man wore a smile, his tone was exceptionally cold. Even with the protection of their domain, the Xie brothers found it difficult to maintain their composure under the old man's pressure, unable to utter a word. It was clear to anyone with eyes that the old man's level was definitely not low. After all, he was capable of personally protecting the young master of the Li family and even dared to confront the two young masters of the Xie family. His level must have long surpassed level 10, otherwise, he wouldn't be so reckless. Seeing this scene, Li Niao immediately shouted fiercely, "Grandpa, take care of that Gu. I want to bring him back to the Li family and torture him every day until he can't live and can't die." "Young master, you are being too reckless today." The old man frowned and scolded in a low voice. Meanwhile, Gu Qian's expression turned ugly upon witnessing this. "Old man, let my brother go immediately, or I will make you die a very ugly death." Hearing Gu Qian's words, the old man narrowed his eyes, his face filled with disdain. A mere level 5 ability user, no matter how extraordinary his abilities or talents, even if he comprehended 4th-tier magic, he could never be his opponent. Such a threat was utterly meaningless. However, the old man still retracted his aura and released the Xie brothers. Although the Xie brothers held a low status in the Xie family, if they were truly harmed, it would be difficult to explain to the Xie family. Moreover, it was the Li family that had provoked them first. The moment the old man's pressure disappeared, the Xie brothers began to breathe heavily, their faces gradually regaining color. They then retreated to Gu Qian's side, looking at the old man with caution. "Young Master Gu, I sincerely apologize. The old man was just anxious to save his master, please forgive me. As for what I just said, the Li family will definitely comply. If there's nothing else, we will take our leave." With that, he turned to help Li Niao. "Old man, I've noted today's events. I will settle this score personally sooner or later. Gu Qian's expression was very calm, showing no hint of emotion.
The old man stopped, turned his back, and said softly, "Young Master Gu is joking.
If you want to find me, I'm always available."
With that, he stepped over to Li Niao's side and helped him up.
At that moment, Li Niao was still shouting, "Grandpa Ma, what are you afraid of? He's just the grandson of the Xia family.
Even if we kill him, our Li family can handle it.
Hurry up and take care of him, Grandpa Ma." Old Ma did not respond, turning to the bodyguards beside him and saying, "What are you still standing there for?
Help the young master back for treatment." Hearing the old man's words, the bodyguards were instantly startled, cold sweat breaking out.
They then respectfully replied, "Yes, Grandpa Ma."
They supported Li Niao and prepared to leave, completely ignoring Li Niao, who was still struggling and shouting.
After the old man left, Gu Qian said, "Let's go back." With that, he headed towards the school. If Gu Qian wanted to kill the other party by any means necessary, he had plenty of ways. The simplest would be to notify Old Li to take action directly. But both of them shared the surname Li, which left Gu Qian somewhat uncertain. However, no matter what, anyone who dared to act against him, even if they were his master's family, would have to pay the price. Feeling the atmosphere gradually grow colder, Gu Qian was followed closely by the two Xie brothers and Mo Lanlan, who dared not speak. Soon, they returned to the small villa. Gu Qian sat directly on the living room sofa, not saying a word, lost in thought. The remaining three looked like children who had done something wrong, heads down, not daring to speak, let alone sit. They exchanged glances, deciding who would go up to face the music. In the end, it was Mo Lanlan who took a deep breath and walked up to Gu Qian. "Brother Qian, it's all my fault. If I could have." But before she could finish, Gu Qian interrupted her. "What does this have to do with you? If anyone should be blamed, it's that Li. Sooner or later, I will deal with that old man and the young one properly." Hearing Gu Qian's words, Mo Lanlan happily raised her head and said, "So, Brother Qian, you're not angry with me anymore? Why would I be angry with you? Then what were you thinking about all this time?"
Xia Xianqing asked, puzzled.
"I was thinking about how to deal with these two guys sooner. Oh, by the way, is there any relation between this Li family and Old Li among the 13 saints? Or are they actually from the same family?"
Upon hearing Gu Qian's words, the three were stunned. They never expected Gu Qian was actually thinking about how to deal with that old man. After all, he was a level 11 ability user. Not to mention the four of them, even with the addition of their uncle, they might not be able to take on that old guy. The big brother really dared to think that way. Mo Lanlan smiled slightly and said, "Brother Qian, the two Li families have no relation. Otherwise, how could they be divided into two Li families?" Old Li, one of the 13 saints, was among the top existences in the entire Huagua. How could he allow his own family members to establish a separate branch? Gu Qian nodded in understanding. "That makes sense, then it will be much easier." Hearing Gu Qian's words, the three were somewhat stunned.
What does it mean that it will be much easier? Is he really going to take action against old Ma? Xia Xianqing hesitantly said, "Big brother, shouldn't we, possibly, not be able to defeat that old guy right now?"
As he spoke, Xia Xianqing observed Gu Qian's expression, fearing to upset him.
Mo Lanlan and Xia Xianqian also nodded in agreement.
Given their current strength gap, they were simply no match for old Ma. No matter how one looked at it, he was still a level 11 powerhouse. There was an insurmountable gap in strength between the two sides. If we don't ask the family for help, it would be impossible to pose any threat to him. Gu Qian smiled slightly, a mischievous look on his face.
"Who said we have to beat him?
We can let him suffer elsewhere."
Upon hearing Gu Qian's words, the three fell into deep thought. Xia Xianqing was the first to lose patience and asked, "Elder brother, do you have a good plan?" "I haven't thought of anything yet."
As soon as Gu Qian said this, the three of them breathed a sigh of relief.
If Gu Qian could really come up with a way to deal with old man Ma, that would be extraordinary.
Let's prepare for the trip to the Xinghui mountain range. We will be staying for a week, so we need to be well prepared. After saying this, the four began to gather the necessary supplies for the outdoors. With the space ring, there was no need to worry about luggage. On the other hand, in the Li family hall, a stern middle-aged man sat on a wooden chair with a dark expression, looking down at old man Ma and a group of bodyguards.
"What are you all good for? How could you let Niaoer get beaten up right under your noses?"
The group of bodyguards was frightened into a cold sweat by this shout. To be fair, this incident was not entirely their fault. Who would have thought that their young master would get injured by the opponent's defensive spell when he tried to hit someone? No matter how you looked at it, their young master was a top genius in the capital. Among his peers, no one had ever made him so embarrassed.
But no one dared to say this out loud. That would be courting death, right? Old man Ma's expression was also not good.
Seeing the bodyguard's troubled faces, he spoke up, "Head of the family, this matter is not their fault, it's the old man's failure to protect the young master." The head of the Li family looked at Old Man Ma, his expression showing no signs of improvement, and said in a deep voice, "Old Man Ma, I entrusted Nyawer to you because I believed in you, but not only did you fail to protect her, you didn't even take revenge. I want to know who dares to hit my son in the capital." Old Man Ma lowered his head and said, "The one who injured the young master is Xia family's grandson, Gu Qian." Upon hearing Gu Qian's name, the head of the Li family immediately frowned. Gu Qian? Is he the one causing such a stir? He had certainly heard of Gu Qian. What concerned him most was not Gu Qian himself, but the ring he possessed that could rapidly restore and enhance mental strength. Such a weapon was extremely rare, even among people of their power and status. If it weren't for the Xia family, someone would have already made a move to seize it. With Gu Qian's strength and status, it was impossible for him to keep such a treasure safe. Old Man Ma lowered his head and said, "Yes, head of the family. Humph, just a grandson of the Xia family. We can't act openly, but can we not move quietly?" Old Man Ma raised his head and said, "Do you mean, investigate all of Gu Qian's movements during this time, find an opportunity to kill him, and then seize that ring?" He then glanced at the other bodyguards present, his expression completely calm as he said, "Deal with these people." The head of the Li family's face was very calm, but his words were extremely harsh. After all, they were dealing with the grandson of the Xia family. Even if these people were clean, there was no need to keep them alive. Those who heard what they shouldn't have heard would only have one path: death. "Yes, head of the family." Old Man Ma bowed. The bodyguards were so frightened that they immediately knelt on the ground. They cried out in panic, head of the family, spare us. I won't reveal a single word of what I heard today, please spare me. Head of the family, I beg you to let me go. Head of the family, I didn't hear anything, please spare me." A chorus of pleas filled the air. But how could the head of the Li family care about their lives? Noisy. The moment the voice sounded, Old Man Ma suddenly slapped his right hand backward. Countless blood-red threads instantly flew into the air. In just a moment, the chests of all the bodyguards present would be pierced through. Then they would be lifted into the air. Everyone was struggling desperately. But with their strength, it was impossible to resist even a little. The next second, amidst the cries of pain filling the hall, all the bodyguards turned into dried corpses. They vanished with a blood-red thread, falling to the ground, shattered into pieces. "Someone, clean this place up," Old Ma said in a calm voice. It was impossible to tell that he had just killed someone. "Investigate Gu Qian's whereabouts during this time immediately, make arrangements early, and don't let others get ahead." "Yes, head of the family." After saying this, Old Ma turned and left, leaving only the head of the Li family and the newly arrived cleaning servants. The head of the Li family gazed deeply at the place where Old Ma had left. "It's time to change the people for Nyawer." With that, he stood up and left the hall. In the afternoon, at the Shinin Academy, in front of the classroom being built for the problem class. "Students, are you all ready? This time is not for fun, you have tasks to complete in 5 days." As he spoke, Teacher Xia began to review the team information sheet that had been organized. Then he said, "The task is very simple, each team must hunt 3 level 7 magical beasts every day." At the moment those words were spoken, a group of students frowned. The students present were all at level 5. Although their combat power was among the best of their peers, killing level 7 magical beasts was still extremely difficult. Not to mention 3 of them. But who among them was not full of pride? Even if the task was challenging, no one voiced any objections. Only Gu Qian's team let out a sigh of relief. Killing 3 level 7 magical beasts every day is still acceptable. "Big brother, you have to protect us well," Xia Xianqing said, his eyes sparkling as he looked at Gu Qian, treating him as a figure of trust and faith. Gu Qian felt goosebumps rise all over him, looking at Xia Xianqing with disdain. He even shifted a bit to the side, distancing himself from Xia Xianqing. At that moment, Teacher Xia suddenly looked at Gu Qian's team and said, "Your team's task is not level 7 magical beasts, but level 8 magical beasts." "What? Level 8 magical beasts? Are you trying to kill us?" Xia Xianqing shouted, his eyes wide open. That was a level 8 magical beast. At least over 1 trillion in combat power. In their 5-person team, the strongest, Gu Qian, at his peak, had barely 100 billion in combat power. He wasn't even a match for the lowest level 8 magical beast. Not to mention killing 1 level 8 magical beast a day. This was simply impossible. Forget about killing a level 8 magical beast. Being able to run away from them would only be possible if they were full and didn't want to bother with humans. What was the difference from murder? Even the usually calm Xia Xianqing was quite anxious. Although he didn't care much about his own life or death, this concerned his big brother. There could be no risk at all.
Uncle. Teacher, this task is unreasonable.
Other students are tasked with killing level 7 magical beasts. Although it's difficult, it's not impossible to complete.
As he spoke, Xia Xianchen looked around at his classmates. Although they were all oddballs who could enter the problem class at Chenin Academy, it was undeniable that their strength was extremely formidable. Each of them had combat power that could match the lowest level 7 magical beasts. Moreover, with 5 people working together, there was still a great possibility of killing a level 7 magical beast. After hearing Xia Xianchen's words, everyone nodded in agreement. But asking us to kill level 8 magical beasts is really a bit too much. Does the teacher not fear that we might be injured or even killed by level 8 magical beasts? The consequences of that are something the teacher should not be able to bear.
Among the 5 in the team, except for Qi Shangxiang, the other 4 had the support of powerful families. Although they were all from the Xie family, if something happened to them and it was because of the teacher would really be in trouble.
And if Mo Lanlan got hurt, even if the teacher is the young master of the Xie family, he won't see tomorrow's sun. The teacher was definitely playing with fire. In response to Xie Xianchen's words, the teacher showed no concern at all.
Still smiling slightly, he said, the task assigned by the teacher was determined after considering the combined strength of the 5 of you. Your team not only has this year's national champion, Gu Qian, but also has Qi Xiaxia, who can kill a level 7 magical beast with a single punch, and even Mo Lanlan, who didn't even participate in the college entrance examination but was invited to join by all the vice principals of the academy. With your lineup, killing a level 7 magical beast is hardly challenging and won't serve as training, so your task is to kill a level 8 magical beast.
Hearing this, Xia Xianchen's expression turned quite ugly.
Although the teacher's words were correct, killing a level 7 magical beast and killing a level 8 magical beast were not on the same level at all. Xia Xianchen wanted to say something, but Gu Qian directly interrupted. Alright, the teacher's arrangement must have its reasons, we just need to follow it.
After saying that, he looked at the teacher and asked, Teacher, when do we set off? We set off now.
With that, the teacher turned to look at the academy's gate. A bus came rushing in, heading straight for the crowd. It came to a steady stop in front of them, kicking up a cloud of dust that made everyone cough.
This is the transportation you will be taking. The driver will take you to the designated area. I have other matters to attend to, so I won't accompany you. Do your best. With that, he left on his own. The group of students reluctantly boarded the bus.
Soon, they arrived deep in the Xinghui mountain range.
The driver dropped them off and left without any delay.
It was only at this moment that the scattered group truly realized that there was not a single accompanying person with them.
If something unexpected happened in the mountains, there wouldn't even be anyone to call for help. Realizing this, the Xie brothers' faces fell. They looked around at their surroundings and finally turned their gaze to Gu Qian. With a very resentful tone, they asked, Big brother, what do we do now? This is an area where level 8 magical beasts appear. Do you really have a way to kill a level 8 magical beast? Gu Qian replied nonchalantly, Nope. Upon hearing this, the Xie brothers immediately broke down. If there was no confidence, then why agree to this task? Mo Lanlan, standing aside, couldn't help but chuckle at Gu Qian's demeanor. She didn't take this task seriously at all. Qi Xiaxia, on the other hand, had her eyes shining brightly, constantly looking around. Where are the level 8 magical beasts? It's been several days since I've fought, I'm itching for a fight.
Seeing the somewhat manic Qi Xiaxia, the Xie brothers were even more distraught.
What was this guy thinking? Did she really think she was invincible? Killing a level 8 magical beast with a level 5? Such delusions should have their limits. Watching the Xie brothers in despair, Gu Qian burst into laughter. You two really haven't grown any bolder, you're not even as brave as a little girl. Big brother, this is a level 8 magical beast. If things go wrong, it could be deadly, how could we not be afraid? Xia Xianqing was on the verge of tears. Although Xia Xianqing was also very scared, he at least managed to stay calm, though his pale face was enough to show his feelings at that moment. Alright, I'm not teasing you anymore. It's just a promise to kill a level 8 magical beast, it's not like we have to complete it. I'm not stupid, anyway, he hasn't set any punishment, so it doesn't matter if we don't complete it. Ha!
Upon hearing Gu Qian's words, the Xie brothers and Qi Xiaxia were all stunned.
Did this mean that Big Brother never intended to complete this task? Mo Lanlan laughed out loud again.
Gu Qian looked at the Xie brothers and Mo Lanlan, his eyes filled with helplessness. They were all people he had trained beside him since childhood. How come these two silly boys haven't learned to be clever at all? Look at that little basket, she probably already knows what I'm thinking.
It's really infuriating how people can be so different.
But this Qi Xiaxia is a bit interesting.
She can't really be thinking of fighting an 8th level magical beast, can she? She's just a healer. Why is she always thinking about fighting, wanting to kill an 8th level beast while being only at the 5th level? Truly crazy. Even crazier than me. Let's go back to the 7th level area. There's just an uncomfortable feeling staying here. With that, Guqian turned and walked towards the 7th level area. Mo Lanlan immediately followed. The remaining 3 exchanged glances and then followed suit. They were increasingly unable to gauge what Guqian was thinking. They couldn't complete the task. Why not just refuse directly? Instead, they went around in such a big circle. It was really hard to understand. Guqian's thoughts were quite simple. This trip to the Xinghui Mountains was all about improving strength and devouring abilities. With that toad's help, as long as there were enough magical beasts, he could definitely level up in 5 days. Maybe even 2 levels. By then, let alone 8th level beasts, he could kill 9th level ones. After the 5 left, a person suddenly appeared where Guqian and the others had gotten off. It was Guqian's uncle, the younger uncle of the Xie family brothers, Teacher Xie. At that moment, Teacher Xie looked at the departing 5 with a warm smile on his face. This brain is not just ordinary smart, but the gift I prepared for you, little nephew, isn't something you can just refuse. As he spoke, he glanced back and saw a massive pangolin beast, over 200 meters long, had appeared not far behind him at some point. It stood there, staring blankly at Teacher Xie, not daring to move. It seemed afraid that Teacher Xie might kill it in the next moment. Such an expression was quite rare for a magical beast. After all, magical beasts are known for their brutality, low intelligence, and deep hatred for humans. Even when encountering a strong human, they would charge in for a fight, not stopping until one side was dead. But this pangolin beast trembled slightly upon seeing Teacher Xie, not daring to take a step forward. Even its breathing became very light. This showed just how terrifying Teacher Xie was. Don't be afraid, Teacher Xie said with a smile. However, he hadn't finished his sentence when the pangolin, without a hint of hesitation, turned and ran. In an instant, it was already 3,000 meters away. Such speed was truly terrifying. Teacher Xie shook his head helplessly and said, "If you just obediently follow my arrangements, it would be fine. Why resist? Really, dreams." As soon as he finished the last word, the pangolin, which had already run over 10,000 meters, suddenly froze in place. Its large eyes instantly lost their focus. Even its pupils disappeared, leaving only the whites of its eyes. It was clear it had fallen into a state of chaos. Teacher Xie took a step forward. When he reappeared, he was already above the pangolin's head. Then he frowned and said, "Your head is a bit too big. It can't let that kid see you at a glance. I still want to see what that kid is up to, so shrink a bit." As he spoke, Teacher Xie's right palm faced upward, and a massive surge of energy erupted, enveloping the pangolin in the blink of an eye. In just one breath, the originally over 200 meters long body shrank to 7 or 8 meters. Seeing the pangolin like this, Teacher Xie nodded in satisfaction. "This is much better, let's go, follow that little guy." The dazed pangolin, hearing Teacher Xie's words, immediately turned and chased after the direction Guqian had left. To subdue a magical beast, Teacher Xie only said 2 sentences throughout the process. He made the massive pangolin shrink to 7 or 8 meters long and it obeyed him. If others saw this, they would definitely be shocked. This beast was an 8th level magical beast, after all. Moreover, it was a level 8 magical beast with rare attributes, specifically the space element. Its speed in escaping was such that not even a level 8 magical beast could catch it, let alone a level 10. Teacher Xie not only subdued it effortlessly but also reduced its size to such an extent. This was something many powerful beings could not achieve, changing the size of an object. Such a miraculous ability was beyond even a 13th level powerhouse. Could it be that Teacher Xie's strength had already surpassed 13th level? How could that be possible? Teacher Xie was only in his 20s, not yet 30. How could he possess such overwhelming power? Absolutely impossible. After Teacher Xie left, a figure emerged from behind a sturdy tree trunk nearby, quickly reporting what had happened here. Then, it hurried in the direction of Guqian. Meanwhile, in the Li family hall, Old Ma looked at the information before him and respectfully said to the head of the Li family, "Master, we have figured out Guqian's whereabouts. They have gone to the Starshine Mountains, and Guqian has appeared in the area where level 8 magical beasts are active, heading towards the area where level 7 magical beasts are located. Accompanying him are the 2 brothers from the Xie family, Mo Lanlan, the granddaughter of the Mo family, and a student from the Hidden Academy, Qi Xiaoxia." Upon hearing Old Ma's words, the head of the Li family instantly furrowed his brows. The Starshine Mountains, the area where level 8 magical beasts roam, how could they go there? The head of the Li family had already gathered ample information about Guqian.
Currently, he was only a level 5 ability user. Even if he possessed the strength of a level 7 ability user, he could not possibly be a match for a level 8 magical beast. Even if the 5 of them teamed up, it would only lead to their demise. Could it be that the information was wrong, and Gu Qian was already capable of killing level 8 magical beasts? Thinking of this possibility, the head of the Li family's expression turned grave. A level 5 with the ability to kill a level 8 magical beast, this was something even he dared not imagine. If that were the case, genius would not be enough to describe Gu Qian's strength. I heard it was a killing mission arranged by that kid from the Hidden Academy, Xia. The team Gu Qian is in is tasked with killing a level 8 magical beast. However, that kid from the Xia family is also going along and has already subdued a level 8 magical beast. At this point, Old Ma expressed his concerns. Master, with that kid from the Xia family present, is it really appropriate to take action now? Both of them were well aware of teacher Xia's strength. Although he was not yet 30, his power had reached a terrifying level 10, making him one of the top among level 10 ability users. With him around, it would be extremely difficult to kill Gu Qian and seize the ring. What are you afraid of? Just a kid from the Xia family has you so cautious. How can I trust you to follow Niaoer in the future? Isn't it just a kid from the Xia family? Send 3 level 11 ability users to entangle him, then kill Gu Qian and seize the treasure. Old Ma was taken aback by this. 3 level 11 ability users, this kind of lineup would cost at least several billion in resources for a single operation. It seemed the master was quite serious about that ring. Yes, master, I will take care of it right away. Saying this, he bowed and retreated from the hall. At the same time, deep within the Starshine Mountains, a massive eagle crouched before a slowly writhing black mountain, respectfully letting out a low cry. Master, that Gu Qian has entered the Starshine Mountains again. Upon hearing this, the black mountain revealed a gigantic snake head, continuously flicking its tongue and making hissing sounds. This kid dares to come to the Starshine Mountains again, how interesting. Send a level 10 magical beast to surround and kill Gu Qian. This time, I want to see how the human king will protect him. The Starshine Mountains were the territory of magical beasts. Failing to kill Gu Qian and retrieve that frog in Starshadao City had already left the Snake King feeling frustrated. Unexpectedly, Gu Qian had come right to their doorstep. Only by killing that frog could he truly feel at ease. Yes, master. A low cry echoed as the massive eagle quickly fled. It seemed as if this place was a deadly and vicious land. Naturally, Gu Qian was unaware of the actions of these people. At that moment, he was searching in the area where level 7 magical beasts roamed. Soon, he discovered a group of gigantic monkeys climbing on the enormous trees, their bodies engulfed in brilliant blue flames. Level 7 magic blue flame monkey, not bad. Qi Xiaxia, upon seeing the monkey, directly approached the others. She rolled up her sleeves and said, "You all step aside, I love fighting these kinds of monkeys." With that, she leaped high and landed on a tree, charging towards a magic blue flame monkey. The monkey, upon seeing Qi Xiaxia, was instantly enraged. After all, the magic blue flame monkey was one of the top existences among level 7 magical beasts. Although its individual combat power was average, these monkeys lived in groups of hundreds or thousands and were extremely united. If one attacked, it would provoke all the others to join in. Their blue flames were quite strange, capable of burning through the body and scorching the soul, causing unbearable pain until one eventually died from mental exhaustion. Moreover, the magic blue flame monkeys were incredibly agile, especially in the forest. Even those with SSS level speed abilities might not be able to catch up to a magic blue flame monkey of the same level, let alone those 2 levels lower. To provoke such a powerful creature was simply courting death. The leader of the magic blue flame monkeys made a couple of sharp sounds on the branches, emitting a series of screeching monkey calls. Immediately, the other magic blue flame monkeys behind it charged forward in fury. At the same time, terrifying blue flames erupted from their mouths, attacking Qi Xiaxia. Gu Qian, witnessing this scene, showed no sign of concern. Instead, he turned his back and pulled the other 3 closer. "I'm telling you, I have a purpose for coming to the Xinghui Mountains this time. You must reach level 6 within these 5 days, do you understand?" "Ha? Level 6 in 5 days? How could that be possible?" It was known that, for the college entrance examination, almost all candidates had exhausted every means to enhance their strength. It had only been a short time since their last improvement. Now, to think of advancing again, especially from level 5 to level 6, was simply a pipe dream. "Big brother, are you sure about reaching level 6? Are you joking?" Xia Xianqing asked, somewhat puzzled. Such an idea was extremely dangerous. "I'm not joking, how could I joke about something like this?" As soon as Gu Qian finished speaking, the expressions of the other 3 turned quite interesting. If it weren't Gu Qian speaking, they would have probably started cursing.
But who could blame their big brother? Even if he was wrong, they had to listen. Gu Qian completely ignored the somewhat unpleasant expressions of the three and continued, "So, you all need to work harder." After saying this, Gu Qian patted Xie Xianqing on the shoulder. The latter could only smile awkwardly. "And this magic blue flame monkey is a test for you. Now, go and clear out the level 7 magical beasts." With that, the three of them ran towards the small grove. But before they could reach it, they saw a figure flying over. Even if it was as light as paper, it couldn't escape the grasp of the green vine. The one coming over was naturally Qi Xiaxia. She stared wide-eyed at the magic blue flame monkey. "Alright, today I'll show you the power of my healing profession. Activate ability, life recharge." The moment her voice fell, a layer of green light suddenly enveloped Qi Xiaxia's body, and she charged forward again. "Today, you'll know the consequences of disparaging the novels I love." Xie Xianqing closely followed her. In the next second, a sky full of blue flames instantly appeared before everyone. The blue flames radiated a hint of warmth, but the flowers, grass, and trees around them turned to ash in an instant. This demonstrated the immense power at play. If one were to take a hit, they wouldn't die but would certainly be left with scars. Qi Xiaxia charged forward, knocking out the magic blue flame monkeys one by one with her fists. Xie Xianqing watched with his mouth agape, unable to believe what he was seeing. Is Qi Xiaxia really a healer? Mo Lan nervously swallowed. She nodded, unusually not refuting the two brothers. The three of them looked at Qi Xiaxia again. Her combat power was stronger than that of martial artists of the same level. When did healers become this powerful? Although they had long known Qi Xiaxia was formidable, hearing about it and witnessing it were two different things. It was truly shocking. "What are you still dawdling for? Get to work." Qi Xiaxia's voice snapped the three back to reality. They all sprang into action. After finishing reciting a poem, Xie Xianqing's combat power surged. Xie Xianqing directly unleashed his domain, filled with countless threads. He quickly inserted them into the other three, further boosting their combat strength. As for Mo Lan, she didn't even use her abilities but was still able to severely injure a level 7 magic blue flame monkey with a single punch. This showed that her strength should not be underestimated. Gu Qian, meanwhile, leisurely summoned a toad and ordered it to devour the monkeys. The toad's body suddenly grew larger, and its tongue shot out to wrap around the already dead or unconscious monkeys, swallowing them whole. Inside its belly, they were digested and transformed into elemental power to enhance Gu Qian and itself. Upon hearing the news about coming to the Starlight Mountains, Gu Qian had made up his mind. No matter the task, nothing was more important than leveling up. After all, the condition for using the artifact was to complete the challenge of the Divine Tower before graduation. He had to level up quickly. Reaching level 13 was essential. It was a bit challenging to rise 8 levels in 4 years. With this in mind, Gu Qian jumped onto a sturdy branch and lay down, closing his eyes to prepare for a rest. After all, while the 4 of them were powerful, the number of magic blue flame monkeys was still quite large. By the time they finished fighting, it would at least be evening. Better to take a nap first. Thus, a scene unfolded. 4 people and 1 beast fiercely dealt with the level 7 magical beasts, the magic blue flame monkeys, while Gu Qian slept soundly in the tree, as if he were in a beautiful tourist spot rather than the Starlight Mountains, completely unconcerned about being ambushed. Mo Lan and the others naturally had no objections. They even considered sending someone to protect Gu Qian, fearing that some reckless magical beast might sneak up on him. However, Qi Xiaxia was somewhat displeased. As the team leader, she should be leading the charge, not hiding in the back to sleep. Moreover, the magical beasts they released weren't even putting in full effort, just waiting to pick up the spoils. Truly, a master reflects their beast. If it weren't for the ongoing battle, she would have woken him up to have a serious talk. Meanwhile, Teacher Xia, hiding at a distance, was baffled by the scene. This kid traveled so far just to hunt magical beasts? And they were level 7 beasts that posed no challenge to them? What was he thinking? How could he possibly level up like this? He really couldn't understand this little guy. Looking on, he wondered what kind of trick he was up to. Soon, over 1,000 monkeys fell, all swallowed by the toad. Looking at the ground littered with magic cores and the desolate, scarred earth, the 4 of them were panting heavily, while Gu Qian lay leisurely in the tree, sound asleep. Qi Xiaxia was filled with anger. This guy was too much. As the team leader, he contributed nothing and let the 2 girls charge ahead. It was outrageous. Still catching her breath, Qi Xiaxia rolled up her sleeves, ready to confront Gu Qian. Suddenly, Mo Lan and the Xia brothers rushed over to Gu Qian, their faces full of anger, surrounding him completely. Seeing this, Qi Xiaxia finally smiled. This was more like it. A captain like this should be shown some color, to let him know that just because he was captain, he couldn't do as he pleased.
It would be best if they could revoke his captaincy.
Let me take over.
After all, this young lady has both combat power and healing abilities.
Moreover, she was at the forefront against the magical beasts. She was definitely the most suitable to be the captain.
Thinking of this, Xiaxia's face, which had been flushed with anger, gradually returned to normal, slowly revealing a smile.
Gu Qian, who had been dozing off, sensed people around him.
He slowly opened his eyes and saw the Xie brothers and Mo Lanlan standing beside him, looking displeased and looking down at him.
He awkwardly smiled.
Hee, it's all done, really impressive, clearing out a level 7 magical beast group so quickly.
I'm going to prepare rewards for you. As he said this, Gu Qian prepared to get up but was quickly pressed down by the quick-witted Mo Lanlan. Frowning, she said, Brother Qian, how can you do this? Hearing Mo Lanlan's words, Gu Qian's embarrassment deepened.
Even the girls were getting involved, and he was still sleeping here. It really wasn't good. At this moment, Xiaxia's voice came over.
Exactly, you're a big man, how can you do such a thing?
After saying this, Xiaxia crossed her arms over her chest, looking all puffed up with anger. Gu Qian felt even more guilty at this point.
Xia Xianqing also frowned and said, yeah, you like this.
Even the usually obedient Xia brothers were somewhat displeased.
Gu Qian knew he had gone a bit too far this time. However, what Xia Xianqing said next left Xiaxia stunned.
Sleeping in a tree is so uncomfortable, and letting your magical beast clean up those corpses is so dangerous.
It should be protecting you instead.
As he spoke, Xia Xianqing took out a neatly spread large bed from his spatial ring.
He came over to Gu Qian and was about to pick him up and place him on the bed.
While placing him down, he said, if you want to sleep, sleep on the bed, it's so comfortable. Seeing this scene, Xiaxia was completely dumbfounded.
What was going on? Were the Xia brothers out of their minds, or had Gu Qian cast a spell on them? They weren't even angry? They were worried about him sleeping poorly in a tree? They even prepared a big bed for him? Was there no sense of justice left?
What was even more infuriating was that Xia Xianqing was nodding in agreement with Xia Xianqing's words.
At that moment, Mo Lanlan suddenly snorted coldly and said, what are you doing?
Hearing this, Xiaxia finally breathed a sigh of relief.
There was still someone sensible in this team. Otherwise, it would be too unbearable. Moreover, Mo Lanlan was the jewel of the Mo family. She must have been spoiled in the Mo family. Her status and position were not something the Xia brothers could compare to.
She would definitely teach Gu Qian a good lesson. It would be best if she could teach the Xia brothers a lesson too.
Who would have thought that Mo Lanlan would say something that left her gaping in shock? Just preparing a bed isn't enough? At least a tent should be prepared.
As she spoke, she took out a pink tent full of girlish charm from her spatial ring.
Inside, there was even a double bed. Everything was arranged for 2 people. It was clear that she was prepared to sleep in the same tent as Gu Qian. Then, Mo Lanlan directly took Gu Qian from Xia Xianqing's hands and walked towards the tent.
Xiaxia was completely going crazy.
What was wrong with these 3 people? Even if they had a good relationship normally, it shouldn't be like this. Was there no bottom line left? Moreover, what was so good about this guy? How could the young ladies and young masters of these 2 prominent families be so devoted to him?
Crazy, they were absolutely crazy.
Ah!
Xiaxia shouted loudly, her face turning red with anger. The 4 of them turned to look at her upon hearing the shout.
At that moment, Xiaxia said angrily, what are you doing? Why are you being so nice to someone who does nothing?
As the captain, you should be thinking about doing something for the team, protecting your teammates' safety, instead of just sleeping there.
Is this how a captain should act?
As she spoke, Xiaxia began to breathe heavily in her anger, glaring fiercely at Gu Qian.
Hearing this, Gu Qian felt quite embarrassed. He quickly said, I'm sorry, But before he could finish his apology, Xia Xianqing directly interjected, how can you say that? How do you know my brother isn't doing this for our own good? With his strength, dealing with these magical beasts would take him no time at all. My brother is doing this to train us and enhance our strength. You really don't know what's good for you.
Xiaxia had heard a bit about Gu Qian's combat power, but she didn't believe it. A level 5 ability user. Even if he had mastered a 2nd-tier spell, he couldn't possibly be as abnormal as the legends say.
Even Xia Xianqing, who had mastered a domain, couldn't do that. Let alone Gu Qian. Humph, do you believe what you're saying? A level 5 ability user dealing with over 1,000 level 7 magical beasts in no time at all? Do you think I'm brainless?
Mo Lanlan, who had not rebutted her until now, smiled slightly, and said warmly, so what do you want? Unless he competes with me and defeats me, he should step down as captain and let me take over, and you all have to listen to me. After saying this, Xiaxia looked down at the 4 of them, completely disregarding them.
You want to fight with Brother Qian? That's not going to happen. If you want to fight, I can fight you instead. Mo Lanlan said sweetly, even with a hint of a pout. She looked completely harmless, but to the Xie brothers, it sounded entirely different. They were even scared enough to take a few steps back. In the entire capital, who didn't know the name of Mo Lanlan, the little demon king? Whenever she was about to explode, it would be like this. And every time she did, not to mention them, even the top student in the capital, who ranked second in the national college entrance examination, couldn't withstand her beating. Xia was done for. Of all the people to provoke, she had to provoke the big brother. Mo Lanlan wouldn't let you off easy. If she didn't beat you to a pulp, it would be a miracle. Gu Qian looked at Xia, then at Mo Lanlan, shaking his head helplessly. Xia said uncertainly, "Are you sure you want to fight me?" Although Mo Lanlan's combat power was strong, she could even kill level 7 magical beasts without using her abilities. Overall, she was still quite a bit weaker than Xia. Although this lady was a healer, if you looked down on her for that, you would be in for a big loss. Gu Qian wanted to stop them, but then he thought he hadn't seen little Lanzi use her abilities yet. It might be better to let them fight and see little Lanzi's capabilities. So he didn't speak up to oppose, tacitly agreeing. Of course, I can completely represent Brother Qian in battle. As she said this, she blinked her eyes cutely. Okay, if you lose, all 4 of you have to listen to me. Sure, let's start. With that, Mo Lanlan set Gu Qian down. Then she softly said, Brother Qian, wait a moment, I'll come back to cook for you after little Lanzi finishes. After saying this, she turned to Xia and said, Are you ready? I'm about to make my move. Xia tensed up all over. Although she knew her opponent was not as strong as herself, she still went all out, never letting her guard down. I'm ready. The moment the words fell, Mo Lanlan's figure shot out directly. The speed was so fast that it left a series of afterimages. When Mo Lanlan reappeared, she was already in front of Xia. A punch was thrown directly at her abdomen. Xia was taken aback at this scene, her face turning pale. There was no time to dodge. She could only brace herself for the impact. Magic, life shield. After adding a layer of shield to herself, Xia revealed a smile. This shield could withstand a blow from a level 7 magical beast without breaking. Taking this punch would definitely be fine. However, in the next moment, Xia's expression changed drastically. She saw Mo Lanlan's punch break through the green life shield. It landed solidly on her abdomen. Xia's eyes instantly turned white, and her body flew out like a cannonball in the direction of Mo Lanlan's punch. Boom, boom, boom. She crashed through several thick trees before finally stopping against the trunk of a large tree. The power of this punch was simply too great. Moreover, it showed no mercy at all. If it weren't for the fact that Xia was a classmate and someone Mo Lanlan had recruited into her team, this punch could have potentially incapacitated her. At this moment, although Mo Lanlan still wore a smile on her face, her heart was roaring with anger. What level of person dares to question Brother Qian? What would Brother Qian think of me? You are someone I brought into the team. If Brother Qian gets angry with me, you're done for. You deserve this beating. As this thought flashed through her mind, Mo Lanlan's figure disappeared from the spot again. She launched another attack on Xia. Punch after punch rained down on Xia's body. The once arrogant Xia could only defend herself now. Each time she added a shield, it was broken almost instantly by Mo Lanlan. Her body was tossed back and forth, with no chance to fight back. If she didn't add a shield and took such a punch, she might be completely incapacitated. How could Mo Lanlan be so powerful? She hadn't even activated her abilities yet. Just throwing punches like this was already so terrifying? At this moment, Xia deeply regretted her decision. If she had known, she wouldn't have agreed to fight her. It would have been much better to challenge Gu Qian directly. Now it was too late to say anything. At this moment, Gu Qian and the Xie brothers were also stunned by the scene. This is Mo Lanlan's strength? Is it really that terrifying? She hadn't even activated her abilities or used any attack methods. I can't compare at all. If Xiao Lanzi used all her strength, I might not even be able to defeat her. This girl is really impressive. This was the first time Gu Qian, after awakening, recognized someone of the same age so much. The Xie brothers, although they already knew the outcome, were still shocked. It turned out that in the past, when she dealt with the people from the capital, she hadn't even shown her current strength. If she had fought us back then, we might not have seen our big brother again. Mo Lanlan is really fierce. We should keep our distance from her in the future. Absolutely cannot provoke her. Big brother is better. With this thought, the two brothers walked over to stand behind Gu Qian. It seemed that only in this way could they feel safe. From a distance, Teacher Xie watched this scene with a smile and nodded. Although Mo Lanlan's combat power was quite impressive, Chi Xiaxia's defense was also formidable.
If it were someone else, they might not even be able to withstand a single punch from Mo Lanlan and would fall unconscious. That Chi Xiaxia could hold on for so long was definitely top-tier defense among her peers. Coupled with that combat power, there were hardly any opponents for her among the entire younger generation in Huaxia.
It's just a pity that she didn't get to see Mo Lanlan's abilities.
If she used her full strength, there should be no one among her peers in Huaxia who could match her. In Teacher Xie's heart, Mo Lanlan's performance was enough to earn her the title of the number one in Huaxia. Even if Gu Qian, who was rumored to be the top scorer in the college entrance examination, was not her match. However, it seemed that she had never seen Gu Qian go all out.
The fight lasted less than 3 seconds. Chi Xiaxia shouted, "I admit defeat, I admit defeat." At the moment she conceded, Mo Lanlan stopped as if she had teleported, appearing directly beside Gu Qian. With her head lowered in shyness, she stood to the side. Meanwhile, Chi Xiaxia's body was still in midair. Without Mo Lanlan's attack, she fell straight down. Although her defense would prevent any serious injury, she still landed in a disheveled state. Cough, 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 I admit defeat, I admit defeat, I'm not fighting anymore.
Chi Xiaxia struggled to get up, glaring fiercely at Gu Qian.
She stubbornly said, "If it weren't for Mo Lanlan's intervention, you definitely wouldn't have beaten me." Hearing this, Mo Lanlan looked at Chi Xiaxia with a beaming smile.
This made Chi Xiaxia shudder in fear, her face filled with terror, and she dared not say another word.
Gu Qian awkwardly smiled and said, "Little basket is indeed very impressive." Upon hearing Gu Qian's praise, Mo Lanlan's face instantly turned red. Lowering her head, she shyly said, "No way, Brother Qian, I'm definitely not as good as you. The Xinghui mountain range is so dangerous, you must protect me well." Hearing this, the Xia brothers looked at her with disdain. "With your combat power, you still need protection? As long as you don't provoke an 8th level magical beast, anything below that would be completely defeated by you, right? I think it's more like you protecting your big brother."
Chi Xiaxia was completely baffled. How could someone as outstanding as Mo Lanlan, whose background and strength far surpassed Gu Qian's, be so devoted to him, obeying his every word? It was truly incomprehensible.
Alright, after a fight, you all must be hungry. Let's eat.
A Chen, you go collect those magic cores, they are worth quite a bit.
Chi Xiaxia, go find a flatter place, we'll set up camp here and rest tonight.
Gu Qian said with a smile, looking at Chi Xiaxia, who was lying on the ground, her body twitching from the intense pain.
Chi Xiaxia, bewildered, struggled to turn her neck to look at Gu Qian, cursing inwardly, "How can you be so inhumane? I'm so badly injured, and you still want me to work? Even the donkeys in the production team aren't treated this way." But when she inadvertently glanced at Mo Lanlan's terrifying gaze, she chose to remain silent. Then she quickly cast a few more healing spells on herself and got up to run away quickly. So terrifying. I must never provoke Mo Lanlan again. No, I must not provoke Gu Qian. I can see it now. Gu Qian is just a cult leader. Otherwise, how could these three be so devoted to following his orders? Why did I join this team? This is really infuriating. Just as she hadn't run far, she heard Mo Lanlan say, "Brother Qian, they all went to work. Should I do something too? I can help Brother Qian warm the bed." Chi Xiaxia, who was running quickly, almost tripped and fell. Mo Lanlan not only found herself something to do but also wanted to help Gu Qian warm the bed. This further solidified her belief that Gu Qian was a cult leader in her mind. In the distance, Teacher Xia watched this scene with a sense of emotion. This batch of students is indeed a bit impressive. 4 of them dealing with a group of 7th level magical beasts, the blue flame monkey, and they didn't even get injured. They were no less capable than I was back then. However, your task is not to kill 7th level magical beasts, but 8th level ones. Today, I'll let you take it easy, but don't blame the teacher for being ruthless tomorrow. With this thought, Teacher Xia smiled slightly, looking quite mischievous. Soon, the camping base was ready. Gu Qian directly started a fire to roast meat. The craftsmanship of Gu Qian is still fresh in the memories of the Xia brothers and Mo Lanlan.
When they were young, being with Gu Qian meant indulging in all sorts of peculiar delicacies. Even a simple barbecue could be transformed into a culinary masterpiece. Even Chi Xiaxia, who often had strong opinions about Gu Qian, finished her meal with bright eyes, clearly having never tasted anything so delicious. The 5 of them, in the activity area of the 7th level magical beasts in the Xinghui mountain range, felt as if they were on vacation. Even some teams that had been hunting magical beasts in the Xinghui mountain range for years couldn't achieve such a level of comfort. Not to mention cooking at home, a careless mistake could provoke a swarm of magical beasts, which they would be unable to resist. The 5 were quite bold. Gu Qian was relaxed and at ease, while the other students were in a dire situation. At that moment, a 5-person team had just taken down a charging magic bull and were now sprawled on the ground, gasping for breath, clearly exhausted. They were all quite injured. After a while, a chubby boy managed to sit up from the ground and weakly said, "Everyone, we need to leave here quickly, or the smell of blood will attract other magical beasts. Yeah, it's getting late. We need to find a place to rest, or we won't complete our mission tomorrow," said a boy wearing glasses, also sitting up. The smell of blood was a very dangerous signal in the Xinghui mountain range, attracting all nearby magical beasts that could catch the scent. The sense of smell of 7th level magical beasts was quite acute. If they didn't leave quickly, they feared that magical beasts from dozens of kilometers around would converge on them. At that point, escaping would be impossible. "Wait for me to get the magic core, and then we'll leave," the chubby boy said as he got up and wearily walked to the corpse of the charging magic bull. He then jumped onto its head, raised a knife about the length of his forearm, and stabbed it directly into the bull's forehead. He then twisted it clockwise, carving out a circle the size of a head. After pulling off the meat, he finally saw the bone. The size of a 7th level magical beast was enormous. With that one stab, he couldn't even injure the bone, let alone kill it. If it weren't for the magic core weapons in the hands of the 5, they wouldn't have been able to complete the task at all. But even with these powerful weapons, they were all seriously injured. If only they had invited Qi Xiaxia, the healer, to join them, her healing would have made a significant difference. With that thought, the chubby boy quickly extracted the magic core. Just as he was about to jump down and signal his classmates to retreat, a massive tiger suddenly appeared in his line of sight, causing his face to turn pale with fear. A 7th level magical beast, the white-striped song tiger? How could a magical beast be attracted so quickly? They had to run fast. This creature's combat power was not something the charging magic bull could compare to. It had taken all 5 of them to take down one charging magic bull, let alone the white-striped song tiger. It would be akin to seeking death. "Run! The white-striped song tiger is coming!" the chubby boy shouted, then quickly ran south. The other 4 classmates, who had not yet spotted the white-striped song tiger due to the lack of a high vantage point, heard his shout and all got up. In the next moment, without any hesitation, they ran in the direction the chubby boy had fled. Although they knew that splitting up would increase their chances of survival, if they truly separated, facing the white-striped song tiger alone would leave them no room to fight back. Together, they might still have a chance of survival. They also didn't believe that Teacher Xia would be completely unprepared and allow the 5 of them to be killed so easily. Now, they could only hope that the white-striped song tiger had come for the charging magic bull. Just as the 5 were fleeing in a panic, the white-striped song tiger arrived beside the corpse of the charging magic bull. Its large nose sniffed the air and instantly caught the scent of humans. Directly abandoning the charging magic bull, they chased southward. Compared to eating magical beasts, it preferred human flesh. Upon sensing the movement of the white-striped azure tiger, the faces of the 5 turned pale instantly. "Damn it! Why is this guy targeting us instead of the charging magic bull? We have to run quickly." But the speed of a level 7 magical beast far surpassed that of the 5 of them. Even if they created some distance in advance, the white-striped azure tiger could catch up to them quickly. What should we do now? Do we really have to wait for Teacher Xie to intervene? Wouldn't that mean they couldn't complete their mission? Just thinking about Teacher Xie's methods of punishment and his notorious reputation at school made the 5 break out in a cold sweat. No, they absolutely could not let it catch up. Even if they couldn't complete the mission, they had to drag a few others down with them. If they were lucky enough to encounter a stronger team, perhaps they could work together to kill this guy. As the fat one thought of this, his gaze became resolute. He then turned to the girl running behind him and said, "Xiamo, sense if there are any other classmates' teams nearby. We'll lead the white-striped azure tiger to them." Xiamo quickly sensed the surroundings, her expression very anxious. But soon, her tightly furrowed brows relaxed. She pointed southeast with her right index finger and said, "Over there, within 10 kilometers there's a team of classmates, and within 50 kilometers there's another team." Upon hearing this, the fat one didn't hesitate at all. He led everyone directly towards the southeast. 2 teams, a total of 15 people. Even if they couldn't kill this tiger, they could at least save their own lives. Roar! A howl pierced the clouds. The resulting shockwave blew the members of the fat one's team away. In the moment they lost their balance, the 5 changed their expressions. It's over. They couldn't escape now. Did they really have to accept Teacher Xie's rescue and return to face punishment? Thinking of this, the 5 felt worse than death. But just as they closed their eyes to resign themselves to fate, a manic voice rang out. "It's a level 7 magical beast. Great, great, it's mine now, ha, it's mine." Immediately after, a person with a crazed expression, disheveled hair, and limbs on the ground jumped out from a nearby thicket. They charged directly at the white-striped azure tiger.
At the moment of leaping, their body underwent a transformation.
Their size expanded hundreds of times, and they developed characteristics of a rhinoceros. Their skin turned a grayish-white, their head grew larger, and a massive horn sprouted from it.
Their body also became plump.
Seeing this scene, everyone was taken aback.
Isn't that Zhou Qin? They actually ran into her. This time she fused with the level 6 magical beast, the sky-breaking giant rhinoceros? But her combat power was far stronger than that of the sky-breaking giant rhinoceros. She was almost comparable to a level 7 magical beast. This person's ability was truly monstrous. Boom! A loud crash.
Zhou Qin's horn directly struck the head of the white-striped azure tiger, sending it flying. A bloody hole appeared beneath its right eye, and the flowing blood instantly stained the white-striped azure tiger's fur, making it look even more ferocious.
Roar! The white-striped azure tiger roared in anger.
It opened its mouth and unleashed a beam of light magic directly at Zhou Qin. However, the crazed Zhou Qin showed no signs of evasion and charged forward again. Just as the fat one and the others found it unbelievable, a dry voice sounded, "Barrier." The moment the voice fell, a massive yellow-brown barrier appeared in front of Zhou Qin. Just before the beam struck her, it blocked the attack.
Boom!
The barrier shattered, but Zhou Qin was unharmed.
The massive rhinoceros horn pierced through the lower jaw of the white-striped azure tiger.
Then Zhou Qin swung it, slamming the white-striped azure tiger hard into the ground. The fat one and the others turned their gazes toward the source of the voice, a face full of disbelief.
A single sentence can block the attack of a level 7 magical beast. Who on earth is this guy? Is there someone like that in our class?
Just as everyone's gaze converged on the bushes where Zhou Qin had just jumped out, a girl holding a wooden sign slowly walked out.
Isn't this Zhou Jia? She's actually this powerful? Could this be the power of an SSS level ability, a word spirit master? This is truly terrifying. But it's not over yet.
Another voice rang out, ability activated, paralysis. As the words fell, the Baiwan Sunghu, struck hard and filled with rage, prepared to rise and counterattack, instantly froze in place.
It couldn't move an inch. Even its whole body trembled slightly. The speaker didn't stop there. Ability activated, weakness, blood loss, poisoning.
With a face showing the effects of 3 abilities, the results were quite remarkable. The Baiwan Sunghu, which had just been able to stand, collapsed directly to the ground. The blood flow from its injuries suddenly increased.
Its skin turned purple in an instant. Even the blood that flowed out turned black-red.
Clearly, it was a sign of poisoning.
Could it be that guy Qinglan?
At this thought, the 5 chubby ones couldn't help but shiver.
Zhou Jia, Zhou Qin, Qinglan. These 3 oddballs actually formed a team? This is too outrageous. Just one person is already enough to make people keep their distance. With 3 together, I'm afraid no one would dare to approach within a few kilometers.
I didn't expect to encounter them myself. After dealing with this Baiwan Sunghu, I must get away from these guys immediately. Looking at the Baiwan Sunghu lying on the ground, bleeding and gasping for breath, the chubby ones swallowed hard, their faces full of regret. It's indeed quite unfair for it to encounter them. A dignified level 7 magical beast, the pinnacle of existence, couldn't even withstand a combined strike from the 3. It's really a bit unjust. Ha ha ha, I'm going to tame this guy, you all stay out of it. With a loud shout, Zhou Qin jumped directly to the side of the Baiwan Sunghu, which had no power to resist. She was about to activate her ability to tame it. Just at that moment, the Baiwan Sunghu, which was originally on the verge of death, suddenly sprang up. It opened its mouth to bite at Zhou Qin's neck. If it bit her, it wouldn't just be a simple injury. It could lead to a complete restart. At such a close distance, even if Teacher Xia wanted to intervene, it would probably be too late. Just as everyone was in a panic, Zhou Qin instead became excited. She didn't expect that after being so heavily injured and cursed 4 times, the Baiwan Sunghu could still counterattack.
This guy is strong enough. I like it. Zhou Qin's expression became even more frenzied.
Without any attempt to evade, she directly reached out her hands to grab the upper and lower jaws of the Baiwan Sunghu, avoiding a fatal outcome. They were now in a stalemate. But the Baiwan Sunghu was still a level 7 magical beast. A white beam of light once again condensed in the air. It instantly shot out. Boom! This time, without Zhou Jia's protection, the beam directly struck Zhou Qin, enveloping her completely.
Zhou Qin! The chubby one shouted. He was about to rush forward to help but was pulled back by Xia Mo.
If he went up now, he wouldn't just be unable to save Zhou Qin, he would also be in danger himself.
The level 7 Baiwan Sunghu was simply too strong. They couldn't withstand it at all. Zhou Qin probably wouldn't be saved.
On the other side, Gu Qian and the others were tidying up and preparing to rest when they heard intense fighting sounds coming from afar. Occasionally, a bright white light would shoot up into the sky. This made Gu Qian furrow his brows. How can we sleep like this? The Xie brothers beside him saw this scene and immediately said, "Big brother, let's go take a look at who's so blind as to make such a big commotion near us." Gu Qian pondered for a moment before saying, "Let's go take a look. We don't know how much longer they'll be fighting. The sooner we resolve this, the sooner we can rest." "Alright." Xie Xianqing grinned and immediately took Xie Xianchen out the door. He was overjoyed. Now he had to properly test the poem his elder brother had just taught him. 1,000 times, a full 1,000 times. I want to see who is so blind as to disturb my brother's sleep. They must be taught a lesson. With this thought, the Xie brothers quickly headed in the direction of the sound. The 9 of them ran wildly, continuously casting various abilities and spells to hinder the pursuit of the white-striped song tiger. Zhou Qin, severely injured, was being carried by the fat guy. Even so, her face was still filled with rage, wanting to jump down and fight the white-striped song tiger. But even in her prime, she wouldn't be a match for the white-striped song tiger. At this moment, the white-striped song tiger had already healed from its injuries. With its astonishing strength and terrifying recovery ability, a level 7 magical beast was truly not something they could handle right now. Hopefully, the team that would arrive soon would be stronger. Xia Mo, how far until we meet them? The fat guy was drenched in sweat. While running and using his abilities, he was also carrying someone who was anything but cooperative. He couldn't hold on for much longer. Xia Mo sensed again at his words, but before she could speak, she stumbled and fell to the ground. Although she wasn't injured, they were being chased by the white-striped song tiger. This fall was no different from sending herself to her death. The others were shocked, but by the time they noticed, they had already run a dozen meters away. When they wanted to turn back to help Xia Mo, it was already too late. The white-striped song tiger had reached Xia Mo. Its massive body loomed over her, eyes filled with cruelty. However, it didn't kill her immediately. Instead, it looked mockingly at the 9 people a dozen meters away, seemingly waiting for their choice, to save this woman or to flee. The fat guy was torn. After all this running, everyone was already exhausted. They were no match for the white-striped song tiger. Going up would only mean death. But abandoning a classmate, a teammate, was something the fat guy couldn't do. "Let me down, I want to tear it apart." Zhou Qin shouted angrily, her face increasingly frenzied. The fat guy, feeling very unhappy, snapped at Zhou Qin, "Shut up." Xia Mo then spoke, "You guys go. Teacher Xia won't stand by and watch. If we can reduce the number of people punished, then we should." But, the fat guy hesitated, Teacher Xia's punishment might be worse than death. Hearing this, Xia Mo's face turned even paler. "There's nothing we can do about it." Xia Mo had resigned herself to fate. The fat guy and the others had made up their minds and could only turn to leave. The white-striped song tiger looked at Xia Mo with great interest, its expression showing a very human-like amusement. Then, without hesitation, it prepared to strike and kill Xia Mo. Although they knew Teacher Xia would come to save them, Xia Mo still fearfully closed her eyes. However, the heroic rescue she had imagined, like a divine intervention, did not occur. Xia Mo could even smell the foul breath of the white-striped song tiger. In the next moment, it was about to swallow her whole. Teacher Xia still hadn't appeared. Was Teacher Xia not nearby? The thought of this possibility filled everyone with terror. Xia Mo was even more frightened. Was she really going to die here? This unreliable teacher had not come out to protect them. What kind of teacher was he? Just at that critical moment, a loud rumble suddenly sounded. Boom! Immediately after, the white-striped song tiger, which was about to bite Xia Mo, was suddenly sent flying. After crashing through more than a dozen towering trees embraced by several people, it finally came to a stop after hitting a large tree. Now, everyone was dazed. One punch. Did it really send the white-striped song tiger flying that far? How strong must that be? Teacher Xia really is something. If he was going to make a move, he should have done it earlier. Why scare us first before acting? Just when everyone thought it was Teacher Xia who had made the move, a cynical voice rang out. With so many of you, how can you be chased by a level 7 magical beast? Why not just kill it? The moment the voice sounded, everyone turned to look in its direction. What appeared before them were the Xia brothers. However, they didn't know how to respond to his words. Not kill it? Do you think we don't want to? If we could defeat it, who would let it chase us for so long? That comment was a bit heartless. Besides, what's up with you? You weren't this strong back at school. How did your combat power suddenly skyrocket? You can even send the white-striped song tiger flying with one punch? Everyone looked at Xie Xianqing in shock, as well as the combat power displayed on the screen. This was combat power in the hundreds of billions. It directly reached the realm of a level 7 ability user.
And it had only been less than a day. This was truly outrageous.
Xia Mo gazed at Xie Xianqing with starry eyes. Her admiration for the person who saved her grew infinitely. He looked so cool sending the white-striped song tiger flying with one punch.
How could someone so outstanding be in our class? If only I could be his girlfriend.
Just as everyone was lost in their thoughts, the white-striped song tiger let out a roar and lunged at them again. This time, its target was Xie Xianqing, who had just struck it. Although his combat power had surpassed 100 billion, the white-striped song tiger's power was not that simple. As one of the top existences among level 7 magical beasts, 100 billion combat power was only enough to injure it. Seeing the white-striped song tiger pounce, the Xie brothers showed no signs of panic.
Xie Xianqing even disdainfully said, "You dare to pounce again? I think you're tired of living. Little brother, let's kill it." Xie Xianqing rolled up his sleeves, ready to charge in, but was ruthlessly rejected by Xie Xianqing. "I can handle it alone."
Hearing this, Xie Xianqing awkwardly replied, "Little brother, that's a bit too much.
How can you undermine me in front of so many people? You can't do that next time." Xie Xianqing completely ignored him. He stepped forward, directly unleashing his domain, wrapping the lunging body of the white-striped song tiger within. Instantly, countless white threads appeared out of thin air, swiftly attacking the massive body of the white-striped song tiger. At the same time, 300 to 400 threads pierced into his own body, boosting his combat power by 300 to 400 times. Although each strike's power was not high in front of a level 7 magical beast, such a dense and overwhelming number of attacks continuously assaulted the white-striped song tiger, instantly breaking through its defenses. It pierced through its body. In an instant, the once arrogant white-striped song tiger was reduced to a mass of fur, dead beyond recovery. This was the terror of unleashing a domain. Even when facing a vastly stronger opponent like the white-striped song tiger, it was a one-hit kill. This was too terrifying. This level 7 magical beast was just a decoration in front of him. Everyone was utterly shocked, their mouths agape, even forgetting to close them.
At this moment, Xie Xianqing spoke up, "The danger has been dealt with. Don't make a ruckus around here, it will disturb our big brother's sleep.
If you make any more noise, don't blame us for being rude."
With that, the Xie brothers turned to leave. And the 10 who were injured and maimed dared not spend the night in such a dangerous place.
Now, it's not just about encountering a white-striped tiger.
Even meeting any level 7 magical beast poses a risk of total annihilation.
Many magical beasts come out to hunt at night.
They must find a safe place.
Right now, the safest place is Gu Qian's camp.
After all, among these people, the weakest, Xie Xianqing, can already send a white-striped tiger flying with a single punch, and Xie Xianqing can kill it in one blow.
Isn't it safe to follow such a team? But what if Gu Qian drives them away? Thinking of this, the chubby guy glanced at the others with some difficulty and whispered, "Should we follow them?" Zhou Qin, who was being carried by him, was about to speak but was covered by the chubby guy's hand. To everyone, Zhou Qin's words held no reference value. Moreover, what she would say would only be about fighting and killing, without any consideration for safety. Xia Mo seized the opportunity and quickly said, "Of course we should follow. Otherwise, how are we going to spend the night? Fear is one thing. The real desire is to get closer to Xie Xianqing." The chubby guy squinted his eyes and looked at Xia Mo, as if he could see through her heart. Such a gaze made Xia Mo a bit flustered, but she quickly calmed down. So what if he sees through it? What I said is the truth. And it's the safest method right now. Even if there are selfish motives, there's nothing to criticize. The chubby guy naturally didn't see through Xia Mo's thoughts. He just felt that her statement aligned too well with his own intentions. Indeed, Xia Mo understands him the best. The others wanted to say something, but the chubby guy interrupted directly. "Alright, it's settled then. We'll rest next to Gu Qian's camp. Remember not to disturb Gu Qian, we can't afford to mess with this guy." He didn't give anyone a chance to voice anything other than the correct answer. "No one should think of disrupting my survival plan." After saying that, he disregarded the thoughts of others and directly followed the Xie brothers from a distance toward where Gu Qian was. The others hurried to keep up, fearing being targeted by the magical beasts that come out at night. When the Xie brothers returned to the camp and were about to report the situation, they saw Gu Qian poking his head out of the tent, looking somewhat puzzled. "Why did you come back with people after going out? And it's 10 of them. What were you two doing?" Upon hearing Gu Qian's words, the Xie brothers suddenly realized, goodness, these 10 people actually followed them back. Weren't they supposed to stay far away? How did they end up following them? Isn't that a bit shameless? Xie Xianqing said angrily, "I'll go chase them away right now. We clearly warned them to stay away, yet they still came over."
If I don't get angry, they won't know how hard my fists are. Saying this, Xie Xianqing was about to go chase them away but was stopped by Gu Qian. You child, why are you so impatient? They're still classmates, why chase them away? Go call them over, let them warm up by the fire, eat something, and spend the night here. If classmates are in trouble, we should help if we can. How can we chase them away? Really? Gu Qian looked at Xie Xianqing with a disappointed expression, educating him seriously. Xie Xianqing's face was full of embarrassment. He didn't expect his older brother to be so helpful. It was a bit different from before. It seems that in the future, he should ask his brother before making any decisions. Thinking of this, Xie Xianqing nodded secretly. Then he said, then I'll go call them over? Go ahead, go ahead. It's just right to see if they are injured and let Qi Xiaxia treat them. Qi Xiaxia, who was dozing off, opened her hazy eyes upon hearing this. What? Treat? Who to treat? Me? I've already treated myself. No need to worry, thanks. Then she fell back asleep. They naturally had no idea about all this. Xie Xianqing agreed and ran straight out. About a kilometer outside Gu Qian's camp, the chubby guy and the others were already hiding, trying to make as little noise as possible. Their hearts settled down. At such a close distance, even if they encountered a beast attack, Gu Qian and the others wouldn't just ignore it, right? Finally, they could get a good night's sleep. Although it was only the first day, it felt like a month had passed. Even though they had known that this mission would be tough, the 7th-level beasts in the Xinghui mountain range were extremely ferocious. But who would have thought that even 5 people working together could only face the weakest 7th-level beast? They couldn't even handle one with a bit of strength. That damn teacher Xia was really inhumane. Didn't he fear that someone would die here? If the 7th-level beasts were already this powerful, how could Gu Qian and the others possibly kill an 8th-level beast? No wonder they all hid here. A wise decision. Thinking of this, the chubby guy felt a lot of admiration and decided to follow suit. Tomorrow night, he would go to the 6th level area to sleep. That way, he could also sleep soundly like Gu Qian and the others. Today, he would just take advantage of Gu Qian's protective zone. Just a little, definitely not going in. Just as he thought this, a figure landed in front of them. The chubby guy looked up and saw it was Xie Xianqing, arms crossed and brows furrowed. The chubby guy and the others immediately felt uneasy. Was he here to chase them away? Please don't. The chubby guy was just about to open his mouth to discuss it when he heard Xie Xianqing say, the big brother wants you to go to the camp to eat something, get some sleep, and also treat your injuries. Come with me. As soon as these words were spoken, several people were stunned. It seemed like we hadn't had any interaction with Gu Qian. We hadn't even spoken a word. He was actually so kind as to let us go to their camp to eat and sleep. And he even wanted to treat us? What kind of angelic classmate is this? So helpful. We definitely need to get along well with Gu Qian in the future. The chubby guy quickly got up and smiled. Thank you so much, really appreciate it. Xie Xianqing completely ignored their thoughts and turned to lead the way to the camp. Soon, the group of 10 arrived at Gu Qian's camp. Gu Qian had also re-grilled the remaining meat. Just as he turned to greet everyone, his smile suddenly froze. Ha, how could it be them? Isn't that the crazy Zhou Qin, the sign-holding Zhou Jie, and the unlucky Wang Qinglan? The 3 most troublesome people in the class actually all came here? This is too explosive. Should I hide a bit further away? I'm really scared. That SSS level curse ability is no joke, but they were invited here by me. Wouldn't hiding now be too rude? For a moment, Gu Qian found himself in a dilemma. In the end, he forced out a stiff smile and said, you all are here, sit down, sit down. The enthusiasm he had earlier was completely gone. Everyone had come to take advantage of the safe zone, so they naturally wouldn't make Gu Qian uncomfortable. Except for Zhou Qin, everyone sat down politely. Qinglan consciously sat a bit further away from everyone. Even so, Gu Qian still shifted a little to the side. Noticing this, Qinglan's face showed a look of sadness, and she slowly lowered her head. She didn't say a word. Zhou Jie, seeing this, was very angry. He directly held up a sign with an angry expression drawn on it. Then came the questioning words. Qinglan has already kept a safe distance. What are you still hiding for? Do you know that this will make Qinglan very sad? At that moment, everyone was taken aback. Then, the chubby guy and the others hurriedly explained, Gu classmate, Zhou Jie didn't mean it that way. She was just saying that Qinglan's position is very safe, and there's no need to worry. After saying this, the chubby guy and the others all nervously looked at Gu Qian, fearing that if he became unhappy, he would directly kick them out. At the same time, they were also blaming Zhou Jie in their hearts. Do you even know how precious the opportunity to be here is? If we get kicked out, forget about sleeping tonight. Just avoiding being targeted by other magical beasts would be good luck.
What if another white-striped Sungwoo shows up? In our current injured state, how could we possibly be a match? When the time comes, will you go up and face it? The more they thought about it, the angrier they became. They shot Zhou Jie a fierce glare, reminding her not to say anything that would provoke Gu Qian. Gu Qian, however, didn't mind and smiled as he said, "This isn't Zhou Jie's fault, it's my own issue. I'm not familiar with Qinglan's abilities, so I'm a bit scared. Once I get used to it, it'll be fine." Upon hearing Gu Qian's words, the chubby guy and the others immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Even Qinglan's expression softened considerably. As long as they could safely get through tonight and heal their injuries, they would definitely keep their distance from Zhou Jie tomorrow. She clearly couldn't see the situation. Being with someone like her would only lead to trouble sooner or later. Zhou Jie, however, took Gu Qian's words as a sign of submission and raised her sign again. "Since you know you were wrong, then apologize to Qinglan. What you did is indeed very impolite." Seeing this line of text, everyone's faces turned ugly. What's wrong with Zhou Jie? Can't she see the current situation? We are currently at someone else's mercy. Not only is Gu Qian's action not wrong, but even if it were, she should just endure it. Why is she still nitpicking? Does she really think Gu Qian is someone easy to provoke? On the first day of school, he made Zhao Chang flee in embarrassment and even stood up to a bunch of students from other classes. Anyone with a normal mind knows that he is not to be trifled with. And here she is, making a fuss. Does she really think he wouldn't kick us out? Just as the chubby guy was about to explain, he saw the smile on Gu Qian's face gradually disappear. Then he looked at Zhou Jie seriously and said, "Classmate, I said that out of politeness. It doesn't mean my actions were wrong. Qinglan is certainly not at fault, but I'm scared, and keeping my distance is not wrong either. You can't force everyone to not be afraid of Qinglan's abilities, can you? As for you, Zhou Jie, what is your purpose in arrogantly accusing me? Do you think that by doing this, you make yourself more noble? Why don't you go sit with Qinglan? Wouldn't that be more comforting for her? I see you don't dare. Since you don't dare, why demand that others not be afraid?" After saying this, Gu Qian stared directly at Zhou Jie, his eyes filled with impatience. Zhou Jie was taken aback by Gu Qian's blunt retort. Her face lost its composure, and her chest heaved with anger. But she didn't dare to really do anything to Gu Qian. After all, strength was evident. So, she directly wrote on her sign, "People like you are not at all united with your classmates, making others feel disgusted. Are you going to leave with us or not?" The latter part of the sentence was clearly directed at the chubby guy and the others. She didn't even ask her teammates for their opinions and made the decision for them to leave. Seeing this, the chubby guy's face also showed impatience. After glancing at his teammates, who all wore similar expressions, he spoke up. "Zhou Jie, if you can't stand it and want to leave, then go ahead. We are very grateful to Gu Qian for providing this safe area. Everyone here is injured and needs this place to rest." After saying this, he ignored Zhou Jie. Hearing the chubby guy's words, Zhou Jie became even angrier. She stood up and was about to walk out. Her teammates didn't follow her at all. Even Qinglan looked conflicted, feeling a bit resentful. Why is Zhou Jie so temperamental? I haven't even said anything. She looked quite angry. However, no matter what, she was speaking up for me. Wouldn't it be a bit inappropriate if I didn't follow her? But if I left here, I would definitely be eliminated. Forget it, let her do as she wishes. I really don't want to face Teacher Xie's punishment. Zhou Jie saw everyone following her and became even more furious. Then he raised a sign and said, "Fine, if you all aren't leaving, I'll go by myself." With that, he stomped away from Gu Qian's camp. It was only at this moment that Qinglan quietly spoke up, "Gu Qian, I'm really sorry for making you unhappy because of me. I truly feel bad." After saying that, Qinglan stood up and bowed to Gu Qian and the others. Gu Qian's expression immediately softened. He quickly said, "This has nothing to do with you. You all should eat something and find a place to rest. We don't need to keep watch here, and you don't have to rush. If anyone is injured, let Qi Xiaxia treat you. I'm going to sleep first." After saying that, he pointed to Qi Xiaxia's tent and then got up to go back to sleep. He was just too tired. He had an early class at 8 in the morning and hadn't closed his eyes yet. It was really not easy. On the side, Xie Xianqing grinned and said, "I'll go wake Qi Xiaxia up, you all wait here." With that, he dashed into Qi Xiaxia's tent and dragged out the sleepy Qi Xiaxia. Everyone gaped at Xie Xianqing's actions. Goodness! They had thought he would wake Qi Xiaxia up properly. They didn't expect him to skip that and just pull her out like that. After all, she was a girl. You, a big guy, just barging in without a word was already quite something. Now you even laid hands on her. That was a bit. Qi Xiaxia looked at Xie Xianqing, still not understanding what was going on. Then she saw Xie Xianqing grinning and saying, "Big brother said to let you treat them, you've worked hard.
After saying that, he let go of her without waiting for Qi Xiaxia to respond and turned to walk back to his own tent, leaving Qi Xiaxia and the injured looking at each other in confusion. The fat guy awkwardly said, "Then it's trouble for you, Qi Xiaxia." Qi Xiaxia came to her senses, her fists clenched. But she still held back. After all, she couldn't take on those people. It was just treating injuries, no big deal. Thinking this, Qi Xiaxia gritted her teeth and began to treat the fat guy and the others. Even Qing Lan came over for some remote healing. After completing the task, Qi Xiaxia muttered curses at Gu Qian and then walked towards the tent. The others also found places to set up tents and prepare to sleep. Xia Mo set up her tent next to Xia Xianqing's, feeling quite satisfied. Soon, everyone fell into a drowsy sleep. The only difference was that Gu Qian and the 5 others slept particularly soundly. Xia Xianqing and Qi Xiaxia even snored loudly. It sounded nothing like they were in the Xinghui Mountains, it felt more like they were at home. They were truly carefree. Meanwhile, the fat guy and the others didn't sleep as soundly. They were constantly alert to the sounds around them, fearing that magical beasts might intrude. In case of an unexpected situation, there could be casualties. After all, the magical beasts they encountered here were all level 7. Even the weakest among them was something they couldn't handle. Trembling with fear, the night passed. Everyone got up one after another. As Gu Qian stepped out of the tent, he saw a notification in the class group. Zhou Jie had failed the mission and was about to face punishment. Upon seeing this message, Gu Qian felt nothing at all. Instead, the fat guy and the others felt a bit of dread. If they had followed her last night, it wouldn't just be Zhou Jie facing punishment now. After breakfast, Gu Qian looked at the fat guy and the others. "Well, in a bit, we are going to hunt a group of magical beasts, you all." It seemed to be inquiring about the whereabouts of the fat man and the others. In reality, it was an eviction order. Last night, allowing them to stay for a night was already a great act of tolerance. He certainly couldn't follow them today. Gu Qian didn't want to always carry some burdens. The fat man and the others naturally understood Gu Qian's meaning, but no one cared about that. Instead, they were all shocked by another thing Gu Qian said. "Hunting a group of magical beasts? You better reorganize your words and say it again. That's a group of magical beasts. Level 7, no less. Are you sure you're not joking? Or are you saying this on purpose to make us leave? If that's the case, there's no need. You saying this makes us want to see it even more. We need the whole team to cooperate and go all out just to take down a single level 7 magical beast. And you're actually going to hunt a group of magical beasts? Do you even know what a group of magical beasts is? At least 100 or more to be called a group. Are you sure you want to hunt 100 level 7 magical beasts? This we must see." The fat man slightly opened his mouth, looking at the others. The others also wore expressions of astonishment. Even the craziest Zhou Qin looked shocked. Then, before the fat man could speak, Zhou Qin stood up, extremely excited, and said, "If you're going, you go ahead. I want to see how they hunt the magical beasts. This is too thrilling." Upon hearing this, Gu Qian immediately felt something was off. This wasn't right, they were supposed to be scared. Shouldn't they just take their leave? Why did they all look a bit excited? It seemed that the people in this class were indeed not normal. The fat man also came back to his senses and awkwardly said, "To be honest, I'm also quite curious about how Gu Qian and the others are going to hunt the magical beasts. If you don't mind, I'd like to go see. How about you all?" As soon as he said this, the others nodded in agreement. Xia Mo didn't need to be mentioned. Being able to get close to Xia Xianqing was something she longed for. Gu Qian looked at everyone with great difficulty. There was no way to refuse. He couldn't be thinking about how to avoid them while fighting the magical beasts, could he? He could only helplessly agree. "Alright, but when you're fighting, don't move around too much. We can't guarantee your safety." "Don't worry, Gu Qian. We can take care of ourselves," the fat man said with a big smile. "Who would want to watch you fight up close? Watching from a distance is enough." Gu Qian reluctantly agreed. Then he led everyone southward. Hiding in the shadows, Teacher Xia, riding a pangolin, kept a close watch on Gu Qian and the others. Seeing so many people moving together, he couldn't help but frown. So many people. If he sent this guy over, would there be casualties? Better to wait a bit longer. Soon, Gu Qian and the others discovered a group of level 7 three-eyed windwolves. Gu Qian said with satisfaction, "This number is about right. Let's get to work." As soon as Gu Qian finished speaking, Xia Xianqing, Xia Xianqin, and Molanlan, and the toad rushed out without any hesitation. Only Qi Xiaxia, glaring angrily at Gu Qian, followed suit and charged out. They engaged in battle with over 1,000 three-eyed windwolves. In an instant, the sound of booming echoed continuously. The entire battlefield immediately showed a one-sided situation. Although Xie Xianqing's combat power couldn't crush the three-eyed wind wolves yet, with Xie Xianqing's silk threads boosting their power, it was enough to take down 3 wolves with 3 punches. Meanwhile, Gu Qian leisurely lay on a large tree branch, feeling drowsy. He had no intention of joining the fight. To the fat man and the others, this scene looked like a death wish. Gu Qian couldn't be crazy, could he? This was over 1,000 three-eyed wind wolves. Just the 5 of them. No, 4 people and 1 magical beast just charged in like that? The number 1 in the country, Gu Qian, was still dozing off on the side? Did he have that much confidence in them? This was simply too insane. I originally thought we would just be looking for a small group of over 100 magical beasts. I didn't expect to encounter such a large one. Over 1,000. Even if we just wore them down, they could exhaust all 9 of us. How confident is Gu Qian? Looking at the fierce battlefield, the legs of the 9 were already a bit weak. Only Zhou Qin looked excited and wanted to rush out. But she still didn't dare. Although she was crazy, she wasn't foolish. With so many magical beasts, going up would only mean death for her. The battle continued. The 4 of them kept harvesting the three-eyed wind wolves. Half a day passed. The group of over 1,000 three-eyed wind wolves left not a single corpse behind. Only bloodstains and 7th-level magic cores remained on the ground. The expressions of the others had already gone numb. It was terrifying, truly terrifying. How could the gap between people be so vast? Stunned, the others were completely bewildered. They had seen the slaughter of magical beast groups before, but never like this. This was a 7th-level magical beast group, and they were only at the 5th level. How on earth did they manage this? The 9 continued to be dumbfounded. Even seeing it with their own eyes, they still couldn't believe it. At this moment, Gu Qian had already fallen asleep in the rocking chair. He showed no concern for the 4 of them. After Xie Xianqing and the others finished hunting, they all gathered around Gu Qian. Except for Qi Xiaxia, who looked disdainful, the other 3 showed no impatience at all. They even took out a blanket from their spatial rings to cover Gu Qian. The chubby one exclaimed that they had struck gold this time. No wonder Teacher Xie assigned them the task of killing 8th-level magical beasts. With such combat power, they indeed had the potential to challenge 8th-level magical beasts. How could this person be so strong? Gu Qian was also awakened by the act of covering him with a blanket. Rubbing his sleepy eyes, he said, "Finished? Then let's take a break. I'll go make some food." As he spoke, he was about to get up. But just halfway up, Gu Qian suddenly froze. He felt the elemental power within him had strengthened. And it wasn't just a little bit. Have I leveled up? In just 2 days, the toad has helped me level up? The efficiency is quite fast. Truly worthy of me. Such an easy way to level up. I want to see who else can achieve this. Ha ha ha. Gu Qian was overjoyed inside but didn't show it outwardly. Now, challenging any 8th-level magical beast? I can handle it myself. What I want to know most right now is what exactly Mo Lanlin's ability is. After all this time, she hasn't even used her ability. This little girl is too mysterious. Moreover, she's so strong without using her ability. If she used it, wouldn't I be unable to defeat her? What kind of ability is so powerful? Stronger than my sacrifice. If only I could keep the 10,000-fold amplification going. It seems that no matter how powerful the sacrifice ability is, if it isn't pushed to the extreme, it can still be surpassed by other abilities. Just as Gu Qian was lost in thought, the chubby one and the others had already come to his side, all smiles. Clearly, they had made up their minds to cling tightly to Gu Qian's leg. Being near him, they could easily pick up any scraps and complete Teacher Xie's tasks. But before they could speak, the ground suddenly shook violently. More than a dozen people tried to steady themselves, but it was impossible. Gu Qian quickly used wind wings to fly into the air. Only then did he see the cause. A gigantic pangolin was continuously rising and falling on the ground, swimming towards them. Gu Qian recognized it at a glance. This was an 8th-level magical beast. He couldn't help but frown. This was an area where 7th-level magical beasts roamed. Generally, 8th-level magical beasts wouldn't appear here. What on earth is going on today? Could it be that we killed too many magical beasts? Did some magical beast go to call for reinforcements? Thinking of this, Gu Qian's mind was filled with disbelief. If that's the case, magical beasts are too human-like. Gu Qian said to the people below, "You all hurry and find a place to hide. An 8th-level magical beast is coming this way, and I'm going to confront it." After saying this, without waiting for anyone to respond, he flapped his wings and flew out directly. Hearing this, the others, including the fat man, were stunned. What? An 8th-level magical beast? And he's going to take it on alone? How could he say that without even a hint of hesitation? He should at least take his own team with him. Wouldn't that increase the odds of winning? Cough.
What bad luck! I thought I had found a strong ally. I didn't expect an 8th level magical beast to come looking for trouble. If I follow Guqian, I might not die, but I definitely suffer. We need to run, we need to run. Just as he thought this and was about to speak, he saw the brothers from the Lan family, De Mo and Lan Xia, follow him without hesitation. Shi Xiaxia frowned, seemingly deep in thought, but just 2 or 3 seconds later, she also chased after him. This action left the fat man and the others dumbfounded. Truly impressive. When we see an 8th level magical beast, we think about how to escape. It's the first time I've seen someone so eager to confront one. People really can't be compared. Thinking this, the fat man shook his head inside. But the next second, he turned to run, because he also saw the massive figure. If he didn't run now, it would be too late. Guqian flew in midair, looking at the enormous pangolin. He directly pulled up its data. S-level ability, control over space elements? Not bad, not bad. If I absorb its ability, I can master the space element spells. Its combat power is moderate, just right to test my current strength. Seeing this, Guqian smiled slightly. Just upgraded, and I get a practice target, how nice. Let's begin, sacrifice all organs, combat power enhancement. The moment the sacrifice ability was activated, the solidification was also triggered. His internal organs almost instantly restored, combined with the regeneration ability. In less than a second, Guqian returned to his original state. His combat power also peaked, directly breaking through the trillion level, reaching the threshold of 8th level combat power. It seemed to sense danger. The pangolin stopped advancing. It burrowed out of the ground and looked at Guqian. Its eyes, small compared to its body, were filled with vigilance. Big guy, today is your unlucky day. If you want to blame someone, blame your bad luck. After saying this, he charged swiftly at the pangolin. With a punch, he unleashed the 2nd level martial skill, Wind Split Fist. The powerful vital energy tore through space as it rushed toward the pangolin's eyes. But the pangolin didn't dodge. It curled up into a ball and took Guqian's punch head-on. Boom! A tremendous roar erupted, followed by Guqian's scream. Ah, it hurts, it hurts. Then, Guqian's figure shot up into the air, wildly shaking his swollen right hand. The pangolin's scales were too hard. That punch felt like an ordinary person hitting a steel plate. His hand was numb from the impact. An 8th level magical beast truly lived up to its reputation. Just as Guqian was in a daze, the pangolin loosened its body and opened its mouth to cast a spell at him. Guqian felt as if the space around him was locked. Just as he wanted to escape this range, he suddenly saw spatial cracks appearing all around him. Seeing this, Guqian's expression changed. This guy can actually create spatial cracks. I need to escape quickly. The thought had barely formed when the violent wind from the spatial cracks rushed toward him. In an instant, except for his head that managed to dodge, the rest of his body was instantly turned to dust, sucked away by the spatial cracks. Not even a trace was left. Ability, Rapid Regeneration, activate. In an instant, Guqian restored his original state, escaping from the area he had just been in. He gasped for breath. It was truly too dangerous. If he had been just a moment slower, he would have been done for. Just thinking about it was terrifying. With just one strike, it possesses the ability to kill in an instant. An 8th level magical beast should not be underestimated. However, you have chosen the wrong opponent today. I, the young master, possess the abilities of rapid regeneration and solidification. Combined, with your current strength, you cannot kill me. Let me show you my power. Spell, Lava Star Explosion. With a loud shout, a 5th level spell was almost instantaneously cast. A gigantic sphere, entirely made of lava and burning with fierce flames, suddenly appeared above the pangolin. Even with the pangolin's massive 8th level beast body, it seemed somewhat small in comparison. Then it crashed directly onto the pangolin. Boom! Another loud explosion. But Guqian's actions were not over. Ability, Explosion, activate. The massive lava fireball exploded. The combat power surged again. Coupled with the enhancement of second-tier magic, it almost instantly broke through the pangolin's defenses. The pangolin rolled continuously, its scales burned to a pitch black. They all fell off, leaving only charred skin. Just as Guqian breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that an 8th level magical beast was nothing much, the pangolin suddenly erupted, a powerful force bursting forth from within. The entire space trembled violently. Immediately after, the space around Guqian began to twist gradually. It continuously compressed inward, folding over, as if it wanted to crush Guqian to death. At the same time, Guqian felt a powerful sense of oppression covering his entire body, constantly pressing inward. Even his body began to fold in half along with the space. Watching his legs uncontrollably fold upwards from behind,
waves of intense pain radiated from his waist. His bones even creaked under the immense pressure. He simply could not withstand this tremendous force. The entire space began to twist into a twisted shape, making Gu Qian's suffering even more unbearable. He spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, his face pale to the extreme. At this moment, his insides had long since turned into a pile of flesh. If it were anyone else, they would have been dead beyond recovery. The enraged pangolin showed no signs of stopping. It opened its mouth and spewed out a turbulent flow of space, which instantly vanished. Just as Gu Qian was taken aback, that turbulent flow of space appeared directly in front of him, having crossed through space. This left Gu Qian astonished. The next scene directly shattered Gu Qian's composure. Because this turbulent flow of space not only appeared in front of Gu Qian but also in front of Mo Lanlan and the other two. This immediately sent Gu Qian into a panic. He shouted, "Get out of the way!" But with such a bizarre method of attack, how could they, being only 5th level, possibly evade it? Amidst Gu Qian's mixed expressions of shock and anger, the three were struck by the turbulent flow of space. At the same time, the attack aimed at him also landed. Boom! Several areas of space were directly torn apart, creating dense cracks. One could see just how powerful this strike was. The fat man in the distance was shocked. Were they killed? Just a moment ago, it was an even match, right? How did it suddenly turn into a total defeat? Wasn't this too sudden? No, this is bad. Something big has happened. The fat man was suddenly extremely anxious. A life was lost. Just now, Gu Qian had already been tortured by the pangolin to the point where there was not a single good spot on his body. He was clearly in a severely injured and dying state. Now being struck again, it was absolutely dire. As for the others, they had no hope of surviving. Their combat power could not compare to Gu Qian's at all. They definitely could not withstand this blow. This is bad, this is bad. What should we do? Notify Teacher Xia. Hurry and notify Teacher Xia. The fat man quickly pulled up Teacher Xia's contact interface, about to dial. Just then, an extremely furious voice rang out from mid-air. "I will kill you." Immediately, the turbulent space in mid-air suddenly converged and disappeared in one direction. A completely golden toad appeared beside Gu Qian, directly devouring the spatial turbulence. At this moment, although Gu Qian was covered in blood, he had returned to his original state, showing no signs of injury. However, his expression was terrifyingly grim. Then, he raised his right hand, and in an instant, countless magical formations appeared around Gu Qian, spanning several miles. At a glance, there were no fewer than hundreds of thousands. Each magical formation represented a spell about to be completed. The sheer number of spells being unleashed simultaneously was something even a 7th or 8th level mage could not achieve. Yet Gu Qian managed to do it all at once. This guy was simply too extraordinary. At the same time, a chaotic surge of elemental energy enveloped the area. Gu Qian's eyes were blood-red as he stared at the panicked pangolin. At that moment, it also sensed an intense feeling of danger. Before it could make any move, countless spells erupted with dazzling brilliance. A colorful beam of light, composed of innumerable spells, directly struck the pangolin. Boom! The tremendous sound caused the entire world to fall silent. Where the beam passed, the space crumbled inch by inch, directly forming a massive spatial rift. In the area where the pangolin was located, everything vanished without a trace, leaving only a desolate scene resembling a black hole. In the distance, the fat man and others were so shocked by this scene that they couldn't utter a word. What kind of power could unleash such an attack? It was simply too extraordinary. A single strike created a spatial rift, and such a large area of rift at that. This level of combat power was something even an 8th level ability user could not achieve. Could it be that Gu Qian had reached the combat power of a 9th level ability user? Moreover, that area filled with magical formations, could it be a domain? This guy had just awakened a 2nd tier spell, and now he was awakening a 3rd tier spell? Was he trying to make it impossible for anyone to survive? However, it was a pity. Mo Lanlan and the others were dead. It was no wonder Gu Qian could awaken a domain. Who could remain calm in such a situation? Especially when it involved Gu Qian's 3 best friends and a teammate. Teacher Xia, hiding in the distance, was quite surprised. He had only wanted Gu Qian to defeat this pangolin, which absorbed spatial abilities. He never expected it would directly lead to him awakening a domain. This little guy was truly astonishing. It seemed they no longer needed to keep an eye on things here. With that, he turned to leave, showing no intention of caring for the others who had been struck. In midair, even though everything in the area where the pangolin was located had disappeared, the pangolin was as dead as could be. But Gu Qian's attacks showed no signs of stopping. Spell after spell continued to bombard that area, as if only in this way could Gu Qian vent the anger within him. Only by doing so could he avoid thinking about the fate of the four of them. Although he knew they should have already died, Gu Qian simply could not face it. He didn't dare to face it. Since childhood, his parents had vanished, and his grandfather had left because of him. Now, even the closest people had left him. How could Gu Qian accept this? If only he could be a little stronger. If he were strong enough, such a situation wouldn't have occurred. They wouldn't have been killed before his eyes. It was all my fault, all my fault. Ah! With a loud shout, the attacks became even more ferocious, as if trying to pierce through the heavens and earth. In the distance, the fat man and others didn't know how to comfort Gu Qian. They all silently stood in place, heads bowed, allowing Gu Qian to vent. It seemed that only in this way could Gu Qian feel a little better. Xia Mo looked with red-rimmed eyes at the place where Xie Xianqing had disappeared, her face full of tears. She had just begun to have feelings for him. Unexpectedly, such a thing happened today. He didn't even tell him his thoughts. This relationship has come to an end. Ah! Gu Qian shouted angrily, venting the fury within him. It was also anger directed at himself. Just as Gu Qian was continuously releasing spells, disregarding the exhaustion of his internal energy, a somewhat weak voice rang out, "Big brother, if you don't come to save us soon, we're going to be crushed." The moment he heard the voice, Gu Qian froze. All spells stopped, unable to believe it. It was a Xing's voice. He wasn't dead. Did that mean they were all okay? With this thought, Gu Qian rushed recklessly towards the direction where Xie Xianqing and the others were. Spell, Gale. The remaining energy surged out, blowing away the dust in the air. Only then did the four figures appear. Xie Xianqing was lying on a large stone, his legs pinned under another large stone. He was covered in dust, his hair disheveled, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, and multiple scratches on his face. Yet he wore a carefree smile. Xie Xianqing stood in front of everyone, barely maintaining the shattered domain, controlling the puppet threads to shield everyone. Qi Xiaxia had her hands pressed against Xie Xianqing's back, continuously channeling healing energy to treat his injuries. Mo Lanlan, clad in white armor with wings and holding a spear, flew above everyone, her fierce aura blocking the residual waves of the pangolin's attack. Upon noticing Gu Qian's arrival, she immediately removed her armor, returning to her original form. Not only was she uninjured, but her clothes were also spotless. However, she nestled against Gu Qian, acting coy. "Brother Qian, I was so scared when you weren't here. Look, my hand is all red." She showed him the slight red mark from gripping the spear. She looked utterly aggrieved. Gu Qian quickly said with concern, "Little Lanzi has been wronged. Brother Qian will definitely make it up to you. I'll go check on the others first." With that, he dashed towards the others. Xie Xianqing turned his head, his face pale, and smiled faintly. "Big brother, I..." Before he could finish, he fell backward. Although Qi Xiaxia was behind him, standing was already her limit. She had no strength to support him and could only watch him fall. Gu Qian quickly rushed to catch Xie Xianqing. He spoke softly, "Sleep, just have a good rest, and everything will be fine." Qi Xiaxia was in a much better condition. She had been well protected behind Xie Xianqing. However, after exhausting all her energy to heal him, she was now drained. She didn't even have the strength to speak to Gu Qian. She simply sat down on the ground and waved her hand at him, indicating she was fine. As for Xie Xianqing, Gu Qian just turned his head and asked, "Are you okay?" Hearing this, Xie Xianqing was puzzled. "Big brother, do I look okay? My hand is the heaviest, right?" Gu Qian replied directly, "Oh, as long as you're fine, hurry up and set up the tent." With that, he walked away, completely ignoring Xie Xianqing. Xie Xianqing was left dumbfounded. It wasn't until Gu Qian had walked far away that he remembered he was still pinned under the stone. "Sigh, big brother, at least help me move the stone, it's really heavy." But Gu Qian didn't stop at all, nor did he show any intention of helping. Among the four, although Xie Xianqing looked the most injured, his condition was actually the best aside from Mo Lanlan. Even Qi Xiaxia, the healer, was too exhausted to speak. He still had enough strength to be so spirited, indicating he had only sustained superficial injuries. With some medicine, he would recover quickly. However, Xie Xianqing and Qi Xiaxia were in slightly worse condition and would need care for a long time afterward. When the chubby guy and the others saw you here, they were also stunned. One Gu Qian being so powerful is one thing, but how could all four of them survive the attack of an 8th-level magical beast? Moreover, Mo Lanlan looked completely unscathed. And what was that set of armor earlier? I haven't heard of any ability that can summon armor. What ability has Mo Lanlan awakened? It's so impressive. Under the attack of an 8th-level magical beast, she can remain unharmed, and her level is only 5, one level lower than Gu Qian. Doesn't that mean that if she reaches level 6, she could also kill an 8th-level magical beast? That's truly terrifying. No wonder, it turns out Teacher Xie already knew about the strength of this group of freaks. That's why he let them hunt 8th level magical beasts. They could still kill them before. Now, with Gu Qian comprehending the domain and leveling up, killing an 8th level magical beast is like child's play.
This is simply too unfair. But what can be done?
If you don't accept it, you also have strong combat power.
If you can't do it, don't blame the road for being uneven. Accept your fate.
The chubby guy and the others felt a bit dejected. After all, they were among the top young talents in the country.
Now they were being utterly humiliated. There was no comparison at all. Just the people present. No.
Even if the whole class teamed up, they wouldn't be able to defeat Gu Qian.
Accept your fate.
Thinking of this, the chubby guy exchanged glances with the others. Then they walked towards Gu Qian, preparing to take their leave and continue hunting magical beasts to improve their strength.
Gu Qian, we've disturbed you all night, we should be leaving now. But before he could finish, he was interrupted by Gu Qian.
Hey, don't leave yet, help clean up the scene, level the ground, set up a tent, and make a stove or something.
We protected you for a whole night, you can't just leave like this. Hearing Gu Qian's words, the chubby guy was dumbfounded. Wasn't it just staying here for one night? Why did they have to work? And what do you mean by protecting? Did you protect us? You spent the whole night sleeping more soundly than anyone else. In fact, we didn't sleep well at all. If someone didn't know better, they'd think we were protecting you. Besides, isn't this work too much? We did everything, what are you doing? Just waiting without lifting a finger?
Although he thought this way, the situation was stronger than the individual. They also owed a favor to the Xie brothers. This little bit of work, even if they didn't want to do it, they had to. Thinking of this, the chubby guy glanced at the others, then gritted his teeth and said, fine. Then they began to divide the work and get busy. Gu Qian, on the other hand, was holding Xie Xianxian, wanting to put him on the ground to let him sleep more comfortably. Who knew, as soon as he set his butt on the ground, Xie Xianxian started to talk in his sleep. Brother, I'm scared, don't leave me. His brows furrowed tightly, beads of sweat forming on his forehead and then trickling down. His hands were gripping Gu Qian's clothes tightly. At this moment, Xie Xianqing limped over to Gu Qian and said, little brother is having nightmares again, he must have been scared by the pangolin. It's been a long time since I heard him talk about having nightmares.
Gu Qian knew about Xie Xianqing's nightmares.
After all, during the time he rescued the two of them and kept them by his side, Xie Xianqing had been having nightmares. He could only sleep soundly when he was next to Gu Qian. It seemed he was indeed quite frightened this time.
It's okay, brother will leave, just sleep, sleep. Gu Qian coaxed softly. Upon hearing Gu Qian's voice, Xie Xianqing's brows gradually relaxed. However, the grip of his hands on Gu Qian did not loosen at all. Gu Qian felt very sorry for Xie Xianqing. At such a young age, he had already experienced something that almost got him killed by his stepmother. Anyone would be left with psychological scars from that. And he wasn't like Xie Xianqing, with a cheerful personality, carefree. He kept everything bottled up inside. He couldn't let go of anything. Gu Qian held Xie Xianqing like that, sighed, his heart full of helplessness. Xie Xianqing saw this scene, grinning widely, laughing happily. Big brother was still the same as when we were kids, unable to bear seeing us brothers suffer. How nice. In this lifetime, the two of us brothers are sticking with big brother. What's Xie family? I don't care. Just as Xie Xianqing was foolishly smiling, Gu Qian's voice rang out again. What are you grinning about?
Hurry up and find a place to sit down, clean your wounds, or you'll get infected before Qi Xiaxia even recovers to treat you. Xie Xianqing scratched his head, still grinning, and said, okay, big brother, I'll go clean it up now. Saying this, he limped over to a rock to sit down, planning to rinse his wounds with clean water first. Just as he sat down, Xiaomo walked over, lowering her head and saying, Xie Xianqing, do you need help?
I see it's inconvenient for you to clean it yourself.
After saying that, she kept rubbing the hem of her clothes with both hands, clearly very nervous and shy. Hearing this, Gu Qian perked up his ears. He sneakily glanced over at Xie Xianqing with a curious expression.
What's going on? Is this girl interested in my little star?
When did this kid start flirting with girls?
Finally, he's woken up. No matter what, I can't let this brat mess things up.
Seeing Gu Qian paying attention to Xie Xianqing, Mo Lanlan also looked over with great curiosity.
She even asked, Brother Qian, what's wrong? You look so happy?
Gu Qian raised his right index finger to his lips and whispered, shoo, keep it down. Then he pointed towards Xie Xianqing and said, look over there, something's happening. Mo Lanlan also began to sneakily observe the situation over there. Even Qi Xiaxia, who was already exhausted, curiously looked in that direction. The fat guys were also working while keeping an eye on the situation over there, even lightening their workload. They all had curious expressions. Watching the shy Xiaomo, Xia Xianqing frowned and said, "Don't try to get close, our team is already full. If you want to team up, talk to my big brother next time. If there's nothing else, go back to work, I'm still waiting for my big brother's cooking." Hearing this, everyone was speechless. This kid is too much of a straight man. How can he talk to a girl like that? Can't he see that Xia Mo is interested in him? Otherwise, who would help another man clean his wounds? He deserves to be single for life. Gu Qian was even more furious. He picked up a stone and threw it at Xia Xianqing's head. Gritting his teeth, he muttered angrily and glared at Xia Xianqing. Then he smiled at Xia Mo and said, "Xia Mo, don't listen to him. Since you have nothing to do, just help him clean his wounds. This brat doesn't do his work carefully. He might not clean it well." Upon hearing this, Xia Mo felt shy but still nodded and said, Then she picked up a towel, washed it in the basin, and gently wiped the wound on Xia Xianqing's back. Xia Xianqing stubbornly said, "Big brother, I can clean it myself, I don't need her help." He seemed very resistant to anyone touching his wounds. Gu Qian, exasperated, said, "You can't do it, I say you can't, so you just can't." Perhaps he moved a bit too much, and Xia Xianqing, who was lying in his arms, squirmed a bit. Gu Qian quickly stopped moving and fell silent, looking like a mother taking care of a child. Then he shot a fierce glare at Xia Xianqing. Only then did he behave. The fat guys and others saw this scene and all started to chuckle. If it weren't for Gu Qian, this big straight man Xia Xianqing would be single for life. Although Xia Xianqing was reluctant, he still let Xia Mo help him clean the wound on his back. The scene quieted down. Gu Qian began to think. The sudden appearance of this level 8 magical beast, the sky-piercing pangolin, was completely unexpected. There was not the slightest hint of it beforehand. It was very unusual. It only made a sound when it was so close, as if it had been lurking all along. Moreover, this place was far from the areas where level 8 magical beasts typically roamed. Generally, they wouldn't come here. There was definitely something amiss. With this thought, Gu Qian furrowed his brows slightly. He couldn't make sense of it at all. Then, a wave of dizziness hit him, forcing Gu Qian to press his right hand against his right temple. He had expended too much mental energy while using his domain earlier. Now, the symptoms were showing. He needed to rest for a bit. "Little basket, keep an eye on the surroundings, I need to rest for a while." Mo Lanlan looked at Gu Qian, her face filled with concern. She softly said, "Brother Qian, you rest, I'll watch over you, don't worry. Still, my little basket is the most obedient." Saying this, despite feeling unwell, he smiled and patted Mo Lanlan's head. After that, he leaned against the tree trunk and began to doze off. Mo Lanlan watched Gu Qian like this, feeling very heartbroken. At the same age, Gu Qian had taken on all the burdens. It was indeed hard on him. The others, including Fatty, were still busy working and showed no urgency to leave. On one hand, it was for Xia Mo, as they were all trying to secure more time for her to be with Xia Xianqing. On the other hand, being with Gu Qian meant they didn't have to worry about safety. Naturally, they didn't want to leave too early. They even thought it would be best to stay another night. Before long, the sky gradually darkened. Gu Qian also woke up. Xia Xianqing was still lying in his arms, not having moved. However, his breathing was already much steadier than during the day. The others had set up a bonfire and even started roasting meat. As for Xia Xianqing's injury, it had been treated by Qi Xiaxia, who had managed to heal it somewhat. Xia Mo was snuggled up closely to the disdainful Xia Xianqing, completely unconcerned about his attitude. When Gu Qian woke up, both Xia Xianqing and Mo Lanlan noticed immediately. They both turned to look at Gu Qian, their faces beaming with smiles. "Brother Qian, you're awake. Come quickly and have some roasted meat, it's delicious, I made it." "Big brother, you're awake. Hurry over, I roasted a leg of lamb for you, you must try it." Seeing the two of them, along with Xia Xianqing lying in his arms, Gu Qian felt a deep sense of satisfaction at that moment. Everything he had done was worth it. If it weren't for the matter with his grandfather and needing to find his parents, he would wish for this peaceful and stable life to continue indefinitely. Finally, Gu Qian shook his head slightly and gently woke Xia Xianqing. "Aiken, wake up, it's time to eat. You can sleep more after you're full." Hearing Gu Qian's voice, Xia Xianqing slowly stirred awake. Upon realizing he was lying in Gu Qian's arms, he instantly turned red. He hurriedly sat up, somewhat flustered, and stammered, "Big brother, was there anything unusual while I was sleeping?" Gu Qian smiled and replied, "Nothing unusual, you were just as easy to coax as when you were a child." Hearing this, Xia Xianqing finally breathed a sigh of relief and followed Gu Qian to eat. The group laughed and joked, and when Xia Xianqing saw Gu Qian arrive, he immediately handed over the leg of lamb he was holding and moved closer to Gu Qian.
Mo Lan Lan and Xia Xianqin flanked Gu Qian, one on each side.
Xia Mo then followed Xia Xianqing to the left of Gu Qian, making the space feel quite cramped. Before Gu Qian could say anything, Xia Xianqing immediately became displeased. Frowning, he said to Xia Mo, "There's so much space, why do you have to squeeze over here?
Go, find your teammates."
Just as Gu Qian was about to speak to Xia Xianqing, his expression suddenly changed. He stood up abruptly, his face looking very grim.
Gu Qian's action left everyone present stunned. What was going on? Was it because Xia Mo was too clingy to Xia Xianqing? Was Gu Qian unhappy? But during the day, didn't he still want to bring those two together? If it weren't for this, could it be because of us?
Thinking of this, the fat guy and the others all lowered their heads. The smiles on their faces had vanished. Even Xia Mo lowered her head, feeling somewhat at a loss.
Gu Qian only softly said, "Don't move around here, I have something to take care of."
After saying that, a powerful surge of wind elemental energy erupted from his body, shooting straight into the sky.
He quickly disappeared from everyone's sight.
The Xia brothers, Mo Lan Lan, and Qi Xiaoxia wanted to chase after him, but unfortunately, the three of them were not in good condition, and even if they followed, they would be a burden.
Mo Lan Lan had to protect them, so she couldn't go after him either. Instantly, Mo Lan Lan's face darkened like the bottom of a pot.
Staring at the few of them, she gritted her teeth and said, "If it weren't for you guys, I could have followed Brother Qian. If you dare to hold me back again next time, be careful or I'll skin you alive."
Her fierce expression was anything but fake.
It seemed she could hardly contain herself and wanted to make a move right then and there. Mo Lan Lan's transformation left the fat guy and the others, who were used to her soft and demure demeanor in front of Gu Qian, momentarily stunned.
How could she change her face so quickly?
The Xia brothers were completely unfazed.
They knew Mo Lan Lan's temper all too well.
All her good nature was reserved for the eldest brother. In front of others, such a reaction was already quite mild.
If it were anyone else, she wouldn't even bother talking.
They would be dealt with on the spot for being a stumbling block to Mo Lan Lan chasing after her brother. Now they only hated themselves for not being strong enough. Gu Qian, flying high in the sky and away from his teammates, didn't pause for a moment. Instead, he flew directly to the area where the level 8 magical beast, the Breaking Sky Armadillo, was located. Without holding back at all, he unleashed his domain, casting countless spells. He struck a group of armadillos, leaving them without the power to fight back. Then he successfully devoured the ability of the S-level Space Elemental Controller. He gained the ability to cast space spells. Just then, Gu Qian came to a halt. Several powerful auras quickly appeared behind him, approaching him rapidly. Gu Qian frowned tightly and fled the scene again. He began to learn space-type spells. At the same time, he was also calculating how to deal with the few people behind him. Looking at their combat power, they were all level 9 experts. To deal with them, he was still quite strained. Therefore, he had to scatter them. Otherwise, there would be no chance at all. I remember there's a clone spell in the space-type spells. It should be able to confuse their attention. With this in mind, Gu Qian quickly searched. Fortunately, this was just a low-level spell, not difficult to master. Without any hesitation, he cast it directly. Combined with his domain, countless clones of Gu Qian flew in all directions in an instant. The pursuers immediately stopped in their tracks. Faced with so many Gu Qians, they didn't know which direction to chase. One of the old men with a white beard said with a grim face, "This little brat has quite a few tricks up his sleeve. Split into 4 directions and eliminate all the clones. This mission cannot have any mistakes."
Understood, oldly.
The 4 transformed into 4 different colored shadows and chased in 4 directions. Soon, the old man with the white beard caught up to the last Gu Qian clone. Without any hesitation, he launched a fireball, ready to eliminate Gu Qian. His body brushed past Gu Qian without a second thought, not taking that figure seriously at all. But before the fireball reached Gu Qian, as the old man just passed by Gu Qian's figure, a powerful surge of elemental energy appeared behind him. Before he could dodge at all, countless spells bombarded him. At that moment, Gu Qian's figure finally came to a stop. The old man never expected that the first Gu Qian he encountered would be the real one. Caught completely off guard, he stared in disbelief at the direction where Gu Qian was.
This kid's schemes are too deep. He must be killed today. There are no other thoughts besides that. Boom! A loud sound. Countless spells struck the old man. Even though he temporarily mobilized his vital energy to form a defensive barrier, it was still rushed. Moreover, Gu Qian had been planning this for a long time. Naturally, he exerted all his strength. With one blow, he directly inflicted serious injuries on Oldly. His body rapidly fell towards the ground. Boom!
With a loud crash, Old Lee's body created a large pit in the ground. Following that were countless spells, striking again. Gu Qian didn't give Old Lee a chance to recover. Even though Old Lee was a 9th level powerhouse, facing Gu Qian, who had the same combat power and controlled the domain, he had no power to fight back. However, such spell attacks, while able to suppress Old Lee, could not deliver a fatal blow. Ah! With a roar from Old Lee, a huge fire element magic array appeared above Gu Qian's head. Immediately after, countless flaming blades floated above Gu Qian. Without any pause, they rapidly fell. With no time to dodge, Gu Qian could only cast layer upon layer of barriers in an attempt to resist. Boom boom boom. As the flaming blades fell, the barriers Gu Qian cast shattered with a loud bang, as if made of paper. They could not withstand the onslaught. In an instant, the blades struck Gu Qian's body. Puff! With a sound of explosion, Gu Qian spat out a mouthful of blood. His body quickly fell downwards. But before his body reached the ground, countless flaming blades followed closely behind, continuously striking Gu Qian's body, aiming to kill him in one blow, leaving no chance. A full-force strike from a 9th level powerhouse was something Gu Qian could not withstand. All his means were rendered ineffective at this moment. If this situation continued, Gu Qian would have no chance of survival. Even if Gu Qian possessed solidification and rapid regeneration, he could not survive. Breaking through Gu Qian's offensive, Old Lee flew into the air, his body covered in blood, his clothes tattered, and his hair, which had been meticulously arranged, now disheveled like a beggar. At this moment, Old Lee was gasping for breath, staring intently at the place where Gu Qian was falling. He said fiercely, "You little brat, no matter how deep your schemes are, what does it matter? In the face of absolute strength, all strategies are jokes, ha ha ha." Just as Old Lee laughed loudly, a cold, sinister voice rang out not far behind him. "Oh, is that so? Then let me show you my schemes, spells, and spatial cubes." As the voice fell, under Old Lee's incredulous gaze, a magic cube composed of silver light, taller than a person, instantly enveloped him. Following that was a slightly larger second, third. It was like a nesting doll. Countless cubes instantly surrounded Old Lee. Then Gu Qian shouted, "Rotate." The countless cubes began to spin from various angles. As the cubes rotated, they also caused Old Lee's body parts to spin. In an instant, unparalleled pain enveloped Old Lee's entire body. Every bit of his flesh and bone was twisting in different directions. In a moment, Old Lee's entire body was once again stained with blood, as if he were a bloodied person. "Ah, I will kill." Before the last word could be spoken, Old Lee's body was torn apart, completely turning into a mass of blood, falling downwards. At the same time, Gu Qian also began to gasp for breath. At this point, he was already showing signs of exhaustion. His body had multiple gruesome wounds, and flames were even attached to them, causing Gu Qian's wounds to continuously heal, only to be burned again. It was a cycle. Fortunately, with each passing moment, the flames weakened significantly. "I believe it won't be long before I fully recover. This advanced spell is indeed not so easy to deal with. If it weren't for separating the 4 of them, each with an advanced spell, I would have met my end here today. Even if I could take down one old manly, it would have exhausted all my means. It seems I need to quickly enhance my strength." With this thought, Gu Qian slowly descended. He then released a toad to devour the group of 8th level piercing mountain armadillos from earlier. "I wonder if it can level up again." After a moment of recovery, Gu Qian felt that the clones in other directions seemed to have been mostly eliminated. "If I don't act soon, my whereabouts will be discovered." Gu Qian stood up from the ground and took a deep breath. Although he had not yet returned to peak condition, taking down one more person should not be a problem. In the next moment, Gu Qian cast the spatial spell again. Spell, Clone Transformation. With a wave of spatial energy, a perfect Gu Qian appeared in place, only to dissipate the next moment. Gu Qian's true self then appeared where the clone had been. He saw a bald, muscular man wielding a tiger head broadsword, desperately eliminating countless clones, cursing as he swung his blade. "Damn it, looks like I chased the wrong direction. These clones are almost gone, and that kid hasn't shown up. What a waste of effort. This is a task worth hundreds of billions, and I'm letting them off easy." The more the man spoke, the angrier he became, finally shouting, "Damn it, all of you die." A massive blade of light shot out, aimed at the remaining clones, venting his inner fury. After swinging this blade, the muscular man didn't even look back. He turned to leave. At that moment, Gu Qian, who had been inactive, directly cast the spatial spell, Spatial Displacement. With a wave of energy, Gu Qian's true self vanished from the spot. When he reappeared, he was right above the muscular man's head. The domain instantly unfolded. Gu Qian flashed a charming smile at the man, then countless spells poured down. At the same time, he also activated the spell Spatial Cube. Boom boom boom.
The sound of countless explosions rang out. Gu Qian's lips curled up. Spatial spells are indeed useful. They allow for position changes at any time, leaving opponents unable to defend. Taking the enemy by surprise, he severely injured them and gained the upper hand. In a situation where strengths are similar, it was simply a complete domination. I didn't expect this big guy to be even less vigilant than that old man. He was killed so easily. Just as Gu Qian was preparing to move to the next location, a blade of light shot up into the sky, directly slicing him in half diagonally. The two halves of his face still bore an expression of disbelief. One half quickly fell. Immediately after, the bald man broke through Gu Qian's domain attack and approached Gu Qian's body, which was still suspended in midair and rapidly recovering. He didn't have a single injury on him. The broadsword in his hand was already resting against Gu Qian's neck. Little guy, underestimating a 9th level ability user will cost you dearly. Just right, I also want to see what level of attack it takes to kill someone with your recovery ability. Saying this, he swung the broadsword at high speed. Blades of light continuously sliced through Gu Qian's body, turning him into strips. There was no time to recover before he was once again chopped into tiny pieces by the muscular man. The speed was far beyond Gu Qian's recovery ability. Ha ha ha. I thought you were impressive, but it turns out to be this level. This 100 billion reward is too easy to get. Ha ha. The muscular man wildly swung his broadsword while laughing maniacally, as if he had gone mad. At this moment, Gu Qian had no chance to fight back. Die! With a loud shout from the muscular man, a massive blade of light appeared. Directly eliminate Gu Qian's fragments. Cut off the last thread of his recovery. Even so, the burly man still cautiously scanned the surroundings before a smug smile appeared on his face. He turned and flew towards the capital, ready to return for his reward. But before he could fly far, a cold voice rang out, "Spell, Spatial Rift." The moment the voice appeared, a huge dark rift opened up in front of the burly man. If he hadn't been alert, he would have crashed right into it. The burly man quickly turned his head, his body also moving towards the direction of Gu Qian's voice. A sinister smile crept onto his face as he said, "I knew you little bastard weren't dead yet. You think you can ambush me? You're still too green." With that, he swung his large blade again, intending to completely kill Gu Qian. At this moment, Gu Qian showed no fear. He smiled coldly and replied, "Oh really?" Then, he unleashed his domain and attacked the burly man with all his might. The burly man, however, did not dodge or evade, grinning savagely as he said, "Kid, this trick works on those mages, but against a martial artist, you're far from enough." In the face of the burly man's taunts, Gu Qian didn't care at all. Instead, he coldly laughed and said, "Don't forget, I'm also a martial artist." With that, countless spells rained down on the burly man. Although they couldn't inflict any substantial damage, they forced the burly man to retreat wildly. Behind him was the spatial rift. It was only at this moment that the burly man truly panicked. Gu Qian's goal had always been to push the burly man into the spatial rift. "No, please spare me, I won't dare again," the burly man pleaded, looking at the rift that was now so close. Gu Qian's expression remained icy as he directly asked, "Who sent you?" Without hesitation, the burly man replied, "It was the Li family. The Li family sent us. I've told you what you wanted to know, please spare me." Although Gu Qian's spells couldn't deal a fatal blow to him, if he didn't defend himself, the accumulated injuries could still be deadly. But defending himself would cause the burly man to keep retreating. The burly man was now caught in a dilemma, unable to make a choice. He could only hope that Gu Qian would let him go. Having obtained the answer he wanted, Gu Qian naturally wouldn't leave him alive. "Since you've told me everything I wanted to know, how could I spare your life?" With that, the spells in the domain increased again. The burly man instantly fell into despair, retreating a large distance once more. Just as the spatial rift was almost upon him, the burly man gritted his teeth. He braced himself against Gu Qian's spell attacks and charged to the side. Boom boom boom. Countless spells struck the burly man. Even with the barrier of elemental energy to absorb some of the impact, he was still left with a multitude of wounds, bleeding profusely. Most of the wounds were deep enough to see bone. In this situation, the burly man could only hold on for 2 or 3 seconds at most. If he couldn't break through in that time, he silently counted the seconds in his mind. 1 second. 2 seconds. As time passed, the injuries on the burly man increased, and his body grew weaker. His expression became increasingly grave. 3 seconds. The burly man unleashed an unprecedented burst of elemental energy and charged out. "Hoo! Ha ha ha!" The burly man laughed wildly inside. "I survived. I survived. You bastard, today I must kill you." Just as the pressure ahead suddenly lessened and the burly man felt a sense of relief, endless darkness enveloped him. It was only then that the burly man realized what lay before him. The spatial rift. Why did I charge towards the spatial rift? Wasn't I heading away from it? What on earth is happening? The burly man was engulfed in endless confusion and unwillingness. Watching helplessly as the spatial rift closed, all hope of survival was completely extinguished. The chaotic currents in this endless void were enough to shatter him to pieces. It was only at the moment the rift sealed that Gu Qian let out a sigh of relief. If it weren't for the ability to devour spatial energy, casting spatial spells to redirect the burly man's escape, and using all his strength to unleash a field release spell to confuse his perception, making it impossible for him to sense the change in direction, killing a 9th level martial artist would require countless strategies. Moreover, it was also reliant on the continuous influx of elemental energy from the toad and the powerful mental support provided by the ring gifted by Elderly. Missing any of these conditions would lead to the failure of his plan and trap him in a dead end. Thinking of this, Gu Qian breathed a sigh of relief, his eyes filled with coldness. The Li family had guts, daring to lay hands on him. Just wait for his revenge. There were still 2 more to deal with. In the current state, killing them would be a bit of a challenge. Just as Gu Qian hesitated, a powerful surge of elemental energy suddenly surged within him. Gu Qian was overjoyed. Was he about to level up? The elemental energy within him churned, and he immediately felt his strength and mental power increase once again. Now I don't have to worry, you all will die. With this thought, Gu Qian showed no hesitation and flew towards the 2 who had already gathered. Now, Gu Qian no longer needed to cast the wind spell, Wind Wings, to fly. He could fly on his own, but with the addition of Wind Wings, his speed was even faster. On the other side, 2 charming young women flew side by side. One of them, with a tear mole at the corner of her eye, frowned tightly. Looking at the information before her, she said to the other woman, elder sister, Li Lao and De Zhuang are dead. Should we still go? They knew the strength of Li Lao and De Zhuang. If the 2 of them did not join forces, it would be impossible to defeat either of them. Now that they were both dead at Gu Qian's hands, both women felt a bit anxious. They never expected that a mere 5th level ability user could be so formidable, killing those at level 4 and even strong 9th level ability users. However, faced with the temptation of billions in gold, the elder sister gritted her teeth and said, "What are we afraid of? They were killed because they underestimated him. Now that we know that kid's strength, if we join forces, we can definitely kill him. Second sister, after this, we can live well." The second sister hesitated in her heart, but for the sake of the billion-dollar bounty, she decided to take the risk. Even if they couldn't kill him, a 5th level ability user, no matter how strong, wouldn't be able to catch them if they wanted to escape. Just as the 2 were still planning how to kill Gu Qian, a frivolous voice rang out. "Sisters, where are you going?" The space in front of them rippled, and a somewhat disheveled young figure appeared. Who else could it be but Gu Qian? The 2 sisters immediately halted, their faces filled with vigilance as they looked at Gu Qian, ready for battle. Yet Gu Qian didn't regard them at all. If it had been earlier, not to mention facing the 2 together, even encountering one would have required a lot of effort. But now, his combat power far exceeded that of the 2, killing them was merely a matter of moving his hands. 7th level? Zhan Songjing? How is this possible? Upon seeing Gu Qian's level and combat power in an instant, the elder sister immediately lost her composure. When did he reach the 7th level? Wasn't it said during the mission that he was only at the 5th level? Did he level up in just these 2 short days? How could it be so fast? Moreover, this combat power was terrifying. Zhan Songjing was a realm of combat power that only 10th level ability users could access, so why was it appearing on a 7th level youth? Furthermore, the mission clearly stated, Gu Qian, 5th level, combat power at the 100 billion level. How can we be so far behind now? How are we supposed to fight? Let's run! The 2 sisters, sharing a deep connection, turned and fled in different directions. At least this way, one of them might survive. But their calculations were wrong. In the face of absolute power, such little tricks were utterly insignificant. Spell, space transfer. The moment the words fell, the sisters' figures returned to the starting point. Their bodies were trapped in a cube. They looked at Gu Qian with pale faces, unable to move at all. They never expected that a task they could have completed easily would turn into this. They could not have imagined that one day they would be helpless against a level 7 ability user, completely at the mercy of the other. The elder sister took a deep breath and asked Gu Qian, "So, what do you want?" Gu Qian did not kill the sisters immediately. He must have other intentions. If it was for beauty, that could be acceptable. After all, Gu Qian was young and handsome, with a good physique. In a way, it was them who were taking advantage of him. With this thought, the elder sister's gaze towards Gu Qian took on a hint of ambiguity. This look made Gu Qian shiver, and he couldn't help but step back a good distance. Then he said directly, "Don't think too much.
I just need 2 bodyguards right now and want to ask if you agree. Hearing Gu Qian's words, the sisters were somewhat puzzled.
Bodyguards? You still need us to be bodyguards?
Your combat power is a whole level above ours, enough to wipe us out in an instant.
You still need us to protect you? Are you sure you're not joking? Shaking off her distracting thoughts, the elder sister asked directly, what happens if we refuse? Gu Qian replied nonchalantly, if you refuse, you'll just die. What else can happen?
Gu Qian smiled warmly, but his words sent chills down the sisters' spines.
This little guy was definitely a demon. To say such things with a smile, his heart must be ruthless. We agree.
The elder sister did not hesitate at all.
Refusing meant death, they had no choice.
After receiving their affirmative response, Gu Qian released the spatial cube.
In front of a space mage, lacking strength meant they couldn't even escape. The sisters understood this very well. Follow me. With that, Gu Qian slowed down and flew towards the camp. The sisters followed closely behind. Inside the camp, everyone was very anxious, unsure of what was happening with Gu Qian. The fact that Gu Qian abandoned everyone to face the situation alone indicated that the opponent was very strong. Otherwise, Gu Qian wouldn't have left them behind.
At that moment, Mo Lanlan was pacing back and forth anxiously. Every few steps, she would put her hands on her hips and turn to scold the Xie brothers, you useless things.
You dropped the ball at a critical moment. If anything happens to Brother Qian, I will definitely make you two pay.
After saying that, she was still not satisfied and punched a thick tree that required several people to hug.
Boom!
The tree was directly broken by her punch and fell down.
At that moment, Mo Lanlan looked like a shrew. The Xie brothers turned pale upon hearing this. It wasn't that they were afraid of being made to pay, but they were terrified that something might actually happen to Gu Qian. Mo Lanlan continued to pace anxiously.
Just as she put her hands on her hips again, ready to scold, she had already assumed the posture. This time, however, the Xie brothers did not bow their heads to take the scolding as before.
Instead, they looked up with shining eyes at something behind Mo Lanlan.
Their expressions were as if they had found a lost treasure.
Before Mo Lanlan could react, she heard Gu Qian's voice from behind. Little basket, what are you?
His voice was somewhat hesitant and not loud. Hearing this, Mo Lanlan felt as if thunder had struck her ears. She turned around with great joy and rushed directly into Gu Qian's arms, wrapping her arms around his neck and refusing to let go. Her eyes instantly turned red. The Xie brothers, who had fallen a step behind, were about to approach when they were met with a fierce glare from Mo Lanlan.
Brother Qian, you finally came back.
You have no idea how scared little basket was that something would happen to you.
She completely embodied the demeanor of a little woman.
This transformation left the chubby guy and others, who had just witnessed another side of Mo Lanlan, momentarily stunned.
Was this really the same Mo Lanlan who had just scolded the Xie brothers, making them unable to lift their heads? Was this still the tyrant of Kyoto? How had she turned into a little lamb in front of Gu Qian? Was Gu Qian really that impressive? Not only was he strong in battle, but he was also so skilled at taming women? Even Mo Lanlan had been conquered?
Impressive, impressive, truly a model for our generation. Gu Qian had yet to recover from Mo Lanlan's earlier demeanor, but upon seeing her revert to her previous self, he thought she was just worried about him and had lost control of her temper.
After all, girls have those few days every month. Understanding. Big brother, you're back. That's great.
If something really happened to you, we brothers would be too ashamed to face you even in death.
Xie Xianqing immediately burst into tears. Xie Xianqing's eyes also turned red.
The scene was quite touching.
However, Gu Qian felt extremely awkward.
He had only gone to kill 2 people. It shouldn't warrant such a reaction from them. But he still had to comfort them.
After all, he was their big brother. Alright, stop crying. What are you acting like? If someone didn't know better, they'd think something happened to me. Didn't I come back just fine?
As he spoke, he patted the shoulders of the 2.
Don't be so useless. You guys aren't like little basket, a girl.
You're grown men, crying and whining like this. As soon as these words left his mouth, the previously moved chubby guy and others suddenly wore expressions of confusion.
They felt even more awkward inside.
The warm feeling had vanished. If the 2 brothers were really like Mo Lanlan, they would be more like men. The 3 of them managed to suppress their emotions and then noticed the 2 sisters following Gu Qian.
They immediately became a bit tense.
Mo Lanlan even shielded Gu Qian behind her, looking at the 2 with a protective gaze, like a hen guarding her chicks. She stared at them dangerously without saying a word.
The Xie brothers also noticed the 2 and Xie Xianqing shouted, "Who are you? Why are you following my big brother?"
The 2 sisters remained silent and looked at Gu Qian instead.
Don't be nervous. These are the bodyguards I just hired. From now on, our safety will depend on them.
Hearing this, the chubby guy and others were quite surprised. He had only gone out for a bit and had found 2 bodyguards. What was this? Were these bodyguards wild? At the same time, the chubby guy and others were even more curious about the 2's levels and combat power. To be chosen by Gu Qian as bodyguards must mean they were not simple. So everyone opened the ability user chips to take a look. Upon seeing the results, everyone was shocked. Level 9. Clear summon level combat power. Such strong individuals, where had Gu Qian found them? And he had found 2 at once? It should be noted that ability users whose combat power was no longer represented by numbers were absolute powerhouses. Clear summon level combat power was enough to crush the top tier strong among level 8 trillion. Such beings, to protect Gu Qian and the others in the area where level 7 magical beasts roamed, posed no pressure at all. Coupled with the combat power of the 5, they could easily walk through level 8 areas, let alone level 7. Just as everyone was puzzled, Xiaomo suddenly widened her eyes, tugged at the chubby guy's sleeve, and pointed at Gu Qian, as if she had seen something unbelievable. She couldn't even complete her sentence. Gu Qian. Everyone was still in shock over Gu Qian hiring 2 level 9 bodyguards. I really don't understand what Xiaomo is doing. Is there anything more shocking than a level 9 ability user working as a bodyguard? The chubby guy frowned and said, Xiaomo, what's wrong with you? There was a hint of complaint in his tone, but he still looked in the direction Xiaomo was pointing, towards Gu Qian. Upon seeing this, he immediately froze in place. Even his mouth was agape, unsure whether to close it. Gu Qian, you are level 7. And your combat power. The others also turned their ability user chips towards Gu Qian, all displaying the same expression as the chubby guy. Level 7. Zhansongjing combat power. These 2 terms are acceptable when separated, but together, they are hard to accept. When they last saw Gu Qian, he was still at level 6. How could he have gone out for such a short time and jumped to level 7? Moreover, isn't his combat power way beyond level 7? The standard combat power for level 7 is 10 billion. Even if Gu Qian is a monster, a combat power of 100 billion or a trillion would be acceptable. But Zhansongjing combat power is indeed a bit excessive. Those 2 level 9 bodyguards only have Qingshao realm combat power. You're a whole level above them. Even a level 10 ability user might not be as strong as you. Why do you even need bodyguards? You could go to the level 9 beast activity area without any problem. The Xie brothers, Mo Lanlan, and Qi Xiaxia were all stunned. Then they almost simultaneously thought of a question. These 2 bodyguards can't be hired for us, right? Isn't this a bit too extravagant? And besides, there's no need for them in the level 7 beast activity area. Thinking of this, Xia Xianqing and Qi Xiaxia both showed expressions of disbelief. However, Xia Xianqing looked scared, while Qi Xiaxia looked delighted. He wouldn't want to go to the level 8 beast activity area, would he? This is too scary. This is too good. 2 different voices came from Xia Xianqing and Qi Xiaxia. Gu Qian was still a bit dazed. What's scary? What are you 2 thinking? Xia Xianqing immediately sat on the ground, hugging Gu Qian's right leg, with a mournful face saying, Big brother, no, I don't want to go to the level 8 area. I'm only level 5, that's already far beyond my capacity. After saying that, he looked at Gu Qian with a pitiful expression. Gu Qian paused for a moment, then suddenly showed a look of realization. Alright, I can send you to the level 8 area. This way, I can guarantee you'll level up before going back. It's settled, we'll go to the level 8 area tomorrow. After saying that, he smiled and patted Xia Xianqing's head. Then he stretched and sat down in front of the campfire, ready to roast meat. Qi Xiaxia jumped up on the spot, happily shouting, Great! Initially, she wanted to go to the level 8 area. However, due to Gu Qian's decision and his strength, she had been silent. Now that Gu Qian made this decision, it perfectly matched her expectations. Xia Xianqing, on the other hand, sat on the ground with a dejected expression. His eyes were vacant, and his pupils unfocused. Why did I even say that? If I hadn't said anything, Big Brother wouldn't have thought of it. Isn't this just asking for trouble? After saying that, Xia Xianqing angrily tugged at his hair a few times, venting his frustration. Even so, he didn't complain about Gu Qian at all. Xia Xianqing came to Xia Xianqing's side, sigh. Then he walked over to the campfire with a smirk. Mo Lanlan looked at Xia Xianqing with annoyance. What? Do you have a problem with Brother Qian's decision? Seeing Mo Lanlan's frowning expression, Xia Xianqing didn't dare to voice any objections, even if he had them. So he shook his head like a rattle drum, and shifted his body away from Mo Lanlan, fearing that this little ancestor might do something behind Gu Qian's back. Seeing Xia Xianqing's reaction, Mo Lanlan was quite satisfied. As long as there are no objections. The fat guy and the others watched this scene with bitter smiles. They were still struggling in the 7th level area while Gu Qian and his group were already thinking about how to use the 8th level area to level up.
Comparing people really makes one feel frustrated. If only they had sought out Gu Qian to team up back then. What a missed opportunity. The fat guy and the other's side. Especially Xia Mo. If she had known she would fall for Xie Xianqing, she would have insisted on teaming up with Gu Qian, even if it meant being the one to cling to them. This way, she could not only be with Xie Xianqing every day but also take the place of Xie Xianqing as the weakest in the team. Now, it was too late to say anything. Even Mo Lan Lan had to comment on Xia Mo's thoughts. Sister, you really are a pure love brain. On Gu Qian's side, they were enjoying their food and drink, a scene of harmony and joy. Meanwhile, the Li family was not having it so easy. Old Ma stood in the center of the hall with a grim expression, his head lowered. The head of the Li family was looking at the documents in his hand, his face equally grim. For 9th level ability users, and they were renowned strong ones among the 9th level, their combat power had reached the clear summoning realm, yet they were not a match for that little brat Gu Qian. Moreover, according to the information that had come back, Gu Qian's combat power had already reached the Zhansong realm. His level had also risen to the 7th level. How could this be possible? If he had known this little brat was so abnormal, he shouldn't have provoked him. Now, it was too late, he had already offended him. The Xie family must have received the news by now. There was no avoiding some maneuvering. If they had killed Gu Qian, compensating with some resources and influence would have been fine. But now, not only had they failed to kill him, they had also offended this monstrous freak. This was a huge problem. Gu Qian's temper. The head of the Li family grew angrier the more he thought about it. Useless. The head of the Li family shouted, his anger flaring. Old Ma, standing in the center, turned pale. Head, I will send stronger people to kill him and resolve this future trouble. Before the head of the Li family could speak, a voice, clearly suppressing its anger, rang out. Which future trouble are you talking about? Do you want me to listen, old man, to see if I can help? The moment he heard the voice, the head of the Li family immediately stood up from his chair, looking towards the door. Then, with a loud bang, the bodyguard stationed at the door crashed through the entrance and flew in. Following that, the figure of the head of the Xie family slowly walked in, accompanied by Gu Qian's grandmother. Because of Gu Qian, they had actually stirred the 2 strongest members of the Xie family. This was clearly not going to end well. The head of the Li family's face grew even darker, but he still forced a smile and said, Elder Xie, what brings you to our Li family? I wonder what the matter is. Hearing this, Elder Xie's anger flared even more. Li family head, you're just pretending to be ignorant. If I didn't come again, wouldn't the people of the Xie family be killed and buried by your Li family at will? After saying this, he shot a fierce glare at the head of the Li family and said bluntly, Kid, speak up, how do you want to resolve this matter? Facing Elder Xie's questioning, the head of the Li family dared not be careless in the slightest. If he failed to satisfy the other party, a war between the 2 families would be unavoidable. This was not what he wanted to see. Thinking of this, the head of the Li family forced a smile and said, it's just a children's feud. I didn't expect it to cause such a big commotion. I will definitely have my kid apologize to Gu Qian in person, and compensation is unavoidable. How about we give Xingyu Entertainment to your nephew? Xingyu Entertainment is the largest entertainment company in Huagua, signing a large number of top stars, with assets exceeding hundreds of billions. Their annual profits alone reach the 100 billion level. Offering this as an apology to Gu Qian would be quite sincere. Even Elder Xie was quite tempted. Elder Xie's wife noticed her husband's intention and shot him a fierce glare. Then he said to the head of the Li family, don't think that just sending a company will settle this. If you dare to lay a hand on our Qian again, don't blame us for being rude. After being glared at, old Xie awkwardly coughed twice. He then said, we welcome competition among peers, but if it's this kind of underhanded tactic, our Xie family is not without means either. You should think carefully. With that, old Xie turned and left. It was only at this moment that the head of the Li family's expression darkened again. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became, and he slammed his palm down on the tea table made from beast crystals, shattering it to pieces. Old Ma, I don't care what methods you use, if this matter isn't resolved, you can forget about coming back. The head of the Li family looked coldly at Old Ma. He didn't believe that with Gu Qian's temperament compensating for a company would let this matter slide. Moreover, with Gu Qian's terrifying increase in combat power, if he reached level 13, even at level 12, he might take action against the Li family. By then, the Li family would truly be in trouble. Old Ma's face turned pale as he nodded repeatedly, saying, yes, family head, I will resolve this matter as soon as possible. With that, he hurriedly ran out. He understood very well what the family head's words meant. It wasn't just that he wouldn't come back, it meant he wouldn't come back alive.
On the other side, after Gu Qian and the others finished dinner, they all went to sleep.
They would be parting ways tomorrow. Xiaomo was very conflicted, tossing and turning, unable to sleep. This separation would last until the teacher's task was completed before they could meet again. Although it was only a few days, Xiaomo couldn't wait. What if during these few days, Xie Xianqing was confessed to by someone else? No, she had to clarify things with him tonight. Yes, that was the plan. With that thought, Xiaomo got up and walked out of the tent. Arriving outside Xie Xianqing's tent, she listened to his snoring, feeling quite conflicted. Finally, she softly said, Xie Xianqing, wake up, I have something to discuss with you. Zzz. The response from Xie Xianqing was his loud snoring. Other than that, there was silence. Xiaomo gathered her courage again and said, Xie Xianqing, wake up, I have something. Before she could finish, she heard the sound of the door opening. Startled, Xiaomo quickly looked in the direction of the sound. She saw Gu Qian, bleary-eyed, walking out of the tent, yawning. Xiaomo, feeling very awkward, lowered her head and said, Sorry, Gu Qian, I didn't mean to disturb your sleep. I'll head back now. With that, she turned to leave as if escaping. But Gu Qian said, You won't wake this guy up like that. Watch me. Saying this, Gu Qian kicked open Xie Xianqing's door and stepped inside. Immediately, Xie Xianqing's snoring stopped abruptly, followed by a scream. Dressed only in his underwear, Xie Xianqing was thrown out. Ah, bro, what are you doing? I'm not wearing any clothes. His tone was filled with helplessness, but there was no blame. Xie Xianqing's scream echoed throughout the camp, and except for Xie Xianqing, almost everyone was eavesdropping, all waiting for news of Xiaomo's confession. At this moment, Xie Xianqing was covering his groin with both hands, looking awkwardly at Xiaomo. Xiaomo's face was also burning red. Wasn't this a bit too rough, big brother? But it was also quite good. With that thought, Xiaomo stole another glance at the bare Xie Xianqing, especially at the area he couldn't cover. Xiaomo is looking for you. You two can chat and come back later. Don't disturb my sleep, Gu Qian said, tossing out Xie Xianqing's pajamas. Xie Xianqing grabbed them like a lifeline and quickly put them on. But as he did, Xiaomo was left dumbfounded. What did she just see? Xie Xianqing's pajamas were actually covered in Gu Qian's scent? What's going on? Seeing the shocked expression on Xiaomo's face, Xie Xianqing felt even more embarrassed. Why did his brother have to throw this particular piece of clothing? Wearing it was worse than not wearing anything at all. The two of them were instantly awkward. Finally, Xiaomo spoke up. Let's go somewhere else to talk. Since she had already decided to confess, there was no point in thinking about anything else. It was just right that she would figure out what was going on today. If it really was as she thought, then she could let it go. Okay. Xiaomo walked ahead, and Xie Xianqing followed at a distance. At that moment, Gu Qian, after throwing his clothes, collapsed onto Xie Xianqing's bed. He was just too tired. He didn't even glance back while throwing the clothes. If it weren't for the fact that it concerned Xie Xianqing's lifelong happiness, he wouldn't have bothered to get up. Achieving this much was already his greatest effort. Xiaomo and Xie Xianqing quickly arrived at a secluded spot. Xiaomo mustered her courage, turned around with her head down, and said to Xie Xianqing, Classmate Xie, I like you and hope to date you. Xie Xianqing was still walking and almost bumped into Xiaomo, who had suddenly stopped. Before he could step back, he was stunned by her confession. Ha, what's going on? I've been confessed to? This can't be true. I didn't show any signs, did I? Is my straightness not obvious enough? Xie Xianqing was momentarily at a loss for how to respond, standing there in a daze. Xiaomo felt a mix of emotions. Coupled with Xie Xianqing's long silence, she began to have an answer in her heart. Finally, with a very disappointed tone, she asked, Are you thinking about how to reject me, classmate Xie? You really don't need to make it so difficult. Xiaomo's expression was quite sad, which left Xie Xianqing even more unsure of what to do. Just as he was thinking about how to comfort Xiaomo, he saw her excitedly lift her head, looking at him with sparkling eyes, and say, Is it because of classmate Gu Qian? You like classmate Gu Qian, right? Otherwise, why would your pajamas have classmate Gu Qian on them? Does classmate Gu Qian know about this? A series of questions left Xie Xianqing speechless. He rarely smiled shyly and then said, Of course I like my brother. Hearing Xie Xianqing's words, Xiaomo's face lit up with an excited smile. I can't believe I actually encountered something real. Thinking about it, both Xie Xianqing and Gu Qian were handsome guys. Moreover, they had known each other since childhood. They were even cousins. And Gu Qian was so outstanding. It made sense that Xie Xianqing liked him. However, it seemed that Gu Qian didn't have those kinds of feelings. This was a minor issue. As long as Xie Xianqing liked Gu Qian, she had plenty of ways to help him achieve his desires.
Just as Xiaomo was determined to match the person she liked with his crush, Xie Xianqing said again, "But it's not the kind of liking you think.
If I tell you, you'll understand, but you have to promise not to tell anyone."
Xiaomo nodded firmly, then raised her right hand, with her middle finger, index finger, and ring finger up, swearing to the heavens, "I promise, I absolutely won't say anything, otherwise, I'll be struck by lightning."
Okay, this matter is a secret between my brother and me.
Actually, since we were young, my brother and I have known that everyone in the Xie family doesn't welcome us, including our grandparents.
The reason is simple: our mother is an ordinary woman without any power.
At this point, Xie Xianqing's expression became very heavy, as if he didn't want to bring it up. Taking a deep breath to calm himself, he continued, "Moreover, my mom's awakened ability is also very ordinary, just a plain B-level ability. Such a person could never become a daughter-in-law of the Xie family. Yet my father fell hopelessly in love with my mother, and in the end, despite my grandparents' opposition, he ran away from home and married her. At the beginning, the two of them were indeed very affectionate, but after the passion faded, the man regretted it because his mother made him lose everything from the Xie family. He also had to shoulder the responsibility of providing for the family, which was unbearable for a man who had been pampered since childhood, so he abandoned his mother, who was already pregnant with me and my brother at that time. It's easy to imagine how miserable life would be for a pregnant woman with average abilities and no one to help her. She even passed away after giving birth to us, and in the end, my brother and I were taken to the Xie family by a nurse from the hospital. By that time, the man had already remarried, and if it weren't for the face of the Xie family, he wouldn't even want us to." Saying this, Xie Xianqing's face was filled with desolation, and he smiled self-deprecatingly. "In the following years, my brother and I grew up with the servants of the Xie family, and we lived even worse than the servants. We brothers never had any extravagant hopes, but even so, she still couldn't tolerate us. I remember that day, the sky was terrifyingly gloomy, and she finally couldn't help but turn on us brothers."
It seemed as if he was trapped in some terrible memory. Xie Xianqing's voice trembled as he spoke, and his breathing became rapid.
Xiaomo looked at Xie Xianqing with deep sympathy and said, "Don't bring up such painful memories. I don't want to see you suffer like this." Although Xie Xianqing had rejected her, Xiaomo still liked him. She didn't want him to recall such painful things. Not to mention that Xie Xianqing was only a few years old at that time. Even if she encountered such things now, she would probably be scared to death. Hearing Xiaomo's comfort, Xie Xianqing forced a calm smile.
"It's okay, saying it out loud will make me feel a little better."
That day, we brothers were still cleaning in the back garden when that woman lured us to the artificial lake and pressed our heads down into the water.
No matter how we struggled, she showed no signs of letting us go. I clearly remember how terrifying the feeling of death was. As the lake water slowly filled my lungs, the sensation of suffocation drove me to despair, and in my panic, I wanted to scream but couldn't make a sound. I wanted to lift my head above the water to breathe, but the large hand on my neck gave me no hope, and I could only let despair envelop me. Just when our struggles became weaker and our consciousness began to fade, my older brother appeared, without a moment's hesitation, using his small body to push that woman away. Then he pulled us out of the water, but that woman wouldn't give up. She grabbed my brother and threw him back into the water, then tossed us brothers back in as well. She wanted to kill my brother too, but fortunately, he could swim. He held on to us both, preventing us from suffocating, and shouted loudly. Soon, his voice attracted the Xie family members, even our grandparents were there. That's how our lives were saved. Even after being rescued, my brother still held us tightly, who were already scared silly. At that time, my brother and I regarded him as our only support. Saying this, Xie Xianqing's face was full of smiles, and Xiaomo also breathed a sigh of relief. She never expected that a person could be so cruel. To think they would even want to kill children.
I remember that day, our grandparents heavily punished that woman for what she did to my brother, almost killing her, and even that man was beaten to a pulp. All along, my brother protected us, and after learning about our situation, he stayed with us during that time. Our grandparents gradually became fond of us because of my brother's affection for us. It also gives us the possibility to live on, and to live well.
So, can you understand the feelings my brother and I have for our elder brother?
As he spoke, Xie Xianqing looked at Xiaomo with great excitement. Without waiting for Xiaomo to respond, Xie Xianqing continued, "Our elder brother is everything to us.
As long as he says a word, we will do anything without any complaints.
Moreover, my brother and I have long decided that we will follow our elder brother for life and will not get married, because we don't believe in any nonsense about love. As long as our elder brother is there, that's enough. We want to protect him for a lifetime and do anything he wants to do." When Xie Xianqing spoke of Gu Qian, there was a light in his eyes. It was as if Gu Qian was their faith. Meanwhile, Xiaomo felt nothing but pity for Xie Xianqing. She really couldn't imagine that as a child of the Xie family, he would have to endure such things.
Even their grandparents took care of them because of Gu Qian.
This was something Xia Mo, who had grown up under the care of her family, simply couldn't understand. At the same time, she also understood the feelings the two brothers had for Gu Qian. Anyone who was saved by someone in a moment of despair would likely regard that person as a god.
How could she have the heart to do that?
At the same time, Xia Mo was very curious about Gu Qian. She really couldn't believe that he, so young, had encountered such terrifying things.
How did he muster the courage to confront an adult? It was truly admirable.
After saying all this, Xia Xianqing felt much better. Once he calmed down, he said to Xia Mo, "So, I won't accept your confession, but I still appreciate that you like me.
If you don't mind, we can be friends in the future."
Saying this, Xia Xianqing extended his right hand, wanting to shake hands with Xia Mo.
Xia Mo was momentarily stunned.
She didn't expect the usually carefree and easygoing Xia Xianqing to say such things. It was quite surprising. After a brief moment of shock, Xia Mo smiled and shook hands with Xia Xianqing.
"I'm honored to be your friend, and I don't regret liking you." Xia Xianqing grinned widely, returning to his usual self. "Now that everything is out in the open, let's head back. Remember, you mustn't tell anyone about today. If that guy Attain finds out, he'll kill me."
He said this last part very cautiously, as if afraid of being overheard by Xia Xianqing.
Xia Mo couldn't help but smile and said, "So, does that mean I have something on you now?" Hearing this, Xia Xianqing was slightly taken aback.
Then, in frustration, he clasped his hands on his head and lamented, "I was careless, careless. As long as you don't tell anyone, I will never refuse to help you with anything in the future."
"How about that? Alright, it's a deal."
With that, Xia Mo turned and walked towards the camp, feeling very cheerful, with no trace of sadness from her failed confession. Xia Xianqing, on the other hand, was downcast. He didn't even dare to get too close to Xia Mo. Soon, the two returned to the camp. Except for Gu Qian, everyone else pretended to be asleep, eager to know the outcome of Xia Mo's confession.
However, Xia Xianqing already knew the result.
He saw Xia Mo bouncing towards her tent, keeping a good distance from Xia Xianqing. After that, Xia Xianqing returned to his own tent.
Everyone was puzzled. Did it succeed or not?
From Xia Mo's happy demeanor, it seemed like it had succeeded.
But looking at Xia Xianqing, it didn't seem that way. How could there be so much drama around a confession? How were they supposed to sleep tonight? A few of them were quite anxious and couldn't fall asleep. When Xia Xianqing returned to the tent and saw Gu Qian lying sprawled out, he was first taken aback. Then he smiled slightly, walked over to Gu Qian, and tucked him in with a blanket. After that, he took out another blanket and lay down beside Gu Qian. Fortunately, the bed he prepared was big enough. Soon, Xia Xianqing's snoring echoed again. Gu Qian seemed to hear nothing, sleeping soundly. Just like that, the night passed without incident. Before long, it was the next morning. A group of people stared at their dark circles, looking at Xia Xianqing and Xia Mo with resentment. If it weren't for the two of them, everyone wouldn't have spent the whole night unable to sleep. Gu Qian was puzzled, but he still said, "Today we are going to the activity area of the level 8 mutant beasts. See you when we get back to school." The chubby guy also said, "Thank you so much for your help, otherwise, we really wouldn't know what would have happened." Gu Qian didn't pay much attention and instead said, "It's nothing, you should focus on how to complete the task." To be honest, the teacher's punishment is something no one can bear. He looked as if he was genuinely afraid. Gu Qian's demeanor made the faces of the chubby guy and the others turn pale. After all, someone as fearless as Gu Qian said this. The teacher's punishment must be terrifying. Moreover, they were among the first batch of students in this cohort to be punished by the teacher. They were the most qualified to speak on the matter. It seemed they had to hurry to complete the task. Otherwise, at this thought, everyone shivered in fear. Then they quickly said, "Then we'll be on our way." After saying that, they turned and left, not daring to waste any more time. Gu Qian then looked at Xia Xianqing, making him feel as if he had been caught doing something wrong, feeling uncomfortable all over. "How did it go with the confession yesterday? Why aren't you talking nicely with classmate Xia Mo today? You didn't reject her, did you?" As he spoke, Gu Qian wore an incredulous expression. At the same time, Xia Xianqing sensed a deep threat from within. It seemed that if he dared to say he rejected her, Gu Qian would beat him to death. That. Xia Xianqing lowered his head, fidgeting with his fingers, not daring to answer. Seeing this, Gu Qian immediately understood and closed his eyes in despair, slapping his forehead with his right hand. Then, gritting his teeth, he said, "Just wait until we get back to school, you'll see how I deal with you." Xia Xianqing, feeling embarrassed and scared, scratched his head with his right hand and took 2 steps back. Xia Xianqing then stepped in to divert Gu Qian's attention. Big brother, let's not talk about him for now. What are we going to do next?
Upon hearing Xie Xianqin's words, Gu Qian quickly replied, Chen, you can't be like this kid.
If you have someone you like, you must pursue them diligently, understand? However, he didn't answer his question. Xie Xianqin smiled slightly and obediently said, Seeing Xie Xianqin's obedient demeanor, Gu Qian couldn't help but ruffle his hair.
But when he looked at Xie Xianqin, his expression turned into one of disappointment.
Xia Mo was such a good girl. How could this kid have rejected her? What a pity. Starting today, we are going to sweep the level 8 area and find a mutated level 8 white celestial deer with SSS level resurrection ability. Do you understand?
The mutated level 8 white celestial deer.
Many people knew about it. Many wanted to find it.
Not for any other reason, but because its resurrection ability could heal all injuries and even help mutant beasts and ability users enhance their strength. It was even more perverse than Qi Xiaxia's ability. Such a mutant beast held an extremely high status among the mutant beasts.
Countless strong individuals sought to obtain it.
Years ago, Gu Qian's parents ventured deep into the Xinghui Mountains to obtain it to save Gu Qian's life, never to return. Now, aside from obtaining the right to use the Academy's artifact and getting news about his parents, this was the only channel left to learn about them. However, this matter is even more difficult than obtaining the right to use a divine artifact. After all, so many powerful individuals in Huagua have been unable to find it. With just the few of them here, there is no hope at all. But if they try, there is at least a glimmer of hope. If they don't try, then there is truly no chance, and they can only wait. Apart from Qi Xiaxia and the 2 level 9 ability users, everyone else present knows about Gu Qian's situation. Therefore, they are particularly invested in this matter. Qi Xiaxia, on the other hand, is simply excited. They are finally going to venture into the level 8 area. It's time to showcase my strength. The 2 female assassins are quite puzzled. He can't really expect us sisters to protect these few people venturing into the level 8 area, can he? Isn't this task a bit too easy? But soon they realize how wrong they are. And they are very wrong. These people are all crazy. Each of them is only level 5, and while it's one thing to challenge level 8 beasts, they actually want to go one-on-one. Moreover, each of them can hold their own against level 8 beasts for quite a while. Isn't this a bit too perverse? You're only level 5, a 3-level difference. Is this something a human can do? And 5 of them are going at it together, each taking one on. They completely disregard the lives of us sisters. There are only 2 of us, how can we protect them? That Gu Qian even fell asleep directly. How dare you? You just fell asleep like that. If it weren't for knowing your familial relationship, we sisters would suspect you want these beasts to kill them. This is just too crazy. What's even scarier is that just one day later, except for Xie Xianqin, everyone else can individually take down level 8 magical beasts. This is not a small improvement at all. At night, Mo Lanlan and the others gather around Gu Qian. Qi Xiaxia excitedly says, Gu Qian, you didn't see how dangerous it was when I was fighting that wild boar. Luckily, my ability is strong enough, otherwise, we wouldn't have had wild boar meat tonight. As she speaks, Qi Xiaxia takes a big bite of the wild boar meat. The assassin sister's eyelids twitch wildly. This woman is a lunatic, fighting level 8 beasts without a care for her own safety. While fighting, she's also healing herself. It's like a belt soaked in iodine, disinfecting while fighting. Is this something a normal person can do? What's even scarier is that she succeeded. She single-handedly killed the wild boar, and then roasted it at night. It's just that the process and the end were exceptionally tragic. Xia Xianqin tears the wild boar meat into strips, sprinkles seasoning, and places it on a plate. Then he hands it to Gu Qian. In the middle, Xia Xianqin sneaks a few pieces. He doesn't get angry at all and continues tearing. While tearing, he says, level 8 beasts are indeed hard to deal with. It took me a whole day to kill one. Hearing this, the 2 sisters are so angry they roll their eyes and take a deep breath. This guy is even more perverse. Once his domain opens, he doesn't care about anyone, just smashing away at the level 8 beast. He doesn't stop at all. He smashed the level 8 black snake into a pile of mush for an entire day. He didn't even break the skin on the outside. He just killed it. This method of fighting is unheard of. No defense is broken, just killed outright. One can only say it's perverse. Moreover, this domain lasted a whole day. Not everyone can do that. He truly didn't waste his understanding. If he can use it for a day, he definitely won't use it for half a day. Mo Lanlan leans against Gu Qian's shoulder, speaking softly, they're all so amazing. Unlike me, I can't even kill a level 8 beast. I'm so stupid. As she speaks, Mo Lanlan leans a bit more against Gu Qian's shoulder, feeling a bit wronged. Brother Qian, if we encounter danger, you must protect me. The The moment Mo Lanlan says this, everyone present, except for Gu Qian, is stunned.
Are you speaking human language? You're weak? You can't kill an 8th level beast?
If we hadn't seen you knock the 8th level white demon ape unconscious for a whole day, we might have actually believed you. Meanwhile, Gu Qian affectionately ruffled Mo Lanlan's hair and said softly, alright, big brother will definitely protect you. We're just a couple of girls, so we won't do such violent things as killing beasts, right?
Gu Qian's words left everyone stunned. No wonder so many people are chasing after you.
Just these 2 sentences are enough for that foolish Xie Xianqing to learn for a lifetime.
If he were a bit more flirtatious, he'd be a complete scumbag. However, Mo Lanlan is no slouch either.
She knows how to pretend and show weakness.
These two are on a whole different level.
At that moment, Xiaxia, who was eating wild boar meat, abruptly stopped her actions, her face full of confusion.
So, am I leaving? Can you at least keep me in the loop when you say these things? It's really speechless.
Now, only Xie Xianqing, who hasn't made any progress all day, is left. Seeing everyone looking at him, Xie Xianqing could only smile awkwardly. But he still said, well, big brother, although I didn't kill the 8th level beast today, I feel like I've touched the threshold of the domain. As soon as he said this, even Gu Qian was shocked.
This guy is pretty impressive.
He actually touched the threshold of the domain.
It seems I need to give him extra training tomorrow. Good job, kid.
The training wasn't in vain. Hearing Gu Qian's praise, Xie Xianqing felt a bit shy and scratched his head, but inside he was overjoyed. However, Gu Qian's next sentence made him feel like shutting down.
Tomorrow we'll have extra training, aiming to comprehend the domain. Ha? Is that something a person says? Do you think comprehending the domain is that easy? It seems it really is quite easy for him. But not everyone is like you, a monster among monsters. That's a bit too much.
However, Gu Qian didn't give Xie Xianqing a chance to object, and Xie Xianqing didn't think to oppose either. He simply stood up, stretched, and said, I'm tired, going to sleep.
Let's train well tomorrow.
The others gradually returned as well. Only the 2 sisters remained, standing in place with complex expressions.
What kind of task did they take on? Forget about killing Gu Qian.
Even if others asked them to kill, it would be a bit challenging.
One has comprehended the domain and can take on an 8th level beast alone.
One is about to comprehend the domain and has fought an 8th level beast for a whole day.
One has not comprehended the domain but successfully killed an 8th level beast alone.
One's strength is unknown but knocked out an 8th level beast with a single punch.
They're all a bunch of monsters.
At night, after everyone had gone to sleep, the small toad hopped back to Gu Qian's tent.
It even humanely knocked on the door.
Gu Qian, still half asleep, opened the door and let it jump in. During these past 2 days, the toad had been searching for traces of the divine deer in the 8th level beast area. After all, as a former king of beasts, it was still better at finding beasts than humans. Moreover, as the king of beasts, it surely knew something about the divine deer.
It just didn't know how much of its memory remained. Would it be able to find the divine deer? Back in the room, Gu Qian leaned against the headboard. How did it go? Did you find anything?
The toad waved one of its small hands in front of Gu Qian, croaking incessantly.
If it were anyone else, they wouldn't understand at all.
But as Gu Qian had a contract with the toad, he could clearly grasp what it was trying to express. After a croak, Gu Qian sat up from the edge of the bed, looking at the toad in shock.
Did a beast discover it? Where? Knowing the news about the divine deer made Gu Qian extremely excited. If he knew its whereabouts, wouldn't he also learn about what happened to his parents back then? At least he could find out if they were still alive. It had been 18 years. Not a single piece of news. How can one not feel anxious? Go now. With this thought, Gu Qian hesitated not for a moment. He grabbed the toad and dashed out. Then he soared into the sky, overlooking the Xinghui mountain range. Guided by the toad, he flew in a specific direction. Along the way, many exotic beasts were startled, including numerous flying ones. But anyone who dared to obstruct Gu Qian's actions was ruthlessly killed. With his current combat power, killing these 8th level beasts was no different from squashing an ant. Soon, Gu Qian arrived at the place the old toad had mentioned. The moment he landed, he noticed something different about this place. Although the vegetation throughout the Xinghui mountain range was extremely lush, here, the plants were clearly more vibrant than elsewhere. Even the branches and leaves emitted a faint green glow. Just getting a little closer made one feel invigorated. Gu Qian's eyes brightened. He hadn't expected that just an 8th level beast could possess such powerful abilities. Moreover, this was merely in the place where it had once appeared. It was unimaginable what it would be like to be near it. No wonder all the strong individuals in Huagua wanted to find it. However, this was not the time to think about that. He had to find it as soon as possible.
Gu Qian closed his eyes, directly releasing his domain, and then performed a wind-based exploration technique.
Countless exploration techniques transformed into gentle breezes, blowing in all directions.
Almost the entire 8th level area, every blade of grass and tree, was within Gu Qian's perception. He could even hear the movements of ants crawling on the ground clearly. Yet, he could not sense the presence of the divine deer at all.
This made Gu Qian very curious.
It had clearly just appeared and should be nearby, but the exploration technique could not detect it in the slightest.
What was going on? Gu Qian felt quite anxious, but just thinking about it made it clear.
The divine deer must have the ability to hide itself.
Otherwise, how could those 13th level powerhouses have failed to find it all these years? Their methods of exploration were undoubtedly far superior to his. If they couldn't find it, how could he possibly locate the divine deer with just a wind-based exploration technique?
It was truly a bit delusional. Just as Gu Qian felt disheartened, the toad, lying nearby, seemed to sense its master's frustration. It jumped directly onto Gu Qian's head and began to release its own aura, merging with Gu Qian's.
Gu Qian did not understand the significance of its actions but allowed it to continue.
As the toad's aura gradually fused with his, Gu Qian began to perceive things he had not sensed before. This discovery surprised him. It turned out there were so many hidden exotic beasts around him. He had not noticed them at all just moments ago. His combat power was clearly much higher than theirs, yet he could not sense their existence.
It seemed he had underestimated these exotic beasts. If this continued, wouldn't he soon be able to find the divine deer? With this thought, Gu Qian leaped into the air and began to move quickly.
As he moved, the healing aura belonging to the divine deer, which he had not sensed before, gradually emerged. At the same time, Gu Qian determined the direction of the divine deer's movement based on the fluctuations in this aura and charged forward. Although he had not yet seen the divine deer, Gu Qian's heart was already filled with excitement. Soon, he spotted a white figure from high above. His breath quickened. It was it. Just one glance, and Gu Qian confirmed that the exotic beast below, roughly the size of a normal lost deer, was the divine deer he had been searching for. Although there were many white deer in the entire Xinghui mountain range, the divine deer was the one that could be recognized at a glance. Just because, when you gaze at it, you can discover that it is glowing. Yet when you look away, you see not a trace of the light emanating from it. This feeling is magical. It's as if this light is something you've imagined. Such a thought left Gu Qian momentarily stunned. And just as Gu Qian was staring at the divine deer, the deer, which had been lying on the ground asleep, suddenly opened its eyes.
It looked in the direction of Gu Qian. Not a hint of deviation.
In the eyes of the divine deer, Gu Qian saw no trace of panic, nor was there a hint of agitation.
It was completely different from other exotic beasts. Its gaze was like that of a warm sage, staring directly at him. Even a single glance from it could instantly calm Gu Qian's restless heart, bringing an unusual peace. However, Gu Qian quickly shook off this thought and flew straight towards the divine deer. At that moment, the divine deer did not flee. It simply stood up, quietly watching Gu Qian as he approached. Only when he was close to the divine deer did Gu Qian finally see it clearly. Its entire body was covered in snow-white fur, adorned with beautiful light yellow patterns. Long strands of white fur swayed rhythmically in the air. It radiated a sacred light, evoking no evil thoughts, only a desire to worship. But soon, Gu Qian broke free from this state, startled. The divine deer seemed to possess no combat power. Yet in such a state, an ordinary person would not be able to withstand it, let alone capture it. It would be good enough not to make it a slave. Now that he encountered it, he had to quickly clarify what had happened to his parents back then. So, Gu Qian directly communicated with the toad, asking it to inquire about the past events. Quack, quack, quack. The divine deer looked at the toad, its eyes filled with seriousness. Its attitude had clearly changed, as if it recognized the toad's identity. But even so, facing the former king of the exotic beast clan, the divine deer showed no signs of humility. Instead, after the toad finished asking, it let out a slightly proud call. With the toad's translation, Gu Qian gradually learned some details from that year. It turned out that his parents had indeed found the divine deer back then, wanting to take it away. But the divine deer had clearly shown resistance, which attracted more powerful exotic beasts to come and protect it. In the end, Gu Qian's parents were unable to succeed. A fierce battle ensued. Although Gu Qian's parents won, it was a Pyrrhic victory. Ultimately, a group of people appeared from nowhere and captured Gu Qian's parents. The divine deer did not know what happened afterward. This was all the divine deer knew. Upon hearing this, Gu Qian was visibly taken aback. He had considered many possibilities. For instance, his parents might have come to capture the divine deer and fought against a stronger opponent, ultimately dying here.
Or they could have been severely injured and hiding somewhere to recover. Or perhaps they were trapped in some part of the Starshine Mountains, but he had never thought they were captured by others. Moreover, why were his parents taken away? Who were the captors? Who could capture his parents in Huadwa without his grandfather finding any trace? A series of questions made Gu Qian furrow his brows. In Huadwa, the Xia family was already among the top existences. Apart from the 13 saints, it was the Xia family. Who would dare to provoke them easily? This news must be reported to his grandparents as soon as possible. Since the other party couldn't even find out about the Xia family, there were only a few possible targets. It seemed it was time to call upon his chief master. Old Li was one of the 13 saints. Even if other saints took action, with Old Li's strength, he would surely be able to uncover something. Without any hesitation, Gu Qian sent the news to both his grandfather and his master. The head of the Xia family, who received the news in the middle of the night, was initially a bit impatient. But then I thought something was off. Didn't I set it so that I could only receive messages from others during the day? How come someone is sending messages in the middle of the night? Who has such audacity? I must teach this guy a good lesson tomorrow. Disturbing an old man like me in the dead of night. Not a bit of consideration. Originally, old Xia wanted to continue sleeping, but with a loud bang, he sat up in bed. A hint of panic crossed his face. No, wait. My great-grandson's messages can be sent at any time. Sending a message in the middle of the night, could my good grandson be in some danger? That little brat, always insisting on doing some practical training. Sending my good grandson to such a dangerous place. If something really happens, I swear I'll skin him alive. He quickly opened the message, and old Xia was instantly frozen in place. The old lady Xia, lying beside him, was also awakened by his commotion. Rubbing her sleepy eyes, she asked with a yawn, "What's wrong, old man? Why aren't you sleeping in the middle of the night? What are you looking at?" Hearing his wife's question, old Xia turned his head, startling the old lady. She hurriedly asked, "Old man, don't cry, what's wrong? Is there something we can't solve? Don't be like this." After saying this, a bad premonition flashed through the old lady's heart. She hesitated to voice it but still stammered, "It wouldn't be. Something happened to Qianer, or, is there news about our daughter?" Right now, the two of them cared most about these two people. Unless something happened to them, the old man wouldn't be like this. The chances of Gu Qian being in trouble were slim. Although there was the threat from the Li family, this time the youngest son was there to protect him. Nothing would happen. Even if there was danger that the youngest son couldn't handle, he could hold on until the old couple could provide support. The old man wouldn't be like this. That left only one last possibility. That is, there was news about their daughter. And it wasn't good news. Otherwise, the old man wouldn't be acting this way. Could it be their daughter? Really? A thought like this flashed through the old lady's mind, and a look of sadness immediately appeared on her face. Her eyes filled with tears. In fact, they had both been aware of this for a long time. 18 years, a full 18 years without a word. It was very possible she had already died. They just didn't want to admit it. So all these years, they had been searching. They even sent all the younger generation in the clan to the hidden academy. The purpose was to obtain the right to use the divine artifact, to calculate their daughter's whereabouts. They even obtained the right to use the divine artifact from the clan, but after failing to find their daughter's whereabouts, they turned against each other. Until now, they almost despised everyone. Even the youngest son was directly expelled from the family for not being able to find their daughter. Now that they learned of their daughter's news, for a moment, the old lady couldn't bear it. Seeing his wife's expression, old Xia panicked. Fan quickly spoke up, "Old lady, don't think too much. It's Qianer who sent a message. Our daughter should still be alive. She was captured by someone, she shouldn't be dead yet." Hearing this news, the old lady's expression became very excited. As long as she's not dead, no matter who took her, we must bring her back. We must bring her back. We absolutely have to find her. My poor daughter, I want to see which blind fool wants to die, daring to touch our precious daughter. I will kill them all. I don't care about any of that. We need to find our daughter first, find our daughter first. Saying this, the old lady directly threw herself into old Xia's arms, crying uncontrollably. They had thought their daughter was gone, but unexpectedly, it was very likely she was still alive. This made the old couple extremely excited. After so many years, a heart that had died halfway came back to life. As long as there is life, everything can be discussed. No matter who has captured her, even if it means turning the entire Hua country upside down, they must find their precious daughter. Old Xia was both comforting his wife and issuing orders to the family members. Everyone was mobilized. They must not overlook anyone who had appeared in the Xinhui mountain range 18 years ago, in the 8th level area, along with the forces behind them. Then they would interrogate them one by one. No matter which city they were in, they would not let anyone escape. In the middle of the night, all the important members of the Xie family received this news and were greatly shocked. They knew very well that this must be because the old man had received news about the young lady from somewhere. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so anxious, not even waiting for dawn. At the same time, several of old Xie's sons had dark expressions. Over the years, the old couple had gone to the extent of madness in searching for their daughter. They even broke ties with many outstanding younger members of the family for this reason. Even their younger brother was kicked out of the house. If it weren't for the fact that they had already passed the age for attending the academy, they might have also faced the fate of being expelled from the Xie family. After all, who wouldn't consider the right to use a divine artifact as a personal matter? Compared to the old man's orders, the opportunity to become a deity was far more important. Who would have thought the old man would be so ruthless? He directly removed them from the family and severed ties. Even their sons and daughters had been expelled in considerable numbers. Moreover, this had gradually made him cold towards these sons. It even made one doubt that if they found their younger sister, they would unhesitatingly hand over the position of the Xie family head to her. This was something they could not accept at all. Therefore, they had to find their younger sister as soon as possible. Then, they would ensure she could not return to the Xie family. Thinking of this, these people immediately mobilized all the forces they could use to start searching, just to find their younger sister before the old man did. The entire capital of Hua country erupted because of the Xie family. Other major forces were also stirred by such a large-scale action from the Xie family. But after learning the news, they all calmed down. Over the years, whenever there was a slight disturbance, the Xie family would make a big fuss. They had lost count of how many times it had happened. Moreover, even if they found the person, it would have no impact on them. Naturally, there was no need to worry. At the same time, Old Li also received news from Gu Qian. He immediately frowned. Ever since he learned that Gu Qian was the grandson of the Xie family, the 13 of them had been somewhat worried. 18 years ago, others might not know what happened, but as the strongest 13 in Hua country, they could not be unaware of it. After all, it had taken all 13 of them to intervene at that time to barely stop the other party. In the end, they had released the person for the safety of Hua country after weighing the pros and cons. Now their son had become the most favored disciple among the 13. Naturally, they had arranged everything for Gu Qian. They just didn't expect that Gu Qian would have news so soon. It was hard to imagine how he found out. After all, those people were all capable of matching the 13 in strength. Thinking of this, Old Li no longer hesitated. He directly informed the other 12 about this matter. Old Li, are you serious? The little disciple has found clues about his parents? Upon seeing this message, Old Li was furious. Do you think I would joke about such things? Hurry up and think about how to help the disciple rescue his parents, or else one day we might lose this disciple. Lose this disciple? Absolutely not. He is the hope of our Hua country. We cannot let him have any mishaps. No, let's move the plan forward. King of Men, what do you think? As soon as this was said, everyone stopped sending messages, waiting for the King of Men's decision. After all, among the 13, the King of Men is the strongest. At the same time, she is also the guardian of the Hua nation. She is the one who proposed the plan. She is the most qualified person to decide this matter. Sigh, it can only be this way. If we keep it a secret, Gu Qian might find clues even faster, and then it would be even more troublesome. Everyone fell silent at this statement. With the abilities of that group of people, let alone Gu Qian, even the entire Xie family and those strong individuals hired by the Xie family had not found a single clue in 18 years. They didn't even know if the people were dead or alive. And Gu Qian had only become an ability user for a short time. He had already found the clues that the Xie family had failed to uncover for 18 years. It was hard to imagine how quickly he would find that group of people with his abilities. Old Li, you handle this matter. Take Gu Qian to that place, and we will make the final adjustments. Alright, it can only be this way. Upon hearing this, Old Li's expression was somewhat downcast. However, he did not hesitate, activating the spatial spell, his figure instantly disappearing from the spot. At this moment, Gu Qian was still staring at the divine deer, unsure of how to deal with this creature. Because this creature had latched onto him. Gu Qian looked at the creature in confusion. He really couldn't understand. Wasn't this creature supposed to be aloof? Why was it now insisting on leaving with him? Could it be that he had some special constitution that made the otherworldly beast inexplicably fond of him? But this creature had no combat power at all. As for healing, he didn't need it right now. With the abilities of rapid regeneration and solidification, he was already comparable to any healing ability. As for shortening the time to enhance his strength, Gu Qian didn't need that at all. Such things could only be obtained through one's own efforts, they belong to oneself. Otherwise, no matter how strong the power, if one couldn't fully grasp and utilize it, it would be useless. So, this creature was completely useless. If others knew Gu Qian's thoughts, they would definitely scold him. What do you mean useless? Any one of these three abilities would be enough to drive people crazy. This was something that the 13 saints desired but could not obtain. Yet it was so easily given to Gu Qian, and he was still dissatisfied. Just when Gu Qian didn't know what to do, a figure suddenly appeared behind him. A powerful wave of spatial energy instantly caught Gu Qian's attention. Turning around, he saw Old Li standing behind him with a serious expression. After making eye contact with Gu Qian, he simply glanced at the divine deer before shifting his gaze away, seemingly indifferent to the creature's presence. "Qianer, we know the news about your parents." As soon as these words were spoken, Gu Qian was instantly filled with excitement. He immediately rushed forward to grab Old Li's hand, using all means to make Old Li speak. But before he could say anything, Old Li's voice rang out again. "But we can't tell you now, you are still too weak to rescue them. We are equally powerless." Upon hearing this, Gu Qian's eyes widened in shock. If even Old Li was helpless, how strong were those who had taken his parents? "However, we have thought of a way that can help you quickly increase your strength to rescue your parents, but the process will be very difficult. Are you willing to try?" Hearing Old Li's words, Gu Qian fell into deep thought. But soon he gave his answer. "As long as I can save my parents, I am willing to do anything." "Good, since that's the case, come with me. First, send a message to the people you want to notify, so they won't worry. This time, it will take at least 3 years. "Okay." Gu Qian nodded and then sent messages to the Xie family brothers, his grandparents, and Mo Lanlan, respectively. After that, he followed Old Li and disappeared from the spot.